Chapter 1 Magical Lottery System. Tianhai City, downtown area. Dad, I haven't had a chance to cheat on you yet, but you're already cheating on me, your son. Xiaofeng sat in a shabby clothing store, looking at the pages of unpaid bills, feeling speechless. Just now, his father called him and said that he was going out to spend some time alone with his mother, so he handed over the family company to him to manage. He thought that his father was a hidden rich man, and his previous poverty was just a test of his character, and that he was finally going to rise. However, it turned out that he overthought. The rundown clothing company and the pile of unpaid bills were a complete mess. But he had to take over because his scumbag father had already run off with his mother to live a happy life somewhere. After roughly sorting out all the bills, Xiaofeng was mentally prepared. The total deficit of these bills was over 500,000 yuan, and the finished garments, machines and other items were also taken away by the employees in the company to pay off the debts. In other words, there is only an empty shell left here now. Fortunately, the geographical location of this clothing company is still very good. It is located on the commercial street in the city center. If the company's land is sold, it should be able to fetch around 1 million. Forget it, sort out all the things, take away all the useful ones, and sell the remaining useless ones together. If you can find a good buyer, maybe you can get more money. Then the pressure on me will be reduced. By the way, I can also buy some gifts for Wanling. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng began to prepare to pack up. However, at this moment, there was a roar of a car outside. Xiaofeng looked outside out of curiosity and saw a Ferrari 488 parked in front of his shabby clothing store. The car door opened and a man and a woman got out of the car. The man was wearing a suit, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. The woman was wearing revealing clothes, holding the man's arm intimately, and clinging tightly to the man. Originally, Xiaofeng thought that this was a rich second-generation man who was out with his girlfriend, so he didn't take it seriously. But when he saw the woman's face clearly, he was stunned. Wanling! How could it be her? Xiaofeng stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with incredible surprise. Chen Wanling has been his girlfriend for more than a year. Xiaofeng also likes Chen Wanling very much. He agrees with her in almost everything and even goes through hardships to buy beautiful new clothes for Chen Wanling. But why? Why is she with that man, and so close to him? For a moment, anger burned in Xiaofeng's heart, making him unable to control his impulse. Wanling, who is he? Xiaofeng walked up to Chen Wanling with an angry face and questioned loudly. Xiaofeng? Chen Wanling also saw Xiaofeng, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. The person next to me is the general manager of Dihua Real Estate Company, Wang Yaohui, Mr. Wang, and also my boyfriend. Xiaofeng suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice. He is your boyfriend, so what am I? Xiaofeng, stop flattering yourself. I was just playing with you at the beginning. Now Chen Xiaokai is my boyfriend. You are just a piece of trash that I dumped after I had enough fun with you. Chen Wanling said disdainfully. Chen Wanling's words were like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Xiaofeng's heart. It turned out that all those sweet words I said before were lies to deceive him. It turned out that in her eyes, I was just a toy. Xiaofeng just felt that he was really stupid, and was actually deceived by such a woman. At this moment, Wang Yaohui stepped forward and looked at Xiaofeng with a condescending attitude. You're the owner of this shabby clothing store, right? Hurry up and sign this contract. I'm buying this clothing store. As he spoke, Wang Yaohui threw a contract to Xiaofeng, as if giving alms. Xiaofeng subconsciously took the contract and took a look at it, his anger erupting uncontrollably. 250,000. The land in the center of Tianhai City is actually worth 250,000? Do you really think that Xiaofeng is a fool? Xiaofeng's face became increasingly gloomy, and the fingers that were holding the contract had turned white from excessive force. However, Wang Huiyao seemed not to notice the change in Xiaofeng's expression. He said impatiently, hurry up and sign the contract, and then get out. I can make millions every minute. Do you deserve to waste my time? Chen Wanling also echoed, that's right, Xiaofeng, hurry up and sign the contract. Young Master Wang is already giving you face by paying 250,000 for this crappy clothing company of yours. Don't be shameless. Xiaofeng lowered his head with a gloomy expression, and no one could guess what he was thinking at the moment. Looking at the couple in front of him showing off their power, anger continued to accumulate inside him. He now wished he could grab a knife and chop these bullying couple into pieces. This is totally fooling him like a fool. And at this moment, something strange happened. Ding, a host that meets the requirements has been detected, and the magic lottery system is binding. Ding, system binding completed, host Xiaofeng. Ding, an emergency is detected, triggering a temporary task. Temporary mission, either explode in silence or die in silence. Task description, your dignity as a man is being challenged. Please make your choice. Explosion in silence, be brave to do what you want to do, teach this couple a lesson, vent your anger, and you will be rewarded with a novice gift pack. Destruction in silence, you are too cowardly to resist the oppression of others and can only endure everything silently. Choosing destruction will earn you a permanent title, cuckold lover, and you will lose your fertility and have a 100% chance of being cuckolded. System? Xiaofeng was shocked. He had read some novels before and was naturally familiar with the system, but he did not expect that the system would actually appear on him one day. As for the choice? Do you even need to think about which one to choose? I'll sign you to paralysis. Xiaofeng roared and kicked Wang Yaohui in the stomach without any warning, knocking him to the ground. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I'm going to give you this contract back. As he said that, Xiaofeng tore the contract in his hand into pieces and threw them at Wang Yaohui. After doing all this, Xiaofeng felt refreshed, as if his soul had been sublimated. Chapter 2: The Arrival of the Beautiful CEO. Ding, congratulations to the host, the mission is completed, and you get a reward, a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? Is there any need to think about it? Of course it is opened. Xiaofeng muttered to himself and opened it. Ding, open the novice gift package and get a beautiful CEO. Ding, the president is coming quickly. Beautiful CEO? What is going on? For a moment, Xiaofeng was a little confused about what was going on with this system, but the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. After seeing Wang Huiyao being kicked to the ground by Xiaofeng, Zhen Wanling hurried forward to help Wang Huiyao up, but was pushed away by Wang Huiyao. Wang Huiyao looked at Xiaofeng with murderous eyes, and his voice was as low as that of a ghost. You damned loser, you actually dared to hit me, I'm going to kill you today. The Dihua real estate company where Wang Huiyao works is not a legitimate company. It has encountered violent demolitions that have not been cooperated with more than once or twice, so every time he goes out, he brings about 5 professional thugs with him. At Wang Huiyao's signal, the thugs behind him instantly surrounded Xiaofeng. All 5 of them were holding steel pipes, looking aggressive. Faced with being surrounded by these 5 professional thugs, Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But now that things have come to this, there is no room for regret. Rather than passively taking a beating, it is better to take the initiative. Perhaps the system sensed Xiaofeng's innermost thoughts and sent him another task. Ding, triggering a temporary task, I want to fight 10. Defeat Wang Yaohui's 5 thugs to get a special reward, martial arts genius template. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment because of the temporary task suddenly issued by the system, but the 5 thugs took advantage of the opportunity. They would not show mercy to Xiaofeng just because he was distracted, and they smashed the steel pipes in their hands on Xiaofeng's back mercilessly. There was a sharp pain in his back, and Xiaofeng almost fell to the ground. But this also triggered Xiaofeng's bloodiness. People who are familiar with Xiaofeng know that although he usually looks like a good guy, when he gets really angry, he is more vicious than most people. Xiaofeng swallowed the blood that was rushing up his throat and stared at the thug in front of him. The thug was frightened by Xiaofeng's beast-like eyes, and the strength in his hands couldn't help but loosen, and Xiaofeng actually dodged the steel pipe. Get out of here! Xiaofeng roared, waving the steel pipe snatched from the thug's hands, and fought with those thugs using an almost crazy strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. As the saying goes, the arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Xiaofeng's reckless fighting style even scared the thugs, and they were restrained in the fight. On the contrary, Xiaofeng became more and more courageous as the fight went on. Even though his body was covered with bruises, he still managed to beat all 5 thugs with his ferocity. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed the mission and received the reward, the martial arts genius template card. A faint light invisible to the naked eye merged into Xiaofeng's body. Under the effect of that faint light, the bruises on Xiaofeng's body gradually improved, and even his physical condition was strengthened. After recovering, Xiaofeng took a deep breath and looked at Wang Huiyao. You just said you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Wang Huiyao's heart trembled and he subconsciously took a step back, but he quickly reacted and looked straight into Xiaofeng's eyes. Damn it, you piece of trash. Don't get complacent too soon. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you can hit me a little. For thugs like these, I can call hundreds of them with just one phone call. If you can beat 5 by yourself, I don't believe you can beat 100. After saying that, Wang Huiyao immediately made a phone call. Xiaofeng was shocked, but it was too late to stop it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Huiyao looked at Xiaofeng with a proud look on his face. Soon, the chairman of our Dihua real estate company will bring people here. I wonder how long you, a damn idiot, can continue to be so arrogant. Xiaofeng was also a little anxious, and secretly sighed that he was careless, which gave Wang Huiyao the opportunity. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the front. A whole fleet of Rolls-Royces came rushing over and stopped in front of the crowd. First, a group of strong men in black bodyguard uniforms stood on both sides of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle. As the butterfly doors of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle opened, a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings stretched out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Soon, a beautiful woman in an OL uniform got out of the car, and her every move attracted everyone's attention. Wang Huiyao was even more shocked after seeing the woman's appearance clearly. Because he knew the beauty in front of him. In other words, there is no one in the entire Tianhai city who does not know the beauty in front of them. She is Qin Yun, who has the title of Business Queen of Tianhai City. The female president of NG Financial Enterprise, the largest financial enterprise in Tianhai City, is the dream lover of all men in Tianhai City. Unexpectedly, he would have the honor to see Qin Yun in person today. Wang Huiyao was so excited that he even ignored Chen Wanling, who was standing beside him. After all, a gold digger like Chen Wanling can get as much as he wants, and she can't be compared with Qin Yun at all. Wang Huiyao straightened his clothes, smiled what he thought was a very handsome smile, and walked in front of Qin Yun. Boss Qin, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm Wang Huiyao, the general manager of Dihua Real Estate Company. We met before in Tianxian Pavilion. However, Qin Yun simply ignored Wang Huiyao, without even looking at him, and walked past Wang Huiyao and came in front of Xiaofeng. Seeing that Qin Yun wanted to come by herself, Xiaofeng felt a little restrained and didn't know how to start the conversation. But the next moment, Xiaofeng felt his head being tightly wrapped by 2 balls of warmth, and the body fragrance that came to his face made him intoxicated. Brother, I finally found you. Qin Yun hugged Xiaofeng tightly in her arms and said excitedly. Xiaofeng continued to struggle. Although the facial cleanser is very comfortable, it really makes me feel suffocated. And what on earth is going on? I don't remember having such a sister. Fortunately, Qin Yun let go of Xiaofeng in the end, so this place did not become a breast murder scene. But even so, Xiaofeng's face turned red. Half of it is because I am holding it back, and half of it is because I am shy. Qin Yun's enthusiasm made him a little overwhelmed. I don't remember having any sister. Maybe you got the wrong person. Although Xiaofeng said this, he already had some guesses in his mind. I'm afraid this is the beautiful CEO rewarded by the system. It really makes people feel at a loss. Chapter 3: Who gave you the courage to go against me? Qin Yun smiled slightly and reached out to gently stroke Xiaofeng's cheek. My lovely little brother, have you forgotten that we used to play house together? At that time, you said you wanted to recognize me as your biological sister. However, I moved away due to family business matters and did not reply to you. I have kept it in my heart all these years. Xiaofeng didn't remember having such a memory. Just as Xiaofeng was thinking this, a sudden memory related to Qin Yun was thrown directly to him by the system. This magical operation left Xiaofeng speechless, but because of the system's memory, there was a hint of intimacy in Xiaofeng's eyes when he looked at Qin Yun. It is not the intimacy between men and women, but the affection between relatives. Sister Yun, I'm sorry, you have changed so much over the years that I didn't recognize you. Xiaofeng touched his nose and said awkwardly. According to the memory provided by the system, Qin Yun was like a tomboy when she was a child, and she even had a private airport on her chest. Sure enough, the changes are too big. Seeing that Xiaofeng finally remembered her, Qin Yun couldn't help but reveal a smile from the bottom of her heart. Brother, you too have become more handsome. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to marry you in the future. Qin Yun said with a smile. Just as Xiaofeng and Qin Yun were talking, a group of vans drove over and surrounded everyone. A large group of people wearing security uniforms and holding batons got out of the car, at least 30 people in total. In front of this group of security guards, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a slicked-back hair walked over. When Wang Huiyao saw the middle-aged man, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly walked to the middle-aged man. Mr. Zhao, you are finally here. Mr. Zhao, whose full name is Zhao Wenxiang, is the president of Dihua Real Estate Enterprise Group. I am a reckless man who is said to have started from the underworld and built up the Dihua Real Estate Group little by little. The process was full of unknown shady tactics, and he was despised by almost all the upper-class people in Haitian City. But Zhao Wenxiang didn't care. In his opinion, as long as his Dihua Real Estate Group grew bigger and bigger, those so-called upper-class people would kneel at his feet. This time, Zhao Wenxiang had his eyes on the shabby clothing store that Xiaofeng's father left to Xiaofeng, or in other words, he had his eyes on the piece of land. Therefore, they sent Wang Huiyao to make the acquisition, but they didn't expect that Wang Huiyao couldn't even complete the task in just a few hours. This also caused Wang Huiyao's status in Zhao Wenxiang's heart to plummet. Zhao Wenxiang nodded indifferently and said, "What's the situation here now?" Wang Huiyao did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. "Mr. Zhao, this is the situation. Not only did Xiaofeng refuse to cooperate, he also tore up your contract. This shows that he does not take you seriously. In my opinion, it is better to sink him directly into the North Bay." Wang Huiyao clenched his teeth, and a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. After learning the details, Zhao Wenxian waved her hand, indicating that Wang Huiyao could leave. Then, Zhao Wenxian walked up to Xiaofeng and Qin Yun. The moment he saw Qin Yun, a greedy look appeared in Zhao Wenxian's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and instead revealed a smile like an old fox. "Boss Qin, I've heard about this from my subordinates. If your brother thinks the money is too little, I can give you 1 million for your sake. It's not a problem. But I hope that after the matter is settled, I can have the honor of inviting you to Tianweiju for a meal and exchange the feelings between our two companies." Xiaofeng, who was standing next to Qin Yun, frowned. Zhao Wenxian looked at Qin Yun with a greedy look, which made him feel really unhappy. Xiaofeng took a step forward to block Zhao Wenxian's sight, and said unkindly, "Old man, I don't want your filthy money, take your people and get out, you are not welcome here." A hint of anger flashed in Zhao Wenxian's eyes, and he looked at Xiaofeng with a forced smile. "Young man, being too angry is not a good habit. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. You might be sunk into the North Bay one day." After saying that, Zhao Wenxian no longer paid attention to Xiaofeng, but continued to look at Qin Yun. "I wonder what Mr. Qin thinks of my proposal. 1 million is already a high price I gave to this shabby clothing store for your sake. No need to talk. I mean the same thing as my brother. We won't sell this land," Qin Yun said indifferently. Zhao Wenxiang's smile froze. He had been eyeing this piece of land for a long time. As long as he could acquire it, he would be able to buy the surrounding land as a matter of course. The benefits were so great that he even envied it, so he would not give up easily. "Mr. Qin, please consider this matter again. After all, this matter is related to the harmony between our two companies, right?" There was a hint of threat in Zhao Wenxiang's words. "Are you threatening me?" Qin Yun narrowed her eyes, making it impossible to read her true thoughts. "How can you say it's a threat? I just hope that you can think carefully before answering, Mr. Qin," Zhao Wenxiang said. Although Qin Yun's NG Financial Group is the largest group in Tianhai City, his Dihua Real Estate Company is not to be trifled with. He doesn't believe that Qin Yun will offend him to the end for such a piece of land. However, Qin Yun showed a look of disdain, looking at Zhao Wenxiang as if he was looking at an ant who was trying to challenge a dragon. "Zhao Wenxiang, I don't know who gave you the confidence. Do you think that your Dihua group alone can fight against me?" Zhao Wenxiang's heart trembled, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. "Boss Qin, what do you mean? What's the meaning?" Qin Yun sneered, took out her cell phone and made a call. "Within 10 minutes, I want Dihua Real Estate Company to completely disappear from Tianhai City." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Qin Yun had just hung up the phone, and less than a minute later, Zhao Wenxian's phone rang. This made Zhao Wenxian's bad premonition even stronger. After the phone was answered, a majestic male voice came. "Zhao Wenxian, right? We are from the Investigation Bureau. We received a report that your Dihua Real Estate Company is involved in violent organizations and illegal means. Now we officially announce that your Dihua Real Estate Company will be closed for investigation starting today." Zhao Wenxian's face turned pale, and this was just the beginning. In the following few minutes, Zhao Wenxiang received more and more calls. Chapter for the CEO's girlfriend. Every phone call brought a new piece of bad news. He knew that the Dihua Real Estate Group, which he had worked hard to run for more than 10 years, was completely finished today. The Dihua Real Estate Group, which he was so proud of, was so vulnerable in front of Qin Yun. The real culprit behind all this was actually Xiaofeng, who was wearing a piece of cheap goods. Looking at Zhao Wenxian lying limp on the ground, Qin Yun's eyes flashed with disdain. She gave a look to her bodyguards, who understood what she meant and directly drove out all the people related to Zhao Wenxian. Soon, Xiaofeng and Qin Yun were the only ones left here. "Brother, what are your plans next?" Qin Yun asked intimately. In front of outsiders, she is the cold goddess, but in front of Xiaofeng, she is like an older sister who is worthy of reliance. "Sister Yun, can you lend me 2 million first? I want to redecorate my clothing company," Xiaofeng said after hesitating for a moment. At first he just wanted to buy the clothing company to pay off his debts, but now, with Qin Yun's support behind him, Xiaofeng decided not to sell it for the time being. Instead, he planned to reorganize the clothing company himself and reopen it. After all, this was what his parents left him. Although it was a mess, it still had a lot of commemorative significance. Renovation? Qin Yun looked at the clothing company in front of her, and her first impression was that it was shabby and shabby. It was not easy to renovate such a clothing company. Seeing Qin Yun's hesitation, Xiaofeng also became nervous and quickly added, "Don't worry, Sister Yun, I will definitely return the money to you when the company is doing well." Qin Yun laughed and reached out to pinch Xiaofeng's face. "Who do you think I am? Forget about 2 million. For you, even if it's 20 million or 200 million, what's the difference? Isn't everything I have yours? It's just that I'm in the financial investment business, so I don't know much about clothing. How about this, I'll take you to see one of my best friends, she's a professional fashion designer, and she'll give you some advice when the time comes." After saying that, Qin Yun hurriedly pulled Xiaofeng into her car. It was the first time for Xiaofeng to make such a luxurious sports car, which gave him a very magical feeling. Looking at the scenery outside that was rapidly receding, Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could have a supercar like this one of his own. Before she knew it, Qin Yun's Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of a very high-end restaurant. After getting off the car, Qin Yun called Xiaofeng and said, "Brother, let's go. The best friend I mentioned is inside now. I'll take you to meet her." Xiaofeng nodded and followed Qin Yun. Soon, Xiaofeng met the best friend that Qin Yun mentioned. She was also a beauty, but unlike Qin Yun's heroic style, Qin Yun's best friend had a mature style. Her plump and tall figure makes her charming even in the most ordinary casual clothes, which blends perfectly with the lazy personality emanating from her bones, making her even more attractive. Xiaofeng looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help swallowing, but he quickly adjusted his state. At this moment, Qin Yun took the initiative to introduce the lazy beauty in front of him to Xiaofeng. "Brother, this is my best friend I told you about, Xianfei. She is also a world-class fashion designer. Every piece of clothing she designs and makes is priced at over 10 million. Xianfei, this is my brother, Xiaofeng, whom I told you about." "Hello, Sister Xuanfei." Xiaofeng greeted Concubine Xian somewhat stiffly. His attitude made Concubine Xian giggle. Xiaofeng looked quite handsome. Although he was wearing cheap clothes, they were very neat and gave people a very good first impression. "You are so cute, little brother. You look delicious." Concubine Xian stretched out her hand, held Xiaofeng's hand, and licked her lips, which immediately made Xiaofeng feel excited. Qin Yun was so upset that she interrupted Concubine Xian's little action. "Xianfei, stop making trouble and be serious." Concubine Xian curled her lips, obviously unhappy with Qin Yun's sudden interruption. I know, it's really boring." Qin Yun was speechless. "My best friend is good in every way except that she likes to do GHS frequently. She pretends to be an experienced person, but in fact she is more innocent than anyone else." It was precisely because she knew her best friend's character well that Qin Yun was able to hand Xiaofeng over to her with confidence. "Okay, Xianfei, I have an important meeting to attend to later, so I'll leave my brother to you." After saying that, Qin Yun got up and left, leaving Xiaofeng and Xianfei alone. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere spread between Xiaofeng and Xianfei. "Sister Xuanfei, Xiaofeng was about to speak when a male voice suddenly came from behind him, interrupting Xiaofeng's words. "Xianfei, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really fate." Concubine Xian looked at the person who came and couldn't help but frown, with a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. "Wang Qinghe, why are you here?" Wang Qinghe pretended to be calm and said, "I just happened to pass by and saw you here, Concubine Xian, so I came in to say hello to you." Xianfei obviously didn't believe Wang Qinghe's lies and said, "Now that you have finished reading, you can leave. Don't disturb my meal with little brother Xiaofeng." After hearing what Concubine Xian said, Wang Qinghe noticed Xiaofeng standing beside him and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. Xian Fei, who is he? What does who he is have to do with you? Who do you think you are to me? Concubine Xian retorted bluntly. Wang Qinghe's face froze, but he quickly recovered, took out a check from his pocket, wrote a few words on it, and threw it in front of Xiaofeng. Listen carefully, I don't care who you are. I have a check for $1 million here. Take the money and get out of here right now. Xiaofeng was speechless. He didn't expect that this would involve him. However, Wang Qinghe's arrogant face was really disgusting. Just as Xiaofeng was thinking this, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding, random task starts, you are 20,000 years too early to show off in front of me. Task requirements, slap Wang Qinghe in the face. Task reward, 10 million cash. When Xiaofeng saw this task, his eyes lit up. He came just in time. Xiaofeng picked up Wang Qinghe's check calmly, and this action made a trace of disdain flash across Wang Qinghe's face. A poor guy is a poor guy, and he can be dealt with just a little money. Chapter 5, Acting Pretty in Front of Me. Boy, you're smart enough to take this money and get out of here. Wang Qinghe said arrogantly. Concubine Xian also frowned slightly. It was obvious that Xiaofeng's behavior made her a little dissatisfied, and her impression of Xiaofeng also dropped a bit. At this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly revealed a sneer on his face. In front of everyone's surprised gaze, he casually tore the check in his hand into pieces and threw it on the ground. What do you mean, man? Wang Qinghe asked very unhappily. Xiaofeng did not directly answer Wang Qinghe's question. Instead, he took out the bank card with 2 million yuan in it that Qin Yun had given him and threw it in front of Wang Qinghe with disdain. This is 2 million. I'll give you double the money. Now you can get out of here and stop interfering with my affairs with Sister Xuanfei. Xiaofeng sounded relaxed on the surface, but his heart was bleeding. This is 2 million. He has never seen so much money before today. But for the 10 million reward from the system, these mere 2 million are gone. However, his performance made Concubine Xian laugh out loud. Before, she was worried whether Xiaofeng would really take the 1 million and leave. If that was really the case, then from now on, no matter what Qin Yun said, she would not help Xiaofeng anymore. But now it seems that Xiaofeng's performance makes Concubine Xian very satisfied. Come to think of it, as Qin Yun's younger brother, how could he care about such a small amount of money? Damn you bastard, how dare you play tricks on me? Wang Qinghe also reacted at this time, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. How dare a poor boy treat him like this? Did he really think that Wang Qinghe was so easy to bully? So what if I'm playing a trick on you? There are only two options before you now. Either you take the money and leave, or I'll throw you out myself. Xiaofeng's voice was cold, and it was obvious that he did not take Wang Qinghe seriously. To put it bluntly, after integrating the martial arts genius template card, he can beat a dandy like Wang Qinghe who has been drained of alcohol and sex with one hand. Xiaofeng's words completely angered Wang Qinghe. Wang Qinghe was so angry that he laughed and said, Okay, I, Wang Qinghe, want to see what you are capable of today. In Tianhai City, no one can talk to me like this. Concubine Xian, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw that the development of the situation was beyond her expectations. Little brother Xiaofeng, stand behind me. With me here, Wang Qinghe won't dare to touch you. Faced with Concubine Xian's kindness, Xiaofeng shook his head. Sister Xianfei, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Hearing this, Concubine Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Xiaofeng was given to her to take care of by Qin Yun personally. If something really happened to Xiaofeng, she would not be able to explain to Qin Yun. The next moment, Xiaofeng's actions instantly alarmed everyone in the cafe. Under Wang Qinghe's incredulous gaze, Xiaofeng punched Wang Qinghe in the face without any fancy moves. With a crisp crack sound, Wang Qinghe's nose bridge was broken by Xiaofeng, and blood flowed down his nose. Looking at this scene, even Concubine Xian was stunned. Is this what he meant by not being impulsive? I really believed you. However, when Concubine Xian saw the blood on Xiaofeng's hands, she couldn't help but get nervous and asked quickly, Xiaofeng, are you okay? Xiaofeng shook his head, took out a tissue and wiped the blood off his hands, and said, I'm fine, this is his blood. I can beat 10 guys like this. After saying that, Xiaofeng looked at Wang Qinghe who was lying on the ground. Now that I've beaten you up, why don't you get out? Are you waiting for me to throw you out? Wang Qinghe endured the pain and stood up from the ground. Blood kept flowing out of his nose and he looked very embarrassed. But even so, he still stared at Xiaofeng with a vicious look. You damned bastard, just wait for me. I, Wang Qinghe, will not let this matter go so easily. After saying that, Wang Qinghe left the cafe. Having just lost such a big person, she didn't have the face to stay here any longer. And at this moment, the system also arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully completed the task and received a reward of 10 million cash. After seeing the system reward, Xiaofeng's mood improved a lot, and he pulled Xian Fei to sit down again. I can't stand this kind of helpless idiot. Sister Xuanfei, let's continue eating and ignore him. Compared to Xiaofeng, Concubine Xian seemed a little worried. Brother Xiaofeng, let's leave it at that for today. You don't know Wang Qinghe. He is a sinister villain. You injured him today, and he will definitely not let it go. His family business is a security company, and he has many retired mercenaries. If he brings people here, it will be difficult to deal with. Xiaofeng frowned slightly, but did not leave. Instead, he started making a joke. Sister Xian Fei, I understand, but don't underestimate me. I am also very powerful and will definitely be able to protect you when the time comes. As he spoke, Xiaofeng deliberately stretched out his arms to show off his muscles, which made Concubine Xian giggle. Okay, I can't convince you. Since you don't want to leave, let's continue eating. Concubine Xian had already made up her mind silently. If Wang Qinghe really brought people over, she would come forward in person, even if it meant exposing her true identity, to protect Xiaofeng. Compared with the family behind Concubine Xian, let alone Wang Qinghe, even if all the families in Tianhai City were added together, Concubine Xian would not take them seriously. But she has always hidden all this very well, and even Qin Yun thinks she is just a simple fashion designer. Thinking of this, Concubine Xian relaxed. Waiter, bring me the menu. I need to order something. Soon, the restaurant staff brought the dishes one after another. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei were chatting while eating. When Xiaofeng asked Xian Fei for her opinion on the clothing store, Xian Fei spoke frankly and offered many valuable suggestions and plans for the future. She even promised that she could send the clothes she designed to Xiaofeng's store and have him sell them, and she also used her connections to help Xiaofeng gain popularity. About an hour later, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei finished their meal and prepared to leave. However, since Concubine Xian had drunk some alcohol and was unable to drive, Xiaofeng had to drive for Concubine Xian and take her back to her residence. But what the two people didn't notice was that after they drove away, several black vans followed quietly behind them. Chapter 6, Being Stalked. How do you feel now? Xiaofeng was afraid that Concubine Xian would feel uncomfortable after drinking, so he asked with concern. Concubine Xian shook her head and smiled at Xiaofeng. Who am I, Concubine Xian? This little bit of wine is no problem for me. Seeing that Concubine Xian was still very conscious, Xiaofeng did not ask any more questions. After Wang Qinghe left the hotel, he still couldn't swallow the humiliation he had just suffered in the hotel. A little Xiaofeng actually dared to put up such a big score in front of him, which made Wang Qinghe very dissatisfied. He hammered the steering wheel with his hand and felt very uncomfortable. That brat Xiaofeng, I get angry every time I think about this matter. In Wang Qinghe's opinion, Xiaofeng had no money and no power, so why was he so arrogant and made him lose face in front of so many people? Boss Wang, Xiaofeng, and the others have left the restaurant. Although Wang Qinghe left the hotel, he had already had the intention of revenge, so when he left the hotel, he left his men there to keep an eye on Xiaofeng and the others. Listening to his subordinate's words, Wang Qinghe curled his lips and then said fiercely, since he has provoked me, I will let him have a taste of the consequences of provoking me. You two, come with me and teach Xiaofeng, that ignorant brat, a lesson. When the two heard Wang Qinghe's instructions, they immediately got in the car and followed Xiaofeng's car. As a security company, they were naturally familiar with these things. They just followed Xiaofeng's car not too far away. This was a busy place, and for a moment Xiaofeng didn't notice that someone was following them. Xiaofeng was afraid that Concubine Xian would feel uncomfortable after drinking, so he kept chatting with her. As they chatted, Xiaofeng felt that Xian Fei was not like an ordinary fashion designer. The temperament revealed in his every move and conversation was something that ordinary people could not imitate. Although Xiaofeng had doubts in his heart, he did not show it on the surface, and he did not intend to ask about these things. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Xiaofeng drove towards Xian Fei's home and slowly left the downtown area. There were fewer cars on the road. At this moment, Xiaofeng discovered that there was a black car following behind his car, keeping a distance from him that was neither too far nor too close. Xiaofeng didn't think anything of it at first, but after a while, he found that the black car was still following them. He glanced at the car through the rearview mirror and frowned. The car didn't seem to be heading towards him. To Xiaofeng, it seemed like it was following them. Xianfei, did you see the black car behind us? After Xiaofeng had his guess, he immediately woke up Concubine Xian, who was a little drowsy next to him. After hearing Xiaofeng's words, Xianfei looked back through the rearview mirror in a daze, then nodded. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that black car? Xiaofeng nodded and said calmly, just now when we were in the downtown area, I didn't pay attention to the car behind us. Until now, when we left the downtown area and arrived at this place, this black car has been following us. At this point, Xiaofeng glanced at the black car through the rearview mirror again, looking at the distance they are at. It seems like they are following us. Hearing Xiaofeng say this, Xianfei immediately came to her senses. What did you say? Someone is following us? Looking at Concubine Xian's reaction, Xiaofeng nodded calmly. Guess who was following us at this time? Both he and Concubine Xian had only shown up in this place not long ago, especially Concubine Xian. She seemed to have just arrived here not long ago. During these days, the two of them had not offended anyone. So, at this moment, there is only one answer as to who is following them, and Xiaofeng has already vaguely guessed who it is. Concubine Xian touched her chin and did not answer. She was wondering if someone in her family found out that she had run away from her marriage and came to capture her. Thinking of this, Concubine Xian's face became very solemn. If the people in the car behind were really sent by his family, Xiaofeng would probably be implicated today. If she had known this earlier, she would not have gone to eat with Xiaofeng in a place with so many people. Concubine Xian didn't answer. Xiaofeng took the time to look at her. Seeing Concubine Xian's serious expression, Xiaofeng smiled and asked, Who did you think of? Why do you say it's so serious? Seeing Xiaofeng's smiling tone, Concubine Xian didn't know what to say. She could only force a smile. She didn't tell Xiaofeng her guess, but asked him instead. You just asked me if I guessed who it was. Did you guess who it was? Hearing Xianfei's question, Xiaofeng nodded. I have already guessed who it is. After all, we have just arrived here not long ago, and we will not offend others so quickly. Xiaofeng's words made Concubine Xian even more nervous. Could it be that he had discovered her identity? Why was she still so calm at this time? What's wrong? Why do you look worse and worse? Xianfei shook her head. It should be because of the wine I drank just now, so I am having some reaction now. Then you should have a good rest now. Let's get rid of the person following us first. Xianfei glanced at Xiaofeng and swallowed nervously. You haven't told me yet, who do you think they are? We were having dinner in that place just now. Tell me, who did we offend just now? In fact, Xiaofeng had roughly guessed that the person behind was from Wang Qingfeng's side, and it was even possible that Wang Qingfeng himself was in the car. When Concubine Xian heard what Xiaofeng said, she breathed a sigh of relief. She finally understood that she and Xiaofeng were not thinking about the same person. After listening to Xiaofeng's words, Xianfei finally understood. Just now when they were in the restaurant, they only offended a man named Wang Qinghe. They must be the ones behind this. Xianfei, I'm afraid I can't take you home now. Xiaofeng glanced at the black car behind him and continued, If I take you home now, I'm afraid they will know your home address later and take revenge on you. So I'll go to another place. Is yours okay? Xianfei nodded. Then a little wine is of course fine. You don't have to worry about me, just follow your plan. With Concubine Xian's words, Xiaofeng curled his lips and smiled. In that case, he would let those people behind him have a taste of his power. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng immediately changed the navigation address, as it would be difficult to deal with the group of people behind him in this place. If he wanted to get rid of all these people, he had to take action. Xiaofeng took advantage of the situation and drove the car to a remote place. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Chapter 7 Confrontation between the two parties. Looking at the direction Xiaofeng was driving, Xianfei was a little confused. Where are you driving the car to? Xiaofeng did not answer directly, but smiled mysteriously at Xianfei. You will know when we get there. We must get rid of Wang Qinghe as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Since Xiaofeng said so, Xianfei didn't dare to ask any more questions. For some reason, she felt very safe around Xiaofeng. Wang Qinghe, who was behind, didn't know where Xiaofeng and the others were going at first. He just followed them from behind. So when Xiaofeng suddenly changed direction at this time, they didn't notice. After driving for a while, Wang Qinghe realized that the surrounding area seemed to be becoming more and more desolate. Obviously, Wang Qinghe's younger brothers also discovered this problem. Boss Wang, why do I feel like the scenery around here is becoming more and more desolate? Hearing what this younger brother said, Wang Qinghe looked at him and said nothing more, just follow the car in front closely. Seeing that Wang Qinghe didn't say much, the younger brothers didn't know what to say. Wang Qinghe narrowed his eyes and said, "This Xiaofeng is quite interesting." Hearing what Wang Qinghe said, the two younger brothers looked confused. This Xiaofeng must have discovered us, otherwise he wouldn't have driven to such a remote place. It seems he wants to resolve this matter with us. Hearing Wang Qinghe's words, the two younger brothers laughed disdainfully. This Xiaofeng is really funny. He doesn't think that driving to a remote place can solve anything. Does he want to fight with us? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other two laughed again. After all, they were from a security company, and they were the best at things like fighting. Besides, in Wang Qinghe's opinion, who could Xiaofeng defeat with his weak arms and legs? He is too naive. Wang Qinghe said calmly, his tone full of sarcasm, who can he defeat with his chicken-like appearance? I guess he wants to find a place where no one is around to apologize to us. Soon, while the three of them were talking, Xiaofeng's car in front had stopped. Seeing Xiaofeng's car stop, Wang Qinghe immediately waved his hand, and the younger brother who was driving also stopped the car. Just stay in the car. Xiaofeng glanced at Concubine Xian and warned her. Concubine Xian shook her head and said, "No, I can't stay in the car. I want to go down with you." Concubine Xian's eyes were determined. She wanted to go down with Xiaofeng. Seeing Concubine Xian like this, Xiaofeng nodded helplessly. "You can go down with me, but you must hide behind me and don't put yourself in danger." It was obvious that Wang Qinghe came with bad intentions, and he didn't want Concubine Xian to come to any harm. When Wang Qinghe and the others saw Xiaofeng and the others get off the car, they also hurriedly got off. The reason why he only brought two of me with him was because he was sure that Xiaofeng didn't have the strength to challenge him. "Wang Qinghe, it really is you." Watching Wang Qinghe getting off the car, Xiaofeng finally confirmed his guess. Xian Fei looked at the two younger brothers behind Wang Qinghe and pulled Xiaofeng's sleeve. It was obvious that Wang Qinghe had come with bad intentions. He probably wanted to deal with Xiaofeng, but his method was a bit too despicable. "Xiaofeng, what should we do?" Concubine Xian frowned. In such a remote place, it would be impossible for anyone they wanted to call to arrive immediately. This was a terrible situation. Xiaofeng turned around and smiled at Xian Fei, patted her hands, and comforted her. "You don't have to worry too much. Since I dared to drive the car to this place, I will definitely find a way to resolve this matter." Hearing Xiaofeng's solemn words, Concubine Xian's nervous mood seemed to improve a lot. "Okay, I believe you." After comforting Concubine Xian, Xiaofeng continued to face Wang Qinghe. "Xiaofeng, you are also a smart person. Let's solve what happened in the restaurant right here." Hearing this, Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. "I drove the car to this remote place just to solve this problem. Do I need you to teach me?" Hearing Xiaofeng's arrogant words, Wang Qinghe gritted his teeth. Since he founded the security company, no one dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. "Watch your words, kid." The younger brother around Wang Qinghe couldn't stand Xiaofeng's behavior. As soon as he said this, the younger brother immediately blamed Xiaofeng. After hearing what this younger brother said, Xiaofeng became even more disdainful and raised his eyebrows at Wang Qinghe. Wang Qinghe naturally couldn't stand someone being so arrogant towards him. "Xiaofeng, if you dare to be so arrogant in front of me, you must pay the consequences." After Wang Qinghe said this, he waved his hand, and the two younger brothers behind him rushed towards Xiaofeng. Looking at the two people who suddenly rushed over, Xiaofeng pushed Xian Fei back and said, "You stay here and I will teach them a lesson." Xian Fei nodded with a worried look on her face. "Then you should be careful." When Xiaofeng heard this, he patted Xian Fei's shoulder and smiled. If it were the previous Xiaofeng, he would definitely not dare to provoke these people, but now he has a system, and he also has a martial arts genius template card. These people are no match for him. Looking at their moves, they are just fancy moves. After Xiaofeng settled Xian Fei down, he immediately used the martial arts genius template card and rushed towards the two people. Obviously, in front of Xiaofeng after using the martial arts template genius card, the two people were immediately defeated. "What do you think? Do you still want to try?" Xiaofeng smiled at the two of them provocatively. The two of them looked at each other, as if they couldn't believe that Xiaofeng actually had such strength that he could beat them both like this. Then, the three of them fought again. The result, of course, was that the two thugs were no match for Xiaofeng. They were beaten black and blue. Just when Xiaofeng was about to challenge Wang Qinghe, he suddenly discovered that Wang Qinghe had held Concubine Xian hostage. What do you want to do? Wang Qinghe. Wang Qinghe saw that the situation was not good and knew that he could not defeat Xiaofeng at all, so he took advantage of the fight between the three and secretly kidnapped Concubine Xian. After all, the thugs in his company couldn't beat Xiaofeng, let alone himself. However, what surprised him was when did Xiaofeng become so powerful? Xiaofeng, guess what I want to do? Wang Qinghe smiled and touched Concubine Xian's face. Chapter 8, Gratitude in the Heart. Only after Xiaofeng finished doing these things did he breathe a sigh of relief. When Concubine Xian saw this situation, she immediately ran to Xiaofeng with a look of worry on her face. Concubine Xian immediately raised her hand, covered the place where Xiaofeng was bleeding, frowned slightly, and asked Xiaofeng, "Thank you so much for what happened just now. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me." After Concubine Xian slowly said this, Xiaofeng didn't say anything more, but quickly pulled Concubine Xian away from this place. Although the wound was somewhat painful, Xiaofeng still tried his best to endure it. Concubine Xian didn't know why, but when she saw Xiaofeng like this, a ripple appeared in her heart. Just now, Xiaofeng tried so hard to save herself, and Fei Xian saw it all very clearly. Seeing that Xiaofeng's wound was still bleeding, Xian Fei didn't know what to say. Only after a long time did Xian Fei slowly raise her head and focus her gaze on Xiaofeng. "Your wound is too deep. If you continue like this, you will definitely be in danger. Why don't you come with me to my house? I have a medical kit at home and can bandage it for you first." Xiaofeng wanted to say something, but when he saw Concubine Xian's look, he finally shut his mouth. Xiaofeng smiled gently, and then began to speak to Concubine Xian. "Then I'd like to thank you in advance." Xian Fei's heart instantly became nervous. She helped Xiaofeng sit down and carefully examined Xiaofeng's wound. Xiaofeng's wound does look serious, and it was because he was trying to protect himself that this result occurred. Xian Fei clenched her fists tightly, and finally ran to the bedroom in panic, took out the medicine box, and bandaged Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he looked a little confused due to the wound. Xian Fei was at a loss. He had never taken care of others before. This time, Xiaofeng was suddenly injured, which made him feel a little panicked. Xiaofeng's consciousness seemed to be gradually recovering, and soon he saw a person standing in front of him. When he saw that the person standing in front of him was Concubine Xian, Xiaofeng slowly stood up and smiled at her somewhat embarrassedly. "I just couldn't bear it anymore, so I closed my eyes for a while. Please don't mind me for a while." Xiaofeng was planning to get up and leave this place, but was suddenly stopped by Concubine Xian. When touching Xiaofeng's arm, a blush suddenly appeared on Xian Fei's face. Xiaofeng was obviously a little surprised and didn't know what Concubine Xian wanted to do. But when Concubine Xian pulled Xiaofeng to sit down and was about to clean his wound, Xiaofeng finally understood. "Thank you before." After Concubine Xian said this, she immediately started bandaging Xiaofeng. Concubine Xian was very gentle, so Xiaofeng didn't feel much pain. At this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly turned his attention to Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian's appearance was indeed particularly eye-catching, and Xiaofeng couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Xian Fei always felt that someone was looking at her, so she immediately raised her head and looked at Xiaofeng. When Concubine Xian saw this situation, she immediately withdrew her gaze, feeling a little embarrassed in her heart. When Xiaofeng saw Concubine Xian like this, he just felt a little funny. But Xiaofeng did not say this out loud. If he did, it might be disrespectful to Concubine Xian. If Concubine Xian knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, she would probably laugh out loud. "I think you should be careful. If they come to trouble you again, it will be terrible." After thinking for a long time, Xiaofeng slowly said this. Concubine Xian knew that Xiaofeng said this because he was concerned about her own safety. Concubine Xian immediately chuckled and nodded. "Instead of worrying about me, you might as well worry about yourself. Look at the wounds on your body. If you don't treat them in time, they will probably leave scars." Xiaofeng didn't pay much attention to these things and just made a joke. "Scars on men are pretty nice, too." After Xiaofeng said this, Concubine Xian glared at him, thinking that what Xiaofeng said was indeed not very nice. "If the wound was any deeper, I'm afraid your life would be in danger." When he heard this, Xiaofeng smiled a little embarrassedly. Soon, Concubine Xian treated all of Xiaofeng's wounds. A slight smile appeared on Xiaofeng's lips. He had to say that Concubine Xian was really clever and skillful. The wound that had been aching a little just now seemed to be gradually healing. Concubine Xian looked at Xiaofeng for a few more seconds and then looked away. Xiaofeng also knew that he couldn't stay here any longer, so he immediately stood up from his seat, smiled at Xian Fei somewhat embarrassedly, and then said to Xian Fei, "It's really not good for a grown man like me to stay here, so I'm leaving first." Concubine Xian originally wanted Xiaofeng to stay in this place, but when she heard what Xiaofeng said, she immediately shut her mouth. Concubine Xian had no choice but to send Xiaofeng out with her. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief only after leaving where Concubine Xian was. Just now when he was with Xian Fei, Xiaofeng only felt very nervous in his heart. Finally, when she left, Xiaofeng felt a little relieved. After Xiaofeng returned to his residence, he checked the wound. The wound was indeed very serious. It was only thanks to Xian Fei's bandage that it healed a little. Xiaofeng plans to go to the hospital tomorrow to have a checkup before making any other decisions. After Xiaofeng left, Fei Xian fell into deep thought. She didn't know why those people suddenly took action, but she quickly dispelled this thought from her mind. Because all she saw seemed to be the summer breeze. Concubine Xian placed her hand directly on her forehead and felt that she was blushing a little. I didn't expect that the current summer wind would affect my mood so much, and it also made me have a different view of Xiaofeng. If Xiaofeng knew what Concubine Xian was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. He didn't expect that Concubine Xian already had his own figure in her heart. Xiaofeng needs to deal with some things regarding the company. He wants to reopen this shabby clothing company. I believe his father will be happy with what he has done. Chapter 9 Reorganization. However, to reorganize a clothing company, a lot of financial resources and connections are required. Xiaofeng felt a little uncomfortable with his network because he didn't know that many people. Xiaofeng looked at the mess in front of him, and waves of emotions surged in his heart. Just at this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground, coming from not far away. Xiaofeng looked at the person who came with some confusion, but he didn't expect that the person turned out to be Qin Yun. Xiaofeng came to Qin Yun very quickly and started asking questions. "Why did you come to my poor place?" When Qin Yun heard what Xiaofeng said, she looked around, as if she was taking in the surrounding scenery. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Xiaofeng hadn't yet completed the perfect decoration here, so it didn't look very good. Soon Qin Yun expressed all her intentions. "Since I said I would help you before, I will never back down." After saying this, Qin Yun clapped her hands, and a group of people suddenly rushed in, giving Xiaofeng a fright. Xiaofeng looked at the group of people with some doubt, and then asked the questions in his mind. These people are. They are some well-known designers and engineers. They will definitely give your clothing company a brand new look in the shortest possible time. He didn't expect Qin Yun would help him. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling happy and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaofeng secretly swore in his heart that if Qin Yun needed anything in the future, he would do his best to help. If Qin Yun knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, she would probably laugh out loud. After the clothing company was renovated, Xiaofeng immediately walked in to check the surroundings, and it was just as Qin Yun said. Moreover, Xiaofeng liked the appearance of the decoration very much. Xiaofeng reached out his hand and asked Qin Yun, feeling that Qin Yun was really taking great pains for his affairs. "Thank you for what you did today. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to tell me." Qin Yun smiled gently, put her hand to her lips, and spoke slowly. "I have everything I need now. What are you going to give me to compensate me?" When talking about this place, there was a hint of sarcasm in Qin Yun's tone. Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed because Qin Yun now had so much and he couldn't give Qin Yun anything he wanted. "In that case, if I need anything in the future, I will definitely tell you as you say." Looking at Xiaofeng, who was speechless for a long time, Qin Yun didn't want to argue with him anymore, so she said these words directly. After everything was packed up, Concubine Xian appeared beside Xiaofeng at some point and patted him gently on the shoulder. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect Qin Yun and Xian Fei to come to this place. How could he be unhappy? "Now that Qin Yun has done so much for you, it's my turn now." After saying this, before Xiaofeng could ask anything, Xian Fei immediately took out a few drafts from her bag. "This is a new draft I designed not long ago. Take a look at it first. If you think there is no problem, I will contact the factory." Xiaofeng was very pleased to see that Concubine Xian was so concerned about this matter. He took the draft and began to look at it. I have to say that Concubine Xian is very talented in designing clothes. Xiaofeng thinks that the clothes are really good. I have designed 2 models in total, one for women and one for men. The other 2 are a series of couples wear. I will contact the factory after you approve them. Xiaofeng nodded today, thinking that the draft was indeed very good, and put the draft in Xian Fei's hands. Then I'll leave the matter of designing clothes to you. After our clothing company goes public, I hope that many people will like the clothes you design. When Concubine Xian heard these words, a blush appeared on her face, and it seemed that she was a little embarrassed by Xiaofeng's words. Everything Xiaofeng said was true, and he genuinely cared about Qin Yun and his daughter. After the factory sent the finished products to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng checked the material of the clothes and conducted safety tests before he planned to put the clothes directly on the market. In the next few days, Xiaofeng was busy with these things and looked a little tired. Concubine Xian and Qin Yun naturally saw the scene clearly and kept asking Xiaofeng to rest, but Xiaofeng had no intention of resting at all. If you exhaust yourself, how can you keep this clothing company going? Concubine Xian seemed a little uncomfortable, so she immediately expressed her thoughts. After hearing what Concubine Xian said, Xiaofeng scratched his head embarrassedly. In fact, what Concubine Xian said was right. They did such things because they were thinking about themselves. Now that they have said this, if I don't go over and rest, I'm afraid they will get angry again. Then everything else will be left to you. I hope you can handle everything beautifully. After Xiaofeng slowly said these words, Concubine Xian and Qin Yun nodded, indicating that they would definitely complete the task. But even though Xiaofeng was lying in bed, he was still thinking about this matter in his heart. I don't know why Xiaofeng always has a premonition that he will encounter a lot of troubles when the business opens. It was at this time that Xiaofeng clenched his fists tightly. No matter what kind of trouble he encountered, he would try his best to overcome it, because this was the clothing company left by his father, and his father must hope that he could manage this clothing company well. On the opening day, Xiaofeng changed his clothes early and went out. When Qin Yun and Xian Fei saw Xiaofeng's new outfit, they were stunned for a moment. Xiaofeng's temperament is very good in itself, and when he puts on this black suit, he looks simply eye-catching. Before, Xiaofeng's outfit was always the same, which made people lose interest at all, but now Xiaofeng is like a new person. Very handsome. Chapter 10, Come to Find Trouble. Qin Yun said this while her eyes were fixed on Xiaofeng, refusing to leave for a long time. When Xiaofeng saw Qin Yun like this, he couldn't help but feel a little funny and immediately called out Qin Yun's name. Only then did Qin Yun react. Qin Yun smiled somewhat embarrassedly. The grand opening will be in a little while, I just hope we can get through it safely. Concubine Xian said this and laughed softly. After all, too many things happened in the past few days, making them all a little tired. They have also put a lot of effort into this clothing company. If something goes wrong at this critical juncture, they will be in real trouble. Before Xiaofeng could finish a complete sentence after he went out, a group of people suddenly walked towards him. Qin Yun suddenly felt something was wrong, so she immediately patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder and asked Xiaofeng to look at the person who was taking the lead. When Xiaofeng saw clearly who that person was, the expression on his face gradually became a little ugly. The person who came was Wang Qinghe. He was sitting in a wheelchair with many scars on his face. Qin Yun and Xian Fei, who were standing by, became alert when they saw this situation. If their guess was correct, Wang Qinghe came to this place today to settle accounts with them. It's disgusting that they chose such a critical moment to come. Concubine Xian next to her couldn't stand it anymore, so she said this sentence immediately. Wang Qinghe and a few people not far away happened to hear what Concubine Xian said clearly. Wang Qinghe was so furious. He was beaten like that by Xiaofeng before, and after arriving at this place, Concubine Xian said such words. How could he not feel angry? At this time, Wang Qinghe immediately pointed his finger in the direction of Xiaofeng and others, and then spoke to the brothers around him. You guys smashed this kid's clothing company today, and I will take responsibility for all the problems, and you will definitely get some benefits. Since Wang Qinghe said this, the people around him could no longer hold back their emotions and rushed forward, wanting to smash Xiaofeng's clothing company. But Xiaofeng saw this scene clearly. Just when Xiaofeng was about to take action, Qin Yun suddenly stopped him. Xiaofeng looked at Qin Yun with some confusion, not knowing why Qin Yun wanted to stop him. I think you'd better not confront him head-on. Someone like him is definitely not someone you can easily mess with. After saying this, Qin Yun snapped her fingers, and soon several people in security uniforms came out from not far away. That being said, they have already affected our opening, which is not good. Without waiting for Qin Yun to speak, the security guards rushed up and started fighting with Wang Qinghe's men. Although some of the security guards suffered minor injuries, Wang Qinghe's men were not much better off. They all fell to the ground and looked unable to get up. When Wang Qinghe saw this situation, a trace of horror appeared on his face. Only at this time did Xiaofeng slowly walk forward and come directly to Wang Qinghe's side. Wang Qinghe couldn't help but feel a little afraid of Xiaofeng like this. It was the first time he had seen him. If Xiaofeng dared to attack him, he would definitely not let Xiaofeng go so easily. But Xiaofeng did not feel scared. He just grabbed Wang Qinghe's collar and lifted him up in the air. I don't mean to provoke you, but if you dare to do anything to my clothing company or my people, I will find you even at the ends of the earth. Xiaofeng's eyes gradually became somewhat cold, as if they were fished out of an ice cellar. Wang Qinghe suddenly felt a little regretful. How did he offend this big Buddha? In fact, the most important person is Qin Yun, who is beside Xiaofeng. If it were not for Qin Yun, Xiaofeng would never be able to stand so safely in this place. For a moment, Wang Qinghe was filled with hatred. Please let me go, I was just impulsive, so I brought people here. When we get to your place, I will take them away. Is that okay with you? I will never cause you any trouble again. Wang Qinghe showed a pleading look, hoping that Xiaofeng would let him go. Xiaofeng didn't want to do anything with Wang Qinghe, but if Wang Qinghe caused trouble again, he would never let him go. Xiaofeng let go of his hand, and Wang Qinghe sat down on the wheelchair, still thinking about what had just happened. Now, take your people and leave this place quickly. After hearing this, Wang Qinghe immediately waved to the others and asked them to take him away from this place quickly. Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief after they left. Soon, he walked to Qin Yun and thanked her. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to stop them. After Xiaofeng slowly said this, a smile appeared on his face. Qin Yun said it was not a big deal. After all, they are now in a cooperative relationship, and Qin Yun also regards Xiaofeng as her own brother. If something like this happened to her brother, she would probably help him. But if I have other things to do in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to be by your side. You'll have to protect yourself then. I can only leave some people for you. Qin Yun suddenly said these words as if she had thought of something at this moment. Xiaofeng also knew Qin Yun's concerns, so he didn't say much. He just nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. When Wang Qinghe returned, his expression looked very ugly, and he threw the things in his hand to the ground. I really didn't expect that the people around that kid are so powerful. Tell everyone that if they dare to go to Xiaofeng's clothing company and take care of his business, they will be enemies with me, Wang Qinghe. Wang Qinghe said this to the people around him, and he immediately did it. As soon as the news spread, everyone felt curious. I don't know who Xiaofeng is, but he actually made Wang Qinghe like this, as if he wanted to kill him. However, Wang Qinghe's power is too great, and they dare not provoke Wang Qinghe, so they can only wait and see. Chapter 11 New Mission. When Concubine Xian found out about this, her expression looked extremely ugly and she slapped the table. This Wang Qinghe is too much. Didn't he agree before that he would not cause trouble again? Why would he do such a thing again? Now several partners who wanted to cooperate with us have lost contact. This is what Concubine Xian said. She was almost going crazy with anger. When Xiaofeng saw Concubine Xian's situation, he immediately raised his hand, gently patted Concubine Xian's shoulder, and told her not to worry. Don't be too anxious about this matter. When Concubine Xian saw that Xiaofeng was still so calm, she felt a little strange. Now that he's made such a fuss, we have no customers at all. How can we calm down? Xiaofeng sighed lightly, and then began to speak slowly. There's no point in getting anxious now, is there? Xiaofeng paused when he talked about this point. Just when he was about to say something else, he suddenly heard a sound coming from his mind. Anyway, you guys do what you should do first. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Xiaofeng turned around and left the place. Concubine Xian fixed her gaze on Xiaofeng's back with some disbelief. Shouldn't he be very anxious after hearing this? Why did Xiaofeng act so calm? Concubine Xian didn't quite understand. After Xiaofeng left that place, he heard the mechanical sound in his mind gradually becoming clearer. Host, please destroy Wang Qinghe's family business and achieve new achievements. When this task was suddenly announced, Xiaofeng felt a little shocked. After a while, a slight smile appeared on Xiaofeng's lips. Wang Qinghe has indeed been arrogant for too long, and he should learn a lesson. He has relied on his family fortune to do all kinds of evil and has done a lot of bad things. If he is allowed to continue indulging himself, sooner or later he will do something even worse. Xiaofeng clenched his fists tightly as he thought about this, planning to discuss this matter with Qin Yun first. Xiaofeng came directly to the front of Qin Yun's company, but when she saw Xiaofeng at the front desk, she did not recognize Xiaofeng. "I want to see your President Qin." Although no one knew why Xiaofeng wanted to meet the president so brazenly, the front desk clerk still dialed Qin Yun's number. Qin Yun was very excited that Xiaofeng would suddenly come to her company, so she immediately asked someone to invite him up. This was the first time the front desk clerk had seen Qin Yun. She attached great importance to a person and became even more curious about Xiaofeng's identity. "How did you get to this place?" Qin Yun looked at Xiaofeng with some confusion, totally unaware of Xiaofeng's intention in coming to her company at this time. "Wang Qinghe has been too arrogant these days, so I want to use your power to bring down his family's business." Qin Yun didn't react for a long time, because what Xiaofeng said was too outrageous. Qin Yun was a little amused and then she started talking to Xiaofeng. "Are you kidding me? How can Wang Qinghe's family business be destroyed just like that? You should know that Wang Qinghe's family is actually not very small, and there are many big figures in it who cooperate with his family, otherwise Wang Qinghe's family business would not have lasted so long." But in the next second, Xiaofeng chuckled and shook his head, indicating that it was not the case. Now because of Wang Qinghe's extravagant spending, his family and family business have already had huge loopholes. If we send someone to investigate carefully, we will be able to find out the problems. After Xiaofeng slowly said this, his eyes looked very determined. When Qin Yun saw Xiaofeng's eyes, her heart began to waver. Could it be really as Xiaofeng said? If it is really as Xiaofeng guessed, then it is actually a good thing. Because Wang Qinghe's company is also on the opposite side of Qin Yun's company, if Wang Qinghe's company can be defeated, it will bring great development to one's own company. Then I will immediately send someone to check their company's loopholes. If it is really as you said, I will definitely eradicate their business without hesitation. It can be regarded as helping you. Qin Yun quickly asked someone to investigate. Originally, I thought that the result would make Qin Yun feel very disappointed, but I never expected that when all the things were really laid out in front of Qin Yun, she would feel a little surprised. Because it was really as Xiaofeng said, there were very big loopholes in Wang Qinghe's company, and these loopholes were more than what Xiaofeng said. Qin Yun handed all these issues over to the management above. After learning about this, the management immediately checked Wang Qinghe's company. Wang Qinghe originally wanted to find fault with Xiaofeng in the next few days, but he never expected that relevant personnel would come to his company for a secret visit to investigate. Wang Qinghe's family business has been completely destroyed. When Xiaofeng received the call, he heard Qin Yun say these words on the other end, and Xiaofeng's heart gradually became a little cheerful. Originally, he wanted to let Wang Qinghe go directly, but Wang Qinghe was disobedient and had to cause trouble for him again and again. Since this time it was a task issued by the system, he could not change the system's mind and could only send Wang Qinghe to the 18th level of hell. Qin Yun's impression of Xiaofeng has changed a lot. She didn't expect that although Xiaofeng didn't look very smart, what he said did make a lot of sense. Do you think this is retribution for his actions? Because he has done so many bad things, his company is facing such big problems? When Xianfei learned that Wang Qinghe's company had problems, she hurried to find Xiaofeng to report the good news. But Xiaofeng still appeared calm, which made Xianfei feel upset. No matter whether he heard bad things or good things, Xiaofeng appeared so calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. This is indeed a very good thing. At least the stumbling block in front of us has disappeared. After a long time, Xiaofeng finally said this. Xiaofeng still has a very clear mind about the future path. I believe that in the near future, his business will surely improve greatly. Chapter 12 Dinner Invitation. A big part of the reason why Wang Qinghe was brought down this time was because of Qin Yun. If it weren't for the people sent by Qin Yun who were keeping an eye on him, so many loopholes would not have been discovered. Xiaofeng was just giving you a reminder. Xiaofeng quickly found Qin Yun and planned to treat Qin Yun to a meal as a way of expressing his gratitude. After Qin Yun knew that Xiaofeng wanted to treat her to a meal, she was obviously a little amused and helpless. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known there was such a way to find this loophole. Besides, it also eliminated a very powerful opponent of mine. So I should thank you. After Qin Yun slowly said these words, Xiaofeng gently shook his head. Qin Yun really couldn't stand Xiaofeng's pestering and had to agree to this. I heard that Tian Pinju has launched new dishes recently. How about I take you to that place? As soon as Qin Yun came out, Xiaofeng immediately walked to Qin Yun and brought up this topic. If he went to Tianpinju, the one-time expense would definitely not be less than 10,000 yuan. It seemed that Xiaofeng had made a lot of money during this period. Since Xiaofeng has this idea, Xinyun will not easily refuse. Xinyun's lips curled up slightly with a smile, and she immediately agreed to Xiaofeng's proposal. However, halfway through the journey, Xinyun suddenly received a phone call. Xiaofeng could see Xinyun's expression very clearly, which gradually became somewhat serious. If Xiaofeng guessed correctly, Xinyun should have encountered problems at work. Xiaofeng sighed lightly. It seemed that today's invitation really had to be cancelled. After Xinyun hung up the phone, just as Xiaofeng had expected, she smiled at him somewhat embarrassedly. There's a problem in the company that I need to deal with, so let's forget about it this time. I'll treat you next time. Xinyun couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Originally I wanted to relax myself by going out this time, but I didn't expect that the company's affairs would hit me on the head, leaving me no time at all. I originally thought that Xiaofeng would be angry about this, but the expression on Xiaofeng's face looked very calm. Xiaofeng smiled kindly, indicating that it was nothing. I'll take it as you stood me up this time. You must accept my invitation next time. After hearing what Xiaofeng said, Xinyun nodded slightly. Next time she will definitely take care of all the things in time and go out to eat with Xiaofeng. Looking at Xinyun's leaving back, Xiaofeng sighed lightly, and the expression on his face gradually became a little gloomy. Even in this situation, it couldn't stop Xiaofeng from eating. Xiaofeng quickly arrived at Tianpinju, found a seat to sit down, and called the waiter. The waitress was a younger-looking woman. When she saw Xiaofeng's clothes, she understood what kind of person Xiaofeng was. Looking at Xiaofeng's ordinary clothes, you can tell without thinking that he is a poor man pretending to be rich. In fact, the waiter had already seen the situation outside. A woman wearing all branded clothes was with this man. If you think about it carefully, that woman might be the man's financial sponsor. Now the sponsor has left for something, so I have no choice but to come in here to save face. After all, people who come to Tianpinju are either rich or powerful. When have such people ever come? The waiter rolled his eyes when he thought of this place, and his expression looked extremely ugly. Xiaofeng naturally didn't pay attention to what was happening here. It was not until the waiter walked up to Xiaofeng and casually threw the menu in his hand on the table that he slowly spoke. You can take a look at the menu on site, but I'm afraid you can't even order one of the dishes on it. There was a hint of sarcasm in the waiter's tone, as if he completely looked down on people like Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was originally thinking about picking up the menu to order food, but suddenly heard Fu Sheng's next words. Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard these words. How could this waiter have the nerve to say these things to him? We are all human beings, why do we have to speak so harshly? Xiaofeng simply put the menu in his hand on the table and stared at the waiter in front of him. The waiter felt uncomfortable when he saw Xiaofeng staring at him. He thought Xiaofeng had taken a fancy to him and felt that Xiaofeng was really disgusting. What are you looking at? Isn't everything I said right? If your sponsor had come in with you just now, I could still give you some face. But now your sponsor has left for something. Why should I give face to you, a person who relies on your looks for a living? The waiter said this slowly, not caring at all whether there was anyone around. When the people around saw this scene, they seemed to be a little confused, wondering what was going on here. Don't you think you're being too arrogant? The waiter didn't seem to want to continue to argue with Xiaofeng. He just wanted this poor guy to leave such a noble hotel as soon as possible. He was not suitable to come to such a place. The waiter almost said some very vicious words. Xiaofeng took in this scene very calmly and stood up from his seat. The waiter looked at Xiaofeng smugly, and just when he thought Xiaofeng was going to leave this place, he didn't expect Xiaofeng to walk directly towards the front desk. Xiaofeng stretched out his hand and knocked on the counter, and the receptionist turned her eyes to Xiaofeng. The lady at the counter naturally saw what happened just now clearly, and she also felt that the waiter did something wrong, but when she saw Xiaofeng said he wanted to call the manager, she was worried for Xiaofeng. Because people like the manager are actually very snobbish. I'm afraid he will only speak for the waiter and will not pay any attention to Xiaofeng at all. Why don't you leave this place immediately, or you will be irritated by them for no reason? The lady at the counter said this carefully, as if it was a kind reminder to Xiaofeng. When Xiaofeng heard this, he nodded slightly, thinking that the lady at the counter was a pretty good person. But since she has already caused trouble, Xiaofeng will not let her go so easily. Seeing Xiaofeng being so persistent, the lady at the counter just sighed lightly and immediately went to call out the manager. Do you think calling our manager out can solve all the problems? Chapter 13, A Slap in the Face. When the waiter saw Xiaofeng like this again, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so stupid. However, Xiaofeng just stood there, waiting for the manager to arrive. Why are there so many arrogant people in the world? Xiaofeng felt a little confused. Why do you come to me for all the trouble? Can't you just kick that guy out? Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away, but Xiaofeng's expression was still very calm. I saw a pot-bellied man in a suit walking towards me from not far away, with a very arrogant and unreasonable expression on his face. After the counter lady brought the manager to this place, she smiled gently at Xiaofeng, but also with a hint of sympathy. Manager Huang glanced at Xiaofeng before looking away and looking at the waiter next to him. What's going on? Why are you rushing me here? Manager Huang was really a little annoyed. He was having a good drink with his friends, but then he heard such news. It really made him lose his appetite. The waiter quickly walked to Manager Huang and explained to him what had just happened. What's the big deal? Can't we just ask the security guards to chase them away? After Manager Huang glared at the waiter fiercely, he planned to leave the place. Is this how you treat guests? Xiaofeng, who was not far away, said this sentence slowly, his eyes fixed on Manager Huang, making Manager Huang feel frightened. Manager Huang felt a little embarrassed, smiled, and then started talking to Xiaofeng. We can't do anything about it. If you don't have any money, why are you here in the hotel? Isn't that right? However, in the next second, Xiaofeng took out a black card and threw it directly into the hand of Manager Huang. What if I become a VIP at your place? Manager Huang looked at the black card in his hand with some disbelief. He had seen this black card before. It was issued by a very famous bank, and the pattern on it was definitely not fake. There's no password on it. You can try it. Manager Huang then hurriedly picked up the machine next to him and swiped it. When he saw the balance clearly, Manager Huang was stunned, seeming to be in disbelief. Xiaofeng then slowly withdrew his gaze, feeling that this place was really unappetizing. I came here to eat because I heard the food here was very good, but I never expected to encounter such a disgusting thing. The waiter next to him already felt something was wrong, but he still clenched his fists tightly and looked at Xiaofeng with a very dissatisfied look, completely ignoring Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was just pretending, and she wanted to see how long Xiaofeng would continue pretending. After a long time, Manager Huang quickly ran to Xiaofeng and spoke to him with his head bowed. You have just recharged your membership, so you are now a VIP customer of our hotel. You can tell us what you want to eat. We can prepare it for you. Manager Huang now seems like a different person. He is very respectful to Xiaofeng, as if Xiaofeng is his uncle. Actually, I have no problem with eating anything, but this person really makes me lose my appetite. Is it possible that all the people in your hotel are like this? Xiaofeng's tone gradually became serious, and then he pointed his finger at the waiter not far away. The waiter didn't know why Manager Huang's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees and he was so respectful to Xiaofeng. It was clear that Manager Huang was in favor of me before this, but then this happened suddenly. When Manager Wang heard Xiaofeng's words, he immediately understood what Xiaofeng meant. His eyes gradually became fierce, and he stared straight at the waiter. Because of the waiter's misleading, he almost lost such an important client. If this matter were reported to the top, they would definitely be dissatisfied with him and might even remove him from his position. Manager Huang has just reached this position. If he were to be removed like this, the impact would definitely be very bad. Get out of here now. Although the words were very rude, they made Xiaofeng feel very happy. However, Xiaofeng still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, because of Manager Huang. He didn't expect that such an excellent hotel would have such a person. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable. If Manager Huang knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, he would probably slap himself a few times and take back his arrogance. The waiter pointed his finger at himself in disbelief. He didn't expect such a drastic change to happen in such a short while. Could it be that Xiaofeng was not a poor man at all, but a very wealthy man? The waiter immediately ran to Xiaofeng, hoping that Xiaofeng could forgive his mistake. I was wrong about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me and don't let me leave here, okay? The waitress had taken great effort to squeeze into the hotel. If she was driven back like this, she would definitely be laughed at by many people. She didn't want that to happen. I'm afraid this matter is not my responsibility, but your hotel manager's. You have to go wherever your hotel manager wants you to go. It has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Xiaofeng pulled back his sleeves without even glancing at her. Manager Huang was also a little annoyed at this time. If he continued to procrastinate, Xiaofeng would definitely be unhappy. Manager Huang immediately shouted to the security guards not far away and asked them to take the waiter out quickly. After hearing this, the security guard ran over very quickly and dragged the waiter out. When the waiter was dragged out, he was shouting in regret, hoping that Manager Huang could forgive his mistake. But when she has done something wrong, there is no room for regret. Even if it was someone else instead of Xiaofeng who came in this time, he would probably be ridiculed by her like this. "Excuse me, dear guest, do you have anything else to ask for?" Manager Huang said this with a smile. Chapter 14, Testing the Reality. Xiaofeng gently placed his hand under his chin, as if thinking about something, and soon Xiaofeng began to speak to Manager Huang. "Please help me get a VIP card. I'll leave her phone number here, and I can pay for it directly when she comes to eat next time. Xiaofeng is planning to get another one for Qin Yun, so it should be much more convenient when she comes to eat next time." After Xiaofeng slowly said this, Manager Huang immediately understood and went to do this for Xiaofeng. Now that it has come to this, Xiaofeng doesn't want to stay here for dinner, because it will only make him feel very uncomfortable. He will wait until Qin Yun is willing to come here with him next time. Xiaofeng quickly turned around and left the place. However, before he took a few steps forward, Xiaofeng suddenly saw an extremely familiar person. When he saw this person, Xiaofeng didn't stop at all and planned to leave the place directly. "Stop right there." Chen Wanling was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to leave like that without even glancing at her. However, later on, Chen Wanling suppressed her emotions, walked quickly to Xiaofeng and stopped. Xiaofeng looked at Chen Wanling with some confusion, wondering what Chen Wanling wanted to do. Chen Wanling naturally saw everything that had just happened. "I don't understand why Xiaofeng has undergone such a drastic change after such a long period of time. I'll treat you to a cup of tea. You won't refuse this small request of mine, right?" Chen Wanling said this with a slight smile on her lips. She looked very innocent, but only Xiaofeng knew that Chen Wanling was not as simple as she seemed. Xiaofeng was about to refuse, but Chen Wanling spoke quickly again. "I just want to catch up with you. You won't reject me like that, will you? Just this once. I won't come to you again next time." After Chen Wanling slowly said this, Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. If I agree to Chen Wanling's request this time, I'm afraid she won't bother me again next time. This is also a very good thing. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little helpless in his heart, but finally he nodded gently. The place Chen Wanling took Xiaofeng to was a tea house that looked quite upscale. I have to say that Chen Wanling's character is not very good, but the place she brought me to is still very good. Xiaofeng was thinking this in his mind and planned to bring Qin Yun to this place to take a look next time. "I have been here several times with my friends. The environment here seems pretty good, so I brought you to this place." Chen Wanling said this and took Xiaofeng to a seat and sat down. However, what made Xiaofeng a little curious was that someone like Chen Wanling was actually interested in tea. Chen Wanling ordered all the tea up and then demonstrated how to taste tea in front of Xiaofeng. When Xiaofeng saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. He just felt that Chen Wanling was pretending too badly. "So what do you mean?" Xiaofeng focused his attention on Chen Wanling and asked this question. After a long time, Chen Wanling slowly began to speak. "I just want to tell some people that even if they are rich now, they should not forget their status as unsophisticated people." When Chen Wanling said this, her tone sounded very unpleasant. Xiaofeng almost laughed out loud. I originally thought that Chen Wanling came to me to tell me something very important, but it turned out that she came to provoke me. Seeing Xiaofeng with a look of confusion, he then picked up the tea and drank it lightly. Seeing Xiaofeng's expression, Chen Wanling frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, the waiter next to her suddenly spoke. "Miss, your way of drinking tea is wrong. This gentleman's way is correct." When these words came out, Chen Wanling was stunned where she was, as if she had never expected the waiter to suddenly say such a thing. At this moment, Chen Wanling's cheeks turned red. Xiaofeng tried hard to hold back his laughter. I didn't expect that the waiter in this tea house still had some courage to say such words in front of me. It seems that Chen Wanling is really going to collapse here today. Chen Wanling couldn't control her temper and pointed her finger at the waiter's nose before she started talking. "Who do you think you are? You dare to point fingers at me? Do you believe that I will tear down this shabby tea house of yours?" When the waiter heard what Chen Wanling said, he just shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more, but this was enough to make Chen Wanling jump. Chen Wanling wanted to get furious, but when she saw Xiaofeng was very calm, she felt suffocated again. Why has she never seen Xiaofeng panic? She really wants to see such a scene. If Xiaofeng knew what Chen Wanling was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Just when Xiaofeng was about to say something, he suddenly heard a mechanical sound in his mind. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little confused. Could it be that the system was going to release some new tasks? But when the system voice came out, Xiaofeng dismissed the idea in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the telepathy and the ability to know everything and understand the mind's language. When Xiaofeng heard this, he seemed a little shocked. I originally thought that some new tasks would be released, but I never expected that they would give me props as gifts. Xiaofeng was somewhat curious about the function of this prop. When Xiaofeng focused his eyes on the tea stand not far away, some small words or something would appear next to the tea stand. It should be explaining the efficacy of this tea. Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that he had obtained a very good system item today. When Chen Wanling saw Xiaofeng like this, she thought Xiaofeng was mocking her for not knowing how to drink tea. What are you laughing at? Don't think that just because you can drink tea, you have seen the world. Xiaofeng Kai didn't care about Chen Wanling's rage at all. He just quietly checked the things on the tea rack. Guest, this is not your home, please do not make noise in a public place. Chapter 15 Gaining Appreciation. The waiter next to her seemed to be annoyed with Chen Wanling's shouting, so he immediately said this. Although Chen Wanling was very angry, she slowly closed her mouth when she heard the waiter's words. However, at this time, Xiaofeng slowly stood up and walked directly to the tea stand. The two people next to him seemed a little confused, not knowing what Xiaofeng wanted to do. This tea. In front of the two people, Xiaofeng directly stated some professional knowledge about tea, which shocked the waiter and Chen Wanling next to them. How did Xiaofeng know these things? Chen Wanling felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Could it be that Xiaofeng had been studying tea during this period of time? There are also a lot of top-quality teas here, and they are all very expensive. I don't know who your shop owner is, and how he can buy so many top-quality teas. Xiaofeng said this, putting his priority on the waiter. The waiter opened his mouth for a long time, not knowing what to say. After a while, Xiaofeng suddenly heard footsteps coming, and Xiaofeng looked at the man with some confusion. The person who came looked like a very beautiful woman. She was wearing a green cheongsam, with light makeup on, and a faint scent of tea all over her body. And she had a very good temperament, which made Xiaofeng doubt her identity. I heard everything you just said, and your analysis is very good. When the woman saw Xiaofeng's puzzled look, she introduced herself. I'm Lu Wanwan, the proprietress of this tea house. Just now, after hearing Xiaofeng's insights, Lu Wanwan admired Xiaofeng even more. In all the years since he opened the tea house, no one has ever been able to tell the true meaning of these teas, but only Xiaofeng came here and told it. How could this make Lu Wanwan not pay more attention to him? So you are the owner of the tea house. Sorry for making a fool of yourself just now. Lu Wanwan shook her head gently, thinking that what Xiaofeng said was wrong. Xiaofeng obviously knew so many things and could have great attainments in the tea ceremony. Chen Wanling, who had been watching the scene nearby, seemed unable to control her emotions anymore. She walked directly to Xiaofeng and looked at him with some suspicion. How do you know all this? Have you been learning this over the past few days? After hearing this, Xiaofeng glanced at Chen Wanling indifferently and didn't say anything more. Chen Wanling was so angry at Xiaofeng's attitude that she was jumping up and down, but there was nothing she could do about Xiaofeng. She couldn't possibly beat Xiaofeng up in public. I think the boss lady seems to be very passionate about tea. If there is a chance, we can discuss it. Lu Wanwan didn't seem to expect Xiaofeng to say such a thing, but she also agreed with what Xiaofeng said very much, because she really thought so in her heart. Before I was about to ask this question, Xiaofeng had already raised it. After thinking carefully, Lu Wanwan asked Xiaofeng to wait here for a while and walked outside. Xiaofeng didn't know what Lu Wanwan was going to do, but he still waited there. When the waiter next to him saw this situation, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he finally spoke to Xiaofeng. Dear guest, it seems that our boss really appreciates you. After all, you just explained so much professional knowledge, and even our boss may not understand the meaning of it. The waiter was also very impressed with Xiaofeng. Originally, when Xiaofeng came in, he didn't have much feeling towards Xiaofeng. He just thought he was an ordinary person who came here to talk about something. But after Xiaofeng talked about so many insights on tea just now, he really changed his opinion of Xiaofeng. After a long time, Lu Wanwan slowly walked out, seeming to be holding something in her hand. Lu Wanwan directly handed over what she had in her hand. This is the business card of our tea house's VIP customers. You can come here anytime next time to chat with me about tea. It seems that Lu Wanwan is really obsessed with tea. But since the other party has already mentioned these, Xiaofeng just took the business card. How long are you going to ignore me? At this time, even Chen Wanling couldn't hold it anymore, so she immediately said this. Just now, Xiaofeng had been talking to Lu Wanwan and had completely ignored him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. No one has ever dared to treat Xiaofeng like this. Why does he treat him like this? When Xiaofeng heard this, he glanced at Chen Wanling gently. Originally, he had not wanted to come to this place with Chen Wanling, but Chen Wanling forced him to come here, so there was nothing he could do. However, when he said those words, he was already extremely disappointed with Chen Wanling. When Lu Wanwan saw this situation again, she knew that Xiaofeng might have had a quarrel with Chen Wanling. Although she didn't know what their relationship was, she could see that Xiaofeng didn't like her very much. This lady. Lu Wanwan wanted to say something, but Chen Wanling suddenly glared at Lu Wanwan fiercely, then turned and left. Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed and smiled at Lu Wanwan, as if he was apologizing to her. Lu Wanwan was not that petty, so she didn't mean to complain. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If there's a chance next time, I'll come here and discuss it with you. After Xiaofeng left this sentence, Lu Wanwan nodded slightly, and Xiaofeng quickly left this place. As expected, without the clinging Chen Wanling by his side, he felt a little more relaxed. If Chen Wanling knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, she would probably be so angry that she went crazy. Now Xiaofeng just wants Chen Wanling to never appear in front of him again, otherwise he will feel very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Wang Qinghe's family business is facing bankruptcy, and all this is because of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's mischief. I will never let these two people go so easily. Wang Qinghe said this and threw everything on the table to the ground. Chapter 16, Beaten Again. When the assistant next to him saw Wang Qinghe like this, he just thought he was very pathetic, but after all, he had been with him for so many years, so he had to give him some advice. Brother Wang, since this guy has hurt you so badly, should we give him some trouble? When Wang Qinghe heard this, he clenched his fists tightly. Now that the Wang family has encountered such a big problem, they will definitely not be able to recover, so there is nothing to be afraid of. He might as well find an opportunity to beat Xiaofeng Bao up to relieve his hatred. When Wang Qinghe thought of this place, his eyes gradually became cold. On the other side, Xiaofeng had no idea what he would face. Xiaofeng's clothing company is booming, so he doesn't have to worry about too many things. After finishing all the work, Xiaofeng planned to leave the company quickly and go home to rest. But after leaving the company, Xiaofeng always felt that someone was following him. Xiaofeng frowned slightly. He really didn't like this feeling and didn't know who was so sneaky. Soon, a slight smile appeared on Xiaofeng's lips. Since this guy wants to follow us, let him follow, but we won't let them get away so easily. When they reached an alley not far from the roadside, Xiaofeng immediately turned into it. Wang Qinghe and others who were following Xiaofeng were confused when they saw Xiaofeng turn into the alley, but they still followed Xiaofeng in. However, Xiaofeng, who was hiding behind, grabbed the other person's collar and beat him up severely. The man seemed unable to withstand Xiaofeng's punches and kicks, so he immediately begged for mercy. When Wang Qinghe, who was not far away, saw this situation, he also wanted to attack Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng was not so easy to deal with and he knocked them all to the ground. Looking at the several people lying on the ground holding their stomachs and screaming, Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel a little funny. You just followed me for so long, what do you want to do? Xiaofeng said this and quickly took out his mobile phone to check the faces of those people. When he saw one of them, Xiaofeng paused. Wang Qinghe, don't you have anything to do now? Why are you bringing this group of people to cause trouble to me? When Wang Qinghe heard what Xiaofeng said, he felt a burning pain on his face. It was because of Xiaofeng's appearance that he ended up in this situation. The family business was almost ruined, and his father no longer wanted to take care of him. Even the family members wanted to get rid of me. He really wanted to rush up, grab Xiaofeng by the collar and beat him up, but he was no match for Xiaofeng. I'm telling you, don't get complacent, kid. If it doesn't work today, there will be next time. I will never let you go. Even though Wang Qinghe's face was swollen like a pig's head, he kept on yelling, as if he could get revenge in this way. The more Xiaofeng heard such words, the funnier they found it. He felt that Wang Qinghe was truly pathetic and pitiful. After a long time, Xiaofeng showed a cold look and walked towards Wang Qinghe step by step. Wang Qinghe looked at Xiaofeng with some fear, not knowing what Xiaofeng would do to him. Looking at Xiaofeng's eyes, it seems like he can do anything. If Xiaofeng really goes crazy. If you dare to do anything to me, our family will never let you go. As Wang Qinghe spoke, his whole body began to tremble. Seeing Wang Qinghe's performance, Xiaofeng felt speechless. He just wanted to scare Wang Qinghe, but he didn't expect that Wang Qinghe would really fall for it. It seems like you have been kicked out of the family now. Even the family members no longer care about you. Do you think you have the capital to challenge me? Xiaofeng said this slowly, and Wang Qinghe felt more and more humiliated, but he did not dare to face Xiaofeng directly. The only thing you can do now is to call on your group of brothers to cause trouble for me, but what about your future? Do you know how to go on? Become a homeless person? These words made Wang Qinghe want to kill Xiaofeng. He glared at Xiaofeng and just wanted to rush to Xiaofeng and fight with him. After a while, Xiaofeng threw Wang Qinghe to the ground and stared at him with very cold eyes. If you dare to come again next time, I won't just beat you up. I will have someone break your legs. After Xiaofeng said this, Wang Qinghe and the younger brothers around him felt scared and quickly fled from this place. Looking at their dejected backs as they left, Xiaofeng withdrew his gaze and immediately returned to his residence. Although Wang Qinghe has been threatened this time, there is no telling whether he will bring people to his side and attack him next time. In order to ensure his own safety, Xiaofeng quickly contacted a very powerful bodyguard company and asked them to send a bodyguard over as soon as possible. The bodyguard worked very quickly and the next day sent him a man who looked very capable. May I have your name? When Xiaofeng said this, he fixed his eyes on this person, and soon this person said his name. Luo Feng. When Xiaofeng heard this place, he nodded slightly. After getting to know him for a while, Xiaofeng found out that Luo Feng was not only very good in fighting, but also had excellent hacking skills. Xiaofeng felt curious, so he conducted a comprehensive test and felt that Luo Feng was an all-round bodyguard. It seemed that this bodyguard company did not fool him. Xiaofeng slowly walked to Luo Feng's side and patted his shoulder gently. Since you have become my bodyguard, there will definitely be a lot of benefits in the future. Your main task now is to protect my safety. After hearing this, Luo Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. Xiaofeng likes people who are ruthless and don't talk much, because this way they can get things done quickly and decisively. The next day, Xiaofeng met a familiar person on the road. Xiaofeng was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Qin Yun in this place. Qin Yun seemed to be buying some jewelry. When she walked out of the store, she saw Xiaofeng. Qin Yun smiled somewhat unexpectedly. We are really destined to meet again so soon. This is what Qin Yun said. Chapter 17, Some Slowdown. Qin Yun was wearing a black dress today and had clear eyes. She looked very eye-catching in the crowd, and many people focused their attention on her. You are still as dazzling as ever today. Xiaofeng said this with a slight smile on his face. Qin Yun came out today originally intending to buy some things, but ended up running into Xiaofeng on the road. Would you like to come to my house and sit down? Qin Yun suddenly said this, which made Xiaofeng flattered. I have known Qin Yun for such a long time, but I have never been to Qin Yun's home. This might be an opportunity. Soon Xiaofeng said, I'd love to. Qin Yun didn't hesitate at all and took Xiaofeng to her home. However, when Xiaofeng arrived at Qin Yun's house and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Originally, Xiaofeng thought that Qin Yun's home should be like a small villa, but what Xiaofeng never expected was that Qin Yun's home was more than what he thought. It could even be said to be like a castle. Qin Yun, who was standing next to him, saw Xiaofeng looking dazed, and immediately raised her hand and patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder. Only then did Xiaofeng gradually come back to his senses. What's wrong? What are you standing here for? Why don't you go in quickly? Qin Yun said this with a somewhat amused look. Xiaofeng suppressed his surprise and immediately followed Qin Yun's footsteps. Xiaofeng walked into the villa that Qin Yun was guiding him to, with uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. The surroundings are magnificent and golden, and it can be called a very wealthy entertainment club. Qin Yun looked at Xiaofeng's fixed gaze and seemed to understand something, so she immediately asked Xiaofeng to sit down. You are now the boss of a clothing company. I think in a while, you will be able to afford a villa as big as mine. Qin Yun said this jokingly without a hint of sarcasm. This made Xiaofeng even more determined. I must run that clothing company successfully so that I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yun. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of the company. Xiaofeng said this with certainty. Qin Yun also trusts Xiaofeng very much, and what he says must be true. The servants standing nearby looked very surprised when they saw Qin Yun bringing Xiaofeng to the villa. Because over the years, Qin Yun has never brought outsiders into the villa, and that person was a man. Could it be that Qin Yun's iron tree really blossomed? That's what the servants were thinking. But even so, the servants did not have much good impression of Xiaofeng. Because the clothes the man was wearing were so ordinary, it was obvious that they were bought from a small stall somewhere. It must be because Xiaofeng has been pestering Qin Yun that things have turned out like this. If Xiaofeng knew what these servants were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. I'm going upstairs to get something. You sit here for a while. Qin Yun said this and smiled gently at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng nodded and sat on the sofa, waiting for Qin Yun. There were a few servants nearby, pushing and shoving each other, and no one knew what they were doing. When Xiaofeng heard the noise, he raised his eyes, took a quick glance, and then looked away. After a while, a servant came slowly to Xiaofeng carrying a plate. He was about to put the water on the plate in front of Xiaofeng, but he lost his balance and spilled the water all over Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked at his wet collar and felt a little amused. Xiaofeng was about to say something when he heard the servant next to him whisper trouble. Xiaofeng focused his gaze on the servant, and the servant showed no intention of dodging. Some people should stop thinking too highly of themselves. They are just ordinary people. Why are they pretending to be big shots? Xiaofeng was so angry that he laughed at this sentence. Since she has already said that we are all ordinary people, why is she so malicious towards me? Xiaofeng didn't want to argue with this servant anymore. Talking too much would only be a waste of his words. It would be better for him to just shut up and stay quiet. Besides, this place is not his territory, it belongs to Qin Yun. If he were to start a war on Qin Yun's territory, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to Qin Yun? So Xiaofeng would never do that. Seeing Xiaofeng's silence, the servant thought that everything he said was true, so Xiaofeng became scared. The servant felt very proud for a moment, but when she turned her head, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Because Qin Yun saw everything that happened just now. Qin Yun just took something down and was about to call Xiaofeng when she saw this scene. How could she not feel angry? Qin Yun asked Xiaofeng to come to this place to treat him well, not to let him suffer such humiliation. I hired you here to work for me, not to humiliate my guests. I really can't afford to host a big Buddha like you. You'd better leave now. Qin Yun said this slowly, with a hint of indifference in her tone. Qin Yun had never been so angry before. The servants around her seemed to be frightened by Qin Yun's behavior and they were all silent as chickens. The servant that Qin Yun mentioned was even more incredulous. He didn't expect Qin Yun to suddenly say such a thing. I'm giving you a piece of advice. Don't judge a person by their appearance. Look at what they are like on the inside. After saying this, Qin Yun waved her hand and asked the other servants to take the servant out. The servant who spoke to Xiaofeng suddenly felt a little regretful. Perhaps he should not have treated Xiaofeng like that in the beginning, and now he was suffering the retribution. Since things have turned out like this, the servants are powerless to change the situation, and the decisions made by Qin Yun cannot be changed. Soon the man left the place. I tell you, if any of you dare to be arrogant and rude to my guests again, you will end up like the example just now. Qin Yun said this very seriously, as if she was talking about something very important. These servants also kept Qin Yun's words firmly in mind. Soon the servants left the place. Xiaofeng smiled gently and slowly walked to Qin Yun. Chapter 18 Inspection System. When Qin Yun saw Xiaofeng coming to her, she smiled at him somewhat embarrassedly. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect these servants to be so ignorant of etiquette. Xiaofeng had no intention of blaming Qin Yun and immediately waved his hand. It's okay, it's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. After Xiaofeng slowly said this, he found that Qin Yun had been keeping her eyes on him. Qin Yun sighed softly, and then spoke out everything that was in her heart. There are some men's clothes in my dressing room. They are all left by my father. They should be very similar to your body shape. Why don't you change into some clothes first? It's very uncomfortable to wear them wet like this. After Qin Yun said these words, she pushed Xiaofeng into the locker room. Xiaofeng originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing Qin Yun's tough attitude, he had no choice but to agree. Soon Xiaofeng entered the locker room and picked out a suit at random, intending to put it on. I have to say that Qin Yun's father has good taste. These clothes look like those worn by young people. When worn by Xiaofeng, it really looks no different. Just when Xiaofeng was about to put on the remaining piece of clothing, he saw someone suddenly rushing in. Xiaofeng was startled because his own upper body was not yet on. Xiaofeng immediately turned his attention to that person and saw Qin Yun walk directly in. Qin Yun didn't seem to expect that Xiaofeng hadn't put on his clothes yet, but she didn't show any embarrassment on her face. Qin Yun has seen many male models, so it's no big deal if they expose their upper body. When Qin Yun saw Xiaofeng's figure, she couldn't help but be amazed. I didn't expect you to be the type of person who looks thin when you're dressed, but has flesh when you're undressed. Look at your figure, it's pretty good. Qin Yun said this slowly with a smile on her face. Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed when he saw Qin Yun staring at his figure. Seeing that Xiaofeng didn't say a word for a long time, Qin Yun must have felt a little awkward, so she didn't say anything more and turned around and left. When Xiaofeng thought about what had just happened, he felt a little embarrassed. He immediately put all his clothes on and walked out. Before he could take a few steps forward, Xiaofeng suddenly heard a mechanical voice in his mind. It seemed that the system had something to say again, so Xiaofeng listened quietly to what the system was going to say next. Soon a screen appeared in front of Xiaofeng, displaying all the information about Qin Yun. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little surprised. I never thought that this system was so smart that it had stored all of Qin Yun's information on it. Xiaofeng gently placed his hand under his chin, and no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. After a while, Xiaofeng withdrew his hand. Sign in? Just at this moment, a small pop-up window suddenly popped up. After Xiaofeng took a careful look at it, he clicked OK. As a result, after signing in, Xiaofeng suddenly got something new. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of the massage master. Xiaofeng widened his eyes in surprise and immediately checked the contents of this massage master. After reading it, Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Although it is of no use to me, it should be of great use to Qin Yun. I heard that Qin Yun always suffers from neck pain. If she could have a good massage, it might be improved. Moreover, if this continues, Qin Yun may very likely develop a chronic illness. Xiaofeng thought so in his heart and clenched his fists tightly. When Xiaofeng walked downstairs, he found Qin Yun drinking tea downstairs. Some guests will come to this place later, so please don't be offended. They are all people I am very familiar with. After Qin Yun said this, she laughed softly. Looking at Qin Yun's smile, Xiaofeng did not mean to blame her. After all, Qin Yun's friends wanted to come to this place, and he absolutely could not stop them. But Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After all, he thought this day was a time for him and Qin Yun, but an outsider interrupted their time. Just when Xiaofeng was about to say something, the phone suddenly rang. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling confused, but he still picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was talking about some matters regarding the clothing company, saying that a partner wanted to talk to Xiaofeng. I didn't expect that Xiaofeng's clothing company is doing better and better now, and even many partners want to cooperate with Xiaofeng. A slight smile appeared on Xiaofeng's lips. He agreed on a time with the partner and started talking about the cooperation. Seeing Xiaofeng's smile lingering for a long time, Qin Yun couldn't help feeling a little confused in her heart, so she immediately asked. You look like you've encountered something good. Xiaofeng immediately told Qin Yun everything about the cooperation, and Qin Yun slowly understood. But this is also something worth being happy about, which means that Xiaofeng's future path will become smoother and smoother, and he may even make this clothing company better. Qin Yun immediately stood up from her seat, walked to Xiaofeng, patted Xiaofeng's shoulder gently, and then started talking to Xiaofeng. I have high hopes for you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I know a little bit about this. Seeing Qin Yun like this, Xiaofeng was really grateful. He didn't expect Qin Yun to be such a friendly person. It's just that I'm most worried about one thing right now. Qin Yun frowned slightly, as if she was thinking of something bad. Xiaofeng immediately asked about the matter that made Qin Yun worried, which was that the opposing company had been pressing forward step by step. So it was because of this incident. But no matter what, if Qin Yun encounters any problems in her career, Xiaofeng will do his best to help Qin Yun. Because Qin Yun helped me when I was at my lowest point, which led me to my current position. If Qin Yun knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, she would probably laugh out loud. Although Xiaofeng looks like a very friendly person, he is very decisive when doing things. Chapter 19 Too embarrassing. Just when Xiaofeng was about to say something, Xinyan's phone suddenly rang, and Xiaofeng slowly closed his mouth. The person opposite seemed to be Qin Yun's friend. As Qin Yun talked to her, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Seeing Qin Yun showing such a sincere smile, Xiaofeng was also very happy in his heart. Qin Yun is pretty to begin with, and her smile is truly touching. After finishing the call, Qin Yun slowly put the phone on the table and then started talking to Xiaofeng. I'm going to go to the back now. You stay here for now. I'll call you later. Qin Yun said this, and Xiaofeng quickly nodded, indicating that he would wait for Qin Yun here. Soon Xiaofeng sat on the sofa, and from time to time he glanced in the direction where Qin Yun left, as if he was a little anxious waiting. A butler next to him naturally saw Xiaofeng's scene clearly and couldn't help laughing. When Xiaofeng saw the butler smiling all the time, his expression became a little awkward. It seems that our young lady is really charming. Many people like her so much. After the butler slowly said this, Xiaofeng nodded gently, indicating that Qin Yun was indeed very charming. Although the young lady looks very friendly, she is very decisive and resolute in her actions. Although Xiaofeng did not show any expression on his face, he was thinking about this matter in his heart. If Qin Yun didn't have a personality that was different from her appearance, Xiaofeng probably wouldn't always have Qin Yun in his heart. Just at this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly heard the voice of the system slowly ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the secret gift package, the Massage Master bonus. When Xiaofeng heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a mysterious gift package. However, this bonus made Xiaofeng feel a little curious. Only. Just at this moment, the butler suddenly sighed, as if he thought of something bad. Xiaofeng put his thoughts on the butler with some doubt, not knowing what the butler wanted to say next. After the butler told Xiaofeng about that incident, the expression on his face gradually became ugly. You don't know that our young lady has strained her neck muscles because she was too focused on her career and ignored her health. She has seen a doctor several times, but it's of no use at all. When it comes to working, Qin Yun will still be the same as before. The housekeeper felt extremely uncomfortable when talking about this matter, and couldn't help but exaggerate it. Xiaofeng frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Qin Yun, who seemed to have a bright future, would encounter such a thing. Xiaofeng immediately asked the system from within his sea of consciousness. Will Qin Yun's condition improve with this massage master? The system seemed to know in advance that Xiaofeng would ask this question. After Xiaofeng said this, the system immediately answered Xiaofeng. Meeting. After hearing this, Xiaofeng smiled. It seemed that the massage shooter given by the system was indeed a very good thing. Xiaofeng thought so in his heart, and immediately stood up from his seat and walked in front of the butler. The housekeeper was a little confused by Xiaofeng's series of actions and had no idea what Xiaofeng wanted to do. I want to ask where your young lady is now? After hearing what Xiaofeng said, the housekeeper didn't know what Xiaofeng was going to do, but he could probably guess that Qin Yun was definitely trying to persuade Xiaofeng. Being able to persuade Qin Yun was a very good thing, so the housekeeper immediately pointed in the direction behind the villa. Xiaofeng walked towards that direction without any hesitation. When the butler saw this scene, a slight smile appeared on his face. If there is such a person staying by Qin Yun's side, it would actually be a very good thing. If Xiaofeng knew what the butler was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Xiaofeng seemed a little excited and started shouting before he even entered the direction behind. Let me give you a massage. My massage skills are really good. After this sentence was shouted out, the noisy sound inside suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xiaofeng's bronze couldn't help feeling a little strange, so he walked out immediately. As a result, he saw several women standing next to a very large swimming pool, and Qin Yun was sitting at the very edge of the swimming pool, looking at Xiaofeng quietly. The women next to him seemed to have heard everything Xiaofeng had just said and started talking about it. Isn't this some kind of pervert? The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and Xiaofeng was able to hear all of the words. A blush immediately appeared on her face. Xiaofeng just felt that he was absolutely embarrassed by such a situation. Qin Yun, who was not far away, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard Xiaofeng say that and his current performance. Looking at Xiaofeng's embarrassing appearance, it seems that he is not bad. Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed, but still walked towards Qin Yun very quickly. That's not what I meant just now. I just really wanted to give you a massage because I heard the housekeeper say that your neck was a little injured. Xiaofeng quickly explained everything, and Qin Yun finally understood. Qin Yun spoke to Xiaofeng with a somewhat amused look. Don't be offended. These are my best friends. I was a little overwhelmed by what you said just now, so I said that. Xiaofeng touched his head and smiled gently. When Qinyan's best friends saw this situation, they felt a little embarrassed, so they walked over and apologized to Xiaofeng. But I didn't expect the housekeeper to tell you all this and make you worry. Qinyan said this, putting her priority on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng waved his hand, saying that they were already very good friends, and it was natural for friends to care about each other. If that's the case, then can you help me? Qinyan's lips curled up slightly in a smile, and then she said this. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little excited. He never thought that Qin would agree. Chapter 20 Getting Praise. Xiaofeng smiled gently, and quickly walked to Qinyan's side. Then he stopped beside Qin and placed his hand gently on Qinyan's neck. Qin wanted to say something, but Xiaofeng quickly started massaging her neck. After a long while, Qin only felt her neck becoming more and more comfortable. I always felt pain before, and even just now it was a little painful. But after Xiaofeng gave me a massage, the pain was much lessened. Qin slowly closed her eyes, enjoying the massage given to her by Xiaofeng. Qinyan's best friends all came over when they saw this scene. Because Xiaofeng's massage technique seemed very gentle, they can't help but want to try Xiaofeng's massage. What does it feel like to have a massage yourself? Qinyan fell into a light sleep unknowingly. When she woke up again, she found that Xiaofeng was still massaging her. When the best friend next to her saw Qinyan wake up, she suddenly laughed, which made Qinyan a little strange. I think you've been sleeping for too long. You don't know how long the handsome boy has been massaging you. I think his hands are about to cramp. The best friend said this with a slight smile on her lips. It was at this time that Qinyan suddenly jumped up from her seat and focused her eyes on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng still had a smile on his face, but when Qinyan saw his fingers, she was stunned. Because Xiaofeng's hands were already cramping, probably because he had been pressing for too long, so it became like this. Qinyan immediately felt a little guilty in her heart. If she hadn't fallen asleep suddenly, Xiaofeng wouldn't have had to massage her for several hours. Qinyan gently placed her hand on her forehead, and no one knew what she was thinking. Soon, Qinyan stood up from her seat and thanked Xiaofeng. Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I would be feeling very uncomfortable here. When talking about this place, Qinyan pointed to the back of her neck. It's okay. You've helped me a lot in the past. This is just a small favor. Besides, I heard from your housekeeper that you already have a root of disease here. If you don't take some preventive measures, it may become very serious. When Xiaofeng talked about this place, he frowned tightly, as if he had encountered a big thing. Qinyan was indeed moved by what Xiaofeng said. She didn't expect that Xiaofeng would remember what the housekeeper said in his heart, so he hurried to give her a massage. Since you feel much better now, I also have some things to do and need to leave this place. Let's make an appointment next time. Xiaofeng said this, and Qinyan nodded gently. Since Xiaofeng had something important to do, let him do it first. It was not a big deal for her. Qinyan looked at Xiaofeng's back thoughtfully. When Qinyan's best friend saw Qinyan in this situation, she immediately walked over to Qinyan and gently patted her on the shoulder. Only then did Qinyan finally come to her senses. I think this handsome guy is really interesting and warm-hearted. Have you ever thought about? When her best friend mentioned this place, Qinyan's face gradually became a little ugly, and then she started to talk to her best friend. I think you're thinking too much about these things. He's just my friend. He's not what you think at all. Since Qinyan said so, the best friend shouldn't say anything more. If she said anything else, it might make Qinyan angry, which would not be good. Qinyan finally sighed lightly and said nothing. After leaving Qinyan's residence, the smile on Xiaofeng's face never faded, because he remembered the words of praise Qinyan had said to him before. It seemed that Qinyan also liked his massage skills very much. If there is a next time, I would be willing to give Qinyan a massage again. Before, after Xiaofeng obtained the buff of this massage master, he felt that this thing was useless. However, after helping Qinyan with massage, he completely changed his mind about this buff. Soon Xiaofeng remembered what he came out for. Xiaofeng originally wanted to go out to the company to check on the situation, but was interrupted by Qinyan's matter. In this case, Xiaofeng didn't need to go to the company anymore and could just go there tomorrow. Xiaofeng planned to go to the mall to buy some potted plants and the like, because he was very interested in these things, and perhaps he could use the cultivation of these things to relax his mind. When he thought of this place, Xiaofeng went to a shopping mall not far away. The customer flow in this shopping mall was very large. Xinyan used to go there often, so Xiaofeng remembered it very clearly. However, before that, when Xiaofeng entered the shopping mall, he saw a very familiar person walking not far away. Xiaofeng looked carefully before he recognized who that person was. Xiaofeng sighed lightly. He didn't expect that the person was Concubine Xian. It seems that she came to this place to purchase some new supplies, but it has nothing to do with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei have a lot of communication at work, but in life, they probably aren't that disappointed. Xiaofeng was thinking this in his heart, and planned to bypass Xian Fei and go to the place he wanted to go to buy some potted plants. Maybe you can also buy some small items for the new employees in the company. After buying everything, the sky gradually darkened, and Xiaofeng thought about calling a car and going back directly. But after leaving the mall, he found that Xian Fei was followed by a group of gangster-like people. Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows slightly, because judging from Concubine Xian's expression, she probably didn't notice their presence. I don't know what this group of people would do if they followed Concubine Xian for a while. Xiaofeng originally didn't intend to get involved in this matter, but after thinking about it, he felt that he should still go and take a look. It would be bad if Concubine Xian was in crisis because of this. Soon, Xiaofeng caught up with their group of people, but he was still very careful to avoid being discovered by them. Chapter 21 Helping. Xiaofeng followed behind them until they entered a dark alley, then he ran in hurriedly. As a result, after entering the dark alley, they saw a group of people blocking Concubine Xian's way, and Concubine Xian looked very vigilant. Who are you? What do you want to do? After Concubine Xian asked this question, an evil smile appeared on the faces of the group of thugs. There is no need to think about what they are going to do next. Concubine Xian clenched her fists tightly. Looking at the scene in front of me, there was no way I could take the phone out of my bag. I could only wait quietly for the danger to come. However, at this moment, Fei Xian felt something grabbing her shoulder. She immediately turned her gaze to the person behind her, and found that the person was Xiaofeng. Concubine Xian couldn't help feeling a little surprised, wondering why Xiaofeng suddenly appeared in this place. What brings you here? I was in the mall just now, and I saw these people following you. I was a little worried, so I rushed over. After Xiaofeng slowly said these words, he turned his attention to this group of thugs. Xiaofeng's eyes seemed very calm, as if he was looking at a group of people who were not worthy of his attention at all. When Concubine Xian saw Xiaofeng coming to her side, she was surprised and touched. If other people encountered such a thing, they would probably want to stay away from it and would never run here to help like Xiaofeng did. When thinking of this place, Concubine Xian felt a little moved. When the gangsters saw Xiaofeng's expression, they felt very angry. Where did you come from? You ruined our good deeds. One of the thugs said this and pointed his finger at Xiaofeng's face, looking like he wanted to beat Xiaofeng up. However, in the next second, Xiaofeng grabbed the gangster's fingers and bent them back. The gangster felt a pain as if his fingers were about to break. You're obviously younger than me, but you're so arrogant. Don't you want your hand anymore? The gangsters wanted to ask their friends to join them, but Xiaofeng spoke very calmly. I called the police just now when I came in. If you dare to cause trouble, I'm sure you won't leave so easily. Then we can only meet again in another place. After Xiaofeng slowly said this, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of those gangsters. I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so decisive. He had already called the police station. After such a long time, the police should have been dispatched. They didn't want to be caught and imprisoned. One of the thugs immediately pointed at Xiaofeng, then said to Xiaofeng, "Wait for me," and turned around and left the place with the group of people. Xiaofeng looked at the gangsters departing back and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. They were just some young boys who were scared away by just 2 or 3 words from me. That's all. Xiaofeng was thinking this in his heart as he slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Concubine Xian. Soon he saw Concubine Xian thanking Xiaofeng. Thank you so much for what happened today. I don't know what would have happened if it weren't for you. When Xiaofeng heard these words, he couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart, but he suppressed his emotions and didn't let himself laugh. It's just a small matter, but you must be careful when you are alone outside and don't let those bad guys target you. After Xiaofeng slowly said these words, Concubine Xian nodded gently. Concubine Xian only felt that her heart was touched. This was not the first time that Xiaofeng had saved me. He had helped me many times. If it had not been for Xiaofeng's help, I would never have been safe and sound until now. Xiaofeng is indeed a very reliable one. While Concubine Xian was thinking this in her heart, she always spent her time on Xiaofeng. No one knew what was in her mind. When Xiaofeng saw that Concubine Xian was staring at him, he couldn't help but feel a little confused and wondered what was going on with Concubine Xian. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? After hearing Xiaofeng say this, Concubine Xian smiled a little embarrassedly. She didn't mean to stare at Xiaofeng, but she just couldn't control herself. But it's not just a simple thank you. How about I treat you to a drink? Just at this moment, Concubine Xian suddenly said this, which made Xiaofeng stunned. Xiaofeng was about to refuse, but Concubine Xian kept pestering him, hoping that he could go drinking with her, which would be a way of repaying Xiaofeng's kindness. Xiaofeng really felt helpless, but in the end he still followed Xian Fei to the underground bar. Xiaofeng had never been to this underground bar before, and when he saw the bright lights and feasting scene in front of him, he was dazzled. When Concubine Xian saw Xiaofeng's situation, she smiled and then started talking to Xiaofeng. This place has been around for several years. The bartenders here are hired at high salaries. Many people are trying their best to get in, but they don't have any connections at all. When he heard the name of this place, Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this underground bar was indeed an amazing place. Soon the two of them came to a seat, and Concubine Xian ordered 2 glasses of blue enchantress. The blue enchantress here has a very pure flavor. You can come and try it. From what Concubine Xian said, it seemed that she had been here many times and she even knew the taste of the drinks here very well. Since that's the case, Xiaofeng won't be polite anymore. When the wine was brought directly in front of them, Xiaofeng picked up the glass of wine and took a sip carefully. It has a slightly bitter taste at the back, but a very sweet taste at the front. The expression on Xiaofeng's face relaxed a lot, as if the wine had made all his worries go away. The blue enchantress you recommended tastes really good. Xiaofeng said this and raised the wine glass in his hand. Chapter 22, Fighting on the Ring. That's for sure. Xian Fei said this with a slight smile on her lips, but her eyes were fixed on Xiaofeng, and no one knew what she was looking at. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling funny when he saw Xian Fei looking at him all the time. Just when Xiaofeng was about to say something, he suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from not far away. Xiaofeng put his time not far away with some confusion. I saw a group of people gathered together not far away, and I didn't know what was happening among them. Concubine Xian naturally noticed this tiny situation, and then she explained it to Xiaofeng with a chuckle. Are you curious about what that thing they are surrounding? Xian Fei said this, then immediately took Xiaofeng's arm and walked directly in the direction not far away. When Xiaofeng arrived at that place, he was shocked by the scene before him. Because what was in front of him looked like a ring, with 2 people fighting, similar to the kind of combat. Xiaofeng looked at it, his eyes fixed there, as if he was watching something very interesting. Actually, I was just about to tell you that there is a competition in this underground bar. If you can win, you will get a mysterious prize. It is said that it is worth a lot. When talking about this place, Concubine Xian couldn't help but feel a little curious. She didn't know what that thing was. If she could get it, she would definitely take a good look at what was inside. Just at this moment, Concubine Xian seemed to suddenly remember something and turned her attention to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked at Concubine Xian with some surprise, not knowing what Concubine Xian wanted to do. In fact, your skills are quite good. If you were to get on the ring. After Concubine Xian said these words, Xiaofeng quickly shook his head, feeling that he was not suitable to be on such an arena, nor was he suitable to compete with them. Xiaofeng always wanted to refuse, but Xian Fei kept pestering him, hoping that Xiaofeng would go up to the ring and compete with them. Seeing Concubine Xian pestering him all the time, Xiaofeng felt helpless in his heart. If possible, he really wanted to escape from this place quickly. Seeing that Concubine Xian had always hoped that she could compete on the stage, Xiaofeng gradually softened his heart. Now that things have come to this, wouldn't it be a bit too much if I didn't go up? Seeing that Xiaofeng finally agreed to this matter, Concubine Xian couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart. It seems that Xiaofeng also falls for this. I have seen Xiaofeng's skills before. Xiaofeng's skills are indeed very good. If he were to get on the ring, he would definitely not be the one to be beaten. Soon, a smile appeared on Concubine Xian's lips, and she looked extremely bright and beautiful. Who else wants to come up and compete with me? If no one, then I will be the champion tonight. The man who said this on the ring was a very strong-looking man. His muscles were surprisingly strong, apparently due to years of training. Many people thought that he was the champion tonight because he had won several fights in this ring and was the champion every day and had never lost a fight. Everyone thinks he is the undefeated god of war, and many people admire him very much. Just as the referee was about to announce the champion, a man suddenly walked up. Xiaofeng smiled gently, and finally told the purpose of his visit. "I want to compete with you." After Xiaofeng said this, everyone fell silent. It could be said that there was complete silence below the ring and no one spoke. After hearing what Xiaofeng said, the sturdy man opposite looked Xiaofeng up and down with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Although Xiaofeng looks tall, he is nothing in the eyes of this strong man. He is just a pretty boy with good looks. People like this are just here to pretend. What men look down upon the most are people like Xiaofeng. I advise you to get off the stage. I can beat 10 weaklings like you with one hand. The man said this with a smile on his face, not caring at all about what bad words he had just said. Xiaofeng did not feel angry when he heard these words, because it was not worth getting angry with such a barbarian. The people below the ring laughed out loud when they heard this, and they all thought that Xiaofeng was overestimating his own abilities. One of them even spoke in the direction of Xiaofeng. "Brother, I advise you to come down. If you are really injured after being beaten, you will have to let this big brother take you to the hospital for a physical examination." Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone laughed even more happily. Concubine Xian naturally heard all these words clearly and felt that they were really going too far. It was just a competition, how could they say such harsh words? Concubine Xian wanted to say something, but she saw Xiaofeng on the stage put his finger on his lips, meaning that Concubine Xian should not say anything more. Since Xiaofeng had already done this, Concubine Xian could only slowly close her mouth, but the expression on her face did not look very good. "Since they don't trust me, I can only achieve some results for them." Seeing that Xiaofeng insisted on fighting with him, the man no longer insisted and felt that he must beat Xiaofeng severely. Because Xiaofeng is such a pretentious person. Xiaofeng looked at this man and felt that he only had muscles and relied entirely on brute force. He did not have any skills at all, which could be seen from the scene where he just competed with another person. When the referee's whistle suddenly sounded, the man rushed towards Xiaofeng, as if he wanted to tear Xiaofeng into pieces. Xiaofeng looked at the man in front of him very coldly. You just feel that this man is really overestimating his own abilities. Everyone below the ring watched the man attack Xiaofeng, thinking that Xiaofeng would fall to the ground and scream in the next second. After 3 seconds, they were shocked by the scene before them, because Xiaofeng did not fall to the ground as they had expected, but the strong man just stood there. Xiaofeng threw the man over his shoulder and threw him to the ground. Chapter 23, All Eyes on You. No one saw how Xiaofeng made his move, and the man just fell to the ground. The man didn't seem to expect anything like this to happen. He only felt waves of pain coming from his back. The man quickly realized that he was knocked to the ground by Xiaofeng, but he absolutely could not fall down here, otherwise he would be laughed at by many people. The man stood up instantly, staring at Xiaofeng, as if Xiaofeng was his enemy. When Xiaofeng saw such a look, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. It's just a competition, is it necessary to make it so scary? After the fight, the man slowly fell to the ground, with bruises all over his face, all from Xiaofeng's punches. How is this possible? The man lying on the ground said this with some disbelief. Xiaofeng obviously looks so weak, how could he have such powerful strength? In front of Xiaofeng, he was like a dwarf, without any power to fight back. Xiaofeng could knock him to the ground with just a flick of his fingers. There was complete silence under the ring, just as if the show had just begun. The referee held the whistle in his hand, his palms were sweaty, and he didn't utter a complete sentence. He just stood there motionless. Well done. Suddenly a voice was heard. It was Concubine Xian shouting. Concubine Xian directly focused her eyes on Xiaofeng, as if Xiaofeng was some big shot of great importance. She knew that Xiaofeng was definitely not the kind of person who would be easily defeated. It seemed that at this time, the referee finally reacted and announced that Xiaofeng had won. That's impossible, how did you win? The man seemed unwilling to accept this reality. He was in a state of confusion and his expression looked a little ferocious. Xiaofeng sighed lightly, and then slowly continued speaking. I think you can't judge a person by his appearance alone. Although I don't look as strong as you, I may be stronger than you. After Xiaofeng finished saying this, he smiled at the man and turned to leave. Before Xiaofeng could take a few steps forward, the referee hurriedly ran to Xiaofeng and called him. Xiaofeng looked at the financial judge with some confusion, not knowing what the financial judge wanted to do. You forgot your reward. You are now our ring champion tonight, so of course you can get the championship reward. The referee just smiled and then put a black box in his hand into Xiaofeng's hand. Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he didn't want to know. After thanking the referee, Xiaofeng walked to Xianfei and stopped. You looked absolutely stunning today, you know that? I was so excited watching you from below the stage that I wanted to rush up to you and cheer for you. Concubine Xian's face turned red with excitement, and she kept chattering beside Xiaofeng. Seeing that Concubine Xian wanted to continue speaking, Xiaofeng immediately threw the black box in his hand into Concubine Xian's hand. Xianfei's voice suddenly stopped. She looked at the black box in her hand for a long time without saying a word. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to give this thing to her. This is the honor of the champion. Many people want to keep it for themselves, but why does Xiaofeng want to give it to himself? Just consider it a gift to you. Xiaofeng said this and wanted to leave this place. When he really wanted to leave, someone suddenly appeared in front of Xiaofeng. The person was a pretty woman with a glass of wine in her hand, and it seemed that she came just for Xiaofeng. May I ask what may I do for you? Xiaofeng asked this question with some doubt, and soon the woman walked up to Xiaofeng and handed the wine in her hand to Xiaofeng. You looked really handsome in the ring just now. I really like such strong people, so I want to buy you a drink. Do you have the honor? The woman said this with a slight smile on her face. Xiaofeng was just about to say something when suddenly a hand took the wineglass from the woman's hand. The woman looked at Concubine Xian beside Xiaofeng with some surprise. She didn't expect that Concubine Xian would take the wineglass from her hand. She didn't know what Concubine Xian was thinking. Concubine Xian didn't know why she felt a little angry when she saw the woman handing the wineglass in her hand to Xiaofeng. Although Concubine Xian had a smile on her face, she still spoke to the woman in a very rude manner. He is my friend. I have something to do with him now and I want to leave. Do you have anything else to do? When the woman heard this, she already felt something was wrong, and Concubine Xian's hostility was about to spread over her. The woman thought that Concubine Xian was not someone who was so easy to mess with, and Xiaofeng did not stop her after she said these words. She thought that the relationship between the two must be very good. If she said anything more, Xiaofeng would definitely be very unhappy. Since she already has someone, I will no longer bother Xiaofeng. The woman turned around and left the place. Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel a little confused. Didn't he just say he would treat him to a drink? Why did he suddenly turn around and leave? But Xiaofeng doesn't care about these things. I'm doing this for your own good. People like this must have bad intentions. After Concubine Xian slowly said this, Xiaofeng just smiled gently and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly heard a mechanical sound in his mind. He thought it was the system trying to give him some hint. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little excited, but he didn't know what task or reward the system would give him this time. Xiaofeng was thinking about this matter in his mind and didn't realize that Concubine Xian next to him had been looking at him for a long time. Concubine Xian didn't know why her heart was beating so fast, and she even had the urge to hug Xiaofeng. Soon, Concubine Xian suppressed the thought in her heart, thinking that she was being too absurd. How could she suddenly have such an idea? Xiaofeng is now in a trance state, and no one knows what he is thinking. Chapter 24 Sherlock Holmes Abilities. Concubine Xian was a little happy that Xiaofeng would so easily give her the honor he had won as a gift, which inevitably made Concubine Xian feel some strange emotions. However, seeing Xiaofeng looking so absent-minded, Concubine Xian thought that Xiaofeng was angry that she had driven away the woman who had come over to chat with him just now. Concubine Xian couldn't help but complain when she saw Xiaofeng like this. Xiaofeng, you're not angry that I told that person to leave, are you? At this time, Xiaofeng was still thinking about what kind of reward the system would give him, and did not hear what Xianfei said at all. Concubine Xian was a little angry when she saw Xiaofeng ignoring her. Hey! Xiaofeng, are you listening to me? Perhaps Xiaofeng was frightened by Concubine Xian's loud voice, and he shook reflexively. At the same time, he muttered the words that made Concubine Xian angry. What? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Xiaofeng looked at Xianfei with a puzzled look on his face, obviously not knowing what had just happened. Xianfei became even more upset when she saw Xiaofeng like this, and took Xiaofeng away directly. Xiaofeng was dragged away by Concubine Xian in a daze, but he still didn't know what had happened. Xiaofeng also didn't understand why Concubine Xian was angry for no reason. Xiaofeng felt helpless, but he did nothing and just let Xianfei pull him. However, Xiaofeng was still thinking about when the system would give him a reward. As soon as he said it, it happened. When Xiaofeng was being pulled away by Xianfei, a ding sound suddenly came out. This sound was as familiar to Xiaofeng as it could be. After hearing the ding sound, Xiaofeng excitedly shook off Xianfei's hand and listened attentively to the system's orders. Sure enough, not long after, Xiaofeng heard the voice of the system boss. Congratulations on acquiring the Sherlock Holmes ability. When Xiaofeng heard the system's loud voice, he instantly jumped up excitedly. What is Sherlock Holmes' ability? Could it be that this ability makes my IQ soar? Then wouldn't I be as powerful as Sherlock Holmes? Xiaofeng was happily thinking about how powerful his abilities were, but he didn't expect that Concubine Xian was already stunned by his excitement. Xiaofeng, why are you so excited? You scared me. After Xiaofeng heard Xianfei say this, he quickly apologized to her and said sorry. I'm sorry. I just suddenly thought of something funny, so I got a little excited. I didn't expect to scare you. I'm really sorry. Seeing Xiaofeng apologizing so sincerely, Concubine Xian waved her hand to show that she was not that petty. However, when Concubine Xian wanted to ask Xiaofeng what was going on, Qinyun suddenly ran into them. Xianfei, Xiaofeng. Why are you here? Concubine Xian didn't expect to meet Qinyun so soon, so she took the initiative to greet Qinyun. Qinyun, you are coming here. Xiaofeng and I were discussing the rewards this time, and I didn't expect to run into you. After hearing what Concubine Xian said, Qinyun didn't say anything else. Then Qinyun and Concubine Xian met each other normally and Qinyun mentioned her own affairs. Xianfei, I actually came here to bring Xiaofeng to my company. I want him to train and gain some experience. When Concubine Xian heard that Qinyun was asking her for someone, she was a little unhappy, but since Qinyun was her sister, it was no big deal. Qinyun, what are you talking about? Xiaofeng is your man, and now you want him to work in your company. Isn't that a natural thing? Why do you need to ask for my opinion? As long as you open your mouth, it's none of my business what happens to Xiaofeng. Then Concubine Xian said, don't be so polite. If you want him to follow you, just follow him. When Qinyun heard Concubine Xian say this, she immediately smiled. Thank you, baby, you really understand me. Qinyun took Xiaofeng away as she spoke. Xianfei looked at their backs as they left, feeling somewhat melancholy. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, but she felt inexplicably blocked in her heart. Qinyun drove Xiaofeng to her company. They didn't talk much along the way. It was Xiaofeng who broke the damn silence first. Sister, you asked me to work in your company, but I don't think I'm qualified for anything. Qinyun laughed when she heard Xiaofeng say this. Her brother was too modest. She had heard about what Xiaofeng had done before, so she certainly didn't believe what Xiaofeng said. She just thought that Xiaofeng was too modest. Hey, why are you so modest, brother Xiaofeng? I know your ability, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. If you don't want to work in my company, I won't force you. After saying that, Qinyun pretended to be a little angry and said nothing more. When Xiaofeng saw Qinyun was angry, he quickly said, No, Sister Qin. I'm just afraid that I won't do well and cause trouble. How could I not want to work in your company? It means you agreed. Of course, Sister Qin asked me to go, so there's no reason for me not to go. After hearing Xiaofeng's agreement, Qinyun immediately smiled and started chatting with Xiaofeng. The two chatted all the way and unknowingly arrived at Qinyun's company. Xiaofeng got out of the car and looked at the building in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed a big company. We're here, brother. Follow me. Qinyun's voice immediately brought Xiaofeng's thoughts back to reality. Xiaofeng calmed down and followed Qinyun into the company. Along the way, Xiaofeng followed Qinyun closely without saying anything. When people in the company saw Xiaofeng behind Qinyun, they speculated about their relationship. After all, they had never seen their boss personally bring anyone to the company. Hey, what do you think is the relationship between the person following behind Mr. Qin and Mr. Qin? How would I know? If you wanted to know, why don't you just ask Mr. Qin? The old employee who was being talked about blushed instantly. How dare I? I'm just curious. Do you think that man is being kept by Mr. Qin? After saying this, the man laughed obscenely. The chattering of the group of people reached Xiaofeng's ears, which was very irritating. Then a man who looked like a manager drove the group of people away. Next, Xiaofeng followed Qinyun to a meeting room filled with employees. Xin Yun explained Xiaofeng's identity to everyone and planned to arrange a position for Xiaofeng, but she did not expect to be opposed by many employees. These employees were hostile to Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng understood that. After all, he was a sudden success and no one could accept that he suddenly got a position that no one else could get. So Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, I just got here too and I don't know anything. I will just follow you and learn from you. I don't need any position." Chapter 25 The Truth Emerges. Xiaofeng knew why these people were dissatisfied with him, they just said that he had taken what they wanted. Now that he said he didn't want anything, they couldn't say anything more. Sure enough, the atmosphere eased a lot after these words were spoken. Everyone agreed with Xiaofeng's statement and left the scene satisfied. Xin Yun was a little surprised when she saw Xiaofeng's calmness. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to be able to handle the situation well. Moreover, he didn't ask Xin Yun for a position, which made Xin Yun more certain that Xiaofeng would be her right-hand man in the future. After the turmoil, Xiaofeng finally got a job in the new company. After the turmoil, everyone got busy with their own work, and the incident did not affect their work at all. Xiaofeng was then called to Qin Yun's office. Xiaofeng also guessed that Qin Yun probably asked him to come to the office to discuss the matter because of his previous job application, but Xiaofeng would not change his decision because of this. After a while, Xiaofeng came to Qin Yun's office under the guidance of his secretary. The secretary came forward, knocked on the door and said, "Boss Qin, Xiaofeng is here." Then Qin Yun's voice was heard in the office. "Let him in." The secretary nodded and motioned Xiaofeng to come in. Xiaofeng looked at the secretary and walked into the office. Qin Yun did not beat around the bush when she saw Xiaofeng coming in, and directly expressed her doubts. "Xiaofeng, you just said that you don't need any position. Are you serious?" Qin Yun was very serious at this moment, completely different from the sister Qin Yun who usually joked with Xiaofeng. Although Qin Yun's aura was very strong, Xiaofeng still did not change his position. "Yes, seriously. Right now I am still a rookie in the workplace. If I were given a position like this, I would not be able to justify it. Not only would other colleagues disagree, I would not be able to accept it either. So I think it is better to learn first, and it will not be too late to be qualified later." Xiaofeng's words made Qin Yun very satisfied, and this was also the answer she wanted. "Well, since you said so, I'll let you do as you please. By the way, don't be so nervous. Just be serious in front of everyone, and in private, we can still get along like before." Seeing that Qin Yun had regained her usual humor, Xiaofeng agreed to Qin Yun's request. After they chatted for a while, Qin Yun called Xiaofeng back. After all, if Xiaofeng stayed here for too long, it would affect his future development. After Xiaofeng went out, he walked around the company again under the guidance of his secretary. Now Xiaofeng had almost understood the general situation of the company, so he asked the secretary to do his own things and walked around the company again. Xiaofeng walked through one floor of the office building after another, and couldn't help but admire his sister. She is such a strong woman. She has created such a huge world by herself. I am afraid that not many people can do this, even men cannot do it. My sister is so amazing. I will hold her thighs tightly in the future so that I can develop further. Xiaofeng was browsing the company while thinking about his next plan. By chance, Xiaofeng came to a place where he could hear the sound of people talking. Xiaofeng walked to the toilet, but heard an employee cursing Qin Yun. The employee's voice was particularly harsh and the words he said were unpleasant to the ear. "Damn it, that Qin Yun is simply not a human being. She is the one who causes the most trouble every day, saying this is not allowed, that is not allowed. Who knows if this company she founded was built by her own hands? I'm afraid that all her money was earned through other channels." Then the man continued to scold Qin Yun, completely disregarding the fact that the other party was his boss. When he was happy with his scolding, he even laughed out loud. Xiaofeng couldn't bear to listen to it anymore. No matter how he thought about it, Qin Yun was also his boss. How could this person say such shameless words? No wonder he couldn't get promoted. This was the reason. Afterwards, Xiaofeng immediately went in and pulled the other person out. Judging from the other person's appearance, he should be just a small employee. But the way he scolded Qin Yun at that time seemed to have a deep hatred for Qin Yun. Next, Xiaofeng told the man about how he had insulted Qin Yun, but he did not expect the other party to turn the tables and say that he was the one who had cursed Qin Yun. Xiaofeng looked at the man and smiled mockingly. The employee didn't know what Xiaofeng was laughing at, but he knew that Xiaofeng was about to be in trouble. As soon as this incident came out, many people watched. Because of the previous incident, many people did not trust Xiaofeng, and the person was an old employee. So everyone was in a mood to watch a show, wanting to see how Xiaofeng would collapse on the first day. The employee who framed Xiaofeng thought that Xiaofeng was a newcomer, so not many people would believe him. Also, because of the incident today concerning Xiaofeng's job position, many people were dissatisfied with Xiaofeng, so this employee took this opportunity to slander Xiaofeng. So this employee saw that the time was right and fanned the flames. It was him. Not only did he secretly insult Mr. Qin here, but after I found out, he not only did not repent for his actions, but he even beat me up. I wanted to persuade him with kind words, but I didn't expect him to frame me. This employee's method of being the first to complain was really good. He directed all the blame at Xiaofeng, causing everyone to think that Xiaofeng is not a good person. Many people would rather believe that employee than Xiaofeng. Fortunately, Qin Yun checked the surveillance footage. The employee under surveillance was not as weak as he said, but rather very arrogant and domineering. After being controlled by Xiaofeng, the employee was not afraid and even threatened Xiaofeng. "You are a newcomer, and you want to teach me a lesson? Dream on. Even if I scold Qin Yun, it doesn't matter. We will see who everyone believes then." Why was Xiaofeng falsely accused of insulting Qin Yun at the beginning? The surveillance video confirmed that the employee was the real culprit. Many of the employees did not expect things to turn out this way and felt ashamed for their own rudeness. The employee never expected that the matter would be exposed like this, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Boss Qin is not like that. I am just bewildered and do this. Please don't chase me away." But it was too late to regret. Qin Yun didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. Now that the witnesses and evidence were all there, he couldn't argue no matter how he wanted. Although some people pleaded for him, Qin Yun still fired the employee directly. Chapter 26: The contract is wrong. The farce created by the employees came to an end, and Xiaofeng and Qin Yun returned to the office. Qin Yun sighed, rubbed her temples slightly, and looked very tired. Xiaofeng walked up to her, feeling no pity in his heart. She looked like a strong woman, the president of a company, and was very successful in the eyes of others. Everyone was amazed at her ability. A mere woman could be so successful in the business world, but she was also a woman. "Are you okay?" Xiaofeng asked. He wanted to give her as much connection as possible, and as a younger brother, he can only try to care about her as much as possible. Qin Yun turned around and smiled at him. "It's okay, just sit down and wait for a while. I'll take you to dinner after I finish reading these contracts." After that, she smiled again and said, "I'm stronger than you think." Xiaofeng nodded and sat on the sofa. He felt a little bored watching her start to deal with official business again. Suddenly, he remembered the Sherlock Holmes ability rewarded by the system. Just by hearing the name, he knew it was a good thing, so he silently called upon the Sherlock Holmes ability. After invoking his ability, Xiaofeng looked down at the floor, and his mind instantly flashed where the floor was made and who had stepped on it today. He suddenly pulled his thoughts back and his face was full of disbelief. This ability is so amazing, no wonder he is called Sherlock Holmes. He uses this ability to investigate cases and he always gets the answer right. However, he was afraid that others would slice him up as a monster. Until he had strong power to protect himself, it would be best not to show these abilities to outsiders. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng looked up at Qin Yun, wanting to see if Sherlock Holmes' ability could also be applied to humans. As soon as he set his eyes on her, his mind was suddenly sucked into the documents. He saw a man stealthily put the documents on Qin Yun's desk and left. After watching this scene, Xiaofeng's thoughts suddenly came back to him, and his face turned pale. He figured out that using Sherlock Holmes twice in a short period of time would cause certain damage to his body. This strength is too incredible, so it is naturally impossible for someone to use it unlimited times. Xiaofeng quickly closed Holmes and then looked up at the document in Qin Yun's hand. She was staring at the document intently, and from her expression it could be seen that the document should be very important. Xiaofeng sighed and decided that he would definitely help out in this matter. He walked silently to Qin Yun and looked at the document together. The document was about the company's acquisition of a piece of land, and it also came with a lot of important agreements. Qin Yun noticed him coming over, but she didn't guard against him. "The company is planning to build a building here. What do you think?" she asked. Following her words, Xiaofeng carefully recalled the vacant land. It would not be a good choice to build a building there, but the place was big enough. Qin Yun chose that place so she could build a lot of commercial areas while building the building, and the profit can be imagined. If we follow the original considerations, this is indeed feasible. However, Xiaofeng knew that the contract must have been tampered with, and he couldn't figure out where the loopholes were in the contract. What's wrong? Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Xinyan looked up at him with a puzzled look on her face. Sister, look, there seems to be some movement on this contract. Xiaofeng finally found a flaw in the contract. There was a word on the contract that looked like it had not dried yet, so he reached out and wiped the word. The ink began to spread from that word, and Xiaofeng's fingers were also covered with ink. He placed his finger in front of Qin Yun and pursed his lips. This contract of yours can't possibly have just been printed out, right? Qin Yun's face changed immediately and she quickly turned the contract over and over again. After reading it carefully, she found that the contract had indeed been tampered with. It looked the same as her original contract, but in fact one clause had been changed. This change may seem insignificant and may be overlooked at a glance, but if you look closely you will find that it is wrong. The small print is sandwiched between the densely packed contracts and can easily be overlooked at a glance. The content of this line of small print is that the money invested by their company is just capital injection. This also means that if their company invests money at that time, the profit will be completely disproportionate to the investment. After all, it is just an investment. Thinking about how she almost signed the contract just now, Qin Yun gasped heavily and couldn't recover. Are you okay? Xiaofeng asked with concern. She came back to her senses as if awakened from a dream, and looked at him with gratitude. If it weren't for you, the company would definitely have suffered a large loss this time. Thank you so much. Qin Yun began to pay more attention to Xiaofeng in her heart. She really had no fault with this younger brother. Xiaofeng scratched his head a little embarrassedly, his face slightly red. In his opinion, he was just using Holmes to do a small favor, and if it weren't for Holmes he wouldn't have seen that there was no problem. Qin Yun stood up, holding a suit jacket in her hand. Let's go, there's no rush to look at the contract today, let me take you to have a good meal first. At this point, she had completely lost the aura of a business-domineering woman and looked like an amiable sister next door. Xiaofeng knew that she also wanted to thank him, so he did not refuse. In the restaurant, Qin Yun was shaking a glass of red wine. She had changed into a red suspender top with a black suit on the outside, and she looked particularly feminine. This was the clothes she had just bought from the mall. Xiaofeng had always known that she was very beautiful and was the goddess in almost everyone's mind. But he didn't know that with a little makeup she could be so stunningly beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Seeing that he looked a little infatuated, Qin Yun did not find him disgusting. Instead, she thought he was kind of cute. She stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers in front of him. Don't look at it. Xiaofeng came back to his senses at this moment. His face was slightly red and he drank the red wine in embarrassment. The two finished the meal in a very pleasant atmosphere. Qin Yun drank a little too much without realizing it. When she left the restaurant, her steps were unsteady and she almost fell down the stairs. Xiaofeng hurriedly supported her. He knew where her home was and specially called a luxury car to take her home. After putting her on the bed, Xiaofeng took the key and went out. He came back and left a small note on the bedside table before leaving. He also put the key on the bedside table. Qin Yun opened her eyes at this time. There was no trace of drunkenness in her eyes. She was completely sober. She picked up the note on the bedside table and looked at it. It said that he had bought hangover pills for her and asked her to take one after she woke up. He also bought stomach medicine because he was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable in her stomach after drinking so much. Qin Yun's smile deepened. She placed the note carefully on the bedside table and looked at the hangover pills on it with deep eyes. The summer breeze is indeed different. She turned the bottle of mineral water, threw the hangover pills into her mouth, and swallowed it with the mineral water. Although the water was ice cold, it made her feel warm as it flowed down her throat and into her stomach. Chapter 27. Is this your ex-girlfriend? After leaving Qin Yun's house, Xiaofeng also let out a long sigh and wiped his face to calm his inner impulse. He is a normal man, not a saint. It is impossible for him to say that he has no feelings when looking at such a tempting girl, but he does not want to be the villain who takes advantage of her misfortune. The next day, Xiaofeng had just gotten up and habitually picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table, but saw that there were several missed calls on the phone, all from Xin Fei. He raised his eyebrows, dialed the number, and after a few beeps, the other end answered the call. Xiaofeng. Xin Fei's lively voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Xiaofeng turned on the speakerphone and put the phone on the bed. He asked while getting dressed, "What's wrong?" "My friend's hotel is opening today. Are you free to have dinner together? Xiaofeng paused while putting on his clothes and looked at the time. It was almost noon. When? I'll pick you up downstairs at your house. I'll leave now and call you when I get there. Xian Fei said. Xiaofeng agreed and went to the bathroom to wash and clean up. Just as I finished packing and getting dressed, Xian Fei called me. She was already downstairs. Xiaofeng went downstairs and saw a fiery red sports car at a glance. Xian Fei was standing beside the car in a low-key black fishtail skirt. She had a curvy figure, fiery red lips, and wore sunglasses on her face. A sports car paired with a beautiful woman naturally makes people stop and admire it. Some men even forgot to walk while looking at it. Seeing Xiaofeng appear in her sight, Xian Fei took off her sunglasses and said, "Let's go." Sitting in her sports car, Xiaofeng joked, "The car has changed again, but this color suits you very well." Hearing this, Concubine Xian smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Xiaofeng waved his hands hurriedly, "Don't." The images of the pretty boy and the rich woman suddenly popped up in his mind. He felt that they were a little creepy and shuddered silently. Little did he know that in the eyes of others, wasn't he just a gigolo kept by a rich woman? Seeing him get into Concubine Xian's car, the men who had stopped to admire the beauty couldn't help but roll their eyes. Isn't this just a domineering CEO and a poor boy? Judging from the clothes the guy is wearing, he must be poor and is the poor boy being kept by someone. I'm so jealous. If I look like this guy, I wouldn't have to marry a tigress. The middle-aged man touched his face and sighed silently. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Xiaofeng didn't know that he had been criticized as a gigolo. The two of them had already arrived at the hotel entrance, not far from where he lived. There were flowers placed in front of the hotel and a large banner saying, "Celebrating the opening." You can see from the outside that this hotel is decorated very luxuriously and it is obviously a place where rich people go. Everyone coming and going was dressed in suits and ties, and only Xiaofeng was wearing his usual casual clothes. Seeing people coming and going looking at him, Xiaofeng wiped the sweat off his forehead silently in his heart. "Well, why didn't you tell me when you came that we would come to such a high-end hotel?" Xiaofeng said silently. Xian Fei put her arm around his and said nonchalantly, "What high-end or not? A hotel is for people to eat. My friend can afford such a luxurious hotel because his father is rich. There's no need to be so fussy." Since she said so, Xiaofeng naturally couldn't be shy anymore. He just felt that his attire was inappropriate because he was afraid of embarrassing Concubine Xian, but she didn't mind it, so he certainly didn't need to care about it either. The two entered the hotel, and people passing by with nothing to do looked at them in various ways. Xian Fei told the front desk the reservation number, and someone immediately took them to a private room. This hotel is very large, with dozens of private rooms. After the two entered the private room, the waiter walked out. Xiaofeng felt something was wrong. "Don't we need to order food?" Xian Fei curled her lips when she heard this. "My friend said she wanted to try something different, so she wanted to make a blind box of dishes." Hearing this, Xiaofeng nodded silently. It seems that this friend is quite playful. Not long after, the dishes came up one after another. This hotel paid special attention to taste and quality. Xiaofeng was a little surprised the moment he tasted the dishes. "Although I don't like blind boxes of dishes, the chef we hired is still good," Xian Fei also said. She didn't like to talk much while eating, so after making this comment, she started to eat peacefully. Before long, noisy sounds were heard among the population. "We originally reserved this room. Do you really care about us? You said it was already booked. How could you have our number?" A sarcastic female voice sounded outside the door, and Xiaofeng inexplicably felt that the voice was a little familiar. He put down his chopsticks, saw Concubine Xian opposite him with an unhappy expression, and was the first to open the door and walk out. The moment he opened the door, he was a little confused, because the person standing at the door was none other than his ex-girlfriend Chen Wanling. She was carrying a fat guy, who looked like her new boyfriend, and was arguing with the waiter. Seeing Xiaofeng, she raised her eyebrows and glanced at the private room behind him, with a look of disdain on her face. "Why are you here?" Her voice was still sharp and her face was still ugly. "I was wondering why the private room we booked was used by someone else. Could it be that you were secretly paying attention to my movements and came here early to use the private room?" Xiaofeng felt speechless and was about to refute when she continued, "We have broken up. It's impossible. I already have a new boyfriend. I advise you to give up on this idea." After saying this, she looked up at the fat man. The fat guy also fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng, with the same disdain in his eyes as Chen Wanling. Xiaofeng snorted coldly from his nose. These two people really look like a good match. Who speaks so loudly? Concubine Xian walked out of the private room. The moment he saw her, Fatty pushed away Chen Wanling's hand on his arm. Chen Wanling's expression twisted instantly and she looked at the woman in front of her unkindly. Concubine Xian was also looking at her, scanning her from top to bottom. Xian Fei smiled lightly, snorted, and pushed Xiaofeng's arm. What's your relationship with this person? Is she your ex-girlfriend? Xiaofeng could sense the sarcasm in her voice. He touched his nose and nodded, yes. Concubine Xian burst out laughing, as if she had heard a joke. She looked at Chen Wanling several times, her facial expression full of sarcasm. She opened her red lips slightly. That's it? She doesn't have a good figure to begin with, and she wears a skirt that shows off her figure. She looks plain, and she picked a white skirt on purpose. She looks as tasteless as boiled water, and the high heels on her feet are also dull. I really don't understand what you like about her. As a designer, Xian Fei professionally commented on Chen Wanling's outfit, which made her so angry that her face turned blue. Chen Wanling's boyfriend also looked at her thoughtfully. He thought she was quite beautiful when Xian Fei didn't say anything just now, but after her analysis, she was indeed as bland as boiled water. Chapter 28, Learning is Endless. The fat man walked away from Chen Wanling with a look of disgust on his face and turned his gaze to Concubine Xian. Compared to Concubine Xian, his girlfriend is really not good enough. The woman in front of him had an exquisite appearance, and her whole body was burning with a flaming vitality that made people unable to help but stop to admire her and want to get involved. This is the goddess of his dreams. The fat guy swallowed his saliva and showed a self-satisfied handsome expression. Beauty, do you have time to come with me for a drink? I'll take you to the biggest bar, howling. The fat man extended an invitation to Concubine Xian. Chen Wanling, who was standing next to him, had a distorted face and looked at Concubine Xian fiercely, wishing she could bite her to death. Concubine Xian looked up and down at Fatty, who was dressed like a nouveau riche, and she wanted people to see how rich he was. Her appearance was even more unflattering. Concubine Xian had always felt that no matter how ugly a person was, they couldn't be that ugly. But after seeing Tu Feiyuan, she realized that there was really no limit to a person's ugliness. She uttered from her nose, "You?" Hearing this word, Tu Feiyuan's face changed immediately. At the same time, Xiaofeng stood in front of Xian Fei in a protective posture. He still had some patience for the beautiful fat girl. He took a deep breath and looked at his ex-boyfriend who was poor and had low aspirations in his girlfriend's eyes. To be honest, my family's assets are worth tens of millions, which is incomparable to the poor boy in front of you. Think carefully, beautiful girl, are you going to follow this poor boy or me? If you follow me, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and you don't have to worry about money or anything. The fat man gave what he thought was a temptation. Xian Fei almost laughed herself to death. She gently covered her mouth with her hand and pretended to be shocked. Oh my God, so many. The fat man puffed out his chest and became more confident after hearing her say this. What's the use of being handsome? If you don't have money, you will still be poached. Concubine Xian added, but the clothes I'm wearing cost millions. Can you afford to support me? After hearing this, the fat guy's arrogance immediately turned into confusion, and he realized that this woman was teasing him. He really couldn't bear it any longer, so he stretched out his hand to grab Xian Fei over Xiaofeng, but before his hand reached in front of her, his wrist was forcibly grasped. Xiaofeng didn't save any energy at all, and the fat guy gasped in pain several times. Every time he inhaled, the fat on his face trembled, making it so greasy that it was disgusting. Do you want to die? Let me go, the fat man roared. Xiaofeng showed disdain on his face and increased the strength of his hands. The fat man fell to his knees in pain, taking deep breaths, and tears were about to come out. If he hadn't been holding it in, he would have been kneeling on the ground in pain. Ding, the system has assigned a temporary task. Please teach the fat guy a lesson. The system suddenly came out to assign tasks, and Xiaofeng was stunned. The fat man said to him fiercely, if you don't let me go, I will find someone to teach you a lesson later. He has money, so he can even use gangsters to his advantage. Chen Wanling watched from the side without saying anything. She also wanted to use her boyfriend's hand to teach Xiaofeng a lesson, because you have the woman next to him. She had just been ridiculed, and her boyfriend had fallen in love with her. She felt very uncomfortable and wished that this woman would disappear. What are you afraid of? Just start hitting him. I want to see how he teaches you a lesson. Xian Fei's voice sounded from the side. Xiaofeng had no intention of pampering this fat guy, so he kicked him to his knees. Due to his heavy weight, he fell to his knees with a thud, and he screamed in pain. If you want to make me look bad, I'd like to see who is the one suffering between us. Xiaofeng looked disdainful. He kicked the fat guy directly in the waist, and before the other party could react, he was kicked against the wall next to him, and this kick almost made him bleed. Xiaofeng felt that it was about time and waited for the system's prompt, but there was no sound from the system. It seemed that the lesson was not enough. Xiaofeng stepped on Tu Feiyuan's hand again and crushed it hard. Tu Feiyuan almost cried because of the pain. Ding, the host has completed the task and obtained the boundless learning. Chen Wanling was standing nearby and was stunned. She didn't expect Xiaofeng would actually dare to do it. Even though this fat guy had just flirted with another woman in front of her, he was still a rich man that she had finally hooked up with, and he must not be beaten up. She hurriedly walked to Xiaofeng, grabbed Xiaofeng's wrist with her hand, and said forcefully, "Let go." The moment her wrist touched Xiaofeng, she immediately let go of her hand as if she had touched something dirty, and even wiped her wrist on her clothes. Chen Wanling looked at him like this, her face turned blue with anger, but she could only help her boyfriend up. The fat man said harshly, "Just wait for me." After saying that, he was helped by Chen Wanling and left dejectedly. After this farce, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei lost their appetite and drove directly to Qin Yun's company. After arriving at the company, Qin Yun handled official business while Xian Fei was flipping through magazines of recent fashion shows and did not disturb her. Xiaofeng looked at his phone and felt a little bored. He suddenly remembered the endless learning skill that the system had just given him. After using the skill, he did not feel any strange changes in his body. There is no end to learning. These words should be related to learning. Xiaofeng walked directly to the bookshelf and picked up a book at random. The moment he opened the book, he understood the true meaning of learning has no boundaries. While reading, he experienced the legendary feeling of reading 10 lines at a glance. He also has a genius memory, and he can remember something firmly in his mind just by looking at it once. He flipped through the pages of the book quickly, making a rustling sound. Qin Yun and Xian Fei both looked at him in surprise. At this time, Xiaofeng had just finished reading a whole book. When he closed the book, the entire book appeared in his mind and he could remember it if he thought about it carefully. This feeling was so wonderful that he felt a little bit dizzy. "Are you playing flipping books?" Xian Fei couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiaofeng then realized that there were two people next to him. The noise he made when flipping through the book was so loud that he felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry to bother you, I'm reading a book." Hearing this, Concubine Xian walked up to him, took the book from his hand, and weighed the weight of the book. After weighing the weight, she flipped through the contents. Every page was filled with words. If she were asked to read this book without sleep, it would take her 2 days. But just now, the group leader just glanced at it for a few minutes, right? She looked at him in disbelief. "Make sure you are reading." "I think you are kidding me. When I read a book, I can read 10 lines at a glance, and I can remember all these things clearly in my mind," Xiaofeng said silently. In fact, he also felt that the skill of unlimited learning was really amazing. With this skill, wouldn't all the books be able to fit into his brain? Chapter 29, Encountering a Young Couple. Go to the library to read? Qin Yun and Xian Fei both expressed their confusion. Although learning never ends, no matter how you look at it, Xiaofeng doesn't seem like the kind of person who would go to the library for no reason. Xiaofeng had just acquired this skill, so coming to the library was the most appropriate place for him to practice. Especially since the library was less crowded and quiet, his efficiency would definitely be greatly improved. It was just right that he could take advantage of this opportunity to learn some knowledge that he had not learned before and make plans for the future. He could not always help Qin Yun. He would start his own business one day, and the prerequisite was to study hard. However, when he opened a book, he felt a powerful energy flowing into his brain, and he felt a surging power. He had never felt that a book could be so simple and wonderful. He finished reading the book quickly and effortlessly, and his mind was still very clear. The more Xiaofeng saw, the more knowledge gushed out of him. However, the speed at which he read was also astonishing. Next to him was a loving couple who were studying hard, but at some point the girl started glancing at Xiaofeng. "Wow! What's wrong with you? I'm your boyfriend, why are you looking at him?" The boy felt that his girlfriend was not paying attention to him and was very dissatisfied, especially because his girlfriend was looking at another man. What's more, it was right in front of him. Oh, no, look at him. I feel like he reads very fast, and he looks like a top student. It must be easy for him to study. Look at the two of us. We've been here all morning, and we haven't learned anything. The girl was about to take her final exam, and she was worried about failing, so she went to the library with her boyfriend. She didn't have much confidence to begin with, and when she saw Xiaofeng reading so fast, and it didn't seem like he was just reading randomly, she felt even more hurt. Oh, it's okay, don't worry, I'm here, you'll definitely be fine, I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea, just read a book for a while. Although the boy is unhappy, he is just looking at her after all. Nothing is more effective than milk tea to regain a girl's attention. The girl originally listened to the boy and read the book carefully, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity and kept looking towards Xiaofeng. She was shocked every time she looked. She had never seen anyone read so quickly before. After hesitating for a long time, the girl finally couldn't help but ask, "Hello, excuse me?" Xiaofeng originally had a delicate appearance, and now with glasses on, he had the feeling of a gentlemanly villain, very much like the top student who was a very good student in school. Hello little brother, I just saw that you were reading very quickly and seriously. Have you finished reading so many books and memorized them all? Although she didn't know why, the girl always felt that Xiaofeng had seen through everything, and he looked very impressive. About the same. Maybe my mind has been clearer recently, so my reading efficiency is quite high. Xiaofeng smiled. Although his reading progress was interrupted, after being interrupted and stopping reading, the things in his mind seemed to become clearer. Is that so? Brother, you are really amazing. I have been here for the whole morning, but I can't really focus on it. Brother, do you have any special methods? I also want to study hard, but my brain just can't remember anything. The girl looked very childish. At this moment, she had her face drooped and spoke to Xiaofeng in a soft voice. She was quite cute. Xiaofeng was also amused by her appearance. There's really no good way. The most important thing is that you have to be clear-headed. And that person was your boyfriend just now. Can a young couple really read a book together? Xiaofeng's words were somewhat teasing. He just found this young college couple very amusing. Oh, okay, I admit that I will be distracted when he is next to me. Who made me like him? But brother, you don't have someone you like, so you won't think about other things, so how do you concentrate? To be honest, Xiaofeng had no way to answer the girl's question. He couldn't say it was because of his special skills. Well, Hello? The girl's boyfriend came over suddenly. Then he pushed Xiaofeng away. Xiaofeng was caught off guard and almost fell off the chair. Ouch! What are you doing? When the girl saw this scene, she immediately felt ashamed to face Xiaofeng. It was outrageous that her boyfriend pushed her for no reason. What are you doing? What is he doing? The man ignored the milk tea in his hand and glared at Xiaofeng. Don't you know she has a boyfriend? Is it appropriate for you to hook up with someone else's girlfriend? Are you lacking love? The young man was full of youthful vigor. Xiaofeng was a little angry and a little amused. All this was so inexplicable. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl said anxiously, I was the one who took the initiative to talk to her. What does it have to do with her? Please stop being jealous and making trouble for no reason. Bah! I tell you, these people in society are all so pretentious. He must be pretending, and then tricking you into taking the initiative to talk to him, and then you fall into his trap unknowingly. The boy glared at Xiaofeng and protected his girlfriend behind him like a child. You think too much. This girl and I just chatted about studying. You think too much. I am just observing here. Xiaofeng originally didn't want to get entangled with him, nor did he intend to argue with him. Oh, that's all? Those are just high-sounding words from you people. You speak beautifully, but who knows how dark your hearts are? You pretend to read, but you turn the pages so quickly, who knows if you can read it? Even if you can't read it, you still have a group of girls around you just by pretending to be a gentleman. You really have a good plan. Xiaofeng was also very convinced by the boy's logic. Although he was a little angry, he did not intend to continue to waste time with him. How do you know I didn't read it? Xiaofeng stood up with the book and walked to his side. I really envy your innocence, but, unfortunately, you are really too naive. As he spoke, Xiaofeng had already put his hands on his shoulders and secretly exerted force. The boy was obviously unable to bear the force and his face turned ugly, but he couldn't be scared in front of his girlfriend. It's time to exercise properly. Xiaofeng finished his revenge and patted his shoulder vigorously. Goodbye. Then he left behind a very handsome back. After Xiaofeng left, the boy couldn't hold it anymore. His shoulder hurt so much, and his arm, which had just been slapped twice, was also burning with pain. He really didn't know what that guy was eating to grow up. Damn it! Next time I see him, I'll make sure he's in trouble. Then, he left with his girlfriend with a grin on his face. Chapter 30. Let It Go. Since Qin Yun discovered Xiaofeng's massage skills, she would praise him every time she met his sisters. In fact, she also wanted to help Xiaofeng build connections and let him meet more people. Hey, Mr. Qin, you said you always praise him. You see, we are all craving for his massage. So you have to take responsibility for this. Those people were also very considerate. As businessmen, they would know what Qin Yun meant. Since Qin Yun valued her, they would of course give her face. Well, let's meet at my house. I'll let you guys experience what a top-notch massage is. It's definitely much more comfortable than a massage at a beauty salon. Qin Yun's purpose was indeed to make Xiaofeng meet more people. No matter what those people thought of her, as long as her goal was achieved, it was fine. Okay, we are honored to be invited by President Qin. This matter has been finalized. Qin Yun told Xiaofeng about this matter that night, and Xiaofeng happily agreed. He also knew that Qin Yun was helping him, and it would not be a bad thing if he could really meet more people and broaden his horizons. Xiaofeng also attached great importance to this meeting. He also hoped to leave a good impression on them, so that no matter whether he would meet them again in the future, it would be a win-win situation with no harm. Xiaofeng was still very nervous on the night of the meeting. Although he was very confident in his massage skills, the other party was a successful person, so he couldn't help being a little nervous. Come, Xiaofeng, let me introduce you. Qin Yun brought two middle-aged women who looked like successful people and strong women. This is Zhang Huiwen, President Zhang, and this is Chen Yan, President Chen. Qin Yun looked at Xiaofeng with a smile. Sister Zhang, Sister Chen, this is Xiaofeng, my brother. Oh, the young man is very energetic. Yeah, it looks good. Compliments and compliments were on the tip of their tongues, but what they said now was all to give Qin Yun face. They didn't think it was important for a young man to have superb massage skills, as long as he didn't make mistakes. However, 10 minutes later, all previous thoughts disappeared, leaving only one thought: it's so comfortable. Have you ever learned this? Your technique is even better than that of a professional. Chen Yan hasn't been so relaxed for a long time. Her body has been overwhelmed by all kinds of work every day. It's not that she hasn't been to beauty salons and massage parlors, but those places can't relieve her fatigue. But she really never expected that Xiaofeng was so skilled and even better than the masseur she hired at a high price. I haven't learned it professionally. I just heard Sister Qin Yun say she was feeling unwell a few days ago, so I learned it. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Xiaofeng was not bragging, he really only learned it for 2 days. Wow, you're really good then. Both strong women were completely subdued by Xiaofeng's massage skills. After the massage, they were still reluctant to leave. Xiao, are you in the massage industry or something? Xiaofeng's excellent massage skills finally attracted the attention of these two successful people. No, I'm studying with Sister Qin Yun now. Xiaofeng was a little nervous, but you couldn't tell from the outside, and he gave people a feeling of neither being humble nor arrogant. Yes, he is learning from me now and plans to work on his own in the future. He is much better than I thought. He is much smarter than us and learns things very quickly. I think there will be no problem for him to work on his own. Qin Yun took advantage of the opportunity. Oh, I can't go wrong if I follow you. You went through the same thing back then, and you're still very young. If you lead him, he will definitely be better than you. The two CEOs looked at Xiaofeng with even more admiration. They had both come from a down-to-earth background and knew how difficult it was to start a business. So they looked at Xiaofeng with a lot more loving eyes. That must be better than me, ha 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 ha. Qin Yun always looks at Xiaofeng through a filter. She loves this younger brother very much. I don't know what Xiao wants to do. Although we are women, we are not inferior to men. If you are willing, you can tell us first and we will give you some advice. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yun's smile became even more intense. It seemed that today's goal had been achieved. Of course, both of you are very successful people. If you have your opinions, I think I can avoid many drawbacks. Of course, Xiaofeng was happy, his eyes lit up. This was also an opportunity for him, and maybe he could learn a lot from it. So in the next 2 hours, Xiaofeng told them about his entrepreneurial ideas, and the two listened with great interest. Especially since they were no longer tired and felt much more comfortable sitting on the sofa, they listened to Xiaofeng with extra patience. Oh, you have a great idea, Xiaoxia. I think what you are doing is a big deal. You are very thoughtful and have a promising future. How about this? Xiaoxia, do you have a detailed plan? If possible, I can also sponsor you some startup funds. Don't forget me when you make money. Chen Yan was very excited after hearing Xiaofeng's idea. There are not many young people with ideas now, especially those like Xiao Xia who can consider all aspects. Such people often have a greater chance of success. Is this true? Xiaofeng looked incredulous. He really didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Look at how unstable you are. Why don't you thank the two bosses quickly? Qin Yun chimed in. Thank you. I really appreciate your kindness. Thank you so much. There is nothing more joyful than being recognized by others. After the two bosses left, Qin Yun chatted with Xiaofeng alone. Well, you've been learning from me for so long, you should be able to be independent now, right? Qin Yun said with some sarcasm. I have plans, but I'm not sure. Xiaofeng was a little hesitant. Come, have some tea. Qin Yun didn't rush to talk to him anymore, and poured him a cup of tea first. Although life is like tea, the longer you live, the more valuable it is, but if you are not willing to take the first step, how do you know where you can go? Xiaofengman took a sip of tea. He did have the idea of going it alone, but he had never thought of it so soon. It seemed unreal, like a dream. Can we really try it? Xiaofeng was a little worried. If you're asking me this, then I really doubt whether you can really stand up on your own and have a little confidence in yourself. Qin Yun was very optimistic about him. He had been with her for so long that she had some idea of what he was like. Okay, then I may not be able to study with you all the time. Xiaofeng didn't know what mood he was in at the moment. He felt a little excited and a little nervous. Just do it. I don't need an assistant. Qin Yun patted his shoulder gently. Chapter 31 There is a traitor. In the following period of time, Xiaofeng was busy with the company, busy with decoration, busy with recruiting, busy with training. Many trivial matters needed him to do them personally, and he was not at ease to let others do it. The decoration is almost done, and the office and other things are almost ready, and the next step is to recruit people. Recruiting people is actually quite a headache for Xiaofeng. Not only does he have to be careful and cautious, but he also has to consider many aspects. It is a very time-consuming task. However, when he actually started the interview, he found that he had met many of the people before. When he was with Qin Yun, he saw all the people under his supervision during the interview. Xiaofeng was a little happy, as familiar people are always better than complete strangers. But just as there are things that make him happy, there are also things that make him sad. We only interviewed a few people in the whole afternoon, and many of them were just there to make up the numbers and were not sincere at all. But there is one very special person among them. Xiaofeng had seen this person before, but he was not Qin Yun's person, but someone close to Chen Wanling. Hello. Hello, Mr. Xia. She is a woman, applying for the position of secretary. You look familiar. I wonder if we have met before. Of course I have. I have seen her next to Chen Wanling. Fortunately, Xiaofeng has a good memory and remembered her, otherwise he would have fallen into a trap. Boss Xia, you must be joking. Maybe it's because I have a common face. If I had met Boss Xia, you would definitely remember me. What a smooth-talking woman. Okay, let's start the interview. Xiaofeng did not expose him, but went through the interview process with her. The woman's name is Lu Chen, and her resume is very impressive. No matter where she goes, such a beautiful and highly educated resume must be very popular. It seems that Chen Wanling has spared no effort to place spies around him. But this is the problem. With such a great resume, why not go anywhere else but to a small, newly opened company? This is the biggest problem. But in this case, such a great resume has been handed here. If Xiaofeng doesn't accept it, then he would be at a loss. Since they dared to send people over here, he would take advantage of them. So, on Monday, the woman came to work and also took up the position of secretary. Of all the high-paying positions, he chose the most demanding one. He really tried hard to get close to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng treated her in a business-like manner, but he knew in his heart that everything she could get was not top-secret information. It should be said that the more people don't want to see someone, the more they see him or her. When Xiaofeng went downstairs for lunch that day, he met Chen Wanling in the coffee shop. She was arm in arm with a very greasy middle-aged fat man. Tisk. Xiaofeng couldn't help but shudder. The man looked to be the same age as her father, yet he was so cruel. Hey. Xiaofeng originally planned to take a detour, but he couldn't resist someone who wanted to cause trouble. Why, are you okay? Chen Wanling twisted her slender waist, which was originally pleasing to the eye, but unfortunately there was a round and fat hand on her waist, which looked very much like a pig's trotter. You say this when you see me, then I'm really sad. Look at you now, you're worse off than when you were with me. It was really right for me to leave you. Chen Wanling said this, but she was itching to do it. Although the tycoon next to her was rich, he was too old and his appearance was hard to describe, but she endured it for the sake of money. Yes, so, you found a successful person for yourself? Xiaofeng emphasized the word successful person, and Chen Wanling's face instantly turned ugly. What do you mean? My boyfriend may not look good, but he is outstanding. He is many times better than a ditch rat like you. Chen Wanling was a little upset. The fat guy next to her felt that the boy in front of him was not that simple, but he naturally could not lose to such a young and beautiful girlfriend. Boy, you'd better leave Ling Ling. That's good for you. Fatty looked at Xiaofeng with disdain, but his height didn't allow him to do so. Ha! Xiaofeng just smiled. He didn't feel insulted or embarrassed, but just found it a little funny. Perhaps children in kindergarten would not be so childish and funny. What are you laughing at? I'm telling you, stay away from Ling Ling from now on. I know you opened a company, but so what? Do you think anyone can open a company, just you? Although Fatty was a little afraid of Xiaofeng in his heart, he thought that such feeling was pure bullshit. He was just a kid, how could he turn the world upside down? Yes, it's me. Xiaofeng grabbed the fat man's finger that was pointing at him and twisted it back. Didn't your teacher in school teach you the basic manners of being a human being? Xiaofeng only used a little strength and it wouldn't do anything to him. Xiaofeng. What do you mean? This is my boyfriend, how dare you hit him? Believe it or not, I will call the police. Chen Wanling looked at the grinning man next to her and suddenly became furious. First, she was angry at Xiaofeng, and second, she was angry at her boyfriend for not living up to her expectations. Go ahead. Xiaofeng waved his sleeves, still calm and composed, with no ripples on his face. You guys chat slowly, I'm leaving first. However, just as Xiaofeng was about to step out of the door, Chen Wanling chased him out. Xiaofeng. Chen Wanling was very angry. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. What do you mean? I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt my boyfriend, sooner or later I will make you pay the price. Chen Wanling didn't want to stand up for her so-called boyfriend, she just wanted to save her face. Xiaofeng dared to do this to her, she must not get away with him. Really? Then I'll wait and see? Xiaofeng sneered. Chen Wanling's hand had already reached out to him. Let him pay the price? What a pity. He wouldn't let her have this opportunity. After Xiaofeng left, Chen Wanling got very angry and directly called the woman assigned to Xiaofeng, asking her to speed up. So, for the next few days, Xiaofeng clearly felt the enthusiasm of the secretary around him, who was either serving tea or handing over documents, and it was almost like the secretary was following him around 24 hours a day. Secretary Liu, this is the plan for this month. Please take it to the planning team and make sure nothing goes wrong. Tell them to be careful. This list is very important. If you have any questions, come to me. Oh, and after you deliver it, you don't have to come back yet. Supervise them to hurry up with the work. Although Xiaofeng was arranging the work seriously, all these things were made up by him, because aren't these confidential things what she wanted? Okay, Mr. Xia. Lu Chen was so happy when she got it that she couldn't wait to take a picture of the content and send it to Chen Wanling. Chapter 32 Acquisition Troubles. Qin was worried that Xiaofeng could not solve these problems by himself, so Qin went to find Xiaofeng in person to help Xiaofeng come up with a plan. Then Qin drove her luxury car to where Xiaofeng was. While Qin was driving to find Xiaofeng, she suddenly received a phone call. Fortunately, the call was not to inform her of any bad news. Qin picked up the phone and switched to Bluetooth mode. Hello, I'm Qin Yun. Qin Yun spoke first, asking the other party to tell her what was going on. At this time, a male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Xiao Lu. From the man's tone, Qin Yun guessed that he should be an employee of her company. Then Qin Yun asked the employee what was going on. After hearing the employee's narration, Qin Yun understood what was going on. It turned out that it was just because a team in Qin Yun's company was going to sign a contract, so they called Qin Yun to ask for her opinion. Qin Yun simply gave the employee instructions and hung up the phone. After Qin Yun solved the problem, she stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Now Qin Yun just wanted to see Xiaofeng as soon as possible. She missed Xiaofeng so much. After Qin Yun arrived at Xiaofeng's location, she walked straight towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I'm here to help you. Xiaofeng didn't expect Qin Yun to come to him suddenly. Xiaofeng felt a little surprised, but he still greeted Qin Yun very friendly. Hey, Qin Yun, why are you here? Qin Yun was a little unhappy when Xiaofeng said this. Why can't I come yet? I'm definitely here to help you. You said before that you wanted to buy your previous clothing company. I thought you might not be able to handle it alone, so I came here to help you. Qin Yun also heard the unhappy tone in Qin Yun's voice at this time, and hurriedly apologized to Qin Yun. Qin Yun, don't say that. I didn't expect you to come so suddenly, and I said that out of curiosity. Don't be angry. In fact, Qin Yun was not really angry with Xiaofeng, she just wanted to test how he felt about her. However, Xiaofeng's current reaction also satisfied Qin Yun, which proved that she had a little place in Xiaofeng's heart. Then Qin Yun told Xiaofeng that she forgave him, and the two of them went into Xiaofeng's residence to discuss Xiaofeng's acquisition of the company. After Qin Yun arrived at Xiaofeng's residence, she found a place to sit down and then discussed with Xiaofeng the matter of acquiring Xiaofeng's former clothing company. Xiaofeng, you said you wanted to acquire your former clothing company. How confident are you that you can do it? After Qin Yun sat down, she went straight to the point without much hesitation. Qin Yun's seriousness when working formed a contrast with her usual appearance. Moreover, when Qin Yun is working, she will not let personal reasons affect her work, which is why many people admire Qin Yun. Seeing that Qin Yun got straight to the point, Xiaofeng didn't waste any more time and directly discussed his ideas with her. I want to acquire my former clothing company. I think you know this. But there are some twists and turns. Because I don't have that many shares in this small company, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to acquire it. Then Xiaofeng continued to talk about his thoughts. I think if I go there to acquire it, I'm afraid I'll be blocked by some people. Some people might raise the price, but I still want to buy back my old clothing company. Qin Yun just listened quietly to Xiaofeng's thoughts and opinions, and when necessary, she nodded to show her approval of Xiaofeng's ideas. After listening to Xiaofeng's ideas and opinions, Qin Yun felt that it was not impossible to acquire Xiaofeng's previous small clothing company. However, the certainty that Xiaofeng would be able to acquire his previous small clothing company was not very high, and it might be a bit difficult. But since Qin Yun has promised Xiaofeng to help him, she will definitely help him. No matter what, Qin Yun will try her best to help Xiaofeng acquire his previous small clothing company. Xiaofeng, you don't have to worry about this. Since I promised you that I would help you acquire your previous small clothing company, I will definitely do it. Since you said that your shares are very small, then we can come up with other ideas. Qin Yun then personally made a plan for Xiaofeng to start the company. After Qin Yun and Xiaofeng discussed, they decided to go to the person in charge of the clothing company to discuss the acquisition. Xiaofeng immediately took a car to his previous small clothing company to discuss the acquisition. While Xiaofeng was discussing the acquisition with the person in charge, he met an uninvited guest. The price I have given to acquire this small clothing company is quite reasonable. Moreover, this small clothing company has not made much profit in recent years. If I acquire this small clothing company, it may bring more excitement to this company. The person in charge at this time had actually wavered in his decision. Just as he was about to sign the acquisition contract, an uninvited guest interrupted their conversation. Hey, isn't this Xiaofeng? Why are you here today, you loser? Are you so poor that you come to this company to ask for money? Xiaofeng knew who this annoying person was without even looking. After not seeing her for a long time, this person still hadn't changed her old temper and was still so annoying. Yes, the person who intervened at this time was Chen Wanling, Xiaofeng's former girlfriend and now ex-girlfriend. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling disgusted when he looked at her, but because he was talking about work, he didn't act too aggressively and just didn't reply to Chen Wanling's words. Seeing that Xiaofeng ignored her, Chen Wanling became even more arrogant, cursing and talking nonsense. And after Chen Wanling knew that Xiaofeng wanted to acquire this small clothing company, she made things even harder for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I heard that you want to acquire this company, right? Then let me tell you, I own shares in this company. Since you want to acquire this company, then I also have the right to participate. When Xiaofeng heard Chen Wanling start to speak, he knew that she was going to act up again, but Xiaofeng was still generous enough to let her state her conditions. Yes, that's right. Chen Wanling, if you own shares in this company, then you are indeed qualified to participate in the acquisition of the company. Chen Wanling knew that Xiaofeng would say this, and then Chen Wanling relied on her shares to offer Xiaofeng a sky-high price for the acquisition. Chapter 33 Successful Acquisition. Xiaofeng was quite surprised after hearing the price Chen Wanling offered. Xiaofeng thought that this small clothing company could not offer such a high price. Even if Chen Wanling owned shares, she shouldn't ask for so many. However, Xiaofeng could tell from Chen Wanling's arrogant look that she had no intention of discussing it with him. Xiaofeng gently supported his forehead. This Chen Wanling was indeed difficult to deal with. She was a little vain before, but now her appetite has become so big. It's been a long time since I last saw her. I must look at her with new eyes. Chen Wanling, I'm warning you. Even if you own shares, you can't offer such a high price. Even if I want to acquire this company, I won't calculate it the way you do. Although Xiaofeng had warned Chen Wanling, it seemed that Xiaofeng's warning was of no use to Chen Wanling. Chen Wanling still insisted on asking such a high price, and no matter how Xiaofeng talked to her, she did not change her decision. Xiaofeng saw that there was still no progress, so he decided not to stay any longer. He thought it was a waste of time and had no effect, so he drove back to discuss the next steps with Qin Yun. At this moment, Chen Wanling looked at Xiaofeng's receding back and felt very relieved. Chen Wanling just couldn't stand Xiaofeng's arrogant attitude, and now that Xiaofeng was defeated, Chen Wanling was of course very happy. Chen Wanling just wanted to teach Xiaofeng a lesson so that he wouldn't be so arrogant anymore. Chen Wanling wanted to make Xiaofeng understand that she was not so easy to mess with. Now Xiaofeng has arrived at his residence, and then Xiaofeng saw Qin Yun waiting for him to come back there. Xiaofeng walked into his residence tiredly, wanting to lie down and rest for a while. But as soon as Xiaofeng entered the residence, he heard Qin Yun's voice. Xiaofeng, you're back now. How are things going? How's the progress of acquiring your former small clothing company? Was it successful? Xiaofeng was very tired now. Although he didn't want to answer Qin Yun's question, he finally answered it. Not so good. A Chang Yao Jin showed up unexpectedly. He made me fail in acquiring a small clothing company. Really, there are such people everywhere. Qin Yun felt a little sorry for Xiaofeng when she heard him say that he failed in the acquisition, but who was the Chang Yao Jin that Xiaofeng was talking about? Chang Yao Jin, who is that? How could this person block your acquisition of that small clothing company? Could it be that this person has great power? Seeing that Qin Yun didn't react to who the Chang Yao Jin he was talking about was, Xiaofeng told Qin Yun what happened during the acquisition of the small clothing company this morning. Chang Yao Jin? Oh, that's a compliment to her. The Chang Yao Jin I'm talking about is actually my ex-girlfriend Chen Wanling. When I was about to successfully acquire that company today, Chen Wanling suddenly appeared and stopped me from acquiring that company. When Qin Yun heard Xiaofeng say that Chang Yao Jin was Chen Wan, Qin Yun realized that the Chang Yao Jin Xiaofeng was talking about was Chen Wanling. In Qin Yun's impression, Chen Wanling was indeed not a good person. The last time Qin Yun saw Chen Wanling, she could feel her materialistic taste. Then Xiaofeng told Qin Yun about the sky-high purchase price offered by Chen Wanling. What? She asked for such a high price. Is she crazy about money? Qin Yun's expression now was exactly the same as Xiaofeng's expression when he first heard Chen Wanler mention the sky-high price. At that time, Xiaofeng also felt that Chen Wanling was so unreasonable. Xiaofeng, I advise you to give up. Anyway, the company is not profitable to begin with. If you acquire this company later, you may not only not make any money, but may even lose money. It is better to give up as soon as possible, so that you won't fulfill that woman's wish. Although Xiaofeng understood what Qin Yun said, he also knew that if he really succeeded in acquiring this company, he might not make much profit in the future. But this was Xiaofeng's past memory after all, and he also wanted to buy the company back. So he didn't consider what Qin Yun said, and Xiaofeng still wanted to buy the company back. Qin Yun, I understand what you said. But I think I still need to fight with Chen Wanling. What if I succeed in the end? Xinyan had no choice but to say something when she saw Xiaofeng was so stubborn. It's up to you. You won't listen to me anyway. In the end, Xiaofeng successfully won back the company from Chen Wanling and successfully acquired it. Xinyan also helped Xiaofeng in the process of success. Although Xinyan said that before, she still helped Xiaofeng when Xiaofeng was in trouble. After Xiaofeng got back his clothing company, Xianfei also heard that Xiaofeng had successfully acquired his clothing company, so Xianfei hurriedly drove her car to Xiaofeng's company. Xiaofeng is now busy with the affairs of his new company. His company also has a lot of financial problems and a lot of miscellaneous matters that need him to deal with. Although Xinyan also helped, her help alone was obviously not enough. Both of them were busy and exhausted. Suddenly, Xiaofeng heard his subordinates say that a woman came to see Xiaofeng and said that Xiaofeng was her friend and asked Xiaofeng to come and see her. Xiaofeng was already very busy, but now someone wanted to find him. He felt that his temper was a little irritable, but that person actually said that she was his friend, so Xiaofeng would definitely recognize her, so he still went to find that woman. Sure enough, Xiaofeng saw a familiar figure in the office, and that person turned out to be Xianfei. Xianfei, why are you here? I'm afraid you heard that I opened a new company and wanted to show your support. Concubine Xian felt a little shy when she heard Xiaofeng teasing her. Yes, of course I have to help you when you open a new company. You must be short of manpower here, so why don't I be your assistant? Xianfei volunteered to be Xiaofeng's assistant, and Xiaofeng agreed as he thought he still needed an assistant. Okay, Sister Xuanfei, thank you for your concern. Hearing Xiaofeng's agreement, Concubine Xian turned around in great joy. But Xiaofeng didn't expect that Qin Yun would become jealous after knowing that Xianfei said she wanted to be Xiaofeng's assistant. Send a WeChat message to Xiaofeng right away. Brother, you don't want me anymore because you have Sister Xianfei, right? You want her to be your assistant, but you don't want me to be one? What does this have to do with anything? Xiaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly replied. No, Sister Qin Yun, I'm just worried that you'll be tired. After coaxing for a long time, Qin Yun finally calmed down. Chapter 34, Defeat Lu Yuanbin. After Xiaofeng took back his clothing company and Xianfei became his assistant, Xiaofeng intended to enter the food industry. However, since he had no experience in this area, Xiaofeng only had the intention but did not know how to do it. Just when Xiaofeng was worrying about entering the food industry, Qin Yun also learned of Xiaofeng's idea. Qin Yun knew that Xiaofeng wanted his new company to enter the food industry, so Qin Yun decided to use her reputation in this industry to help Xiaofeng enter the food industry. So Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, do you want your new company to enter the food industry? Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, I have this idea, but I have no experience in this area, so I don't have an accurate plan for entering the market yet. Qin Yun, do you have any good suggestions? Qin Yun also told Xiaofeng her thoughts. He said, since you want to enter the food industry, why not cooperate with my hotel? This is a win-win situation. When Xiaofeng heard Qin Yun's help, he felt indescribably moved. So Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, if I can get your help, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. I think we can enter the food industry together. This is also a good thing in pairs. Then I would like to thank Miss Qin for her help here first. Qin Yun didn't say anything extra to Xiaofeng and left Xiaofeng's office to contact her own hotel. Soon, Qin Yun called the manager of her hotel, and the call was quickly picked up by the manager. The manager said to the other end of the phone, Hello, does the chairman have any instructions? Qin Yun said to the manager on the other end of the phone, Put down everything you are doing right now. I want to see a contract for food cooperation with Xiaofeng's company at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The manager didn't understand Qin Yun, so he asked Qin Yun, Chairman, are we going to cooperate with President Xia's new company in the food industry? Yes. The general manager still didn't understand Qin Yun's approach, because he felt that Qin Yun's behavior was mostly mixed with personal feelings and she didn't consider the impact and benefits of the hotel at all. So he wanted to persuade Qin Yun to reconsider and said to Qin Yun, Chairman, I personally think that since Director Xiao's company has just been established and they have no experience in this area, it is not a wise choice for us to cooperate with them. If you want to find a partner, we can consider a better partner than Director Xiao's new company. Qin Yun knew that she had not considered it carefully, but since she had decided to help Xiaofeng enter the food industry, she could not go back on her word. What's more, she likes Xiaofeng. Because the general manager of this hotel was an honest and simple man, he dared to tell Qin Yun his suggestions in this way. However, Qin Yun's determination to help Xiaofeng enter the food industry cannot be changed by a small general manager like him. So Qin Yun said to the manager in a slightly angry tone, I am the chairman. If I say yes, then you must send the contract with Director Xia and his company to enter the food industry to my email at 1 p.m. today, otherwise you will be fired. The general manager knew that he was just a small general manager and his suggestions could not change anything, let alone change Qin Yun's decision, so he had no choice but to do as he was told. After Qin Yun solved Xiaofeng's problem of entering the food industry, Xiaofeng's new company gradually improved, but things are always so unexpected. Qin Yun's affairs in Xiaofeng's company were discovered by Qin Yun's pursuer Lu Xiao. Mr. Lu is what outsiders call Lu Yuanbin. Because Lu Yuanbin is the heir of the Lu family, outsiders call Lu Yuanbin Mr. Lu, but Qin Yun never looks at him straight in the eye. It was precisely because Qin Yun had never looked Lu Yunbin in the eye that Lu Yuanbin bore a grudge against her, and he was always intentionally or unintentionally destroying Qin Yun's reputation. Just now, he found out that Qin Yun was in Xiaofeng's company, so he spread the news everywhere. He said to everyone he knew, who is Qin Yun? She has a bitch who will give in to weakness. The fact that I like her is a blessing from her previous life, but she is taking advantage of me. She really thinks that I, Lu Yuanbin, must have Qin Yun. What a foolish bitch. One day, I will make her kneel down and beg me. Qin Yun, who was busy with Xiaofeng at Xiaofeng Company, didn't know that her reputation had been ruined by Lu Yuanbin, the bastard. And Qin Yun was still immersed in her work with Xiaofeng, and had no idea what was happening outside? It was because of this that Lu Yuanbin succeeded. As Xiaofeng's new company grows stronger, it has also gained its own reputation in the industry. On this day, Xiaofeng received an invitation to a cocktail party. At first, Xiaofeng was still hesitant about whether to go, but later he thought that if he went, he could also find more partners for the company. This would be beneficial to the company's future development without any harm, so Xiaofeng dressed up a little and went to the cocktail party. After Xiaofeng arrived at the cocktail party, he found that all the guests were important figures. He was a little happy that this time he was the one to come, so he began to talk with the important figures. Although few people were willing to talk to him at the beginning, during the conversations with him, these bigwigs also discovered that although this young man who was talking to them looked young, from his conversation, it could be seen that he would be a man who would achieve something in the future. Just like that, many big shots also started talking to Xiaofeng, and some even asked Xiaofeng if he had a girlfriend, but Xiaofeng said that he had accomplished nothing now, so which girl would be attracted to him? Just when Xiaofeng was happily talking to several big bosses, Xiaofeng saw Lu Yuanbin, who had once pursued Qin Yun. In fact, Lu Yunbin did not know Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng knew that this person was the Lu Yuanbin mentioned by Qin Yun. The person he saw at this time was Lu Yuanbin, the young master who destroyed Qin Yun's reputation. Thinking that Qin Yun's reputation had been ruined by this person because of him, he wanted to teach this person a lesson and vent his anger for Qin Yun. So at the party, Xiaofeng said that he wanted to compete with Lu Yuanbin in drinking and made a bet, but Xiaofeng also knew that he could not drink too much. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had a prop that could make him drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. With the voice of Mr. Lu, drink, he directly knocked Lu Yuanbin down. However, all this done by Xiaofeng and Lu Yuanbin was seen by Zhao Qianshan, who also loved Qin Yun. Zhao Qianshan was originally Qin Yun's assistant, but as they got along, he developed feelings for Qin Yun. Chapter 35 Crystal Doll. Qin Yun's birthday is coming soon, and Xiaofeng started preparing gifts early in the morning. However, Qin Yun really doesn't lack anything, so he thought hard about the gift for a long time. Giving gold, silver, and jewelry as gifts is indeed tacky, and Qin Yun has no shortage of luxury goods, so after much thought, Xiaofeng decided to make one by hand for her. Since Xiaofeng had this idea, he started preparing a week in advance. However, when Xiaofeng was carefully preparing a gift for Qin Yun, Zhao Qianshan also listed him as a love rival. Zhao Qianshan has been with Qin Yun for such a long time, but he has never seen Qin Yun be so nice to anyone. Even though Qin Yun has many suitors, the only one who can make Qin Yun look at him differently is Xiaofeng. Therefore, Xiaofeng is the most dangerous person. When Xiaofeng prepared the gift, it was already 2 days before Qin Yun's birthday. He wanted to give the gift to her first, fearing that Qin Yun would be too busy and would not have time to see it. He prepared a crystal doll. It wasn't very delicate, but he spent 5 days making it himself, so he felt that this gift was still worthy, especially since he made it himself and gave it to her. It's a wonderful thing to think about. Then, Xiaofeng went to find Zhao Qianshan with the gift. Secretary Zhao. Mr. Xia, what's wrong? Are you looking for the president? Zhao Qianshan concealed it very well. He would not let Xiaofeng see that something was wrong with him. No, I came to see you. Xiaofeng handed him the gift in his hand. This is my birthday gift to President Qin. Secretary Zhao, please give it to her in advance. Xiaofeng was thinking that Zhao Qianshan was Qin Yun's secretary after all, and the gift would reach her in time. Please, Secretary Zhao, give it to her the night before her birthday. Xiaofeng wanted her to see this thing first. Okay, Mr. Xia. Oh, he brought it to your door himself, so don't blame him. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Xiaofeng couldn't think too much about it, because that was Qin Yun's secretary, the person closest to her at work. Hee, now that it's in my hands, don't even think about sending it to President Qin. Zhao Qianshan said gloomily as he looked at the box in his hand. Originally, Zhao Qianshan really didn't want to give it to Qin Yun, but then he thought it was too risky, so he decided to take this opportunity to create a rift between them. So, Zhao Qianshan had another idea. Zhao Qianshan searched directly on the internet, but to no avail. Finally, he found a shop that made custom crystal dolls and ordered one exactly the same. It's really thoughtful, but it's a pity. Zhao Qianshan held Xiaofeng's crystal doll in his hand and smiled particularly humorously. The next second. Bang! The crystal doll is broken. But it wasn't broken into pieces, only the doll's limbs were broken. The doll, which was originally as beautiful as an angel, now looked a little bloody. After doing all this, Zhao Qianshan put the things back intact. Afterwards, Zhao Qianshan did another thing. He sent the identical customized doll to Chen Wanling in the name of Xiaofeng, with an ambiguous little card written on it. TSK, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. This was not the end of the story. Zhao Qianshan went to find Xiaofeng again. Ah? You want me to deliver it myself? Yes, wouldn't it be more thoughtful if you personally delivered it instead of asking someone else to do it? I think Mr. Qin will be very happy no matter what you give him. Yes, she will be very happy to let you hand the broken doll to her personally. What will she think? Oh, I see. Xiaofeng really didn't expect Zhao Qianshan to come up with such an idea. He originally wanted Qin Yun to see his gift first, but now it seems that it might not be a bad idea to give it to her personally. Secretary Zhao, you are worthy of being a senior secretary. You are very thoughtful. Thank you very much. Xiaofeng used to think that Zhao Qianshan didn't like him, but now it seems that he was overthinking and he even felt a little guilty. You're welcome. No need to thank me, the best is yet to come. When Zhao Qianshan left, he showed a very intriguing smile, but Xiaofeng didn't see it. At this time, Xiaofeng was still immersed in the fantasy of what Qin Yun's reaction would be when she saw this gift. However, Qin Yun's birthday had not yet arrived, but Chen Wanling's call came first. Chen Wanling received the crystal doll and the note written by Xiaofeng on the same day. In my heart you will always be like this doll, clean and bright. I hope you are happy and I hope you will always be as innocent as you are today. Signed, Xiaofeng. Chen Wanling originally sneered at this crystal doll and the little note, but after she looked at it carefully, she realized that this brand needed to be customized and was not a cheap item. Oh, I see, Xiaofeng, I thought you were so noble, but I didn't expect you to be the first to compromise. Chen Wanling knew that Xiaofeng could not forget her, and she knew that Xiaofeng did all this because he cared about her. Although she has a rich boyfriend now, he is also married, so he has never been able to give her a proper status. All he has left is money. No matter in terms of physical strength or appearance, he can't compare with Xiaofeng at all. Chen Wanling was happy. Her vanity was completely satisfied. Especially when she saw Xiaofeng lower his head, she felt so happy. So, Chen Wanling didn't act politely that day and called Xiaofeng directly. However, Xiaofeng, who was completely unaware of this, was very confused by Chen Wanling's call. Why is she calling? Xiaofeng muttered to himself, but he didn't answer it. There was really no need to answer a call that would waste time. So he didn't care after Xiaofeng hung up. Xiaofeng? Chen Wanling was furious at the hung-up call. It was you who lowered your head, and now you are not answering the phone. Xiaofeng, how dare you not answer my call? Chen Wanling did not give up and called twice more, but still no one answered. Xiaofeng. From now on, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, I will not turn back. Let's see what you are going to do. Xiaofeng's doll was delivered, and Chen Wanling's vanity returned. She felt that since Xiaofeng had her in his heart, he would come back to beg her sooner or later. So Chen Wanling was just angry, and she didn't do anything more excessive. As for Xiaofeng, he had no time to pay attention to her, and he couldn't even remember who she was. He had been busy with Qin Yun's birthday party these 2 days. He had to personally take care of the guests and all the arrangements. He was worried, and he wanted Qin Yun to have a perfect birthday party. However, everything went so smoothly and everything was perfect, but he never expected that the party would end up in his hands. On the night of Qin Yun's birthday, Xiaofeng arrived early with the gift in his hand ready. He was just waiting for Qin Yun to appear and then give it to her. Chapter 36 The Gift of Love Shatters. However, since it was a banquet, Qin Yun couldn't appear in front of him right away. She still had to give a speech and so on. This was considered a social evening party. In fact, Qin Yun had been looking at Xiaofeng the whole time. She was a little anxious because Xiaofeng had told her early in the morning that he would give her a unique gift and she was very much looking forward to it. It was more than an hour later when Qin Yun finished her work and got away, but Xiaofeng was still waiting for her, wanting to give her the gift personally. You are still waiting for me. Qin Yun was a little surprised, but she always knew that Xiaofeng had not left, which made her heart beat fast. Wait for you to come down, and then hand the gift to you personally. Xiaofeng handed the gift to her carefully, and for some reason his breathing quickened when he handed it to her. It's very heavy. Can I open it and take a look? Qin Yun was looking forward to Xiaofeng's gift, and her eyes were shining. Okay. Xiaofeng was actually also looking forward to what Qin Yun would see after opening it. Qin Yun asked Xiaofeng to hold the box for her while she opened the beautifully wrapped gift. I opened it and saw. A sparkling crystal doll was lying quietly, appearing vividly in front of Qin Yun. Wow! Qin Yun hadn't received such a gift for a long time. The things others gave her were all extremely tacky and old-fashioned. It had been a long time since anyone treated her as a little girl. I made this crystal doll myself. It may not be that exquisite, but it should be acceptable. Xiaofeng felt a little shy when Qin Yun looked at him with starry eyes. He scratched his head and his face flushed. Very beautiful, very nice, really. Qin Yun's heart melted when she saw this. Shall I help you get it out? Xiaofeng coughed lightly. The blush on the tips of his ears was enough to prove how nervous he was. Okay. Qin Yun looked at the crystal doll with an itchy heart, and inexplicably had some special feelings for Xiaofeng. However, the moment Xiaofeng took it out. Bang! The crystal doll is broken. It slipped from Xiaofeng's hands and shattered. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment. Then. What's wrong? What's going on? TSK, the gift giving was a failure. I didn't deliver the gift, but instead I sent "May you be safe and sound" all over the floor. The loud noise attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. Xiaofeng really didn't expect such an accident to happen. He was clearly holding the doll firmly, but why did the doll fall? The crystal doll seemed to fall down by itself. Xiaofeng didn't know how to react for a moment. Seeing his hard work shattered made him feel more painful than anyone else. Qin Yun was also stunned, but she quickly reacted. This was at a banquet and there were other people around. She had to stay calm and maintain the situation. It's okay, it's okay. Everything is fine. It doesn't matter. Qin Yun was also unhappy, but she couldn't blame Xiaofeng now. Oh, what a pity. This crystal doll is so beautiful, but it looks a little familiar to me. Suddenly, a man dressed very femininely came out from the crowd. What? Xiaofeng still hadn't reacted to the fact that the doll was broken. Impossible. This doll is custom made. I made it myself. How could it look familiar? Xiaofeng just thought he was here to cause trouble. Oh, I have a good memory, and I happen to have a photo of this crystal doll, and it looks exactly like it. Then the man took out his cell phone and found the photos of Chen Wanling unboxing the box that Zhao Qianshan had asked him to take the night before. The photos were absolutely high definition and uncensored, and you could even see the sweat hairs on her face clearly. Look, aren't they the same? Besides, the person who sent it wasn't Mr. Qin, I just happened to know this person, her name is Chen Wanling. In fact, he didn't know any Chen Wanling at all. He was just bribed by Zhao Qianshan to say so. But it didn't matter. Who would care whether he knew her or not? Impossible. Xiaofeng was a little confused. How could it be possible? This doll was made by himself from the design to the actual product. How could there be a second one? This is absolutely impossible. Qin Yun's heart sank when she saw the photo. Xiaofeng, I'll give you one chance. Tell me yourself. Confess to me now. Xinyan said this while suppressing her strong discomfort. God knows how sad she is right now. No, this is not from me. Really, how could I give this to her? She and I are done a long time ago, why would I give this to her? Xiaofeng was anxious. He didn't understand the situation yet, and he didn't know how his unique design ended up in Chen Wanling's hands. This made him even more upset. Hey, come and have a look. I happen to have a video here. It happens to be high definition and uncensored. There is also a note attached. The person who signed it is Xiaofeng. The man handed the phone screen directly to Qin Yun. Xinyan's face became increasingly ugly as she watched the video, and Xiaofeng felt something was wrong. Let me see. After Xiaofeng snatched the phone, the content of the video was beyond his expectation. Look, it's you who gave it, right? You gave a doll and a note. That's not enough, you gave one doll to two people. Brother, you have a bit of a gambler's mentality. This person instantly called Xiaofeng a scumbag in just a few words. No, this is not from me. I didn't give it to you, really, Qin Yun, believe me, I really didn't. Xiaofeng's explanation was particularly weak, and Qin Yun didn't want to believe it either. But people had put the naked video in front of her and pointed at her nose and told her, so was she still going to pretend to be blind? Okay, you didn't. Then explain this note and this doll, as well as Chen Wanling. Tell me how you explain it. Qin Yun is not stupid. She can also tell whether the video has been edited or not. She tried to find the wrong part, but unfortunately, there was none. I really didn't. Xiaofeng was also at a loss, but he really didn't know what was going on. Everyone present, except Xiaofeng and the instigator Zhao Qianshan, felt that Xiaofeng's plan was a done deal. Xiaofeng, you really disappoint me. I just asked you and I gave you a chance. Why did you contact her? Why did you still have a connection with her? And why did you break this thing in front of me to humiliate me? Qin Yun no longer cares about her image, now it's a mess. No, I really didn't, believe me. Xiaofeng didn't know how to prove himself, but the evidence in that person's hand was real, and he was really panicked. I believe you, how can I believe you? No matter how capable Qin Yun is, she is still an emotional woman after all. Chapter 37 Get Out. That's what you told me, you cut off contact with him. Qin Yun was furious, get out now. Qin Yun felt very upset, but she controlled herself and did not lose her composure. What Xiaofeng did was really hard for her to accept. Okay, let's all calm down. I'll find out. Xiaofeng felt that today's events were definitely not that simple. After coming out of the banquet hall, Xiaofeng walked on the street, his mind full of today's scenes. He never expected this would be the result. Xiaofeng really felt that today was not a suitable day to go out, let alone give gifts. However, 10 minutes later, heavy rain came drifting in. Sure enough, it's not suitable to go out. Xiaofeng didn't drive and didn't know where to go. He felt helpless for a moment. God really didn't give him a chance to react. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Xiaofeng had no choice but to find a place to hide from the rain. Ding! The system is online. Xiaofeng had just found a barbecue restaurant and sat down when the system spoke. He always had a bad feeling. It has been detected that the host's mission target has reduced his favorability. The host has been punished. After saying that, the system beeped and went offline again. Before Xiaofeng could react, he was already feeling dizzy and confused, but then Xiaofeng fell into a deep sleep and especially dreamed about the system. Host. The system has no entity in dreams. System? Xiaofeng didn't understand why he started dreaming. What a strange dream. Host, don't worry. This is indeed not a dream. It is just a dream space I created for you. I brought you here because I want to tell you something. Xiaofeng has known the system for such a long time, but this is the first time he knows that the system has such a function. Host, do you know that the object of your mission has lowered his favorability towards you? This is a very scary thing. The system is very sensitive to the favorability of the task object. Even 1% of favorability is very important. Yes, Qin Yun? Xiaofeng was a little hesitant. He was actually feeling upset. The contract weighed heavily on his mind, but what happened today did hurt Qin Yun's heart. However, he really didn't know why this happened. Yes, the host must restore the favorability of the mission target as soon as possible, otherwise he will be punished. System-friendly reminder. But I don't know the whole story of this matter. How should I make amends? Xiaofeng is still at a loss. This is the host's business. I hope the host can find out as soon as possible and restore the host's favorability as soon as possible. This way, the host's life will be easier. To Xiaofeng, it was as if the system had not said anything. I understand. I'll think about it carefully. Then the conversation ended and Xiaofeng woke up from his dream. Ah! You're awake. You scared me to death. It's Concubine Xian. Xiaofeng felt a little lonely. It turned out that Qin Yun's favorability towards him had decreased and she would no longer care about him. Cough, what's wrong with me? Xiaofeng felt the pain in his throat, and his throat seemed to be swollen. I was just about to ask you what happened to you. I found you on the street. Do you know that if I hadn't picked you up, you would have frozen to death on the street? It was a coincidence. Concubine Xian originally wanted to go to Qin Yun's birthday party, but unexpectedly she met Xiaofeng on the way, and Xiaofeng was unconscious. What do you mean? Xiaofeng only remembered that he was in a barbecue restaurant at that time, and he didn't remember what happened afterwards. Then he entered a dream and talked to the system. What was the situation now? Look, you were so confused from the fever. You were sitting in a barbecue restaurant, and then you fainted for no reason. The owner of the barbecue restaurant almost called 911. Xian Fei walked to his bedside with warm water. Take the medicine quickly. Your fever has finally subsided a little, but it's still there. I'll ask the doctor to give you an injection later. Concubine Xian came here to take care of him personally, and she really didn't want to let anyone else do it. Thank you. Xiaofeng's heart was warmed when he saw the cup of hot water. Hey, that's enough. You don't have to thank me anymore. Get well soon. Otherwise, if you scare me again, I won't be able to bear it. When Concubine Xian saw Xiaofeng had such a high fever, her heart was broken. Fortunately, the doctor said it was okay, otherwise she would have cried on the spot. Ahem. Xiaofeng's head still hurt a little, but his consciousness was much clearer. At least he knew what was going on. How did you pass by there? Of course I went to attend Qin Yun's birthday party. I ran into you before I even arrived, so I didn't make it to the birthday party. But what happened to you? Why were you in the barbecue restaurant? Shouldn't you be in the banquet hall? Concubine Xian was not present at the time, so she didn't know what was going on. Later, she was taking care of him because he was sick, so she would not know any news. Nothing, just something happened. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Concubine Xian didn't press him. Okay, you should have a good rest first. I'll go call Qin Yun first. It would be embarrassing to miss her call. Concubine Xian only now remembered to tell Qin Yun. Wait. Xiaofeng suddenly thought of something. Don't tell her that I'm here with you. Xiaofeng felt uncomfortable when he heard the name Qin Yun. It was not that he blamed her for not believing him, but he felt that what happened today was too bloody, so he should stay out of her sight. Tisk, what's the matter? Are you afraid that she will be jealous? What a pity. You won't let me tell you, but I will tell you what I want to tell you. I will tell her everything in detail. Concubine Xian didn't know what was going on. She felt very unhappy when she heard what Xiaofeng said. She just wouldn't listen to him. No, you misunderstood. Xiaofeng sighed, she and I have some misunderstandings. It's not appropriate to appear in front of her now to seek a sense of existence, so you'd better not say anything. Concubine Xian became even more unhappy when she heard this. It turned out that Xiaofeng was still considering Qin Yun. Okay, don't worry about me. Just take your medicine and take care of yourself. In fact, Xiaofeng had another reason, which was that he didn't want Qin Yun's favorability to decrease any further. If it only decreased a little bit, he would have a fever. If it continued to decrease, who knows what would happen? It was scary just to think about it. However, this was only the smallest reason, and the other reason was that he felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. However, there was no need for Concubine Xian to tell her about this matter, as Qin Yun had already been informed. Chapter 38 We Must Investigate. Zhao Qianshan told Qin Yun when Concubine Xian took Xiaofeng away, and he also described the two of them as flirting with each other in a very ambiguous way. Qin Yun was already angry, and Zhao Qianshan's words made her even more troubled. It was not that she was unwilling to believe Xia Feng. She knew what kind of person Xia Feng was during the time she had known him. But the evidence, video and photos were all in front of her. The evidence was conclusive, and she had given Xia Feng a chance to explain. What could she do if Xia Feng didn't admit it? She is no longer an impulsive little girl. No matter how angry she is, she knows how to stay calm and rational. No matter how uncomfortable or upset she feels, she will comfort herself. She had even thought about waiting until the event was over before going to talk to Xia Feng, but Xia Feng left with someone else before it was over, which made her feel even worse. However, when Qin Yun came out after finishing, it was still raining outside, and it was raining heavily. Unconsciously, her brows were furrowed. When did it start raining? Qin Yun suddenly had a very bad feeling. 2 hours ago. Zhao Qianshan didn't think much about it at first, but after he said it, he remembered that Xia Feng left when it was raining. Could it be that President Qin feels sorry for him again? Zhao Qianshan looked at Qin Yun with some concern. Qin Yun didn't show anything, just frowned slightly, and then said lightly, "Let's go." After Zhao Qianshan sent Qin Yun back, Qin Yun's mind was full of Xia Feng when she was alone. She kept wondering if Xia Feng got wet, and what happened between Xian Fei and Xia Feng. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Qin Yun finally decided to give Concubine Xian a call. It has never been her style to procrastinate and have wild thoughts. It would be faster to just ask directly. That's why Concubine Xian received this call. "Xia Feng is with you?" Qin Yun did not beat around the bush. She always made her point clear and straightforward, and she would not say anything unnecessary. "Yeah, what's wrong? What's the matter with you?" "Nothing, I just wanted to ask if he's okay." Qin Yun was a little unhappy, especially the way Concubine Xian asked her, which made her feel like an outsider, but she didn't show it. She didn't allow herself to be jealous like a little girl and do some meaningless things. "He left my party, and I kicked him out. My secretary said it started raining 2 hours ago." "Oh, so that's what you want to ask? In that case, why don't you make a guess?" These two people really have a tacit understanding. Concubine Xian is a little unhappy, but she thinks more interesting things are yet to come. "I won't guess. The secretary said you took him away. I don't want to know what happened to you. At least I have to be responsible for my guests." Qin Yun's words were very official, but in fact her palms were already sweating because she felt guilty about what she said. "Really? If that's the case, why doesn't Mr. Qin ask him himself?" Xian Fei teased. She knew Qin Yun would call her. "He's fine now, but when he left with me, he had a high fever of 40 degrees. It should be because he got caught in the rain." There is a lot of meaning in what Concubine Xian said. "Okay, I got it. Thank you for your help." Qin Yun felt very guilty. After all, she was the one who drove Xia Feng out. It was her fault for not thinking it through. "Bother me? Oh, are you thanking him on his behalf or?" Concubine Xian always felt that Qin Yun always included Xia Feng in her territory when she spoke, which made her a little unhappy. "No, thank you for taking care of my guests. Thank you for your help." Qin Yun of course knew what she meant, so she also knew how to answer her. "I think you could have told him directly on this phone call. You obviously care about him, but you had to come to me to ask about it. Are you thinking that the misunderstanding will get deeper?" Xian Fei had just found out what had happened. She really didn't believe that Xia Feng would be that kind of person, but she couldn't deny the evidence either. "Do you think there's some misunderstanding between us?" Qin Yun actually figured it out. What puzzled her even more now was how the person who produced the evidence could appear at her birthday party, and how he happened to see Xia Feng giving Chen Wanling a gift. She didn't think Xia Feng was a fool. It was fine to give a gift to two people, but signing his name on the package was just an attempt to cover up the truth. Although she thought so rationally, she was still angry. "Qin Yun, you are also very smart. You can figure it out yourself, so I won't say much." Xian Fei didn't want to say much. "Don't worry, he is fine with me. Although he still has a fever, I have asked the doctor to come over. He will be fine after an injection in a while." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and then hung up. Xia Feng, who was in the room, also heard them talking on the phone, but he didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Concubine Xian also wanted him to hear it, so she turned on the speakerphone. After hearing this, Xiaofeng felt even worse. He knew that Qin Yun was still thinking about him and worried about him, but today was her birthday, and he had ruined this carefully prepared birthday party. The thought of it was ridiculous. Ding host, please restore the favorability of the mission target as soon as possible, otherwise the health value and mental strength will be weakened. Please complete the rescue as soon as possible. When Xiaofeng was in a trance, the system suddenly said this, which was really outrageous. I really don't know whether you are here to help me or to trick me. Xiaofeng felt what it meant to be weak just because of this illness. This feeling was so uncomfortable that he was really speechless about the system. However, this also made him clearly aware that the more he gained from the system, the more painful it would be when he was about to lose it. Ding, as long as the host completes the task well, he will not lose health value. The system is really tricky. It can even find out what he is thinking. I understand. I want to be alone for a while I think about what to do next. Please be quiet for a while and don't remind me over and over again. Xiaofeng felt that there was nothing more deceptive than the system. This time the subsystem finally stopped talking. The summer breeze is much calmer. Back to the question. Who on earth gave the crystal doll to Chen Wanling? He was very sure that he didn't give it to her, and it wasn't a small card he wrote, and that crystal doll. And why did the crystal doll slide down during the banquet? No. Did it slide down, or was it tampered with? And the evidence produced by the so-called witness? How could it be such a coincidence? Xiaofeng didn't believe there were so many coincidences in the world, unless someone did it deliberately. Who was the person behind it and what was his purpose? Was it to alienate the relationship between him and Qin Yun? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, but all these things made him more determined to investigate further. Chapter 39, the more you describe, the worse it gets. Things had developed to this point, and his only recourse was to go to Chen Wanling to collect evidence. If he hadn't been forced, Xiaofeng wouldn't have wanted to do this. He understood women's self-esteem. If Chen Wanling knew the whole story, she would definitely be furious. Xiaofeng had lived with her and knew what kind of person she was. But right now, there is nothing we can do. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaofeng finally made up his mind to knock on the door in front of him. Who is it? A sharp female voice suddenly sounded from inside the door, followed by hurried footsteps, and the door opened with a click. When Xiaofeng saw Chen Wanling saw him, she was first surprised and then expressionless. He snorted in a bad tone, "Why is it you?" Seeing that Xiaofeng didn't say anything and just stood there blankly, Chen Wanling muttered something and asked him to come in and talk. Xiaofeng was still quite embarrassed about his ex-girlfriend. He thought they would no longer have any contact, but someone pulled her out as a prank, making him even more at a loss. Tell me, what's the matter? Chen Wanling asked unhappily. She could vaguely guess that it was because of the farce of the crystal doll. She was indeed very happy when she received the crystal doll from Xiaofeng at first, and she wondered in her heart whether he still had her in his heart. But when she learned that he gave the same gift to Qin Yun again, she was very angry. That feeling of joy mixed with anger was sour and bitter. After all, she still had a place for Xiaofeng in her heart. I apologize to you for the incident with the crystal doll last time. You shouldn't have been involved in this matter. It was my negligence. Xiaofeng spoke sincerely. First you gave it to me, and then you gave the same to others. Xiaofeng, you're really awesome. Over the years, you've become more and more awesome. Chen Wanling snorted coldly, with a complaining and coquettish tone in her voice. Thinking that he was so sincere today, she could let go of the past. She thought Xiaofeng had some intention in coming to her, but it was not unforgivable. But she was a woman after all, and she couldn't bring herself to reconcile. Seeing Chen Wanling looking at him with some resentment but not much anger, Xiaofeng felt that it was a little abnormal. He didn't expect that she would become so easy to talk to. Then, let's just write off the matter of the crystal doll. I will also give you an explanation for this matter, and I will tell you once I find out who is behind this. Xiaofeng responded happily. Chen Wanling was stunned when she heard this. Explanation? Someone who is secretly doing this? Aren't you apologizing? What do you mean by finding out who is behind this? The person who gave you the crystal doll. Xiaofeng didn't understand why she suddenly reacted so strongly, but explained patiently. Chen Wanling asked back, weren't you the one who gave me the crystal doll? It's not me. Someone knew that I was going to give Qin Yun a crystal doll, so they gave it to you first, just to destroy the relationship between Qin Yun and me. There was another thing he didn't say. The person who knew that he was going to give Qin Yun a crystal doll must be around him in Qin Yun. For some reason, Xiaofeng looked at Chen Wanling and his expression turned visibly colder. His tone also sounded extremely unfriendly. So what is the reason for you coming here today? Hearing the questioning tone, he slowly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, what is supposed to come will come. He took a deep breath and said, I want to come forward and help explain to Qin Yun. So the crystal doll was not given to me by you? Chen Wanling stared at him with an ugly expression and said with gritted teeth. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Xiaofeng, what do you think of me? She suddenly screamed, picked up the cup and threw it at him. You also want me to explain it clearly to Qin Yun? How could Chen Wanling not be angry when she was clearly humiliated by this? She thought Xiaofeng still cared about her, but he just wanted her to talk to Qin Yun. Xiaofeng had expected that she would take action, so he nimbly dodged to the side. A burst of resentful eyes looked over again. If you want me to explain things to Qin Yun, Xiaofeng, don't even think about it. Get out of here. Seeing Chen Wanling start to smash things, Xiaofeng wanted to calm her down, but when he saw Chen Wanling's target turn to him, he thought this woman was crazy. In order to prevent her from doing something extreme, Xiaofeng tried to calm her down. Okay, I'll leave now. The moment he closed the door, a glass hit the door, and the crisp sound of it breaking on the ground made him shudder. He knew that asking Chen Wanling for help would not be so smooth, but he did not expect Chen Wanling to be so angry. He sighed and had to think of other ways. Xiaofeng left Chen Wanling's house. On the way, he tried to call Qin Yun, but he found that he was blocked. Everything that happened in the past few days caught Xiaofeng off guard. He found a deserted place, lit a cigarette, and while puffing away, he went to the phone booth and called Qin Yun again. Qin Yun answered, her tone unclear. Who? Qin Yun, you. Xiaofeng hadn't finished a complete sentence when a beep, beep, beep sound was heard. Qin Yun hung up the phone. He looked at the phone helplessly and didn't speak for a long time. Despite this, he still didn't give up. Xiaofeng stopped a taxi and went to Qin Yun's company. Soon he arrived downstairs of Qin Yun's company. His target was very clear, it was Qin Yun. Seeing him rushing in, the front desk stopped him. Wait, sir. I want to see President Qin. Xiaofeng frowned, his tone a little irritable. The receptionist looked at him in a daze. She knew Xiaofeng's identity. If it were in the past, it would be nothing for Xiaofeng to come. But now the situation was a bit contradictory, and the receptionist didn't know whether to let her in or not. He was getting impatient, and his sharp eyes swept across the front desk like a knife. I want to see President Qin. The receptionist was frightened by him, but thinking of how good Qin Yun had been to Xiaofeng in the past, she chose to shut up and silently made way for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng rushed straight into Qin Yun's office. The people nearby widened their eyes when they saw Xiaofeng's appearance, wanting to watch a good show. They gathered together and chattered about something. Soon Zhao Qianshan noticed the commotion here, stopped Xiaofeng, and looked at him unkindly. What are you doing here? I want to see Qin Yun. Don't waste time with you here. Xiaofeng didn't like Zhao Qianshan, especially when Qin Yun tried to stop him when he was about to see her. Who is Mr. Qin to you? Can you meet him if you want? Zhao Qianshan sneered and scanned his whole body as if he was looking at garbage. Get out of here. Xiaofeng responded rudely. Zhao Qianshan had already called the security guards. They were making quite a lot of noise, and people from the company came over to watch the fun. Most of them were laughing at Xiaofeng. A hint of sneer appeared on Zhao Qianshan's lips, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. After giving someone else a crystal doll, he then used the same gift as for another woman to fool Mr. Qin. If it's not him who will be left out, then who will be left out? Chapter 40, Master of Cookery. I said this guy is unreliable. But Mr. Qin fell for it. Now he's exposed. He's just a gigolo. How can he be so stupid? He doesn't even wipe his mouth after eating, and yet he dares to use such a little trick. Their true colors are finally revealed. A two-timing man has offended President Qin. TSK, his life will be difficult in the future. More and more various discussions came out, all of which accused him of being a gigolo who relied on women to get ahead and cheated on his wife. Xiaofeng looked unhappy and stared at Zhao Qianshan without saying a word. Meeting his gaze, Zhao Qianshan crossed his arms with obvious provocation in his eyes. Seeing him being scolded by everyone, he felt so happy. It's already like this, why don't you leave? Zhao Qianshan sneered. Before Xiaofeng could reply, the security guard came over quickly. He thought to himself that he would not be able to see Qin Yun today. He sighed and left here expressionlessly under the scolding of everyone. Watching Xiaofeng's figure gradually disappear, Zhao Qianshan spoke, "They are all gone." When everyone heard this, they returned to their seats in shame. He walked aimlessly. Qin Yun's matter was delayed again and again. She blocked his number and he couldn't see her. He really didn't know when it would end. There was a constant stream of cars on this street. He happened to look up and a familiar store came into his sight. It was a very old store, and there was not much traffic. Xiaofeng suddenly remembered, wasn't this the restaurant he had been to when he was young? He had a deep memory of this restaurant, and the things in his mind seemed to become clearer. Xiaofeng crossed the road and walked over there. He walked into the restaurant and sat down at his seat. "Brother, what would you like to order?" The enthusiastic boss came over. He was sweating profusely and he casually wiped it with the towel hanging on his shoulder. Xiaofeng ordered a few dishes that he often ordered before, and soon the boss brought the dishes. When he took the first bite, the familiar taste hit his taste buds. The system's voice sounded at this moment, "Beep. The God of Cookery Master function is activated." Master God of Cookery? What the hell? Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. The God of Cookery contains many kinds of recipes, covering all aspects, including Western and Chinese food. You can easily make dishes made by Michelin chefs after reading them. All the recipes? Xiaofeng suddenly had a bold recipe in his mind. If that was the case, opening a hotel would be a wise choice. Thinking of this, he set his sights on the busy figure, who was the owner of the restaurant. Xiaofeng's gaze was somewhat meaningful. Xiaofeng quickly decided on this idea, and he had already begun to think about opening a hotel. Before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The number of people in the restaurant gradually decreased. Those who were dining put down their chopsticks and left. Xiaofeng was the only one left in the restaurant. He seemed to have finished eating, but he was still sitting there without moving. The boss looked at him for a long time, and finally decided to come over and asked with a smile, "Young man, I want to go back. You see, if you are done eating, we will close here." After hearing what the boss said, Xiaofeng suddenly realized that it was already very late. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry to bother you. But I'm not going to leave yet." The boss looked at him inexplicably, and Xiaofeng explained, "I have a business deal I want to discuss with you." The boss' eyes widened immediately and he repeated in disbelief, "Talking about business?" Xiaofeng pulled him to sit down and explained his idea to him word by word. He wanted to open a hotel and needed a chef. The monthly salary could be negotiated. He would pay for it and he would not lose a penny no matter how the business was. "I just run a small restaurant business. Asking me to be a chef in a hotel, this may disappoint you." The boss sighed. The conditions proposed by Xiaofeng were very tempting, but he also knew his own strengths and weaknesses. He couldn't make the recipes of those Michelin chefs. Hearing what the boss said, Xiaofeng laughed, "Do you know why I don't go find someone else? Your home cooking is very delicious. I have the hotel's recipes, you can keep it with confidence. I don't want to run a hotel like others, serving serious Western food. I am also a rough person, you may not know. I often came to your house for dinner when I was young, this is the place of my childhood. Why do you have to belittle yourself like this?" "Really?" When the boss heard that he was a regular customer, his smile widened and he was no longer reserved. Hearing his words, he nodded through gritted teeth, "Okay, I'll follow you. Thank you for supporting me." Xiaofeng smiled gratefully. He didn't expect the boss to give up the restaurant and follow him so quickly. He thought it would take a long time to explain. Xiaofeng was very busy in the following time. Just the location of the hotel was a headache for him. In the end, he chose the expensive piece of land in the city center. It was originally a hotel, but it closed down due to poor management. It just so happened that he didn't have to spend too much time on decoration after taking over. He had all the Western decorations here removed and replaced them with traditional Chinese-style decorations that were not too tacky. After packing up everything, Xiaofeng called his boss and said, "We will open tomorrow. You will start working tomorrow." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already morning. The night before, he copied the recipes from the system and sent the general menu and recipes to the boss and other chefs. Then I practiced it many times according to the recipe. Xiaofeng asked them to follow the instructions tomorrow. When the opening ceremony was about to begin, the restaurant owner asked him nervously, "Opening so soon, are all the preparations ready?" "I've read the recipes carefully, do I really not have to make them first?" "Master, I believe in you. Besides, even if we make a loss, I will still pay you, so don't worry." Xiaofeng replied with a smile. All the funds were spent on the hotel, and the opening ceremony was not very grand. As he expected, there were indeed not many people at the beginning, and the sales revenue was shockingly dismal. The master asked him, "Is this really possible?" On the contrary, Xiaofeng, as the boss, was not worried at all. "Trust me, it's just a matter of time." At that time, the master thought he was ridiculously arrogant to say such a thing. He had run a restaurant before and knew how difficult it was to run a restaurant. The master sighed and said nothing. But what shocked the master chef soon was that although there were not many people at the beginning, the number of people increased day by day. Most of them came with the mentality of giving it a try, but they did not expect it to be so delicious. Soon the business became very popular. Xiaofeng was very satisfied with the situation, thanks to the system's recipes. But gradually he found that there were more and more people queuing, and some people even had to wait for a whole day without getting a meal. He had no choice but to order the chefs to limit sales. So every morning before the hotel opened, many people waited here early. Chapter 41 Galaxy Milk Tea. The business of the small hotel is getting better and better. Unexpectedly, despite the limited quantity sold every day, there are still crowds of people at the door of the small hotel. Xiaofeng didn't want to miss any business opportunity, so he soon thought of starting a milk tea brand. The old master also asked him, "Although the business has just started and there are many results, isn't it too impulsive to open a milk tea shop in such a hurry? If the results are not satisfactory, the worst that can happen is a small loss. But I will still pay you your salaries." Xiaofeng patted his chest and said confidently. It was this fighting spirit that made the master vaguely see his own shadow in him. When he first came to find him, he thought that this kid had not been smoothed out by life, and he would lose miserably in the end. But the reality is that the old master was totally wrong. The youthful enthusiasm infected him, and he thought, why not be bolder? Xiaofeng has always been a man of his words. Since he said that, he actually had the idea a long time ago. The milk tea shop of the same brand was quickly renovated and there was no need to build a reputation. As soon as everyone heard that a milk tea shop had opened in this hotel, the flow of people immediately increased. Thanks to the fame of the two stores, the milk tea shop instantly became an internet celebrity store. Xiaofeng has been devoted to the catering industry recently and has no time to take care of Qinyan's affairs. In the office. "What is this you submitted? Take it back and revise it again." Qinyan's face was gloomy and his tone was unusually sharp. For a moment, in the small space, everyone buried their heads and dared not breathe. They knew in their hearts that Qinyan was in a bad mood recently, and it was not easy for her to take care of them these days. At this time, everyone thought of Xiaofeng and secretly hoped that he would come. The Ming people could see why, and they regretted stopping Xiaofeng. "If you don't have a good plan, pack up and leave. Don't stay in this position. If you can't do it, others can." Qinyan threw the copy in front of them. The leader had beads of sweat on his forehead, but he let them drip and didn't dare to wipe them off. "Get lost." Qinyan snorted impatiently, holding her forehead, too lazy to look at them. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away in shame. Qinyan didn't know why she was upset. It was Xiaofeng who had done something wrong, and he should come and apologize to her in person. She knew what happened before, and she really didn't want to see him when she was angry. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng only came once and gave up when he couldn't see her. She was so angry that she laughed, but she couldn't bring herself to look for Xiaofeng. However, she recently heard that Xiaofeng had opened a small hotel, and the business was booming. It was said that he had become an internet celebrity boss. It turned out that she was the only one sulking here, while he came here to work on his business peacefully. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Qinyan responded coldly. The subordinate knew that she had just lost her temper, so he did not dare to offend her and reported the afternoon schedule in a low voice. The subordinate observed Qinyan's expression as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he noticed that Qinyan was staring at him and replied blankly, "That's all." Qinyan said him and waved to him to let him go. But when the assistant was about to leave, she suddenly called him back. The subordinate was very perceptive and knew what she wanted to know, so he spoke directly. Xiaofeng recently opened a milk tea shop, and it seems that business is pretty good. Sure enough, he saw Qin Yun's face darken instantly. Qin Yun sneered. The internet celebrity boss opened another milk tea shop, leaving her alone here to be unhappy. She really underestimated Xiaofeng. The subordinates were trembling and dared not speak. The atmosphere was terribly low. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yun stood up and said, "Go and take a look." The subordinates followed closely behind her. The two men walked away one after the other. Zhao Qianshan looked at them with an expressionless face, and no one knew what he was secretly guessing in his heart. Xiaofeng was indeed very capable. When they arrived at the door of the milk tea shop, they looked across the street and saw a group of people surrounding the door. Qin Yun watched them without saying anything. The subordinate wiped his cold sweat and reminded her again, "Boss Qin, we're here. Go down and buy me a drink." Qin Yun spoke after a long time. The subordinates didn't understand why Qin Yun had gone to such great lengths to come here, but she didn't show up. If she didn't show up, how would Xiaofeng know that she was here? With the intention of persuading her, Qin Yun seemed to see through his thoughts, and her face suddenly turned cold. "Just let it go if you ask me to." "Yes." The subordinate responded and got out of the car quickly. The queue was very long, and the subordinate bribed those people with money and successfully got to the front of the queue. It happened that Xiaofeng was free today, so he came over from the hotel to take a look at the milk tea shop. "A cup of milk tea." "What kind of milk tea would you like?" the waiter asked patiently. The subordinate said anxiously, "Just a cup of milk tea will be fine." The clerk looked at Xiaofeng with a headache, as if asking him what to do. Xiaofeng didn't say anything. He just stared at the person in front of him and fell into deep thought. He felt that this person looked familiar. He subconsciously glanced at the side of the road and saw a familiar car. He looked at the window and seemed to be able to see the woman inside through the window. Only then did he remember that he had not visited Qin Yun for a long time since the incident with the crystal doll. "Get him a sign." Seeing his subordinate standing there in embarrassment, he said to the clerk. The clerk prepared the tea swiftly, and when he was about to hand it to his subordinate, Xiaofeng stopped him and went back to tinker with it for a while. Soon the milk tea was ready. "When I took it out, people around me exclaimed, 'It's so beautiful.' I don't know what was added to the milk tea, but from a distance it looked like a brilliant galaxy. Some people ask, 'Is this new?' Galaxy milk tea." Xiaofeng shook his head at the man. "It's not a new product. Just this one." As he said this, he handed it to his subordinate. "I asked your boss to give this to you. Tell her it's a gift of compensation. Consider it my apology." The subordinate was stunned and looked at him for a long time before he reacted and slowly nodded at him. Xiaofeng smiled. Many people exclaimed in envy. Qin Yun was in the car and didn't know what was going on over there. Her subordinates came back soon. When the milk tea was brought over, Qin Yun's eyes lit up. "What is this?" She was so used to being resolute that she had forgotten that she was a woman. Yes, women all liked this kind of fancy stuff, and she hadn't had this kind of stuff for a long time since she became the president. Seeing Qin Yun was stunned, the subordinate said happily, "Xiaofeng made this specially for you. There is only this one cup. It seems to be called Galaxy Milk Tea." He said it is used to apologize. Qin Yun felt sweet in her heart, but her face showed no expression. "It's easy to get over it with a cup of milk tea. How can it be so easy?" The subordinate knew that she was speaking sarcastically and felt relieved. Chapter 42 Uproar. Xiaofeng's becoming a web celebrity boss has caused quite a stir, with some fans and some haters on the internet. However, Xiaofeng doesn't care about these, as haters also bring popularity. However, the news of Galaxy Milk Tea's launch was spread online, and people on the internet speculated who the boss was. Netizen 1, this is so good. The love story between the mysterious boss and the milk tea boss. Netizen 2, woo woo woo. Boss Xia made it specially, only one cup in the world. Too sweet. Netizen 3, listen to my analysis. Is it possible that the popularity of the internet celebrity boss is about to fade, and he deliberately hired someone to act in this to stir up the hype? Chen Wanling read these online comments over and over again, her face getting darker and darker. She threw her phone on the sofa fiercely, her chest rising and falling with her rapid breathing. "Xiaofeng, she won't even look at you if you try to please her with this little trick." She knew that the mysterious boss mentioned by netizens was Qin Yun, and she could not calm down when she thought of what Xiaofeng did to please her. Suddenly the bathroom door opened, and a shirtless man with only a scarf casually wrapped around his lower body walked over and picked up Chen Wanling. Without saying a word, he kissed her and lifted up her skirt. "Don't be so impatient." Chen Wanling blushed and gently pushed the man on her body. The man was angered by her playing hard to get attitude, and picked her up and threw her on the bed. The room was full of romance. Afterwards, Chen Wanling lay on the man's chest and drew circles. Under the bed were scattered underwear and clothes. "I heard that there's a milk tea shop that's very popular recently. How about you accompany me to take a look?" Chen Wanling said with a pout. It was just a small request, not too much. The man could still satisfy her. He held the woman's chin with his fingers, kissed her red lips, and lingered on her curvaceous curves. What's so difficult about this? The two got out of the car, and the man held Chen Wanling's waist and walked towards the milk tea shop. "I will accompany you whenever you want a drink in the future." Chen Wanling gave him a coquettish look, chuckled, then lowered her head and restrained her smile. There weren't so many people at this time, so they were the first to line up. The clerk was once Xia Feng's subordinate, and knowing Chen Wanling's identity, he despised her and didn't like her. "Sorry, it's sold out." Before the two men could speak, the subordinate spoke. "Can't you buy one more cup?" the rich second generation asked impatiently. Having agreed to come all the way here to meet Chen Wanling, he must be somewhat annoyed. "No more," the clerk replied with a smile. Chen Wanling glared at the clerk unhappily. "Did you do this on purpose?" Chen Wanling knew this clerk and knew that he was making things difficult for her, so she became angry. The people around were a little disheartened when they heard that it was gone, but they felt that the two people were impolite. If it was gone, and it was hard to force others to do it like this. They are all fans of this milk tea shop. They complained, "If it's sold out, come earlier next time." "This is not your business, so it will be there whenever you come." "Yeah. What's the point of intimidating others? People nowadays are so nice looking, but their hearts are so dark. They even make things difficult for the store clerks when they have nothing. How shameless." More and more people gathered around and talked about it. The clerk didn't expect so many people to help him, and he thanked them gratefully. Unexpectedly, the clerk's good attitude made many people more dissatisfied with Chen Wanling and the rich second generation. Just say that again, kid. The rich second generation was spoiled since childhood, and people around him were either fawning on him or trying to please him. When he was told this by others, he could not help but get angry, grabbed the man next to him, and pretended to hit him. Chen Wanling quickly stopped the man and carefully persuaded him, but the rich second generation snorted coldly and left with the man. "I don't want to make a big fuss. First, this is Xia Feng's store. If he knew that I was here to cause trouble, I don't know how he would look at me. Second, being criticized by so many people, it's okay for a rich second generation, but Chen Wanling is a woman, thin-skinned, and can't stand it. Besides, she wouldn't let them go so easily. Bad luck." As soon as he got in the car, the rich second generation couldn't help but lose his temper. He had never been so angry in his life. "It's all my fault that I insisted on drinking this milk tea. I'm sorry." Chen Wanling said this with tears in her eyes, looking adorable. The second generation rich man was very tolerant of the beauty. He quickly wiped away her tears and comforted her softly. "How can you be blamed for this? It's also this milk tea shop. What a rubbish. Do you really think you are so great? What's the matter with bullying people like this?" Chen Wanling echoed him. The rich second generation was even more angry at her words and cursed fiercely. "I will definitely not let them have an easy life." Hearing this, Chen Wanling knew that her goal had been achieved, and she lowered her head and smiled triumphantly. Soon, there was an uproar on the internet. One post said that Xia Feng's milk tea shop used cheap creamer. He was allergic to this cheap creamer and is now in the hospital. He posted on Weibo that he wanted to ask the boss for an explanation. Xia Feng was woken up by a phone call early in the morning. He answered the phone in a daze, but the person on the other end was very anxious. "Brother Xia, don't sleep. Something happened. Hurry and check Weibo." Xia Feng immediately came to his senses, opened Weibo, and found that the trending search internet celebrity boss uses cheap creamer to deceive customers had already ranked among the top 10 hot searches. He understood the general situation and called the store manager. "What's going on?" "Brother Xia, don't mention it. A bunch of people came to attack us this morning, so we had to temporarily close down. Don't be anxious." Xia Feng's tone was very calm. But for some reason, this matter fermented very quickly and there were many different opinions on the internet. An ordinary cup of milk tea at Xiaofeng's shop is not particularly cheap, so the issue of cheap creamer has been made so popular by some people. But Xiaofeng always felt that things were not that simple. If there was no one behind the scenes fanning the flames, it would not be possible for such a big fuss to happen in one day. He couldn't figure out who was trying to harm him. Without any warning, Xiaofeng frowned. Soon another call came in. The voice was urgent. "Brother Xia, this is bad. Please go to Dianping and check it out." Xiaofeng did what he said, and many people gave bad reviews on Dianping.com, and the high score was instantly reduced. There were even many bad reviews saying that plastic was used as pearls. And Xiaofeng had to search to the bottom before he could find their milk tea shop. The voice on the other end was anxious. "What should we do?" "Brother Xia, this won't work. It's hard to say about the milk tea, and the hotel is also having problems. After all, both are the same brand." Xiaofeng told him not to worry and leave the rest to him. In fact, he had no idea what was going on, as it happened so suddenly that he had no time to react. Soon the situation got out of hand and someone maliciously threw red paint outside the store, causing it to temporarily close. Chapter 43 Reputation Improves. The trend was very strong online, and Xiaofeng's catering business was also persecuted. However, Xian Fei was also very resourceful and contacted the media immediately. "Don't worry, it's okay. I contacted a food program this morning, and I've also contacted the Food Identification Center. We'll both come together when the time comes. I think these ingredients in the store haven't been touched yet." Xian Fei was also decisive and efficient. She contacted someone immediately. She knew very well that if these online messages were not resolved in time, the situation would become more and more serious, and even public relations would be useless by then. No, these things have not been moved. Xiaofeng was not afraid of inspection because he was confident in his things. The purpose of those people was to discredit him. "That's fine. You prepare yourself. I'll have them start the live broadcast when they arrive. Otherwise, if we record the broadcast, who knows what questions they will ask." Concubine Xian thought very comprehensively. "Okay, there shouldn't be any need to prepare anything. Everything in the store is ready-made, including the raw materials. They can go and check it directly when they arrive." The people from the Food Identification Center arrived in about an hour. They were very efficient and didn't do anything unnecessary. They just started broadcasting as soon as they arrived. "Oh my! Isn't this that shady store? Why hasn't it closed down yet? How dare you show up in public? You have no shame. Ugh. TSK, can you please look at the account carefully before you criticize? This is the official account of the Food Identification Center. Don't criticize the store here. TSK, who knows if they are in cahoots with each other? TSK, the Food Identification Center belongs to the country. If you say that, does the country agree?" As soon as the netizen said this, many trolls shut up. It's true that they troll, but they still don't dare to do anything that touches the bottom line of the country. "Mr. Xia, please lead the way and hand over the raw materials to us for inspection." The people from the Food Identification Center came prepared and had prepared everything, which left no room for doubt and no room for carelessness. "Okay, please follow me." In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the people from the Food Identification Center chose to go there in person, to avoid being criticized by netizens and having the opportunity to replace raw materials. After arriving at the kitchen, the people at the Food Identification Center started to get busy. They had to check all indicators to see whether the food was fresh, of high quality, and in compliance with all national standards. The results would soon be clear. Right now our food identification staff are checking our raw materials and everything in the store. I believe the staff will give us a fair and just result. Please wait patiently. The people from the Food Identification Center are inspecting here, and the food program here is being broadcast simultaneously, so neither side is delayed, and public opinion has improved a lot. If the Food Identification Center staff finds that the food identification is correct, we will ask Mr. Xia to prepare a few recruitment dishes for us. The hosts of food shows are also very cautious, saying things that don't offend people but also make people feel irresistible. The work at the Food Identification Center is almost finished. Netizens on the internet have also watched it and feel a little tired. It is really boring, but they still want to know what the result is. After another half an hour, the staff finally finished the inspection. Okay, now that the food inspection is complete, let's interview the staff. The host of the food show immediately came over and asked, "Mr. Xia, are there any problems with the raw materials? Is this store really the shady store that netizens say it is? Could you please tell us?" After repeated inspections, we confirmed that all of Mr. Xia's food ingredients are fresh and high quality, and the milk powder used is also high-end and high-quality milk powder. You can use it with confidence. The subsequent paper inspection report will be stamped by the National Food Identification Center and sent to Mr. Xia by mail. The staff at the Food Identification Center came up with a powerful statement as soon as they opened their mouths, completely overturning those false statements in one fell swoop. Great! This is really good news. I wonder if we can have a good time today and ask Mr. Xia to cook some famous dishes for us. The host is very good at taking advantage of every opportunity. Yes, we will also invite the staff to stay and taste it. Thank you to the staff and the production team. As there are still many people watching the live broadcast right now, Xiaofeng will certainly not miss this powerful promotional opportunity. It is easier to plant grass by recommending dishes at this time. So the food program that day launched a very unique column called Visiting Small Shops with National Food Workers. The show became a huge hit that day, and Xiaofeng's shop also became popular. As for the previous rumors, they naturally refuted themselves. Look, I told you that you can't just look at a store from a one-sided perspective. I don't know what happened, but I offended those marketing accounts. It's so miserable. Exactly. I didn't dare to open the microphone before. I think this restaurant is delicious, clean, tidy and excellent. That's right. It's officially certified by the Food Authentication Center. You must go and check in and try it. The negative reviews were intentionally made by someone. Now they've been slapped in the face, right? The official has come out. Those people can't get angry anymore. You guys should go to Meow Meow's Weibo and update the store. Mayo Mayawu is a very popular store exploration blogger on the internet. She is considered a minor internet celebrity. She also took advantage of the popularity and posted a store review. Now Xiaofeng's hotel has become popular again. Bloggers from all walks of life are rushing to visit the hotel, fearing that they will miss this little bit of popularity. In any case, Xiaofeng's restaurant's reputation improved online all of a sudden, and it became a holy place for major fans and internet celebrities to check in. Okay, it's finally over. You've been really troubled by these past 2 days. Take a couple of days off. Xiaofeng hadn't slept well for several days. Xin Fei couldn't help but remind him when she saw the dark circles under his eyes. No, he had more important things to do next. We need to investigate the incident on Qinyan's birthday thoroughly. We can't just cover it up. So the next thing to investigate is? Ding! The host can use the ability of Sherlock Holmes. Xiaofeng was just daydreaming when the system suddenly spoke to him. Hiss. That's right, it would be faster to investigate using Sherlock Holmes' ability. So Xiaofeng used his Sherlock Holmes ability to find the clue of the gift shop. Maybe we can find out who bought this crystal doll in the gift shop. Once we find the target, everything will be easy. Xiaofeng found this gift shop which specializes in copying and replicating, or in other words, plagiarism. Chapter 44. It turns out to be him. When Xiaofeng went there, the shop owner was quite enthusiastic. He kept chasing Xiaofeng and asking him what he needed, and also recommended his own superb borrowing technology. I actually have something here that I want you to copy. Do you think you can make it? Xiaofeng simply took out the photo of the crystal doll and showed it to the owner. Oh, there are quite a lot of customizations for this doll recently. Could it be that it's all the rage? Just from this one sentence, Xiaofeng could conclude that someone must have customized this crystal doll here. Although the shop owner was not doing a serious business and was not very honest with his words, he was just too lazy to ask again. You mean someone ordered this doll from you? Xiaofeng asked in pretended surprise. Yes, someone did order a doll like this from me a few days ago, and this doll doesn't look very delicate, but who knows, maybe it's just a trend that young people are following. The owner didn't care. Why, young man, did you order this doll to please your girlfriend? Also? This word is used very spiritually. Yes, a young man took a photo like this before and said he wanted to order a crystal doll for his girlfriend. I thought it was not delicate or expensive. The owner was quite puzzled at the time. Great! Xiaofeng found a clue. Do you still remember what that person looks like? Hiss, I don't remember much about this, but he was a very gentle man, probably a general secretary. I overheard him talking about this when he was on the phone. He looked quite rich, but in fact, he even had to buy a crystal doll from me. TSK 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 TSK. Although the shop owner said that he was borrowing, he also looked down on those who used brand name bags and jewelry to fake them for their girlfriends. After Xiaofeng got the clue, he quickly sorted out his thoughts. What kind of general secretary, well-mannered, could it be? He suddenly thought of something and was shocked by his own idea. But could it really be him? He seemed to be following Qin Yun obediently for a long time. Could there be some unhappiness between him and me? Forget it, never mind, let's investigate first. The first person that popped into Xiaofeng's mind was Zhao Qianshan, especially since he had asked Zhao Qianshan to give Qin Yun a gift. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he was the biggest suspect. But even if that was the case, there was no way to explain why the crystal doll was broken. However, with all these questions in his mind, Xiaofeng decided to investigate Zhao Qianshan personally. Early the next morning, Xiaofeng pretended to go find Qin Yun to apologize, but in fact he just wanted to check on Zhao Qianshan to see if he could find any evidence against him. Mr. Xia, please wait. Ms. Qin is in a meeting. But she probably doesn't want to see you. It's useless to wait. Zhao Qianshan still had his signature business smile on his face. It doesn't matter. Since she doesn't want to see me, why don't you have Secretary Zhao chat with me? Ever since Xiaofeng began to have doubts, he has become more and more curious about Zhao Qianshan. What does Mr. Xia want to talk about? Zhao Qianshan didn't realize that Xiaofeng was doubting him. How is your President Qin these past 2 days? It's my fault. I didn't guard against the villain and let him take advantage of me. Xiaofeng sighed, I guess she must be in a bad mood these past 2 days. Fortunately, Mr. Qin has been very busy these past 2 days and has no time to be sad. Perhaps even Zhao Qianshan did not notice that his tone was sharp when he answered Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng noticed it sensitively. Was he about to reveal a flaw? Really? I wonder how Secretary Zhao has been these past 2 days. Xiaofeng then took a sip of coffee and looked at him. What? Zhao Qianshan was stunned. I thought Secretary Zhao would explain to me first. Originally, Secretary Zhao was the most suspicious, wasn't he? Zhao Qianshan's thoughts were instantly pulled back and he sensed danger. I don't understand what Mr. Xia means. Does Mr. Xia suspect me? That's not the case. You've been with her for so long, how could you do such a thing? Forget it, I'm leaving first. You can give this to her as an apology gift. When Xiaofeng came, he bought a small ornament and just took it over. Okay, Mr. Xia, take care. Although the conversation was over, Xiaofeng's suspicion of Zhao Qianshan grew deeper and deeper, especially after what he had just said, which was intended to make Mr. Zhao relax his vigilance so as not to alert the enemy. However, when Xiaofeng arrived at the door of Qin Yun's office, he saw this scene. Mr. Zhao threw the ornament that Xiaofeng gave to Qin Yun directly into the trash can and attached a piece of paper to it. However, he did not leave. Instead, he thought about it. Perhaps he felt that trying to cover up the truth was a bit too obvious, so he simply removed the entire trash bag in the trash can and replaced it with a new one. Ha! Xiaofeng had to admit that his actions were truly astonishing. However, it also happened to prove that Zhao Qianshan must be a suspect. Now all we need is evidence and a purpose. But why did Zhao Qianshan throw away the ornament he gave to Qin Yun? This is something that is very easy to arouse suspicion and is also a very risky thing. However, after Xiaofeng told Concubine Xian about this, Concubine Xian's first reaction was to look Xiaofeng up and down. The misunderstanding between you and Qin Yun has not been resolved yet? This was a sarcastic remark. The timing is wrong. I haven't found the mastermind yet, but it's most likely Zhao Qianshan. But I really don't understand why he did this. Is it simply to sow discord? This is a problem that gives Xiaofeng a headache. TSK, what do you think is the point of your relationship with Qin Yun if he keeps sowing discord? Xian Fei smacked her lips. It turned out that she could never understand the thoughts of straight men. Well, could it be that he felt that Qin Yun valued me before and was afraid that I would snatch his opportunities and position? Xiaofeng thought about it and realized that he actually had no intersection with this person. The most intersection he had with him was just the few months he followed Qin Yun. Should I praise you for thinking too much, or should I tell you that you think too little? Xian Fei poured herself a sip of water and looked at him straight. TSK, you said you were so smart, how come you can't figure out this little thing? What? Xiaofeng was even more confused after she said that. Tisk, hey, don't you think his behavior is very much like jealousy? Haven't you seen those melodramatic TV dramas? Don't you think the plot is very similar? Xian Fei said while shaking her head, as if she was helpless about his dullness. So what you mean is, Zhao Qianshan likes Qin Yun? When Xiaofeng said this conclusion, his eyes widened. Chapter 45 His Purpose. How is it possible? Why? Xiaofeng's face was full of disbelief. To be honest, he didn't quite understand and even found it hard to accept. Is it hard to understand? It's normal for Zhao Qianshan to develop feelings for Qin Yun after being with her for such a long time. And don't you realize that there's something wrong with Zhao Qianshan? Concubine Xian felt somewhat helpless. In fact, she could clearly feel many times and on many occasions that Zhao Qianshan paid special attention to Qin Yun. She originally thought that this was just a sign of Zhao Qianshan's qualification as a secretary, but now she thought that he had some ulterior motives. No wonder Zhao Qianshan knew about Qin Yun's menstruation and brought her medicine and brown sugar water on time every month. Xian Fei had encountered this once before, and she praised Zhao Qianshan for being thoughtful at that time, but now it seems that all of this was done for a purpose. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand it all. Zhao Qianshan is not simple. You'd better be careful, otherwise who knows if the gap between you and Qin Yun will become deeper and deeper. Xian Fei frowned, and suddenly smiled. Zhao Qianshan is a bit like T. Xiaofeng looked at Xian Fei and didn't understand what she was laughing at, but it was obvious that she was laughing at the strange relationship between them. Okay, now that I've said this, you can understand even if you're stupid. Concubine Xian patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder. I see. Although Xiaofeng was still shocked, he chose to accept this setting. After applying this setting, everything Zhao Qianshan did became reasonable, at least he found a reason. However, is it true that Zhao Qianshan was desperate just because he and Qin Yun were too close? Is that all? No one could explain this question clearly, and Xiaofeng decided not to think about it anymore. The most important thing right now was to clear up the misunderstanding with Qin Yun, and it would be best if he could give her a birthday present. As for that annoying crystal doll, just consider it as peace and happiness in vain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a kaleidoscope. The system is online. Kaleidoscope? It's always so sudden and unexpected, but fortunately Xiaofeng was not distracted this time. Yes, this is a small gift for assisting. I hope the host can use it well and increase the favorability of the party mission object as soon as possible. So that's how it is. Now Xiaofeng knows why the system is so diligent. However, when Xiaofeng got the kaleidoscope, he was still a little surprised. Unlike ordinary kaleidoscopes, it felt very textured in his hand, and the patterns were not only numerous, but also unique and eye-catching. She should like it. Xiaofeng was thinking while holding the kaleidoscope in his hand. Now everything is ready, except for the east wind. Fortunately, Qin Yun is not so angry now, and she will not ignore Xiaofeng anymore. She just still feels a little awkward, so it may not be difficult to make an appointment with Qin Yun. Xiaofeng called Qin Yun that night, and Qin Yun thought about it for a long time and finally agreed. In fact, Qin Yun's reason told her that she should believe Xiaofeng, but she also had an emotional side, so she had never reconciled with Xiaofeng. This was probably a kind of tsundere. The next day, Xiaofeng arrived at the place early, holding a gift box in his hand and was reluctant to let go. He must not do anything weird this time. If he let it go again and was taken advantage of by others, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Ahem, you're here? When Qin Yun sat opposite him, he still had a feeling of unreality. He had been treated with the cold shoulder for the past 2 days and was probably abused. Do you have something to talk to me about? Qin Yun looked down at her watch. You only have half an hour, because I have a meeting later and can't chat with you. Qin Yun also found time to come here. To be more precise, she came here after the meeting was postponed. No, I just want to make up for the gift I gave you before. The doll is broken, so it is broken. May you be safe every year, and you will be safe in the future. Xiaofeng quickly handed the box in his hand to Qin Yun. Here, I'll help you open it this time. Xiaofeng was very servile and helped Qin Yun open the gift. This time he did not let the gift go, and then he handed the gift to Qin Yun personally. This is a very beautiful kaleidoscope. Xiaofeng took the kaleidoscope and added 2 small mechanisms, which can see the starry sky. Qin Yun was also amazed by this little thing, but she remained dignified. She couldn't be bought so easily. Is this the only one? Qin Yun finally spoke the first sentence, and for some reason Xiaofeng's heart also dropped. Yes. Absolutely. Xiaofeng suddenly became interested. In fact, the crystal doll from last time was also unique, because I made it myself, there can't be a second one. It's even more impossible that Chen Wanling has one. I lost contact with her a long time ago, and her crystal doll was copied from mine. If you don't believe me, you can go ask the store owner. Xiaofeng's anxious explanation was really cute. He was afraid that Qin Yun wouldn't believe him, and he was sweating. I don't know what happened to my doll that day, really, you have to believe me, I really don't know why that crystal doll just... Xiaofeng was a little anxious. I didn't say I didn't believe you. That day, I wasn't angry because you broke the doll. Qin Yun didn't let him bother her anymore. Is it Chen Wanling? Hers is a replica and not worth much. I'm investigating it recently and I will definitely give you a good answer. Xiaofeng assured. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Qin Yun sighed. This matter was like a knot in her heart, but if it wasn't Xiaofeng who solved it himself, no one would be able to help. Well, have you seen me on the internet before? Xiaofeng was referring to the hotel incident. No, but I heard that you handled it very well. Qin Yun was paying attention. She was following the developments of the incident, but she didn't tell the truth. Really? But Xian Fei told me that you called her. Xiaofeng's words were a powerful bomb. After he said that, he observed Qin Yun's expression and felt relieved when he saw that there was nothing unusual. Well, okay, half an hour is up. I have to go to a meeting. Call me if you need anything. Qin Yun avoided the topic. She had indeed fought well, but now the best strategy was to escape. Then, let's have dinner together tonight? Xiaofeng grabbed Qin Yun and said the second before she stood up and left. Qin Yun thought about it for a while. She was wondering whether she should have this meal with Xiaofeng and eat alone. Okay, let's have dinner tonight. I'm going to a meeting first. If Xiaofeng hadn't come to show his friendship to her today, she wouldn't have gone, but the situation had changed, so it was okay to go for dinner. Chapter 46 Candlelight Dinner. So Xiaofeng prepared a very exquisite candlelight dinner to make up for Qin Yun's birthday regret. Xiaofeng prepared the meal himself, so there was no way anything could go wrong. He waited for Qin Yun to come from the afternoon until the evening. Why are you here so early? Am I late? Qin Yun was a little surprised. Xiaofeng seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Xiaofeng coughed lightly and said, It hasn't been long, I'm glad you're here. These words really stung Qin Yun's heart, and she was caught off guard and softened her heart. Okay, you don't have to be so cautious. I'm no longer angry with you, but I just can't understand why something like that happened. Qin Yun didn't insist on being stubborn anymore. She said frankly, besides, it's too coincidental. It's not a coincidence. I know. I'm also investigating who the mastermind is. I've already found some clues, but I can't tell you who it is right now. When I have solid evidence, I will bring that person in front of you to apologize to you. Xiaofeng had secretly cursed Zhao Qianshan several times in his heart. He was sure that it was Zhao Qianshan, but in front of Qin Yun, he couldn't just tell her rashly, otherwise it would be an irresponsible behavior. Okay. Qin Yun felt for a moment that Xiaofeng had really matured a lot, more mature and stable than when she first met him. You are quite calm in the face of major issues now. She was referring to the online public opinion and the current crystal doll incident. Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yun to praise him. Actually no, I'm calm because I didn't do it, and I'm sure I didn't do anything wrong. I believe in myself, the public's opinion, and even more so, you. After Xiaofeng said this, his face turned red. Well, okay, let's eat first, it will get cold soon. Qin Yun also saw Xiaofeng's red ears and couldn't bear to say anything more. The two of them had a very quiet meal, but it was quite harmonious, the atmosphere was relaxed, and even a little warm. After finishing their meal, they found a place with few people to take a walk. I haven't had such a good rest in the past 2 days. The birthday party 2 days ago was quite unpleasant, and the company has been busy with various things these 2 days. I haven't had such a relaxing time in a long time. Qin Yun took a deep breath and suddenly said, Is the company busy? Okay, that's bullshit. Yeah, it's the end of the month, how can I not be busy? But it's quite relaxing to take a walk and have a meal with you. I feel completely relaxed. However, Qin Yun only said the second half of the sentence in her heart. Okay, but there's one thing I need your help with. Although the atmosphere was just right now, Xiaofeng had to say something to ruin the mood. Is it about finding the mastermind? If you need anything, you can tell me or Secretary Zhao. I can help you. At least Qin Yun has never doubted Zhao Qianshan until now. It's not a big deal, it's just that we are still in a cold war to the outside world. Don't reveal any flaws. In fact, you don't have to do anything. You just need to ignore me. Xiaofeng thought that he must not let Zhao Qianshan know. Is that it? Qin Yun frowned, as if she understood something. Could it be that the mastermind behind this is you or someone close to me? It should be, but I don't have the evidence yet, so I can't act rashly. So we can't reconcile now. Wait until I find the evidence and catch him off guard. Xiaofeng felt that this matter must be dealt with as soon as possible, and Zhao Qianshan must not stay with Qin Yun. Okay, do whatever you want to do, I'll do my best to cooperate with you. Qin Yun had a bad feeling, but she subconsciously felt that Xiaofeng could be trusted. What to do next? Have you thought about it? I've thought about it, but I can't reveal too much to you right now. And you must not tell anyone about our reconciliation, including Secretary Zhao, who is closest to us. Telling Zhao Qianshan would be like putting your neck on someone else's knife and letting them slaughter you. Okay, I understand. Qin Yun was a little confused, but didn't say much. As they walked, it was already past 9 o'clock, so Xiaofeng sent Qin Yun home first. Only after Xiaofeng had dealt with Qin Yun's affairs did he have time to look for clues. Think carefully about what else is unique about your crystal doll. For example, how can it be intact after being broken, or why it breaks so easily? If you think about it from these two assumptions, won't it be simpler? Concubine Xian also gave him advice here. You're right. I used a special glue to glue the doll together. It's the only one of its kind in the city. It shouldn't break. And the crystal doll isn't that slippery. How did it fall from my hand? This question has indeed troubled Xiaofeng for a long time, but he has never found any evidence. I see. The culprit must have broken the doll into pieces and then glued it together again. This way, the doll will be very fragile, so it will easily slip out of your hand, right? Concubine Xian's eyes lit up. After so long, she finally found a suitable inference. It's possible, but how did he manage to stick to it without me noticing? The question that followed suddenly blocked their thoughts. TSK, this is really a problem. Wait, didn't you say that the glue for this crystal doll was specially made? And there was only one store in the whole process, so that person must have also got the glue from that store. Concubine Xian's mind suddenly became clear. Wait, you mean, he bought the glue from the same store where I had it custom made? Xiaofeng figured it out all of a sudden. No wonder he couldn't see any flaws. If it was the original store, it wouldn't be impossible to make it exactly the same. That makes sense. As long as the hand incident comes out and Zhao Qianshan is identified, then this matter will have a conclusion. I have to say that the reasoning of the two is absolutely powerful. But you still have to find a reason to bring these two together, and expose them in front of Qin Yun. It would be best if it was set in stone so that they had no power to resist. Concubine Xian patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder and looked at him with firm eyes. I see. There happens to be a banquet at the hotel in 2 days, so let's invite them all. Xiaofeng curled his lips, but the owner of the jewelry store. Don't worry, you just need to deal with Zhao Qianshan. The owner of the jewelry store will definitely bring him to you no matter if I have to tie him up or use threats or bribes. Chapter 47 Hosting a Banquet. After the two of them had discussed it, Xiaofeng began to prepare for the banquet. Xiaofeng personally delivered Qin Yun's invitation, but he specifically sent a message asking Qin Yun not to pay attention to him, so the person he met that day was still Zhao Qianshan. Secretary Zhao, we meet again. Xiaofeng still had a smile on his face, and nothing could be seen. Mr. Xia, you're here again. Mr. Qin doesn't want to see you, and there's nothing we can do. Maybe Mr. Qin will be fine in a couple of days. It's better not to see you in this life. Compared with Xiaofeng, Zhao Qianshan's acting skills are not bad. Maybe. Please give this invitation to her and ask her to come. Xiaofeng said deliberately. Don't worry, I will persuade Mr. Qin. The two of them were talking to each other, but each of them had their own ideas and were just doing superficial work. Xiaofeng left without saying a word, but when he left he turned back to take a look. As he expected, Zhao Qianshan lost the paper invitation. Xiaofeng happened to take a picture of this scene, but even if he lost the invitation, it would be useless because he had already sent the electronic version to Qin Yun. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. I wonder if Concubine Xian can successfully bring the east wind here. There were actually very few people who came to the banquet that night. Xiaofeng did it on purpose. Today's scene might be a bit bloody, and having too many people would not be good. As expected, Zhao Qianshan came with Qin Yun. Qin Yun, Secretary Zhao, you are here. Xiaofeng greeted with a smile and pretended not to notice the surprise on Zhao Qianshan's face. He must be wondering why Qin Yun knew that he had thrown away the invitation. But he would know it soon. Come sit inside first, the show will start soon. Xiaofeng said meaningfully. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that Xiaofeng was talking about finding out the mastermind behind the scenes. However, she didn't understand why they were trying to find him here. Could it be that the person was right here? Although she was shocked, Qin Yun did not show it. Xiaofeng was right, they should not alert the enemy. What a great show! It's so mysterious. To be honest, Zhao Qianshan had a bad feeling. Secretary Zhao will know in a moment. Xiaofeng patted Secretary Zhao's shoulder vigorously. Okay, I'll go get busy first, you guys do what you want. In fact, Xiaofeng just called Xian Fei from behind to see if she was almost there. He was about to start the show. About 10 minutes later, Xiaofeng came back to find Qin Yun and Zhao Qianshan. Secretary Zhao, I have something I want to consult you about. I wonder if you are free. The summer breeze is about to begin. What's the matter? Just say it here. Zhao Qianshan always had a bad feeling. That's fine. Qin Yun is here too. Xiaofeng wasn't going to be polite with him and directly pulled out the video of throwing the invitations that day. Look, doesn't this person look like you? If I remember correctly, this was the day I went to deliver the invitation to Qin Yun. The video was recorded just as I left and you threw it away. I wonder how Secretary Zhao is going to explain this. The video was only 30 seconds long, but during these 30 seconds, the three people had their own thoughts. Qin Yun found it hard to believe and accept. Zhao Qianshan's face turned pale, and he couldn't understand why he was being filmed. Only Xiaofeng felt secretly happy. This video is fake. I don't know what the person who sent you this video was thinking, but he must be slandering you and trying to sow discord. Zhao Qianshan naively thought that this video was shot by a junior employee for Xiaofeng. Tisk, you're overthinking this. I shot this video myself. And you must be wondering why Qin Yun was able to come to the banquet, because she has an electronic version of the invitation. You've been a secretary for so many years, and you're so careless about such a thing. If not you, who will be exposed? Xiaofeng had blocked all the roads ahead and behind him, leaving him no way to retreat. Okay, even if this video is real, what can it prove? I just don't want Mr. Qin to hang out with people like you. As his secretary, is there anything wrong with me helping him avoid some people like you? Zhao Qianshan regained his sanity and confidently put the blame on Xiaofeng. Okay, you can get over the invitation issue, then tell me, how did the crystal doll break at Qin Yun's birthday party 2 days ago? And why did Chen Wanling receive that doll? This series of death questions made Zhao Qianshan, who had just turned a little red, turn pale instantly. You did it? Qin Yun couldn't believe it. Zhao Qianshan, you have followed me for so many years, and you did these little tricks behind my back? No, it's not. He is slandering me. He has no evidence at all. You are slandering me. Although Zhao Qianshan was not very hysterical, his voice was loud enough and he was panicked. What's the point of struggling? I've brought you the evidence. Concubine Xian came with the jewelry store owner. What's wrong with you? Zhao Qianshan was speechless for a moment. No need for you to ask me, I'll ask for you. Xian Fei patted the dirt off the fat boss and said, I heard that your store has high revenue and profit. Do you think there is any kickback or tax evasion? Do you want me to find someone to investigate? After saying that, he gave Xiaofeng a look. This was originally what Xiaofeng taught him to say. Concubine Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with this fat guy, so she just dropped a trump card. No, you must be overthinking it. We definitely don't have this kind of thing in our store. Okay, shut up. Whether your store survives depends on whether you tell the truth. Xianfei turned the fat boss around and faced Zhao Qianshan. Just tell me everything about why he went to your store and what he conspired with you for, and I will let you go. This. The fat boss still found it difficult to speak. Don't hesitate. If you don't tell me, I will really investigate. Your store has such high profits, so it must be. I say. The boss was frightened. He came to my shop the other day and took a broken crystal doll to glue together. Yes, it was the one that the man customized 2 days ago. I am also a small business, and I didn't want to take it, but he. Okay, stop talking. But the price he offered is too high. You can't refuse it, right? Xianfei rolled her eyes at him. There's no need to say anything now. The matter is very clear. Zhao Qianshan, Secretary Zhao, do you have anything else to say? This is a fact that is set in stone and cannot be overturned even by God. Chapter 48 Gemstone Necklace. Xiaofeng knew that Qin Yun must be in a bad mood now. Zhao Qianshan has always been her right-hand man, but now he has done such a thing, which is very chilling. Ding, system. Xiaofeng silently recited the system in his mind. I'm here. The system responded. Xiaofeng said, I want to exchange something. The system beeped a few times as a response, and soon a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The system knew what he wanted to do. Placed in the most conspicuous place was a gem necklace. The gems were strung together with plump and round pearls. The gems glowed brightly when viewed from above. He fell in love with the necklace at first sight and said excitedly, this is her. He thought to himself, Qin Yun would definitely like this. Okay. The system's cold voice sounded again, and soon countless codes appeared on the screen message. The system spoke again, exchange successful. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Yun and Zhao Qianshan. Xiaofeng put his hand behind his back, and soon a box suddenly appeared in his hand. Qin Yun. Xiaofeng called Qin Yun's name gently. Qin Yun, who was originally at a loss, suddenly looked to his side. She had just been immersed in anger and loss, but suddenly came back to her senses. This is the necklace I prepared for you. Do you like it? Xiaofeng said as he took out the exquisite box in his hand. Qin Yun watched him slowly open it, and an exquisite jewel necklace appeared in front of her. She was stunned and stared at the necklace blankly without any reaction. I'll put it on for you. Xiaofeng took out the necklace and tied it around her slender white neck. With the strapless evening dress she was wearing, it added a bit of gorgeousness, which instantly brightened people's eyes. Zhao Qianshan, who was standing next to him, clenched his fists when he saw that Qin Yun was so moved that she was speechless. He couldn't stand Xiaofeng being like this the most, telling lies to trick Qin Yun around, which was why he wanted Xiaofeng to stay away from Qin Yun. Mr. Qin, don't be fooled by him. He actually has such a trick to coax a woman. Zhao Qianshan cursed and glared at Xiaofeng fiercely. He had already cut him into pieces in his heart. Is this the reason why you framed him? Qin Yun sneered, feeling guilty when she thought about how she had misunderstood Xiaofeng for so long because of the crystal doll. Zhao Qianshan replied unwillingly, he is a nuisance. I just want you to stay away from him. The onlookers accused Zhao Qianshan of his faults. They said he was embarrassing, that he was like a clown, that he was self-indulgent. Zhao Qianshan was like a clown, being pointed at by others. He has always been her assistant and has handled work matters well, but what Qin Yun hates most is others meddling in her private affairs. Although she hates it, she has never thought about him leaving. Go away. Qin Yun said to him with a cold face. Zhao Qianshan said nothing. He glanced at Xiaofeng with an unclear look in his eyes, then glanced at Qin Yun, then lowered his head and left. I'm sorry. Qin Yun glanced at Xiaofeng. If you look closely, you can see that her ears are turning red. Xiaofeng didn't really care about being wronged. He wanted Qin Yun to know who Zhao Qianshan was. Facing her apology, he smiled indifferently and changed the subject. Does the necklace look good? Hearing this, Qin Yun was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask this suddenly. She nodded subconsciously, it looks good. I like it very much. As she spoke, she touched the gem in the middle and smiled. As long as you're happy. Seeing that she finally smiled, Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile too. The banquet started. Xiaofeng raised his hands in front of her and looked at her straight. Qin Yun knew what he meant, couldn't help but smile, and naturally took his arm. Suddenly, melodious and graceful music sounded at the banquet, and many men stretched out their hands and took the initiative to invite their female companions to dance. Miss Qin, may I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Xiaofeng's deep and magnetic voice suddenly sounded in Qin Yun's ears. His warm breath sprinkled on her face, and Qin Yun couldn't help blushing. When did you become such a gentleman? She said coquettishly, looking reluctant on the surface. But Xiaofeng knew that she was saying one thing and thinking another. His hands were raised all the time. Qin Yun put her hands in his. Xiaofeng put his right hand on her lower back from behind. The two began to dance to the rhythm of the music. I didn't expect you could do this. Qin Yun spoke, following his steps up and down. Xiaofeng looked like an experienced person. He smiled and said, Boss Qin is not bad either. Soon the music ended, and Xiaofeng asked her to wait for him while he went to get some water. Qin Yun looked at the glass of juice and the glass of red wine in his hand. Seeing him give the juice to her, she raised her eyebrows and said, I am also good at drinking. She said so, but she still took a sip of the juice. She was the leader of the company, and she had to drink alcohol at social events. Even if she didn't know how to drink, she had to learn how to drink. She didn't like drinking, but she just needed a good alcohol tolerance. Over time, Qin Yun forgot that she didn't like drinking. When Xiaofeng brought the juice, she was actually a little moved. You are a woman, it's not good for you to drink too much. Xiaofeng replied as a matter of course. Why can't women drink alcohol? Qin Yun's desire to win was suddenly aroused. She quickly picked up the red wine beside her, looked at Xiaofeng provocatively, and drank it in one gulp. Xiaofeng felt amused and helpless. I didn't say you can't. She drank it in one breath and choked. Xiaofeng quickly patted her on the back and handed her the original juice. Qin Yun also felt that what she had just done was a bit childish, so she remained silent. I was wrong about what happened before. Thinking of Zhao Qianshan, Qin Yun felt guilty. She foolishly asked Xiaofeng to apologize, but she didn't expect that this was not her fault at all. However, when she thought about the fact that Xiaofeng did not take the initiative to look for her but instead checked into the hotel, she felt a little unhappy. I didn't take it seriously. You don't have to take it to heart. Xiaofeng Yun said calmly. Qin Yun was unaware of what Zhao Qianshan had done. Now that the truth was out, he felt relieved. If Qin Yun apologized to him for Zhao Qianshan, he felt it was totally unnecessary. Seeing his indifferent expression, Qin Yun glanced at him, pursed her lips and said nothing. She lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. I really don't take it to heart. Seeing Qin Yun depressed, Xiaofeng got a little flustered and hurriedly repeated it again. Seeing him panic, Qin Yun smiled for some reason and nodded to show that she understood. She lowered her head and looked at the gem necklace again. The necklace was shining brightly under the dim light, and she couldn't help but touch it a little more. To be honest, she originally felt that the dress looked empty, but she didn't expect that the necklace Xiaofeng gave her solved this problem. She nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 50 Crystal Jelly. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the hidden task of gaining favorability. I will give you a recipe for crystal jelly as a reward. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then turned to ask her, Come to my restaurant tomorrow. Help me try out my newly developed product. How is it? Qin Yun nodded and said, Okay. Xiaofeng was also happy to get the new formula. It was because of Xian Fei's advice that he successfully solved the crystal doll problem. After returning home, he called Xian Fei. The call was quickly answered. Xiaofeng, what can I do for you? I've just developed a new product. Are you interested in trying it? It's a thank you gift for your help. Okay. Xian Fei responded happily. The two agreed on a time. Xiaofeng arrived at the hotel a few hours before the agreed time. He had just received the formula for the crystal jelly yesterday, and since both of them were important customers today, he came early to make it again out of a cautious nature. The ingredients are very simple, but it is not easy to make. Xiaofeng failed at the beginning, and the jelly he made was soft and not chewy at all. The old master was curious about what he was tinkering with, so he came over, looked at the soft, unknown object in front of him, and asked, What is this? Crystal jelly. Xiaofeng replied anxiously. Is this jelly? The old master widened his eyes, unable to believe that this soft, mud-like thing was actually jelly. Xiaofeng said bitterly, Do it again. With the right proportions of each ingredient and the guidance of the master craftsman, he finally succeeded this time. Thank you. Xiaofeng looked at the finished product and replied excitedly. The old chef also smiled with satisfaction. Xiaofeng looked down at his watch and saw that the time was almost up, so he hurried to make some other dishes. The dim light and candles created just the right atmosphere. After preparing everything, he was just about to call to ask if the two had arrived when Xianfei called. Xiaofeng answered immediately, and was faced with Xianfei's question, "Who else did you invite besides me?" He was confused, and after thinking for a while, he replied, "Has Qin arrived?" "You kid, you dared to call us two over." Concubine Xian said, gritting her teeth. "What's wrong?" Xiaofeng didn't understand why she was suddenly angry. Was she blaming him for not telling him in advance? He was about to explain a few words when the other end hung up the phone. He stood there for a long time without reacting. The other side. "Let's go." Concubine Xian glanced at Qin unhappily, and Qin rolled her eyes. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to make an appointment with another woman, and the three of them went together. Neither of them gave way to the other and walked in, where they were immediately greeted. "Please follow me." The male waiter raised a decent smile on his face and made a gesture of invitation. The two followed him and soon saw Xiaofeng in the distance. Xiaofeng seemed to have seen them as well and waved happily for them to come over. Qin Yun, at the end, curled her lips. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiaofeng personally pulled out chairs for the two of them. Then he clapped his hands, and soon two people brought a plate of food and placed it in front of them. "Let's try it," Xiaofeng suggested to them enthusiastically. "This is a steak." When she cut it open, it was medium rare and still had traces of blood. Xianfei took a bite without hesitation and found that the medium rare steak was just the right tenderness. "Not bad." Concubine Xian nodded. Today was Xiaofeng's home game, so Qin Yun naturally gave him face and took a bite herself, saying expressionlessly, "Not bad." Xiaofeng knew Qin Yun's identity. She had tasted countless delicacies, and it was not easy to get her to say that something was delicious. Xiaofeng was also satisfied. Just as she was about to start the next dish, Concubine Xian suddenly asked, "Did you make all of these?" Talking about this, Xiaofeng nodded proudly. Even the cold Qin Yun looked at him and smiled when she heard this. "I didn't expect that, Xiaofeng, you are so awesome." Concubine Xian praised him without hesitation. He clapped his hands, and the next dish came up. "This is today's main course, crystal jelly." Xiaofeng opened the lid, and the jelly was really like its name. Even in the dim light, it looked colorful. Xianfei was stunned for a moment until Xiaofeng asked her to taste it. It was chewy and springy, and the fruity aroma in her mouth stimulated her taste buds. "It's amazing." Qin Yun couldn't help but take a bite and nodded in agreement with Concubine Xian. She was about to say something when suddenly there was a noise outside and the old master came over in a hurry. "Oh no, oh no." "Don't be anxious, speak slowly." Xiaofeng comforted the master. "Someone suddenly came to cause trouble, saying that we stole his recipe." The old chef said angrily. Xiaofeng was the first one to disagree with stealing the recipe. These were all system installed, so how could they be stolen from others? But even though he knew this was not the case, Xiaofeng still had to find a way. He couldn't tell everyone that this was from the system. That's impossible. "Master, don't panic." Seeing Xiaofeng's resolute expression, the master's heart was at ease. He also followed Xiaofeng in the beginning, and judging from Xiaofeng's appearance, this recipe was not stolen. To be honest, after spending so many days together, the master still believes in Xiaofeng. He seems to have a kind of magic that attracts others. He is energetic, unyielding, and stubborn. The master is deeply attracted by his qualities. "What should we do now?" asked the old master. "Take your people to appease them first." "I'll be there soon," Xiaofeng instructed him. After the old master left, he looked at the two people at the table helplessly. Xianfei clicked her tongue a few times, looking like she was enjoying a good show. "You've been particularly unlucky lately. Zhao Qianshan's matter has just been resolved, and someone else is here to pick a fight." When Zhao Qianshan was mentioned, Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly glanced at Qin Yun, and seeing that there was no other expression on her face, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, I don't know which noble person I offended." There was also the matter of the milk tea shop and the cheap creamer. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng had a headache. If he hadn't said it, he really didn't know that he had gotten into so much trouble. When Xianfei said this, he instantly felt something was wrong. It was indeed a bit abnormal recently. Qin Yun was concerned about him, frowning and asking him, "Are you okay?" She was asking about the people who were causing trouble outside. Xiaofeng was a man, and they were guests, so he didn't dare to bother them. Besides, that man was just talking nonsense. He knew everything about the recipe, and he was confident. I finally invited you here today, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm so sorry. It's okay, no one would have thought of it. Your matter is more important. Xian Fei immediately shook her head. At the critical moment, she was still quite reliable. Xin Yun felt the same way. Seeing the noise outside getting louder and louder, the three of them looked at each other in tacit understanding. Chapter 51 Special Massage. To be precise, Xiaofeng really knows nothing about cooking, but he has the support of the system, so he will not lose. The system will naturally give Xiaofeng certain benefits after issuing the task, and will not let Xiaofeng lose the task for no reason. I never expected that the cooking skills that I was so proud of could be defeated so easily. The chef never expected that he would end up like this. He could only look at Xiaofeng with a dejected face. The results are out, now you need to fulfill your promise. Xiaofeng looked at the chef nonchalantly. The chef's face became more and more ugly. He had made an agreement with that person that no matter what happened, he must not tell anyone, otherwise he would be in trouble. Task completed, reward obtained, cooking skill plus 10. The system's slightly cold voice reminded Xiaofeng in his mind that Xiaofeng didn't care about the increase in his skill. He is more concerned about whether there is anything in the system that can tell him what he wants to know. Is there some kind of truth serum? We offer a special massage that will give you everything you want. After getting a satisfactory answer, Xiaofeng did not ask what the conditions were for getting this thing, but exchanged it directly. Okay, I know you don't want to say it, but it's okay, I have something special here. Looking at the massager that suddenly appeared in his hand, the smile on Xiaofeng's face froze for a moment. That's it? Just this massager that's no different is enough to get what you want? If you could see the expression on your face, Xiaofeng would definitely show a look of disgust if you were not concerned about the system still calling out to you. The chef didn't seem to expect that the other party would make such a solemn promise to him, but in fact he just took out a massager. Boss Xia, I know I did something wrong. You can punish me however you want, but there's no need for the massager. Looking at the other party's smug expression, Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. I am really in a dilemma now. Even if I don't want to use it, I have to use it to force a confession. Otherwise, I will be looked down upon. Although this massager is no different from other massagers, this one is placed on the back, and each acupoint will correspond to an acupoint. These degrees are not specifically used to dredge menstrual blood, but instead will make people feel unbearable pain. After just 2 minutes, the chef could no longer hold on. I say. After hearing the answer he wanted to hear, Xiaofeng did not embarrass him and directly took the massager away. It was Chen Wanling who asked me to do these things. She also opened a store, and your store is stealing her business. Although he had expected this result, when he actually heard about the trouble, Xiaofeng felt inexplicably angry. I haven't even started to care about his deception to me, but she wants to continue to exploit me? When something like this happened in the store, Xian Fei naturally showed up in the store and interrogated the chef together with Xiaofeng. Now that we have determined who did this, let's go and meet them. Concubine Xin placed her hand on Xiaofeng's shoulder with a smile on her face and said in a charming manner. Xiaofeng nodded silently. He had already planned this. Even if this didn't happen, I would have gone to her shop to see it sooner or later. As for the head chef, he naturally cannot be allowed to stay in the store, otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble will happen. But if that happens, their restaurant will be missing a chef, which might affect the speed of serving the dishes. The store has just opened. It would not be a good idea to close it at this time. I suggest we stabilize the situation first. Xian Fei analyzed calmly. Xiaofeng nodded. He had the same idea. He would rather serve the dishes slowly than close the restaurant for rest at this time. Chen Wanling's restaurant requires advance reservations, so Xiaofeng reserved a table one day in advance using an unfamiliar phone number and waited to dine at around 10 o'clock the next morning. At around 10 o'clock, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei appeared in Chen Wanling's shop on time. There were not many people in the store at this time, but judging from the decoration, the style was quite attractive, worthy of being an internet celebrity restaurant. Xiaofeng casually ordered a few signature dishes of the restaurant. At the same time, I also exchanged a dog nose in the system mall. This dog's nose has no other use, it is used specifically to smell some strange odors. The system was also considerate enough to replace the dog's nose with an upgraded version of the previous one. If we were to say the biggest difference between the two functions, it would probably be that the upgraded dog nose can smell in detail what the raw materials inside are and what they are made of. What Xiaofeng lacks now is such a tool, which is just right to deal with Chen Wanling. Perhaps to suit the occasion of this internet-famous restaurant, the dishes served were more delicately presented and the portions were smaller. But from the outside, there was indeed no sign of anything wrong with the dish, so Concubine Shen took out her chopsticks and prepared to taste it. Unexpectedly, a source of warmth suddenly appeared on my hand. "Wait a moment." A warm voice came from her ears, leaving Concubine Shen stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Xiaofeng used the prop he had exchanged for, sniffed the other things again, and accurately smelled that something was wrong with the meat. "Can you tell anything is wrong just by sniffing it? I think it's better to taste it." It's not that Concubine Shen doesn't believe in Xiaofeng's ability, it's just that such talent is very rare. Xiaofeng raised his head, blinked mysteriously at Concubine Shen, and then looked confident. "Waiter!" Xiaofeng's expression changed very quickly. He looked gentle and kind just now, but now he was furious. The service attitude here is pretty good. When someone heard the call, they came over quickly. "Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Looking at the little girl Xiaofeng in front of me, for a moment I couldn't bear to embarrass her. "Call your manager over here. What kind of meat are you using?" "I ordered beef." The little girl must have never seen such a scene before. She was stunned for a moment and couldn't recover for a long time. An experienced waiter came over to save the situation. "Sir, you ordered beef, so we naturally served the best quality beef." Chapter 52 was sealed. "Sir, I don't know what rumor you believe that caused you to come to our store to cause trouble, but I can guarantee that everything we use in our store is of the highest quality. The way experienced and inexperienced people handle things is completely different." If it were the little girl just now, she would probably be speechless at this moment. Unlike these experienced people, they dismissed these issues with just a few words, and even turned Xiaofeng and the others' purpose into causing trouble. "I think what you said is very funny." Xian Fei tapped her leg, crossed her arms across her chest, and looked at the waiter in front of her with a sneer on her face. "I came here to consume today. Regardless of whether I believed any rumors or not, I now feel that the meat you use is not beef." There was no way Xian Fei would just watch the waiter change the subject like that. "They weren't here to eat today. I hope you will call your manager over now to deal with this matter instead of letting me argue with you here," Xiaofeng said calmly. Looking at the other party's stubborn attitude, the waiter thought about it again and again, and finally asked someone to invite the manager over. Of course, the main reason was that the two people opposite were well dressed and did not look like people they could offend. When the manager came over, he had a formal smile on his face. "I don't know if you feel that our store's hospitality is not good enough or you are dissatisfied with anything. You are welcome to give us your opinions." The manager's attitude made it seem like the two of them were just there to cause trouble. "I have to say that the attitude of your waiter is quite satisfactory, but this dish is quite unsatisfactory." Xiaofeng had no intention of embarrassing the waiter here, so he reached out and knocked on the plate of steak in front of him. The manager seemed to have not expected the other party to be able to say such words, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "I know that many customers have this concern, but you can rest assured that our dishes have gone through a lot of inspections and are marked as qualified before they can be served on the table." Xiaofeng has heard these formulaic words too many times, and he believes in the smell he smells with the props. No matter how much seasoning you use, you can't cover up the rotten smell in it. Xiaofeng shook his head. The marketing manager's face changed drastically, but he quickly returned to normal with a fake smile. "What do you mean by that? If you insist on making trouble here, don't blame us for calling security. If telling the truth is considered unreasonable, then I am here to be unreasonable today." Xiaofeng knew clearly that it would not be enough to just smell it out, and it would be better to have more direct evidence. For example, the kitchen. Unfortunately, it is not easy to get into the kitchen unless he can find a way to arouse the anger of those who are having dinner. "I know that it's hard for you to believe what I say, but I have a naturally sensitive nose and can smell different smells." Xiaofeng attributed the blessing of the props to talent. Such talent is indeed somewhat embarrassing, but there are always some people who light up talents that others do not have. After listening to his words, some people put down their chopsticks. Concubine Shen secretly glanced at the people around her and gave Xiaofeng a look, asking him to make the matter bigger. "I can clearly smell that the so-called best quality beef you offer is actually rotten meat. You cut off the rotten meat on the surface and serve the middle piece as the best quality beef. If you don't believe me, let's go to the kitchen and take a look. No one expected Xiaofeng to be able to describe the details in such detail, which made more people hold back their vomiting and put down their chopsticks. The manager's face changed drastically. Sir, it looks like you are here to cause trouble today, so don't blame us. Two burly security guards walked towards Xiaofeng with their hands rubbed, and it seemed that they were going to use violence to throw them out. You are so excited and want to ask me to leave, is it because I predicted the ingredients you used? Are you feeling guilty? Xiaofeng did not seem to be scared by these two burly men. These words not only aroused the anger of the crowd, but also put the manager in a difficult position. For a moment, he did not dare to let the security guards take real action. To be honest, if this happened to my store, I would ask all customers to check the kitchen. If the kitchen is clean, then all the rumors would be solved. Xianfei smiled and added fuel to the fire, and directly helped the manager to think of a solution. Even this solution made it impossible for the manager to go. After all, this is the best way to deal with the current situation, and anyone who says it will feel that they are sincerely helping others. You haven't been to the kitchen to see Ingzi today, and you don't know the situation in the kitchen, but he is quite reassured about the situation in the store, so he boldly put these people in the kitchen. What he never expected was that the kitchen was not as clean as he imagined, and was even dirty and messy. There were few fresh vegetables displayed everywhere. Most of them were a little rotten and could be reused after some simple processing. As for the so-called high-quality and premium beef, don't even think about it, as it is basically replaced by some meat that is about to rot. I don't know how a store like this passed the food safety test. Someone has already called the Food Inspection Bureau after seeing this situation in the kitchen. As for what this store will become in the end, Xiaofeng knows without thinking that it will definitely be closed down, and the huge sum of money invested by Chen Wanling will naturally not be wasted at all. I think we must take better care of the kitchen in our store, otherwise it will easily become like them. Xianfei still feels a little scared. Xiaofeng nodded. Actually, the store opened by Chen Wanling was not bad. On the contrary, this store was doing very well. Unfortunately, Chen Wanling was too negligent in the management of the kitchen. Someone slipped through the cracks, and as the previous layers fell, there was nothing left, and fewer people were taking care of things. Otherwise, a new store wouldn't have ended up like this. No, I need to go back and check on the situation in our kitchen. Chapter 53 I Won't Let You Go. Looking at Concubine Shen rushing back, Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. From the very beginning of opening the store, Xiaofengjiao realized that the kitchen must be well controlled, so Xianfei didn't have to worry so much. Xiaofeng knew that Xianfei was worried about his store, so he did not stop his actions. Instead, he obediently sent Xianfei to the store. How come I don't know that the things in the system can be upgraded? What are the triggering conditions for the upgrade? Xiaofeng placed a book and a glass of water in front of him. He seemed to be reading a book and using his mobile phone. He was communicating with the system in his mind. This is a hidden condition that few people notice. Since I've already discovered it, then don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me what the triggering condition of your hidden condition is. Xiaofeng's eyes gradually became dull. Everything in the mall can be purchased for superposition experiments. As for what you can get in the end, it all depends on the host's luck. If you are lucky, you can get an upgraded dog nose. What will I get if I'm unlucky? Is there any consolation prize or something like that? Xiaofeng never had any thoughts about his luck. No, everything depends on the host's willingness. If the host is willing to participate, he can try it. If not, he can directly purchase the items in the mall. With better conditions in front of us, who would be willing to directly use the things in the mall? But when it comes to this kind of test, Xiaofeng really doesn't dare to try it easily. Everything in the mall can be exchanged for points. It seemed that the system just remembered at this time that Xiaofeng was not familiar with many things in the mall. Most of the time, people directly ask the system to make the exchange, without caring about the conditions of the exchange. After the system reminded Xiaofengjiao, he realized that he seemed to have never understood these things. Since it is an exchange, what are the conditions for the exchange? Each product has its own redemption points. As long as the points in the array meet the requirements, it can be redeemed. How do you get these points? Each time you complete a task, you will get different levels of points. The specific situation will still be judged based on the difficulty of the task. In other words, if Xiaofeng wants to continue to redeem items in the mall, he must work hard to complete the tasks, otherwise there will be no points to redeem. Xiaofeng sighed. He originally thought that this was an easy task, but now it seemed that he still had to work harder. In the evening, Xiaofeng asked Qin Yun to go out for dinner. I was able to open this restaurant thanks to Qin Yun's help. Since he has time tonight, I can treat him to dinner. Xiaofeng specially booked the restaurant that Qin Yun liked. The time was set at 6 o'clock, but Xiaofeng appeared at Qin Yun's company around 4 o'clock. The time he arrived was very coincidental, and he just happened to see Zhao Qianshan packing his things. Who is this? It turns out to be Assistant Zhao, who was so arrogant before. What's going on? Is he packing up his things? If it was anyone else, Xiaofeng probably wouldn't go out of his way to mock him, but it happened to be Zhao Qianshan. You have to know that the other party relied on the fact that he was Qin Yun's assistant and secretly gave him a lot of trouble. Precisely because he was the assistant of the women's badminton team, Xiaofeng often could not attack him openly and teach him a lesson. I didn't expect to make such an unexpected discovery when I came to pick up Qin Yun for dinner today. Apart from anything else, just by looking at him packing his things, Xiaofeng felt much happier. I thought that when Assistant Zhao said those harsh words to me before, he would be able to keep his job. Now it seems that is not the case. After watching the excitement, Xiaofeng not only did not leave, but continued to stand there, making sarcastic remarks to Zhao Qianshan. Today, Zhao Qianshan is a defeated and lost dog. The person opposite him was still the one he hated the most, but now he no longer had the confidence to challenge him. You don't really think that Mr. Qin likes you that much, do you? Let me tell you, you are not the only brother among them. You are just a little bit outstanding in some aspects, which is why you attracted Mr. Qin's attention. If there was no support from the system, after hearing these words, Xiaofeng would probably develop an inferiority complex, just as Zhao Qianshan wished, and become estranged from Qin Yun. It is a pity that the current Xiaofeng is a Xiaofeng blessed by the system and does not care about what Zhao Qianshan said at all. No matter what, I still have something that Sister Yun cares about. Unlike you, you really can't keep Sister Yun's heart at all. Listening to these green tea-like words, let alone how Zhao Qianshan felt, Xiaofeng himself felt like vomiting after listening to them. I will never let you go. Zhao Qianshan angrily held his things, left after saying these harsh words. Why are you being so naughty? You just go to provoke him. It was unknown how much Qin Yun heard standing at the door. She pushed open the door as soon as Zhao Qianshan left. Xiaofeng didn't expect that Qin Yun would see such a childish side of him. A rare blush appeared on his face. I haven't really thought about getting close to him, mainly because he talks too much. Xiaofeng scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Qin Yun nodded. She could not deny that Zhao Qianshan was indeed an excellent talent. It was a pity that his character was not as good as his talent. It seems like I need to hire an assistant as good as him so that I can handle these things. Qin Yun took a look at the documents on her desk and felt a headache. In the end, the two of them did not go to the restaurant for dinner as agreed, but instead ate directly in the company cafeteria. Fortunately, even the cafeteria of Qin Yun's group can compare with the high-end buffets outside. According to the original plan, with the help of an assistant, Qin Yun should be able to process these documents quickly, but due to some unexpected reasons. Not only did Qin Yun fail to process the documents quickly, she even had to work overtime with Xiaofeng. There were too many documents to process, so Xiaofeng was forced to become Qin Yun's secretary, helping her deal with some less important documents and leaving the more important ones for Qin Yun to handle. Chapter 54 Deposit Troubles. Zhao Qianshan left without looking back. Xiaofeng turned around and glanced at Qin Yun. She was staring blankly at Zhao Qianshan's gradually disappearing back without saying a word. No one knew what she was thinking. He was a little worried. He then realized that Zhao Qianshan had been her subordinate for so long, and he did adapt quickly after leaving the company. Xiaofeng felt that she must be a little sad. Are you okay? Although he was a straight man, it was not appropriate for him to just stand there and watch Qin Yun being sad. Realizing her own misconduct, Qin Yun sighed deeply and looked up at Xiaofeng again. I just feel a little regretful. After all, Zhao Qianshan was able to stay by his side for such a long time, and his ability was indeed excellent. Animals would develop feelings after living together for a long time, let alone humans. What she regretted was Zhao Qianshan's abilities over the years and her expectations of him. Why is President Qin so sad about such a thing? Xiaofeng immediately joked when he saw that the atmosphere was not good. To be honest, he had never seen Qin Yun depressed. Xiaofeng thought that people like her might choose to keep their sadness in their hearts and not speak it out. After hearing his words, Xinyan couldn't help but curl her lips. I'm a living person, but I can't have 7 emotions and 6 desires? You really think too highly of me. Yes. It would be better if you could smile more often. Having a stern face all day long doesn't look good at all. Seeing that she was about to stop smiling, Xiaofeng quickly used his fingers to help her keep her smile up. Xinyan glared at him fiercely. Xiaofeng put down his hand dejectedly and touched his nose. He almost forgot that this woman was the president of the company. Seeing him looking away without saying anything, she suddenly felt her face getting hot, and she put her cold hand on her cheek. She noticed Xiaofeng's gaze was looking at her again, and she forced a smile. Is that so? Forget it. Xiaofeng couldn't help laughing and couldn't bear to look at her anymore. Xinyan snorted coldly, angry that he didn't give her face. After being interrupted by Xiaofeng, she found that she was not so sad. Xinyan stared at the back of Xiaofeng's head and smiled again. Zhao Qianshan is not a bad person. I apologize to you for what happened to him. When he was my assistant, he always helped me handle my work very well. Maybe he is not very good at dealing with people. Hearing this, Xiaofeng twitched her lips and hummed, not wanting to destroy the image of Zhao Qianshan in her heart. She seemed to be excited about talking about Zhao Qianshan, and she blurted out everything in her mind that she hadn't said before. I remember before, when I first took this position and wasn't very familiar with it, there was a meeting that day, and someone was messing with my computer, and all the temporary files were gone. At that time, all the shareholders and directors were watching. The new official was not favored, and he made such a low-level mistake. When I didn't know what to do, Zhao Qianshan suddenly walked in and whispered to me that the backup was ready. Although it was just a trivial matter, Xinyan still remembered it. This was also the reason why she had kept Zhao Qianshan by her side for so many years. She was reluctant to let him go, but the crystal doll incident had touched her bottom line. People change. Xinyan should have known this long ago. Zhao Qianshan was no longer the same Zhao Qianshan as before. The past is the past. We should look forward, right? Seeing Xinyan gradually getting sad, Xiaofeng immediately hugged her like a good brother, with a sly smile on his face. What are President Qin's criteria for choosing a spouse? Xiaofeng had a day off today, but he got up early. He had a large sum of money on hand that he needed to deposit urgently. With such a large sum of money, he couldn't sleep all night. He finally had a day off, so he abandoned his formal suit and opted for a casual loose short-sleeved shirt and big shorts, looking much more energetic. TSK, not bad. Xiaofeng sprayed some hairspray on his head in front of the mirror and combed his hair slowly. He was never stingy with compliments. Xiaofeng thought of packaging such a large sum of money to make it look simple. He wrapped it with the newspaper that the cleaning lady had used to clean the glass. The newspaper was a little wrinkled after being wet, and from a distance it looked like a large pile of garbage. After achieving the desired effect, he got in the car and drove to the bank. The alarm was sounded and the car drove away. Less than 10 minutes later, he found a car and parked it in. It was wrapped in several layers of newspapers. There was a bank in front of it, and anyone with eyes could tell why you took this thing in. Xiaofeng planned to go in first. Maybe he came too early, so there were not many people. The people in front had just left, and many people in work clothes only looked up lazily when they saw someone, and then quickly lowered their heads to play with their phones. He frowned and stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me." The middle-aged man was impatient with his interruption and spoke very rudely, "What's the matter with queuing up to get a ticket? Can't you do the normal procedures?" "No. I'm here to deposit money." Although Xiaofeng didn't like this man's attitude, he still patiently continued to ask. Banks have automatic deposit machines, which can be used anywhere. If you need to ask staff for help, it is usually a large amount of cash. After hearing this, the middle-aged man finally looked up at him and looked him up and down in disbelief. "Save the money and do it yourself." The middle-aged man pointed at the machine and lowered his head again. "That's not what you mean? You look down on me, right, brother?" Xiaofeng was dissatisfied with his attitude and spoke in a louder tone. "How much money can it be?" The middle-aged man chuckled when he heard his words, and saw that he didn't take anything. "Sir, do you need any help?" Xiaofeng was about to speak when the staff member who had just served the previous customer came over with a decent smile on his face. "I'm here to deposit money. The money is in the car, and I'd like you to come over and get it for me." Xiaofeng glanced at the middle-aged man expressionlessly and sneered. The staff smiled and nodded, following his footsteps. The middle-aged man was completely stunned when he heard this, and the provocative smile on his face froze. He quickly put his phone in his pocket and followed the two. As soon as he saw the car, the middle-aged man knew he was done for. He cursed inwardly, quickly stepped forward to squeeze out the staff behind him, and said with a flattering smile, "Sir, let me help you." "Get lost!" Xiaofeng yelled angrily in annoyance. Seeing the middle-aged man's expression suddenly change, but he had to endure it, he felt so relieved in his heart. No wonder men like to act cool and get slapped in the face, this is how it feels. At this moment, he felt extremely happy. The middle-aged man had to be pushed aside. Another staff member held back his laughter and handed Xiaofeng the cash. He secretly warned himself not to judge people by their appearance in the future. Who says rich people must wear suits and leather shoes? Chapter 55, Shit Luck. After depositing the money, Xiaofeng walked out after being treated kindly by the staff. Seeing that the two were about to follow him into the car, Xiaofeng twitched his lips and said, "Okay, let's stop here." Seeing that person finally left, he breathed a sigh of relief. It has been a long time since I felt this way. It was really good. The corners of his mouth never relaxed from the time he entered until the time he came out. Perhaps it was God's punishment for him being too arrogant. When Xiaofeng walked not far out, he suddenly heard an old lady screaming, "Get out of the way, young man." He just thought he was hallucinating, but soon the voice was getting closer and closer to him. Xiaofeng subconsciously looked over and saw an old lady riding an electric bike out of control right in front of him. The next second he successfully fell to the ground. A sharp pain came from his calf and Xiaofeng hissed in pain. The old lady quickly got up from the ground and looked at him in panic. "I'm sorry, young man, I really didn't mean it." Seeing the old lady about to cry, Xiaofeng felt like he was about to faint from the pain, and gritted his teeth and said, "Call 120. The old lady subconsciously controlled her expression, dialed a few numbers on the phone, briefly explained the situation, turned around and said to him with a guilty look, "I'm sorry, young man. I have something urgent to do and can't delay. I'm really sorry." After saying that, she quickly picked up the electric bike, rode it and soon disappeared. "Hey, are you just leaving me like this?" Xiaofeng shouted towards the ant's figure, but before he could finish his words, the ant had already disappeared. He cursed his bad luck inwardly. After more than 10 minutes, the ambulance finally arrived. When he arrived at the hospital and got the diagnosis, he couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the word fracture written in black and white. "If you pretend to be so cool, you will be struck by lightning. This can even cause a car accident." Xiaofeng was amazed at himself. Soon, Xin Yun and Xian Fei knew about his fracture, and they all came forward to see the excitement. Xin Yun was kinder and brought him some fruits and food. After hearing Xiaofeng's tragic story, Concubine Xian was very respectful and laughed so hard that she couldn't drink. "Are you really that unlucky? You were looked down upon, and there was a car accident. You are so lucky." Seeing that Xian Fei's hand was about to poke his injured part, Xiaofeng immediately scolded her loudly. The person involved did not feel guilty at all, and smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Xiaofeng held his forehead and looked at her helplessly. He found that being looked down upon and the car accident were not as hurtful as Xian Fei's gloating. If he had known this, he would have tried his best to hide the news. Xin Yun listened to the two people talking while thinking about the apple in her hand. She had never done this before, and after peeling the apple, half of the apple was gone. She didn't notice it at all and handed the apple to Xiaofeng. "Eat it." Xiaofeng was stunned when he saw this, but since it was Qin Yun's kindness, he took it and ate it all. Xian Fei clicked her tongue a few times, looked at Qin Yun several times, pointed at the apple flesh she had peeled, and questioned, "Are you sure this is the apple peel?" "Oh." Qin Yun responded coldly, not affected at all. Instead, she took a new apple and handed the apple and apple knife to Xian Fei with a disdainful tone. "Why don't you do it?" Now it was Concubine Xian's turn to be silent. She snorted coldly and turned her head away from Qin Yun. Concubine Xian had never cut this thing before, so of course she was not happy about it. "You two are really competing in cooking skills? Come on, I won't eat it no matter how you cut it." Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Xiaofeng quickly added. But it didn't seem to work very well. The two women stared at him and didn't know why. Xiaofeng touched his nose innocently and felt that he didn't look like a patient. These two were the ancestors, okay? During the conversation, Xian Fei went out because she received a phone call, and only Qin Yun and Xiaofeng were left in the room. He was just worrying about what to say, but Qin Yun spoke generously, "You are also a patient now, don't be so busy. Leave your clothing company to me first, I will help you deal with it." "What?" Xia Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized the meaning of her words and shook his head quickly. No matter what he was busy with, it would not be as busy as her as a president. "No need. How can a big CEO like you have time to help me? My hand is broken but it's not disabled. I can still do this little thing." Xiaofeng said nonchalantly, and even patted his chest with great pride. As she said this, Qin Yun glanced at the heavy plaster on his leg and forced a smile at him. "I'm notifying you, not asking you." "Xiaofeng. Eat your food." Qin Yun didn't care and handed him the bowl of still hot millet porridge. To be honest, Xiaofeng was still a little touched. A woman had done this, but he was still being shy, and even he felt that he was being hypocritical. "Thank you." Xiaofeng took the millet porridge gratefully. He thought Qin Yun would not reply, but she looked up at him, nodded coldly and responded. The millet porridge was finished in a few minutes, and at this time Concubine Xian also came back. "I have something to do at the company, so I'll go back first." Xian Fei called Xiaofeng, picked up her bag, and looked anxious. When she walked to the door, she suddenly thought of something and looked back at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was speechless. She picked up her bag and followed him out. Xiaofeng was right. She was busy herself, and with Xia Feng's clothing company, she was even busier. But Qin Yun said nothing, but she had less time to see Xiaofeng. He also listened to their advice and rested for a while, thinking that he would get busy after his leg healed, so he stayed at home obediently. During this period, he was almost a useless person. Qin Yun was helping him with his work, and Xian Fei would always come over to bring him food when he ate. This was how he solved his 3 meals a day problem. He had never seen Qin Yun come, and he felt guilty when he thought that Qin Yun had to take care of herself and him. But Xiaofeng knew that Qin Yun was stubborn and strong-willed. That day, Qin Yun finally had some free time and wanted to go see Xiaofeng, so she asked the driver to change direction temporarily. She knocked on the door and heard a faint laugh from inside. Qin Yun felt a little uncomfortable until Concubine Xian came to open the door. Concubine Xian was obviously stunned when she saw her. After all, she seldom came here during this period. "I'm coming," Concubine Xian said politely. Qin Yun nodded. "Xiaofeng, I asked you to eat, but you gave me snacks." Then, Xian Fei heard the sound of the packaging bag, and her tone immediately became impatient. When Xiaofeng saw the two of them, he immediately stuffed some into his mouth, but Xian Fei snatched the rest away. "I can't help it. Don't tell me these nonsense." Xian Fei snorted a few times. "Eat. Sister Qin is here." Xiaofeng called her. Qin Yun didn't know why, but she always felt that her presence disturbed the two of them. At that moment, the seeds of jealousy grew wildly in her heart. Chapter 56: The New Rich Second Generation. After staying in the hospital for nearly half a month, Xiaofeng finally understood one thing, that is, one must not be too proud when one is most proud, otherwise he will definitely suffer retribution. Fortunately, Xian Fei and Qin Yun were taking care of him during this period, otherwise Xiaofeng would probably have suffocated to death in this hospital. But during this period of time, he discovered that the relationship between Concubine Xian and Qin Yun did not seem so harmonious. He suspected that it might be because of him that there was a little discord between them. However, thinking that both of them were taking great pains to take care of him, Xiaofeng felt embarrassed to say it directly, and could only find another way. In order to thank them for their care during this period, Xiaofeng booked a half-day stay at the hospital. He ordered their favorite dishes at the restaurant and waited for them to come. Seeing the two of them coming together, holding hands, their relationship should be more relaxed than before, Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My two sisters, you are finally here. I am starving." Seeing the two of them come in, Xiaofeng hurriedly asked them to sit down together. Qin Yun originally felt a little uncomfortable. After all, when taking care of Xiaofeng, she always seemed a little useless. Of course, the main reason is that she found that Xian Fei's relationship with Xiaofeng seemed to be closer, and she could not interfere with this kind of closeness. It was precisely because of this that he felt a little uncomfortable with Concubine Xian. But today, when she sat here and found that the food on the table was not only what Concubine Xian liked to eat, but also what she liked to eat, Qin Yun felt a little guilty. It was obvious that Xiaofeng treated both of them equally and had never shown that kind of inexplicable closeness to them, but he didn't know why he was bewitched by him. It was precisely because of this guilt that Qin Yun was very kind to Concubine Xian at the dinner table. The two of them were good friends, so naturally they were close. During the meal, Qin Yun kept putting food into Concubine Xian's bowl. Xian Fei looked at her bowl of food and put down her chopsticks with amusement. Okay, tell me, what happened to you? What can I do? I just saw how hard you've worked taking care of my brother. So I gave you a little extra. Look at how thin your face has become. Looking at the two of them being so affectionate with each other, Xiaofeng decided to eat his own food quietly and not easily intervene in the battlefield between the two women, otherwise he would be the next target. Look, sisters, I specifically ordered your favorite dishes. If you don't eat them, they will get cold. Wouldn't that be a waste of my kindness? Xiaofeng swallowed and finally mustered up the courage to interrupt their tit for tat. Otherwise, he would probably suffer from indigestion during his meal. After hearing what Xiaofeng said, the two of them looked at each other, snorted, and the matter was over. After dinner, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei took the initiative to send Qin Yun to the car. Sister Yun, please be careful on your way back. Sister Xuanfei and I still have to go to the company. I haven't been to the company during this period of time since I was sick. Xiaofeng looked at Qin Yun apologetically. Originally, the three of them should have gone out for some fun after dinner, but company matters could not be delayed any longer. Qin Yun also understood the time Xiaofeng had wasted during this period. After watching Qin Yun leave, Xiaofeng went to the company with Xian Fei. But surprisingly, they met an uninvited guest on the way. I guess the other party didn't expect that they would meet them here. Hey, who is this? It turns out to be my ex-boyfriend. How come he is now with a rich woman? Didn't he describe himself as so noble and elegant in the beginning? Looking at the somewhat ugly face in front of him, Xiaofeng could no longer remember the beautiful image of Chen Wanling in his mind. Maybe this is what the saying goes, time is the best medicine to heal everything. Xian Fei probably didn't expect to meet Xiaofeng's ex-girlfriend here. She was stopped by Xiaofeng before she could open fire. No matter what, I can't compare to you. If I saw it correctly just now, it seems that you have changed your boyfriend? Xiaofeng said with a smile. He no longer had any feelings for Chen Wanling. She was no longer the innocent girl in a white dress in his mind. Speaking of this matter, Chen Wanling not only did not think that she did anything wrong, she was even very proud of it. I'm telling you, don't think you can defeat me just by destroying my restaurant. I'm not the same person I was before. Looking at the other party's smug look, Xian Fei really couldn't understand, what's the difference between you and before? I don't see anything different. Could it be that your clothes are worse? You are a woman with no vision. Chen Wanling glared at Concubine Xian fiercely. Did you see that? That's my boyfriend. He's a rich second-generation man, and you can't compare to him. Chen Wanling pointed proudly at the man who was standing not far away and smiling at her. Unexpectedly, she would hook up with a new rich man so soon. Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. But this matter has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't want to say anything more. If Chen Wanling doesn't bother him again, he won't do anything to her. Let's go, Sister Xuanfei. Chen Wanling didn't expect that what she did didn't distract Xiaofeng's attention. She felt inexplicably discouraged. After they walked away, Concubine Xian looked at Xiaofeng with a teasing look. I didn't expect that my seemingly innocent brother actually had a rough love history. Why don't you tell me what happened? Looking at his sister's teasing eyes, Xiaofeng felt inexplicably embarrassed. It was not something worth mentioning specifically. This is not a very important matter. There is no need to talk about it anymore. Of course, there is another very important reason why Xiaofeng was reluctant to mention this matter, and that was that he was the one who was dumped and even cuckolded. Thinking about how Xiaofeng looked when she first met him, Concubine Xian could probably guess what was going on. So she considerately didn't ask any more questions, but instead gave Xiaofeng a mysterious smile. Speaking of which, when I saw that man Shinobu just now, I felt that he looked familiar. Now I finally remember him. Do you want to know what he does? Looking at Concubine Xian's mysterious look, Xiaofeng became curious. Chapter 57. Do you think it's all you? Isn't that guy a rich second generation? I see that what he wears is not cheap either. Xiaofeng stated his observations honestly. Xian Fei smiled and shook her head. Brother, you are too naive. How can you judge a person based on just one lieutenant? I have heard of this person before, but I didn't expect to see him here again. For a moment, I didn't remember that he is not some rich second generation, but a pig butcher. When she said the last sentence, there was a hint of disdain on Concubine Xian's face. When Xiaofeng heard about this profession, he was stunned. Butchering pigs? If she knew that the rich second-generation man she had always dreamed of became a butcher, she would probably collapse, right? Poochie, silly brother. Xianfei couldn't help laughing out loud when she heard Xiaofeng say this. Brother, how can you be so silly and cute? Killing the pig does not mean literally. This indeed involves Xiaofeng's blind spot in knowledge. What does that mean? He's not a pig killer? I don't know if you've heard of a scam where the other party creates the illusion that they are very rich, thereby luring girls into taking the bait and finally getting what they want from them. So, you've been deceived. The other party is not a rich second generation at all. Even everything he created now is a false appearance, just to cheat money from her? Sure enough, using easy-to-understand language can make people understand better. Xiaofeng immediately realized that the other party was a liar. Xianfei nodded nonchalantly. Last time, she also saw a girl with him. When they got into a fight, she found out that the man who looked like a decent person was actually a liar. It's up to you whether you want to tell him about this. But judging from her expression, even if you tell her, she probably won't believe you. Instead, she'll think you're jealous of her. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to judging people, Concubine Xian is still very confident. Thinking about Chen Wanling's true face, Xiaofeng nodded silently. I'll just think about this matter again, and decide whether to tell her or not. Looking at such an honest brother, Xianfei couldn't help herself. She leaned over and hooked Xiaofeng's chin with her long nails. Brother, you can't help it. Smelling the woman's sweet fragrance coming from his nose, Xiaofeng's face suddenly turned red. Sister, don't be like this. Seeing Xiaofeng blushing because of her teasing, Concubine Xian left with satisfaction. There were no major problems in the company. After all, Xianfei had been testifying in the company during this period and had not caused any major problems for the company. Okay, you've seen the current situation of the company, so don't worry. Xianfei didn't think Xiaofeng was doubting her, but it was her own company, so she had to see it with her own eyes to understand it. Xiaofeng then realized that he couldn't wait to come to the company for inspection after being discharged from the hospital. The situation might have caused some misunderstanding, so he quickly explained. That's not what I meant. It's just that I haven't been to the company for a long time since I was released from the hospital. I don't quite understand the company's situation, so Okay, don't you think I don't have any tolerance? You think you can win with such a little trick? I'm too naive. Xianfei waved her hand nonchalantly, and it seemed that she wanted to tease Xiaofeng again. Fortunately, Xiaofeng dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been teased again and his face would have turned red. After learning about the company's situation, Xiaofeng returned home contentedly. As for whether or not to tell Chen Wanlin the true identity of her boyfriend, Xiaofeng felt that if they were lucky enough to meet each other, they could talk about it, but if they were not so lucky, there was no need to force it. He himself is not a particularly kind-hearted person, and the other party did something so disgusting to him. If he doesn't retaliate, wouldn't it be too unfair to him for what he has done? But he didn't expect that he was still thinking about these things tonight, and the next day he met Chen Wanling, who was taking a walk alone. It's so unlucky that I keep meeting people I don't want to see again and again. I don't know what's wrong with my luck lately. Chen Wanling pinched her nose and waved her hand. Looking at his arrogant look and thinking about what Concubine Xian said to her yesterday, Xiaofeng almost laughed out of anger. Where do you get the confidence to be so arrogant? Do you know the identity of your so-called rich second-generation boyfriend? After hearing her rich second-generation boyfriend being mentioned, Chen Wanling raised her head and glanced at Xiaofeng. You don't think I will believe you just because you told me this, do you? Everyone knows your little tricks. You're just jealous. You're jealous that others are richer than you. I'm jealous? Xiaofeng was immediately amused by this remark. Because that so-called second-generation rich boyfriend isn't a second-generation rich guy at all. He's just a guy who manipulates a pig killing scheme, and you are the pig he's about to kill. This is indeed a bit harsh to say, but it is also true. Chen Wanling didn't react for a moment. She just thought that Xiaofeng was taking the opportunity to vent his anger and scold her. You are just jealous of others. You are just jealous that I am living a better life with others than I was with you. Talking about jealousy is indeed a bit off topic, but looking at Chen Wanling's distorted face due to anger, Xiaofeng sighed. Whatever you say, I can tell you this is my last act of friendship. From now on, there will be no relationship between you and me. After saying this, Xiaofeng seemed unwilling to have any more communication with Chen Wanling and walked away. Chen Wanling was left alone, jumping up and down in anger, but she had no way to deal with Xiaofeng. After breaking up with her previous boyfriend, Chen Wanling lived a poor life for a while, until she finally hooked up with her current boyfriend who seemed to be relatively rich. Although the other party is not as generous as a boyfriend, he can still maintain her glamorous life, which makes her quite satisfied. I just don't know why my boyfriend seems to have some problems with his business recently and he always comes to me for money. To be honest, Chen Wanling didn't want to take out her savings, but seeing her boyfriend's appearance and thinking about her own good life in the future, she could only reluctantly withdraw some of her savings. Chapter 58 Meet Again. The first 2 times, Chen Wanling didn't notice anything wrong, until it happened more and more times. Chen Wanling felt that something was wrong and stopped the loss in time. But even so, she lost a considerable amount of money. This money was all saved bit by her. Although it didn't seem like much to her, it was still a considerable fortune for others. The loss of this money made him very sad, but since it was already lost there was no way to get it back, he could only find ways to save some more. Chen Wanling will not go to work by herself. After all, she has already tasted the benefits of being with a rich second-generation man. Next, she needs to find her next boyfriend. Xiaofeng was not aware of these things. After all, he would not always keep his attention on Chen Wanling. However, he could roughly guess that when this incident broke out, Chen Wanling would suffer a lot of losses. "Brother, you look so uneasy. Are you worried about your beautiful ex-girlfriend?" Xian Fei walked up to Xiaofeng with a smile. "I knew that once I told this matter, they would make fun of me, and this matter would not be over in a day or two." Xiaofeng really didn't know what words he should use to explain that he really didn't have any feelings for Chen Wanling, but no matter how much he said, his 2 sisters didn't seem to believe him. "Although I know you won't believe what I said, I still feel I need to say it again. I really don't have any other feelings for her." "So it did exist before?" Concubine Xian quickly drew inferences. Before the 2 of them had talked for a while, the secretary came in and said that someone had come to see Xiaofeng specifically and said that he was Xiaofeng's good friend. To be honest, Xiaofeng wasn't sure whether he still had any good friends. After all, he hadn't been in touch with some of his friends for many years. After finally welcoming his good friend with great anticipation, Xiaofeng felt inexplicably disgusted by the person who came in. "I thought I had made it very clear before. There is no other relationship between you and me. Now you want to see me in the name of my good friend. What do you want to do?" "I was wrong, I was really wrong, often, please forgive me, I shouldn't have been so obsessed and actually went with them." Chen Wanling, with tears in her eyes, cried out her pain and helplessness to Xiaofeng. If it were in the past, let alone crying like this, he probably wouldn't even want to shed a single tear, but this is no longer the case. "There's no need for you to pretend in front of me. I've already seen clearly what kind of person you are from this incident." Xiaofeng did not hide his disgust in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a bit of gentlemanly manners, he would have started cursing. "My brother told me that this kind of woman should not be spoiled. When she has no money, she comes to you as a backup. When she has money, she wants to throw you away as far as possible." Xian Fei spoke unscrupulously. To be honest, Xiaofeng really didn't want to listen to these hurtful words, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that they were the truth. "If I were a girl, I wouldn't be so shameless as to come up to you at this time. After all, we girls have to keep our dignity." Xinyan put down the book in her hand, walked up to Chen Wanling and patted her face. I'm afraid only her temperament can support such an insulting action, making it look pleasing to the eye. I originally wanted to come here and let Xiaofeng soften his heart and support me for a while, but I didn't expect that I would encounter 2 iron plates. Chen Wanling was not a fool either. She would definitely not stay here any longer and humiliate herself. She would just leave decisively. But looking at the look she gave Xiaofeng before she left, I guess there will be a next time. Xiaofeng really didn't want to discuss or bring up this bad love affair again. It just so happened that their company was also negotiating an order recently, and the other party was also choosing between 2 stores, apparently trying to select the best supplier. Finally, he held a business event and asked them to show off their unique skills. He would reach the final cooperation with whoever could impress him. In order to avoid Chen Wanling, Xiaofeng took the initiative to take charge of this matter, without asking anyone else to help from beginning to end. What I didn't expect was that I met Zhao Qianshan at this business event. He was no longer in the embarrassed look he had in Qinyan's company. At this time, he was dressed in a suit and looked like a business elite. I didn't expect to meet Assistant Zhao here. Oh, no, it's not Assistant Zhao now, but Manager Zhao. Obviously, his position was much higher than before, but for some reason, Zhao Qianshan could always hear a hint of sarcasm in Xia Feng's words. Your smooth talk is useless in front of me. Whoever can win this cooperation later will be the one with real ability. Zhao Qianshan adjusted his suit nonchalantly. Since he is able to work under Qin Yun and his work ability is recognized by Qin Yun, he is naturally not an easy person to deal with. Xia Feng didn't care about this matter. After all, he was very confident in his cooperation plan. He was more curious about how Zhao Qianshan found the next buyer so quickly and seemed to be doing well. After introducing each other's companies, Xia Feng had a general understanding of the company where Zhao Qianshan worked. The other party was also engaged in clothing design, and the two were considered rivals. Regardless of the grudges between the companies, based on the personal grudges between Xia Feng and Zhao Qianshan, Xia Feng must definitely get this cooperation. Otherwise, based on Zhao Qianshan's big mouth, he and the company would not know what kind of slander they would suffer. The process of this business event is very simple. Every company participating in this event will bring out the characteristics of its own company, including some introduction of the company, and finally the rights will be handed over to the organizer. Xia Feng is naturally confident not only because of the plan, but more importantly, their designer is also an internationally renowned designer. There is no reason not to trust such a designer. Ultimately, this business activity is a struggle between Xia Feng and Zhao Qianshan. Zhao Qianshan was also very proud of himself, but unfortunately, he failed to win the cooperation in this business activity. After getting the result, Xia Feng smiled at Zhao Qianshan like a winner. Chapter 59 Drawing a Line. Xia Feng received an invitation from Chen Wanling, who invited him to dinner. Are we really going to have a meal? Xia Feng found it hard to believe. Before, Chen Wanling was very dissatisfied with his attitude towards him, so why would she suddenly invite him to dinner? The moment he received the invitation, he hesitated. He had a vague idea of what she would do. But when he thought of the last time she was deceived by a rich second-generation man, he felt sorry for her. For a moment, Xia Feng didn't know what to do. Agree or refuse? After thinking for a long time, Xia Feng sent a text message, okay. When Chen Wanling received the text message, her face was filled with joy, and she almost jumped up holding the phone. She knew that Xia Feng still had concerns about her, otherwise she would not have agreed to her request. This was her last chance to get closer to Xia Feng. Chen Wanling immediately sent a location and time. Hotel box. When Xia Feng arrived here, he saw Chen Wanling's happy expression when she saw him, so he walked over and said with a smile, "You're here." She even pulled out a chair for him and pushed Xia Feng to sit down. He was a little flattered, but he still sat down. I was possessed by the devil last time. Thank you. Chen Wanling calmly recounted the embarrassing incident, without any of the previous rage. It's okay. Xia Feng responded. He thought Chen Wanling should be very angry because she was cheated by a pig seller, but he didn't expect that she would say it calmly today. He didn't understand what Chen Wanling wanted to do, but Xia Feng always felt that it was not a good thing. Waiter, serve the food. Soon, the dishes came one after another. Chen Wanling wore a tube-top dress today. Her snow-white peaks were squeezed out of shape by the neckline, and her waist was tightened to make her hips look fuller. Her every move was very charming. However, Xia Feng didn't feel anything about these. If Chen Wanling removed the identity of his ex-girlfriend, he might even take a second look at her. What's wrong? Are these dishes not to your liking? Chen Wanling tucked her hair behind her ears, picked up the beef in front of her and handed it directly to Xia Feng's mouth, pretending to be casual and said, "Try this, I heard it's a new product, it's very good." He didn't expect Chen Wanling to feed him directly. He was stunned. Then he quickly pushed her chopsticks away and said, "I'll eat it directly." "I'll feed you." Chen Wanling glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance, and put her other hand on the hand he was pushing her with. Xia Feng was so scared that he quickly let go. She didn't expect Xia Feng to let go, and the beef and chopsticks fell to the ground together. "Sorry." Xia Feng apologized to her and quickly asked the waiter to bring another pair of chopsticks. Chen Wanling's face did not look good, it turned blue and white. She lowered her head, adjusted her mood, and when she raised her head again soon, she was still smiling, as if nothing had happened just now. "Wanling, why did you ask me to come here today?" This feeling was not good. Xia Feng hoped that he could leave quickly. If he knew this, he would definitely not accept Chen Wanling's invitation. "Of course I'm here to thank you." Chen Wanling chuckled. Her face was smiling, but in reality her nails had already dug into her palms. Everything that had just happened seemed like an invisible slap in her face. It's nothing serious. I just told you. If there's nothing else, I think it's about time. After saying that, he pretended to look at his watch, then stood up with an anxious look and was about to leave. Chen Wanling didn't even think about it at the time and rushed over to hug her, her voice choking with sobs. Xiaofeng, I just want to ask you, have you always blamed me for our breakup? I don't blame you. Xiaofeng wanted to pull her away helplessly, but Chen Wanling seemed to be locked tightly to him. He sighed, feeling helpless. You blame me. I regretted it at the beginning. I hate myself for not winning you back. Can we start over? She burst into tears and grabbed his hand and pressed it against her chest. The soft touch froze Xiaofeng for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at Chen Wanling in disbelief. Seeing hope, Chen Wanling raised her head and was about to kiss him on the lips. Xiaofeng came to his senses and quickly pushed her away. Chen Wanling was pushed to the ground without warning, and her skirt couldn't hold it anymore and came apart. She stared at Xiaofeng in embarrassment, tears streaming from her eyes. Wanling, I'm sorry. We have become a thing of the past, and there's no need to dwell on some things that were in the past. I don't have any feelings for you anymore, and I hope you can respect yourself. Xiaofeng asked her to respect herself, but Chen Wanling sneered, feeling it was ironic. He didn't look at Chen Wanling again, and walked out directly, settling the bill by the way. When he returned to the company, he lowered his head and said nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. Summer breeze. Hearing his name, Xiaofeng subconsciously looked up at the person in front of him, and saw Qin Yun with her arms folded, looking at him with dissatisfaction. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. I called you so many times, but you didn't hear me? Looking at Xiaofeng's confused expression, she felt angry and felt ignored. Sorry. Xiaofeng scratched the back of his head helplessly after hearing this. What did you do just now? Qin Yun sighed and asked her doubts directly. Xiaofeng answered subconsciously, go see Chen Wanling. This answer completely darkened Qin Yun's face. She looked at him and thought that if he didn't tell the truth, he would be dead. Under pressure, he pursed his lips, thought of several explanations, and finally left out the word seduction and responded bluntly, she wants me to be with her again. Hearing this, Qin Yun's expression turned even worse. She looked at him sarcastically and said, almost gritting her teeth, what about you? How do you react? Xiaofeng shook his head, how could I possibly agree to that? This answer made Qin Yun very satisfied, but she was still unhappy, and her annoyance was due to Chen Wanling. She knew this woman's tricks best, and Qin Yun could almost imagine the scene, except that she was about to take off all her clothes and throw herself on Xiaofeng. In Qin Yun's eyes, seduction is extremely disdainful. Only useless women would use this trick to keep a man's heart. Poof. Qin Yun crossed her arms, gave him a final look and left. Xiaofeng touched his nose, and when he thought of the dangerous situation just now, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect Chen Wanling to be so extreme and want to use this method to keep him. Fortunately, he pushed it away firmly, otherwise who knows what would have happened. Thinking of this, he decided not to meet Chen Wanling alone easily. This time it was seduction, next time it would be drugging. He couldn't be sure that he wouldn't do anything out of line with the drugs. Xiaofeng absolutely didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Wanling, and he was determined to draw a clear line between himself and her. Chapter 60 Harm Others and Yourself. Chen Wanling felt like she was going crazy. She was already in this state, just short of taking off her clothes, but Xiaofeng was so disrespectful to her. She even wanted to kill Xiaofeng. Before going out, she picked up the knife and put it in her bag. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Xiaofeng was a little surprised. He walked over and opened the door. When he saw Chen Wanling, he was stunned. In order to prevent the last incident from happening again, he held the door and did not let Chen Wanling in. What do you want? Can we talk? Her expression did not change at all. Even though she could see that Xiaofeng didn't want her to go in, Chen Wanling was surprisingly not angry at all. Xiaofeng glanced at her, shook his head and refused, we have nothing to talk about. It's no wonder he was so defensive, it was really too scary. Last time, Chen Wanling had rushed over when they didn't agree, and he didn't believe that Chen Wanling wouldn't do something else this time. Xiaofeng, I'm serious this time. Can you give me another chance? Chen Wanling said this in a very sincere tone. Even though he rejected her again and again, she was not upset at all. Xiaofeng was hesitant. He knew who Chen Wanling was. But this time, Chen Wanling was a little different, and he didn't know what was different. He looked at Chen Wanling's clothes again. Surprisingly, she was not wearing any revealing skirts, just a white t-shirt and shorts, which made Xiaofeng a little embarrassed. He let go of her hand, his face calm. Come in. Chen Wanling walked in and sat obediently on the sofa. Xiaofeng brought her a glass of water. He didn't understand what she wanted to talk about, so he didn't say anything and just waited for her to speak. I was rash about what happened before. I apologize to you, said Chen Wanling. Xiaofeng was a little surprised to hear these words. Chen Wanling actually apologized to her. Did she really understand? Just think it over. Don't ever talk about us getting back together again. Really? Chen Wanling suddenly smiled, and for some reason that smile looked particularly strange in Xiaofeng's eyes. Xiaofeng noticed that she reached into her bag, touched something, and suddenly took it out. Seeing that she was so indifferent, Xiaofeng was determined to make things clear with her. I hope we won't have any contact in the future. Do you really want to cut off ties with me? Chen Wanling suddenly sneered, staring at him straight in the eyes, and finally an expression appeared on her face. She reached into her bag again, a move she repeated many times while talking to him. We had no relationship in the first place. Xiaofeng was puzzled. Really? Her expression suddenly changed. The hand holding the bag was holding a knife, and the ferocious expression on her face made her look a little scary. Xiaofeng didn't expect her to be so crazy and come to see him with a knife. Was she provoked by what happened last time? Chen Wanling, calm down. Xiaofeng tried to calm her down. She also muttered to herself as if she couldn't hear what he said, aren't you disassociating yourself from me? Aren't you looking down on me? Yes, you, Xiaofeng, can't see through me? No, all of you look down on me? Chen Wanling suddenly wailed, raised the knife and stared at Xiaofeng, suddenly wanting to stab him. He reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Chen Wanling's knife was stuck in the sofa. Taking this opportunity, Xiaofeng rushed on her, pressing her down and grabbing her wrist. Go to hell. Chen Wanling suddenly turned the blade and stabbed behind her. Chen Wanling, are you crazy? Xiaofeng panted and turned her wrist forcefully, but he didn't expect the knife to slash across Chen Wanling's face. She suddenly screamed, the knife fell to the ground, and Chen Wanling covered her face. My face. My face. This action made Xiaofeng stunned. He quickly reacted and threw the knife on the ground far away. Xiaofeng, save me, my face, my face. Chen Wanling grabbed him like a life-saving straw. Half of her face was covered with blood. Blood gushed out through the cracks between her fingers. She looked extremely scary. I'll take you to the hospital. Xiaofeng picked her up, got in the car, and quickly went to the nearest hospital. Chen Wanling was still wailing on the road, murmuring, I'm going to die, Xiaofeng, I'm going to die. The car arrived at the hospital, and he carried Chen Wanling into the hospital. When it was their turn, Chen Wanling clung to the doctor's hand and said, Doctor, save me. I don't want to die. He went outside to wait. Chen Wanling would not die, but there might be a scar on her face. But do you want to sympathize with her? Xiaofeng wanted to say no. It hurts others and yourself. In the ward. This wound needs stitches. When she heard that she needed stitches, Chen Wanling suddenly became excited and said, I don't want stitches. There was no other way except stitching. It was true that women loved their faces, but the stitches had to be done. The doctor asked the nurse to hold Chen Wanling down and gave her some anesthetic, and she calmed down completely. When Chen Wanling woke up, the stitches had been done. She opened her eyes, but they were lifeless. Chen Wanling wanted to cry but couldn't. She looked at the nurse and asked, Where is the man who sent me here? The nurse glanced at her, walked out and came back quickly. He said he was going to smoke and would be back soon. Chen Wanling stood up immediately after hearing this, but the nurse stopped her and asked, Where are you going? Go back. She said briefly, picked up her bag and left. The nurse wanted to say that the man had not come back yet, but it seemed that the woman wanted to leave on her own. After thinking about it, the nurse did not try to stop her. I don't know how long I waited. The nurse came out, and Xiaofeng asked, What happened? The stitches have been put in. It's okay. The nurse saw that he was still waiting, thought of what the woman had just said, and choked without saying anything. Hearing that everything was fine, he felt relieved. Chen Wanling should be inside. Xiaofeng didn't go in again. He was not sure if Chen Wanling was still so irrational. Feeling extremely irritated, Xiaofeng simply went outside to smoke a cigarette. After a while of puffing, he wanted to see how Chen Wanling was doing. Xiaofeng didn't know how long he had been waiting, but when he saw that no one had come out, he asked the doctor again in confusion, "Doctor, where did the female patient go?" "She passed away a long time ago." The doctor looked at him in confusion, and his eyes seemed to be saying, "You don't even know that the patient has passed away a long time ago." He said nothing and walked out of the hospital. He felt relieved about Chen Wanling's sudden departure. Beep. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Received a new mission. The host needs to set out to find a new beautiful CEO. After saying this, the system seemed to have died and said no more. Xiaofeng took a look at the reward, which was quite generous. What happened recently had made his mind confused, and he had no idea about the matter of the beautiful CEO. He sighed, let's just let it be. Chapter 61 Mixed Blood Beauty. Xiaofeng woke up from bed in a daze in the morning. He regretted playing too late with Xianfei and the others yesterday and had a hangover. Just then, the cell phone that had been placed next to him rang. Xiaofeng took a quick look and found that it was an unfamiliar number. Who is this? They're calling so early in the morning. I guess I really can't afford a hangover. As soon as Xiaofeng answered the phone, he heard a mocking voice. Hey, are you Xiaofeng, the little boss who has become so successful recently? Xiaofeng was dismissive of such ridicule. After all, he had met too many scumbags recently. We took intimate photos of you and the female president Qin Yun. How about you, little brother, come to the seaside club and bring the money to redeem it. Xiaofeng's brain turned for a while, and he thought, what kind of intimate photos can Qin Yun and I have? Then he said into the phone, I don't want to bother with you. Then I thought about how I stayed up late with Qin Yun and the others yesterday, and it was inevitable that someone would take some seemingly intimate photos of us. The other party threatened again, if you don't come, we will post these photos on the internet. Do you have any martial ethics? This photo was clearly taken with a substitution. Xiaofeng yelled into the phone. But he had no choice but to go to the seaside club to resolve the matter. Xiaofeng walked on the street, looking at the signs on the street. I have rarely been to a place like the seaside club for leisure and entertainment. It doesn't seem like a place for decent people to come. No wonder those scumbags would choose to conduct these dark transactions here. Arriving at the seaside, Xiaofeng stopped and walked up the stairs lazily. It's time to teach these punks a lesson. Xiaofeng just walked to the corner of the corridor and suddenly found a few punks surrounding a mixed-race girl. It was obvious that the girl who retreated was not very willing, and these thugs were teasing her. Xiaofeng discovered that a gangster's cell phone was showing a private photo of him and Qin Yun. It turned out that these guys were the ones who had made an appointment with him. Now they were tired of waiting and went out to tease the little girls. Xiaofeng rolled up his sleeves and said, it's just right for me to settle both the new and old grudges for you at the same time. Xiaofeng stood in front of them and shouted, do you think it's fun to bully girls like this? Aren't you looking for me, Xiaofeng? Come to me if you have anything to say. The attention of several thugs was attracted by Xiaofeng. Hey, you're here. A few thugs obviously relied on their numbers and did not take Xiaofeng seriously. Don't delay our friendly exchanges with foreign girls. Xiaofeng spat and said, you are clearly teasing me, don't say it so righteously. Come on. Tell me what conditions you want to delete those photos. A few hooligans said, we don't want much, just give us $1 million or so, and the problem will be solved. We can also give you this foreign girl to play with. At this time, the mixed-race girl who was squeezed into the corner was so frightened by the scene that she couldn't move. Even if she wanted to leave at this time, she couldn't take a step. No sooner said than done, Xiaofeng punched the leading thug in the face. About $1 million, I'll give you 100 punches, that's about right. When the thugs saw Xiaofeng getting violent, they immediately surrounded him. You are tired of living, kid. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Let me teach you a lesson about our power. How can one person be against the 5 of us? What they didn't expect was that Xiaofeng was very good at boxing and kicking, and he knocked down 3 people in just a few moves. Because Xiaofeng was outnumbered, he had to use ruthless moves to hit the thugs' sore spots. In a short while, the thugs were beaten to pieces by Xiaofeng, and they were lying on the floor of the club wailing. Xiaofeng looked at the phone that had fallen to the ground, which contained a borrowed photo of him and Qin Yun. Xiaofeng stepped on the phone and smashed it to pieces. Humph, you think you can scare me with just this little bit of skills and tactics? Xiaofeng walked up to the mixed-race girl who was surrounded and said, "What's your name? Why are you here?" The girl in front of me is quite pretty, with long, smooth hair draped over her shoulders and delicate eyebrows and eyes that give her a mixed-race look. She is obviously a fashionable girl with foreign ancestry. My name is Lin Xianxian. The mixed-race girl finally spoke. This is my first time in a place like this, and I didn't expect to meet bad people. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xuanxuan's pitiful appearance and thought to himself, yes, this is my first time here too. Lin Xianxian said that a boy she had just met asked her to come here to discuss something, but the boy had not arrived yet when the accident happened to her. Xiaofeng was disdainful in his heart. Which decent boy would invite a girl here? It seems that this Lin Xianxian has met a scumbag. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, a boy who really cares about you will not invite you to a place like this. It's better for good girls not to come to such entertainment places. I'll take you home. At this time, Xiaofeng saw a hint of hesitation in Lin Xuanxuan's eyes. She might be trapped by her beauty. There were too many boys who wanted to chat with her, so she was a little suspicious of the boys who took the initiative. Lin Xianxian thought, is this man also coveting my beauty and trying to do something bad? Should I reveal my home address to him? Xiaofeng saw the hesitation in Lin Xuanxuan's eyes and said to her, you have been targeted by these gangsters. You don't know how many eyes are watching you in the dark. Maybe they will follow you home, so it's better for me to escort you. Lin Xianxian was even more confused when she saw Xiaofeng's insistence on escorting her. He is so proactive. Is he really up to something bad? But on the surface, Lin Xianxian remained non-committal, and the two of them were stuck in a stalemate. At this moment, a slovenly dressed boy came towards Lin Xianxian and said to her, Boss Lin, you're here. What on earth is going on here? Lin Xianxian looked at the scoundrel in front of her and said, he was the one who asked me to come here. I want to hear what he wants to talk about. Xiaofeng glanced at the man and found that he really looked like a scumbag. The man said to Xiaofeng, Mr. Lin, this is your friend. Xiaofeng found it a little unbelievable when he heard the man calling Lin Xianxian Boss Lin. The beautiful woman in front of him was actually a president. So the man introduced Lin Xianxian to Xiaofeng. You may not know yet, but Mr. Lin's family is in the film and television industry, and there are many beautiful women. When you reach adulthood, you will take over part of the family's business. Ms. Lin is now the female president of Lanfeng Film and Television Group, and I am also a newcomer who wants to join this film and television group as an actor. Hearing this, Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xianxian and told her with his eyes, you should observe this newcomer for a while, don't let just anyone into the company. Mr. Lin's hiring standards are so low. Xiaofeng felt that for safety reasons, he had to intervene in the conversation between this man and Lin Xianxian. Chapter 62, also a female president? Xiaofeng followed the gangster and Lin Xianxian into the private room of the club. Xiaofeng ordered a cup of Coke, and the man ordered a cup of coffee for Lin Xianxian. Then he started boasting, Boss Lin, your family is powerful in the entertainment industry. I am really overjoyed that you thought of supporting a newcomer like me with no background. Lin Xianxian looked at the scoundrel and said, I thought you looked pretty good before, so I wanted to give you a chance to develop your career in online dramas. I just don't know what job you did before. The scoundrel showed Lin Xianxian the private room of the club and said, I used to be a resident singer here, so this time I decided to meet in this club to discuss things and sign the contract. Xiaofeng suddenly realized, so that's it. It seems that this ruffian often hangs out in entertainment places like clubs, but he doesn't know that such places can be a nightmare for girls. At the same time, Xiaofeng was also interested in Lin Xuanxuan's background. According to this Mr. Lin is quite famous and seems to have a strong background in the entertainment industry. But what does this have to do with me? Even though I just saved her, we only met once. At this moment, the system in Xiaofeng's body rang, ding, congratulations to the host for finding a new female president through an unexpected event. Now you can choose to bind to this female president to trigger the next event and get rewards. Xiaofeng was a little surprised, you forgot about it in a moment. I have a system. Isn't this magical lottery system just looking for female presidents all over the world, then bringing me all kinds of troubles, and then bringing me some rewards? Xiaofeng immediately became interested in Lin Xianxian, but it was not easy to bind her now. He had to wait until she finished talking to the ruffian. The scoundrel said, I want to change my fate through Mr. Lin's film and television company. I don't want to just be a resident singer here. At this time, Xiaofeng noticed a detail, that is, the man was actually wearing a women's ring on his hand. Obviously, he didn't buy it himself. It seems that this scoundrel might be someone else's male lover in secret, and he is hooking up with the rich woman to get resources and money. It seems that this person is unreliable. Xiaofeng wanted to tell Lin Xianxian at this moment to stay away from the scumbag related to this club, but Lin Xianxian seemed to have high hopes for this scoundrel. Lin Xianxian said, "When I saw that you had a pretty face and came to the company for an interview, I felt that you had great potential and could become an actress in a web drama. You are a new talent that our company will strongly promote." But at this moment, a middle-aged woman who looked like a noble lady rushed into the box and pushed open the door. "Xiaonan, I heard that you are dating a beautiful lady here. Do you think you don't take me seriously?" It turned out that when the ruffian made a date with Lin Xianxian, he was discovered by the lady's spies in the club, who immediately called the lady. The lady kept this man as her mistress and didn't want him to find another way out, let alone associate with a younger and more beautiful woman than her. It seemed that the lady and this male mistress had developed feelings for each other. Seeing this, Xiaofeng crossed his legs and thought, this is just right. On the one hand, it will let Lin Xianxian know the true face of this scumbag. On the other hand, it can completely cut off this man's path in the entertainment industry. He can be at ease and seek support from rich women. When the man saw the rich woman coming, he was obviously panicked. Lin Xianxian asked about this in confusion. The rich woman said to Lin Xianxian directly, "Miss, no matter how young and beautiful you are, this man does not belong to you. I have been supporting him for 3 years. Our love can still stand the test. Please, beautiful lady, please have mercy on us and don't affect our relationship." Lin Xianxian glanced at the noble lady, then at the ruffian, and couldn't help but look disappointed. This was a new guy that she had fallen in love with at first sight and was very optimistic about. How could he have such a shameful past? It seems that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't be fooled by his appearance. Seeing this, Lin Xianxian suddenly stood up and said to the scumbag, "Forget it, you can continue what you were doing before, and the agreement between us is invalid." Lin Xianxian was very disappointed. This time when she came to the club, not only was she in danger, but she was also tricked by a scumbag. So she was very unwilling to lose another potential newcomer. When Xiaofeng saw Lin Xianxian going out in such a bad mood, he hurriedly chased after her. While running, he said to the system, "Bind it, I want to bind Lin Xianxian, President Lin." The system replied to the host, "Okay host, we have temporarily bound you to Lin Xianxian, the president of the film and television group. You can trigger events based on Lin Xuanxuan's experience and get rewards. At the same time, you also have the unbinding function, you can unbind with the female president Lin Xianxian at any time, so that you have nothing to do with her." When Xiaofeng heard the system say this while running, he couldn't help but think that this system also has the function of unbinding, so that he won't be too entangled with a certain female president and can quit at any time. The system has such a flexible function. Xiaofeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. At this moment, Xiaofeng caught up with Lin Xianxian who was fleeing and said, "You are in a bad mood now. You really need me to take you home." With tears in her eyes, Lin Xianxian turned around and looked into Xiaofeng's sincere eyes and said, "Few people have such clear eyes after knowing my true identity. You really want to help me, right?" Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian confidently, "Of course, my friendship with you can stand the test." Lin Xianxian said to the sincere Xiaofeng, "Because my family is in such a high position, I rarely meet real friends in my daily interactions. I met you today. You helped me deal with those hooligans and recognized the scumbag. After learning my true identity, you didn't have any other thoughts. Maybe I really met a friend with whom I can be honest." "Of course." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "I'm just at the beginning of my career. Right now I'm only interested in money. I have to put beautiful women aside for now." Hearing such a joke, Lin Xianxian couldn't help but chuckle and said to Xiaofeng, "Then you have to work hard and build your career." At this moment, Xiaofeng's system reminded him that he had a primary task, explore the room of the female president Lin Xianxian. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at the system. "I just told Lin Xianxian that I have no interest in beautiful women, and your crappy system wants me to go to someone's boudoir. What kind of task is this?" Lin Xianxian walked in front, turned around and smiled at Xiaofeng, saying, "Let's go, our home is still a long way from here." Xiaofeng touched his hair and murmured, "I want to take you home, but I can't enter your room, so I can't complete this primary mission. What kind of broken system is this?" Chapter 63, Can't Embarrass Her. Xiaofeng was very pleased to see Qin Yun and Lin Xianxian getting along so well, but even as the leader of a team, he couldn't control the emotions of all members. He was caught off guard by Concubine Xin's jealousy. Xin Yun, like an older sister, also heard about what happened to Lin Xianxian today, so she suggested, why don't we go to the amusement park together tomorrow and let all these bad things disappear into thin air? Xiaofeng also thought this was a good idea. After all, he had just met Lin Xianxian and she had already experienced so many embarrassing things. But Xuanfei sat in the corner and didn't say anything. She didn't want to go. So she said to Xiaofeng, I think there are still some things to be done in the garment factory. I won't go with you tomorrow. Xiaofeng did not notice anything unusual about Xianfei as an assistant. He just thought that she might really have some matters at the garment factory to deal with, so he did not take it seriously. So the next day, when the weather was fine, Xiaofeng went to the amusement park with Qin Yun and Lin Xianxian. In front of an archery stall, Xiaofeng wanted to show off his skills, so he bought 10 arrows. Seeing that Xiaofeng could hit the balloon every time, Lin Xianxian and Qin Yun praised him happily, you are a sharpshooter. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that Concubine Xian's revenge out of jealousy had finally begun. Xianfei deliberately sent some contract information to Xiaofeng's mobile phone, distracting him while he was playing in the amusement park and preventing him from enjoying Lin Xianxian. This kind of remote control is so effective that Xiaofeng has to worry about the business of the garment factory. But Xiaofeng saw that Lin Xianxian was having a lot of fun, so he didn't show any signs of betrayal. Just then, Lin Xianxian found a teddy bear that would light up with a heart shape when touched. Said to Xiaofeng, this bear is so cute. Xiaofeng also walked closer to take a look and said, I have to say that the teddy bears nowadays are getting better and better. Xiaofeng then said to the boss considerately, we will buy this teddy bear. Xiaofeng held the teddy bear and gave it to Lin Xianxian, saying to her, I hope you can be as happy as this teddy bear every day. Lin Xianxian has never had anyone to talk to, but now she has gained the kindness of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun, and she has developed a special liking for the considerate Xiaofeng. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Lin Xuanxuan's face flushed slightly. At this time, the system kindly reminded, congratulations to the host, the favorability of the female president Lin Xianxian has increased by 10. Hey! Xiaofeng said to the system, you are still useful at this time. Continue to monitor the favorability of each female president, and I will give you a bonus later. At this time, Lin Xianxian suggested to Qin Yun and Xiaofeng, since you are all doing business, why don't you also open a film and television company? I can invest in the company and help you manage and operate it. My family is an old hand at opening a film and television company, and I have a lot of experience in this area. Qin Yun glanced at Xiaofeng and was a little interested in this sudden proposal. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng like an older sister, why don't we open a subsidiary company? This way, we can not only practice, but also improve the efficiency of the garment factory. Xiaofeng thought about it, and since this was the help offered by the female president Lin Xianxian, he said, okay, I think I want to give it a try. With the proposal of the amusement park, the new subsidiary was built in full swing, right next to the garment factory. Xiaofeng took a fancy to a commercial property and converted the second floor into a film and television company. Because Lin Xuanxuan's company was called Lanfeng, Xiaofeng named it Hongfeng Film and Television Company. Because it was Lin Xianxian who invested in the company, I have some connection with her company. In the preparation work for the new company, Xiaofeng had to use his assistant Xianfei, who couldn't stand Lin Xianxian and Xiaofeng being together. Now that I see they are going to start a company together again, I feel even more jealous. However, these days when preparing for the new company, Xianfei always had a somewhat weird smile on her face. It seemed that she had already thought of a plan to deal with Lin Xianxian. Because Xianfei was in charge of arranging the office, she placed her office very close to Xiaofeng's, and deliberately opened the office of shareholder Lin Xianxian opposite Xiaofeng's office, with a long corridor in between. Concubine Xian wanted to use this method to make Xiaofeng have no time to care about Lin Xianxian, so that she could monopolize Xiaofeng's attention. Concubine Xian's trick succeeded, and she was Xiaofeng's most caring and capable female assistant. Xianfei, who was in love with Xiaofeng, deliberately put her water bottle next to Xiaofeng's bottle, hoping that Xiaofeng would occasionally take the wrong bottle and have an indirect kiss with him. Xianfei's little tricks were all used for her secret love. Obviously, her friendship with Xiaofeng was a little more than Xiaofeng's love for her. So Xiaofeng didn't take Xianfei's little tricks seriously at all. Instead, Xianfei was secretly proud of herself. Hee, Xiaofeng, let me see how you can escape from my grasp. Concubine Xian even hid 1 or 2 small packets of mustard oil in her cloth bag, intending to put them in Lin Xuanxuan's food to play some pranks and bully Lin Xianxian, but she never had the chance. Not long after, Xiaofeng's Red Maple Film and Television Company finally opened. The bigwigs in the entertainment industry got wind of it right away. However, the bosses did not pay much attention to this newly established film and television company, because Lin Xianxian caught their attention because she was a shareholder. Because Xiaofeng didn't understand the rules of the entertainment industry, the big guys didn't think he could run a film and television company. Especially Mr. Zhou, a big guy in the entertainment industry, but at Lin Xuanxuan's request, he wanted Mr. Zhou to come to the new company to inspect it and teach Xiaofeng some ways to run a film and television company. So on this day, Xiaofeng, Xianxian, Qin Yun and others welcomed this VIP, Mr. Zhou, a big guy in the entertainment industry. "You're here, Mr. Zhou." Xiaofeng greeted Mr. Zhou at the door. Mr. Zhou was a gloomy and taciturn boss, who said nothing in response to Xiaofeng's enthusiasm. Finally, after inspecting the company, President Zhou said to Xiaofeng, "This is the branch company invested and opened by Xianer. Do you know the rules of our industry? I guess they don't even know how to cast." Xiaofeng had no choice but to respond, "Mr. Zhou, although I am a newcomer in the film and television industry, I will work hard to make the company profitable, and you can see my achievements in the future." President Zhou did not agree with Xiaofeng's words. He said to Xiaofeng with a bit of sarcasm, I just think Lin Xianxian made a mistake. How can you survive in this entertainment industry without any connections and resources?" Faced with Mr. Zhou, who had a bad temper and was gloomy, Xiaofeng did not turn him away. Xiaofeng said to Mr. Zhou, "I hope Mr. Zhou will be my first connection after entering the entertainment industry. I will rely on Mr. Zhou's care in the future to make our careers further." President Zhou turned and left Xiaofeng's film and television company. Then let's wait and see. Don't embarrass Lin Xianxian. Chapter 64. Be yourself. Xiaofeng's Red Maple Film and Television Company has been established, but the company is still just an empty shell. There were no new people except Xiaofeng and his old employees. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "We should draw up a recruitment plan. It's time for new people to come." Xian Fei squinted at Xiaofeng and said, "Although I am an assistant, I am still too busy with the work at the garment factory, so I will not be involved in this film and television company." Xiaofeng didn't expect that Concubine Xian was so jealous of Lin Xianxian. Concubine Xian, who had always looked down on Lin Xianxian, certainly didn't want a new girl to come and snatch Xiaofeng away. Seeing that Concubine Xian was unwilling to do it, Xiaofeng had to roll up his sleeves and write the recruitment plan himself. 2 trainee directors, 3 actors, and 3 agents, how about it? Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xianxian inquiringly. Lin Xianxian said, "Your recruitment plan looks quite good, which is pretty good for a newcomer. You go ahead and find one. I'll come over to help you often. Remember, the employees we select must be the sharpest blades of our organization. We would rather have nothing than have someone of inferior quality. We must find the most elite talents." Recruitment is in full swing, and Xiaofeng interviews 5 or 6 people every day. That day, Xiaofeng sat lazily in the office, holding his forehead and said, "The employees who have applied for the job recently don't seem to be very suitable. They are all newbies, and their previous work experience has nothing to do with film and television. I'm afraid that recruiting them will make the company feel that they are outsiders." Qin Yun patiently comforted Xiaofeng and said, "Take your time. We treat our employees like family and friends. When we recruit someone, we hope that he can work for a long time, so it's not too much to select him carefully." Alas. Xiaofeng sighed, "Why can't I recruit suitable staff? Is it because I'm unlucky? No, I have to go out for a walk. I feel very depressed in the office." Xiaofeng left the door of the film and television company after saying this. Walking on the road, the breeze blew, and Xiaofeng felt his mood became much cooler. Suddenly he saw a housewife across the street pushing a baby stroller and trying to cross the road. The housewife apparently didn't notice that the red light on the crosswalk had turned on, but she still pushed the bike forward. Unexpectedly, a large truck was about to come over. Just when the stroller was about to be hit by the truck, before Xiaofeng could react, a heroic figure appeared in front of the stroller, pushed the stroller away and pushed it to the side of the road. A large truck roared past, and this figure saved the mother and child who were about to cross the road. The housewife fell to the ground and realized how dangerous the incident was. She thanked the girl again and again, "Thank you for saving us." Xiaofeng also hurried over to see if the mother and son were related. What caught Xiaofeng's eyes was a heroic woman with delicate facial features under her short hair. She was dressed in a neat and refreshing manner, like a martial arts coach. Compared to the heroic rescue she just did, she now looks even more gentle and sweet. Because the wooden carriage toy in the baby's hand was crushed by a large truck, the little sister saw it and said to the crying baby, "Although your wooden carriage was crushed, I have something good for you." So the little girl took off the necklace from her neck and gave it to the baby. After the baby got the necklace, he stopped crying and started playing with it curiously. The housewife smiled at the young lady and said, "What's your name?" "We must thank you very much." The little sister said heroically, "No need to thank me, my name is Yao Yuexin, let the baby remember that he has a little sister Yao Yuexin." Xiaofeng witnessed the whole process and felt that Yao Yuexin in front of him was really beautiful and kind-hearted, and had the potential to be a good actor. People who were difficult to recruit in the office can be easily met on the street. So Xiaofeng quickly stepped forward and said to Yao Yuexin, "Well, may I ask if you have a job now? Can you be an actor in my film and television company?" When Yao Yuexin saw Xiaofeng, she felt that the man in front of her had a charm that was different from ordinary people. So Yao Yuexin said to him, "I just graduated from college and haven't found a job yet. Our company is in need of an actor like you, and you are very agile. Your action skills will be more useful in future fight scenes." So Xiaofeng took Yao Yuexin back to Hongfeng Film and Television Company. Facing the surprised Qin Yun, he introduced, "We have finally welcomed the first employee of our company. This is the new trainee actress Yao Yuexin. We met her on the street. I will tell you about her deeds later." Qin Yun happily welcomed Yao Yuexin and said, "It seems that this lady's appearance is very suitable for being an actress. You must be the focus of our company's training." Yao Yuexin smiled shyly and said, "I didn't expect that doing a good deed would also help me find a job. I am also very interested in being an actor. I hope to develop well in the film and television industry and live up to the expectations of this boss and sister." The recruitment of employees started in a peaceful atmosphere, but in the following days, Xiaofeng seemed to encounter the same troubles again, and the people he recruited were not to his liking. Is Yao Yuexin the only employee in the entire company? Just when Xiaofeng was in a dilemma, Lin Xianxian did what she said and really invested in Xiaofeng's company. She also taught him step by step how to make the film and television company bigger and stronger. That morning, Lin Xianxian led the people she carefully selected to Xiaofeng's film and television company. "Brother Xia, these are the nanny-style employees and agents I found for you. These employees and agents are carefully selected by me and have very extensive experience and connections in this industry. I hope these can help you run your company." Seeing Lin Xianxian being so generous, Xiaofeng was so moved that he almost burst into tears. "I was just worried about not having good employees, but you brought so many people in at once and filled up the entire company. Thank you so much, Lin Xianxian." The news that Hongfeng Film and Television Company was fully equipped all of a sudden reached Concubine Xian's ears. Concubine Xian, who had always been dissatisfied with Lin Xianxian, became even more jealous and felt that Xiaofeng and Lin Xianxian were getting closer. So Concubine Xian got jealous and locked herself in the room, ignoring everyone. She felt that her current abilities were not as good as Lin Xuanxuan's, and that she was useless and could not help Xiaofeng in any way. Xiaofeng's career was booming, and Xian Fei was secretly feeling lonely. She just sat in the room, not knowing what to do next. This is completely different from the decisive Concubine Xian during the day. Perhaps people can only be their true selves in the dark. Chapter 65 New Female Star. Xian Fei's emotions really infected other people in the garment factory. Because Xian Fei was angry and did not participate in all the affairs of Xiaofeng Hongfeng Film and Television Company, Xian Fei put more energy into Xiaofeng's garment factory. That morning, Xian Fei came to the garment factory as usual and said to the workers who were operating the machines, "Yes, everyone should work hard and strive to double the performance this month." After hearing Xian Fei's words, the employees broke out in cold sweat. "Why has this little girl been acting like a supervisor recently? She's supervising us in the garment factory every day and making us work hard to make clothes. This is not her own company. What's the point of working for the boss like this?" But even though they complained in their hearts, on the surface everyone was still working very selflessly, which made Xian Fei very satisfied. She felt that if Xiaofeng invested more energy in the film and television company, and if the clothing factory business was better, Xiaofeng would see his own value and efforts. The new film and television company Hongfeng Film and Television decided to start its first project, which is to try to shoot a web drama. As we all know, online dramas are very popular now, and people are slowly getting used to watching dramas online, Xiaofeng said to the person in charge of this project. "This is the first shot of our company, and we must do it to the extreme and perfect." Of course, the actress was Yao Yuexin, as expected. Xiaofeng hoped that this web drama could make Yao Yuexin famous and also allow the film and television company to stand out in the entertainment industry. Although the actress was decided, Xiaofeng still had to interview other actors. Especially the male lead, Xiaofeng couldn't decide on one for the time being. Recently, there were also male actors introduced by Lin Xianxian who came for interviews. Xiaofeng felt that some of them looked a little old and were not a good match for Yao Yuexin. Some of them have too impetuous acting skills and are not qualified for the role in the web drama. Because the web drama directed by Xiaofeng this time is a mystery drama, the actors are required to not only have good skills but also a profound style, so that they can take on the suspense of the mystery drama. The heroine in the play has to find the murderer who framed her uncle, so her expressions and performance need to be just right. The male protagonist needs to play the role of a witness to the murderer in the play, and he is also teased by the beautiful killer. Only the male protagonist knows who is teasing him, and that person is the murderer who framed his uncle. The script of this web series is very good, and the actors chosen fit the roles very well. Xiaofeng felt that his efforts over the past few months were not in vain. Finally, with this mystery series, Xiaofeng's film and television company has gained a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. This web drama is very successful, and it marks the first sign of Xiaofeng's talent. At this time, Xiaofeng discovered that the system also had a sign-in function, so Xiaofeng signed in on time every day and received rewards from the system. The system asked Xiaofeng what he wanted, and Xiaofeng said that what was most in short supply at the moment was of course knowledge related to film and television. Therefore, Xiaofeng used the system to gain the ability to accurately identify popular IPs, so that he can ensure that every subsequent drama will be a hit. This way, the film and television company will have a bright future. And with the help of Lin Xianxian, Xiaofeng got a lot of good resources. That day, Xiaofeng said to Yao Yuexin, the top actress in their company, I picked out a second female lead for another drama, but this isn't solely funded by our company. We're working with another big film and television company, and the director is also theirs. I hope you can obey their director's arrangement. This is a very popular IP, and I hope you can become a big star from now on. This is also the resource that Lin Xianxian introduced to Xiaofeng. This big IP has a large number of people, and including the director, they are all a professional team. It's just that the director is not very familiar with Lin Xianxian. However, given Lin Xianxian's fame in the circle, he agreed to let the actress recommended by her be the second female lead. Xiaofeng and Yao Yuexin went to the director's team together to meet the director. Xiaofeng said to Yao Yuexin, don't be nervous, just do it at your usual level. The director was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. When he saw Yao Yuexin and the others coming, he took the time to explain the play to them. Yao Yuexin will play a werewolf who can transform on a full moon night. She will wear a werewolf fur coat specially made by the prop team. But it's summer now. Xiaofeng thought, will this be a test for Yao Yuexin? Yao Yuexin said confidently, it's okay, Xiaofeng, I can hold on. They didn't notice that the director had a sarcastic sneer on his face. This big drama was about to start filming. Yao Yuexin wore a wolfskin and filmed under the scorching sun for a whole day. She didn't even have time to go to the toilet because her work schedule was very tight. Xiaofeng and Yao Yuexin realized that the crew was bullying Yao Yuexin because she was a newcomer and not providing her with many conveniences. However, as a new actor, Yao Yuexin worked very hard, so she could only grit her teeth and persist, not wanting to disappoint Xiaofeng and Lin Xuanxuan's expectations. But Xiaofeng, who had already seen the clues, couldn't sit still and said to Yao Yuexin, if you don't want to shoot, just tell me. We would rather lose this opportunity than let you be bullied. Yao Yuexin said to Xiaofeng, it's okay, boss. Don't all actors have to go through a period of playing minor roles? I understand that. Look at those summer crews, every actor is wearing thick costumes when acting, I can understand that. Seeing that Yao Yuexin was so sensible, Xiaofeng could only swallow his anger because of Lin Xuanxuan's recommendation. However, their compromise only earned them even more contempt from the director. The director looked down on Xiaofeng from the bottom of his heart, thinking that he rose to this position with the help of women. If it weren't for Lin Xianxian, how could he have worked with such a great director? So in the subsequent filming process, he openly and secretly squeezed Yao Yuexin and Xiaofeng. But one day, Xiaofeng didn't know what happened behind the scenes, the director's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. What Xiaofeng didn't expect before was that this stranger director would hate his own Yao Yuexin. But what I still can't understand is that the director suddenly changed his attitude for some reason, and became respectful to Xiaofeng and Yao Yuexin, and also gave Yao Yuexin a lot of time to rest. It turns out that all this still depends on Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian learned from others that Xiaofeng and Yao Yuexin were bullied in the crew. So Lin Xianxian used her power to have a talk with the director, and let the director understand that Xiaofeng and Yao Yuexin were her very good friends. For Lin Xuanxuan's sake, the director finally stopped bullying Yao Yuexin and appeared to be very respectful to Xiaofeng, as if all his previous hostility towards them had disappeared. So the drama in which Yao Yuexin played the second female lead ended very quickly and smoothly. Xiaofeng really wants Yao Yuexin to become famous so that their film and television company can welcome its first female star. Chapter 66, Hard Work. Although the director was warned by Lin Xianxian not to cause trouble for Xiaofeng and the others, in the short term Xiaofeng and Yao Yuexin's life on the crew became much better. But you can never judge a person by his appearance. Although the director was polite to them on the surface, he still refused to give up in his heart. He always wanted to find an opportunity to discipline Xiaofeng. Since the secret method doesn't work, then I will deal with you in a legitimate way. The director thought to himself. So the director looked at the martial arts instructor next to him, and a plan came to his mind. After the crew finished filming that day, the director kept the martial arts instructor and the stagehands. Xiaofeng said, as an actor, the first thing you need is a healthy body. Especially for our crew, there are a lot of fighting scenes, so the actors need to have professional fighting skills. That's why I specially asked the martial arts instructor and the stage manager to stay here to give you 2 secret special training. Xiaofeng glanced at Yao Yuexin and felt that things were not that simple. Because both the director and the martial arts instructor had fierce looks on their faces, you could tell from their eyes that this was not just a simple martial arts instruction. First, the martial arts instructor will set an example for them. The martial arts instructor said to the several stagehands nearby, "Come and attack me." Several stagehands pretended to throw punches at the martial arts instructor, who waved his palm and knocked the stagehands' fists aside. Several people pretended to wave their fists there for a while, and the martial arts instructor clapped his hands and said, "Did you see what happened just now?" The martial arts instructor said to Yao Yuexin. Yao Yu was sweating coldly, thinking, if it were me, how would I deal with these burly men with my bare hands? Seeing Yao Yuexin's embarrassment, the director pretended to be tactful and said to Xiaofeng, "Since the little girl is afraid to come, let this big boss take the place of the actor and provide today's martial arts guidance." Xiaofeng's mind suddenly became clear, and he finally understood what the director was going to do today. He wanted to use the opportunity of martial arts guidance to let these stage managers teach Xiaofeng a lesson. Xiaofeng snorted, "Okay, since you guys are so interested, I'll play with you." The director also sneered and said, "Since Boss Xia is so confident, let these stagehands practice with Boss Xia." So as if they had made an appointment, under the director's command, several stagehands attacked Xiaofeng. It was completely different from their previous pretense. This time they really wanted to teach Xiaofeng a lesson. The director sneered and thought to himself, "If I don't send you to the hospital this time, I'll lose." But what the director didn't expect was that Xiaofeng was actually quite skilled. Xiaofeng was able to handle the punches thrown by the stagehands without causing any harm to him. Instead, 1 or 2 stagehands were kicked by Xiaofeng's sweeping kick and fell to the side, screaming. After a few rounds, Xiaofeng beat up several stagehands, knocking them to the ground and begging for mercy. Even the martial arts instructor was stunned. How can this boy have such a strong body? It's a pity that he doesn't shoot fighting scenes. The director's face was full of black lines. He didn't expect that the trap he set had no effect on Xiaofeng at all, and instead caused several of his own stagehands to suffer losses. Although the director was unwilling, he had to look at Xiaofeng differently. He felt that Xiaofeng was really not someone to be trifled with, and he decided to stay away from people like him in the future. Ever since this martial arts instruction, the director no longer dared to show off in front of Xiaofeng, and always called Xiaofeng Teacher Xia. Just when Xiaofeng was winning over the director and the crew, he saw that Yao Yuexin and the crew members were living better and better lives. At this time, Xiaofeng did not expect that the unspoken rules rumored in the entertainment industry actually happened in his own crew. The rumor about this unspoken rule came from that bastard director. It was said that the director threatened several new actresses with their roles, asking them to spend the night with the director before giving them a chance to perform. But Xiaofeng couldn't guarantee how much of this rumor was true or false. No matter what, I have to investigate it. Xiaofeng didn't want such a bad thing to happen to him. So Xiaofeng deliberately followed the director after the show to see where he went. Just like that, Xiaofeng caught the director having sex with a little girl. This was a little sister from the crew, named Qinger. Xiaofeng saw her and the director go into a hotel and spend the night there. Xiaofeng was very angry. It turned out that the rumors about unspoken rules were true. The director actually took action against this little girl. After confirming the rumors of unspoken rules, Xiaofeng found this little sister the next day. Xiaofeng said to her bluntly, "How can you not take care of your body like this? The little sister was surprised at first, then facing the somewhat angry Xiaofeng, she sighed and said, "So what? Do you think I have any other choice? The director holds the power of life and death over the entire crew. If I don't agree to his request, then I will have no scenes to shoot." Xiaofeng felt heartbroken when he saw his little sister making such a sacrifice. So he extended his hand to invite her. "Qinger, come to our company. I can guarantee that such a thing will never happen in our company. Our company, Hongfeng Film and Television, will give every actor a fair and just opportunity, so that you can be an actor cleanly." When the little sister heard Xiaofeng say this, tears welled up in her eyes. So she promised him that she would never look for a director again and would go to Xiaofeng's film and television company after filming this movie. But this director did something bad after all, and Xiaofeng had to find a way to take revenge on him. So he asked the little sister to make another appointment with the director, but when the director went to the appointment, he saw Xiaofeng standing there. "Why is it you? Do you know everything I have done?" Xiaofeng said to the director, "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. You have to pay the price for what you did." Xiaofeng knocked the director unconscious with a few punches, beat him up all over, and then threw him next to the garbage station. This lesson will make him dare to take advantage of any actress in the future. The director, covered in scars, fell asleep on the garbage station. Xiaofeng was warning him this time not to have bad ideas about anyone again. Yao Yuexin learned about this and asked Xiaofeng, "What if the actress who was sexually exploited was me? What would you do?" Xiaofeng was stunned at first, then said to her, "You are the most valuable actor in our company. If it were you, I might not be so lenient. I will definitely make the director quit the entertainment industry from now on, and there will be no place for him to stay in the industry anymore. If it was you who was being taken advantage of, I would make sure he would be punished, have no career, and not be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry." Yao Yuexin was very moved when she heard Xiaofeng's words. Her face turned slightly red and she developed a slight liking for Xiaofeng. Chapter 67 Alone Together. Yao Yuexin knew that Xiaofeng would only lose control when it came to the person he loved, and would protect her at all costs. Could it be that Xiaofeng likes me a little bit? Yao Yuexin couldn't help but think in her heart. But the fact is that she now has a liking for Xiaofeng first, and maybe Xiaofeng just treats her as an actress in a company. However, Yao Yuexin had an inexplicable expectation of this boss Xia, hoping that he could give her more consideration and tenderness. Seeing that Yao Yuexin's role in the crew was about to end, Xiaofeng signed the young sister actress as promised. After the crew finished filming this drama, Xiaofeng started working on his next business plan. One day, Xiaofeng met with several bosses of small companies in his office. The bosses shook Xiaofeng's hand and said, "Thank you so much, President Xia. You are able to save our small companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy." Xiaofeng said to them cheerfully, "It doesn't matter. As long as I have the ability to buy these small companies, you will have a meal to eat." As a result, the atmosphere among the people discussing in the office was very harmonious, and Xiaofeng's film and television territory in the entertainment industry became larger and larger. He also signed several well-known actors one after another. Xiaofeng now has more and more artists under his command, enough to form a film crew. At this time, the big boss behind the scenes in the entertainment industry continued to pay attention to Xiaofeng's movements. The big boss used the intelligence he obtained to pay attention to Xiaofeng's every move. "This kid has a bright future." The boss looked at the document in his hand and said to the assistant next to him, "From being unknown to having a growing empire now, he is almost becoming my rival. If this continues, the entertainment industry will probably change." The big boss waited for his opportunity to make his move. The assistant asked the boss, "Should we intervene?" The boss raised his finger and whispered to the assistant, "Not yet. It's not time for me to intervene yet. It turns out that this big guy is the respected king of the entertainment industry in Tianhai City. Being noticed by such a king of the entertainment industry, it seems that Xiaofeng does have the ability and opportunity to unify the entire entertainment industry in Tianhai City. In this way, the entire city's entertainment industry will be controlled by Xiaofeng, and soon Xiaofeng will have a huge opportunity." Xiaofeng spent a huge amount of money and invested all the resources of Hongfeng Film and Television Company in a new drama they were going to produce next. All the main actors of the new drama are artists under Xiaofeng. Xinyan said to Xiaofeng, "I am very satisfied with all your decisions, but there is only one. I don't understand what you think now. You invested so much resources to set up a new drama, but the male actor you chose is a newcomer who used to play supporting roles. What's the reason?" Xiaofeng said calmly, "Because he looks very fresh, his eyes are very clear, without the filth of the entertainment industry. I want to make a fresh art film, and art films need such clear newcomers to act. I am very confident in my decision. Xiaofeng has learned a lot about film and television through the system, and has already determined that this art film will be a big hit. Therefore, Xiaofeng was very cautious in choosing the male lead, and this supporting actor was chosen by Xiaofeng after screening more than 100 male actors. It turns out that this young man had a very tragic life experience. He was an orphan since childhood, and he didn't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear when he was a child. He grew up eating food from many families. Although fate has been so harsh on him, the young man also wants to change his life through his own efforts. It is easy for poor people to lose themselves in the world of pleasure, but the young man's eyes are still clear, which Xiaofeng finds very precious. Xiaofeng said to the young man, "I admire your looks and your temperament very much. I hope you can shine in this art film and produce a hit drama for the company." The young man also cherished the opportunity to cooperate with boss Xiaofeng and said to him, "I will sign everything I have under your company. I will definitely not let you down." The news that Xiaofeng had invested everything in a new drama and used a new actor quickly spread in the entertainment circle of Tianhai City. Once, when Xiaofeng attended a business gathering of his peers, he was ridiculed by the bosses who came to the gathering because he used a newcomer. The gloomy Mr. Zhou said to Xiaofeng, "You invested so much, but you didn't even use a famous actor. Instead, you gave the male lead to this unknown young man. Aren't you just waiting to lose money?" The person next to him echoed, "Yes, Mr. Xia, this newcomer has no fame and no fans. How can the audience be willing to buy your account?" Xiaofeng curled his lips and said nothing, because there were too many misunderstandings recently, including several of his female CEO sisters, who were not optimistic about his move. Xin Yun and Lin Xianxian both objected to his using a newcomer as the male lead. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Do you think highly of him? He was just a minor character in his previous works, and we can't tell how good his acting skills are. Even if he has a clear appearance and temperament, it is still risky. For such a big budget movie, we can't take such a risk." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian confidently, "I know you have shares in the company and you are worried about the survival of the company, but I want you to believe that the actor I chose must be correct." Xiaofeng couldn't say that this was an ability given to him by the system. He could also see that this was a hit drama, and he could also see what kind of person was most suitable to play the leading male role. So Xiaofeng went his own way on this matter, without listening to anyone's opinions, and started filming the drama with this young man as the male lead. Not all of the female presidents care about Xiaofeng's career. For example, his beautiful assistant Xian Fei doesn't care about the development of Xiaofeng's film and television company. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "As long as you are happy, I will fully support you. No matter what, I believe you will succeed." Xiaofeng looked at Concubine Xian, who was so well behaved and sensible, and felt a little fond of her. Said to Xian Fei, "I have heard too many voices against me recently. I am so lucky to have an assistant like you who is so considerate and considerate." Xian Fei seemed to be encouraged and said to Xiaofeng, "Then I will cook for you today, boss. Let you taste my cooking skills." Xiaofeng was also very happy and relaxed as he sat on the sofa. He said to Xian Fei, "Okay, then I will obey your command. It's rare to have such a relaxing atmosphere. Let's have another glass of red wine." Xiaofeng was very touched by Concubine Xian's support for him. He felt that it was a blessing in life to have a confidant. Concubine Xian finished the meal neatly, and the two of them drank red wine together at the dining table. Concubine Xian was also very happy that she could finally be alone with Xiaofeng. Chapter 68 Costumes and Props. This movie, which was not favored by everyone, can still be released. Many people are ready to see the joke. After all, this art film has no selling point for them. What's even more strange is that they didn't promote it much before it was released. You know, many movies rely on publicity. Even the other people in the crew didn't understand what Xiaofeng was trying to achieve by doing this. This was a decision Xiaofeng made after discussing with the director, because these are art films and many people come for the sentimentality, so publicizing them would destroy the sentiment of the film. This movie was not favored by everyone, but on the first day of its release, the box office did not surprise anyone. To be more precise, there was no box office at all on the first day. The director also overspeeded the new secret realm for these things, and no box office meant that they would not make any profit from this movie. But who knew that Xiaofeng seemed not surprised at all about this matter, and even seemed confident about it. Even Concubine Xian couldn't control her surprise and came to ask, "If you need any publicity, you can come to me. I can't guarantee other places, but Xian Fei is good at publicity, plus her own fame is there. He knew that this was her good intention, but even so, Xiaofeng still refused firmly. You don't have to worry too much about this matter. I have already found a way. This movie will sell well without any promotion. Seeing Xiaofeng's confident look, Concubine Xian gave up her own idea and turned to support Xiaofeng. Compared with Xian Fei's inquiry, Jin Yun's approach was simpler and more direct. She invited some film producers she knew and even some film critics. Invite these people to watch Xiaofeng's movies, and ask them to write reviews for Xiaofeng's movies. These people have a certain status in the film and television industry. Many people will even pay attention to a movie because of their film reviews, which also represents their authority in the film and television industry. Xin Yun is full of confidence in Xiaofeng's drama, so she can invite these film critics without any hesitation. In this way, this art film became popular little by little quietly, attracting many people to watch it. Although the box office on the first day was not so satisfactory, the box office in the next few days can be said to be rising steadily. This behavior directly broke the views of others. Gradually, people in the film and television industry put aside their perceived disadvantages and voted Xiaofeng the best producer. To be honest, Xiaofeng also felt it was a bit strange. After all, his film became popular before he said anything. It is absolutely impossible for it to become popular for no reason without any publicity in the early stage. There is only one possibility left, that is, someone is helping him. And the method of helping him was exactly the same as he expected. As for who this person is, Xiaofeng had some guesses in her mind. Apart from Qin Yun, she couldn't think of anyone else who could understand her thoughts so accurately and help her as quickly as possible. So when Qin Yun received Xiaofeng's call, she was not surprised at all. Although I knew you would call me, I didn't expect you to call me so soon. Qin Yun's voice was full of teasing. Although neither of them said it explicitly, they both knew what was going on. I was originally prepared to use this method, but I didn't expect that you, sister, would be faster than me. Xiaofeng's voice was full of embarrassment. Instead, Qin Yun on the other end of the phone raised her eyebrows. It seems that I acted on my own initiative. I thought I really helped my brother, but I didn't expect that my brother had already prepared for it. That's not what I meant, sister. Okay, I was just joking with you. Why are you so anxious? I naturally know what you mean. Doesn't Qin Yun know how honest her brother is? But when she hears his pitiful voice, she can't help but tease him a little more. Okay, brother, sister, I'm a little busy here so I won't talk to you anymore. When you have time, come and repay your sister for this kindness. Qin Yun knew clearly what kind of personality Xiaofeng had. No matter how close the relationship between them was, they were all different matters and should not be confused. So Qin Yun took the initiative to offer to repay her, which would make Xiaofeng feel better. As for the time and method of repaying, it is entirely up to her. Treating her to a meal is also a repayment. Xiaofeng originally wanted to get this matter done during this period of time, but he didn't expect that he would not be able to get away during this period of time. Those who had looked down on him before, all came to flatter him, and some even wanted to discuss some cooperation with him. Xiaofeng regretted opening the door to the first person, otherwise these people would not have come to harass him one after another. It was Concubine Xian's words that woke him up. No matter what, these people are secondary. If you really don't want to see them, then just turn them away. Why bother about what they think? Come to think of it, it is true. These people didn't treat him well when he was just making this movie, so why should he treat them well after he succeeds? Therefore, the group of people who came later didn't even see anyone, let alone visit. And when the box office reached 50 million, the system that had not appeared for a while suddenly spoke. Congratulations to the host for completing the new task and receiving the reward, 1,000 threads. Xiaofeng understood this word, but he didn't quite understand what this thousands of threads meant. Can you explain what this reward is for? I don't even know what it is, how can I use it later? The system was still the same as before and would not cooperate at all with what Xiaofeng said. When the trigger comes, the host will know how to use this reward. I have to say that what the system said makes a lot of sense. Although Xiaofeng has such a successful movie, it does not mean that he will give up his original profession. The original intention of making this movie was to use it to promote the fame of his clothing company. Who knew that the movie would become so popular that the costumes were overshadowed by the plot of the movie? Chapter 69 Convinced. The tasks assigned to these designers this time are not only for preparation for the company's opening. More importantly, they are also planning to hold a fashion show. They will invite some models and send out some invitations to invite ladies or people who are interested in these things to attend. Wang Yun's task was to carry out this fashion show. The clothes that the company will release when it opens are secondary. The most important thing is the clothing show that will make them famous. Afterwards, Xiaofeng did not continue to embarrass the prince. As long as the design drawings were drawn carefully by the prince, Xiaofeng would approve them. As for the final product, Xiaofeng did not give much guidance. 3 days before the show, all models must be present to try on the ready-to-wear clothes. This is not only to rehearse the situation on the day of the show, but more importantly, it is necessary to try on the clothes to see if they fit the size, and if not, to make alterations. It is necessary to ensure that there will be no obstruction when the model wears these clothes and performs certain movements. As soon as the model put on Wang Yun's clothes, you can feel the model's temperament, and the clothes make her look different. You should know that this dress is Wang Yun's masterpiece, so after the model put it on, he looked at Xiaofeng proudly to show off his ability. Who would have thought that Xiaofeng didn't take his pride seriously at all? Instead, he looked the model up and down, frowned, and expressed his opinion. You made this dress to be slim-fitting, but I suggest you change the size and remove some of the pattern at the waist. For Wang Yun, the pattern on the waist was the finishing touch of the dress, so how could it be removed? This made him feel that Xiaofeng was just a nouveau riche, and there was no way he could match his taste. Therefore, he was unwilling to listen to Xiaofeng's opinion. Instead, he said in a cold tone, "Everyone has different ideas about fashion design. I can understand that you have your own ideas." The implication of this statement is that the ideas proposed by Xiaofeng are unrealistic and useless. Xian Fei, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to hear these words. "Then what do you think?" "To be honest, what you think is the highlight of this dress may very well become its downfall." Xiaofeng originally didn't want to say something so unpleasant. But this is the company's first exhibition. If he cannot establish his authority at this time, then people in the company may not obey his discipline in the future. The most important thing is that he must make Wang Yun listen to him obediently, otherwise this will be a time bomb. Hearing that his design was being slandered, and that it was his proudest design, Wang Yun could hardly control his temper. "Mr. Xia, I understand what you mean. I also know that you used to work in the clothing business with your mother, but making ready-made clothes is different from making design drawings for us." Wang Yun straightened his suit, looking so superior that it made people feel uncomfortable. Xiaofeng was not irritated by his attitude, but Concubine Xian could not help herself. "To be honest, I'm really curious about who gave you the confidence to be so condescending." Xiaofeng crossed his arms and looked at him with amusement. Perhaps remembering that the man in front of him was in charge of his company, Wang Yun's expression changed slightly, and a stiff smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Xia, that's not what I meant. These are different industries, and there are always different understandings. You're right. To be honest, I don't think highly of your skills. Everything is ready, even the model is ready." This statement is not very hurtful, but it is extremely insulting. If Wang Yun didn't have a trace of rationality left, he would probably rush forward and fight Xiaofeng to the death. The things he was proud of were trampled upon by the summer breeze. "Is the slim fit of your dress reasonable? It's useless for you to argue with me. Just ask the model how she feels. Let her walk on the stage and you'll know. As for me, I'll prove it to you. What I say will also make you clearly aware of your own strengths." Xiaofeng looked at Wang Yun nonchalantly, as if he didn't take his anger to heart. Although the model himself did not feel anything, he found something wrong after he went on stage. Wearing this long skirt, he simply could not pose freely to show off the skirt. The waist of this long skirt is made of pleats, and in order to highlight the finishing touch here, Wang Yun made the pleats directly into three-dimensional flowers. After discovering the problem, Wang Yun's expression changed slightly. The three-dimensional flower at the waist greatly hinders the model's movements, and after looking at it for a long time, the skirt will also cause visual fatigue. The fabric around the waist needs to be added a little more. Models have standard body shapes, but that doesn't mean their clients also have standard body shapes. Seeing that Wang Yun had already understood something, Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction. Next is the time for him to show his talent. Whether he can use this talent to make Wang Yun surrender depends on his ability. Xiaofeng casually grabbed the cloth on the table and simply cut it. He worked quickly, and the skirt was made in just half an hour. Wang Yun was already stunned by Xiaofeng's actions. You know, those who work in the fashion design industry always consider the details of the clothes carefully. This skirt is a typical long skirt and is more sporty. To be honest, if you just look at this skirt, you really can't see what's so eye-catching about it. Wang Yun originally thought that Xiaofeng would also use a model to try on clothes, but he didn't expect that Xiaofeng just randomly picked a female employee who was doing odd jobs here. Open your eyes and see clearly that we, the people who make clothes, are not supposed to use models to set off clothes, but to use clothes to set off models. Perhaps outsiders will feel interested in the clothes worn by models, but when they find that the clothes do not fit them well on themselves, they will give up without hesitation. Wang Yun seemed to understand but not quite. It was not until the female employee came out wearing that ordinary long skirt that Wang Yun understood what this sentence meant. Chapter 70 Rewarding Everyone. Before putting on the skirt, this employee looked just an ordinary person, the kind that you wouldn't even notice at first glance if you put her in a crowd. But the details of this skirt are very well handled, which makes this ordinary female employee suddenly become eye-catching. It's not that the female employee has become more beautiful, but that the dress can bring out her temperament and even allow others to see her temperament. Now you understand, it's not the finishing touch you mentioned that can really bring this dress to life. Xiaofeng said meaningfully. To be honest, he knew that Wang Yun was a very talented person, and if given more time, he could become a great designer. But if he continues to be so arrogant, there won't be much progress. Xiaofeng also took this opportunity to severely strike a blow to his arrogance and made him understand that there are always people better than you. It was just this opportunity that made Wang Yun clearly realize that the president in front of him was not the nouveau riche he thought, but someone who understood design. He did cooperate a lot in the following work, but he still had to think about every suggestion Xiaofeng put forward. The exhibition went on as planned, and the finished product was much better than before. Not only did Concubine Xian put in a lot of effort and sent out many invitations, but even Xin Yun also invited many noble ladies by using the company run by her brother as an excuse. Overall, the exhibition was quite successful. It not only promoted their company's reputation, but also sold a lot of clothes. Wang Yun's previous fashion designs also had famous works, but they had never been specifically called out like today and made known to others. To be honest, he was quite grateful to Xiaofeng at that moment. At least Xiaofeng did not let him work in obscurity to make design drawings. Instead, he intentionally brought him to the front. I thought you wouldn't support this designer too much. Concubine Xian looked at Wang Yun standing on the stage with some surprise. Xiaofeng shook his head nonchalantly. Although his personality is a little arrogant, I have to admit that he has the capital to be arrogant. With a little support, he can be a useful talent. Concubine Xian didn't say anything. To be honest, she didn't think much of Wang Yun's design drawings. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go out for dinner together after this exhibition. You and Sister Yun have worked hard during this period of time. Xiaofeng said with a smile. I have helped them, so there is no reason for me to pretend I don't know and accept their kindness for granted. Xianfei nodded. No problem, I'll call her and ask her to play on the computer later. Xiaofeng specially booked a restaurant that they had always wanted to go to. The dinner was quite satisfying, and Xiaofeng achieved his goal by expressing his gratitude to his two sisters. Although neither of them was particularly satisfied. What Xiaofeng felt most guilty about was probably the training that Xianfei gave to the designers in their company. There are relatively few experienced designers recruited by the company, especially those with mature design styles. Most designers' styles are relatively immature. Xianfei is extremely concerned about these designers, or rather, Xiaofeng's company. She also gave special guidance to these designers whose styles were still relatively young, hoping that they could get started quickly and remember the good things about the company. I always thought that these designs could be slowly trained. Thank you, Sister Fei, for this time. Xiaofeng lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. Perhaps it was because the clothes they displayed at the exhibition gave others a feeling of being too mature, which made others have very high expectations for their company. Therefore, these immature styles obviously cannot meet the requirements of these ladies. This resulted in the loss of a number of customers, but Xiaofeng had no way to save them. Xianfei couldn't stand it anymore. Although the guidance she gave to these designers could not make them mature designers overnight, their styles were much better than their previous immature ones. This help cannot be solved by just a meal. After much consideration, Xiaofeng decided to take Xianfei to the mall to buy some jewelry and other things she needed. Because Xiaofeng has been in the company all this time, he usually wears suits, which makes him look more mature. Xiaofeng finally had some private time to go shopping today, so he changed out of his unchanging suit. Wearing casual clothes, he looks like a college student. TSK, brother, wearing this outfit makes me feel like an old cow eating young grass. After spending a long time with Xian Fei, Xiaofeng could tell which words he said were teasing and which were sincere, and thus became automatically immune to them. Not seeing Xiaofeng's expression change, Concubine Xian was obviously still a little dissatisfied. She has learned bad things. Her face used to turn red whenever her sister said this, but now she doesn't even react at all. Concubine Xian, who had lost her fun, said indignantly. Xiaofeng really didn't understand why Concubine Xian was so keen on teasing him and took pleasure in it. Sister, let's go and see it quickly. I finally made an appointment with your favorite designer this time. Xiaofeng really couldn't stand such blunt words. Finally, she got a different reaction. Xian Fei nodded in satisfaction, and then she went to the mall without saying anything more. But they didn't know that someone was secretly watching them as soon as they entered the mall. For this event, Xiaofeng specially looked up some of Xian Fei's hobbies and put in some effort to arrange the design that Xian Fei liked. They said they came to see jewelry, but actually Xiaofeng brought Concubine Xian here to customize jewelry. After confirming Concubine Xian's hobbies, Xiaofeng did not take Concubine Xian away immediately. Instead, he strolled around the mall and bought some things, mostly jewelry. Perhaps because he knew that he was here to use money today, or perhaps because he had a lot more money recently, Xiaofeng didn't seem to feel bad about the money he spent today. I didn't expect that our brother has grown up and is so generous. Anyone who becomes your girlfriend in the future will be blessed. Concubine Xian patted Xiaofeng's shoulder with emotion. Chapter 71, The Slap in the Face. Xiaofeng was really at a loss after hearing this. After all, he had never thought about these things before. Let's go back early. Concubine Xian looked at Xiaofeng's helpless look with satisfaction, but she didn't make things difficult for him. We really need to go back soon. I have an appointment in the evening. It was only at this time that Xian Fei remembered that she had an appointment in the evening. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. If he didn't go back now, he might not be able to keep the appointment on time, so Xiaofeng did not delay any longer. In order to save time, the two did not choose the main road, but took a shortcut. It was a time of heavy traffic, so it would be much more convenient for them to take the bus from this small road. The most important thing is that there was no traffic jam on this road. But they didn't expect that when they reached the middle of the road, a group of people suddenly jumped out and surrounded them. Don't worry, we don't want anything else. Just give us some of the jewels you bought today. We are not greedy. The leading young man said as a matter of course. They didn't know how many times they had used this trick. They would send 2 people to keep watch in the mall. If they saw those rich people coming out with bags, they would know that they were fat sheep. They would use some strategies to lure them to this path and then threaten them. Most people would choose to keep quiet. As time went on, they became more and more rampant and didn't take these people seriously at all. Unexpectedly, they would actually encounter robbers. To be honest, Xiaofeng was full of surprise. Nuyu's face didn't look so good anymore. You know, these gifts were bought for her by her brother. Why should she share them? If we do whatever you say, it would seem that we are too obedient. Dream on. Concubine Xian retorted without any hesitation. The wretched little gangster was not angry either. It was not like they had never encountered such stubborn people, but most of the time they just gave in, they just had to use some tricks. Now, while I'm in a good mood, give us some of the things in your hands, and you can leave. If you say a few more words, it won't be so easy. The gangster narrowed his eyes and looked threatening. Xiaofeng didn't want to condone their behavior. It seems like you haven't suffered from the beatings of society, you can actually rob here. However, he could probably guess why those people didn't call the police, because they probably felt a little embarrassed. After all, people in the upper class have always been more concerned about their reputation. But he was different. There are so many of us who say these things, but in the end no one gets anything good. The gangster sneered and pulled out an iron rod from his waist without any concern. This stick of mine hasn't been used for a long time. Why don't I let it see some blood today? To be honest, the other party had a fierce look on his face and was waving a big iron rod in his hand. The scene was indeed a bit intimidating. Xiaofeng had to admit that the other party was really good at scaring people, but unfortunately he was not someone who could be frightened. Especially when there is a woman around him. Even if there has never been a fight, you have to go ahead now. However, no one expected that the henchmen following behind the gangster would all pull out weapons from their pockets at the same time. It seemed that this was a long-planned robbery. The current situation is a bit tricky. Xiaofeng had fought when he was a child, but that doesn't mean he can beat these people with his bare hands, especially when the other party is armed. If we start fighting later, you should stay away from us. I'm afraid this matter can't be resolved peacefully. Xiaofeng turned his head and said softly. Xian Fei also realized the current situation was urgent. Why don't we give them some of the things? We are the only two of us and we will suffer if we have a conflict now. If you still want to leave here safely, then bring over everything in your books and hand over all the cash you have. Perhaps the leader of the gangsters noticed their intention to retreat, so he made an unceremonious demand. Who knew that Xiaofeng would actually sneer, "You can only dream of threatening us with the things you have in your hands. I won't tolerate such a naughty child." Even though Xiaofeng sounded righteous, he had actually already begun to seek help from the system. Fortunately, the system was quite honest and did not deceive Xiaofeng. It quickly used the points to exchange for a secret book of ancient martial arts for Xiaofeng. The conflict between the two sides broke out directly, and Xiaofeng successfully defeated these gangsters with the help of this ancient martial arts secret book, and remained unharmed. Xian Fei took the opportunity to call the police. The incident passed without causing any major ripples in either of their lives. However, as the company's business is getting more and more prosperous, Xiaofeng has been busy with some other things recently. Sometimes Qin Yun and the others would come here to help. Gradually, Xiaofeng realized that his home was indeed a little small. Sometimes he was busy too late and asked them to come to his home to rest, and there was not enough room. It was okay once or twice, but as it happened more and more times, Xiaofeng started to feel a little guilty, so he took the initiative to contact Qin Yun, hoping that she could recommend some houses to him. I'm a bit stuck here right now, so why don't you just go to the sales office? The houses here are all good, mostly single-family villas. Qin Yun really wanted to take Xiaofeng with her, but she had an emergency meeting soon and couldn't get away. Fortunately, Xiaofeng didn't care and went to the sales office alone. What I didn't expect was that Xiaofeng didn't wear those brands today, just a simple t-shirt and jeans. I am not your brother. I don't want to introduce him to you. We just know each other here. Even if I introduce him to you, you still can't afford it. The property consultant said bluntly. Xiaofeng originally just asked her to give a brief introduction to the geographical location and the house type, but he didn't expect the other party to look so arrogant. In this case, he didn't want to offend the other party, so he just took out his bank card. There's not much in this card. It's just this month's turnover, only 10 million. The property consultant's face immediately changed when he didn't expect that he would actually receive a call from a wealthy man. She said flatteringly, "What do you want to buy? I'll introduce it to you right away." Chapter 72. I have a girlfriend. Who knew that Xiaofeng didn't even look at him, but pointed at another property consultant. Come over and tell me about it. If it's okay, I'll make the decision right away. Listening to Xiaofeng's nonchalant tone, knowing that he was about to lose this big order, the other party's tone became even sweeter. He even took the initiative to sit next to Xiaofeng. What's your last name, sir? My last name is Wu, you can call me Xiao Wu. Feeling the softness in his arm, Xiaofeng stood up somewhat displeased. If this is the service attitude you all have here, then I will consider whether to choose you. The condescending attitude made the other party's face change slightly, and he put away his sweet smile in indignation. You just took out a card. If you said you had 10 million, then it's 10 million. Xiaofeng did not explain anything, but decided without hesitation after hearing the explanation from another real estate consultant. The most important thing is to pay in full. Watching the duck that was about to be in his mouth fly away, it was impossible for Xiao Wu not to be angry. Xiaofeng didn't care what she was thinking. The house has been decided, and the next step is just to wait for decoration, but it will take several months before we can move in. I don't know where Chen Wanling heard it from, but Xiaofeng actually started his own company and his business was pretty good, so she wanted to come back eagerly. Ever since she broke up with her so-called rich second-generation boyfriend, he had taken away some of her savings, leaving her with very little money, so she had to fend for herself. He hasn't met anyone he likes since he started working. Now he suddenly hears that his ex-boyfriend has become a so-called rich man, so he naturally won't let him go easily. For this purpose, Chen Wanling specially took out a white long skirt that she hadn't worn for a long time. She knew that Xiaofeng liked her pure little white flower look the most. Xiaofeng never expected that Chen Wanling would have the nerve to come to his company. What are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, please leave. Xiaofeng didn't have a good face at all towards his so-called ex-girlfriend. When Xiaofeng looked up, he saw Chen Wanling wearing that white ankle-length skirt, with light makeup on her face and a perfect smile on her lips. He had to admit that Chen Wanling was indeed very good at grasping men's weaknesses. If he had not seen with his own eyes and heard with his own ears what Chen Wanling did, he would have been deceived by today's illusion. Chen Wanling seemed not to notice the disgust in the man's eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly and looked pitiful. I know you hate me a little because of what happened before, but everything happened for a reason. No matter if there is a reason or not, I have nothing to do with you anymore, and I hope you will never appear in front of me again, understand? Xiaofeng doesn't want an ex-girlfriend to always appear when he is concentrating on his career. Unfortunately, the other party is destined not to do what he wants. I really needed money at that time, so I did those foolish things. I hope you can forgive me, or at least stop hating me like before. Chen Wanling's tearful appearance was really heartbreaking. Xiaofeng really didn't understand why she couldn't understand what he was saying. Then the two of them had a long conversation with each other. Xiaofeng then realized that the other party didn't understand, but was unwilling to understand. Xiaofeng then understood that as long as he didn't have a girlfriend, or even if he had a girlfriend, she had the ability to stay by his side. After saying so much, you just want me to be ordinary friends with you, right? Xiaofeng gave up his previous method and asked back in a flat tone. Chen Wanling stared at Xiaofeng with eyes full of anticipation. I'm really sorry, I already have a girlfriend. I don't think she would want me to have anything to do with my ex-girlfriend. Chen Wanling's eyes widened, as if she was shocked by the news. I know. You must hate me so much that you made up a so-called girlfriend out of thin air. I really know I was wrong. Xiaofeng never expected that even after she said this, the other party still didn't believe her and directly saw through her lie. To be honest, whether you know you are wrong or not has nothing to do with me. I really have a girlfriend. If you continue to pester me like this, she will be unhappy. The words have already been said. If I don't make up a story at this time, wouldn't it prove that everything I said was false? Chen Wanling's tears flowed without warning. I don't believe it. You must be saying this to reject me. Since you think what I said is not worthy of your trust, then it's okay. I can call her over and let you see her. Then you should understand. Xiaofeng quickly thought of candidates in his mind and finally locked on Concubine Xian. It's not that he didn't want to choose Qin Yun, but mainly because Chen Wanling had met Qin Yun before. After receiving the news, Concubine Xian put on makeup before going out, just to overwhelm Chen Wanling with her aura in the office. If you don't want to be friends with me, there's no need to lie to me like this. As the saying goes, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Xiaofeng is in this state right now. No matter what he says, he cannot make someone who doesn't want to believe what he says. Fortunately, Concubine Xian acted very quickly and arrived at the office soon. I heard that your ex-girlfriend came to your house to get back together with you? Just by listening to the voice, one can imagine how charming the other person is. Chen Wanling probably didn't expect Xiaofeng to actually find someone over, and her face froze for a moment. Sister, don't you know that after breaking up you should lie down in the coffin properly? Concubine Xian walked up to Chen Wanling and lifted her chin with murderous intent. The beauty opposite her has a completely different style from her, and she is even at a disadvantage today. I don't know how he treated you in the beginning, but I think he treated me very well. Look, the necklace on my neck was bought for me by him the day before yesterday. Concubine Xian smiled and casually fiddled with the necklace around her neck. Under such circumstances, staying here any longer would be humiliating. Chen Wanling stiffly suggested leaving, and Xiaofeng wished she would leave quickly. Unexpectedly, the poor boy whom she had always looked down upon was actually so rich that he could even buy jewelry for his girlfriend. Thinking about how she had nothing when she was with Xiaofeng, Chen Wanling's face suddenly twisted. Chapter 73 Want to Save. The sky has been gloomy recently and Chen Wanling is in a very bad mood. A few days ago, she tried to win back Xiaofeng, but was rejected by Xiaofeng. What, that arrogant guy, do you think you are so great now that you despise me? Don't you think about what you looked like back then? I was so short-sighted to like you. Chen Wanling thought in frustration in the drizzle. Girls are like this, they will be very sad on rainy nights and think of some sad things. Especially when her request for reconciliation was rejected, Chen Wanling felt that her life seemed to have lost its direction. Seeing that Xiaofeng was so successful now and surrounded by beautiful women, she felt even more lonely. This feeling of failure was unbearable for Chen Wanling, so she needed to find an outlet to vent. Chen Wanling returned home and saw the photo of Xiaofeng and her in the photo frame, and thought about how Xiaofeng had secretly loved her in the past. At that time, Chen Wanling was like a proud princess. Every time Xiaofeng passed by her, Chen Wanling could feel that Xiaofeng's eyes were always concerned about her. In her room were the gifts Xiaofeng bought for her when he was chasing her, including a few stuffed bears and some dolls from the amusement park. Now that you've become more capable, you don't recognize me anymore. Chen Wanling looked at the gifts and thought, Xiaofeng, I can deal with you the same way I did back then. If I can't get you, I'll just destroy him. Nowadays, with online public opinion so developed, as a celebrity, the thing I fear most is the loss of my reputation. So Chen Wanling opened her laptop and typed some words online. She wanted to use her personal story to discredit Xiaofeng, the newly famous producer and owner of the clothing factory. Soon, Chen Wanling edited a story about how Xiaofeng played with her feelings and finally abandoned her. Especially after Xiaofeng met these female CEOs, he always gave people the feeling of abandoning his wife. Chen Wanling closed the computer, thinking that now she had something to read. Xiaofeng, if I can't get you, I will personally pull you down from your high position. Hey, isn't this the producer who has become famous recently? Yes, he seems to be a small boss of a clothing factory. I always feel that this person is so familiar. So he is this kind of person. He just plays with girls' feelings and abandons his wife. It seems that men can't be trusted. Once they become rich, they will definitely want to do new things. Just look at the many female CEOs around him. The comments from netizens flooded this short story like a tide. Chen Wanling saw the effect she wanted. Xiaofeng's reputation was indeed damaged. This was indeed a big blow to a man who had just started to take off in his career. Such a reputation will not only affect the development of the film and television company, but also have a negative effect on Xiaofeng's interpersonal relationships. Because no matter what, Xiaofeng has become a well-known person through his recent efforts, and many people in Tianhai City can recognize Xiaofeng's face. For example, on this day, Xiaofeng was running on the playground in the evening. There were many young people coming to this public stadium to exercise. After running a few laps, Xiaofeng felt that the amount of exercise for today was enough. Suddenly, a few young ladies appeared in front of him. The young lady said to Xiaofeng, "Look, this is the scumbag that is rumored on the internet." Yes, I have photos of his film and television company, and he also attended the opening ceremony of his clothing factory. Isn't this the man who abandoned his wife on the internet? Several young ladies commented on Xiaofeng and walked over with disdain on their faces. Xiaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he encountered such a situation. He should be happy that his fame had reached the point where strangers could recognize him on the street, but he was not a good role model. Those people recognized him after reading his negative reviews. This is indeed a public relations crisis. Xiaofeng thought to himself. Chen Wanling's move is really great. How can I make a comeback? Thinking like this, Xiaofeng felt very annoyed, so he walked into the garment factory. However, Xiaofeng discovered something that made him even more angry at the garment factory. It turned out that some female employees had seen the recent rumors on the internet, and because they hated the scumbag's behavior very much, they started to go on strike while working in the garment factory, hoping to express their resistance to their boss. Xiaofeng happened to catch them red-handed, and he said to them, "Do you really think that I am who I am as the rumors say on the internet? I can tell you clearly now that those are all rumors. Don't believe them. It was Chen Wanling who abandoned me first. Are you satisfied now?" Xiaofeng was already in a bad mood, and when he saw that the work at the garment factory was affected again, he was of course very angry, so he spoke more harshly. After scolding those female employees who were slacking off at work, Xiaofeng deducted their bonuses. Several female employees were dissatisfied and protested to Xiaofeng, saying, "So many people on the internet say that you are a scumbag, don't we believe it? As a boss, you can't treat female employees like this." There were many people in the garment factory, not all of whom were Xiaofeng's confidants, so the scene of Xiaofeng arguing with the female employee was filmed and broadcast live on the internet. As a result, more netizens commented on Xiaofeng online, believing that Xiaofeng was a black-hearted capitalist and a boss who specialized in exploiting and withholding wages from workers. Fortunately, Xin Yun appeared at this time, held Xiaofeng's shoulders, and advised Xiaofeng, "I know you are in a difficult situation now, but how can you explain it to thousands of netizens by yourself? This is a crisis public relations. You have to believe me. I can help you get through it with professional methods." Xiaofeng looked at Xin Yun with gratitude. All along, Xin Yun had been supporting and helping him like an older sister. This time, Xiaofeng was really in trouble. Seeing Xin Yun's great help, Xiaofeng was very moved. "Then I'll leave it all to you. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun. He believed that Qin Yun, the female president of a financial company, could perfectly help him survive this crisis of online public opinion. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, if you want to get through this difficult time, you must first create a persona for yourself. For example, now we want to create a persona for you that loves small animals, and post some of your cute interactions with small animals online as a promotional video for our film and television company. For example, if you adopt a few stray cats, those netizens will think that you are a person who is so close to small animals, and you are definitely not a scumbag and a black-hearted capitalist as rumored. Xiaofeng followed Qin Yun's instructions and picked up a stray cat, but was accidentally scratched by the cat. Xiaofeng endured it firmly. His efforts were seen by Qin Yun, making her more determined to help him. Chapter 74 Management Knowledge. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, your second persona should be that of a dignified boss. As a company leader, you should have authority in managing your employees. So Qin Yun filmed a scene of Xiaofeng meeting with his employees. Xiaofeng talked to his employees about his plans, ambitions, as well as the performance of the garment factory and the promotion of the film and television company. The image of Xiaofeng, a knowledgeable and well-informed business boss, came to life on the computer screen. Qin Yun also filmed Xiaofeng rewarding his employees. On the podium, Xiaofeng announced to the employees, now I will announce the winners of this quarter's Hard-Working Employee Award. Each of you will receive a laptop as a reward. You are no longer shabby employees of a company. You are a member of a big family that stands together with our garment factory. We regard you all as brothers and sisters, and we hope that you will regard the garment factory as your own. You are all winners of my Xiaofeng business territory. Qin Yun was very satisfied with this character setting. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, okay, now it's your third character setting, which is the image of a warm-hearted big brother. So Xiaofeng used his luxury car to pick up the neighbor's children from school. A big boss like Xiaofeng could be so approachable. His luxury car was worth a lot of money. Sometimes the children's clothes were dirty, and he didn't care if they sat in it. These promotional videos made Xiaofeng's image more vivid and lifelike. Qin Yun's public relations this time was very effective, and these promotional videos received a lot of hits on the Xiaofeng film and television company website. Netizens also began to be inspired by this kind of public opinion, thinking that an excellent business owner like Xiaofeng should not be the kind of scumbag who abandons his wife. Gradually, the negative reviews of Xiaofeng faded, and people no longer cared about how Xiaofeng abandoned his ex-girlfriend. Instead, they had a positive impression of Xiaofeng's film and television company and clothing factory. Meanwhile, Chen Wanling could no longer pursue Xiaofeng. Furthermore, she had just lost her job recently, so her life was very difficult and she was almost out of money. So she had no choice but to start looking for a job on the street. Chen Wanling saw a Western restaurant recruiting restaurant staff, so she took the initiative to apply. Boss, do you think I can do it? I can be a waiter here. I am not afraid of getting dirty or tired, and I can do any job. I hope you can hire me. The boss of the Western restaurant saw that Chen Wanling was pretty and thought that this girl could give it a try. Then you can work here for a month as a trial period to see how capable you are at the job. After that, we will make you a regular employee. Chen Wanling was not very happy when she got this job opportunity. Although it solved her survival problem, being a waitress was definitely the most humiliating job she had ever done since graduating from college. Chen Wanling felt very sad and pitiful, as she had reached the point where she had to serve others. But she had no choice but to continue working in this Western restaurant in order to survive. Because Qin Yun helped Xiaofeng completely restore his image, Xiaofeng happily invited this female president, who was like an elder sister, to dinner. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, let's go to a Western restaurant today and eat a good steak to thank you for your efforts for me these days. So Xiaofeng drove a luxury car with Qin Yun to the door of the Western restaurant. Xiaofeng personally opened the door for Qin Yun, allowing the female president to enter the restaurant first. Xiaofeng followed closely and sat elegantly on the dining chair. At this time, Xiaofeng saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Chen Wanling? Why is she working as a waitress here? Chen Wanling was also stunned when she saw Xiaofeng. She didn't expect that the man who hurt her so badly would actually see her at her most lonely. So Chen Wanling was furious and felt that meeting Xiaofeng at this time and serving him personally was a humiliation to herself. So after meeting Xiaofeng, Chen Wanling tried to find a way to take revenge on him. Xiaofeng saw Chen Wanling and said to Qin Yun across from him, the person who ruined my reputation is working as a waiter here. Why don't we go to another restaurant to eat? Qin Yun said generously, if you want to solve the problem, you have to face it. She is the person you least want to see, and she is also the person who has had the worst influence on you before. But now we have defeated her, and we should enjoy the fruits of victory in front of her. When Xiaofeng heard Qin Yun say this, he couldn't refuse, so he had to sit there and order food. Fortunately, the waiter was very welcoming to them. Xiaofeng thought that if he could avoid Chen Wanling, he could finish his meal peacefully and go back quickly. Unexpectedly, during this period of time, Chen Wanling secretly ran out from the kitchen and went to the pharmacy to buy a bottle of laxative. Humph. Xiaofeng, don't you want to eat delicious Western food? I'll let you have a good taste of this Western food with added ingredients. After buying the laxatives, Chen Wanling hurried back to the restaurant. Before Xiaofeng's Western meal was ready, she told the chef that she would deliver Xiaofeng's meal personally. Because we are acquaintances. The head chef didn't say anything, so Chen Wanling got the opportunity to deliver the meal personally. Chen Wanling pushed the food cart loaded with steaks into a corner and sprinkled the bottle of laxative in her hand on the steaks. Humph, let me see how you eat. Chen Wanling thought proudly. Xiaofeng was surprised that the person who came to deliver the food was Chen Wanling. She was really not shy. But Xiaofeng thought again, since she was just delivering the food, I would not have too much contact with her. Although it was awkward, it would soon pass, so Chen Wanling brought their meal to the table and left. Xiaofeng saw that everything was calm and thought it was not a big deal, so he started eating. But while Xiaofeng was eating, he thought the steak tasted so strange. Xiaofeng thought that Chen Wanling had delivered the meal herself, so he wondered if she had done something to the food. So Xiaofeng quickly stopped Qin Yun and said, "Don't eat yet. I think this dish tastes a bit strange. I'm afraid Chen Wanling has done something wrong. Why don't we go to another restaurant to eat?" Qin Yun was very touched to see Xiaofeng caring about her so much. In the past, Xiaofeng was like a little brother to her. Qin Yun always felt that he had not grown up yet and needed her care in many things. But now that Xiaofeng sensed the danger, he quickly protected Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt that Xiaofeng had grown up and was a man who could truly stand on his own. Qin Yun showed a relieved smile on her face, and helped Xiaofeng up and said, "Okay then. Sister, I will accompany you to another restaurant." But on the way to the restaurant, Xiaofeng couldn't help vomiting in the luxury car. Qin Yun hurriedly handed him a vomit bag. It seemed that Xiaofeng was right. Chen Wanling must have added something to this Western meal. Chapter 75, Beating the Gangster. Qin Yun saw Xiaofeng vomiting in the car, so she said to him, "It seems you can't drive anymore, let me drive." Xiaofeng raised his head with difficulty and said to Qin Yun, "It must be Chen Wanling who put laxatives in the steak. I know this feeling because I have been cheated by my competitors before. So I know how to detoxify. You drive to the pharmacy and I'll buy a dose of medicine and you'll be fine." So Qin Yun had no choice but to do as Xiaofeng said and found a pharmacy nearby. She then ran into the pharmacy in person and bought the medicine that Xiaofeng had specified. In the car, Qin Yun watched Xiaofeng take the medicine and said, "Are you feeling better? This medicine should have some effect." Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "It's okay, I can cure this food poisoning myself." Qin Yun took care of Xiaofeng in the car and put a blanket on him. People say that sick people are more likely to catch a cold. I think you should keep warm. Xiaofeng was very touched to accept Qin Yun's care and felt that this older sister now looked more approachable. At this moment, Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, "No, I can't swallow this. I want to go back to that Western restaurant and settle accounts with Chen Wanling." Xiaofeng heard this and quickly waved his hand to stop Qin Yun and said, Forget it. First, we don't have any evidence to prove that she did it. Second, I don't want to get entangled with her anymore. If I anger her, I don't know what revenge she will take in the future." After listening to Xiaofeng's words, Qin Yun felt that it made sense, so she secretly let Chen Wanling go in her heart. But Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, "If she dares to cause trouble to you again, I will never let her go." When Xiaofeng met Qin Yun for the first time, the female president showed an angry expression on her face. This female president holds a high position of power and has long been at the top of Tianhai City's capital. No one expected that she would have such resentment towards someone because of Xiaofeng. This is very rare. Xiaofeng felt that Qin Yun really treated him as his own brother, just like a family member, and hoped to protect him. Qin Yun drove Xiaofeng to the villa, but just at the corner of the road, there was a square. Xiaofeng and Qin Yun actually saw two hooligans looking for trouble with Xian Fei. It turned out that Xian Fei had some free time at the garment factory this morning, so she wanted to go out to buy some fabric to make a new dress for herself. However, she didn't expect to be stopped by two hooligans when passing by this small square. Now the two hooligans are teasing her and won't let her go. Xianfei was struggling with the two hooligans, and Qin Yun instantly wanted to rush out of the car and teach them a lesson. Xiaofeng felt much better after taking the medicine, so he said to Qin Yun, "Let's go down together. I don't believe we can't subdue these two thieves." The arrival of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun surprised concubine Xian. She didn't expect to meet someone who saved her life by such a coincidence. So concubine Xian said to Qin Yun and Xiaofeng, "These two people have been pestering me." Xiaofeng did not show any weakness in the face of the two hooligans. He said to them, "Isn't it too immoral for you two to bully a little girl in broad daylight?" The two hooligans gave their names. "My name is Qi San, my name is Qi Si, we are brothers, what's wrong with coming out together to have some fun?" Xiaofeng rolled his fist and said to them, "Although I'm still sick, I'm more than enough to beat you too." So Xiaofeng launched an attack without saying a word and knocked Qi San and Qi Si to the ground. It didn't take much effort to make Qi San and Qi Si lie on the ground, screaming and unable to stand up. "How is it? My skills are pretty good, right?" Xiaofeng said to Xianfei. Concubine Xian already admired Xiaofeng, and now seeing him saving the beauty, she admired Xiaofeng even more. "Brother Xia, you are so kind." What Xiaofeng didn't expect was that the two brothers Qi San and Qi Si, who were knocked to the ground, actually admitted defeat after seeing Xiaofeng's skills. So the two brothers stood in front of Xiaofeng and said, "How about we acknowledge you as our eldest brother? Don't look down on us." Xiaofeng looked bewildered and said, "I really look down on you. You only know how to bully little girls. You are not worthy of being my brothers. But since you are willing to mend your ways, I will help you. I know a foreman at a courier company. You can go there and work as a courier. With a decent income and a job, you won't be thinking about having fun on the street all day." Xiaofeng caught up with the two brothers Qi San and Qi Si and gave them a lecture, saying a lot of things to teach them how to mend their ways and face life positively. Don't look at those beauty magazines, it's easy to be influenced by this world of pleasure. So Qi San and Qi Si admired Xiaofeng very much and agreed with what this elder brother said. Xiaofeng also told Qi San and Qi Si a story about his past experience. When Xiaofeng was in high school, he was also a handsome young man. One day, Xiaofeng was blocked by a strong man. He had no choice but to fight him. However, he saw a beggar next to him and didn't want his fight to affect the beggar. So he kindly said to the beggar, "Uncle, please leave quickly and run away. We are going to fight here." But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that the beggar who was asking for money was actually the boss of this sturdy man. The boss saw that Xiaofeng was good at fighting and kind-hearted, so he said to him, "Don't worry, young man, I will protect you in this area from now on, and no one will dare to bully you." Xiaofeng was very shocked and said, "But I didn't expect you to be the boss." From then on, no one in this area dared to cause trouble for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng said to Qi San and Qi Si, "I told you this story not to let you learn from this old man and the strong man to mix with the society and form a gang. I just want to tell you that sometimes you can do good things without violence and win the respect and support of others. Don't think about fighting and killing every day. There are many more meaningful things waiting for us to do." After listening to the story told by Xiaofeng, Qi San and Qi Si finally understood the meaning of life. It turns out that people still need to do more good deeds and do kind things, so that they can gain a foothold in society. Doing good things is much better than fighting, hurting people or committing violence. Qi San and Qi Si admired Xiaofeng very much because they saw that he was not only skilled in martial arts but also had a kind heart. "Are you really not going to accept us as your younger brothers?" Xiaofeng said, "No, you should just go and be couriers." So Qi San and Qi Si said goodbye to Xiaofeng and said, "We will never forget Brother Xia's advice. We hope to deliver packages for Brother Xia in the future." Xiaofeng waved his hands at them and said, "I hope you can start a new life from today and never bully little girls on the street again." Chapter 76 Weird Ideas. After experiencing some strange things, Xiaofeng finally had a good thing recently. It turned out that the dress he designed before won an award. It was because he had a sudden idea one day and transformed the skirt into an evening dress, which became a new style of dress like a Greek goddess. It seems that my creative ideas are quite good. Xiaofeng showed off to Xianfei and others in the garment factory. Xianfei was also very happy. "Boss Xia finally won the award, are you going to treat everyone to a meal today?" Xiaofeng said to the employees of the garment factory, "Of course, we are going to team building today. Although we can't take you to the award ceremony this time, we can go to dinner and sing together tonight and have some fun." There was indeed an award ceremony for the Fashion Design Award this time. Not long after, Xiaofeng drove his supercar to the ceremony. I have to say that Xiaofeng's supercar is indeed eye-catching, and the roar of the motor echoed throughout the parking lot of the banquet. But Xiaofeng has become accustomed to all these. After all, he has bought this supercar for some time. Although he often receives envious looks from others on the street, Xiaofeng thinks that it is just a means of transportation. So he calmly parked the car and walked over to see when the party would start. At this time, a group of female internet celebrities in the small square apparently discovered Xiaofeng's supercar. So several female internet celebrities surrounded the supercar with their selfie cameras and mobile phones, posing in various postures to take photos with the supercar. Perhaps these internet celebrities want to take a photo with this expensive supercar so that others will think it is their own car, which will invisibly increase their value. Seeing the young internet celebrities taking photos with Xiaofeng's supercar one by one, Xiaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys are making a fuss about nothing. It's just a supercar. Is it necessary to take photos with it so enthusiastically? Soon, a line formed next to the supercar, and the female internet celebrities lined up to take pictures with Xiaofeng's supercar. Xiaofeng couldn't help but move over to join in the fun and see what they were talking about. At this time, a female internet celebrity thought Xiaofeng was also queuing up for photos, so she treated him very badly and said to him, "We girls are taking photos here, what are you doing here? Are you an internet celebrity?" Xiaofeng was already annoyed by the female internet celebrity taking pictures around his car, and after hearing the rude remarks made by this internet celebrity, Xiaofeng became a little angry. He told those female influencers, "A supercar is just a means of transportation. It is no different from other cars, except that it is a little more expensive. Isn't it a bit too surprising that you treat it differently?" After hearing what Xiaofeng said, the female internet celebrities all mocked him. "Who are you? Do you know the value of this supercar? Do you know what level of boss can afford such a supercar?" Xiaofeng said to these short-sighted female internet celebrities, "Of course I know what kind of person can drive the supercar, because this supercar is mine." So Xiaofeng showed the car keys in his hand to these female internet celebrities. They were all stunned. They all knew that this was Xiaofeng's sports car, so they immediately treated him differently. "So you're the big boss." Several pretty female internet celebrities were obviously familiar with this, so they surrounded Xiaofeng and tried to flirt with him. "Why didn't the boss tell you earlier? It's all our fault for not recognizing the great man. Boss, your car is really nice. I guess your business is doing well. I'm an internet celebrity who specializes in photographing models. If you have any photo shoots that need you, you can introduce them to me." Xiaofeng was surrounded by these female internet celebrities and felt a little overwhelmed. He felt that their expressions changed too quickly. They were mocking him just now, but now they came to kneel down and lick him like dogs. Xiaofeng skillfully resolved the relentless pursuit and blockade of the female internet celebrities. Xiaofeng said to them, "I also have a part of my assets in opening a film and television company. In the future, I will protect you in the fashion industry, and your life will be much better." Xiaofeng was actually making some calculations in his heart. Although the faces of these female internet celebrities changed a little quickly, they were still quite pretty. Sometimes he could choose them as female artists and have them attend some activities at his film and television company. Through this opportunity, Xiaofeng also made friends with many female internet celebrities who wanted to become stars, and this way his connections in the fashion industry increased accordingly. But Xiaofeng felt that these female internet celebrities were still a little bit inferior to her CEO sisters. This was also a way to make some connections by using his supercar, and he could select female stars from them in the future. Of course, the female internet celebrities also know this. They believe that having someone powerful enough can help their careers reach a higher level. So, the female internet celebrities surrounded Xiaofeng and walked into the party venue. They were all very attentive and gave Xiaofeng advice. They knew all the big shots. Xiaofeng also made friends with many big shots in the industry at the party, not only in the clothing industry, but also in the fashion industry and film and television company big shots. Xiaofeng was very satisfied with this. It seemed that these female internet celebrities were still useful. Xiaofeng was glad that he did not bring Xianfei and the others with him. If Xianfei saw this, he would have a harem-like party. I wonder how jealous she would be. Xiaofeng broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about it. It seemed that the longer he stayed in the fashion industry, the more female artists he would get to know. Xiaofeng thought, will my future wife mind this? After all, no woman wants her husband to know a lot of female internet celebrities and female artists. Moreover, these female internet celebrities all knelt down to lick his ass. Xiaofeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand and thought, I'm sorry, my future wife. I can't help myself. There are so many celebrities in this fashion circle. I can't do anything about it. I hope my wife can understand. Xiaofeng suddenly remembered his lifelong event and he didn't know what was going on. It seems that when people are single for a long time, they may hope to settle down. Just then, Xiaofeng saw a familiar figure in the venue. It was Xian Fei. Xian Fei was really worried about Xiaofeng. She had seen too many female internet celebrities along the way, so she became a little jealous and said to Xiaofeng, Brother Xia, let's go back quickly. The party is almost over. Besides, there are so many people here, and I wonder what kind of rumors will appear. Xiaofeng obediently followed Xian Fei towards the sports car. Xiaofeng then realized that although he didn't have a wife now, there were still people who would control him, such as Concubine Xian who liked him. This little assistant is really clingy. Xiaofeng thought, it seems that she just wants me to get used to the feeling of having a wife in advance. Chapter 77 Take It Easy. Although Xiaofeng was still very concerned about finding a female artist, he was somewhat disdainful of the female internet celebrities who surrounded him outside the door. Xiaofeng was sweating as he thought, can these people become female artists in my company? Aren't they a little too superficial? So Xiaofeng went straight into the venue. As expected, there, Xiaofeng was able to meet more industry leaders and fashion executives. At this time, Xiaofeng saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Isn't that the female star Chiner? This award ceremony is really grand, even big stars are invited. But at this time, Chiner was standing next to a middle-aged man with a big belly with a charming look on her face. Xiaofeng knew at a glance that this was the wealthy businessman Chiner had hooked up with in the industry. Alas, there are still female stars who accept this kind of unspoken rule. Xiaofeng laughed at himself helplessly. Is it really that difficult to be a clean female star? Chiner was holding the rich businessman's arm at this time and looked towards Xiaofeng with great pride. Chiner took the initiative to greet Xiaofeng. It turns out to be Boss Xia. I won the award this time. I didn't expect that Boss Xia is not only good at running a company, but also good at designing clothes. The wealthy businessman next to him followed Chiner's voice and looked over. He said to Xiaofeng, I'm not trying to throw cold water on you, little brother, but do big bosses like us need to fight in person? What's the point of your good clothing design? Making money for the company is the bottom line. Xiaofeng disagreed with the businessman's opinion, so he said to him, making money is of course a hard truth, but if you want to win the respect of others in the fashion circle, you still have to have real skills. For example, this dress I designed won an award, which is why you can see me here at this venue today. The rich businessman was a little unhappy after hearing what Xiaofeng said, so he began to question Xiaofeng's design level. You said you designed this dress, but who can prove it? Would a big boss of a company personally participate in the design? Isn't it just taking the work of employees? Let the employees design it, and then you just sit back and wait for the reward. After hearing what the rich businessman said, the people around him also echoed, yes, who can prove that he designed this kind of thing? He himself doesn't even know how many employees he has. He just randomly finds any designer to design something and puts his name on it. Seeing that no one around him recognized his design ability, Xiaofeng said to the system, System, do you still have the props you gave me? Then the system was finally awakened by Xiaofeng. Ding, congratulations to the host. The props are still there, but do you want to design again? Xiaofeng said, let me show you my skills here. So Xiaofeng accepted the design props given to him by the system. After taking a look at the drawings, Xiaofeng used the white tablecloth on the table as material and began his clothing design. People watched as Xiaofeng took a pair of scissors and cut the tablecloth into a hollow shape, and the lace next to the tablecloth served as the hem of the skirt, which looked very swaying and charming. Xiaofeng found a model and wrapped the cut tablecloth around the model, making the model look like a Greek goddess with a gorgeous white dress on her beautiful figure. Everyone was stunned by Xiaofeng's sudden talent. It turned out that the young boss was really good. This on-site design could not be fake. Look how beautiful the model is in this white dress, like a Greek goddess. Everyone cast approving glances at Xiaofeng. This material and this style are really refreshing. Even Chiner, who was questioning the rich businessman, was impressed by this white dress. And she was trying to curry favor with that rich businessman. She glared at Chiner fiercely, and Chiner immediately stopped talking. It seemed that the female star was still controlled by the rich businessman. The rich businessman was bored and had to hide in the inner room and keep silent, because he could feel that Xiaofeng had won the hearts of the people in the banquet hall. Xiaofeng was so popular that he attracted a group of waiters to watch. One of the young waiters said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia's designs are really beautiful. I haven't bought new clothes in many years." After hearing what she said, several waiters enthusiastically asked Xiaofeng to design special costumes for them. Xiaofeng said, "Everyone can wait for a moment. Our company will release new clothing styles every season, and many of them are also designed by me. I hope you can just buy them from our company in the future. No matter how great I am, I can't design a set of clothes for each of you." So the waiters dispersed, because they were employees of this hotel and they still had the job of serving the guests to do. The purpose of the waiters is to serve the guests, and they dare not forget this. But just as the young waiter left, a bottle of medicine suddenly fell out of her pocket. Xiaofeng hurried over to help her pick it up and said to her, "Your medicine fell." Xiaofeng took a look at the medicine bottle. It turned out to be a bottle of medicine for treating heart disease. Xiaofeng asked her with concern, "Do you have any heart problems? Why do you carry this medicine with you?" This waitress was the one who just told Xiaofeng that she hadn't bought new clothes for a long time. It turned out that she came from a poor family and had a bedridden grandmother. Grandma has heart disease, so she often buys some heart disease medicine for her. That day she had just bought some medicine and came to serve the guests without putting it in the cabinet. In order to save money for her grandmother's medical treatment, she hasn't bought new clothes for a long time. Xiaofeng looked at the waitress with concern and said to her, "Don't you have new clothes? Now that I know you, when you come to our clothing factory next time, all the clothes will be free for you. You can choose whatever you want to wear to repay your filial piety to your grandma." The waiter was moved to tears by Xiaofeng's words. "Thank you so much, Boss Xia. A kind-hearted person like you will have a smooth career. I thank you on behalf of my grandma." Xiaofeng's winning of the award has greatly increased the popularity of his clothing factory, and it has received rave reviews online. People have praised Xiaofeng's clothes for not only being novel and unique in style, but also being particularly comfortable and durable. Xiaofeng was able to produce many times the same clothes in terms of style and quality. Relying on the props given by the system, the clothing styles he designed went viral on the internet. Many websites have set up special sections for Xiaofeng to attract positive comments from netizens, so Xiaofeng finally has fans. Many fans sent flowers to Xiaofeng, and they were all sent to the clothing factory. The factory's warehouse was almost full. Xiaofeng wanted to say to these fans, "Don't be so enthusiastic. Take it easy, okay?" The fans' behavior made Concubine Xian jealous, and she became even more jealous. It seemed that Xiaofeng did not belong to her after all. Chapter 78. It's always like this. As Xiaofeng's ex-girlfriend, Chen Wanling has the richest ex-boyfriend, which is not what she wants, nor is it something to show off. No matter how her ex-boyfriend's career is now, it has nothing to do with her. She is still working as a waiter in a restaurant. The rival company was very jealous of Xiaofeng's fans and popularity, and tried to discredit Xiaofeng. The rival company found various photos of Xiaofeng and his CEO sisters from somewhere and spread rumors online, saying that Xiaofeng had a harem with the beautiful CEO and beautiful female artists, and that they were in love. The photos on the internet seem to be true stories. Xiaofeng cannot avoid communicating with the president's sister and female artists at work, so the various types of beauties around Xiaofeng have become the topic of conversation among people on the internet. They said that Xiaofeng was really a scumbag who always had girlfriends and had several girlfriends at the same time. The opponents saw that using these photos to speak for themselves did have some effect, so they took the next step of smearing Xiaofeng. They spread rumors online that Xiaofeng's winning design was plagiarized by his employees. Although Xiaofeng made a statement on the spot at the venue, which silenced everyone, many netizens who were not at the venue began to doubt Xiaofeng's real design ability. Considering that such a famous boss, it is not impossible that the credit goes to his employees, so netizens have raised questions. Boss Xia is so busy every day, not only running a clothing factory, but also taking care of a film and television company. Do you have time to invest in design? Could it be that he really plagiarized his employees' design? He didn't even give the employee credit? What a black-hearted boss. Chen Wanling saw these bad reviews on the internet and realized that it was Xiaofeng's rival who was causing trouble, so Chen Wanling found the rival company and wanted to cooperate with them to discredit Xiaofeng. Then Chen Wanling, the ex-girlfriend, appeared again, and the rival company filmed a documentary about her current situation in the restaurant where Chen Wanling worked. The title of this film means that Xiaofeng abandoned his ex-girlfriend and is now living a miserable life. Chen Wanling uses her personal experience to tell the majority of netizens that Xiaofeng is a man with many girlfriends. He abandoned his ex-girlfriend for those beautiful female CEO sisters and made her work in a restaurant. Even though he was worth hundreds of millions, he did not give her any living expenses, making her life so miserable. With Chen Wanling's help, everyone is more convinced that Xiaofeng is a scumbag. But Xiaofeng, who is as busy as Superman every day, has no time to care about these rumors. He only heard that Chen Wanling had taken a fancy to the boss of the rival company and wanted the boss to take her over. But the boss of the rival company did not agree, as he did not want Xiaofeng's former woman. This made Chen Wanling very upset. Now she couldn't even get close to a rich man. Because the boss of the rival company was not stupid. Chen Wanling was abandoned by Xiaofeng. She must have some shortcomings. She should stop harming our boss. So the rival company ignored Chen Wanling's enthusiasm, and Chen Wanling was very sad. Don't tell me that I have no charm at all now? The rival company is really a scumbag. They kicked me out after using me. Although Xiaofeng didn't care about people's comments online, these rumors did affect the company's sales performance, so Xiaofeng thought of his younger brothers, Shi-san and Shi-si. So I told the two brothers, you two should find some helpers to go to the rival company and resolve this matter as a crisis public relations. Shi-san and Shi-si found some brothers who studied law, went to the general manager's office of the rival company and said to them, we have professional lawyers here. If you continue to slander Boss Xiao without any basis, we will file a lawsuit against you. Please be careful and stop publishing false news. When Xiaofeng's rival company saw this, they immediately seemed to lose their temper and tried to please them, saying, our company did release some unrealistic false news before. I hope that Mr. Xiao will forgive us and let us off this time. We will never dare to publish any news about Boss Xia again, and we ask these legal professionals to show some mercy. So Shi-san and Shi-si finally settled the incident without resorting to violence this time. Xiaofeng was impressed by them and said to them, you two not only completed your own work very well, but also helped the company. Especially this time you used your wits to get it done. I am very pleased with your progress. I hope you can do the same in the future, do more good deeds, and never use violence again. Xiaofeng could finally focus on designing, so he bought a new prop from the system, the magic pen of flowing clouds. With the help of this skill, Xiaofeng's painting and design abilities have grown rapidly. His design and drawing skills improved dramatically, and Xiaofeng became more adept at designing clothes. So in the office of the garment factory, Xiaofeng devoted himself to research and developed many new fabrics, styles and designs. All of them were made into ready-made clothes by the clothing factory and displayed on the website. As expected, sales increased greatly. Xiaofeng's clothing factory officially became synonymous with trend and quality in the fashion industry. A boss like Xiaofeng who is very goal-oriented can indeed lead the company to overcome difficulties and make achievements in the business landscape. Although Boss Xia is very strict with his employees and himself, he never scolds his employees at work. When employees make mistakes, Xiaofeng will sincerely point out their mistakes and ask them to correct them next time. Such a boss is truly loved by employees. Employees also very much want to realize their own value in such an enterprise. No wonder Xiaofeng is always followed by a group of female presidents. The sisters do this not because of the tasks given to him by the system, but because Xiaofeng has such personal charm that people around him can feel the light he exudes. Assistant Xianfei is still obsessed with Xiaofeng as usual. When there are many girls around Xiaofeng, Xianfei will be a little jealous. However, in the eyes of employees, Xiaofeng does have incomparable personal charm and can lead the garment factory, film and television company, and his other industries to progress and develop together. Xinyun also looked at her brother with new eyes and said to Xiaofeng, although you are very goal-oriented, you will not use any means to achieve your goal. You always win in a fair and just way. Such a spirit is worthy of praise. Xiaofeng said to Xinyun a little shyly, what's the big deal? I always do things this way. If you want to win, you have to win in an honest way. Xinyun was very pleased to see her younger brother Xiaofeng growing up and the company growing bigger and bigger. At this moment, Xiaofeng was a little grateful to the system for giving him so many outstanding female presidents. He was able to learn a lot from them, which contributed to his success. So he said to the system, thank you. The system ignored Xiaofeng and just said, host, you have achieved something, but don't forget the system. Chapter 79. Let's go on an outing. Just when Xiaofeng's clothing factory and film and television company were in full swing, Xiaofeng received a call from an old friend, who was once Xiaofeng's classmate. As soon as the old friend opened his mouth, he said to Xiaofeng, old classmate, I really need your help this time. Xiaofeng asked, "Is there something wrong with you?" The old friend sighed and said, "It's all about money. I owe a lot of money because of gambling. If I can't pay it back, I'm going to hang myself. Can't you just stand by and watch me die?" Xiaofeng said to him sternly, "Gambling is not a good habit. You don't control yourself and indulge in gambling. No one can pay back the money you lose." Seeing Xiaofeng's stern attitude, the other party softened his words and said to Xiaofeng, "Old classmate, you also know that we were deskmates in school. At that time, I was not addicted to gambling. We had a very good relationship at that time. You even helped me copy homework." Xiaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said to his old friend, "Don't mention the fact that I lent you my homework to copy. What's there to brag about? You didn't do your homework yourself, so I had no choice but to lend you my homework to copy." The old friend pleaded with Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, I heard that you have a big business, so you must have some money to help me. You see, when I was a kid, I liked to skip classes and didn't study, so my seat was often empty. Thanks to classmate Xia for hiding it for me, the teacher didn't pay too much attention to me. Now my old classmate is in trouble, Boss Xia, please help if you can." Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment and said to him, "Okay, but only this time. I will only help you pay off your debt. I still have to remember this account. When you have money in the future, you must pay it back." Xiaofeng used this method to make his old classmate realize how hard it is to make money, so that he would stop gambling and put pressure on himself so that he would have motivation to work in the future. The old friend said to Xiaofeng cheerfully on the phone, "Don't worry, Boss Xia, I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. I will repay you no matter if I have to work like a slave or go out to work." The old friend hung up the phone, sneered on the other end of the line, and said silently in his heart, "Boss Xia, I have concealed something. I was once in jail for hooliganism. If you knew about this, I'm afraid you would not help me." Sure enough, this old friend came with bad intentions. Although Xiaofeng was hesitant to help him, Xiaofeng hoped that his old friend could learn from his mistakes this time and slowly improve himself. So the next day, when the old friend called again, Xiaofeng said to him, "Well, come to my house. I have the money ready to help you. You should learn from this and work hard to pay back the money in the future." So the old friend said to Xiaofeng happily, "Okay, brother Xia, you wait for me at home." The moment the old friend entered Xiaofeng's mansion, he felt the difference between them. He lived in a small nest, while Xiaofeng lived in a big villa. The old friend thought to himself, "Someday I can have a house like this. It would be great if it were my home." The old friend entered the house. Xiaofeng and Xianfei were both at home. As soon as the old friend saw Xianfei, the beautiful woman, he was immediately bewitched because he had committed hooliganism before. "I thought to myself, Xiaofeng is really lucky, there is a beautiful woman at home." Xiaofeng said to him, "Here, this is the money I gave you. After you take it, don't gamble anymore. Work hard and pay the money back." So after getting the money, the old friend changed his attitude and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you have such a nice house, can I move in with you?" "I want to move in and live with you, Boss Xia." Xiaofeng didn't expect that this old friend would stay at his house and refuse to leave. As a courtesy to guests, Xiaofeng couldn't chase him out. Moreover, this old friend even said something rude to Xianfei, "Boss Xia has a beautiful woman at home, he really enjoys his free time." The old friend walked up to Xianfei who was reading, put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Can this female employee of Boss Xia play with me? I haven't had a woman for a long time." At this moment, Concubine Xian suddenly realized that this old friend was teasing her, so she pushed the old friend aside with all her strength and said to Xiaofeng, "Look at him, he actually dared to tease me." Xiaofeng also saw this scene and suddenly became very angry. "Old classmate, you still haven't changed your evil ways. If it weren't for the fact that you and I were classmates in the past, I would have to beat you up today. Since you are my old friend, I will not hold this matter against you. Now please leave my house as soon as possible. You don't have to pay back the money I borrowed from you. From now on, we will have no relationship anymore." The old friend was very depressed when he saw that he had lost the cash cow that he had finally got because of his teasing of Concubine Xian. So the old friend was kicked out of the house by Xiaofeng. Walking on the street, the old friend took the money given by Xiaofeng and thought to himself, "Tisk, isn't it just hugging his woman? What's the matter? A big boss like him, the women around him are all casual play." At this time, Xianfei, the young assistant in Xiaofeng's villa, was very disgusted with her old friend's behavior towards her. The more Concubine Xian thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing Concubine Xian so angry, Xiaofeng felt very guilty towards her. He said to Concubine Xian, "I'm sorry, it was all my fault that I let the evil man into the house. It will never happen again. I will protect you from being hurt by anyone in the future." After hearing Xiaofeng's comfort, Concubine Xian felt even more aggrieved and began to sob softly. Xiaofeng had no choice but to hold Concubine Xian in his arms and comfort her. Seeing Xiaofeng being so close to her, the resentment she had just felt seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, she only remembered the sweetness between her and Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "The company hasn't organized a team building for a long time. Let's go on a picnic together tomorrow. Organizing a team building will help everyone relax, especially you. It will help you forget the unhappy things today and have fun in the suburbs with everyone. This way you can relax." Seeing how Xiaofeng took care of her, Xian Fei's anger subsided, and she said to Xiaofeng, "Okay, I will have fun. It's been a long time since I went on a picnic with brother Xia. The air in the suburbs must be very good, and we can bring a picnic basket and go on a picnic in the suburbs. This will not only enhance the relationship with the employees, but also help organize this team building better." Xiaofeng was very happy that Concubine Xian had finally cheered up, so he said to her, "Okay, then it's settled. Let's go on an outing tomorrow." Chapter 80. It is impossible to borrow money. Ever since Xiaofeng's old friend teased Concubine Xian in his villa, Concubine Xian has remembered this old friend. According to her intuition, this old friend definitely did not simply ask Xiaofeng for money. So Concubine Xian secretly investigated him, and it turned out that this hooligan had indeed been in jail for molesting women, and he did not change his bad habits in Xiaofeng's villa and started to molest Concubine Xian again. Concubine Xian told Xiaofeng the results of the investigation. "Brother Xia, I found out that your old friend is a famous deadbeat. He was in jail for hooliganism before. He is a playboy and a gambler, and he almost killed someone because of his debts. It's better to have fewer friends like this, stay away from him, and never get involved with him again." Xiaofeng was secretly glad that what he did at that time was the right thing. Even if he didn't want to lend him the money, he couldn't get too entangled with this person. What Xiaofeng did not expect was that after seeing Xiaofeng's assets, this old friend began to claim that he was Xiaofeng's best friend, saying that he could take advantage of the big tree like Boss Xia. This old friend boasted in the casino that he had a rich big brother who could lend him money for gambling. He even mentioned Xiaofeng's name when he was borrowing money at high interest rates, trying to drag Xiaofeng into the trap. Xiaofeng, who was well informed, heard about his old friend's behavior outside and immediately called his old friend. "I heard that you have been using my name to cheat people everywhere recently. What do you want to do? Last time I lent you money, didn't I say that we were even? There would be no more entanglements? If you go out and do things under my name like this again, I will call the police and see if you want to go to jail again." When the old friend heard Xiaofeng speak so harshly, he was instantly frightened, so he said to Xiaofeng in a flattering way, "Boss Xia, didn't I say outside that you are very rich? This is not a bad thing, why are you so angry?" Xiaofeng said to him sternly, "Don't you just want to drag me down? Help you pay off your gambling debts, and become your ATM in the future?" Xiaofeng hit the sore spot on his friend's face, and he couldn't refute it for a while. So Xiaofeng said to him, "I have already given you the money. This money is enough for you to pay off your gambling debts and start a new life. So don't do anything under my name in the future, otherwise I will see you at the police station." The old friend panicked and said to Xiaofeng, "Okay, Boss Xia, I will never have anything to do with you in the future." In this way, Xiaofeng spent money to send away the plague god and finally made his life peaceful. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that this old friend didn't want to give up. The old friend spread rumors online that Xiaofeng was ruthless and ungrateful to him, that he had forgotten about old friendships. Xiaofeng felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why would his old friend just let him go? He also spread rumors online that he had forgotten about old friendships. Was the money he gave him fake? Xiaofeng didn't want to pay attention to these online rumors, so he said to Xian Fei, "Find someone to sort out these online reviews. Don't let these rumors affect my image and the company's performance." So Xian Fei immediately took action on this matter, not only warning the old friend not to mention Xiaofeng anymore, but also asking the old friend to stop spreading bad rumors about Xiaofeng, and finally dealt with the old friend. But Xiaofeng's classmates are more than just old friends. Recently, Xiaofeng was notified to attend a class reunion again. It was his former squad leader Zhao Daijin who called him. During the call, Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia is now rich, so he won't forget us old classmates, right? We want to hold a class reunion, and we hope Boss Xia can attend." Xiaofeng and his former classmates were obviously no longer in the same class, so Xiaofeng didn't want to go to the reunion with them. So Xiaofeng said to Zhao Dajin, I'm busy with work. I have 2 companies to take care of and some other industries. I really don't have time to attend the class reunion. Please understand me and let me go this time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajin challenged Xiaofeng, Boss Xia doesn't dare to participate, right? Has Boss Xia forgotten us old classmates now that he's rich? Is Boss Xia really like what they say online, and doesn't care about our friendship? Faced with Zhao Dajin's provocation, Xiaofeng recalled what happened in school. At that time, Zhao Dajin was the class monitor and enjoyed a very glorious life. He could command his classmates at will and bully others at will. One day, Xiaofeng brought breakfast to school. Zhao Dajin saw it and wanted to eat it, but Xiaofeng did not give him the bread. So Zhao Dajin used his status as class monitor to retaliate against Xiaofeng and made Xiaofeng sit in the corner of the classroom, next to the trash can. Xiaofeng sat there for a whole semester, looking at the scattered garbage next to him all day long and had to endure it. This was Zhao Dajin's revenge on him because of a piece of bread. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng immediately smiled bitterly and said, I haven't forgotten the old grudge. Zhao, squad leader, don't you know how you treated me when we were in school? Now you want me to attend the class reunion. Are you thinking of a new way to bully me? Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, now that you are so rich and powerful, how could we bully you? When I was in school, I was young and ignorant, so I must have done many things that were not thoughtful. Boss Xia, please be magnanimous and forgive me. But so many of us classmates are having a reunion, and we all want Boss Xia to come. Does Boss Xia really want to turn down the wishes of so many people? Don't let your former classmates say that Boss Xia is heartless and ungrateful. Xiaofeng thought about it and realized that although there were some bad old classmates in the past, there were also many very good classmates who might be helpful to his current career. Going to class reunions is also a way to keep in touch with people. So Xiaofeng had no choice but to agree and said to Zhao Dajin, okay then, what time does the class reunion start? I'll get ready and go right away. Zhao Dajin said to Xiaofeng, that's right, Xia, our class reunion is at the restaurant over here in Binjiang. We've prepared a big meal, and we'll have a good time tonight. I hope Xia can come soon. Xiaofeng got the address, so he went downstairs to the garage to pick up the car. Xiaofeng thought about it and did not drive his supercar, but chose an ordinary car. Xiaofeng thought to himself, since we are attending a reunion with old classmates, we just want to reminisce, so we should not be too ostentatious. Just drive a casual car. This way, we can get closer to our old classmates. In this way, Xiaofeng drove to the Binjiang area. He took a short rest in the car, waiting for the night to fall before going to the class reunion. Chapter 81 You Can't Afford It at First Glance. Xiaofeng went to a newly opened mobile phone chain store to buy a mobile phone, wearing new clothes from the clothing factory that Xin Fei had specially made for him. This piece of clothing uses a lot of cloth belts, which are inserted on the cuffs and trouser legs for matching. This is a new style of clothing designed by Xiaofeng. Because it is a bit non-mainstream, it looks a bit low class. It was rare for Xiaofeng to try such a casual style, so he wore this outfit and walked into the door of the mobile phone chain store. Sure enough, the clothes looked a bit cheap, so Xiaofeng saw some contempt in the shopping guide's eyes. Hello, I want to buy a mobile phone. Xiaofeng said to the shopping guide. The shopping guide rolled her eyes, looked at Xiaofeng, and said to him, the phones here are very expensive. You may not be able to afford them. Xiaofeng understood what the shopping guide meant. It turned out that seeing that he was dressed so differently, they thought that he might not be able to afford a cell phone, so he just came to the store to ask and disturb their work. Xiaofeng said to the salesperson, how do you know I can't afford a phone? Did your store manager tell you to judge people by appearance? The shopping guide forced out a cold smile and said to Xiaofeng, no, sir, we are just giving customers sound suggestions. Why don't you take a look at the phones we have on sale and see which one you like and try it out? Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore. It seemed that the shopping guide really regarded him as a homeless person or a pauper, so Xiaofeng said to the shopping guide, ask your store manager to come over. I want to apply for a VIP card. The shopping guide opened her mouth in shock and said to Xiaofeng, you need to deposit tens of thousands of yuan into the VIP card. Are you sure you want to apply for a VIP card? At this time, the store manager also noticed the movement on Xiaofeng's side, so he came over to ask the shopping guide what had happened. The shopping guide said to the store manager, this customer wants to apply for a VIP card. The store manager had indeed experienced a lot of ups and downs, and had seen many people who looked ordinary but were actually big shots. So the store manager smiled and said to Xiaofeng, sir, you can apply for a VIP card, but we need to deposit tens of thousands of dollars in cash into it. So Xiaofeng took out a bank card from his pocket and said to the store manager, "Go ahead. Help me get a VIP card." The store manager took Xiaofeng's bank card to pay, and the salesperson was stunned. So he introduced to Xiaofeng, "Sir, look, here are our latest limited edition mobile phones. Do you want any?" Xiaofeng picked at the window and said to the salesperson, this, and that, "I want all of these limited edition mobile phones." Xiaofeng's bold purchase this time directly slapped the salesperson in the face. The salesperson began to try to please Xiaofeng and said, "Boss, please don't tell our store manager that I treated you badly just now and that I didn't recognize a great man. I hope you can forgive me." Xiaofeng looked at the shopping guide's sudden change of expression with disdain in his heart, and said to her, "In the future, I hope you will treat customers equally and not discriminate against customers based on their appearance. Sometimes, doing so will only make you embarrassed." Yes, what the boss said is true. The shopping guide humbly accepted Xiaofeng's guidance. So Xiaofeng came out of the chain store with these limited edition mobile phones, thinking to himself, "Finally I can change my phone." As for the remaining phones, he could see if there were any friends he knew who could give them to him as gifts. When Xiaofeng handed the new phone to Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng happily, "Xiaofeng, I want to buy a new car. What do you recommend, Boss Xia? You know, I'm not very good at cars. But I heard that you, Xiaofeng, are very knowledgeable about cars. I want you to help me choose a cost-effective luxury car as my mount." Xiaofeng happily agreed to Qin Yun and said to her, "It doesn't matter, your sister's business is my business. I promise to choose a new car for you that will satisfy you." So Xiaofeng drove his luxury car to the car dealership. Since there was no parking space near the dealership, Xiaofeng had to park his luxury car far away and walk over by himself. He was also wearing the new style of clothing. Xiaofeng thought to himself, "I wonder how the sales assistants at the car dealership will look down on me this time. But it feels good to slap them in the face. At worst, I can just buy a few more nice cars in the end." But at this moment, what Xiaofeng didn't know was that in the car dealership, a car model accidentally scratched a luxury car. "What should I do?" The beautiful car model broke out in a cold sweat. "I only make a few hundred yuan a day as a car model. I can't afford to repair this scratched luxury car." The car model used a magazine to cover the scratched car surface, feeling uncertain. "What should I do? I can't tell the boss that the metal chain on my body scratched the car, he will definitely ask me to pay for it. Then my salary for several days will have been wasted. It's time to find a scapegoat. I should find those customers who are easy to bully and wear cheap clothes, and then frame him. That's all." The car model thought to herself, calmed herself down, and began to look at the customers in the car dealership. At this moment, the car model saw Xiaofeng, who was wearing an alternative outfit, entering the car dealership and immediately made up her mind, "Let this guy take the blame." So the car model lady's plan to frame Xiaofeng began. The car model lady walked towards Xiaofeng with a smile on her face and said to him pretentiously, "Boss, do you want to buy a car? I can recommend you a new sports car." Xiaofeng was a little surprised to see the car model so enthusiastic towards him. "What's going on? Do I look rich wearing this? What on earth is she thinking when she is so enthusiastic towards me?" But Xiaofeng was careless, so he followed the car model to the luxury car with the magazine on it. The car model said to Xiaofeng, "Boss, can you take a look at the exterior decoration of this car?" Because Xiaofeng was helping Qin Yun choose a car, he looked at the car very carefully. He walked to the magazine in front of the car, took it away and looked at the paint. But at this moment, the car model suddenly shouted, "My customer, your action just now scratched our luxury car, what should we do?" The car model's scream attracted the attention of other people around, especially the manager of the car dealership. He heard her scream, so he walked over and saw that there was a scratch on the front of the luxury car. The car model deliberately slandered Xiaofeng and said, "My dear customer, how could you be so careless? This is our new sports car. If you scratch it like this, you have to pay for it." The manager of the car dealership looked at Xiaofeng with annoyance, thinking, "It's obvious that this guy can't afford this luxury car. He came here specifically to damage it. I must rip him off and make him pay for the repair costs." When Xiaofeng saw this, he finally understood why the car model was so enthusiastic about him. It turned out that she had planned to frame him a long time ago. So Xiaofeng didn't want to argue anymore and felt a little angry. Chapter 82, Assets Are Plenty. After encountering unpleasant things in 2 stores in succession, Xiaofeng felt that he really didn't check the calendar before going out today. Is this dress so cheap that all the shopping guides think he is a poor man? Xiaofeng thought to himself, then I really need to modify this design when I go back. Otherwise, if the clothing factory sells this clothing, the customers will be regarded as non-mainstream poor people, which is not a good idea. So Xiaofeng thought to himself that he should go back and revise the design of this clothing. But the problem now is how to compensate for this scratched luxury car. The car dealership manager said to Xiaofeng with an impatient look on his face, "My dear customer, you must be careful when you look at the car. How can we sell our luxury car if it is scratched like this? It doesn't matter if you did this, but we can't report it to our superiors." Xiaofeng got a little angry after hearing what he said, so he said to the car dealership manager, "Come on, I want to buy 10 of this luxury car and those luxury cars over there." The lady and the manager of the car dealership were stunned and couldn't believe what they heard. "Sir, do you really want to buy 10 luxury cars? Each of them is worth a lot of money." Xiaofeng said to them generously, "Why, you think I can't afford it?" Then Xiaofeng took out his bank card and said to the car dealership manager, "You can use this card. There is enough money on it for me to buy 10 luxury cars." The car model was a little shocked when she saw this scene. She said to Xiaofeng, "Boss, please don't bear a grudge against me. I am also a salaried employee. I can't afford to pay for this luxury car. I apologize to you here." Xiaofeng looked at the car dealership lady who looked terrified, and didn't want to cause trouble for her, so he said to her, "Just remember this lesson, and never slander other customers again. Being poor is not a problem, the key is to have a good mentality and morals. In this way, even if you are poor, you can still live a decent life." The car dealership manager used Xiaofeng's bank card to buy 10 luxury cars for Xiaofeng. So he said to Xiaofeng with a flattering look on his face, "Where are you going to send the car to, boss?" So Xiaofeng told the car dealership manager the address of his clothing factory. So the car dealership manager ordered people to drive all 10 luxury cars to the open space in front of Xiaofeng's clothing factory. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun and Xian Fei who were waiting at the garment factory, "Two sisters, I want to give each of you a luxury car. Sister Qin Yun wants to buy a car, doesn't she? No need to buy it, I will just give you one." As the big boss of a financial company, Qin Yun actually didn't feel much pressure to buy a luxury car. Although this luxury car was nothing, Qin Yun was very touched to see Xiaofeng could give her a new car. Said to Xiaofeng, "Good job, brother. You can buy 10 luxury cars by yourself so quickly." Concubine Xian cheered and jumped for joy. She got into the luxury car and looked at the decoration inside the car with a proud look on her face. When Xiaofeng saw Concubine Xian so happy, he remembered how ordinary Concubine Xian was when she first came, and seemed a little poor. So Xiaofeng thought, this car may be an astronomical figure for Concubine Xian. It's really great to be able to make her happy. So Xiaofeng also sat in the luxury car and explained to Xian Fei how to drive this luxury car. Seeing Concubine Xian was so happy and cute, Xiaofeng couldn't help but put his hand on Concubine Xian's head and said, "You look so naive, so cute." It was the first time that Concubine Xian was so close to Xiaofeng. Seeing Xiaofeng's actions, Concubine Xian looked out the window happily, "Brother Xia is finally attracted to me." Obviously, Xiaofeng didn't know about Concubine Xian's wealthy background and thought that Concubine Xian was just a child from a commoner family. That's why he thought her naive appearance was cute. Concubine Xian was also very happy and thought, if this continues, one day I will become Brother Xiao's official girlfriend. In this way, the relationship between the two developed further. Xian Fei happily accepted Xiaofeng's gift, so Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "You stay at the garment factory and take care of the house. I still have to attend the class reunion." So Concubine Xian watched Xiaofeng leave, and Xiaofeng thought to himself, Concubine Xian is really cute. Xiaofeng drove to the Binjiang Hotel where his classmates were having a reunion. As soon as he walked into the hotel lobby, he was surrounded by a group of classmates. The classmates said to Xiaofeng flatteringly, "I heard that Boss Xiao's business has been very big recently, and he has become a celebrity. His film and television company should have many contracted artists. When will he release his own film and television drama?" The classmates asked Xiaofeng all kinds of questions, but these caused dissatisfaction in Zhao Dajin, who thought Xiaofeng was just pretending and looked down on other classmates. So Zhao Dajin said to Xiaofeng with disdain, "Boss Xiao's net worth seems to have doubled. Does he look down on us classmates?" Xiaofeng waved his hands quickly and said to Zhao Dajin, "No, squad leader, how could I look down on you? I can't refuse your compliments, right?" So everyone came to the banquet hall while chatting and laughing. Xiaofeng saw that Zhao Dajin came with bad intentions. It turned out that there were several bottles of white wine on the banquet table, and Zhao Dajin wanted to compete with Xiaofeng in drinking. Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng, let's have a competition to see who can drink more, okay? The classmates next to him also kept cheering, Boss Xia, why don't you compete with the class monitor? Xiaofeng had no choice but to ask the system for help. System, my alcohol tolerance is not good either, do you have any props that can help me drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? The system was finally awakened by Xiaofeng, remind the host, the system can provide you with the wine immortal pill. After taking this pill, you will not get drunk even if you drink 1,000 cups. It will definitely help the host win. So Xiaofeng took the pill and said to Zhao Daijin at the table, come on, I will accompany you to the end. So the two began to compete in drinking. After a while, Zhao Daijin couldn't hold on and fell drunk on the table. It was obvious that Xiaofeng had won the drinking contest. As usual, Xiaofeng drank 1,000 cups without getting drunk and looked at his classmates and said, it seems that the class monitor's alcohol tolerance is still not as good as mine. But at this moment, there were several classmates who were specially hired by the class monitor to dismantle Xiaofeng Tai. These classmates became Zhao Daijin's younger brothers because his family was in business. These classmates said to Xiaofeng, Boss Zhao must have lost because of the hard work in business. It seems that Xiaofeng, you only know how to drink, and you are still not as good as Boss Zhao in business? Xiaofeng understood that these classmates were bribed by Zhao Daijin and came here specifically to pull him down. So Xiaofeng kept silent and didn't want to argue. He just watched their performance to see what they could show off. So several classmates who were bribed did their best to praise how good Zhao Daijin's business was, and compared it with Xiaofeng, saying that Xiaofeng was just doing business for fun and it was not worthy of being in a serious business. Xiaofeng listened and treated it as a joke, and said to those old classmates, it seems that you have a lot of assets yourself, and you know so much about business. Several classmates were choked by Xiaofeng's words and gave up. Chapter 83 Super VIP. Xiaofeng looked at his old classmates having fun in the private room with a faint smile on his face. How's the food? Would you like to order some more dishes? To be honest, the food in this restaurant is good, but the portions are too small. If it's not enough, just order some more. Zhao Daijin took the initiative to get in front of these old classmates. These old classmates can also get a glimpse of the prices in this restaurant. Although Zhao Daijin was so generous, they still felt a little reluctant to spend the money. After all, classmates usually pay AA at reunions, and ordering more meant that each of them would have to pay more. If the price was cheap, they wouldn't mind ordering a little more, but the price was out of their reach. No, this is enough. How could Zhao Daijin miss such a good opportunity to show off? He drunkenly said, holding his glass of wine, just order whatever you want to eat. I'll treat you today. Listening to Zhao Daijin's big talk, Xiaofeng shook his head and didn't say anything. After he had almost finished eating, Zhao Daijin stretched himself and called the waiter in to pay the bill. After we finish our meal, let's go to the KTV next door and hang out. We haven't seen each other for a long time and we feel a little strange. Let's play for a while before leaving. Speaking of which, Zhao Daijin was not that likable when he was in school. He was rich and always felt that he was superior to others. We are all adults now, so naturally we would not refuse such a good opportunity to build relationships. Most of the old classmates chose to cater to Zhao Daijin. I wonder if our classmate Xia is interested in singing a song? Zhao Daijin looked at Xiaofeng provocatively. To be honest, Xiaofeng really didn't have this idea, but based on the look in his eyes, Xiaofeng felt that he couldn't lose momentum. I didn't have time originally, but my old classmate invited me so kindly that I felt embarrassed to refuse. Zhao Daijin snorted lightly. The waiter happened to come in at this time and resolved the conflict between the two of them. Bill, please. The waiter had a perfect smile on his face. Excuse me, sir, the bill has already been paid. Zhao Daijin never expected that among his old classmates, there would be such a generous person. The main reason is that this person directly stole his limelight. Who paid the bill? The waiter noticed Xiaofeng, who was sitting in the corner, and said, that's this gentleman. This gentleman is a super VIP in our restaurant. Whenever he comes to dine with us, the money will usually be directly deducted from his card, and he will also enjoy certain discounts. Zhao Daijin has also heard of this store's super VIP, and he has always wanted to become one. Unfortunately, he was not qualified enough, and had no acquaintances to recommend him, so the matter had to be shelved. What he never expected was that the thing he had been dreaming about was actually obtained by his mortal enemy, who was the poor boy back then. Are you kidding me? How can he get super VIP status with his condition? After drinking, Zhao Daijin's face turned red and he slammed the table. The waiter was startled by him. We don't know about this matter, but this gentleman is indeed our super VIP. We still have his card. Okay, Mr. Zhao, why bother the waiter? The money for singing at KTV is left to you. Xiaofeng stood up and straightened his clothes provocatively. Zhao Dajin, who did not stand out and was instead outwitted, could only suppress his anger. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, these old classmates gathered around Zhao Dajin and tried to persuade him. Zhao Dajin's anger had originally subsided, but when they walked out of the private room, the general manager of the hotel was already waiting outside. Seeing General Manager Zhao Dajin's eyes light up, he was about to go up to him, but he didn't expect the general manager to walk right past him and towards Xiaofeng. Mr. Xia, next time you come, you can call us in advance and we will book the best private room for you. This is a big customer of their store, so naturally they want him to experience top-notch service. Xiaofeng nodded gently and said with a smile, I came here today on a whim, so I didn't tell you in advance. Besides, there are so many of us here, I'm afraid the private room won't be able to accommodate us. Look at what you said. If I knew you were coming today, I would have reserved the largest private room for you. The general manager was talking to Xiaofeng while escorting Xiaofeng out of the hotel. Next time you come over, please let me know in advance, and I will make sure everything is arranged properly for you. Okay, I get it, you don't have to send it off. Watching the two of them communicating as if no one was around, and thinking about what he had been wanting but couldn't get, Zhao Dajin's face twisted. Before Zhao Dajin could get angry, he heard exclamations from people around him. Oh my god, how much is this ultra-thin car? Look at the color and the logo, it's definitely a limited edition. No need to say anything absolute, this is a limited edition, and the most important thing is that you can't get it without money and means. We girls don't understand these things. We only know that this supercar is really amazing. If a boy had driven this car to confess his love to me, I would have said yes without a second thought. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Dajin finally looked away. The supercar finally caught his eye. He had also noticed the supercar, but he didn't have enough money in his pocket, so he could only watch with reluctance. I didn't expect you were interested in this supercar. Xiaofeng joined their discussion without knowing when. Why, are you still going to say that this supercar is yours too? I say, you don't think you can brag here just because you've become a super VIP of the hotel, do you? Hearing Zhao Dajin's sarcastic words, Xiaofeng's expression did not change at all, and he didn't even look at him. Speaking of which, I just bought this car casually. The situation was a bit chaotic at the time, and I don't even remember buying this car. Listening to the Versailles tone and looking at the nonchalant smile on Xiaofeng's face, the old classmate couldn't tell what he was feeling for a moment. Zhao Dajin's face was distorted, and those classmates had surrounded Xiaofeng. It's all realistic. It has become a default thing that people will get together with whoever has money. At this moment, these old classmates have also realized that Xiaofeng is a rich man. Chapter 84 It's time for breakfast. Realizing this, the female classmates gathered around Xiaofeng and wanted to add Xiaofeng on WeChat. They knew what Xiaofeng looked like before. Now he could afford such a big sports car, so he must have become rich. Zhao Dajin and other male classmates looked at Xiaofeng, who was surrounded by stars, with jealousy. Unfortunately, due to lack of strength and conditions, he was unable to attract the attention of these female classmates and could only watch them all go to the KTV. Just because of this, Xiaofeng was forced to drink a lot of alcohol in the KTV. Of course you can't drive after drinking, especially since Xiaofeng is currently half drunk. In this case, it is best to either call a designated driver or find someone to pick you up. I don't know what Xiaofeng was thinking, but he suddenly called Xian Fei. When the call was connected, Xian Fei was just getting ready for bed. But when she heard Xiaofeng's drunken voice, Concubine Xian also felt a headache, so she had no choice but to change her clothes and go to pick Xiaofeng up. When Concubine Xian was seen, the private room instantly became lively. Concubine Xian just smiled at them, then helped Xiaofeng away. I don't know why you drank so much. You just drank when these people handed you the wine. Why weren't you so cooperative when we talked about cooperation on weekdays? Xian Fei put Xiaofeng in the car with some effort. It is impossible to say that Xiaofeng was really drunk. After all, he used his points to exchange for hangover remedies from the system. Wouldn't it be too unfair to the system if he got drunk at this time? But it is different to enjoy the service of a beautiful woman. As for his sports car, he gave it to the hotel staff to drive it back for him. When Xian Fei came here, she deliberately brought the driver with her so that she could take care of Xiaofeng from behind. Lying on Concubine Xian's thighs, holding Concubine Xian's hand while drunk, Xiaofeng couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Why are you acting crazy after drinking? Concubine Xian struggled again and again but failed to pull her hand free. She could only look at the ancestor on her thigh helplessly. Xiaofeng tried hard to control the expression on his face, then turned over and placed his hand on Concubine Xian's thigh. It smells so good. This sentence came to me from a very emotional point of view. I don't know if it's because Concubine Xian sprayed perfume when she went out, but she smells so good. When Xian Fei heard Xiaofeng's praise, her face turned red all of a sudden. Fortunately, Xiaofeng was drunk and couldn't see it, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. Little pervert. Concubine Xian tapped Xiaofeng's forehead unhappily. Xian Fei and the driver worked for a long time before they put Xiaofeng on the bed and wiped his body. Fortunately, she was smart enough to bring a driver, otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. Was she going to tolerate Xiaofeng lying on the bed drunk? Originally, Xiaofeng wanted to wait until Concubine Xian fell asleep before getting up, but when Concubine Xian tidied herself up and lay on the bed, he fell asleep within 2 minutes. He slept very comfortably. When he woke up, the sun was already shining on the bed, making him feel very comfortable. There was already a cup of warm honey water on the bedside table. As for who did this, there is no need to guess, you know it must be Concubine Xian. Xiaofeng held the glass of honey water, lowered his head and smiled. To be honest, it feels really good to have someone take care of you at night after getting drunk and to be able to drink a glass of warm honey water the next morning. Xiaofeng simply tidied himself up before going downstairs. He originally thought that Concubine Xian should have left. After all, he had already delayed Concubine Xian for a whole night, and there was no reason for her to continue taking care of him here. What he didn't expect was that he smelled the fragrance of food as soon as he went downstairs. I thought you really were going to sleep until noon and go straight to lunch. Hearing this familiar teasing, Xiaofeng couldn't help but smiled widely. Concubine Xian did not leave. Instead, she was busy in the kitchen all morning, preparing porridge and side dishes for Xiaofeng. Since you're already up, come down and have breakfast. Do you really want to wait until noon to eat? Looking at Xian Fei busying herself bringing breakfast out from the kitchen, she looked up and smiled at herself. There was a moment when some people felt that it would be nice if things continued like this. When I was drunk, someone came to pick me up and even happily prepared honey water for me. The next morning, I could see someone thoughtfully preparing breakfast for me and that happy smile. If I turn my sister into my girlfriend, can this relationship last long? Such an inappropriate thought suddenly popped up in Xiaofeng's mind. However, this idea was just a thought. For now, he was not sure whether he could turn this idea into reality. What are you still standing there for? If you don't eat, the food will get cold. I'm telling you, I won't redo it for you. Hurry up and come and eat. Concubine Xian looked at Xiaofeng, who was standing motionless in the stairwell, with some confusion. Listening to the tone of this familiar person, Xiaofeng suddenly felt that his idea was very absurd. It was also the first time for Xian Fei to cook by herself. After all, she usually asked her aunt to come over. She didn't know what happened today. She suddenly got into trouble and did it herself, but nothing went wrong. Otherwise, she would be embarrassed to face Xiaofeng today. How is it? It shouldn't be very bad, I've tasted it. When saying the last sentence, Concubine Xian was obviously a little lacking in confidence. Xiaofeng tasted the seafood porridge and said, "It's delicious." That absurd idea did not leave any trace in Xiaofeng's mind. But some things are like a seed. You just need to plant it in your heart and it will sprout without you having to do anything else. Xiaofeng put his absurd idea behind him. During the following period of time, Xiaofeng also devoted himself to work and did not have much time to think about those leisurely and elegant things. He happened to receive a notification from the system saying that the system could be upgraded, which made Xiaofeng feel somewhat fresh. This was the first time he had seen the term upgrade system. Out of curiosity and also expecting the system to give him something different, Xiaofeng decisively clicked on the upgrade. However, this upgrade will take a long time, so we can only wait patiently for a while. Perhaps because there was a seed of love in his heart, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei have become closer recently. Chapter 85 Jewelry Appraisal. Although the waiting time for the system update is a bit long, the final result is very satisfactory. As soon as the system was updated, Xiaofeng acquired a new skill, which is jewelry appraisal. Although he is in the fashion design industry, jewelry appraisal is also of great benefit to his industry. At least when his clothes are inlaid with jewels, he won't be cheated. Now that he has acquired this skill, to be honest, Xiaofeng really wants to try it out. However, the jewelry in the company has already been decided, and they have found a partner with a very good reputation, so there is no such thing as fake jewelry. Just at this time, Xiaofeng's sister called. Aren't you in urgent need of jewelry recently? I have a batch of jewelry here, and the quality is pretty good. What is this called? This is like someone sending you a pillow when you feel sleepy, but Xiaofeng will not get this batch of jewels for nothing. Sister Qin Yun, you have helped me a lot. Xiaofeng's voice was a little embarrassed. Qin Yun didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Okay, why are you still being so polite to me? You call me sister, but now you don't treat me as your sister anymore. How is that possible? I can't just get all this jewelry from you for free. How about this? What's the market price of this jewelry? I'll give it to you at the market price. Qin Yun refused to agree at all. It's just a small thing, so why bother giving it to me at the market price? If you need it, then use it. If you don't, forget it. Xiaofeng knew clearly what kind of personality Qin Yun had, so he didn't say much about this matter, but just prepared to take a look at the jewels. If their company accepts this batch of jewelry, they will transfer all the money to Qin Yun's card according to the market price. If the company didn't need these jewels, he might as well sell them and make some money. After getting it, Xiaofeng first used his hard-earned skills to identify it. The jewelry Qin Yun gave was not only real, but also of very good quality. If calculated according to the market price, it could be exchanged for a considerable amount of money. Unfortunately, their company is not short of these jewels now. Are you sure our company doesn't need this batch of jewels of such high quality? Xiaofeng asked unwillingly. He really didn't want such good jewelry to be wasted on others. Unfortunately, the company's finance department thought that they did not need to take away this batch of jewelry at this time. After all, they had already purchased a large batch of jewelry before. If that's the case, then I can only think of a way to sell it to someone else. Xiaofeng really had no way to sell jewelry, so he took the advice given by the finance department and chose to sell goods through live streaming. His account itself doesn't have any fans, which means that the live broadcast he hosts can only attract people who are either curious or really interested in jewelry. Less than 2 minutes after Xiaofeng recommended the jewelry, he saw people in the barrage constantly saying that the jewelry was fake and not as good as they said. To be honest, I'm really curious about how you can say these jewels are fake through the screen? Xiaofeng was not angry. Instead, he asked back with a smile. I am your father. If it is real jewelry, why not take it to the auction house, but sell it live? It is obviously glass. I think this netizen may be ignorant. Not every kind of jewelry can be put up for auction. The auction must have the consent of the owner of the jewelry. Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, not remembering the netizen's ignorance. Who knew that his scientific popularization did not make the other party restrain themselves, but instead made them become even more aggressive. I am your father, Jubao is in your hands, you can say whatever you want, but do you really think we are fools? Hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a broken glass cover like yours? Xiaofeng really didn't want to pay attention to this kind of unreasonable netizens. But the people who commented on the comments seemed to have been misled by him and gradually came to believe that the so-called jewelry Xiaofeng was selling was just glass covers. Since you all think these are fake, I think it's necessary for me to identify them for you. Xiaofeng took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the table and put them on. Then he took out 2 certificates and said, you can take a look at these 2 certificates. If you feel unclear, I can bring them closer and you can check them at will. They are guaranteed to be authentic. Xiaofeng deliberately zoomed in the camera so that more people could see his 2 certificates clearly. This certificate was given to me by Concubine Xian. She was probably afraid that someone in the finance department might not recognize these jewels, so she brought the appraisal certificate along with it. If you still don't believe it, you can take a screenshot of this picture and check it on the official website. Okay, take out your notebooks and take notes. Xiaofeng moved the certificate away and started the class with a smile. You have to remember that diamonds are the hardest of all natural substances. Matter can carve any gemstone, but other gemstones cannot carve diamonds. Similarly, if you want to distinguish diamonds, the instrument you need is a thermal conductivity meter. You can derive 60 sentences to distinguish real diamonds from fake ones. Xiaofeng's tone was lazy, and there was no seriousness on his face, but he still managed to scare these fans. Also, you have to remember that there are several gemstones that are very similar to diamonds. If you are not careful, you will be easily fooled. For example, zircon is the gemstone that is most similar to diamonds and is the best substitute for diamonds. The live broadcast lasted for a full hour, and the number of fans remained high the entire time. The live broadcast page was even on the main promotion page, but after clicking in, they could hear a gentle-looking boy sitting there actually giving them a lesson on jewelry identification. This batch of jewelry was not sold, but Xiaofeng's live broadcast account gained a lot of fans. The people in the marketing department are happy to see this happen, as it will give them more channels to promote the clothing in the future. If there is any trouble this live broadcast has brought to people, it is probably that he will always meet one or two fans when he walks out. The most frightening thing that happened to him was probably the two fans he met when he went out shopping that day. He didn't know what had happened to him, but these two fans were extremely enthusiastic, asking him for autographs and taking photos with him. To be honest, this scene was too terrifying and Xiaofeng was unable to cope with it. Chapter 86 Luxury Yacht. In order to avoid these enthusiastic fans, Xiaofeng had to decide to find a place to travel, as the weather was gradually getting colder. But what's the fun of traveling alone? Why not call my two sisters to travel together? Traveling is naturally more fun when there are more people. But since two girls were invited, the travel destination naturally had to be decided by the ladies. After discussion between Concubine Xian and Qin Yun, they finally decided to go to the beach. As for which beach to go to, they decided to go to Sanya. After all, Sanya is currently considered the warmest place, so this way they don't have to feel the winter. I have to say that the scenery in Sanya is really beautiful and the temperature is just right. Do you want to go out to sea for some fun? Xiaofeng looked around the sea and had to admit that he now had an urgent desire to go out to sea for some fun. Concubine Xian had no objection, but Qin Yun felt helpless. If we want to go out to sea, we have to rent a yacht, but we came a little late, so I guess there are no yachts left. What's the big deal? Just one ship. Xiaofeng, a wealthy man, spends money lavishly. Concubine Xian and Qin Yun did not stop Xiaofeng from spending money. After all, in their eyes, this was not a big expense. Xiaofeng waved his hand and directly bought a luxury yacht. He invited a professional to drive the yacht for them and take them out for a trip on the sea. I don't know how Concubine Xian and Envy were having fun during this round, but Xiaofeng felt that he had a lot of fun. Not only did he have beautiful women to accompany him, but he also had beautiful scenery to accompany him. After this trip, Xiaofeng had to return to work. The only fun thing in his work is probably the sports car he bought a while ago. He joined a sports car group and the group has been ringing with the sound of beeps these past 2 days. When Xiaofeng is free, he will also pay attention to the news in the group. It seems that they are talking about some recent racing competitions. To be honest, Xiaofeng was not particularly interested in these things, so most of the time he ignored their messages. Maybe someone in the group couldn't stand his pretentiousness, so they deliberately tagged Xiaofeng in the group. After all, Xiaofeng bought the supercar that everyone in the group dreamed of, and it would be a bit unreasonable not to take it out for a look. Speaking of which, didn't our master Xiao buy a supercar? If he doesn't take it out to play with it now, will he wait for retirement? When Xiaofeng heard this voice message and it pointed out himself, he frowned slightly and didn't particularly want to pay attention to it. But this person did not give up even though Xiaofeng refused. Instead, he sent messages to Xiaofeng again and again. Actually, I'm quite curious. Did you send me so many messages just to see this sports car? Could it be that you feel uncomfortable because you didn't get your dream car? After a series of taunts, the person who first tagged Xiaofeng felt a little overwhelmed and started an argument with Xiaofeng in the group. After some time, Xiaofeng decided to have a running race with this man. To be honest, Xiaofeng didn't really want to participate, but the other party had already stepped on his face and attacked, so it seemed a bit unreasonable for him to hide at this time. However, when it comes to racing, he really had no experience at all before, and he only had a superficial understanding of it. Fortunately, he has a huge golden finger, otherwise he would have lost this time. Xiaofeng spent some points to redeem a racing cheat code in the system mall. Looking at the familiar supercar appearing before their eyes, a hint of envy flashed in everyone's eyes. Are you the ones who want to compete with me? Xiaofeng, wearing a motorcycle suit and sunglasses, stood at the door of his supercar, looking handsome. To be honest, just the sight of him grabbing the attention of most of the hot girls present when he showed up. There are a total of 6 cars competing with Xiaofeng this time. With the golden finger of senior racing driver, Xiaofeng is not afraid no matter how many racing drivers he faces. At the start, the expert starts a little later than other racers, after all, he is not so familiar with the rules. Perhaps it was because of the golden finger, Xiaofeng accelerated and drifted past 3 cars at the first turn. Xiaofeng, who was sitting in the racing car, Couldn't realize how cool his drifting action on the curve was? But those hot girls outside can see it very clearly. After Xiaofeng defeated all the racers, the boldest girl couldn't wait to come over. "What's your name, handsome guy?" The young lady half lay on Xiaofeng. I had a lot of difficulty adapting to being Xiaofeng. After all, this was his first time interacting with a strange girl. Especially this girl was so hot and bold that she could actually lie directly on top of him. "Well, what do you want?" Xiaofeng's cold expression caused dissatisfaction among the people around him. You know, that girl was someone that all the boys present wanted to meet. Although this racing experience was not so pleasant, Xiaofeng still gained something. He added the contact information of the young lady and found out that her name was Lin Yun. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xiaofeng decided not to stay here any longer. He now has the lifestyle of an elderly person and can't stand staying up late. Perhaps it was because of Xiaofeng's drift in the corner that the previously noisy group of cars suddenly became quiet. To be honest, this also made Xiaofeng feel a little bored. The child had used this skill once, and he spent several points on it, but it turned into a disposable item. Unfortunately, he had no interest in racing. If he hadn't maintained his composure at the time, he would have wanted to vomit after getting out of the car. Sure enough, even with the golden finger, it is impossible for me to become a high-level racing driver. Basically, all boys like exciting activities, and racing is definitely the first choice. Even though Xiaofeng has no interest in this area, he gets excited when he thinks back to the feeling of racing at that time. This also made Xiaofeng inexplicably want to go to the bar. When you feel sleepy, it feels good to have someone give you a pillow. It's like he wants to go to a bar now, and his sister immediately calls and says that a new bar has opened and she wants to take him there to support the place. Xiaofeng naturally would not refuse at this time and agreed right away. Chapter 87, Interesting. I don't know how Lin Xianxian knew about this bar, but it seems that this bar is newly opened and the situation inside is a bit chaotic. This is not one of those high-end clubs we usually go to, so it naturally looks much more chaotic. Lin Xianxian seemed to see what Xiaofeng was thinking and took the initiative to explain. Xiaofeng nodded. To be honest, he had never been to a bar with this kind of atmosphere before. It was because he didn't have the ability to consume these things before. Later, he came into contact with more advanced things. Not to mention that this kind of atmosphere can really stimulate people's nerves and make people unable to help but dance along. In fact, after going to those high-end clubs so many times, I find these places interesting. Don't think that Lin Xianxian is a big CEO, but in fact her daily life is quite busy. In addition, when things don't go well with her, she likes to come here to relax. Xiaofengjiu would not meet any acquaintances in a place like this. After all, this did not look like a place where his two sisters would come, let alone his partners. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng met an acquaintance in such a place, but he had not known this acquaintance for long. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." This voice seems to have a hook, making people want to see what the owner of the voice looks like. There was something special about the voice, so Xiaofeng remembered it. If he remembered correctly, the person who was talking to him was the young lady he met during the last race. Xiaofeng still remembers this smoky voice clearly. After all, the voices of the girls he met were either gentle and soft, or very cool and powerful. It's really a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be in this bar. Xiaofeng turned around and said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Xianxian was already in the middle of the stage dancing with the people on the dance floor. Meeting an acquaintance at this time, Xiaofeng naturally couldn't go to the middle of the dance floor again. "Since we've met, why not go and sit down for a while?" Xiaofeng invited with a smile. Lin Yun was already very interested in the charming man in front of her. When she heard him invite her, she naturally agreed without hesitation. Of course. Knowing that this was Xiaofeng's first time in such a place, Lin Xianxian was particularly considerate and booked a private room for him. After Lin Yun sat down, she realized that the drinks on the small table in this compartment were not cheap. "Since you invited me here, do I get to choose the drinks?" Lin Yun said with a smile. I didn't expect that this carefree-looking girl would show such an expression. Xiaofeng couldn't help but smiled widely. "If you want a drink, just order it again. Don't drink the drinks in the bar after you are out of sight." Although it was Xiaofeng's first time to come to a bar, he still knew a little about the bar's default rules. Looking at Xiaofeng's generous appearance, Lin Yun's smile became bigger and even sweeter. When she got the menu, Lin Yun was not stingy and ordered some good wine without looking embarrassed. It's better for girls to drink less liquor when they go out. Xiaofeng said in a very calm tone. Hearing this reminder, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, after hanging out in this chaotic bar for so long, Lin Yun has forgotten how long it has been since she met such a happy man. To be honest, if I don't take action now, such a good man will be taken away by that person with eyes. In this case, I might as well let him get away with it. Brother, what do you think of me? After the wine came, Lin Yun came forward with a glass of wine. To be honest, seeing Lin Yun's appearance, Xiaofeng was still a little scared, just like a vixen who wanted to suck people's energy. In addition, Lin Yun was holding a cocktail in her hand, which made Xiaofeng even more reckless. If the cocktail spilled out, his clothes would probably get wet. I don't know what you are talking about, but I think you look very beautiful. Xiaofeng felt that what he said was true. Lin Yun is indeed a pretty girl. Although she always wears makeup on her face, you can still see that she has a pretty face. In that case, as Lin Yun spoke, the distance between the two of them became closer and closer. If one of them slipped at this moment, they would probably kiss each other. To be honest, Xiaofeng did think that the young lady in front of him was good looking, but that didn't mean he had any thoughts about her. Since you are so beautiful, why don't you find something else to do instead of spending all your time in the bar? Xiaofeng took the cocktail from Lin Yun with a smile and finally freed himself from that embarrassing situation. She didn't expect that with a beauty like herself in front of her, Xiaofeng could stand still and even give her instructions with an expressionless face. To be honest, Lin Yun felt a little embarrassed about these things. Okay, sit down first and order these cocktails to at least try them. Xiaofeng smiled and invited Lin Yun to sit down, making it clear that he was not tempted by her attitude. Lin Yun is also a frequent visitor to this bar on weekdays, and is even quite popular. Many boys will come up to her on their own initiative. When the customers in the bar saw Lin Yun enter the private room, many of them watched with their eyes wide open, and became jealous when they saw how ambiguous the relationship between the two of them was. I think what you said here is very nice, but not all of these cocktails are suitable for girls to taste. A hostile voice came from behind them. To be honest, Xiaofeng was not surprised at all when he saw this person, because this person had been watching them closely since he and Lin Yun entered the compartment. Lin Yun seemed to know this person, and she said impatiently, "What does this have to do with you? I can drink every glass of wine here." The man seemed to be hurt by Lin Yun's attitude, and a trace of hurt appeared on his face. Soon he turned his attention to Xiaofeng. "You're pretending to be so upright here, but you're asking girls to drink so much. Is this what you, an upright person, should do? I say you talk really weirdly. Let's not talk about the fact that she ordered these herself. I just let her try them." Chapter 88 Bartending Competition. Come on, if you can't recognize a cocktail, stop showing off here. The man said condescendingly with his arms folded across his chest. Xiaofeng originally didn't intend to care about this matter, but he didn't expect that this person would be so aggressive. In that case, I'm curious if you can recognize all these cocktails? Xiaofeng felt that his attitude was very normal, and even carried a bit of doubt about his studies. But the other party felt that he was looking down on him. Are you kidding me? I own this bar. If I can't recognize these cocktails, what's the point of running this bar? Perhaps he didn't want to lose face in front of the person he liked, so the other person spoke in a very firm tone. Xiaofeng didn't care about these things. He was just angry because he was despised again and again by the bar owner. What you said is a bit too decisive. Just because you are the owner of a bar doesn't mean you can always mix drinks or even recognize all cocktails. Xiaofeng retorted lightly. However, it would have been better if this had not been said, as it only aroused the bar owner's anger even more. Since this expert can say such a thing, I think he must have some knowledge of cocktail making. Why don't we have a competition? Lin Yun was the first to refuse. What do you mean? You are a good bar owner who doesn't care about doing your job well, but you are arguing with customers here. What do you want to do? This person was someone I had finally taken a liking to. If he started to dislike me because of the man in front of him, it would be a waste of time. The bar owner probably didn't expect that the goddess he had been thinking about would defend a man he just met without hesitation. There was a flash of hurt in his eyes, but he quickly firmed up his attitude. As a bar owner, I should welcome a more powerful person to guide me. You. Before Lin Yun had time to lose her temper, she was pulled back by Xiaofeng. Lin Xianxian, who was dancing in the center of the stage, also noticed the dispute and quickly withdrew from the center of the stage. What's going on? Lin Xianxian looked at them with some confusion. Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head at her. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. That being said, the atmosphere didn't seem like it was just a small misunderstanding. Soon Lin Xianxian learned the whole story from other people. This bar is also one that Lin Xianxian often visits. She never expected that the owner of the bar would be so stingy. I heard that this boss is really good at mixing cocktails. Are you sure? If not, leave it to me. Lin Xianxian whispered into Xiaofeng's ear. As a president, I have the ability to handle this matter. Xiaofeng knew that this was Lin Xuanxuan's good intention, but he also refused with a smile. It's okay, leave it to me, I can handle this matter well. He definitely doesn't know how to make cocktails, but that doesn't mean that the skill of making cocktails doesn't exist in the system. Xiaofeng decisively exchanged a skill of a bartending master in the system mall. As a bartending master, he actually knows some bartending methods and recipes that ordinary people can't do. In this bar, the owner's cocktails are considered the best, and other bartenders can't compare to him. Some people in the bar heard the competition between the two of them and started to make a noise. In this situation, it would be fine if you win, but if you lose, I'm afraid you will lose face. Most people present had already assumed that Xiaofeng would lose the game. After all, they had never seen a bartender better than the bar owner. It was not until they saw Xiaofeng playing with the cocktail bottle in various ways that they realized how shallow their knowledge was. A man like this should be very eye-catching. Hearing this, Lin Yun put on a seductive smile on her face. Of course, how come my sister also likes this little brother? That won't do, first come first served. I finally met such a rich, good-looking and capable young man, so I naturally cannot give up so easily. Who knew that she didn't hear the other party's words of argument but instead heard a sneer? Oh, such an outstanding man is indeed very eye-catching, but do you think such an outstanding man can be interested in you? There is no shortage of outstanding women around him. Lin Xuanxuan's words directly woke Lin Yun up, making her realize clearly that this outstanding man might have already been favored by other outstanding women. If it were me, I would cut my losses in time. To put it bluntly, this fight would not have happened if it weren't for the woman in front of him. Therefore, Lin Xianxian spoke without any scruples. However, Mr. Lin did not expect that his brother, who looked somewhat ordinary, actually had the skill of making cocktails. Not to mention that he was really handsome when he showed off. A big part of the reason why Lin Xianxian chose to come to this bar was because the owner of this bar was very good at making cocktails. Mr. Lin just happened to have this interest, so he always wanted his boss to teach him, but the boss's attitude was not always friendly. Unexpectedly, she met an even more powerful bartender. Lin Xuanxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't realize, brother, that you're so good that you can even beat him in making cocktails. Seeing Lin Xuanxuan's eyes almost full of admiration and love, Xiaofeng felt embarrassed for a rare time. Actually, I'm not that great. It just happened. Xiaofeng was indeed a little overwhelmed by such straightforward admiration and love. Especially since the person in front of him was his sister. If you like, I can teach you. Anyway, Xiaofeng himself couldn't use these skills often, so he might as well teach them to Lin Xianxian. In this way, he could consolidate his knowledge and learn more. Lin Xianxian didn't expect that she could get such a benefit. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she liked her younger brother even more. Xiaofeng looked at the rising points on his system's leaderboard with a look of shock. He vaguely realized that the increase in his points might have a lot to do with how much the president's sister liked him. But if every one of his sisters liked him this much, then he probably wouldn't have to worry about the points. Xiaofeng has a beautiful fantasy in his heart, but unfortunately this fantasy is a little too difficult to realize. Chapter 89 Stop Cooperation. Perhaps it's because the recent sales performance has been very good, and the design of the clothes is also very satisfactory. Xiaofeng received a very unexpected invitation. To be honest, this invitation was completely beyond his expectations, but when he saw it, he felt particularly happy. The person who invited him was the popular movie star. The reason for inviting him was that the movie star would be participating in a fashion show recently and hoped that Xiaofeng could go and design a dress for the movie star. No matter how tempting the price is, the mere thought of designing a dress for his favorite star is enough to make Xiaofeng excited. I didn't expect Xiaofeng was still a fan. Xian Fei thought helplessly as she watched Xiaofeng leave. But these people in the entertainment industry are not so easy to deal with. It was only after Xiaofeng really came into contact with this movie emperor that he realized that all the comments about him being humble and gentle were fake. What's wrong with you? Can you hire a more reliable designer for me? I have never heard of this person's name, and you actually hired him back for me. When Xiaofeng was sitting in the reception room, he heard a quarrel coming from outside the door. Hearing this, Xiaofeng guessed that he was probably being talked about, but when he thought about it, he currently had no fame and no confidence, so it was no wonder that others talked about him. I just don't know who the person who was speaking is. After all, he was specially invited by the agent. I said that my ancestor is also a famous designer recently. No matter how much you don't like him, you have to meet him first before you tell him. The two men opened the door while talking, and seemed not to expect that the person they were discussing was right in the living room. Xiaofeng didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, he was still young and didn't have the halo like Concubine Xian. Hello, I'm the designer Xiaofeng. The tall man who came in didn't even glance at Xiaofeng's outstretched hand. On the contrary, the shorter man next to him immediately shook hands and said, "Hello, hello. I specially invited you here because I want you to design a dress for our Yuan phone." Perhaps it was because of the close contact with his idol that Xiaofeng was a little excited, so he did not notice the slightest bit of disgust in the actor's eyes. No matter what, I am now an award-winning actor. Even if I am not famous now, I won't let an unknown designer design clothes for me. The sarcastic voices finally calmed Xiaofeng down from his fanaticism of chasing stars. I just didn't expect that the humble, gentle, and polite actor would be like this in private. Xiaofeng couldn't help but wonder if maybe he was too ordinary. Otherwise, how could his idol be so mean? For now, I am indeed not as good as those famous designers, but the clothes I design always have their own style. Xiaofeng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. However, he also woke up from his latest frenzy and realized that the so-called movie emperor in front of him was not an easy person to get along with. The agent probably didn't expect that his artist would be so disobedient to him, so he directly criticized the designer. "I'm really sorry, Yuanfeng was in a bad mood today, so..." The agent quickly smiled. Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, seemingly not caring about it, but in fact he had completely given up on chasing stars. Yuanfeng sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. "Alright, what's there to apologize for? With his current fame, it's an honor for him to design clothes for me. I just don't know how good your craftsmanship is. If it's not good, I won't accept it." Although he knew that this was a concern shared by every customer, Xiaofeng felt a little disillusioned when he thought of his own Yuanfeng's halo. Every customer has such concerns. "Don't worry, we will design clothes that best suit you based on your own personality and temperament," Xiaofeng said seriously. Unexpectedly, Yuanfeng did not give in, but instead pressed on, "Okay, I just said that casually. I didn't expect you to be a car driver. You don't really think I want you to design clothes for me, do you?" Xiaofeng felt that he could no longer maintain the smile on his face. It's not like he hasn't encountered difficult parties before, but this is the first time he's met someone as difficult as Yuanfeng, especially since the other party has the so-called halo. The agent stood between the two of them with some trepidation, as if he was afraid that the two would start arguing over something. After all, this was not the first time this had happened. "It's like this, I have signed a contract with your agent. If you are really not satisfied with me, you can terminate the contract." Xiaofeng took a deep breath and tried to treat this order as an ordinary order. Unexpectedly, Yuanfeng showed a hint of sneer on his face. "You don't rely on this method to make a fortune, do you force every person who invites you to design clothes to voluntarily terminate the contract and then pay you the penalty for breach of contract?" To be honest, this statement is a bit far-fetched. Xiaofeng finally couldn't hold back his good expression. "In that case, I will take the initiative to propose to terminate the contract. Besides, the contract we signed was originally an equal contract. There is no such thing as liquidated damages." After saying this, Xiaofeng picked up the bag he had brought, turned around and left. Although it is said that customers are God and they have to accommodate God, it does not mean that they have to cater to God blindly. However, this incident made Xiaofeng feel a little unhappy. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianxian was well informed. She quickly found out about this matter and quickly found a way to help Xiaofeng vent his anger. He has a lot of fans now. If you expose this matter, it may not have any impact on him. Instead, he will be besieged by fans. So if you want to get out, you can only solve the problem fundamentally. Listening to Lin Xuanxuan's clear and logical words, Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed to interrupt her and could only listen to her continue. "We are capitalists ourselves, so we have to use capitalist methods to defeat them." In the end, Xiaofeng listened to Lin Xuanxuan's advice and acquired some shares of the agency signed by Yuanfeng. To be honest, he wasn't that angry about this matter, he just felt a little disappointed. However, seeing Lin Xianxian trying so hard to vent her anger, I felt embarrassed to interrupt her interest. Chapter 90. I have found out all these things for you. There is an unsuccessful group in their company. This group is very powerful, but because of the company's suppression, they have never been able to become famous. To be honest, after listening to what Mr. Lin said to him during this period, Xiaofeng also became a little interested. If he could enter the entertainment industry, it would bring him a lot of benefits. It just so happens that the Yuanfeng incident is a very good node. Xiaofeng began to build up his own power in this company little by little. The first step was to start with this group. Not only did he invest a huge amount of money in it, he was also determined to make this group famous. At the beginning, Yuanfeng didn't pay attention to this matter. After all, he was not the only pillar in the company. Gradually, the company's top management also noticed that this new shareholder seemed to like to train new people. Xiaofeng not only trained a group of artists of his own, but also took these artists on his own when the time was right. Not to mention the time and energy spent on this, the most important thing is that Xiaofeng basically hollowed out the pillars of their company. The only thing left is Yuanfeng, but now the company is just an empty shell. It is impossible for him to get the same treatment as before. In fact, for people like them who are in the entertainment industry, you can throw all kinds of negative information at them, and they may not care. But the lack of resources is the most frightening thing. Lin Xianxian didn't know where she knew so much about the entertainment industry, but these things were a good thing for Xiaofeng. However, after so much time of planning, it seems that Lin Xianxian also knows that Xiaofeng is not good at managing an entertainment company. Or in other words, he has no experience in this area at all. Therefore, after the establishment of this entertainment company, Lin Xianxian took out most of her time to help Xiaofeng manage the company. The company's development also flourished. Xiaofeng did not put too much energy into the development of the entertainment company. After all, his main job was still a designer, and the focus was still on developing his clothing company. Perhaps the most important point is that the development momentum of clothing companies is not as strong as that of entertainment companies. It's just that the better the company develops, and coupled with the fact that the boss Xiaofeng has a relatively gentle personality, it always arouses some people's restlessness. Xiaofeng sometimes lived with them in the staff dormitory, but that was usually because he had to work overtime, so such opportunities were rare. What a coincidence, we met just now, and this time it was to decide the future development direction of several pillars in the company. The company's location was quite far from Xiaofeng's home, so Xiaofeng was too lazy to go back and simply slept in the staff dormitory for one night. Naturally, Lin Xianxian also lived in the staff dormitory with Xiaofeng. At night, she secretly visited Xiaofeng's dormitory to discuss the future development of the company. I think you can focus more on the entertainment company. After all, there are people looking after you at the clothing company. Lin Xianxian said pertinently. Before Xiaofeng could say anything, he heard a knock on the door. Wait a minute. Li Xianxian nodded, and soon she heard a woman's voice coming from outside. I don't know why, but when she heard the voice, she quietly hid herself inside, making sure that people outside couldn't tell that there was another person inside. Xiaofeng had met this female employee standing outside the door once before. He remembered that she was very serious about her work, but he didn't know what she wanted to see him about at this time. Is there something important? It's very late now, why don't you come back tomorrow? Xiaofeng didn't like to talk about things so late, especially when the other party was a girl. Unexpectedly, the man did not leave after hearing this, but instead showed a shy smile. I came here today to talk to you about something, shouldn't you invite me out to sit for a while? To be honest, looking at the other person's smile, Xiaofeng had a bad feeling in his heart. He decisively followed his intuition and did not let the other party in. It's the same if you say whatever you want now. Besides, it's not good to let you into the room so late at night. Xiaofeng almost said this openly, but the other party still didn't give up. She even moved closer to Xiaofeng and used the part of her body that was about to come out to contrast with Xiaofeng's arm. To be honest, Xiaofeng felt a little uncomfortable with this approach, so he pulled his hand out with some force. If you have something to say, just say it. The beauty didn't seem to expect that her invincible method would be decisively rejected. The beauty was obviously stunned, and that shy smile appeared on her face again. Don't you understand, Mr. Xia, why I came to see you so late at night? Xiaofeng showed a puzzled look on his face. You came here by yourself, how do I know what you came to see me for? This was almost said openly, but the female employee still looked as if she understood but not quite. She bit her lip and rushed over to hug Xiaofeng. The sudden tenderness made Xiaofeng stunned for a moment, especially when the other party rubbed against his arms. Xiaofeng reacted and pushed the other person away impatiently. If you have something to say, just say it directly. You don't need to use this method. It was only at this moment that Xiaofeng understood what the other party wanted to do today. It turned out that he wanted to use the unspoken rules. Unfortunately, he was not interested in this aspect either. After his invincible method was rejected, the other party's face froze visibly. I can probably guess why you came here today, but don't worry, the position of director has always been occupied by the most capable. If you don't have enough ability, it's useless to use these tricks. Xiaofeng said in a light tone. Lin Xianxian came to his room today to discuss with him who should be promoted to the position of artist director. I just didn't expect to witness such an unsuccessful scene of unspoken rules. Xiaofeng righteously taught the female employee a lesson before letting her go back on her own. He would also pretend not to know about this matter. I didn't expect that our President Xia is such an upright person and can remain calm even in the face of temptation. Lin Xianxian teased. That being said, she still looked up to Xiaofeng. After all, few men would refuse a woman who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Chapter 91. They still have a chance. Xiaofeng blew the dirt off his fist and said to them, I told you not to force it. Won't you regret it if you end up like this? When the elevator door opened, Xiaofeng walked away triumphantly, looking at the bosses behind him, who were beaten and lying on the ground. Xiaofeng warned them, this is just a lesson for you. I hope you will never sell fake goods again. If you're still selling fakes when I come next time, don't blame me for being rude. Several bosses were frightened by Xiaofeng, so they said to him, brother, can't we just stop selling in the future? So Xiaofeng brought the real deer antlers back to Lu Fei's home and gave the child the medicine and the magic pill. Sure enough, that night, the child really stopped crying, and Lu Fei's wife cried with joy. Xiaofeng said, Boss Xia is really the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. He really cured our child's illness. It's all my fault. I didn't believe you before. I apologize to you now. I'm sorry, Boss Xia. From now on, our family will only listen to you. Let Lu Fei work hard with you in the future, and you will definitely let Boss Xia rest assured. So Xiaofeng gently said to Lu Fei's wife, because of the child's illness, you have always been a little bit rude to me, and I can understand that. From now on, Lu Fei will follow me, work hard in the company, and make money to support the family, so that you can rest assured. Because Xiaofeng cured her child's illness, Lu Fei's wife helped spread the word about Xiaofeng in and outside the village. She said Xiaofeng was a miracle doctor who knew a lot of medical knowledge and cured her child's illness with his medicine. At the same time, the illnesses of several elderly people in the village were cured, and the news spread by word of mouth. Xiaofeng became famous overnight, and his resume was added with the mysterious color of a miracle doctor. One day not long after, Xiaofeng received a call. It turned out to be a medical conference, and they wanted to invite Dr. Xia to attend and explain how he cured diseases with medicine. Xiaofeng was surprised to receive a call from the medical community. Am I a little famous in this field? Xiaofeng didn't know what to do, so he asked Xian Fei, should I go to this meeting? Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, since you have been invited, you should attend the meeting. Share with everyone the medical knowledge you have learned. Such discussions can also make some contributions to our medical cause. So Xiaofeng gladly accepted the invitation to the meeting and came to the meeting site. The medical knowledge that Xiaofeng exchanged from the system really came in handy. During the meeting, Xiaofeng discussed new methods and means of medical treatment with many famous doctors. The famous doctors felt that they had learned a lot from Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng was also very satisfied. But when Xiaofeng brought Lu Fei back to the office from Lu Fei's hometown, Xiaofeng found that the documents in his office were scattered all over the floor. So I thought to myself, it really won't work without me. It seems that my main job is still running the company, and I'll have to put medical care aside for now. So Xiaofeng called Xian Fei and said to her, I hope nothing happened in the company during my absence. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, don't worry, Boss Xia, everything is fine during your absence. There are just some documents piled up that need Boss Xia's signature. Xiaofeng took a look at the document in Xian Fei's hand, and it turned out to be a payroll. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, the monthly salary needs to be signed by Boss Xia himself, and the employees are still waiting for their salary. So Xiaofeng signed the payroll readily and said to Xian Fei, let the employees get paid and have a good meal. This way they will have more motivation to work. Xian Fei happily took the payroll and said to Xiaofeng, okay, Boss Xia, I will definitely tell them. Recently, Xin Yun was very busy with her financial company's business, so she seldom came to see Xiaofeng. But on this day, Qin Yun called Xiafeng and invited him to go to a party with her. Xiafeng felt that he had not seen such a lively scene for a long time, so he said to Qin Yun, "Okay, wait for me, I will drive to pick you up." So Xiafeng and Qin Yun walked into the party hand in hand. The singing and dancing at the party were very gorgeous. Xiafeng also saw the long-lost excitement, so he said to Qin Yun happily, "Let me take you home." But when Xiafeng was about to start the luxury car, he found that his car keys were lost at the party. So Qin Yun said to Xiafeng, "Since your car keys are lost, let's take a walk by the lake. This is also quite romantic." So Xiafeng agreed to Qin Yun and said to her, "Sister, come with me." Qin Yun and Xiafeng were strolling leisurely by the lake, and suddenly found a girl lying on the bench in front of them. Qin Yun was worried and said to Xiafeng, "It's so late, why is this girl lying there alone? Is she in danger?" Xiafeng also felt that this single girl was not safe, so they walked up to her and wanted to help her. But Xiafeng suddenly discovered that the girl lying on the bench was his ex-girlfriend Chen Wanling. It turned out that Chen Wanling was drunk because she was abandoned by the rich man. She fell on the bench and was unconscious. Xiafeng had to wake Chen Wanling up and said, "Are you okay? Why did you drink so much? Look, you've fallen on the bench." Chen Wanling was barely awakened by Xiafeng and saw Xiafeng's face. She was also surprised, so she said to Xiafeng, "Why do you care about me? Do you know how miserable I am now?" Xiafeng said to Chen Wanling, "No matter what, you can't let yourself suffer like this. Come on. Lie on my back and I'll take you home." So Xiafeng carried Chen Wanling on his back and prepared to carry her home. Qin Yun, who was standing next to him, also lent a hand to help her. Although the two had some unpleasantness before, Qin Yun couldn't just stand by and watch her die. So Xiafeng and Qin Yun took Chen Wanling home. Chen Wanling saw that her ex-boyfriend was still taking care of her so gently, so she had a misunderstanding. "Xiafeng, are you still interested in me?" Chen Wanling asked Xiafeng, and Xiafeng replied coldly, "No, I just think I can't just stand by and watch someone die." Chen Wanling said to Xiafeng, "I really regret that. You were so gentle to me back then, but I failed you. Can we start over? This way we can still be the most loving couple." Xiafeng simply said to Chen Wanling, "I don't think we can go back to the past. Although I really liked you at that time, things are no longer the same now. Everything has changed. You and I are no longer the same as we were before." But Xiafeng was very gentle when he said these words, which made Chen Wanling feel that she still had a chance. So Xiafeng's kindness made Chen Wanling misunderstand and think that there was still a possibility between the two of them. Chapter 92 Paid Vacation. Recently, the business of Xiafeng's film and television company and clothing factory has stabilized, so Boss Xia took some time out from his busy schedule and started some entertainment activities. For example, Xiafeng woke up early in the morning and wanted to go to the racecourse to see if he could learn some horse racing skills. So Xiafeng drove his luxury car into the large horse farm in the suburbs. As soon as Xiafeng's luxury car entered the door, the staff inside warmly welcomed Xiafeng. Seeing Xiafeng's heroic appearance, they felt that he must be a big boss. "Boss, is this your first time here?" the staff member said to Xiafeng. "We have excellent racehorses here, and we have a direct relationship with the Horse Racing Association. You can learn horse racing from scratch and become a horse racing expert." Xiafeng was very satisfied and said, "Well, I came here today to see if there is a pony I like. I will have to rely on you to explain it to me." So the staff member led Xiafeng all the way to the racecourse. Xiafeng saw several people racing horses inside. There was no doubt that they were all wealthy people. But among those people, Xiafeng caught a glimpse of a customer who was not very friendly to him. It turned out that he was the rich young Master Qi. Xiafeng had heard from Qin Yun before that this young Master Qi had been secretly in love with her since middle school. Because their family backgrounds were similar, the two could be said to be childhood sweethearts. But Qin Yun did not have feelings beyond friendship, so the rich young master could only secretly love Qin Yun, but could not get her love. At this moment, Master Qi obviously saw Xiafeng, so he said to the staff next to him, "Please help me watch the foal first, I will go to meet that person." At this moment, a horse farm cleaner passed by Master Qi, and Master Qi impatiently kicked his broom aside. "Damn cleaner, didn't you see me passing through here?" The cleaner knew that the people in the horse farm were either rich or noble, and it was not easy to offend them, so the cleaner had to retreat silently, picked up the broom, and stood aside disappointedly. Xiafeng was so angry that he fought back against Master Qi. "It was obviously you who bumped into him first, why did you kick his broom?" Master Qi was just worried about where to vent his anger, so he said to Xiafeng, "Here comes another person to watch the fun. No matter how he bumped into me, it's his fault as long as he bumped into me. Xiaofeng said to Master Qi without showing any weakness, you are too overbearing. The cleaners here are the same as you. Master Qi sneered and said, the same as us, I will show you their true colors. So Master Qi took off a famous watch from his wrist and threw it into the trash can beside him. He said to the cleaner, this famous watch is worth tens of thousands. If you want it, go pick it up from the trash can. Xiaofeng clearly saw the hesitation on the cleaner's face. Should I abandon my pride and pick up that famous watch? This is his salary for several months. Xiaofeng saw the hesitation on the cleaner's face. The cleaner thought to himself, why don't I just go pick it up? Dignity is sometimes really worthless in front of money. When Xiaofeng saw the cleaner was about to pick up the watch, he said to the cleaner, if you don't pick up the watch, I can give you a bonus that is definitely worth more than the watch. The cleaner was stunned and looked at Xiaofeng gratefully, thinking, this boss is helping me, so I will listen to him. So the cleaner did not pick up the watch and walked straight past. The rich young master was even more angry when he saw that his plan had not worked, so he said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you came here to ride a horse, right? Then let's have a competition to see who has better horse racing skills. When Xiaofeng heard this, he muttered in his heart, this is my first time here. I haven't even touched a horse before. How can I ride a horse? Xiaofeng then remembered the system, so he woke it up and said, System, what should I do if I don't know how to ride a horse? Do you have any quick learning materials? Then the system was awakened by Xiaofeng again and said to Xiaofeng, congratulations to the host. The horse racing skill book that the host wants is on the way. I hope that after the host gets these teaching materials, he can quickly integrate them and learn the skills of horse racing. Xiaofeng was very happy. It was really a system that saved people from hardship. But at this moment, the system reminded Xiaofeng, remind the host that this horse racing skill book needs to be exchanged for high-priced points. Seeing that the host still has so many points left, the system thinks it is worth exchanging. Xiaofeng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, the system didn't give anything for free. So Xiaofeng had no choice but to bite the bullet and exchange the high price for this set of horse racing skills. So now Xiaofeng has learned the most advanced horse racing skills. Xiaofeng said to the rich young master, no problem, let's have a horse racing competition. Let's start now. So with the help of the staff, Xiaofeng and the rich young master rode on the racehorse at the same time. Facing the familiar yet unfamiliar racecourse, Xiaofeng said to the system in his heart, your horse racing skills must be useful, I have entrusted my life and property to you. So the two of them started at the same time, and the horses ran out like flying. Xiaofeng really did not spend such a high price to buy these horse racing skills in vain. On horseback, Xiaofeng felt comfortable with the task. Soon, Xiaofeng had surpassed the rich boy's horse. Xiaofeng continued to gallop forward with a slight advantage, while the rich boy was chasing behind, feeling a little overwhelmed. So I cursed in my mind, when did Xiaofeng become so good at horse racing? I've never seen him practice in the horse farm. The winner of the two horses race was quickly decided. After turning 10 circles, Xiaofeng finally won the race by 1 horse length. The rich young man was very unwilling and angrily said to the staff, there must be something wrong with your horse. Take good care of my racehorse and don't let it embarrass me again. Xiaofeng won the victory, and when he looked at the rich young master again, he didn't seem so arrogant anymore. So in order to celebrate, Xiaofeng said to the employees of the racecourse, I can reward you with a trip, a team building trip. This way, everyone can relax outside of their boring lives. When the employees of the racecourse heard that Boss Xia was going to reward them with a paid trip, they cheered and were very happy. Boss, you are so nice. Thank you, boss. The voice kept rising and falling. The rich young man lost face and lost his dignity, so he was very unwilling to accept it. He thought, this Xiaofeng, he hangs around Qin Yun all day long, and Qin Yun is so caring towards him. He is really capable. When will Qin Yun be so attentive to me? The rich young master thought to himself. But now he had no way out, everything was suppressed by Xiaofeng. Even his most proud horse racing skills were surpassed by Xiaofeng, he seemed very unwilling. Xiaofeng, we will see. Chapter 93 Competition Assets. The horse racing skill book that Xiaofeng obtained through the system has enabled him to master a full set of horse racing skills, so Xiaofeng decided to buy a few ponies at the racecourse for future practice and competitions. The staff took Xiaofeng to check out the latest ponies on the shelves and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, these ponies of ours are all of excellent breeds, and we absolutely guarantee the quality and quantity. We hope that they can be put to good use in the hands of our customers. So Xiaofeng took a fancy to a cowhorse, a reddish-brown pony, and the top-quality black pony next to it, and said to the staff, "I want these ponies. I hope you can take good care of them at the stable. If I have time, I will come to ride horses and relax." The staff happily swiped Xiaofeng's bank card and said to him, "Thank you, boss, for taking care of the horse farm's business. We will definitely let you ride horses here in the future and have fun." Xiaofeng looked at the ponies he bought with satisfaction and murmured to them, "You must strive to do well. I hope you can become great racehorses and gallop on the racecourse." So Xiaofeng drove his luxury car back home contentedly. He did not forget his promise to the horse farm employees. The next day, all the employees of the horse farm took a paid vacation with the support of Boss Xia. Boss Xia organized a team-building tour around the area, and the staff at the horse farm were very happy. It seems that the customers at the horse farm are really rich or noble. With their appreciation, are you still worried about not having benefits to enjoy? The staff at the horse farm had a great time, but unexpectedly, an accident happened at their workplace, the horse farm. The rich young man who competed with Xiaofeng in horse racing was resentful because Xiaofeng had rejected his face. He also took advantage of the fact that the staff of the horse farm were out traveling and arranged for people to go to the horse farm to feed croton to Xiaofeng's foals. As a result, the ponies that Xiaofeng had just bought started to have diarrhea and had trouble eating. At this time, the employees of the horse farm who were traveling abroad received a notice from their superiors, and the trip was cancelled. Everyone rushed back in fear and saw several ponies suffering from diarrhea. The cause could not be found for a while, until an employee found croton seeds next to the pony and told his boss that someone might have fed croton seeds to the pony on purpose. The boss of the horse farm called Xiaofeng, apologized personally, and explained the reason to Xiaofeng. He said to Xiaofeng, "We must strengthen the supervision of the horse farm in the future and don't let outsiders take advantage of the opportunity." Xiaofeng was very angry when he heard that someone was deliberately targeting him and his foal. "I told my boss, sometimes it's not your fault. I know some people are resentful of me and are targeting me. I'm sorry for making you suffer." But Xiaofeng did not forget to take revenge on those who targeted him, so he reported the incident directly to the Jockey Association, asking them to check the surveillance video of the horse farm to find out who had shot the foal in the jaw. The Jockey Club then started investigating the matter, and when they saw the man with the chin bean in the video, they worked with the police to find him. As expected, the man trembled and confessed the mastermind behind the incident, who turned out to be the rich man Qi. At this time, the Jockey Club finally recognized the true face of Qi, and said to Xiaofeng, "We will definitely deal with this matter seriously." However, this was after all a minor matter of conflict between customers, and the association was not in a position to severely punish Mr. Qi, so they just gave him a lesson. But at this time, a female employee of the horse farm suddenly reported to the association that Mr. Qi had taken advantage of her in the horse farm and bullied her in the horse farm. This was no joke, so the association took over the case again and began to investigate Mr. Qi. It turned out that Master Qi really bullied the female employee of the horse farm. This matter became a big deal. It was originally just a small conflict between customers, but now it has escalated to a customer bullying a female employee of the horse farm, so the association can only deal with it strictly. The rich young man was kicked out of the Jockey Club and was never allowed to join again. The rich young man was very angry when he heard the Jockey Club's opinion on how to deal with the matter. He also held a grudge against Xiaofeng. If he hadn't reported it, how could the female employee dare to speak out about this matter at this time? In this way, the rich young man left the racecourse in disgrace. He would never be allowed to enter such a racecourse again. Moreover, no matter how good his horse racing skills were, he would never be able to participate in the competitions held by the Horse Racing Association again in his life. This was the price of being kicked out of the Horse Racing Association. Xiaofeng, who has excellent horse riding skills, was also selected into the Jockey Association and became a VIP member of their association, which made the rich young man even more unbalanced. Xiaofeng, who was in high spirits, specially asked Qin Yun to go out for dinner. Of course, the place they went to was a high-end restaurant in Tianhai City. When taking Qin Yun, the female president, out, Xiaofeng didn't dare to find a low-end place at all. They were all high-end restaurants, because this female president deserved such a pump. Just after Xiaofeng and Qin Yun sat down in the high-end restaurant, Xiaofeng suddenly spotted Chen Wanling in the corner of the restaurant. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "Hey, isn't that Chen Wanling? Who is the person sitting opposite her?" It turned out that Chen Wanling had recently quit her job at the restaurant and hooked up with a wealthy man, the one sitting opposite her who looked like a big boss. However, the big boss opposite Chen Wanling was not honest. He held Chen Wanling's hand and kept touching her, taking advantage of her. However, under the temptation of money, Chen Wanling chose to endure it. Even though she was very unhappy that this big boss took advantage of her in public, she had no choice because after all, she still depended on this big boss for her food, clothing, and other expenses. But Xiaofeng saw it and secretly felt sorry for Chen Wanling. He said to Qin Yun, "Look, some people sell their bodies for money. Aren't girls like this too pitiful?" Qin Yun also saw this scene and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, there is no way you can change them. This is something that we both agreed to. It is normal for rich people to use money to exchange for beauty." But Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and walked towards the rich man, knocked away the rich man's hand that was touching Chen Wanling, and said to the rich man, "Sir, this is a public place, please respect yourself." The rich man looked at Xiaofeng angrily and said, "Who are you? How much money do you have that you dare to talk to me like this?" Xiaofeng said to the rich man, "Are you trying to compete with me to see who is richer? Take out your bank card and compare it with the balance on my bank card, and you'll know, right?" So, Xiaofeng asked the waiter to bring a card machine. The balance in Xiaofeng's bank card was obviously much more than that of the rich man. The rich man could only admit his bad luck and said dejectedly, "These cash flows are nothing. If we have the ability, we can compete with fixed assets." Chapter 94. The handsome guy has a girlfriend. Xiaofeng thought, another difficult problem has been solved. It seems that I don't want to have a rest on weekends. When can I have a complete vacation? I have so many things to do every day. Xiaofeng was walking on the commercial street, thinking, look at the people on the street, they are all enjoying an extremely relaxed life. Why is my life full of challenges? Is it really because I have offended too many people? As things happened, Xiaofeng's cell phone rang. Xiaofeng opened it and saw that it was Zhao Dejin. What is this guy up to? So Xiaofeng answered the phone, "Captain Zhao, why did you think of me on your day off?" On the phone, Zhao Dejin said to Xiaofeng, "Isn't Boss Xia on vacation now? Can I invite you to a competition?" Xiaofeng thought, why is someone looking for me to compete again? Can I spend my vacation peacefully? So he said to Zhao Dejin, "I'm not interested, you should go find someone else." But Zhao Dejin insisted and said to Xiaofeng, "You are afraid, aren't you afraid of losing to me?" Xiaofeng was choked by Zhao Dejin's words again. Who's afraid of losing to you? You said a competition, right? What do you want to compete with me this time? Zhao Dejin said to Xiaofeng, "Let's have a boxing match. This way, I can help Boss Xia exercise and stretch his muscles on his days off." Xiaofeng said, "You know I can't box, right? I've been training hard recently, come and fight me." Zhao Dejin quickly said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't have boxing skills. You just need to fight with force. I mainly want to let Boss Xia relax." So Xiaofeng reluctantly accepted Zhao Dejin's provocation and said to him, "Then wait for me in the boxing gym. I will accompany you to the end this time." Zhao Dejin hung up the phone, looked at his men and said, "I must give Xiaofeng a good beating this time so that I can get my revenge." Zhao Dejin's men took out a fruit knife and said, "We can use the fruit knife to scare him." Zhao Dejin quickly ordered his men to take the fruit knives away and said to his men, "I don't want anyone to get hurt, so you better put these fruit knives away." Zhao Dejin's men said to him, "Boss, didn't you wear black clothes specifically? It wouldn't be very obvious if blood splashed on it. Wouldn't that count as hurting Boss Xia?" Zhao Dejin said, "The blood drawn by punching is different from the blood drawn by stabbing with a knife, you know? The blood drawn by punching is a legitimate boxing match, but the blood drawn by cutting with a fruit knife is intentional injury. I don't want to go to the police station." On the way to the boxing gym, Xiaofeng said to the system, "Almighty system, do you have any way to improve my boxing ability in a short period of time?" Then the system was awakened again and said to Xiaofeng, "Host, if you want to improve your boxing skills and strength in a short period of time, we have a King of Fighters gift pack here. It depends on whether you want to redeem it. However, I see that you have redeemed a lot of gift packs recently, so I am a little worried about the host's points." Xiaofeng said to the system, "Is there any way for me to earn points?" So the system said to Xiaofeng, "Host, don't you know? As long as you improve the favorability of the female CEOs, you can get points." Seeing that he had very few points left, Xiaofeng said to the system, "Okay, then you can help me exchange this gift bag first. After I defeat Zhao Dejin, I will go and please the female CEOs." So Xiaofeng came to the boxing ring where Zhao Dejin was. With the King of Fighters gift pack, Xiaofeng was not panicked at all. When standing in the boxing ring against Zhao Dejin, although Zhao Dejin was strong, Xiaofeng had plenty of skills and strength. So the two of them were evenly matched at the beginning. Zhao Daijin thought to himself, Xiaofeng's skills are pretty good. But at the end, Zhao Daijin found that Xiaofeng's power seemed endless. Did he use a cheat? Zhao Daijin thought, and was suddenly hit in the face by Xiaofeng's punch, almost knocking him unconscious. Zhao Daijin was a little embarrassed after being beaten by Xiaofeng, and his subordinates beside him were also very anxious. How did the boss get beaten like this? Aren't we here to teach Xiaofeng a lesson? I didn't expect Boss Xia to be so skilled. Seeing this, Xiaofeng stopped and said to Zhao Daijin, our match ends here. I don't want to see you get hurt. So Xiaofeng let Zhao Daijin go and returned to his own company in the garment factory feeling refreshed. He now has to please those CEO sisters. Only by pleasing them can he earn points. Xiaofeng wants to have more points so that he can be prepared for any eventuality. So Xiaofeng met his assistant Xian Fei as soon as he entered the door. But today, the assistant Xian Fei was a little different, because there was a young handsome man in the company standing next to her. This young man is very handsome and very young. He is obviously pursuing Concubine Xian and is very attentive to her. Sister Xian, let me do the work here. Don't work too hard. The young man said to Concubine Xian. Xiaofeng was a little jealous when he saw this scene. Whether Concubine Xian is tired or not, what does it have to do with you? Don't delay me from improving Concubine Xian's favorability. Xian Fei was obviously very fond of the young man, so she smiled at him and said, this little job is not difficult for me. If you have any problems at work, you can also come to me and I will help you well. Xiaofeng thought, is Concubine Xian really attracted to this young man? Concubine Xian's changes in recent days are more than that. Xiaofeng found that she was a little perfunctory to him. In the past, Concubine Xian would change into slippers when she entered his house, wanting to stay in his house for a long time. But now when Xian Fei enters his house again, she doesn't even change into slippers. This means that she is leaving after finishing her business. Xiaofeng noticed the change in Xian Fei and thought it must be the problem of that young handsome guy. So he secretly followed the young man and said, I want to see your true face. I don't believe that you can really be good to Concubine Xian. So at the corner of the corridor, Xiaofeng heard the voice of the young man making a phone call. Baby, don't you miss me? Xiaofeng was very surprised to hear the young hunk say that. It turned out that the young hunk already had a girlfriend outside, so why was he still thinking about hitting on Concubine Xian? Baby, you know I'm doing okay at this company. Now I want to use the sympathy of our assistant, Sister Xian Fei, to further my career. You know that big sisters nowadays like cute and soft, easy to bully young men. This way, when I get promoted in the company, I will have enough money to buy you a house and a car. Xiaofeng was very angry when he heard this. This guy actually wanted to take advantage of Concubine Xian's sympathy to cause trouble. Xian Fei happened to come over there, and Xiaofeng said to her, this young hunk already has a girlfriend. He treats you well just to get a promotion. When the young man saw that Boss Xia had exposed his true face, he felt that he had no hope of getting promoted. Xian Fei suddenly realized that Xiaofeng was jealous. Xian Fei felt that Boss Xia liked her very much and felt very happy. Chapter 95, Prosperity. Xiaofeng's career has been flourishing recently, and his personal popularity has also increased greatly. As the saying goes, if you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. At this time, Xiaofeng received an invitation from his alma mater, saying that they wanted him to come and share his success experience with his younger classmates. So Xiaofeng finally went back to his alma mater. Xiaofeng felt that this was really a bright spot in his life experience. So he said to his alma mater with joy, I will donate a library to you, hoping that this will inspire the younger students to study hard and study hard. The person from his alma mater who contacted him was very happy and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia is really generous. He is worthy of being the pride of our school. So on a beautiful day, Xiaofeng was invited to give a speech at his alma mater. Just as Xiaofeng's car drove into his alma mater, the person who opened his car door was an old acquaintance of Xiaofeng. Hey, aren't you Zhao from the same class as us? This Zhao is a very tall and strong man. He is now an office worker in the school's academic affairs office. Xiaofeng said to Zhao, that's great. It's an honor to have the opportunity to work in your alma mater. Student Zhao said to Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly, oh, don't mention it. I made a lot of mistakes when we were in school. It turned out that student Zhao relied on his tall and strong body to bully Xiaofeng in college. He also snatched Xiaofeng's takeaway food, which saved him a lot of money. Xiaofeng still remembered that classmate Zhao once secretly read the diary of a female classmate to see who was the most handsome boy in the class. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile and said to classmate Zhao, "Yes, we can't talk about what happened at that time. You should thank me for not reporting you at that time." Classmate Zhao was suddenly touched by Xiaofeng's words and immediately kept silent. He just smiled and asked Xiaofeng to step down and said, "Classmate Xia, I work in the academic affairs office now, please don't expose my past. We were all still young at that time, weren't we?" Xiaofeng said to him, "Of course we are old classmates. Let's just let the past grudges go. We always have to look forward, don't we?" So, under the guidance of classmate Zhao, Xiaofeng happily came to the place where the speech was to be given. This is a large playground, and the younger students have already filled the entire playground. Xiaofeng saw a podium on the flag stand, which was prepared for him. Xiaofeng thought to himself, "I never dreamed that I would be able to return to my alma mater and give a speech to students. This is a treatment that only successful people can get." Xiaofeng was very happy and thought to himself, "This will be enough to make me happy for a while." Xiaofeng had never expected that his juniors and seniors now admired him so much. Warm applause resounded throughout the playground. Xiaofeng walked up to the podium a little embarrassedly and said to the students, "Thank you for your warm welcome. I have only made some achievements in my field, and I am here to share some successful experiences with you. I hope that everyone can be self-reliant and bring honor to the school as soon as possible." When the younger classmates saw Boss Xia, whom they often saw on TV, they felt very happy to be his younger classmates. The younger students in the audience shouted in unison, "Boss Xia, you are my idol." Xiaofeng just smiled silently and said to his classmates, "I am honored that you regard me as your idol instead of those male and female stars. The world needs positive energy. On your road to success, I can serve as an example to show you how to use your own hands and wisdom to create a better life. This will make your 4 years of study in college and the teachings of our common teachers worthwhile." Xiaofeng had never thought that he would be treated so highly in his alma mater. He felt a bit like a star. Xiaofeng thought, no wonder everyone wants to be a star. It's really great to be surrounded by people. Xiaofeng walked down from the podium, got into the luxury car, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Xiaofeng saw classmate Zhao who was beside him to see him off. I thought to myself, this classmate is now working in the academic affairs office. I believe he has corrected those minor bad habits he had in school. Now I hope he can be nice to the students here so that they can enjoy the most carefree and comfortable 4 years in college. Thinking this, Xiaofeng left his alma mater and started his daily work. Not long after, Xiaofeng's film and television company received a new play. Xiaofeng took the script from Xianfei and said to her, "Has our editorial department reviewed this script?" Xianfei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, this script is an excellent work that we selected from dozens of scripts. We gave it to you for your review. Boss Xia, you have to trust the editor's vision." Xiaofeng picked up the script and started reading. It turned out to be a mystery play, telling the story of a series of dismemberment cases that occurred in a small town, and the murderer specifically targeted women who were alone at home, causing panic in the entire town. The male lead of this play is a detective who is responsible for solving the serial dismemberment case. Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "This play looks very fascinating. Not only is it suspenseful, but it also has some horror elements, which can arouse people's curiosity. The male lead is also well shaped, and this play looks like it will be a hit." So Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian, "Have you chosen the male lead?" Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "The actor selection will be in the next few days. But this play is not solely funded by us, there are several other investors who will also come in. So we still need to consult their opinions." So Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "Well, let's arrange a meeting in the next few days and let the investors who can come and discuss the content of this play with me, and also select the actors." Xianfei took the script from Xiaofeng and said, "Okay, Boss Xia, I'll do it right away." So at a meeting a few days later, Xiaofeng met with several investors. One of the companies with a relatively large investment said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, we want to recommend an actor, the movie Emperor Cui Hao." Xiaofeng thought, "Oh, then this movie star is equivalent to bringing in money. It seems that there is a reason why the investors are so optimistic about him." So Xiaofeng said to the investor, "Well, our company has high hopes for this drama, and we also hope to make it a hit drama, so the selection of the male lead needs special consideration. But since the investor strongly recommends the movie Emperor Cui Hao, we can also contact him to see if he is suitable for the role of the detective in our drama." Soon, the actor Cui Hao received a notice from Xiaofeng. So he rushed to Xiaofeng's location for an audition. It was also the first time that Xiaofeng met the actor. Chapter 96, Give a Show of Power. The actor drove his nanny car to the performance site where Xiaofeng was working. Xiaofeng was used to the behavior of celebrities, so he was not too surprised. Xiaofeng, the actor, had seen him in several TV series and movies before. Xiaofeng felt that just looking at the roles he played, he was still very eye-catching, his acting skills were very good, and his appearance was also outstanding. He also won the award for Best Actor. Xiaofeng was very optimistic about this actor. But the moment he got off the car, Xiaofeng suddenly noticed the arrogance in the eyes of the actor. When the actor got off the car, Xiaofeng's staff handed him a bottle of mineral water, but the actor didn't even look at it and said to his assistant, "Did I tell everyone? I don't drink ordinary mineral water. I want to drink the expensive brand of mineral water." So the assistant quickly got a bottle of expensive mineral water for the actor. Xiaofeng saw this and thought, is this actor going to act like a big shot right after getting off the car? He really brought money into the group. Xiaofeng came up to the actor and said to him, "I'm glad to meet you. I'm Xiaofeng, the general director of this play. I'm glad you can play the role of the male lead. How about we do a trial scene today according to the content of the script? We've also prepared a trial makeup. We'll put on a full set of makeup for you so that you can be closer to the character in the play. Let's see if you're suitable to play the leading actor." The actor looked at Xiaofeng with pride and said to him, "Don't you believe in my ability, Boss Xia? I have played many roles like this before, and I believe Boss Xia has seen them all, so I don't think there is any need for an audition, just cast me as the male lead of this play. I came here to tell Boss Xia that I hope Boss Xia will forgive me if our team makes any requests in the future." Xiaofeng thought to himself, you have a lot of demands. Seeing this, Xiaofeng could only let the movie emperor take a rest on the side. So Xiaofeng, who was not convinced, got angry and turned his own artist into the second male lead to replace the actor who was confirmed as the second male lead by the investors. This also gave the movie emperor and his friends a warning. It turns out that the second male lead played the husband of the murdered girl in the play. He was not a positive character because he lied about being on a business trip and actually had an affair, leaving the female lead alone at home and then being murdered. However, the role of the second male lead is also very difficult to get. Xiaofeng specially used his own artist, which was a demonstration to the investors, telling them not to think that there is no one else who can play the role. Soon, the filming of this play began. Since Xiaofeng has become a little famous recently, not only did he give a speech at his alma mater, but he also frequently appeared in entertainment news. Everyone knows that Boss Xia's film and television company has a big movie coming out soon. So entertainment tabloids and some gossip entertainment news reporters also came to interview Boss Xia. This made Xiaofeng's popularity soar in a short period of time, at least he became a familiar face on the screen. Xiaofeng's fans increased, so Xiaofeng got an opportunity to participate in a variety show. In the past, this variety show invited all heavyweight stars, but this time, the guests invited the bosses of entertainment companies to participate in this variety show. Then Xiaofeng thought of Lin Xianxian. Isn't she also the boss of a famous film and television company? So Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Why don't you come over and participate in this variety show together? You can accompany me. Sometimes I don't think of things, and I think you have experience and talent in this area. I hope you can help me." This variety show is similar to a wilderness survival challenge. The guests have to complete tasks arranged by the program team, such as climbing mountains or finding food. Therefore, as a man, Xiaofeng was very protective of Lin Xianxian in the show. He treated her like a younger sister and would take on any difficult challenge first, and would call Lin Xianxian after he had completed it. But what made Xiaofeng a little embarrassed was that the female host of the show frequently showed her affection towards Xiaofeng. "Boss Xia, don't bump into things. Boss Xia, be careful. Boss Xia's career has been booming recently." The female host kept talking to Xiaofeng on the show and didn't pay much attention to Lin Xianxian, which made Xiaofeng feel a little unhappy. He thought to himself, "Female host, you have to take care of the female guests too. You can't always revolve around me." Xiaofeng had no choice. Xiaofeng's charm was so great that the female hosts all revolved around him in the variety shows. Xiaofeng finally finished participating in this variety show, and felt that if this episode was broadcast on TV, he would definitely have more fans. As a successful business owner, Xiaofeng's popularity is growing. At the same time, this variety show also gave Lin Xianxian the opportunity to appear, allowing everyone to get to know the film and television company and bosses like Lin Xianxian. A beautiful boss can attract more attention. Although Xiaofeng frequently appears on TV, he still hasn't forgotten that his main job is business. He is very concerned about his company, so he visits the grassroots level from time to check on the motivation of his employees. So on this day, Xiaofeng went to a subsidiary to inspect the business. He wanted to see if the employees were working according to the requirements he set, and also wanted to see if there were any good talents among the grassroots employees who could be used by him. On this day, Xiaofeng happened to catch the staff meeting. One of the small leaders was named Lu Fei. He spoke in an orderly manner at the staff meeting, and put a lot of precautions on everyone and assigned responsibilities to everyone. Xiaofeng watched Lu Fei's meeting and was very pleased. He felt that this supervisor Lu Fei was very organized and courageous in the meeting, and his management ability was very outstanding. Xiaofeng finally found the talent he wanted to use, so he said to Lu Fei, "I just watched the meeting you held. You did a very good job in the company's work, and you assigned responsibilities to people. This is a very good point. It allows the supervisor to clearly judge everyone's contribution or mistakes." Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei, "I think you are very capable." Lu Fei was very happy to be appreciated by Boss Xia, and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, this is the plan form I made myself, you can take a look. This is my idea for the employees. I hope that through this form, the employees will truly understand what their work content is and the responsibilities they have to bear in the company." After Xiaofeng looked at the form, he admired Lu Fei even more and said to him, "Come, I want to promote you. You can work on my board of directors. From now on, you are a member of my board of directors." Lu Fei was very surprised to hear the good news, so he said to Xiaofeng, "I will definitely not disappoint Boss Xia's expectations, work hard on the board of directors, and contribute to Boss Xia." Chapter 97. A capable general. Xiaofeng was very pleased to have a capable person like Lu Fei at the grassroots level. He felt that he could take a break. Sometimes the company doesn't need to do everything by himself. Xiaofeng thought, let the subordinates do what they should do. So Xiaofeng read some books and relaxed in his luxurious apartment. He was about to take a shower, but when Xiaofeng was lying in his luxurious bathroom, his cell phone suddenly rang. Xiaofeng answered the phone, and it turned out to be Lao Su, an old man on the board of directors. Lao Su was a worker in Xiaofeng's garment factory, and was promoted by Xiaofeng all the way to the board of directors. The connections and experience he has accumulated are far stronger than Lu Fei's. Xiaofeng didn't know why Lao Su called him so late, so Xiaofeng said to Lao Su, "Why are you still not sleeping so late? You should take care of yourself." Lao Su said to Xiaofeng unhappily, "Boss Xia, please stop caring about the health of us junior employees." Xiaofeng said to Lao Su, "You are not just a small clerk. You are an important veteran of our board of directors. The company is still counting on you to run the company." But Lao Su said to Xiaofeng unhappily, "I heard that Boss Xia recently parachuted in a new leader, Lu Fei. Has Boss Xia ever considered the feelings of us employees?" Xiaofeng said to Lao Su, "It is right for me to know people and assign them to the right positions. Why do you feel unhappy?" So old Su complained to Xiaofeng, "Lu Fei is still so young, he should be trained at the grassroots level. Now you are directly parachuting him into the board of directors, which may cause dissatisfaction among other staff. It will be difficult to carry out work this way, so let Lu Fei train at the grassroots level." Xiaofeng said to Lao Su, "I have always been very good at judging people. I have seen Lu Fei's management ability and he is definitely a tough guy. That's why I promoted him so exceptionally." Xiaofeng said to Lao Su, "I hope you can help him more and assist him in his work, so that everyone in the board of directors can be safe and sound." Just when Xiaofeng was resisting great pressure in making use of Lu Fei, not long after, Lu Fei suddenly asked Xiaofeng for leave. Lu Fei said to Xiaofeng in his office, "Boss Xia, although I know you value me very much, I have to take this leave because my child is sick. My wife is a country girl and can't do anything for me, so I have to take the child to see a doctor." When Boss Xia heard that Lu Fei was going back to his hometown, he said to Lu Fei, "The child's illness is the most important thing. You should go back to your hometown first. Don't worry about the company. I will keep your position for you. Come back to work after the child recovers." So, Lu Fei left the company with a worried look on his face and returned to his hometown in the countryside. Lu Fei's child had a strange disease and always cried and couldn't sleep at night. His wife couldn't think of any solution, so she asked Lu Fei to come back and treat the child's night crying problem. Lu Fei took the child to all the medical stations in the village, but the doctors there said that it was very common for children to cry at night. But it had been a long time since his child cried every night. So Lu Fei took his child to the town's big hospital for hospitalization. He spent a long time in the pediatric department, but the child's night crying problem was still not cured. The doctors there were also helpless. At this time, the board of directors of Xiaofeng Company attacked Lu Fei again. On the grounds that Lu Fei had been absent from work for a long time and had not returned, Xiaofeng was asked to remove Lu Fei from the board of directors. At the meeting table of the board of directors, Xiaofeng said to the elders, "Can't you give the newcomers some time and opportunities? I promoted Lu Fei, do you really want to see him return to the grassroots?" The elders of the board of directors, represented by Lao Su, said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you have seen it. He has not come back for such a long time, which is a loss to the company. What should the company do with the work he is responsible for? This kind of person should be removed from the board of directors, and he should not be allowed to delay everyone's work." Xiaofeng had nothing to say this time, because Lu Fei's leave really affected the work and caused a lot of discussion among his subordinates. If Lu Fei doesn't come back to work, even Xiaofeng can't save him. So Xiaofeng had to appease everyone and said, "Everyone wait a moment, I will go to Lu Fei's place to find out what's going on at home and why he hasn't come to work for so long. For the next job, Lao Su will take his place. If it doesn't work out, we can discuss removing him from the board of directors." Xiaofeng came to Lu Fei's hometown, a small mountain village. Xiaofeng asked passers-by about the location of Lu Fei's house, and then went in to take a look. Lu Fei's wife opened the door for Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei's wife, "Hello. I am the boss of Lu Fei's company, and I came here to see what difficulties he has." As soon as Lu Fei's wife saw Xiaofeng, she said to him with tears in her eyes, "We are both worried about our child's illness, but after seeing the doctor for a long time, we still can't find out what the cause is." So at this time, Xiaofeng remembered the system, so he said to the system, "System, do you have any medical knowledge? Can I use my points to exchange for some props?" The system was awakened by Xiaofeng and said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host, this system can provide you with medical skills, and your points can also be exchanged for some magical pills as props." Xiaofeng was very happy. With the help of the system, Lu Fei's child's illness could be cured in a short time, so that Lu Fei could go to work normally and it would be easier to talk to the board of directors. So Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei's wife, "If I have a way to cure your child's illness, can you let me give it a try?" Lu Fei's wife widened her eyes and said to Xiaofeng, "Aren't you the boss of the company? When did you become a doctor? Even professional doctors can't cure the child's illness, how can you, an outsider, do it?" So Xiaofeng explained to Lu Fei's wife, "I have some other ways." Xiaofeng couldn't say clearly that he had systematic help, so he had to pass it off vaguely. But Lu Fei's wife still didn't believe him. So Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei's wife, "Please ask Lu Fei to bring the child back quickly. I really have a way to cure the child's disease." Lu Fei's wife had no choice but to let Lu Fei bring the child back from the town hospital with some doubts. After returning home, Lu Fei and Xiaofeng finally met. Lu Fei was very touched when he saw Xiaofeng. He felt that the big boss of the company, who was always busy with things, actually put down his work and came to the village to visit him. Lu Fei was very grateful to Xiaofeng. But the child's illness cannot be cured, and Lu Fei doesn't know what to do. Chapter 98 Help him cure his illness. Seeing that Lu Fei's wife had been refusing to let Xiaofeng treat the child, Xiaofeng settled down at Lu Fei's house, hoping to wait for an opportunity to treat the child's illness in the future. At night, Lu Fei's wife talked to him and said, "Do you think what Boss Xia said is true? Can he really cure the child's disease?" Lu Fei said to his wife, "If Boss Xia wasn't sure, he wouldn't have said that. After all, he's the boss of a number of chain businesses, and his words always carry weight." But Lu Fei's wife still looked skeptical and said to Lu Fei, "I think Boss Xia is a liar. You said he can make money and manage a company, I believe it, but you said he can be a doctor and treat children's diseases, I still feel a little worried." Xiaofeng said to his wife, "Alas, I have no other options. The child's illness has been dragging on." Lu Fei's wife said to him angrily, "It's all your fault. You're always on business trips. Who will take care of the children when you work so far away from home? You can't leave the burden of taking care of the children on me alone." But Lu Fei's wife thought about it and comforted her husband, saying, "In fact, you go out to work and earn money to support the family, all for the children and me. I understand this. So when the child is cured, you should go back to work with peace of mind. I am at home, you can rest assured." Seeing his sensible wife, Lu Fei gently hugged her and said to her, "Thank you for your hard work, but I promise that I will not leave until the child recovers." The next morning, Xiaofeng stood in the yard of Lu Fei's house. "What can I do to make Lu Fei's wife accept my treatment of the child? So Xiaofeng found out about several elderly people with difficult and complicated diseases in the village, and then brought them to Lu Fei's yard and treated them with magic pills on the spot. Let Lu Fei's wife and Lu Fei watch from the side. An old man had suffered from rheumatism for a long time, so he said to Xiaofeng, "Doctor, can you cure my long-term rheumatism?" Xiaofeng asked the system for pills to treat rheumatism and said to the old man, "Take these pills, and your rheumatism that has lasted for many years will get better, and your legs and feet will not hurt so much. If you don't believe me, try it." So the old man swallowed the pill half believingly. After a while, he said in Lu Fei's yard, "This pill is really magical. My rheumatism that I have had for many years has actually been alleviated. My legs and feet don't hurt anymore, and they are more flexible. Thank you, doctor." So Xiaofeng said to the old man with great satisfaction, "Goodbye, old man. Come and see me if you have any illness in the future." Then there was an old lady who said she had suffered from night blindness for several years. She couldn't see clearly when it got dark, and wanted Xiaofeng to treat her. So Xiaofeng asked the system for pills to treat night blindness. The same pills went into the old woman's mouth, and the old lady said that her eyes seemed to be much clearer. "Let's see if the night blindness can be completely cured at night." Xiaofeng said to the old lady, "Don't worry, this medicine is magical. You will be able to see clearly at night." So the old lady left contentedly. Xiaofeng cured several elderly people with difficult and complicated diseases in Lu Fei's yard, and his symptoms were relieved on the spot. Lu Fei's wife then witnessed Xiaofeng's ability with her own eyes. So she said to Lu Fei, "Maybe Boss Xia can really cure the child's illness, let him give it a try." Lu Fei's wife finally agreed to the treatment and let Xiaofeng treat the child's illness. Xiaofeng looked at the child happily and said to the system, "System, do you know what disease this child has?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "This disease is also called night crying syndrome, because children are easily frightened at night, so they cry non-stop. I have some pills here, you can give them to your child to try first." Xiaofeng gave the child the pills and waited until the evening to see if the pills were effective. But when the evening came, the child was no longer crying, but still cried quietly. Lu Fei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you see, this disease still can't be cured." So Xiaofeng asked the system, "What's going on? Could it be that my little pill is not fully effective?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host, although the system has given a small pill that can alleviate the symptoms of night crying, it still needs a medicine lead. That is deer antlers. Taking the deer antlers and these small pills at the same time can completely cure the child's night crying problem." So Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei's wife, "I need some more medicine to completely cure the child's illness. I will go to the herbal medicine market to buy some tomorrow morning." Lu Fei comforted his wife and said, "Look, the child's condition has improved, right? Trust Boss Xia, let's take it slow." So Lu Fei's wife coaxed the child in her arms and said to Boss Xia, "Then I'll leave it to you, Boss Xia." The next morning, Xiaofeng went to the medicinal material market to select the most valuable deer antlers. Since Xiaofeng did not know what real deer antlers looked like, he exchanged the skills of traditional Chinese medicine from the system, so now Xiaofeng can distinguish the quality and authenticity of deer antlers at a glance. Sure enough, Xiaofeng saw at a glance that the deer antlers sold in several stalls were fake. So Xiaofeng stood in the middle of the road and said to the people passing by, "Everyone, please pay attention. The deer antlers sold in the stalls here are all fake. Please be careful when buying." Customers in the medicinal herbs market noticed Xiaofeng and started discussing, "Is what this person said true or false? I often buy medicinal herbs here. Are the goods of these shop owners all fake?" The bosses of the medicinal materials market rushed over and said to Xiaofeng, "Where are you from, kid? How dare you ruin our business here?" Xiaofeng said to the bosses stubbornly, "I am only telling the truth. You are selling fake herbs. Aren't you afraid of violating your conscience?" So that morning, the business of these businesses was ruined by Xiaofeng. So the bosses held a grudge and decided to teach Xiaofeng a lesson. Xiaofeng found a place that sold real deer antlers, bought the antlers he needed, and was about to return to Lu Fei's home. Xiaofeng was in the building of the medicinal materials market, waiting for the elevator. So several business owners wanted to teach Xiaofeng a lesson in the elevator, so they followed Xiaofeng into the elevator. Several business owners surrounded Xiaofeng and said to him, "Boy, you dare to expose the fact that we sell fake goods. Today, I will let you have a taste of our power." Xiaofeng was not at all panicked in the face of several strong men. He said to them, "You want to fight, right? I tell you, don't regret it when the fight starts." So a fight broke out among the people in the elevator. Although the other party had several people and wanted to teach Xiaofeng a lesson, they still didn't gain any advantage. Xiafeng's excellent skills knocked them to the ground one by one. In the narrow elevator, they fell against the wall and could no longer stand up. Chapter 99, Token of Love? Xiafeng has been having some free time recently and was invited to a friend's house to visit his new home. I wasn't very familiar with this friend, we just met by chance at a lecture. This friend was a senior lecturer and was obviously very enthusiastic towards people, so he treated Xiafeng as a good friend. On the phone, the friend said to Xiafeng, "Boss Xia, you must come and visit us. I will also hold a free lecture for everyone." Xiafeng heard this and said, "This lecturer's occupational disease has come back again. Do we still need him to give a lecture during a home tour?" Sure enough, when Xiafeng and other friends arrived at the lecturer's home, the lecturer said to them as soon as he entered the door, "Don't look around. Listen to me first." Xiafeng was very embarrassed. How did this casual gathering scene turn into something like elementary school students attending a lecture? It turned out that the lecturer specifically reminded everyone to appreciate the oil paintings hanging in the mansion because they are all world-famous paintings. In this regard, the lecturer said to everyone, "Don't underestimate these famous paintings. Only people with a discerning eye can appreciate their beauty, and I am that discerning person." Xiafeng rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "You really have great taste." So the lecturer friend brought everyone to his oil painting gallery. It must be said that his home is really big. Xiafeng also secretly sighed, "I can hold an art exhibition at home." At this moment, the lecturer friend walked up to an oil painting and said to Xiafeng, "Boss Xia, have you seen this oil painting before?" "I'm afraid you haven't. This is a treasured oil painting in the museum. I bought it at a high price and put it in my mansion as a private collection. I'm afraid Mr. Xia has never seen this before. Mr. Xia cannot appreciate such a famous painting." The lecturer friend showed off and criticized Xiafeng in a sarcastic tone, which made Xiafeng very unhappy. In the eyes of this lecturer friend, Xiafeng was just a local boss who didn't understand art, which made Xiafeng a little angry. So Xiafeng secretly asked the system, "Hey, system, it's time to wake up. I have something to ask you. How can I draw a portrait that looks like a famous painting?" The system was awakened by Xiafeng, so it said to him, "Remind the host, if you want to draw oil paintings as good as famous paintings, you only need to buy a skill of flowing water from the system. In this way, the host can master the tricks of oil painting in a short period of time and draw paintings with the same skills as world-famous paintings." So in order to slap his friend in the face, Xiafeng said to the system, "Then buy it. Give me the skill of flowing water. I should have some points and money in my warehouse." Just like that, Xiafeng acquired the skill of flowing smoothly as he wished. Suddenly, Xiafeng felt that his head was enriched, and he knew all the techniques of the world's famous paintings. So Xiafeng confidently said to the lecturer friend, "You said I don't understand famous paintings, right? But if I say I can draw a famous painting for you on the spot, what do you think?" The lecturer friend widened his eyes in surprise. "Are you kidding me? If you said you knew something about collecting famous paintings, I could still believe it. But if you said you could paint an oil painting that looks like a famous painting on the spot, I still can't believe it." Xiafeng confidently said to the lecturer friend, "Then let's give it a try. Quickly bring me your canvas and oil paints. I want to paint you a famous painting on the spot, just like the one in your collection." The lecturer friend was secretly happy. Xiafeng is about to slap himself in the face. So he ordered people to prepare oil painting tools, thinking secretly, Xiafeng is going to be embarrassed this time. But what the lecturer friends and everyone else could not have imagined was that when Xiafeng raised his hand, his posture and technique were very standard, and soon Xiafeng was painting on the spot, and he painted a painting that was exactly the same as the famous painting, which was presented in front of everyone and attracted everyone's attention. This can't be true, Boss Xia really painted it exactly like the world-famous painting. This lecturer friend just said that people don't understand famous paintings. Look, they paint the same as world-famous paintings. How can they not understand famous paintings? Xiafeng said modestly to everyone, "This is just a trivial skill. Please excuse my laughter. I actually know everything that the lecturer friend just talked about. I just didn't explain it because I wanted to give the lecturer friend some freestyle in his speech. It was only in my spare time that I learned some knowledge about oil painting and drawing, as well as the techniques of collecting famous paintings. These are not worth mentioning. I just hope that everyone can have some fun when visiting the mansion." So the lecturer friend was disappointed and never dared to mock Xiafeng again. Just then, Xiafeng heard someone calling him at the door, "It's Concubine Shen." Xiafeng thought to himself that his little assistant came at the right time. He felt a little embarrassed being praised by everyone because he was painting on the spot. So Concubine Xian's little assistant suddenly appeared to take Xiaofeng home. Recently, Xian Fei has become very close to Xiaofeng as his assistant. Whether in the clothing factory or in the film and television company, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei are inseparable. However, Xiaofeng's favor for Xian Fei seemed to cause her trouble. Because Xian Fei was alone at home after get-off work, she was secretly bullied by some female workers in the garment factory. On her way home, they said some harassing bad things to her, which made Xian Fei a little troubled. But she was too embarrassed to explain these situations to Boss Xia and let Boss Xia teach those female employees a lesson, so she had to endure it herself. But on this day, when Xiaofeng was sending Xian Fei home, he found some female employees pointing fingers at them again. This time Xiaofeng finally got angry. He noticed that the female employees were bullying Xian Fei. So Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "I can help you get a prop, so that you can be free from harassment." Xian Fei looked at Xiaofeng gratefully. "Boss Xia, what props do you want to give me?" Xiaofeng directly exchanged a special armor item from the system, put it on Xian Fei, and said to her, "This item is very cleverly designed. If someone says something bad about you, this item will help you bounce it back to themselves, so that they can hear the bad words the system said to them. I believe that with this prop, no one will gossip about you anymore." Xian Fei was very touched after hearing Xiaofeng's words. "Thank you, Boss Xia." Xian Fei accepted the gift. From then on, she was not harassed anymore. The female workers learned the hardship and kept their distance from Xian Fei, not daring to slander her behind her back. Concubine Xian increasingly felt that Xiaofeng was a very reliable man. "Boss Xia, I really have a crush on you. When can I become Boss Xia's legitimate girlfriend?" Concubine Xian thought. Looking at the special armor prop Xiaofeng gave her, Xian Fei felt that this was a token of love given to her by Boss Xia. Chapter 100 Special Armor. With this special armor prop, Xian Fei no longer heard other people's gossips. On this day, she and Xiaofeng were walking home together. Xian Fei couldn't help but kiss Xiaofeng. "Thank you so much, Boss Xia. I've had a great time these days. Thank you for the props you gave me." Xiaofeng was a little caught off guard and said to Xian Fei, "You are too reckless. You dare to kiss the boss in broad daylight. Look, your lipstick marks are all over my shirt. If outsiders see this, who knows what they will say?" Xian Fei said angrily, "Boss Xia, why don't you just say that it was your girlfriend who kissed you? Besides, you are single now, so it's not surprising that you have a girlfriend." Xiaofeng smiled at her and said, "But you are not my girlfriend yet. I am still single." Xian Fei felt a little disappointed after hearing this, and said to Xiaofeng, "Does Boss Xia really think I'm not suitable to be your girlfriend?" Xiaofeng fell silent when she asked him this, so he said, "That's not the case. It's just that I haven't made up my mind yet, and I don't know who to find as my girlfriend." Xian Fei thought, Boss Xia is surrounded by so many women, many of whom are excellent. It seems that Boss Xia is overwhelmed by the choices. But when will he choose me? Isn't it just a lipstick mark on his clothes? He's still worried about what others will think. It seems that I don't hold a very important position in his heart. So Xian Fei reported the work progress to Xiaofeng a little disappointedly. "Boss Xia, you are going on a business trip tomorrow, remember to come to the company early." Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "Okay, I will be there." But that morning, when Xiaofeng stepped into the company, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring his briefcase. Because he still had some documents to review, Xiaofeng thought of Chi-san and Chi-si and asked them to go back to his villa to get their briefcases. So Xiaofeng said to Chi-san and Chi-si, "You two go back to my villa and get my briefcases." The brothers Chi-san and Chi-si were easy to talk to, so they went to Xiaofeng's mansion together to pick up his briefcase. But Chi-san and Chi-si were used to doing dirty things. They suddenly saw that Xiaofeng's mobile phone in the briefcase was very valuable, so they had evil ideas and stole the phone. After Xiaofeng got the briefcase they gave him, he found that there was no mobile phone in it, so he asked them if his mobile phone was lost. Chi-san and Chi-si looked at each other without saying a word. Xiaofeng said, "The phone is lost, which is a troublesome matter. I will go to the security guard of the villa to ask." So Xiaofeng discovered through surveillance that the mobile phone was taken by the two brothers Chi-san and Chi-si. Xiaofeng then angrily went to the two brothers to ask for their phones. It seems that these two guys still have dirty hands. They really never change. But when Xiaofeng knocked on their door, he found that the two brothers Chi-san and Chi-si were arguing inside. They broke the vases on the table. It turned out that after they sold the mobile phone, they were not evenly divided and quarreled here. We all stole the phone together, why do you get the biggest share? Chi-san said to Chi-si. Who of us made the greater contribution? I was the first one to find the phone. Chi-si did not give in. After hearing these words that were like evidence, Xiaofeng stood blankly at the door and said, these two guys are really unrepentant. Forget it, since they sold their phones, I don't want them anymore, but from now on, I will cut off all contact with them. Just then, Chi-san and Chi-si noticed some movement outside the door, so they opened the door and found Xiaofeng standing at the door. It turns out that Boss Xia heard our conversation. Brothers Chi-san and Chi-si said to Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly. I hope Boss Xia won't call the police. Even though we stole your phone and sold it, we promise we won't do it again next time. Xiaofeng said to the two brothers angrily, you have promised me many times. I forgave you for your previous behavior towards Xin Fei. This time you are planning to steal my phone again. It seems that you little hooligans are really dirty and will never change. You will never become good people no matter how hard you try. Chi-san and Chi-si were embarrassed after hearing this, so they said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, please trust us this time. We won't dare to do it again. We will have to rely on you in the future. Xiaofeng said to Chi-san and Chi-si sternly, I am not your cash cow. I have taught you a lesson many times, but this time it really makes me sad. I don't believe you can really change. From now on, we will have no contact anymore. If anything happens in the future, don't look for me. As a result, the relationship between Xiaofeng and the brothers Chi-san and Chi-si became strained. After Xiaofeng left, the brothers Chi-san and Chi-si discussed with each other, Boss Xia seems to be really angry this time, who cares? Anyway, Boss Xia has never taken us seriously. The two brothers slandered Xiaofeng in their hearts, forget it, let's hug someone else in the future. The brothers Chi-san and Chi-si thought, but they secretly hated Xiaofeng in their hearts. Boss Xia, just wait. If you fall into our hands one day, we will definitely make you pay. After what happened to the brothers Chi-san and Chi-si, Xiaofeng was very angry and was in a bad mood during his business trip. So on the high-speed train, Xiaofeng played with the system out of boredom. Xiaofeng used his points to redeem various gift packages from the system and acquired a variety of new skills. When Xiaofeng saw these new skills, he felt much more cheerful. This is cooking, this is cycling, and this is playing stocks. These skills are really good. Not only can they help my career, but they also make my life more colorful. Xiaofeng practiced this new skill on the high-speed train and mastered it during the few days of his business trip. So Xiaofeng became multi-talented. When Xiaofeng returned to the garment factory after his business trip, he said to everyone in the garment factory as soon as he entered the door, hello everyone, the multi-talented Xiaofeng is back. Everyone was surprised, what's wrong with Boss Xia? Xiaofeng said to them, come, let me show you my new skills. So Xiaofeng demonstrated his new skills to all the employees, and the employees were very surprised after seeing these skills. It turns out that Boss Xia is so versatile. When did Boss Xia learn these skills? He is truly amazing. He knows everything. Xiaofeng felt very happy when he saw the praise from everyone. His previous gloomy mood was swept away. It seemed that learning a lot and knowing a lot was indeed a joy. Xiaofeng was tired after showing off his skills, so he returned to his villa under the care of Concubine Xian. Lying in bed and thinking about his experiences over the past few days, he felt that the system was really good. Those small gift packs really made him happy, and it was worth spending so many points to redeem them. Chapter 101. Is there still someone telling fortunes now? Xiaofeng was walking down the street, thinking, today is finally another day off, I can relax for a while. But on the busy commercial street in the city center, Xiaofeng saw a stall not far away with the words fortune-telling written on it. Xiaofeng thought to himself, does anyone still tell fortunes these days? Coincidentally, a couple stopped in front of the fortune-telling stall. The woman said to the fortune-teller timidly, sir, I want you to see how I can change my luck. The fortune-teller could tell at a glance that the couple's relationship was not good because the necklace the woman wore only had her own photo, not the couple's wedding photo. The diary the woman carried with her had tear marks on it, and she looked timid. The fortune-teller said to the woman, you may have some troubles in your relationship recently. As if she had grasped a life-saving straw, the woman looked at the fortune-teller and said, yes, sir, that's it. I just want to see how I can change my love fortune and make my husband and I reconcile. Just when the fortune-teller was about to explain to the woman, a Taoist priest suddenly came from the opposite direction. The Taoist priest said to the fortune-teller, all your tricks are nothing in front of me. Don't use sweet words to deceive this couple. I can see at a glance that this lady is often bullied by her husband. Do you see that? The fortune teller said to the Taoist priest in a somewhat speechless tone. The relationship between the couple is not good, so it is reasonable for them to bully each other. You can infer this by inference. But the Taoist said to the woman, the purple marks on your arms are proof that your husband bullied you. This is something that a fortune teller cannot see. This Taoist priest really had extraordinary abilities. He could see the scars on people's bodies. This kind of medical skill was also considered one of the Taoist magics. The fortune teller was disappointed. Seeing that the Taoist priest did have some magical powers, he quickly packed up his stall and left. Well, I'm unlucky today to have met a great god like you. The fortune teller said to the Taoist priest, next time I can set up my stall far away from you, can't I? I'll give you this place. So the couple looked at the Taoist priest and said, do you have any way to make our relationship better? The Taoist priest ignored them at this time. He looked at Xiaofeng, who was watching the fun nearby, and said to him, my dear, how about we have a duel of magic? Let's see who can make this couple feel reconciled. Xiaofeng was suddenly called by the Taoist priest. He looked at the Taoist priest with a look of surprise and said, I don't study anything supernatural. I don't know any magic, so how can I fight with you? The Taoist priest said to Xiaofeng, sir, are you afraid to fight me? Are you admitting that you are not good enough in front of so many people? Xiaofeng was so embarrassed that he said to the Taoist priest, I have no grudge against you, why do you want to fight me? It turned out that the Taoist priest was the work of Qi San and Qi Si. They found a Taoist priest who knew some magic from somewhere and wanted to make trouble for Xiaofeng in public. Xiaofeng didn't know that he had offended someone secretly, so facing the Taoist's provocation, he could only bite the bullet and fight. This Maoshan Taoist was indeed powerful. He had an extraordinary medical sense and medical skills, and he could infer where a person was injured by observing the details. But Xiaofeng didn't have the abilities of a Taoist priest, so how could he calculate the fate of the couple and make them reconcile? So Xiaofeng thought of the system. Hey, system, wake up. Is there any prop that can give me the magic of a Taoist priest? The system finally woke up and said to Xiaofeng, remind the host, as long as the host uses the points to exchange for a prop that allows for meticulous observation, he can also gain the ability to observe meticulously like a Taoist priest. Not only can we tell a person has passed through his figure, but we can also predict the dangers and difficulties he will encounter in the future. So Xiaofeng said to the system, then exchange it. I need it right now. I am also in the mood to fight with this Taoist priest. So Xiaofeng used his points to exchange with the system for the ability to observe details. Immediately, Xiaofeng's vision changed. He could see the couple's past and the dangers they were about to encounter. At the same time, we also saw how this Taoist priest was instructed by Qi San and Qi Si. So that's how it is. Xiaofeng thought, it seems that this Taoist priest has bad intentions, so I won't show him any mercy. So Xiaofeng said to the Taoist priest, I know your magic is a healing magic that can see people's wounds, but you don't have any magic that can make this couple reconcile. This was the first time that the Taoist priest had the secret of his magic revealed to him in person. He was very surprised and said to Xiaofeng, how did you know that I know healing skills? This is a magic that we Taoist priests from Maoshan have specially practiced. Ordinary people can't see it. Xiaofeng said to the Taoist priest, so I am not an ordinary person. Do you still want to fight me? The Taoist felt a little ashamed that his skills were exposed in public, so he said to Xiaofeng, as expected, you are more skilled. But Xiaofeng still insisted and said to the Taoist priest, I can also see that you don't want to cause trouble to me, but you are behind the instigation of the Qi San and Qi Si brothers to come to me to fight. The Taoist priest was once again hit on the mark by Xiaofeng, and he felt even more ashamed. He said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia is indeed very capable, and I, a Taoist priest from Maoshan, cannot compare to him. I shouldn't have accepted the commission from the Qi San and Qi Si brothers to cause trouble for you. I hope Boss Xia will show mercy and let me go this time. So Xiaofeng said to the Taoist priest, actually, you still have some skills, but next time when you accept a client's commission, you must see the client's true face and don't be used by bad people. So the Taoist priest said to Xiaofeng with great gratitude, thank you, Mr. Xia, for your advice. Then the Taoist priest turned away. Xiaofeng suddenly had the ability to tell fortunes, so he would not waste it. He wanted to help the couple solve their problems, so he said to the housewife, be careful of your neighbors. Your neighbors may covet your property. When your husband is away on business, don't let your neighbors accompany you. So the woman was surprised, how do you know that the neighbor has bad intentions? Xiaofeng said, because I can predict the future, I can look into people's hearts and find out that you are being threatened by your neighbors. So I told you to be careful of your neighbors, so that I can remind you to prevent danger before you encounter it. Besides, the relationship between you two cannot be eased by some master's ability. The most important thing for a couple is to work together to build a good family. As long as you communicate more and understand each other more gently, your relationship will definitely improve. Another important point is that men should never bully women again. This is a method only used by men with no future. So the couple were very grateful to Xiaofeng. Chapter 102 Chen Wanling's Entanglement. After drinking that day, Chen Wanling saw Xiaofeng's kindness and always felt that there was still hope between them, so Chen Wanling said to Xiaofeng, let's start over, okay? Have you forgotten that we liked each other before? Chen Wanling tried her best to show her love for Xiaofeng in front of him. Chen Wanling said to Xiaofeng, look at the decorations in my room. How many of them were given to me by you? This proves that I have never forgotten you and the feelings between us still exist. Chen Wanling picked up a piggy bank on the table and threw it to the ground, then said to Xiaofeng, look at the commemorative coins here. They are all bought by you for me. I have been saving them and storing them here to prove that I will always remember you. Xiaofeng saw this and thought Chen Wanling was deliberately showing her affection for him. So he could only say calmly, although I really liked you at that time, our relationship can't go back to the way it was before. Let's keep these commemorative coins and ornaments at home for now, as a commemoration of our relationship. Chen Wanling picked up a Disney commemorative coin from the ground and said to Xiaofeng, do you remember taking me to Disneyland? We were so happy that day. We watched the fireworks together in Disneyland and had a candlelight dinner. You told me that you would always love me. Have you forgotten? Xiaofeng said to Chen Wanling, I have said it many times, our relationship now can only be friends. It is good enough that we have not become enemies. I hope there will be no disputes between us. This way we can get along as friends, and you can just think of it as having gained a close friend. Seeing Xiaofeng's refusal, Chen Wanling stopped trying to stop him. After leaving Chen Wanling's house and returning to his bedroom, Xiaofeng lamented that things and people had changed. Xiaofeng felt very sorry that his goddess Chen Wanling had become like this. He hoped that Chen Wanling would have a smoother life in the future. Xiaofeng could only think like this and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Xiaofeng got up and went to work. As soon as he entered the company, he discovered that many employees were crowded at the elevator door. Xiaofeng walked in and saw that the elevator was broken. The elevator rope seemed to be entangled with something and could not work. So Xiaofeng said to his employees, let me fix the elevator. Xiaofeng used a crowbar to pry open the elevator door and found that the cable was indeed entangled with something. Xiaofeng then reached out to remove the thing from the cable, but accidentally slipped. At this critical moment, Lu Fei hurried over, grabbed Boss Xia's arm, and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, be careful, I'm holding you here. So Xiaofeng repaired the elevator without any trouble. He was very grateful to Lu Fei. It seemed that he had chosen the right person at first sight. Xiaofeng was also very happy that Lu Fei could start working. As Xiaofeng's confidant in the company's board of directors, he could also play a big role. Xiaofeng was very pleased. At the same time, he also saved Xiaofeng today. Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei, I will treat you to lunch. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Fei said to Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly, Boss Xia, I just helped you. Boss Xia, you should be more careful. When you repair the elevator in the future, remember not to do this kind of thing yourself. We can just find a professional repairman. So Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei, that's right, I was careless this time and almost caused an accident. I will never do this again. So in the company, Xiaofeng and Lu Fei became a golden pair. Lu Fei became Xiaofeng's most capable assistant and played a big role in the board of directors. Xiaofeng felt that he was becoming more and more comfortable with managing the company. It was almost the end of the year, and the company was going to hold its annual meeting. Xiaofeng took his assistant Xian Fei to attend the company's annual meeting. At the end of every year, the festive atmosphere is very strong. This year, Xiaofeng Company's annual meeting was in full swing, with lights and decorations. However, at the annual meeting, Xiaofeng heard some discordant voices. Several female employees were discussing Xian Fei at the toilet door. Have you heard? Why does Boss Xia like his female assistant Xian Fei so much? It turns out Xian Fei used her sex appeal to get to the top. No wonder Boss Xia values her so much and treats her as his personal assistant. Are they in love? Xiaofeng heard these discordant voices, so he said to the female employees, "How can you say bad things about Xianfei behind her back? Do you think the company is your own home?" So several female employees were so scared that they couldn't speak. Seeing Xiaofeng slip away like a mouse, they said, "I'm sorry, Boss Xia, we won't dare to do that again." But when Xiaofeng heard such voices, he felt that Xianfei must have been under a lot of pressure, and there were also a lot of rumors in the company. Xiaofeng also knew that Xianfei, who was always strong-willed, would be very sad to hear these rumors. So Xiaofeng found Xianfei and said to her, "I heard about the recent rumors in the company. I know you feel wronged, and I hope you can overcome these rumors." Xianfei said to Xiaofeng, "As long as I walk the right path and behave properly, there will be no problem. I believe I can make a name for myself in the company with my real working ability." So Xiaofeng said to everyone at a meeting one day, "I am going to hold a competition in the company now. All managers must lead their teams to complete the same sales task. Then we will compete fairly and justly to see which team has the best sales performance." It turned out that this was a competition that Xiaofeng had deliberately set up in order to prove himself to Xianfei. Xianfei was very grateful to Xiaofeng for giving her this opportunity to prove her professional ability. So after the meeting, everyone started working overtime, hoping to achieve better sales results under the same circumstances. Xiaofeng saw all of this and thought that Xianfei would definitely not let him down. Sure enough, not long after, Xiaofeng held another meeting to communicate the sales performance of each team. Looking at a pile of data and tables, Xiaofeng said to everyone, "As you can see, this is a fair competition. The companies are at the same time. The volume of orders received is very obvious. Xianfei leads her team as my assistant team. The sales volume they bring is the highest. I didn't expect this. It turns out that Xianfei's sales ability is so good. I wonder what others will dare to say about her in the future." Only then did everyone recognize Concubine Xian's efforts, and they spread the word that Concubine Xian's abilities were truly the most outstanding among them, that she was Boss Xia's right-hand man, and that she had truly relied on her own strength to reach her high position. Chapter 103: The Unlucky Rich Second Generation. That morning, Xiaofeng was woken up by the system and unexpectedly accepted a hidden mission. Half an hour later, Qin Yun called and asked Xiaofeng to accompany him to the party. As a result, he met the rich second generation who was pursuing Qin Yun, Zhang Ke. Looking at Zhang Ke, who had always been at odds with him, Xiaofeng suddenly had a very mature idea in his mind. Before Xiaofeng could take any action, Zhang Ke saw Xiaofeng and came up to him. "Who is this?" It turns out to be the poor guy from before. "How come he is so poor now? Look at the clothes you are wearing, are you going to sell them?" It's no wonder that Zhang Ke said this. After all, Xiaofeng looks really handsome in his outfit today. When Xiaofeng had no money, he would not allow Zhang Ke to trample on him. Now that he no longer has money for that poor boy, he naturally will not indulge Zhang Ke. If you can have this idea, it means you have the same idea every day. But I didn't expect that Zhang Ke would fall to this point. In Xiaofeng's opinion, Zhang Ke was undoubtedly seeking his own death by this behavior. He was never able to win an argument with me before, but I didn't expect that after not seeing me for such a long time, he would take the initiative to come up to me. Only someone like you who is broke would think of this way. After all, the money earned by selling your body is much easier to make than the money you earn through hard work. Zhang Ke looked at Xiaofeng with disdain. Who knew that Xiaofeng was not angry? Instead he looked Zhang Ke up and down. "But from the way you are dressed today, I don't think you are rich. It looks like your company has gone bankrupt." It's no wonder that Xiaofeng could say such a thing. After all, ever since he met Xianfei, his clothes were basically designed by Xianfei, which could be considered as custom-made. However, Zhang Ke was obviously not that rich. It just so happened that Zhang Ke only wore clothes from high-end brands on weekdays. He always thought that clothes without a brand name were low-quality products. What's more, he didn't think that the poor boy in front of him could afford to have custom-made clothes. Before he could say anything, Xiaofeng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if your company goes bankrupt. After all, we are old friends. If your company goes bankrupt, just tell me and I will buy it directly to help you." This is indeed a very generous statement. At least Zhang Ke thinks that Xiaofeng is just trying to show off. After all, how could he go from having nothing to becoming a rich man in just a few months? You have so much capital to act so arrogantly now. Aren't most of these people given to you by Boss Qin? Speaking of this matter, Zhang Ke felt very angry. After all, he had tried every possible way to please Qin Yun, but Qin Yun never responded. Speaking of this matter, Xiaofeng nodded actively. You are right, if it weren't for my sister, I might not have been able to develop so fast. Look at this watch of mine. As he spoke, Xiaofeng rolled up his sleeves to reveal the Swiss watch. It's not necessarily true that this watch is very valuable. The main reason is that it is out of stock and you really can't get it without some means. Don't try to deceive me with fake goods. After all, I'm not an ignorant person. Zhang Ke didn't think that the watch in Xiaofeng's hand was real. After all, how could the thing he tried his best to get but couldn't get appear in the hands of this poor boy? There's nothing I can do. I now have the ability to get what you want but can't get. Are you envious? Are you jealous? That's useless. Xiaofeng seemed to do it on purpose and once again showed the watch on his hand, which severely stimulated Zhang Ke's heart. It was not until he heard the cold system voice in his mind that Xiaofeng stopped his actions. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. It turns out that Xiaofeng's action today was not intended for revenge, nor was it a real desire to show off his wealth, but to complete a hidden task that he had just triggered. To be honest, it was all really a coincidence. He had just received the task and was still struggling with how to complete it when he happened to meet Zhang Ke. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. Zhang Ke was still preparing to compete with Xiaofeng, but unexpectedly Xiaofeng suddenly left. To be honest, he was a little confused, but this also made him assume that he had won a stage of the victory. But he didn't know that Xiaofeng was just too lazy to argue with the fool. Hidden tasks are triggered randomly, and the corresponding rewards are much higher than ordinary tasks. However, he didn't know whether this reward was of any use until later. By chance, Xiaofeng met a business tycoon who invited him to participate in gambling on stones. It was Xiaofeng's first time to come into contact with something like this, so he was naturally full of curiosity. After receiving the invitation, he was still a little hesitant about whether to go. Unexpectedly, I received a call from Qin Yun. Here is an invitation to gamble on stones. Are you interested? Listening to Concubine Xian's somewhat sexy voice, Xiaofeng felt his whole body was a little bit moved. However, the words about gambling on stones brought Xiaofeng back to his senses. Sister Qin Yun mentioned gambling on stones. I also have an invitation for me to go there and gamble on stones. Unexpectedly, they were so considerate as to give Xiaofeng a copy of the invitation. Qin Yun's mood naturally improved. In that case, are you interested in participating? Hearing Qin Yun's lazy voice, Xiaofeng subconsciously lowered his guard and spoke out his thoughts. To be honest, I really want to participate, but I have never participated before. What's the big deal? It's just a group of people gathered there to pick stones. Qin Yun has never been particularly interested in these activities. If she hadn't thought that Xiaofeng might be interested in these, she wouldn't have cared about these invitations at all. After hearing what Concubine Xian said, Xiaofeng enthusiastically agreed to the stone gambling. A group of more than a dozen people flew to Myanmar to see the stones. There are more raw stones over there, and the chance of getting green is also higher. Xiaofeng originally thought that there would be only a few of them going there this time, but he didn't expect that more than a dozen people would come one after another. Why are there so many people participating? Xiaofeng asked Qin Yun with some confusion. Qin Yun glanced at these people nonchalantly. Some of them are really going to participate in this gambling, and some are invited by them as eyes. I didn't expect to come across a word that I didn't understand at all. The so-called eyes are people with more experience. They will judge whether there is jade in the stone based on various data. Qin Yun did know about this kind of things, but she was not particularly interested in them. Chapter 104, Becoming a Sucker. Xiaofeng didn't quite understand all this, but it didn't matter. After all, he didn't care about it. After arriving there, these bosses immediately got to work in a hurry, directing their eyes to look at the raw stones. Xiaofeng knew nothing about this, so naturally he couldn't be as proficient as them. However, when Qin Yun asked him which stones he liked, Xiaofeng could only bite the bullet and randomly point to a few. The eyes around were also paying attention to the movements of this group of people at all times. When they saw the appearance of the stones that Xiaofeng pointed to, they knew that these stones could not possibly produce green. This also made them feel much more at ease. When they boarded the plane, they saw that the two men were not wearing their glasses, and they thought they had some secret skills, but they didn't expect that they knew nothing at all. Xian Fei didn't think it mattered. He basically had people pack up all the stones that Xiaofeng pointed out, and he looked like he had no shortage of money. Originally, the purpose of coming here today was just to let Xiaofeng experience these fun things. As for whether he could make money or how much money he could make, these were not within Xian Fei's consideration. But the discussions around him still made Xiaofeng blush quietly. He also knew that he was really not good at this at all. Maybe because he had already experienced things at a higher level, Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed by these discussions. In anger, he directly asked the system if there was any way to give him this skill. The system is omnipotent, and there are naturally ways to do it, but these things also cannot be obtained for free. Looking at the props given by the system, Xiaofeng couldn't wait to use them. Unfortunately, his eyes only flashed a faint light, and then they became silent. On the system's page, a few large words were written with difficulty: not enough gold coins. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, knowing that he usually exchanged his props with points. It was the first time he heard of gold coins. What are gold coins? How do I get them? Xiaofeng asked impatiently. He really wanted to have this skill. Gold coins are obtained based on the host's daily tasks. Xiaofeng's face suddenly turned a little ugly. After all, he had never heard of the term gold coins before. But he quickly thought of himself. The hidden task he had completed seemed to contain a gift package that had not been opened yet. Open the gift package. To be honest, this involves an element of gambling, betting on whether the system will grant props according to his needs. It is a pity that today's system still does not behave like a human being. Most of the things that came out of it were owned by Xiaofeng, and as for the so-called gold coins, there was not even a trace of them. This means that the gift package is wasted. I didn't expect this to be the result. Xiaofeng's face turned very ugly. This means that he has to obey the system's arrangements and complete some tasks in order to obtain gold coins. This also made Xiaofeng feel inexplicably suffocated. Some things, the way those people looked at him, made him feel even more uncomfortable. Xinyun seemed to have seen through Xiaofeng's thoughts. After returning to the hotel, she smiled and said, "Do you think this feeling is extremely uncomfortable?" It seemed that he did not expect Xinyun to suddenly ask this, but after a moment of silence, Xiaofeng nodded. "In that case, I wonder if you would be interested in going with me to see what knowledge this stone holds." Xinyun's tone was indifferent, as if she was just asking casually. No matter what Xiaofeng's answer was, she would be able to accept it. When it comes to this issue, Xiaofeng's first reaction was to refuse. After all, he had decided to complete the system's tasks to obtain gold coins. In this way, he could sit back and reap the benefits and directly obtain this skill. If you think about it this way, there is no need to learn it in vain. But under Concubine Xianzai attack, Xiaofeng inexplicably felt that his idea was somewhat shameful. Reflecting on myself carefully, it seems that I have become more lazy after having the system, and I am unwilling to accept new things. Of course, the most important thing is that I am unwilling to work hard. Xiaofeng, who finally realized what was happening, suddenly stopped what he was doing. After realizing his problem, Xiaofeng also urgently hoped that he could make some changes. After all, he didn't want to really waste himself. Maybe he still has the support of the system now, but what about the future? If the system changes its host one day, what should he do then? Can he only watch helplessly and be unable to change it? After having the idea, Xiaofeng seemed to have gained motivation. Xinyun's expression changed a little when she heard his agreement. The sigh was so faint that Xiaofeng suspected that he might have heard it wrong. "To be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't agree. After all, after observing you for a while, I found that you don't seem to be as willing to learn as before." It was after this discovery that Xinyun tried every means to bring Xiaofeng out, hoping that he could make some changes. Fortunately, he did not disappoint her. Speaking of this, the man felt a little ashamed. He didn't expect that his decadence had been so obvious that even Xinyun had noticed it. He also had to thank Xinyun, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to discover the change in his mind. "I'm glad that you agreed today to learn the skills of gambling on stones. This proves that you have at least discovered the problems in yourself." Xinyun patted Xiaofeng's shoulder with satisfaction. Xiaofeng lowered his head in silence. He knew that this matter was purely a problem in his thinking. He also had to thank Xinyun for helping him discover this problem. "I will definitely study these carefully." Of course, while learning this knowledge, Xiaofeng did not forget to work hard to complete the tasks issued by the system. In a win-win situation, why should he limit his vision to one thing and narrow his own vision? Xinyun was very dedicated to him. Knowing that he wanted to learn, she specially invited a famous localite to teach him. Of course, her behavior also attracted the attention of other bosses. Isn't it a little too late to learn these skills now? Finally, a boss couldn't help but ask. Who knew that Xinyun's expression didn't change at all? Why would it be too late? As long as you are willing to learn something, it will naturally be not too late. Chapter 105, Sky High Price Jade. All the bosses present knew that Qin Yun had always been very protective of her younger brother, but they had never expected that she would protect him to this extent. Hey, Mr. Qin, we're not trying to throw cold water on you, it's just that this approach is a bit too irrational. These people were not here to persuade Qin Yun at all. They were clearly here to watch the fun and even wanted to take advantage of the situation. It was a pity that Qin Yun did not give them this opportunity. What reason is there to be irrational? If he didn't want to come over, I wouldn't have come this time either. Xian Fei picked up the milk beside her and took a sip. Xiaofeng, who was studying professional knowledge at the moment, didn't know what these people were talking about, but looking at Qin Yun's expression, he knew that she probably didn't say anything good, and it was most likely related to him. This made Xiaofeng feel a little angry. These people took the initiative to send him the invitation, but now they were blaming him. These bosses were talking one after another and criticizing Xiaofeng in front of Qin Yun. But who knew that Qin Yun didn't listen to their words at all? I know what you said, but in other words, if he didn't want to come, I wouldn't come. He doesn't know anything about this, so it's only natural for me to find someone to teach him. Qin Yun also felt very annoyed. Why didn't he know before that these bosses were so talkative? They were all slandering Xiaofeng in front of him. The bosses who had been met with setbacks could only leave in disgrace. At this time, Xiaofeng also came over with a sour face. Qin Yun was really annoyed by these people just now. Aren't you listening to their lecture over there? How do you have time to come here? I tell you, don't say those things in front of me. I have a headache now. Drink some milk. I know they must have said something bad about me. I haven't offended them. Why should I say these things in front of you? Xiaofeng angrily put the warm milk he had prepared next to Xian Fei's hand. Qin Yun nodded. Isn't this normal? Your every move is being observed by them. Unless you are really outstanding, they will still say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. What Qin Yun said was quite pertinent. How could Xiaofeng not know these things? But even if he knew, he couldn't stand these people doing this. If you really can't stand the anger, then work hard to learn these knowledge in open jade. Qin Yun rubbed his temples. Their company is also involved in jewelry, but this is not the main industry, so she doesn't force herself in this area. She knows a little bit about gambling on stones, but she is not an expert, but she can still look at the general things. With the encouragement from these people, Xiaofeng made rapid progress in learning these things. At the same time, Xiaofeng had to admit that he had been too lazy before. This trip to gamble on stones was planned to last a total of 10 days. 10 days later they will be preparing to return to Hangzhou, and it will depend on who has the most jadeite. Although there is no stakes, it is still embarrassing to lose, especially for those who don't have jade. To be honest, Qin Yun's action this time can be said to have gained nothing or even ended up with nothing. Although Qin Yun didn't care about this particularly, it didn't mean that other people didn't care. Xiaofeng was also holding back, trying to gain some face for Qin Yun in one breath. Therefore, he has been more active in completing tasks and learning these things during this period. After all, hard work pays off. He has got back the basic things, and the little cheats opened by the system are enough for him. For this purpose, he directly chose a raw stone warehouse and entered the warehouse to start the sea salvage vehicle. These stones are all inside. They haven't been identified yet. The boss said flatteringly. It was also the first time for him to meet such a big client, and he directly said that money was not a problem. Xiaofeng took a look at the raw stones in the warehouse and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I got it. I'll let you know when I have the chosen stone. No one knew where these bosses got the news, but they soon knew that Xiaofeng was selecting raw stones in the warehouse. Whether you are free or not, everyone gets together to watch Xiaofeng select raw stones. Xiaofeng was a little annoyed by their behavior of looking at him like monkeys, but thinking that this was also a time to give face to the female team leader, he tacitly tolerated this behavior. Looking at the few unremarkable stones that could be chosen, especially one of them weighing 20 kilograms. Some knowledgeable bosses simply shook their heads and did not think that the stones selected by Xiaofeng could produce green. You want this stone to turn green, but it's rare to get such a large stone, and the chance of it turning green is very small. One of the bosses couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped forward to remind Xiaofeng, hoping that he could change the stone. Who knew that Xiaofeng just shook his head and said, "No need, just this one, this stone will definitely produce green." As for this huge stone, Xiaofeng not only decided on it, he even took the initiative to draw cutting lines on it. Cut along the lines I drew, and then polish it a little bit after you're done. Xiaofeng explained these things very carefully, and the people around him inexplicably felt that Xiaofeng was confident, but some people also felt that he was just guilty, so he behaved like this. As for those bosses who were not optimistic about Xiaofeng, they naturally kept singing pessimistic words. They hoped that Xiaofeng would not produce any jade this time so that they could laugh at Qin Yun. The cutting of such a large stone attracted many people to watch. Xiaofeng calmly asked the cutting to be done, asking whether he would do as he said. After cutting, the master carefully used the grinder in his hand to grind off the outer layer bit by bit. However, he had already cut to the middle of the stone and still could not see any green. It was estimated that it would be difficult to produce jadeite. However, the passerby was the best choice. No matter whether the stone was a virgin or not, he would make money no matter how he figured it out. Therefore, the master did not say anything. However, as he rubbed it, he found that the stone turned green. It's green! Judging from this smooth angle alone, this piece of jade is of very high purity and is not small. Several CEOs' eyes widened at once. They thought that there would be no jade in this big stone, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones who made a fool of themselves. Qin Yun not only did not return empty-handed, but returned with a full load. Chapter 106 To the person I am most grateful to. The news soon spread back to China, attracting the attention of major jewelers. After all, it was the first time for them to see such a large jadeite with such good quality. If they could get it, they would definitely make a lot of money. Even when this piece of jade was just opened, these jewelers made bids and wanted to buy it directly. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you are not tempted now, do you have to wait until you return to your country and have more competitors? 500 million. At present, one side of this jade has been opened, and just by looking at the thickness, you can tell that it is definitely not just one piece. Xiaofeng simply glanced at the jeweler who made the bid and said, "Sorry, I want to open up all the jade." The jeweler probably didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so bold. "Mr. Xia, I'm not trying to go against you on purpose. The quality of this jade does look good, but you have to think clearly. If it turns out to be just one piece, then the price will definitely not be so high." Xiaofeng naturally understood that what he meant was nothing more than a question of value. Unfortunately, he did not value the value of the entire piece of jade. It's over. Xiaofeng's firm tone made Zhu Baosheng only able to shake his head regretfully, not understanding Xiaofeng's insistence. However, after he opened the jade, he realized what it meant. Xiaofeng must be completely sure to be so firm. Just by looking at the size of this piece of jade, you can tell that it is worth far more than 500 million. "Mr. Xia, do you want to auction this jade now? Or what else should you do?" A jeweler couldn't wait to ask about the future of this jade. "I have not put this jade up for auction yet. I plan to decide after I return to China." To be honest, they were a little worried about taking such an important treasure back, but Xiaofeng didn't seem to take the jade seriously. It's useful to learn more. Qin Yun didn't think this could be explained by simple luck. Recalling how he felt when he chose this stone, Xiaofeng nodded firmly. "What are you going to do with this piece of jade? Do you want to ship it back to your country and sell it?" Qin Yun inexplicably began to care about the whereabouts of this piece of jade. Xiaofeng looked at her with some confusion. "Sister Yun, do you have any plans here? It's not really an arrangement. You know our company is involved in the jewelry industry. But even if this piece of jade falls into our hands, I'm afraid it won't be mine perfectly. Qin Yun has a very clear positioning of her company's jewelry industry. Even if she bought this jadeite at a high price, she was afraid that the designers in their company would not be able to create a satisfactory gesture. I don't plan to give this jade to anyone else for the time being, but you can choose any other jade sister I have." Xiaofeng showed an embarrassed look on his face. Originally, Qin Yun had helped him so much, and no matter what, he shouldn't refuse Qin Yun's small request. However, thinking of his future plans, Xiaofeng had to give up. Seeing Xiaofeng's somewhat embarrassed look, Qin Yun chuckled, "You are not a child anymore. It is impossible for me to make decisions for you on every matter. As for the remaining jadeite in your hands, I can buy some of it at my discretion. However, the specific selection still needs to be made by their company." After all, Qin Yun only has a vague understanding of these and is not sure which ones are suitable for making into jewelry. After this piece of jade was shipped back to China, it caused a sensation in the domestic jewelry industry. They started bidding directly without even getting Xiaofeng's consent. Of course, this so-called bidding does not mean taking Xiaofeng's gemstone to the auction venue, but they keep contacting Xiaofeng privately and offer a high price to buy this jadeite. The jewelers who contacted Xiaofeng have already offered a price of 3 billion. To be honest, this price was very tempting, but Xiaofeng still firmly rejected the other party. Excuse me, I do have a use for this jade, and I want to give it to someone I am most grateful to. If it were any other time, Xiaofeng would definitely auction off this piece of jade without hesitation. After all, his company did not need such a large piece of jade to embellish clothes. Rather than leaving it to waste in your hands, it is better to give it to someone who can use it and turn it into something more beautiful. After hearing this, the other party could only give up with regret. After all, Xiaofeng had already thought of a place for this piece of jade. Xinyun was also a little surprised when she received the news. I thought you would definitely sell this jadeite at an auction. Even Xinyun felt tempted by the price, let alone others. Xiaofeng smiled a little embarrassedly. When I heard those high prices, I thought about going to Myanmar to carve out a piece of jade and making huge profits. Xinyun said with a teasing tone. In that case, when my sister and I fly to Myanmar again, I will definitely find a big and good jadeite for you. Xinyun was shocked when she heard Xiaofeng's serious tone. After all, she was just talking casually. After realizing Xiaofeng's intentions, Xinyun smiled slightly and said, okay, let's go there when we have time. For the next period of time, Xiaofeng's whereabouts became mysterious. Many times Xinyun couldn't contact Xiaofeng, and even Xin Fei, who was helping out in the company, had no idea where Xiaofeng was. What do you think he has been doing recently? I haven't been able to contact him recently. If he didn't reply to my messages sometimes, I would have called the police. Xinyun's tone contained a hint of complaint. Xin Fei didn't quite understand what Xiaofeng had been doing recently, and he hadn't come to the company for some time. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a while. Maybe he's been busy with something recently. After all, the other party is not a 3-year-old child who has to report everything he does to his sister. Xinyun just mentioned it casually and didn't take it to heart. Until these jewels sent her an invitation to a jewelry exhibition. This is not the first time. Every year, these jewelers will send Xinyun invitations to the jewelry exhibitions, but Xinyun always attends based on her mood. It just so happened that she was in need of some jewelry at that time and wanted to see if there were any men's jewelry, so she accepted the invitation. Chapter 107 About Roses. To be honest, this jewelry exhibition did not bring Xinyun much surprise. Many designs were vaguely similar to previous years, and the men's jewelry was not particularly outstanding. Xinyun sighed, it seemed like her trip today was in vain. What I didn't expect was that after the last Model S exhibition, the people at the exhibition didn't disperse, but instead sat there. Xinyun asked the lady next to her with some confusion, is there any finale product that hasn't been released yet? She just counted carefully and this is the 16th model, almost the finale. The lady next to him obviously knew more clearly, I heard that there is a new one this year, but this jewelry will not be auctioned because it is given away directly. This news was no secret to them. Xinyun patiently sat back in her seat. The model on the jewelry display surprised Xinyun to find that it was Xiaofeng who had disappeared for some time. Looking at the jade necklace in Xiaofeng's hand, Xinyun felt a little amazed. I think you all know that many jewelers wanted to auction a piece of jade from me before, and I responded to these jewelers positively. Now I have made this jade into the necklace in my hand, and I want to give this necklace to the person I am most grateful to. Xiaofeng walked to the microphone holding the necklace. Everyone present could hear these words, and they all had an idea of who this person was. After all, since Xiaofeng gradually appeared in the upper class, he has always been accompanied by an indispensable figure, Xinyun. So the choice was obvious at first glance. Mr. Qin, I wonder if you can accept my small token of gratitude. Xiaofeng smiled and showed the jewelry in his hand towards Xinyun. To be honest, Xiaofeng's behavior was indeed beyond Xinyun's expectations. Okay, why didn't you tell me earlier that the person you wanted to thank was me? Wouldn't it be better to just sell your 3 billion worth of jade to me? Xinyun teased with a smile. Although she said that, she still followed her heart and took the jewelry. If that's the case, then I have to book a ticket to Myanmar right away and guarantee to give Mr. Qin a big, bright jadeite. These are just jokes between the two of them, but the way they get along with each other makes many people envious. After all, many people can't get close to Xinyun. Concubine Xian naturally knew about this matter. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she could still ignore it. After all, if Xinyun hadn't acted as a matchmaker, she would not have been able to meet Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng has been busy in Qin Yun's company recently. Of course, he came to Qin Yun's company to discuss this matter and deal with the batch of jadeite he had previously mined in Myanmar. I see roses in the office all the time. Are they sent by someone? Xiaofeng discovered that every time he came to the office, there was a bouquet of roses, which made Xiaofeng very curious. The secretary following Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head. No, it's our President Qin who likes roses, so every day the logistics department will prepare a bunch of fresh roses and put them in a vase. Of course, this is our collective request. I hope that President Qin can be in a better mood today for the sake of the roses. Then they can work less overtime and maybe even get some tips. There is no need to say the following sentence. What if the person in front of you goes and complains to his sister? So Sister Yun likes roses very much? Then if someone gave her roses, wouldn't she just accept them? Xiaofeng said thoughtfully. Who would have thought that the secretary would decisively deny it? That's impossible. Our President Qin never accepts roses from others. Only the roses prepared by the logistics department every day are allowed to be placed in this office. In fact, the company's front desk receives a lot of roses every day. After all, Qin Yun's hobby is no secret. Those who want to please Qin Yun always have to start with these hobbies. Xiaofeng didn't expect that Qin Yun actually had so many suitors. He was unusually surprised. I thought Sister Yun didn't have any suitors. Xiaofeng teased with a smile. This was not something he could respond to, so the secretary just smiled. I was afraid that you might feel uncomfortable staying here alone, so I rushed back. I didn't expect you, an ungrateful little wolf, to be saying bad things about me behind my back. Qin Yun didn't hear the whole long conversation, but only heard the last sentence. Xiaofeng didn't feel guilty. Sister Yun, you've worked so hard. Come, I'll make you a cup of coffee as a reward. The two of them entered the office talking and laughing. Seeing that Xiaofeng's eyes were always on the bunch of gorgeous roses, Qin Yun took the initiative to say, do these flowers look beautiful? This may also be the most satisfying aspect of the logistics department for me. Without saying anything else, just being able to see such a bouquet of fresh and beautiful flowers every day when I go to work makes me feel better. Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. It seems that my sister still likes roses very much. Yes, I like it very much. After hearing this, a plan slowly took shape in Xiaofeng's mind. However, this plan cannot be told to Qin Yun for the time being. After all, this is a surprise. After processing this batch of jadeite, Xiaofeng began to return to the company to deal with some of the company's backlog of documents. Although Xianfei has always been in charge of the company, some collaborations still require his personal review. Speaking of which, Yunyun's birthday is coming soon. I wonder if she will celebrate her birthday without saying a word this year like in previous years. Xianfei muttered to herself while sitting in the office. This is basically the pattern of Qin Yun's birthday every year. She doesn't spend any extra time on her birthday at all. If her friends want to celebrate her birthday, they have to prepare early. Xiaofeng paid close attention and naturally took these words to heart. Sister Yun, do you celebrate your birthday alone every year? Shouldn't you hold a party and invite friends to come over? Xianfei shook her head. I don't know the details, but since I met her, she seems to have never held a birthday party. Every year, we send her gifts for her birthday party. If there is a surprise, we have to prepare it early. Otherwise, she will definitely stay at home for a day, which can be regarded as a holiday. Chapter 108 A Full Plane. Xiaofeng thought for a long time alone in the office. He recalled the time when Qin Yun and he were together and saw roses. Qin Yun smiled, leaned over to smell the roses, and said to Xiaofeng, do you know what my favorite flower is? It's the rose. Its wine-red color symbolizes love, and its fragrance is refreshing. I think it is the best flower in the world. It seems to be true, Qin Yun really has a special liking for roses. Xiaofeng had this idea, so he thought, giving roses is also tacky, the key is, how to give it better. After watching the earthy romance in movies and TV dramas, Xiaofeng finally chose to use an airplane. That's right, an airplane, grand style, lots of flowers, and extremely romantic. So Xiaofeng found Lu Fei and asked him to help buy a plane full of roses for Qin Yun. Lu Fei said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, it may be difficult to gather a planeload of fresh roses. We need to visit a few more flower shops. So Xiaofeng said to Lu Fei, you can also contact a foreign rose shop and ask them to send a plane over. This will make the momentum bigger and make Sister Qin Yun interested. So Lu Fei was very helpful. He customized a plane of roses for Qin Yun in the UK. So on Qin Yun's birthday, Xiaofeng asked Qin Yun's sister to meet him on the tarmac. Said to Qin Yun, "Do you know what birthday gift I want to give you? I want you to have an unforgettable birthday." Qin Yun looked at Xiaofeng with some anticipation and said, "I didn't expect that my brother is preparing surprises for me now. What is it?" Xiaofeng thought that Qin Yun, who was used to seeing big things, probably had never seen a plane full of fresh roses. Then a private plane slowly drove in from the tarmac. Xiaofeng personally opened the cabin door for Qin Yun and said to her, "Go in and take a look. This is your favorite thing." As soon as Qin Yun entered the plane, she saw a bright red. It turned out that the whole plane was filled with roses. The rose bouquets formed a sea of red, and Qin Yun smelled the refreshing rose fragrance. Looking at the plane full of roses, Xiaofeng said in surprise, "Thank you so much. I have never seen so many roses. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and know what kind of flowers I like." Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed and said to Qin Yun, "I have to know a little bit about your preferences. I hope you have an unforgettable birthday." Qin Yun hugged Xiaofeng and said to him, "Thank you very much, brother. This is something I will never forget." So Xiaofeng and Qin Yun got off the plane, and Xiaofeng said to the workers who came to move the roses, "Move all the roses to the tarmac. I still need to transport these roses to Qin Yun's residence." So the staff began to carry the roses down from the plane. At this moment, the paparazzi who had been following Qin Yun and Xiaofeng saw this scene. The paparazzi was very surprised. When did Boss Xia buy so many roses that he filled an entire plane with them? So the paparazzi waiting nearby took pictures of the scene. In order to avoid being discovered by Xiaofeng, the paparazzi photographer wore a black cloth cap to cover his face. Xiaofeng had actually discovered the paparazzi nearby a long time ago, but although Xiaofeng saw through his true face, he did not stop him from taking pictures. Xiaofeng thought, "This is a good thing. It's not impossible to let others witness Qin Yun's happiness." So even though Xiaofeng knew that there were paparazzi taking pictures, he still happily took Qin Yun to see the roses being unloaded from the plane. By the time all the roses were moved down, the tarmac was already a sea of bright red. When the paparazzi saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim, thinking, "If this photo was put on the news, I wonder how shocking it would be." So the paparazzi quickly took a few photos of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun with the roses as the background. Then they went back satisfied. As expected, the news that the boss of the film and television company, Xia, gave the financial president Qin Yun a plane of roses broke out soon. Even the spectators who were used to big scenes were surprised by the roses on the plane. Especially the identities of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun, which were still so legendary. Xiaofeng became an internet celebrity overnight and became a well-known entrepreneur. This plane full of roses became a funny story between him and Qin Yun, and was widely praised by everyone, who felt that Boss Xia was really generous. Xiaofeng has been very lucky recently, and his career and reputation have improved rapidly. At this time, Xiaofeng has become a national-level entrepreneur. He has become the dream lover of all women, because Xiaofeng is handsome and rich. He was soon sought after by many female fans. Many naive female fans thought, "It would be great if Boss Xia could like me. I really want to know who Boss Xiao's future wife will be." Some young girls have fantasies in their hearts, dreaming that one day Boss Xia will fall in love with them and make them Mrs. Xia in a legitimate sense. Come and enjoy these flowers and wealth. However, these girls also saw Boss Xia's intentions towards Qin Yun, and felt that they were still not as good as Qin Yun, the female president. Qin Yun has a lot of power in Tianhai City. She is the female president of a financial company and has a net worth of hundreds of millions. So a news article about the relationship between Boss Xia and Qin Yun made the headlines in the city. The friendly interaction between these two business tycoons has aroused widespread heated discussion among readers. After all, they are both well-known business tycoons in Tianhai City. The relationship between entrepreneurs has always been a focus of fans, especially the interaction between male and female presidents, which makes some fans excited. Fans all want to know if Qin Yun and Xiaofeng are really having an affair. How far has their relationship progressed? Like many tabloid reporters, they are also very curious about the connections between business tycoons and yearn for the aristocratic life. It's really good to be rich. The girl sighed, "When can I be as rich as Boss Xia? Then I can live the life I want." Xiaofeng has more and more female fans, and they have formed a fan group to discuss Boss Xia's life anecdotes. The fan group is lively from morning to night. Not long after, Xiaofeng also learned about the existence of this fan group and was a little curious about what they were discussing in the group. After all, Xiaofeng had just become famous. He also wanted to have fans, so Xiaofeng became more and more curious about this fan group, hoping that one day he could join this fan group and see what they were talking about him. Chapter 109: The Envy of Female Fans. Because Xiaofeng was particularly curious about what happened in his fan group every day, he called Xian Fei in the office and said to her, "I want to join my own fan group, can you help me apply for an account?" So Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng with a little smile, "Boss Xia, don't you think you want to date a female fan in the fan group?" Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei a little embarrassedly, "Sometimes, people are also very curious. I don't know how they discuss me. I also want to see what impression I have in other people's minds." So Xian Fei helped Xiaofeng apply for a fan group account, and let Xiaofeng lurk in the fan group. Xiaofeng could finally see what his fan group was discussing, so he was very proud. Xiaofeng saw that there was a supervisor in the fan group, and they had regulations for their support activities. And if a female fan did not participate in the support activities, she would write a note to the supervisor to ask for leave. This ensured that every fan in the fan group could actively participate in the activities to support Xiaofeng. But Xiaofeng didn't expect that he would be sent a private message by his supervisor. It turned out that the supervisor saw that Xiaofeng's account had never participated in any support activities and felt very strange, so he said to Xiaofeng's account, "My classmate, are you a fan of Boss Xia? Why have I never seen you participate in any support activities?" Xiaofeng didn't know how to answer, so he had to pretend to be a female student and said to the supervisor, "Sorry, supervisor, because I am still in school, I don't have time to participate in Boss Xia's support activities." The supervisor got a little angry when he heard this and said to him, "If you really don't want to participate in the support activities, you can leave the group and stop taking up space here. We still have many female fans who want to join." Xiaofeng didn't know how to answer. It seemed that hiding was not a good idea. So he said to the fan manager in a hurry, "I know Boss Xia. I know a lot about Boss Xia. I know Xiaofeng better than any of you." At this time, the supervisor became alert and looked at the female fan's vest. It was a vest she had never seen before, so she became suspicious of this female fan. So he said to Xiaofeng, "Are you Boss Xia himself? I often hear about other fan groups where people go into their own fan groups and lurk. I didn't expect Boss Xia also has this hobby." Xiaofeng panicked for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that the fans noticed it so quickly? He wanted to stay in the fan group for a while longer. So he said to the manager, "It's not me, stop guessing." But the more Xiaofeng denied, the more the fan group manager became more suspicious. So the supervisor said to Xiaofeng, "Then I will recognize you as Boss Xia. It seems that Boss Xia is really kind to us fans and even came to watch the game in person." So Xiaofeng asked Xian Fei, "How can I withdraw from the fan group? It seems that I will just quit the group. Your fans recognize me?" Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "What should I do? I used your phone number to register the account, otherwise your contact information will be exposed, and your phone will be bombarded with calls." So Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "What should we do? The fans have already recognized me, and soon this news will be known to many fans, and it will be difficult to deal with it then." So Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "Then you should send more red envelopes to shut them up." Xiaofeng accepted Xian Fei's suggestion and sent a huge amount of red envelopes to the fan group, saying to the fans, "I hope you don't expose my contact information." The fans were very happy when they saw Xiaofeng's big red envelopes. "Boss Xia is really generous. I am very happy to be your fan. We will support you more enthusiastically in the future." So Xiaofeng repeatedly reminded, "Dear fans, please do not disclose my contact information." Then Xiaofeng removed his vest. Fans all said, "Don't worry, Boss Xia, we have received your red envelope and will never disclose your contact information to the public. But Boss Xia is leaving, and we still feel a little reluctant to let you go. We still want to have more direct communication with Boss Xia." So some fans complained a little bit, how could the supervisor recognize Xia Laoban's vest so quickly? This made everyone a little disappointed, but Xiaofeng's fan meeting was still in full swing. Every weekend, fans would wait for Xiaofeng to come out from under his clothing factory and film and television company, so that they could take a photo of him before he got into his luxury car. These photos would be posted online and become entertainment news. Some crazy female fans even stayed overnight downstairs of Xiaofeng's company. Want to see how Boss Xia goes to work early in the morning? So Xiaofeng felt treated like a star. It turns out that being famous is not a good thing, because you lose a lot of privacy and your leisure time is also ruined. So Xiaofeng wanted to relax and spend the weekend in a place where no one knew him. So Xiaofeng took Xian Fei to a baseball field in the suburbs. Xiaofeng wanted to play baseball here to relax. Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "Why did you choose this baseball field in the suburbs? Why not go to one in the city?" Xiaofeng said to Xin Fei, "I just want to find a place where no one knows me, so that I can really relax and immerse myself in sports and exercise my body." So Xiaofeng and Xian Fei enjoyed this rare vacation time. He played baseball with Xian Fei. Both of them were good at baseball. Xiaofeng was the main player of the school baseball team when he was in school. Xian Fei was also the main player of the women's team. So the two of them were evenly matched. They were having a lot of fun playing baseball at the field. At this time, the boss came over and said to Xiaofeng, "This boss is really good at baseball. Can you take a photo with me? This way, I can put it here and show it to customers who have played here." Xiaofeng said to the baseball stadium owner a little embarrassedly, "I'm afraid that after I take the photo, I will be recognized by fans, and I will never have such a rare vacation again." The baseball stadium owner knew that the customers who came to his place to relax were either rich or noble. It seemed that celebrities also have their own troubles, so he no longer forced Xiaofeng to take pictures. She said to Xiaofeng and the others, "Please enjoy your time here. We will absolutely ensure the happiness of our customers." Xiaofeng had a lot of fun, but he learned about his fan club from Xian Fei. Although he had the enthusiasm of many female fans, he still had financial pressure. So Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "Well, transfer some of my money to the fan club to help them." The fans were very happy to hear the news that Boss Xia was so kind to support their fan club. What a considerate boss! So Xiaofeng secretly provided financial support for his fan club. Chapter 110 Lin Xianxian is slandered. Xin Yun, the female president of a financial company, has a lot of assets, including some short video subsidiaries. So this day, Xin Yun was browsing her company's website. While drinking coffee, Xin Yun was browsing some short videos. At this time, the secretary came in and said to Xin Yun, "Boss Xin, I bought the breakfast you asked for." Xin Yun glanced at the breakfast handed over by the secretary and said to the secretary, who was keeping an eye on the short video recently. The secretary said to Xin Yun, "President Xin, Manager Yang is also in charge of the short video." So Xin Yun ate breakfast while watching some short videos. Suddenly, Xin Yun found that she saw an acquaintance in one of the short videos. It turns out that the video was shot of Lin Xianxian working in a hotel. It turned out that when Lin Xianxian was doing internship during college, she came to work in a hotel in order to get an internship certificate. As a waitress, Xin Yun saw an acquaintance and clicked on the video, but she suddenly found that the video was very unfriendly to Lin Xianxian. It turns out that in the video, a wealthy businessman was entangled with Lin Xianxian and splashed water on Lin Xuanxuan's face in public. But Lin Xianxian did not admit defeat and splashed the food on the businessman, staining his suit. The two almost got into a fight, and someone nearby tried to stop them. Xin Yun immediately called Manager Yang and asked what was going on with the video. Manager Yang said to Boss Qin tremblingly, "This video was filmed during the Chinese New Year last year. Lin Xianxian was interning as a waitress at a hotel on the island at the time, and that's when the scene just now happened. The businessman in the video was a businessman who came back to his hometown to show off his wealth, so he was a little arrogant. He was rude to the waiter, so he had a conflict with Lin Xianxian." Seeing this, Xin Yun suddenly said to Manager Yang, "I can understand this little thing, but Manager Yang, why is this video on our homepage? A small video like this that is not well known should be in the background. How come so many people click to watch it?" Manager Yang broke out in cold sweat and said to Xin Yun, "It may be that Lin Xianxian soiled the businessman's clothes and damaged his reputation, so someone posted the video online to say bad things about Lin Xianxian." Xin Yun thought to herself, so it turns out that the opponent is deliberately discrediting Lin Xianxian. Xin Yun took another look at the title of the video and felt that there must be someone behind it. Because the title says that there is a mysterious treasure in the legendary ancient island city, it attracted many people to watch this video. Xin Yun said to Manager Yang, "Why is this kind of pretentious title still up there? Using the island's treasure to attract viewers to watch this video, this is such a low-level trick. Who is supervising it?" Manager Yang quickly said to Xin Yun, "Boss Qin, I will ask someone to change the title right away and remove this short video from the homepage." So Xin Yun said to Manager Yang, "Then you should start working on this matter as soon as possible. In the future, you should pay special attention to the content played on our short video homepage, so that it will not be maliciously manipulated by our opponents." But what Xin Yun didn't expect was that Lin Xuanxuan's short video went viral on the internet in a short time. Netizens criticized Lin Xianxian and said she was incompetent as a waitress. Even if the customer is being difficult, you cannot retaliate by spilling food on the customer's suit. So Mr. Lin from the film and television company was cyberbullied by netizens because of this short video. Xinyan told Xiaofeng about this matter, and Xiaofeng also felt that this was a crisis, and he wanted to help Lin Xianxian save face. So Xiaofeng used his resources to arrange emergency public relations. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei came to the island by boat. He wanted to find clues about Lin Xuanxuan's incident on the island. Since the video has gone viral online, the island is now crowded with people, all looking for the illusory island treasure while scolding Lin Xianxian for her poor service attitude. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei walked among the tourists and felt that this public relations event really needed to be arranged as soon as possible, so Xiaofeng visited the hotel where Lin Xianxian used to work. In the hotel lobby, Xiaofeng saw a few children. Xiaofeng was a little confused. Why did the children come to the hotel? So Xiaofeng approached the children, and the children said to Xiaofeng, "Sir, please believe that Sister Lin Xianxian is not at fault. We want to prove it for Sister Lin Xianxian." After hearing this, Xiaofeng thought that these children could prove something for Lin Xianxian, so Xiaofeng said to them, "How do you know that Sister Lin Xianxian is in trouble?" These children said to Xiaofeng, "We are left behind children sponsored by Sister Lin Xianxian. She sponsored us after her internship and left a lot of money and clothes. This way we can go to the best school on Shanghai Island. Thanks to Sister Lin Xianxian, we have learned a lot of knowledge, but recently we heard that someone was saying bad things about Sister Lin Xianxian, so we rushed to this hotel to prove to Sister Lin Xianxian that she is not a bad person." After hearing these words, Xiaofeng quickly said to Xian Fei, "You can take some videos of the children. This way, you can say that it is Lin Xianxian who sponsored the children on the island, not the waiter with a bad attitude. This will attract other people's favor and help you get through this crisis." So Xian Fei listened to Boss Xia and took a short video for each of these children. These short videos were posted online, but they did not cause much splash. After all, people felt that what children said was not enough to be believed. Can you just find a few kids to clear Lin Xuanxuan's name? Netizens seemed to disagree with this. So Xiaofeng had to continue looking for witnesses in the hotel who could prove Lin Xuanxuan's innocence. At this time, Xiaofeng saw the hotel waitresses and thought that they were Lin Xuanxuan's colleagues during her internship and should know the truth. If he used the hotel waitresses as evidence, he could successfully clear Lin Xuanxuan's name. So Xiaofeng found one of the female colleagues and said to her, "You also know that Lin Xianxian was wronged. Are you willing to say something for Lin Xianxian?" The waiter colleague said to Xiaofeng, "Where are you as a boss? I heard that Lin Xianxian is now a boss and has made many rich friends." Xiaofeng suddenly felt that this colleague was not so easy to negotiate with, so he patiently asked her, "How much do you want?" What Xiaofeng didn't expect was that the waiter asked for a huge sum of money. He said to Xiaofeng, "Then let's say 1 million. If this boss can give me 1 million in cash, I will clean up Lin Xuanxuan's name. It doesn't matter how much I ask. As long as the money is in place, these are all small matters." Chapter 111 New Mission. Although Xiaofeng felt that the money was spent unfairly, this was the only solution for now, so Xiaofeng said to the waitress, "Okay, I'll have someone prepare the money for you right away. When the time comes, in the video we shoot, you have to restore the truth of this matter so that Lin Xianxian can be forgiven by the public." So soon, Xiaofeng asked Xian Fei to contact the company and sent 1 million in cash. When the waitress saw the cash, her eyes lit up and she said to Xiaofeng, "Well, you know, people don't really trust post-produced short videos now, why don't we do a live broadcast? When we do a live broadcast, it can make everyone more credible, so more people will pay attention to it." So Xiaofeng discussed it with Xian Fei and decided that it would be a good idea to use live broadcast to let the waitress clear Lin Xianxian's name. So Xiaofeng ordered Xian Fei to start preparing the content for the live broadcast. So Xiaofeng prepared the live broadcast. After setting up the equipment, he said to the waitress, "Okay, there are a lot of netizens paying attention to this trend recently. You can see that there are already many people in the live broadcast room. Well, you need to restore the truth of the whole incident of Lin Xianxian. Just clear Lin Xianxian." So the waitress walked into the live broadcast room. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that she took the money and lied. Xiaofeng didn't expect the waitress to turn hostile and talk nonsense. So he urgently interrupted the live broadcast. It turned out that the waitress said in the live broadcast that Lin Xianxian was a savage lady from the city, and she usually had a bad relationship with her colleagues. She often bullies customers. Moreover, Lin Xianxian is the mistress of the rich businessman in the video, and the two of them are just arguing over the uneven distribution of spoils. After listening to this ridiculous live broadcast, Xiaofeng was so angry that he wanted to beat up the waitress, but he held back. However, Xiaofeng was so angry that he thought, how can I make this waitress tell the truth? Is the human heart really that easy to control? Xiaofeng then remembered the system and said to it, do you have any way to force people to tell the truth? The system was awakened by Xiaofeng, so it said to Xiaofeng again, host, do you only think of me when you are desperate? Xiaofeng glanced at the system and said to it, stop talking nonsense and tell me what you can do. Seeing that Xiaofeng was on the verge of getting angry, the system said to him, remind the host that you can use your points to redeem the item, truth. When this item is added to a person, she will be able to tell the truth involuntarily. Xiaofeng said to the system as if he had found a treasure, then exchange it. I want this waitress to tell the truth to clear up Lin Xuanxuan's affairs. The system gave Xiaofeng the prop of telling the truth, and Xiaofeng said to Xuanfei, start the live broadcast again, and this time I want this waitress to tell the truth. The waitress was even more proud when she saw Xiaofeng was still live streaming. She wanted to continue to discredit Lin Xianxian, but she didn't expect that this time her mouth was out of her control. It turned out that Xiaofeng added a special prop, the truth, to the waitress, and then the waitress told the truth. So the waitress helped Lin Xianxian clarify the whole fact. He also uncovered the rumor maker and slapped the mastermind on the spot. This live broadcast was very successful. In this way, Xiaofeng helped the majority of netizens eliminate their misunderstandings about Lin Xianxian and returned victorious. However, when Lin Xianxian at the film and television company saw Xiaofeng for the first time, she immediately threw herself into his arms and said, thank you very much, Boss Xia. I didn't expect you to go live to clarify things for me. Thank you so much. Xiaofeng saw that Lin Xianxian had tears in her eyes but a smile on her face, and said to her happily, as long as you feel at ease, nothing else matters. As a result, Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards Xiaofeng increased a lot. Xiaofeng had more points. Xiaofeng thought, these points can really be exchanged for magical props to help me succeed in life. The system is really a good system. I have to give it a thumbs up. At this time, Xiaofeng received an invitation to a ghost hunting challenge held by an old manor auction house. Some invitations were issued to participants to come to this old manor to find the remains of the manor owner. However, these remains are not the remains of the real manor owner, but a plastic prop. This prop was buried in some hidden place in the manor, and the participants who came to the challenge were asked to find the remains. Of course, there will be many wise hints during the game. These puzzles are used to test the intelligence, physical strength, and brain power of the contestants. So Xiaofeng was invited to participate in this event. Xiaofeng thought about what the auction house said, if you win this event, this manor will belong to you. So Xiaofeng felt that this ancient manor was also a great asset. Such temptation is still very high. Xiaofeng thought, so Xiaofeng came to the event site and wanted to participate in this challenge. Xiaofeng met other contestants at the event, among whom was a treasure hunter disguised as a traveler, who caught Xiaofeng's attention. Xiaofeng felt that he was a formidable opponent, so he walked over and said to him, treasure hunters are also participating in this challenge. The treasure hunter disguised as a tourist was a little surprised and said to Xiaofeng, how do you know I'm a treasure hunter? I'm obviously a tourist. Xiaofeng said to the treasure hunter, look at your dark skin and shrewd eyes. You must not be an ordinary tourist. I often hear that treasure hunters are exposed to the wind and sun, searching for treasures all over the world. I didn't expect that you still care about this manor. The treasure hunter was speechless, so he said to Xiaofeng, your eyesight is so powerful. I think I have a rival in this competition. Xiaofeng also felt that this game was very intense, so Xiaofeng said to the system, do you have any way to help me win this game? The system said to Xiaofeng, remind the host, you can exchange for a prop with extraordinary olfactory function, so that you can smell the unique smell of the remains and find them. Xiaofeng exchanged the points obtained from Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards him for this olfactory prop. As expected, during the competition, Xiaofeng followed the smell of the remains as if assisted by God and found the remains of the owner of the manor. The host announced to everyone, it was this boss Xia who won the competition and got the ownership of the manor. Xiaofeng was very happy and thought, it was really effortless to get this ancient manor. This manor is so valuable, I'm sure all the contestants want it. So the treasure hunter said to Xiaofeng angrily, Boss Xia, we'll see. Chapter 112, Going Out for Adventure. Xiaofeng got this ancient manor through the ghost hunting game, so he was very happy and drove his luxury car to the garment factory immediately. As soon as he entered the room, Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian, do you know what I won today? Concubine Xian seemed to have seen through Xiaofeng a long time ago, so she said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, didn't you go to participate in the manor challenge today? If nothing unexpected happens, you should have won the championship, and now the manor is yours." Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei proudly, "How come you are so smart? You can even guess this." Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng very calmly, "Boss Xia always succeeds immediately. This is not difficult to guess." So Xiaofeng handed the manor's property certificate and design drawings to Concubine Xian and said to her, "Look, this manor is so big. Although it is a bit shabby now, I hope that through our design, we can make it look brand new." Xian Fei also looked at the design drawing with great pleasure, and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, if you are assured, I can participate in the design of this manor. Let the architecture of this manor be revitalized." Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei with great confidence, "Of course I believe in your ability. As a designer, what you design must be the most beautiful things. So the design rights of this manor were handed over to you, Xian Fei. I believe in your ability." Concubine Xian was very happy and began to design the manor. She designed a pool and a flower bed. She could plant many roses and white magnolias. These flowers complemented each other and gave the manor a new lease of life. Just as Concubine Xian began to design the manor and gradually entered a stable period, one day Xiaofeng invited Concubine Xian to come and admire the results of her design. Xiaofeng was very satisfied with Concubine Xian's ability, so he said to her, "You designed this manor very well. I believe you must be an excellent designer." Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly, "Boss Xiao's compliment is really great." Just as the two of them were still immersed in joy, an old woman suddenly appeared outside the door. The old woman knocked on the door of the manor and said to Xiaofeng and the others, "The ownership of this manor should belong to me." It turned out that the old woman was a distant relative of the manor owner. She was a married girl when she was young, but she was still a relative of the owner of the manor. So the old woman said to Xiaofeng, "I came here to ask for this house. This manor should be the inheritance left to me by the owner of the manor." Xiaofeng immediately became dissatisfied when he heard this. "I got this manor in broad daylight through my own efforts. The owner of the manor held this challenge to show the people at the auction house that the inheritance does not belong to anyone, but to the winner of the competition." But the old lady was obviously not going to give up and said to Xiaofeng, "This manor is obviously ours. It is the inheritance left to me by my relatives. Why do you want to rob it?" Xiaofeng was so angry that he returned to the company, took the property certificate of the manor, and sued the old woman in court. The old woman saw that she could not get the manor through legal means, so she started to act like a rogue. So my aunt came to Xiaofeng's film and television company and deliberately collapsed on the ground to attract people's attention. She said to everyone, "Xiaofeng, the boss of this company, has occupied our relative's house and has not returned the house to me." At that moment, many people gathered under the building of Xiaofeng's company. At this time, Xiaofeng had to take action himself. Xiaofeng came to the bottom of the film and television company and showed the court judgment materials to his aunt and everyone. He said to the crowd, "You should all believe in the law. This is the ownership of this manor. All this evidence can prove to everyone that I am the ultimate winner. This is the legitimate evidence of the court. No one can think of going against the court." When the aunt saw Xiaofeng righteously showing the property certificate and the court verdict to everyone, everyone started talking and said, "It turns out that this old woman is causing trouble." Seeing that Xiaofeng was not easy to bully, the aunt disappeared from then on and never bothered Xiaofeng again. Xiaofeng finally figured out the ownership of the manor, so he and Xian Fei were more confident in designing the decoration of the manor. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng very happily, "Boss Xia, after the renovation of this manor is completed, can I come here for vacation often?" Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "Every flower, grass and tree here was designed by you. Of course you can come here for vacation. If you like it one day, I can give the manor to you." Concubine Xian was very happy and thought that Xiaofeng was confessing his love to her, so she said to Xiaofeng happily, "Boss Xia, your kindness is enough. I hope that one day in the future, you can really give this manor to me." In fact, what Concubine Xian was thinking was that if one day she really became Madame Xia, it would not be too late to take this manor, so Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian without caring, "Well, I hope there will be such a day. By that time, you will be the real owner of this manor." Xiaofeng had just dealt with this nagging aunt and felt exhausted. He wanted to travel to relax his body and mind, so Xiaofeng came to the scenic spot alone for vacation. Unexpectedly, he ran into Zhao Dajin at the entrance of the scenic area. Xiaofeng said to Zhao Dajin with a little disappointment, "I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Are you also here for vacation in this scenic area?" Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng, of course, people need to take a break and can't work all the time. Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia also knows that this natural scenic spot is very famous. Do you know what this scenic spot is most famous for? Xiaofeng said to Zhao Daijin as if nothing had happened, of course I know. This scenic spot is famous for its natural landscape. There is an uninhabited area in the forest. No one can set foot there, so it attracts many people to come and explore. But this time I am here for vacation, not for adventure, so I will go to the well-developed scenic spots and have some fun. So Zhao Daijin instigated Xiaofeng and said, is Boss Xia afraid? Boss Xia, who has won so many battles, doesn't he want to explore the no man's land? If he doesn't explore the no man's land, this vacation will be meaningless. Boss Xia must be afraid. Xiaofeng couldn't stand others looking down on him, so Xiaofeng said to Zhao Daijin, who said I'm afraid? You said you want to explore the no man's land, right? Well, I will definitely accompany you. So Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng, then let's make an appointment to go explore the uninhabited area early tomorrow morning. Whoever doesn't go is scared. Chapter 113 Pure Gold Pendant. On the night before going to the no man's land, Xiaofeng suddenly felt a little nervous, so he called Xian Fei and said, Xian Fei, I will go to the no man's land with Zhao Daijin to explore tomorrow morning. I don't know what we will encounter. So I want to hear your voice again tonight. This will also be an encouragement to me. Xian Fei opposed Xiaofeng's exploration into the no man's land on the other end of the phone. She said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you'd better not go. The no man's land is so dangerous. You don't know what will happen inside. Besides, it's a place where no one has ever set foot. It's really dangerous. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, if you are worried, come here early tomorrow morning. Take me into the no man's land, so that we can take care of each other. So Concubine Xian immediately said to Xiaofeng, don't worry, Boss Xia, I will rush to the scenic spot tomorrow morning to support you. So the next morning, Xiaofeng heard Concubine Xian knocking on the door early in the morning. Xian Fei came to the hotel where Xiaofeng was staying and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, are you really going to the no man's land? Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, as a human being, you always have to challenge yourself. Only in this way can you not live in vain for so many years. So Xiaofeng, under the watchful eyes of Concubine Xian, brought his equipment and came to the entrance of the no man's land. Zhao Daijin had been waiting there for a long time. Concubine Xian deliberately said to Zhao Daijin, you should go with Boss Xia, you are quite brave. Zhao Daijin had no choice but to deal with Concubine Xian, of course I will go in with Xiaofeng. We are both brave people. So Xiaofeng and Zhao Daijin came to the entrance of the no man's land and slowly walked into the jungle where no one had ever set foot. When Xiaofeng entered the no man's land, he realized how insignificant people really were. When humans face the magnificent natural landscape of the no man's land, no matter what merits or sins they have committed outside, everything is forgotten. In the no man's land, nature treats everyone who enters its territory equally. Xiaofeng suddenly felt the power of nature, and thus he became more respectful of it. Xiaofeng was very happy that he was able to express his sincerity and feelings to Concubine Xian last night. In this way, in the harsh environment of the no man's land, Xiaofeng could still imagine the scene of Concubine Xian waiting for him outside, which would give Xiaofeng more courage and strength. At this time, Xiaofeng and Zhao Daijin, who entered the no man's land, suddenly heard a few wolf howls. Zhao Daijin said to Xiaofeng with a little fear, what do you think that sound is? Xiaofeng carefully observed the surroundings and said to Zhao Daijin, that's the cry of a wolf. It seems there are wild animals here. Zhao Daijin was a little scared. Wild wolves usually move in groups. What if we encounter a pack of wolves? Suddenly, several vicious wolves appeared in front of them. These hungry wolves were wild animals in the uninhabited area. They usually survived by hunting, and the mouths of each wolf were stained with blood. When Zhao Daijin thought of this scene, he suddenly felt weak in the legs and was even scared to pee. Zhao Daijin trembled and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, what should we do? Will we be eaten by wild wolves? Xiaofeng was also very alert. Seeing this scene, he said to Zhao Daijin, no, we must have a way to defeat the wolves. Sometimes I also admire these wild animals for being able to live freely in an uninhabited area, but now is not the time to envy their life. Then Xiaofeng remembered the system, so he woke it up and said, System, do you have any way to drive away these wolves? The system also played a role in the critical moment, so it said to Xiaofeng, Host, now you can use your points to exchange for a skill to drive animals. This way you can drive away the wolves. Xiaofeng finally got help from the system at the critical moment, so he said to the system, hurry up and give me this skill. If it's any later, the wolves will pounce on us. So the system gave Xiaofeng the skill to drive animals. With this skill, Xiaofeng blew a whistle, and the wolves seemed to listen to the call of the leader wolf. They listened attentively to Xiaofeng's whistle, so Xiaofeng blew the whistle again, and the wolves seemed to understand. Led by the leader wolf, they slowly withdrew from the encirclement. Xiaofeng said to Zhao Dajin, I have practiced the method of driving animals before. You can just take a look at these tricks. There is no need to publicize them. So Zhao Dajin, who was trembling with fear, said to Xiaofeng, whatever Boss Xia says is the truth, I will never tell anyone. At this moment, Zhao Dajin suddenly discovered that there was a shiny object not far away where the wolves had been. So Zhao Dajin went forward to check and found it was a wolf's tooth. It turned out that the wolf had left the tooth on the ground. Zhao Dajin was very happy and thought that it was worth showing off to have a wolf's tooth in the no man's land, so he collected it. In the following journey of Xiaofeng and Zhao Dajin in the no man's land, Zhao Dajin needed Xiaofeng to take care of him and everything. The two of them stumbled and struggled to rush out of the no man's land and came to the place where people were in the scenic area. Zhao Dajin was really scared and quickly said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, I will never dare to enter the no man's land again. But at this moment, the scenic area management staff and Xian Fei came to the exit of the no man's land to greet Xiaofeng and others. When Zhao Dajin saw someone coming, he immediately became excited, so he showed the wolf tooth he picked up to the scenic area manager and said to the manager, Look, this is the wolf tooth of a wolf in the no man's land. I defeated the wolf pack and got this treasure. Seeing Zhao Dajin bragging about his achievements, Xiaofeng ignored him and thought, this kid only knows how to brag. But Concubine Xian couldn't stand Zhao Dajin's arrogance, so she said to him, How could it be possible that you drove away the wolves? It must be the work of our boss Xia. You are just a boaster. I don't know where you picked up wolf teeth, and you were making up stories to show off. If you rely on your real ability, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the no man's land alive now. So Zhao Dajin shamelessly showed off, but was immediately exposed by Concubine Xian. Zhao Dajin felt very embarrassed. But considering that Xiaofeng was present, it was good that Xiaofeng did not tell others about his embarrassment, so Zhao Dajin stopped showing off and left in disgrace. The scenic area manager said to Xiaofeng, Congratulations, Boss Xia, you are the winner of our challenge to the no man's land. We want to give you a reward. This gold no man's land wolf pendant is given to you as a souvenir. Xiaofeng got this pure gold wild wolf. Although he was not short of money, he was really happy. Then I'll take it. I've gained a lot from your expedition to the no man's land. Chapter 114, Fate, You Can't Force It. Although Xiaofeng already has his main businesses, a clothing factory and a film and television company, and several branches under it, Xiaofeng is already very satisfied with his business empire. So one day, he was sitting in his office, reading the documents handed in by various subsidiaries. Suddenly, Xian Fei walked into his office and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, I think your work is not saturated yet. I think we can expand the scale of the company. In this way, our company's influence will be more extensive. After being reminded by Xian Fei, Xiaofeng also had the idea of expanding the scale of the company, so he said to Xian Fei, Do you think it's time for us to open a few more companies? Xian Fei nodded and said to Xiaofeng, Yes, Boss Xia. Your career luck is so good now. Opening a few more branches at this time will also be of great help to your career. Xiaofeng thought Xian Fei's suggestion sounded good, so he looked down at the document and thought about how he could open more branches. So not long after, Xiaofeng had several more subsidiaries. With so many companies, Xiaofeng's biggest headache became selecting talents. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, You see, we have added these companies, and the management personnel inside have to be reappointed. This is the only way to ensure the normal operation of these subsidiaries. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, How about Boss Xia, why don't you find some capable subordinates at the grassroots level and select them to help manage the subsidiary company? So Xiaofeng followed Xian Fei's advice, went to the grassroots level and found a group of capable assistants to help him manage the subsidiaries, and became the supervisor of these subsidiaries. Xiaofeng felt very satisfied. He could now run the company with peace of mind. He believed that these subordinates he personally selected would be very capable. But on this day, when Xiaofeng went to inspect the branch, he suddenly found a lazy subordinate who did not practice the management tasks assigned by Xiaofeng at all, and was caught by Xiaofeng while playing with his mobile phone at work. The subordinate said to Xiaofeng fearfully, Boss Xia, it's not what you see. I just happened to remember my phone today and picked it up to check. I'm sorry I didn't know you were coming to inspect. Xiaofeng said to the subordinate, I remember you. Last time, the supervisor reported that you were one of the people who didn't practice. Are you really that lazy? Seeing that he could no longer avoid the matter, the subordinate said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, I deserve the salary you give me for doing this little work. You can't force your subordinates to work like crazy for you. Xiaofeng said to the subordinate a little angrily, you are paid by us. You should work for the company wholeheartedly, so that you can live up to your profession. This is not a question of how much salary you get, but a question of whether you are dedicated to your job. So Xiaofeng sternly said to the subordinate, now listen carefully, you are fired, and I will not let you continue to work in my company. The subordinate was very shocked, but there was nothing he could do. He packed his bags, walked out of the company, and turned to Xiaofeng and said, Boss Xia, you will really regret this decision. Xiaofeng said to the subordinate righteously, I never regret the decisions I make. Xiaofeng felt refreshed after dealing with the problematic employee. So he took a break in the office in the afternoon and talked to the system. System, you really have all kinds of strange props here. Can you take out some first? Show them to me. The system was speechless about Xiaofeng's behavior, so it said to him, Host, although you are the host, my system is not for you to play around with casually. I do have many strange props for the host to choose from. Such a system is beyond human existence. Seeing that the system was feeling proud, Xiaofeng flattered it and said, Yes, system, you have helped me so many times before, and every time you helped me solve problems in times of crisis. Such a system is indeed beyond human existence, so I feel honored to have you. The system was flattered by Xiaofeng, so it said to him happily, Then host, I will show you all the good things in my warehouse. Suddenly, Xiaofeng discovered that among the things the system asked him to browse, there was a small item called beauty pill. So Xiaofeng immediately became interested and asked the system, Can this beauty pill really make people more beautiful? The system said to Xiaofeng, Don't you believe in my strength? Of course you can. After taking this beauty pill, you will become more beautiful and charming than before. So Xiaofeng said, Then exchange this for me. Xiaofeng took the beauty pill and pondered it in his hand, thinking, Which sister should I give this beauty pill to? Just then, Concubine Xian opened the door and came in, and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, here are a few documents that need your signature. Xiaofeng happened to see Concubine Xian, so he said to her, How about this, I'll give you a small gift. This beauty pill can make you more beautiful after taking it. I'll give this to you, you can try it. Concubine Xian felt very happy. Xiaofeng was taking the initiative to give him a gift, and it was a beauty pill that could make people more beautiful. Xian Fei then happily took the beauty pill and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia gave it to me, so of course I have to eat it. So Concubine Xian opened her mouth and swallowed the beauty pill. In an instant, Concubine Xian felt that she was different. She used to be a pure beauty, but now after taking this beauty pill, she has a kind of charm that is both good and evil. In addition to being pure, she also had a bit more charm. Xiaofeng saw the changes in Concubine Xian and said to her even more happily, Look, you really have become more beautiful. Xian Fei also noticed her change, so she said to Xiaofeng a little shyly, Boss Xia is really good at making fun of people. Then I will leave first. Xian Fei walked out of Xiaofeng's office and ran into Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked up at this female colleague and was surprised to find that Xian Fei was more charming than before. Qin Yun thought, this little girl loves to dress up again recently. Her temperament feels different. It turns out that being around Xiaofeng can make her more beautiful. So Qin Yun paid special attention to Concubine Xian's changes, and walked into the office and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia is so lucky. A beautiful woman is by your side. Xiaofeng was a little amused, so he said to Qin Yun, No, it was just a little trick, don't take it seriously. Xian Fei has learned how to dress herself up recently, and I'm very happy too. Qin Yun looked at Xiaofeng and said, Boss Xia really has a good balance between career and life. I wonder when he's going to find a girlfriend. Xiaofeng was stunned by Qin Yun's words, so he said to her, As for a girlfriend? It's up to fate, you can't force it. Chapter 115 Waiting for your gift. Xiaofeng's film and television company is thriving, and has recently taken on several major dramas, and each of them has been a hit. This is all thanks to Xiaofeng's unique ability to choose scripts. So on this day, a prestigious award in the film and television industry called Xiaofeng and Lin Xianxian and told them that their two film and television companies had won awards and asked them to attend the award ceremony. So Xiaofeng drove his luxury car to the downstairs of the film and television company to pick up Lin Xianxian. When Xiaofeng saw Lin Xianxian, he joked to her, Boss Lin, I'm your full-time driver today. You can go wherever you want. Lin Xianxian glanced at Xiaofeng and smiled at him, aren't we going to present the awards today? How can we have the chance to go for a ride? So Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, thanks to you, I got involved in the film and television industry. I can make the company so big today and achieve such results, thanks to your advice. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly, it's nothing, I just reminded you to open a branch company. It's your own ability that has enabled you to achieve what you have today. So the two of them complimented each other, got into the luxury car, and drove to the award ceremony. Unexpectedly, when Lin Xianxian and Xiaofeng walked the red carpet together, suddenly, he spotted Chen Wanling in front of him. Why is she here again? How many times has Xiaofeng encountered Chen Wanling on the street? It turned out that Chen Wanling was also invited as a guest to watch the award ceremony today. Chen Wanling suddenly noticed Xiaofeng and Lin Xianxian. She felt that these two CEOs must have come to receive the award, and she was just a guest watching the ceremony, and she felt very dissatisfied. So they wanted to walk next to Xiaofeng to take advantage of his popularity. At the award ceremony, there were many fans who came here because of his fame. They saw the familiar figure of the president, Xiaofeng. So they cheered, Boss Xia, you are such a mysterious man. You are mysterious and make people curious. Boss Xia, please appear on camera more often in the future and show our fans more of your work in life. Chen Wanling was even more jealous when she heard that Xiaofeng was so popular, so she walked beside Xiaofeng to get in the camera's way. Xiaofeng discovered Chen Wanling's intention, so he said to her, we have no relationship now, if you want to get in on the popularity now, you'd better give up, I won't have anything to do with you anymore. But Chen Wanling didn't listen, she just said to Xiaofeng, when did Boss Xia's female companion have to be someone else? Have you forgotten that we once walked side by side together? At this time, Xiaofeng slapped Chen Wanling in the face with actual actions. Xiaofeng very considerately helped Lin Xianxian to adjust her skirt, while ignoring Chen Wanling standing aside. Lin Xianxian looked at Xiaofeng flattered and said to him, thank you for fixing my skirt for me. Boss Xia is really considerate. When Chen Wanling saw the scene, she felt even more jealous. Xiaofeng, you actually flirted with other girls in front of me. Chen Wanling was very angry and re-examined Lin Xianxian. It turned out that Xiaofeng's companion today was wearing a honey yellow long dress, and she looked very pure and cute. Looking at the black dress Chen Wanling was wearing, it was not as high-end as Lin Xuanxuan's. Only then did he realize that there was a gap between them that could not be bridged by money. So Chen Wanling became even angrier. When Chen Wanling and Lin Xianxian and other girls went on stage to take a group photo, Chen Wanling finally found an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Xianxian. She walked to Lin Xuanxuan's side and deliberately stepped on Lin Xuanxuan's instep with the heel of her high heels. Lin Xianxian was attacked maliciously by Chen Wanling. She cried out, and then she found that her feet had been stepped on and were bleeding. The blood had already stained the hem of her beige long skirt. Lin Xianxian has a good personality, but when she saw Chen Wanling attacking her maliciously, she glared at Chen Wanling and said to her, why did you step on my foot? Chen Wanling said to Lin Xianxian with a bit of pride, I didn't mean it. The stage is so crowded, what's the harm in stepping on you? But this kick had already injured Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian tried to walk and found that she could hardly walk because of the pain. At this time, Xiaofeng in the audience saw the whole picture of this matter, so Xiaofeng walked onto the stage handsomely and picked up Lin Xianxian in a princess hug. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, your feet can't walk anymore, so I'll carry you back. Seeing this, Chen Wanling was stunned, Xiaofeng, you really dare to be so nice to other girls in front of me. Chen Wanling felt that she had lost both her wife and her army, and had not gained any benefit. Princess Xiaofeng carried Lin Xianxian on the red carpet on the way back. Lin Xianxian was so moved that her face blushed. She said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, why are you taking care of me so much today? Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, because I want to express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, how would I have been involved in the film and television industry? Sometimes gratitude is not just about words, but should be expressed through practical actions. I am grateful to you. For example, I am going to send you home now. This action can express my gratitude. When Xiaofeng was carrying Lin Xianxian to the luxury car, a reporter followed him and took photos. So the reporter wrote a big news headline. It said that two film and television company bosses were carrying each other like a princess on the red carpet. This news occupied the front page headlines of the media, and the popularity of Xiaofeng and Lin Xianxian rose again, causing a great response among fans. Fans praised Xiaofeng for his grace and thought Lin Xianxian was pure and lovely. The two of them were really a good match, so their CP fans increased in number. Moreover, both of them run film and television companies, so they can take care of each other in business and have more common language in life. So Lin Xianxian and Xiaofeng became famous in Tianhai City again. Xin Yun also saw the news in the media, so she said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, have you met true love?" Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun a little embarrassedly, "Sister, please stop teasing me. You are all my CEO sisters, and as a younger brother, I should protect you. If you, Qin Yun, were injured, I would also hug you like a princess. This is my responsibility as a younger brother." Xin Yun said to Xiaofeng with great satisfaction, "You are really our good brother. Not only do you have outstanding abilities at work, but you have also won many awards and competitions through your own efforts. You are really the pride of the sisters." Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "That's right. I also feel that I have made a lot of progress under the advice of my sisters. Especially you. If I have something fun one day, I will give it to you, just like I gave Xian Fei the beauty pills." Xin Yun said happily, "Okay, then I'll wait for your gift, brother." Chapter 116 Restaurant Scene. Xiaofeng felt that he really should relax. Recently, he had been encountering some very brain-intensive things and some arduous tasks. After completing these challenges, Xiaofeng felt that it was time to relax. Just after work that day, Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, are you interested in having dinner together?" Boss Xia glanced at Concubine Xian and said to her, "Do you have any good restaurants to recommend?" Concubine Xian also said to Xiaofeng very happily, "I know a newly opened scene restaurant. This restaurant can be used for acting." The boss of a film and television company like Boss Xia is also very happy to dine in this kind of restaurant. Xiaofeng was very confused and said to Concubine Xian, "What is a scene restaurant?" Xian Fei explained to Xiaofeng, "Before entering the restaurant, every customer must draw an identity card, and then use this identity to perform a story in the restaurant. It is really fun to dine while performing the story." Xiaofeng immediately became interested and said to Xian Fei, "Wouldn't this help me improve my acting skills?" Xian Fei replied confidently, "Yes, Boss Xia, this will help improve your acting skills. You can set an example for new artists in the film and television companies in the future." Xiaofeng happily led Xian Fei to the door of this scene restaurant. As expected, they had to draw ID cards at the door of the restaurant, so Xiaofeng and Xian Fei both drew their own ID cards. Xian Fei drew an ID card that said she was a hostess in the royal district. It turned out that a play was being performed in the restaurant today. The play was about aliens who had conquered the Earth and used a large number of Earth women as hostesses in the royal district for their enjoyment. The savior of the Earth must defeat the aliens who rule the Imperial Zone in this restaurant in order to save the Earth woman. As expected, Xiaofeng's ID card shows that he is the savior of the Earth, so Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "It seems that I have to save you today." Concubine Xian looked at Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly and said to him, "Boss Xia, are you really going to be a hero and save the beauty? I really want to see Boss Xia's heroic figure." Concubine Xian's dress is very suitable for the identity of a hostess in the Imperial District, because Concubine Xian is very beautiful, and this time she is going to play the role of a hostess who has lost her freedom. So among the guests in the restaurant, Xian Fei could only reluctantly cater to the alien customers, so as to achieve the dramatic effect. So Xian Fei also felt a little embarrassed. She had to reluctantly cater to the customers who played the role of aliens, drink with them in the restaurant, and entertain them. Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore and thought, "It's time for me to come on stage as a savior. These alien customers are too arrogant." So Xiaofeng came on stage as a savior. He rescued Xian Fei from the alien customers and took her to an open area in the restaurant. In this way, Xiaofeng, as a savior, completed his mission of rescuing the woman on Earth. This made Xian Fei very happy, because she saw the care for her and the anger towards the alien customers in Boss Xia's eyes, and felt that Boss Xia loved her. So Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia really got into the role. For a moment, I thought this was what really happened." Xiaofeng was impressed by the creative design of this restaurant and said to Xian Fei, "This restaurant is really well decorated. The layout of the scene really makes people immersed in the drama. Eating in such a restaurant is a real pleasure. Not only can you eat delicious food, but you can also experience the lives of different people, imagine yourself as an actor, and perform a legendary story here. I really admire this kind of restaurant design. If I have the time, I would also like to open such a scene restaurant, so that I can be linked to the film and television company. Let everyone experience the joy of acting." Xiaofeng looked around and saw a large number of female customers, so he said to Xian Fei, "Look, a restaurant like this can attract a lot of female customers to consume, which can also promote our cash flow turnover. Such a restaurant is really a benchmark. At this time, the dormant system woke up again and issued a new task to Xiaofeng. Remind the host, your new task has arrived again. Xiaofeng was originally happy, but suddenly heard the system's task, which was a bit tricky, so he said to the system, why do you always give me tasks when I am relaxing? The system said to Xiaofeng, don't you think of me whenever you are in danger? The tasks of my system are random, and I don't know when I will issue a task. Just complete it obediently. So Xiaofeng accepted the task card, and saw that the task given to him by the system was to make concubine Xian worship him. Xiaofeng glanced at Xian Fei and felt that although Xian Fei was infatuated with him, it had not reached the level of worship. It was just the relationship between a boss and an employee, and she also had the ambiguity of wanting to be his girlfriend. So Xiaofeng thought, how can I make concubine Xian admire me? It's time to show my real skills. So Xiaofeng thought that if he could make some extraordinary gifts for concubine Xian, he believed she would admire him. So Xiaofeng went to the kitchen and asked for a carving knife and a carrot. Then he came out and said to concubine Xian, do you believe that I can carve a portrait of you with this carrot in a very short time? Although Xian Fei knew that Mr. Xiao was an excellent painter and had a talent for designing clothes, she still couldn't believe that Xiaofeng could carve her image on a carrot in such a short time. So Xian Fei asked Xiaofeng, is what Mr. Xiao said true? I have never seen anyone carving on the spot. So Xiaofeng took the carving knife and started carving on the carrot without saying anything. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiaofeng used his painting and carving skills to carve the appearance of concubine Xian on the carrot. It was exactly the same as concubine Xian's current state, just like her. Concubine Xian saw Xiaofeng's unique skills and was very surprised. Boss Xia is really great. I really admire you. As expected, Xiaofeng completed the task and won Xian Fei's admiration. In this way, Xiaofeng's points in the system increased again, and Xiaofeng was very happy. After completing the mission, Xiaofeng continued to dine in the Scene restaurant. As the savior of the earth, he couldn't just save Xian Fei, the only woman on earth, so Xiaofeng continued to play his role as the savior and saved several more women on earth. Because Xiaofeng always relied on wits instead of force, he wisely persuaded the alien customers to leave and saved all the hostesses in the royal district. Being surrounded by so many female customers, Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed, so he said to them, this is my mission, to rescue you from the aliens. The ladies rescued by Xiaofeng said to Xiaofeng with admiration, Boss Xia is really amazing. Chapter 117 Blind Date Party. A few days later, Xin Yun invited Xiaofeng to a cocktail party again. When Xiaofeng and Xin Yun arrived at the hotel, the lobby was already full of girls recommended by the proprietress. The proprietress, wearing heavy makeup, said to Xiaofeng, this boss is obviously a wealthy or noble person. Welcome to our hotel. We have top stars in our restaurant. I have found all of them for Boss Xia. I hope Boss Xia will be satisfied with their service. Even better, he could have further contact with these girls in the future. Boss Xia immediately understood what this restaurant was for. It turned out to be a blind date in secret. It seemed that the waitresses in these restaurants were very eager to meet rich people, so Xiaofeng looked at Xin Yun and said to her, Sister, what do you mean? Are you going to bring me to a blind date? Xin Yun smiled and said nothing, then said to Xiaofeng, I just invited you to dinner, and by the way, I want to see what kind of girls you like. Xiaofeng said to Xin Yun, look, there are so many types of girls here. I'm overwhelmed. Let's just have a simple meal. Xin Yun was very happy and felt that her test was successful. She wanted to know if Xiaofeng was in the mood to date a girlfriend. So Xin Yun cleverly and boldly chose this plan. She took Xiaofeng to a famous dating place for the rich to test Xiaofeng's sincerity. It turns out that Xiaofeng really doesn't have the time to fall in love now. Facing so many young girls, Xiaofeng is not tempted. So Xin Yun is very relieved about Xiaofeng and thinks that he is now a career-oriented handsome man. So Xin Yun and Xiaofeng happily had dinner in this hotel and drank a lot of expensive wine. Xin Yun also happily ordered a lot of delicious dishes for Xiaofeng to reward him. Xiaofeng just thought it was like a sister caring for her brother and didn't notice Xin Yun's changes at all. I don't know that it was Xin Yun's idea to come to the hotel this time. Because Xiaofeng was busy organizing the new brand of the clothing company recently. This was the launch of the new autumn and winter styles for Xiaofeng as a fashion designer, so Xiaofeng paid close attention to it. Xiaofeng also co-signed with a film and television company for this press conference, asking the film and television company to help the clothing factory promote the autumn and winter clothing styles. So Xiaofeng has been very busy recently, trying to develop a new business and stand out in his own design industry. So he didn't notice the change in Xin Yun's attitude towards him. Xinyan felt a little regretful, thinking that Xiaofeng was only busy with his career and couldn't take care of himself, so Qin Yun returned to his financial company and sat in the president's office. Looking at the company now, Qin Yun felt that it was really a rotten place, without any life. Sure enough, if a woman does not have the nourishment of love, she will appear lifeless and boring. The female secretary under Qin Yun noticed the change in her boss, so she said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, are you too tired from work recently? Do you want to go somewhere to relax and rest?" Qin Yun weakly replied to the secretary, "I've been to all the places in Tianhai City. Is there any place I haven't been to? I'm just simply unhappy. Don't take it to heart." The female secretary really cared about Qin Yun, so she mentioned to her again, "Boss Qin, why don't you go to a resort and relax? This will help you relieve your tension and will be more helpful for your future career." Qin Yun said to the secretary, "I want to do the same, but now I don't even feel like going to the resort. I don't know why, but now I just feel like nothing is interesting." However, despite being busy with his career in the garment factory and the film and television company, Xiaofeng did not forget to take care of sister Qin Yun's feelings, because Xiaofeng discovered in the system that Qin Yun's favorability towards him was increasing, but Xiaofeng found that Qin Yun did not become happier. So Xiaofeng went to the company to find Qin Yun and said to her, "Sister Qin Yun, you may be in a bad mood now. Is it because I am busy with work and don't care about you?" Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, "No, I'm just in a bad mood." So Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "Sister Qin Yun, I'll take you to a good place. Let's go to the amusement park. Maybe you can find the happiness of your childhood there." So Xiaofeng drove a luxury car and led Qin Yun to the playground of the children's park. Here, Qin Yun saw many children who seemed to be really carefree, playing and running at the same time. Qin Yun suddenly felt relaxed physically and mentally, and said to Xiaofeng, "Brother, this place you found is really good. There are so many happy children, and I feel much better seeing them." Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "I just want to bring Sister Qin Yun here to relax and relieve your melancholy mood and work pressure. Looking at these children, you will feel relaxed and think back to our childhood. How innocent and cute we were, without so many troubles. At that time, we were like real friends and were very happy." So Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, "I have always regarded you as my younger brother. Although we did not grow up together, I have always felt a sense of intimacy with you, as if we had known each other for a long time. I also want to protect you with all my strength." So Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "I know what Qin Yun's good intentions are. Come, go sit on the swing over there, and I'll help you swing." So Qin Yun sat on the swing with the other children. Xiaofeng pushed Qin Yun's swing with his hands and swung her to a high place. Qin Yun suddenly felt like she was back to her childhood while on the swing. She was so carefree. The depression in her heart was swept away, and she felt that Xiaofeng still cared about her. Qin Yun and Xiaofeng played in the amusement park for most of the day. When they returned home at night, Qin Yun was in a very good mood, so she said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you should also focus on your own business. I know you have a lot of things to do, so don't worry about me. I am in a good mood now. I also want to devote myself to the operation of the company, so that I can make money to support my family." So Xiaofeng finally completed the task of changing Qin Yun, and said to Qin Yun, "As a female CEO, you should not work too hard, and take care of your body. Only in this way can the company have long-term development." Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, "You too. Don't be too busy. I know you've been busy with the new winter and summer products of your clothing factory recently. When the clothes from your clothing factory come out, I'll buy them." Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun gratefully, "Thank you, sister. You are so generous." So Xiaofeng sent Qin Yun back home and said to her, "I hope you can be happy every day, so that your brother can rest assured." Qin Yun's affection for Xiaofeng increased, so she said to Xiaofeng, "Of course, I will be happy to have such a good brother." Chapter 118 Master, I was wrong. Xiaofeng has been busy with work recently and has no time to exercise. One day, he was walking on the street and was stopped by a guy from the gym. "Sir, come to our gym to exercise. This will help you strengthen your muscles and keep fit." Xiaofeng took a look at the poster handed over by the guy at the gym. So he thought to himself, "Does my appearance make even the guy at the gym look like he's going to work out?" So Xiaofeng took the poster and said to the guy at the gym, "Okay, I'll see if I have time to work out. I've been very busy lately." The young man said to Xiaofeng, "You look like a big boss. Big bosses have no time to exercise, so it's easy to get sick from overwork. You'd better take care of your health." So Xiaofeng took the young man's words to heart and returned to the office. Xiaofeng said to the system, "System, do you have any way to make me healthy? Can I achieve the effect of exercising in the gym? As a result, the system said to Xiaofeng, remind the host, you can use the system's ability to strengthen your body, making your body look stronger. This will also make you better at fighting. Xiaofeng glanced at the system and said to it, who told you I was going to fight with others? I just want to keep my body healthy. So the system gave Xiaofeng a prop and said to him, host, this is a pill for strengthening your body. Take this pill and you will be as powerful as a boxer. Xiaofeng took the pill without comment, swallowed it in one gulp, and said to the system, who knows if what you said is true? If I take this pill, will I have the power of the king of fighters like last time? So the system jokingly said to him, if you don't believe me, host, you can go to the boxing ring and try it out to see if this pill is really useful. So Xiaofeng half believed and half doubted and came to the underground fighting arena. In this underground fighting arena, people paid money to guess who would win. If you win the fight, the prize money is also very generous. Of course, Xiaofeng also wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if the pill given by the system was really useful. So Xiaofeng signed up for the competition. In the fighting arena, he met a blonde foreigner with a strong body. He kept speaking English to Xiaofeng and said to him, you can't beat me. Xiaofeng didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he launched an attack. The body strengthened by the system was indeed effective. Just when Xiaofeng was using this body freely, he suddenly discovered that after the system was upgraded, there were sequelae this time. It turned out that Xiaofeng suddenly felt dizzy. When hitting his opponent, he felt that his body was not his own. Xiaofeng thought, is this the sequelae of the physical improvement? This damn system didn't tell me all this. How can I end up in this fighting arena? Then the blonde foreign fighter found an opportunity. He punched Xiaofeng in the face, causing him to stagger. Then the foreign fighter attacked again, kicking Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng felt that it was not a good idea to passively take the beating like this, as he would definitely be seriously injured. As expected, the foreign fighter did not stop attacking Xiaofeng. He was a little puzzled as to why Xiaofeng, who was full of energy just now, was now completely powerless. Xiaofeng thought to himself, no one at the scene knows that I have sequelae. What should I do? I can't stop the game, or I will lose a lot of money. So Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and persisted, giving a few ineffective counterattacks. At this time, the foreign fighter found an opportunity and knocked Xiaofeng to the ground in one fell swoop. As expected, Xiaofeng was seriously injured by the foreign fighter. At this time, someone came to rescue Xiaofeng and saw Xian Fei appearing in the stands. Xian Fei called the referee over and said to him, stop fighting, our boss Xia has admitted defeat. So Xian Fei looked at Xiaofeng on the stage nervously, and Xiaofeng was lying on the ground unable to move. The referee signaled to stop the game. The foreign fighter won, and everyone cheered together, but only Xiaofeng heard the cheering, as if it was ironic. But Xiaofeng couldn't move, so Xian Fei hurried to the stage and helped Xiaofeng up. She said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you are seriously injured now. I want to send you to the hospital as soon as possible. We need to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. So the weak Xiaofeng was picked up by Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian sent Xiaofeng to the hospital. In the hospital, the doctor saw Xiaofeng's injuries and said to Concubine Xian, did you fight? Xian Fei had no choice but to tell the doctor, we are participating in a fighting competition. This was the only way to save Xiaofeng's face and prevent the doctor from misunderstanding that he was seriously injured and hospitalized because of a fight. Xiaofeng, who was lying on the hospital bed, complained to the system, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you help me complete the task this time? There are side effects. You made me lose such a big person. The system said to Xiaofeng, I don't know either. Host, I didn't know this pill would have such a serious side effect. It could cause you to get hurt in battle. So Xiaofeng said to the system, I will never play with the system again. Sometimes, the gains do not outweigh the losses when making such strange little props. The system said to Xiaofeng anxiously, Host, don't give up on the system. The system just made a mistake this time, and it will never happen again. In the future, I will carefully check the little props I give you to see if there are any side effects before giving them to you. This way, I can ensure that the host's life is foolproof. Xiaofeng said to the system a little weakly, that's the best, otherwise I really don't believe you. The system assured Xiaofeng, the host must believe in the system. The system will always stand on the host's side. It turns out that the system was also afraid that Xiaofeng would give up on it. So after half a month of recuperation in the hospital, Xiaofeng was finally discharged from the hospital. When Xiaofeng returned to the office, he felt refreshed. So Xiaofeng met Qin Yun in the office. Qin Yun asked Xiaofeng to come this time to give him some advice. Qin Yun suggested that Xiaofeng buy some shops around the wetland. Because Tianhai City is going to build a wetland park, the city government has invested a lot of money and cost in this park. After the park is built, the surrounding shops will definitely appreciate in value. In this way, if Xiaofeng buys the surrounding shops and then rents them to others as a shopping mall, he will make more money. Qin Yun told Xiaofeng about this suggestion, and Xiaofeng was very satisfied. He felt that he could make a lot of money from these shops again, so he accepted Qin Yun's suggestion and bought a lot of shops around the wetland. Not long after, all the shops that Xiaofeng bought were completed, and Xiaofeng was very happy to own so many assets. Chapter 119, Thanks to Sister Qin Yun. The weather was exceptionally good that evening, and the setting sun slowly went down the mountain, bringing peace and tranquility to Xiaofeng's office. Xiaofeng sat in front of his computer, surfing the internet and chatting at his leisure. While Xiaofeng was surfing the internet, he suddenly saw a lot of negative information about himself, most of which were explosive news written by gossip reporters. After seeing these negative news, Xiaofeng said to Xianfei with some displeasure, "Look, there are all kinds of things said on the internet. Some are true and some are false. Some things really have no basis at all. For example, this incident, the paparazzi of this tabloid took a picture of me walking outside after dinner. Because I was really full that day, I walked until very late, and it was dark. At this time, I happened to meet Qin Yun, so I walked with her. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun suddenly fell down, and I helped her up, and then I was written about." Xianfei said to Xiaofeng with a bit of a smile, "It proves that you, Boss Xia, are well known. Only celebrities will be concerned about their gossip and information. It proves that Boss Xia's fame is getting higher and higher." After hearing this, Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "Although this proves that my fame is growing, I don't want to be written about by tabloid reporters like this." So Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "When you have time, check the internet for these negative materials and see who wrote them. Why do I find that there are more and more negative materials now?" So Xianfei received Xiaofeng's order and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely help you find out who is writing dirty stories about you behind your back." Then Xiaofeng's mood to surf the internet was swept away. Feeling very depressed, he returned to the luxury villa. He wanted to take a shower to relax himself. But at this moment, Xiaofeng saw the swimming pool in the mansion, and Xiaofeng thought it might be better to swim at this time. So Xiaofeng dove into the swimming pool and started his night swim. Xiaofeng thought, "I hope the paparazzi won't take pictures of me in my swimsuit again. I wonder what kind of gossip they will write." So Xiaofeng sat by the pool drinking wine, looking at the fence outside the mansion to see if there were any tabloid reporters lying in wait there, ready to take a sneak shot of him. Just then, Xiaofeng received a call from Xianfei. Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, the things you explained seem to have some clues." Xiaofeng asked Concubine Xian, "Have you found out? Who is behind all this dirty work?" Xianfei said to Boss Xia, "We investigated these websites that spread the black material. The tabloid reporters were all from the same person. So we called the paparazzi and asked who ordered him. The paparazzi refused to say anything at first, but after we offered him the temptation of money, he finally spoke up. So the paparazzi said that he was instructed by a man named Zhao Qianshan to secretly take photos of Xiaofeng and get these gossips." Xiaofeng paused and said to Xianfei, "The name Zhao Qianshan sounds very familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere." So Xianfei said to Xiaofeng again, "Boss Xia, do you know that President Qin Yun's assistant, Zhao Qianshan, is one of Qin Yun's subordinates? We collected Zhao Qianshan's resume when he worked in Qin Yun's company. We found that this person is not simple. When Zhao Qianshan entered President Qin Yun's company, he was a junior employee. He started working under Qin Yun, but because he admired Sister Qin Yun very much, he was promoted to Qin Yun's assistant soon after. It is said that Zhao Qianshan admired Sister Qin Yun very much in the company, so when he was an assistant, he always considered Qin Yun in everything. I heard from people in the company that Mr. Zhao has a crush on Qin Yun." Xiaofeng paused and said to Xianfei, "You said Mr. Zhao has a crush on Qin Yun. Is this just hearsay or is it true?" Xianfei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, this kind of gossip in the company has always been credible. I believe the employees have also seen that Zhao Qianshan helped and cared for Qin Yun at work. I believe Zhao Qianshan himself has also told other employees that he has a crush on Boss Qin Yun." Xiaofeng joked to Xianfei, "So you said it's like you have a crush on me, right?" Xianfei said to Xiaofeng a little embarrassedly, "Boss Xia, stop joking now, we are talking about serious matters." So Xiaofeng said, then I will call Qin Yun myself to find out more information about Zhao Qianshan. So Xiaofeng hung up the phone, sat by the swimming pool of the mansion, and called Sister Qin Yun on the phone. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, I heard that there is an assistant named Zhao Qianshan in your company. Can you introduce him to me? Qin Yun didn't know why Xiaofeng asked about Zhao Qianshan, so Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, Zhao Qianshan was a junior employee at the beginning. One day, I saw that other supervisors were going to fire him, so I saved him from the supervisor and made him my assistant. Zhao Qianshan looked very grateful at that time. So he worked as my assistant for more than a year, but recently, Zhao Qianshan messed up a business deal. So I fired him from his assistant position and sent him to the grassroots to train. So Zhao Qianshan probably felt that he had become a waste again. He might feel a little unbalanced. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, no matter how unbalanced he is, he can't retaliate against me. He's not good at his job, but he's always trying to drag me down. Do you know how much negative information he's written about me online? Qin Yun didn't know, and said to Xiaofeng with a bit of joy, you said he wrote some dirty laundry about you on the internet, where is it? I want to see it, too. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun with a bit of unhappiness, you can still laugh. Can you bear to see someone write about me like that on the internet? Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, if you are upright, you have nothing to fear. No matter what, Boss Xiao's business is going to be good. So Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, that's all thanks to Sister Qin Yun. I hope Sister Qin Yun can pay more attention to Zhao Qianshan's movements and give him more encouragement, so that he won't take it out on me again. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, of course. I will secretly remind Zhao Qianshan to be careful about his words and actions. I also hope that Zhao Qianshan will not retaliate against you again. Maybe Mr. Zhao saw that we have a good relationship, so he thinks that you are also the reason why he was fired. But I will tell Zhao Qianshan that I hope he will stop letting the paparazzi write gossip about you. So Xiaofeng was very happy to solve Zhao Qianshan's problem. Early the next morning, Xiaofeng accompanied Xian Fei to the aquarium. Xian Fei was very happy that Xiaofeng could take time to accompany her to the aquarium to relax. So they walked into the aquarium's turquoise gate. The aquarium was surrounded by the blue ocean, which made Xiaofeng and Xian Fei feel refreshed. Chapter 120 Communicating with Dolphins. Xiaofeng gained the ability to guide animals when he drove away wolves during his last expedition to the uninhabited area. Xiaofeng was very grateful to the system, which enabled him to say hello to his cats and dogs, as well as animals and sparrows on the street. So Xiaofeng and Xian Fei came to the aquarium. Xiaofeng thought to himself, this time I can make a few more friends in the ocean. So Xiaofeng and Xian Fei walked from the gate of the aquarium all the way to the dolphin area. When Xiaofeng and Xian Fei were standing in front of a huge glass curtain, watching dolphins swimming, a dolphin suddenly rushed towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng thought that the dolphin also knew that he had the ability to sense animals, so the dolphin turned to Xiaofeng for help. The dolphin said to Xiaofeng, this kind human, can you understand what I am saying? I am in this aquarium, and the keepers bully me. Sometimes they don't feed me enough, and sometimes they force me to train. Kind human, can you help me? Xiaofeng clearly heard the dolphin's voice. So Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, I have the ability to sense the voices of animals. This dolphin is asking me for help, saying that the keeper in charge is not good to it and bullies it. Concubine Shen looked at the thin dolphin and said to Xiaofeng, I can see that too. This dolphin is obviously malnourished. So Xiaofeng said to Concubine Shen, I think I need to rescue this dolphin. So Xiaofeng found the aquarium keeper and said to him, how can you bully the dolphins? If you don't treat them well, they will complain to the tourists. Xiaofeng didn't expect that he was doing a just thing, but was laughed at by the aquarium keeper. The keeper said to Xiaofeng, who are you? Can you understand what dolphins say? Besides, dolphins don't know human language, so how can they speak to you? The keeper laughed at Xiaofeng mercilessly. He thought to himself, I'm not nice to dolphins, and no one else knows about it. How can animals communicate with humans? So the keeper laughed at Xiaofeng and said, since you stand up for these animals so much, why don't you buy them and release them into the wild, so that they won't be bullied by me in the aquarium? Xiaofeng was very angry and kept saying to the keeper, do you think I can't afford it? I'll show you. Not only can I afford this dolphin, I'll also buy your entire aquarium as my branch. What do you think? The employee looked at Xiaofeng in disbelief and said to him, are you serious? Can you really afford to buy the aquarium? Our aquarium is worth hundreds of millions. But Xiaofeng told the keeper, no matter what the price is, I will buy this aquarium and let these animals be treated well. So Xiaofeng called his finance department, and soon after, Xiaofeng bought the aquarium. The dolphins in it were finally no longer bullied, and the first thing Xiaofeng did after buying the aquarium was to fire the dolphin keeper. The breeder suddenly lost his job and was very depressed. Xiaofeng said to the breeder, "If you do bad things again in the future, you will still be fired. I hope you learn from this lesson and treat your job well in the future." Through this incident, Concubine Xian was very moved, because Xiaofeng was really kind-hearted. Even animals were benefited by Xiaofeng, so Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "Why don't we organize an animal-loving organization, so that we can rescue more stray animals in zoos? This will make their lives better." Xiaofeng was very happy and agreed to Xian Fei's proposal. With the funding from Xiaofeng and Qin Yun, Xian Fei's animal love organization started to take action. But not long after, this animal-loving organization was slandered as a show. Some tabloid reporters wrote about Xiaofeng, saying, "Boss Xia cares about animals so much despite his busy schedule. He organized this animal-loving organization. He must want to promote his company so that people will take care of his business for the sake of these cute animals." Xiaofeng was speechless. Why do these tabloid reporters always think the worst? I started this animal love organization with good intentions, but I was slandered as a show. Xiaofeng was very dissatisfied, so he found his financial subordinates. So he accepted an interview with a regular news media. In the interview, his subordinates made public all the charity money Xiaofeng had done over the years and published it in this large news magazine, which invisibly slapped the faces of those tabloid reporters who slandered Xiaofeng's words and deeds. As a result, many viewers and readers knew that Xiaofeng's company had indeed been doing charity for many years. These are all Xiaofeng's silent actions, and they have not been publicized. So the animal love organization that Xiaofeng has set up now is not a show, but is actually doing good things for animals. But this time, Xiaofeng didn't want to let the tabloid reporter go. So Xiaofeng found the company where the tabloid reporter worked and said to the tabloid reporter, "You have also seen the recent reports. I have indeed been making charitable donations for many years. So I hope you can also donate your love. Just like me, make an equal donation." The tabloid reporter said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you are too rude. How can I be as rich as Boss Xia? If you insist on asking me to donate, I can't do it." Xiaofeng said to the tabloid reporter, "Since you are so kind to animals, and you still slander me in the tabloids, I think you should do your best to donate." The tabloid reporter suddenly admitted his mistake and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, please have mercy on me. I just think that slandering you in this way can increase the sales of the tabloids, so that people will like to read these reports very much. But I did something wrong in this matter. I hope Boss Xia will have mercy on me and forgive me." Xiaofeng said to the tabloid reporter, "Seeing you like that, I feel relieved. You must remember not to make the same mistake next time. If I find out that you are behind some tabloid reports again, I will make you donate money without paying anything." The tabloid reporter then assured Xiaofeng, "I promise that I will never write these gossips again. I hope that Boss Xia will be able to work smoothly and have a successful career in the future." Xiaofeng was very happy. Now he no longer had to worry about the tabloid reporters writing nonsense. Zhao Qianshan also calmed down and stopped digging up dirt on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng felt that the world suddenly became much clearer. So he said to Xian Fei, "We finally don't have to investigate who wrote these dirt, because I have cut off their source. In this way, our film and television companies and clothing factories will only have positive publicity in the future, bringing positive energy to everyone, instead of writing those boring gossip news." Xian Fei was also very happy for Xiaofeng and said to him, "Boss Xia, you have indeed been much more aggressive in handling matters recently. This is really pleasing to the people." Chapter 121 New Mission. Xiaofeng gained the ability to guide animals when he drove away wolves during his last expedition to the uninhabited area. Xiaofeng was very grateful to the system, which enabled him to say hello to his cats and dogs, as well as animals and sparrows on the street. So Xiaofeng and Xian Fei came to the aquarium. Xiaofeng thought to himself, "This time I can make a few more friends in the ocean." So Xiaofeng and Xian Fei walked from the gate of the aquarium all the way to the dolphin area. When Xiaofeng and Xian Fei were standing in front of a huge glass curtain, watching dolphins swimming, a dolphin suddenly rushed towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng thought that the dolphin also knew that he had the ability to sense animals, so the dolphin turned to Xiaofeng for help. The dolphin said to Xiaofeng, "This kind human, can you understand what I am saying? I am in this aquarium, and the keepers bully me. Sometimes they don't feed me enough, and sometimes they force me to train. Kind human, can you help me?" Xiaofeng clearly heard the dolphin's voice. So Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, I have the ability to sense the voices of animals. This dolphin is asking me for help, saying that the keeper in charge is not good to it and bullies it. Concubine Shen looked at the thin dolphin and said to Xiaofeng, I can see that too. This dolphin is obviously malnourished. So Xiaofeng said to Concubine Shen, I think I need to rescue this dolphin. So Xiaofeng found the aquarium keeper and said to him, how can you bully the dolphins? If you don't treat them well, they will complain to the tourists. Xiaofeng didn't expect that he was doing a just thing, but was laughed at by the aquarium keeper. The keeper said to Xiaofeng, who are you? Can you understand what dolphins say? Besides, dolphins don't know human language, so how can they speak to you? The keeper laughed at Xiaofeng mercilessly. He thought to himself, I'm not nice to dolphins, and no one else knows about it. How can animals communicate with humans? So the keeper laughed at Xiaofeng and said, since you stand up for these animals so much, why don't you buy them and release them into the wild, so that they won't be bullied by me in the aquarium? Xiaofeng was very angry and kept saying to the keeper, do you think I can't afford it? I'll show you. Not only can I afford this dolphin, I'll also buy your entire aquarium as my branch. What do you think? The employee looked at Xiaofeng in disbelief and said to him, are you serious? Can you really afford to buy the aquarium? Our aquarium is worth hundreds of millions. But Xiaofeng told the keeper, no matter what the price is, I will buy this aquarium and let these animals be treated well. So Xiaofeng called his finance department, and soon after, Xiaofeng bought the aquarium. The dolphins in it were finally no longer bullied, and the first thing Xiaofeng did after buying the aquarium was to fire the dolphin keeper. The breeder suddenly lost his job and was very depressed. Xiaofeng said to the breeder, if you do bad things again in the future, you will still be fired. I hope you learn from this lesson and treat your job well in the future. Through this incident, Concubine Shen was very moved, because Xiaofeng was really kind-hearted. Even animals were benefited by Xiaofeng, so Concubine Shen said to Xiaofeng, why don't we organize an animal-loving organization, so that we can rescue more stray animals in zoos? This will make their lives better. Xiaofeng was very happy and agreed to Xian Fei's proposal. With the funding from Xiaofeng and Qin Yun, Xian Fei's animal love organization started to take action. But not long after, this animal-loving organization was slandered as a show. Some tabloid reporters wrote about Xiaofeng, saying, Boss Xia cares about animals so much despite his busy schedule. He organized this animal-loving organization. He must want to promote his company so that people will take care of his business for the sake of these cute animals. Xiaofeng was speechless. Why do these tabloid reporters always think the worst? I started this animal love organization with good intentions, but I was slandered as a show. Xiaofeng was very dissatisfied, so he found his financial subordinates. So he accepted an interview with a regular news media. In the interview, his subordinates made public all the charity money Xiaofeng had done over the years and published it in this large news magazine, which invisibly slapped the faces of those tabloid reporters who slandered Xiaofeng's words and deeds. As a result, many viewers and readers knew that Xiaofeng's company had indeed been doing charity for many years. These are all Xiaofeng's silent actions, and they have not been publicized. So the animal love organization that Xiaofeng has set up now is not a show, but is actually doing good things for animals. But this time, Xiaofeng didn't want to let the tabloid reporter go. So Xiaofeng found the company where the tabloid reporter worked and said to the tabloid reporter, you have also seen the recent reports. I have indeed been making charitable donations for many years. So I hope you can also donate your love. Just like me, make an equal donation. The tabloid reporter said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you are too rude. How can I be as rich as Boss Xia? If you insist on asking me to donate, I can't do it. Xiaofeng said to the tabloid reporter, since you are so kind to animals, and you still slander me in the tabloids, I think you should do your best to donate. The tabloid reporter suddenly admitted his mistake and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, please have mercy on me. I just think that slandering you in this way can increase the sales of the tabloids, so that people will like to read these reports very much. But I did something wrong in this matter. I hope Boss Xia will have mercy on me and forgive me. Xiaofeng said to the tabloid reporter, seeing you like that, I feel relieved. You must remember not to make the same mistake next time. If I find out that you are behind some tabloid reports again, I will make you donate money without paying anything. The tabloid reporter then assured Xiaofeng, I promise that I will never write these gossips again. I hope that Boss Xia will be able to work smoothly and have a successful career in the future. Xiaofeng was very happy. Now he no longer had to worry about the tabloid reporters writing nonsense. Zhao Qianshan also calmed down and stopped digging up dirt on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng felt that the world suddenly became much clearer. So he said to Xian Fei, "We finally don't have to investigate who wrote these dirt, because I have cut off their source. In this way, our film and television companies and clothing factories will only have positive publicity in the future, bringing positive energy to everyone, instead of writing those boring gossip news." Xian Fei was also very happy for Xiaofeng and said to him, "Boss Xia, you have indeed been much more aggressive in handling matters recently. This is really pleasing to the people." Chapter 122 Invited to Protect. Xiaofeng has had a good rest in the past 10 days because the system did not assign him any other tasks, which made Xiaofeng feel very relaxed. When Xiaofeng thought about what had happened before, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Things have been going more smoothly for me recently. Just at this time, Xiaofeng suddenly received a call. When he saw this strange phone number, the first thing Xiaofeng wanted to do was to hang up immediately. But for some unknown reason, Xiaofeng immediately picked up the phone. When he heard the voice on the other end of the line, Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little confused. "Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you?" Xiaofeng asked this question with some doubt, and then the other party told him everything. After learning everything, Xiaofeng nodded slightly. So that's what it is. He thought it was something else. Lin Xianxian is going to a remote mountainous area to film a movie recently and needs someone to protect her, so she asked Xiaofeng to go with her. After listening to everything the other party said, Xiaofeng pondered for a long time before hanging up the phone and putting the phone in his pocket. A faint smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face. He decided to go for this thing. Since it was Lin Xuanxuan's request, and it was such a dangerous thing, how could he not agree? Although this danger is extremely high, it is really no problem for Xiaofeng. As long as Xiaofeng is careful and cautious, there shouldn't be any big problems. Xiaofeng had thought about this matter many times, so when he made the decision, he did it without any hesitation. When he arrived at that place, he saw Lin Xianxian waiting there. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xianxian in the distance, with a gentle smile on his face. Xiaofeng walked slowly over there and stopped about 5 meters away from Lin Xianxian. Xiaofeng stepped forward and walked to Lin Xuanxuan's side. "I thought you would think about it for a while." Lin Xianxian said this with a slight smile on her lips. "I'm not such an immoral person. Since I've agreed, I will of course try my best to do it." Xiaofeng smiled gently, with a gentle smile on his face. "Well, I like your honesty." A smile also appeared on Lin Xuanxuan's face. "Okay, now let me tell you something serious. This time coming to this remote mountainous area, who knows what kind of danger we might encounter, so we need Xiaofeng to protect ourselves." "What business?" When Xiaofeng heard this, he immediately asked with some curiosity, but he had some guesses in his mind. He guessed that Lin Xianxian would definitely propose a more difficult task. Sure enough, when Lin Xianxian heard Xiaofeng's question, a smile appeared on her face, and her expression turned serious. This time in the remote mountainous area, who knows what kind of dangers they might encounter. Now they just hope that Xiaofeng can protect Lin Xianxian well. Xiaofeng naturally knows the significance of his coming to this place. Xiaofeng also immediately nodded solemnly, indicating that he would do his best. However, during this period, Xiaofeng also discovered something very ridiculous. Xiaofeng actually discovered that savages were stealing food from the locals. This matter was really ridiculous to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng never dared to believe such a thing before. Where did these savages come from? When Xiaofeng thought of this place, the expression on his face gradually became a little ugly, and no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. When Lin Xianxian saw this situation, she immediately walked to Xiaofeng's side and gently patted Xiaofeng's shoulder. Only then did Xiaofeng turn his attention to Lin Xianxian. "If my guess is correct, that person should not be a savage." Lin Xianxian said this and gently placed her hand under her chin. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xianxian in surprise. It was at this time that Xiaofeng thought again about the savage's clothes and his overall spirit. He really looks like a normal person, except for the clothes. At this moment, Xiaofeng seemed to realize something instantly. He looked at Lin Xianxian and finally slowly told her what was going on. Could he be just a tramp who deliberately disguises himself as a savage and comes here to steal food? When Lin Xianxian heard this, she nodded slightly, thinking that what Xiaofeng said was indeed correct and it was probably the case. When Xiaofeng saw Lin Xianxian agreed to this statement, he immediately understood it. "Let's go take a look first." Lin Xianxian said the same thing at this time. After hearing what Lin Xianxian said, Xiaofeng also agreed. "Oh well." Xiaofeng also nodded slightly. Xiaofeng followed Lin Xianxian to the place where the savage had stolen things and stopped. I also learned some information from the person whose things were stolen, and I was able to understand a lot of things. It seems to be what they thought. After learning about this, Xiaofeng gently placed his hand on his forehead and found it somewhat funny. I don't know what is wrong with people nowadays. They have hands and feet, but instead of working, they do such sneaky things. If possible, I really want to catch that person and ask him some questions. Since things have become like this, let's not care about it anymore. When Xiaofeng heard this, he turned his gaze to Lin Xianxian and nodded slightly to her. He knew what Lin Xianxian meant. If I intervene now, it might affect Lin Xuanxuan's safety. Lin Xianxian is a very smart woman and she will definitely understand this. Seeing that Xiaofeng had agreed, Lin Xianxian nodded at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng also turned his head and looked around at this time. In this area, Xiaofeng's eyes were observing everything around him. His gaze was like an eagle's eyes, observing everywhere. After confirming that there was nothing too dangerous around, Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Lin Xianxian saw Xiaofeng like this, she couldn't help but feel a little funny, but she finally suppressed her emotions. It seems that Xiaofeng really pays attention to his own safety. Even though his father is not in any danger, he still wants to take a look. The heroine quickly went about doing her own thing, while the hero stayed nearby, keeping an eye on the situation nearby. Chapter 123 Very Powerful. After finishing filming this scene, Lin Xianxian also needed to take a rest. Just when Xiaofeng was feeling a little bored, he suddenly saw an old man standing in the yard practicing a very powerful full set of techniques. When Xiaofeng saw this situation, he widened his eyes in shock. He never expected to see such a powerful figure like the old man in this place. Although Xiaofeng had never fought with the old man, he could already see how powerful he was. When Xiaofeng saw this scene, his eyes were fixed on the old man. The old man seemed not to notice this place and was still practicing his boxing. After waiting for a long time, the old man turned around and went back into his house. At this time, Lin Xianxian walked to Xiaofeng's side, stopped and saw Xiaofeng with some surprise. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to be still outside at this time, and his expression looked very energetic. Lin Xianxian walked to Xiaofeng with a helpless look on her face, patted Xiaofeng's shoulder gently, and then asked Xiaofeng questions. What's wrong with you? Why do you seem like a different person when I just came out? After hearing Lin Xuanxuan's question, Xiaofeng finally reacted and touched his head awkwardly. Actually I don't have anything to do, I just remembered something. I think I should go back now, you should take a rest first. Xiaofeng said with a smile, and turned and left at this time. After Xiaofeng left, Lin Xianxian also left. I don't know when that person suddenly came out. The old man inexplicably turned his gaze to the front, looking at Xiaofeng's back, not knowing what he was thinking. After Xiaofeng left, he went back to the room. He did not go to rest, but sat in a chair in silence, perhaps thinking about something. But it was only after a long time that Xiaofeng looked up and out the window. I thought that the old man was so amazing and it would be a pity to miss him now, so I went back to look for him. In the end, Xiaofeng made a decision. Grandpa, I have something I want to ask you, I hope you can help me. I hope I can learn something from this incident and improve myself. Xiaofeng's goal of coming here this time is to improve his own strength. Now he already knows that the old man is very strong, but he is still unclear about how strong he is. But what is certain is that the old jungler must be extremely powerful. Xiaofeng came to the old man's door and knocked, but the old man inside ignored him, and Xiaofeng did not get discouraged. Dong dong dong. This time Xiaofeng knocked very rhythmically, and the old man inside finally opened the door at this time. After opening the door, the old man looked at Xiaofeng, frowned and asked, "Young man, what can I do for you?" "Hello, old man. I'm here to learn something from you," Xiaofeng said respectfully to the old man. "Oh? What do you want to learn?" The old man's words seemed very calm, but revealed a strong sense of doubt, as if he was very surprised by Xiaofeng's strange behavior. After looking at the old man's room, Xiaofeng said to him, "I want to learn a martial art that can quickly improve my combat effectiveness. I hope you can teach it to me. I will definitely study hard," Xiaofeng said to the old man. The old man looked at Xiaofeng, his expression was still very indifferent, without any change in expression. "Young man, are you really sure? Your strength should be considered very strong here. I can teach you this move," the old man said to Xiaofeng. After hearing what the old man said, Xiaofeng was slightly stunned at this time. He did not expect that the old man could actually say such a thing. This made Xiaofeng feel surprised and excited at this time. After all, he also heard a strongman say such a sentence, so at this moment he felt very excited and expectant. Xiaofeng was already attracted to the old man deep in his heart. "Grandpa, I know this, so I will definitely study hard. Please teach me." "Young man, are you sure? You should know that this kind of kung fu is not suitable for you." The old man looked at Xiaofeng and asked. "Well, old man, I have made up my mind, so just tell me, how can I follow your footsteps and train with you?" The old man felt helpless for a moment, thinking that Xiaofeng was too persistent. "In fact, your ability is pretty good. There is no need for you to learn from me. But if I give up so easily, I won't be Xiaofeng anymore. I can only have casual chats here. Old man, if you are willing, I will learn from you. I think I will work hard to learn the moves you mentioned. I hope you can teach me." As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, Xiaofeng's answer this time made the old man feel helpless at this time, and he didn't know what to say. Seeing that the old man did not respond immediately, Xiaofeng did not say anything at this time and continued to wait here. After a while, Xiaofeng saw the old man turn around at this time and looked at Xiaofeng with a very dissatisfied look, thinking that Xiaofeng was too persistent. But Xiaofeng was not worried at all at this time, because in Xiaofeng's eyes, he felt that the old man should be very powerful, and it would be great if he could learn a few moves from him. So he was not afraid at all. As long as he could learn this powerful move, he would be confident enough to defeat the old man. He just hoped that the old man would teach him this unique skill. Xiaofeng was very excited at this time. "Okay, since you said so, I will teach you a few tricks." The old man sighed at this time and said to Xiaofeng. After saying that, he walked towards the house in front, and Xiaofeng hurriedly followed. "Wait for me." After a while, a house with a dilapidated roof came into view. It was an ordinary residential building. "Looks a bit shabby. Uncle, do you live here?" Xiaofeng asked the old man at this time. The old man nodded quickly. After coming in, Xiaofeng looked around the house and felt that there was nothing special about it except that it was simple. When Xiaofeng entered the house, he didn't know where to stand. The old man was already holding tools and climbing the stairs to repair the roof. Chapter 124, Willing to Follow. "Maybe you need to wait here for a while, and I will teach you." Looking at the old man's gray clothes, Xiaofeng felt a little sorry. After all, it was in someone else's home, and letting an old man do such work, Xiaofeng felt a little ashamed. So Xiaofeng quickly stepped forward to help. "Grandpa, let me take care of this. I'll help you clean the roof, repair the walls, and fix that wall as well." After hearing what Xiaofeng said, the old man nodded slightly, indicating that Xiaofeng could do it. "Okay, old man, just go to your job. I can take care of the rest." The old man glanced at Xiaofeng and walked towards the stairs. At this time, Xiaofeng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and then hurried to the other side of the room to clean up. Xiaofeng learned how to clean the house outside, so he was very skilled at it. In a short while, the house was cleaned up and looked brand new. After cleaning up the house, Xiaofeng looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. "That's all right now. If you need any help from me, please feel free to ask." The old man nodded in satisfaction, no longer as aloof as he had been at the beginning. "Please sit down." Seeing that the old man didn't have much money, Xiaofeng took out a bank card. "Here is a little gift from me, you must accept it. Since the old man wants to teach me something, I can't just take advantage of him." Who knew that the old man would return the bank card immediately? Xiaofeng was stunned when he saw the old man reject his gift. "Old man, you." Xiaofeng looked at the old man with some doubts. Xiaofeng didn't understand why the old man did this. After seeing Xiaofeng's puzzled expression, the old man couldn't help laughing. "Young man, although I am so old, my eyes are not blind. Although I don't know how much the money you gave me is worth, I don't want to take your money. After all, I think my life here is very fulfilling. Just give it up." After hearing what the old man said, Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He felt that his good intentions were being treated coldly, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But soon, the old man taught all his skills to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was also very shocked. He didn't expect that the old man knew so much. But now that he has come to this place, Xiaofeng has to try out his own strength. Xiaofeng immediately raised this question to the old man, and the old man would definitely not back down and expressed his willingness to accept Xiaofeng's challenge. After a while, Xiaofeng won the final victory. The old man was somewhat shocked and looked at Xiaofeng. He originally thought that after practicing for so many years, Xiaofeng should not be able to defeat him. However, when the truth was right in front of him, he felt that he had lived in vain. He can never relax at any time, because there will always be some juniors squeezing up. The old man thought so in his heart, sighed lightly, walked directly to Xiaofeng, patted Xiaofeng's shoulder gently with his hand, and then started talking to Xiaofeng. I hope you can continue to improve like this. I believe that in the future, you will be an excellent seedling. Hearing the old man say this, Xiaofeng was extremely excited. He never expected that the old man would think of him this way. Xiaofeng completed the task of finding the martial arts master this time, which is a very good thing. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly stood up from his quilt, and the old man looked at Xiaofeng with some confusion, not knowing what Xiaofeng wanted to do. Thank you so much for being willing to fight with me today. To reward you, I plan to cook a meal for you. But just when the old man was about to refuse, Xiaofeng rushed into the kitchen and started cooking using his skills as a full-course banquet. When the old man saw Xiaofeng's situation, he didn't say anything more and just sat there quietly. Since Xiaofeng wants to cook this kind of food, if I refuse, Xiaofeng might be unhappy. Not long after Xiaofeng entered, he brought a table full of sumptuous dishes to the table. Xiaofeng felt somewhat satisfied looking at these dishes. Xiaofeng looked at the dishes in front of him, and at this moment he was secretly happy in his heart. Xiaofeng brought up a bowl of chicken soup at this time, and a smile appeared on his face. He placed the chicken soup in front of the old man. Grandpa, the chicken soup I made tastes really good. Really? The old man looked at Xiaofeng with some confusion after seeing the chicken soup in front of him. Really? Why would I lie to you? Okay, let me try it. At this time the old man picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of chicken and put it into his mouth. It was at this time that the old man looked at Xiaofeng in shock. He had never expected that Xiaofeng had such a good cooking skill. He really underestimated Xiaofeng before. The old man kept chewing the food and nodded gently, giving Xiaofeng a full score for his cooking skills. I wonder if you would like to come with me, old man? Xiaofeng suddenly said this, causing the old man to suddenly stop what he was doing. Xiaofeng is indeed a very good seedling. If you follow him, you may gain something. The old man was thinking this in his heart and raised his hand to gently touch his beard. After a while, he stood up and smiled softly. Since you have invited me, it is not impossible. I am willing to follow you. Hearing the old man say this, Xiaofeng almost jumped up, but when he saw that the old man was still eating, he immediately calmed himself down. I can't scare the old man, or he might not want to go with me. If the old man knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. In fact, Xiaofeng knew that if the old man had been more focused at that time, it would not be him who won, but the old man. Xiaofeng was thinking this in his heart as he gently placed his fingers on his forehead. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 125, Provocation. At this time, the old man couldn't help patting his round belly and sighing. Old man, would you like something else to eat? At this time, Xiaofeng couldn't help but look at the other person with some concern and asked. He was very worried that the old man would not want to eat. No, I'm full now. After saying that, the old man stood up. He was very happy for Xiaofeng's hospitality. At this time, walk out of the kitchen door. Seeing the old man leave, Xiaofeng couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Ha! Finally succeeded. Xiaofeng let out a long breath, and just when Xiaofeng was about to leave, the old man suddenly called Xiaofeng. Wait a moment. Xiaofeng looked confused and had no idea what the old man wanted to do. Well, if I go with you, will you still cook for me? After saying this, the old man licked his lips with an unsatisfied look on his face, because the food cooked by Xiaofeng was so delicious. Xiaofeng nodded quickly and said that if the old man was willing to come to his place, he would do his best to make delicious food for him. Since that was the case, the old man immediately clenched his fists, indicating that if Xiaofeng was willing to let him do something, he would definitely do it. I have to say that I really saw a lot today. I didn't expect to meet such a great person like Xiaofeng and eat such delicious food. I believe that following Xiaofeng in the future will definitely be a very wonderful thing. If Xiaofeng knew what the old man was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. He didn't expect that the old man would only think this way. Soon Xiaofeng took the old man back to the villa area where he lived, and at this moment a security guard came over to mock him. People like you dare to enter such a luxurious place, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Xiaofeng frowned tightly when he heard this. He didn't expect that the security guard would say such words. Moreover, there was an old man next to him. If the old man heard such words, he would definitely be very unhappy. At this time, another security guard looked at Xiaofeng with disdain. Humph! They are just some country bumpkins. After hearing what the security guard said, Xiaofeng did not feel angry, but smiled. He felt that it was a waste of time to talk to such a person. He was about to take people away, but the old man next to him frowned instantly. You are such a dog that looks down on others. At this time, the old man punched the security guard hard on the head. Pa! A loud bang was heard, and a huge fist mark was immediately left on the security guard's head. If the security guard hadn't held on for a long time, he would have collapsed, and the old man didn't kill him. If you dare to touch me, I will call the police. You go and report it. I'll be waiting here. At this time, Xiaofeng looked at the security guard with disdain. He was not afraid of this little security guard now. When the security guard saw that his companion had suffered a loss, he immediately shouted to another security guard nearby. What are you still standing there for? Come over and help me. After hearing the security guard shout, the two security guards rushed up immediately. When the old man saw the two security guards in front of him rushing towards him and others, he couldn't help but reveal a disdainful expression. Humph, they are just two three-legged cats. After hearing what the old man said, the two security guards immediately rushed over and rushed towards the old man. At this time, the old man was not willing to be outdone and went straight forward to meet him. Although the two security guards were very fast, they were nothing compared to the old man. Soon the two security guards fell to the ground, begging for mercy one by one, hoping that the old man would let them go. When the old man saw this scene, he glared at them and quickly started talking to them. I just hope that next time I see you, I won't hear your words of contempt again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless with my punches. After saying this, the old man raised his fist, looking like he wanted to beat him up again. The security guards kowtowed one by one, hoping that the old man would forgive them, and finally the old man stopped. A slight smile appeared on Xiaofeng's lips. You seemed very satisfied with the old man's actions. Seeing this scene, Xiaofeng suddenly had an idea. He wanted the old man to train his bodyguards, and then told the old man about this idea. Okay. Hearing this, Xiaofeng smiled, then arranged for his bodyguards to introduce them to the old man. It's up to you from now on. Just train them hard. The old man nodded and said nothing, but Xiaofeng believed that he could do it. I hope you can guide me in the future. At this time, Xiaofeng bowed deeply to the old man and spoke respectfully. Well, don't worry, I will teach you more things in the future. The old man smiled and said to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. It seemed that this old man was really interested in his cooking skills and abilities, otherwise he wouldn't have tried so hard. Xiaofeng quickly arranged the old man to a nearby place, which looked pretty good. Okay. I'll leave now and come back to visit you in a few days. I hope you won't dislike me then. Xiaofeng smiled and said to the old man at this time. It's okay, you go first. I'll finish training them later, then you can come find me. Hearing this, Xiaofeng left in a hurry because he had something else to do. Later, Xiaofeng studied with the old man, but was often beaten badly. However, Xiaofeng enjoyed it because he knew that only in this way could he improve his strength. You can give up if you want. I've said that before. The old man looked at the breathless Xiaofeng in front of him, hoping that he would give up. He knew that Xiaofeng was a very competitive person, and as long as he could give him a little blow, he might continue to practice. The old man looked at Xiaofeng with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation, hoping to hear a positive answer from the other party. No, now that I've started, I can't give up. I've always wanted to compete with you. But you were always unwilling to have direct contact with me, so I didn't find any opportunities during this period. Now that I finally have the chance, how can I give up so easily? Xiaofeng said firmly that he felt that only if he worked hard, he would gain more strength in the future. Oh, so you want to challenge me again? Then you have to keep working hard. Chapter 126. Thank you for your trust. Recently, Qin Yun and Xiaofeng went on vacation together and came to an island. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, you have to relax today. We should put aside the worries of the company and relax. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia is really free and easy. There is no one on this island. Maybe this is the so-called paradise on earth. Xiaofeng smiled happily and said to Qin Yun, then sister will have fun. So Qin Yun and Xiaofeng played many water activities on the beach of the island. For example, Qin Yun had a lot of fun on the jet ski and sailboat. But then Qin Yun suddenly received a call from her secretary in the company. The secretary said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, there is something going on at the company and we need you to come over to take care of it. Do you have time to come to the company right away?" So Qin Yun said goodbye to Xiaofeng and said to him, "I have something to do and need to go back to the company. It seems that you should enjoy this island trip by yourself first." Xiaofeng was having a lot of fun, so he thought it was nothing, so he said to Qin Yun, "Sister Qin Yun, go back to handle your official duties, and let me take care of this." So Qin Yun left Xiaofeng with peace of mind and came to the company. When Qin Yun walked into the company's office, the female secretary poured her a cup of tea. Said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, please don't be angry. Because we found that one of your luxury cars was seized and was suspected of causing an accident." Qin Yun was very confused. "My luxury cars are all in the garage, why are they seized?" The secretary brought her computer, checked the letter, and said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, look, this is the investigation report form sent by the Public Security Agency. This is indeed one of your luxury cars." Qin Yun took a look at the photo of the vehicle and suddenly remembered that this car was a limited edition luxury car she bought a long time ago, which had been kept in the garage and not driven. When Zhao Qianshan was her secretary, Qin Yun had lent him this luxury car. Qin Yun thought, this must be Zhao Qianshan's doing. So she said to her secretary, "Contact Zhao Qianshan immediately to see if he has anything to do with this matter." So the female secretary immediately contacted Zhao Qianshan. On the phone, Zhao Qianshan seemed very flustered. So he said to the secretary, "Oh, you were talking about Mr. Qin's luxury car. I mortgaged that luxury car to someone else when I left the company." The secretary was very angry and lectured Zhao Qianshan on the phone, "What right do you have to touch Boss Qin's luxury car? You even mortgaged it to someone else. This is really irresponsible." Zhao Qianshan felt that he was being unreasonable, so he said to the female secretary, "Didn't I take advantage of a loophole at the time? I thought I could get some commissions from others by mortgaging the car, so I mortgaged the luxury car to him. I thought Mr. Qin was so rich, so it might not be a big deal, so I did it this way." The female secretary was very angry and said to Mr. Zhao, "You are right to do this. Mr. Qin is indeed very rich, but your luxury car has caused trouble now, and Mr. Qin has been blamed. You should deal with this matter quickly." So the secretary told Qin Yun everything about the conversation with Zhao Qianshan. Qin Yun was very angry and said to the female secretary, "We must solve this matter, otherwise it will be a big trouble for our company." At the same time, Qin Yun immediately became alert and said to the female secretary, "There must be someone inside our company who is responsible for this matter. Otherwise, the account would not have been settled so smoothly." So Qin Yun said to her secretary, "I will start investigating the people inside the company to see who dared to do such a big thing." So Qin Yun checked the company's accounts one by one and found that one of the male employees, Xiao Chen, was very suspicious. Qin Yun called Xiao Chen and said to him, "I saw the accounts you made. There is a sum of money mortgaged for a luxury car. You helped Zhao Qianshan to fool him. Did you do all this?" Xiao Chen said to Qin Yun tremblingly, "Boss Qin, I did it, but I also have my reasons." It turns out that Xiao Chen has a brother who has been forced into prison due to financial problems. Xiao Chen said to Qin Yun, he did this to save his brother. Then Zhao Qianshan used this to threaten him as his brother, so he had no choice but to help Zhao Qianshan to pay the mortgage. Qin Yun was very angry and said to Xiao Chen, "If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. Why do you easily believe what Zhao Qianshan said?" Xiao Chen was also very regretful and said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, please don't be angry. I was desperate at the time. Zhao Qianshan threatened me with my brother's imprisonment. If I didn't follow his arrangement, he would send me to prison as well. I didn't want to see that result, so I helped Zhao Qianshan conceal his affairs and settled the account." Qin Yun finally found out who was causing trouble in the company, so she relaxed and said to Xiao Chen, "I know you have your reasons, but you did violate the company's regulations and you must be punished accordingly. Go to the female secretary and receive your punishment." Xiao Chen said to Qin Yun gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for not firing me. My family is in financial difficulty and I really need this money. I hope Mr. Qin will see my performance and allow me to stay in Mr. Qin's company. My salary is very important to my family." Qin Yun also understood Xiao Chen's difficulties, so she said to him, "As long as you don't do anything that harms the company in the future, I will still use you. I hope you can learn from this and work hard in the company." So Xiao Chen returned to his workstation gratefully. Xin Yun said to the female secretary, I still have to take action to solve this matter. Why don't I ask Boss Xia and see what he thinks? So Qin Yun came to Xia Feng's film and television company, and Xia Feng happened to be in the office of the film and television company. Xin Yun took the elevator and came to Xia Feng's office. Xin Yun said to Xia Feng, I felt much more relieved when I saw you. Maybe it's because you are very reliable. Xia Feng looked at Xin Yun in surprise and said, Sister, what happened? Do you need my help? Xin Yun said to Xia Feng with some annoyance, Yes, I do have some difficulties and need your help. And I know you are very knowledgeable about the law. This difficulty requires very professional legal help. Xia Feng looked at Qin Yun and said, Don't worry, Sister Qin Yun, I will do my best to help you solve this problem. Fortunately, you trust me so much. Chapter 127 Problem Solving. Xia Feng learned the whole story from Qin Yun, so he said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, the best way to solve this problem is to seek legal aid. Since the company and you don't know about it, we can take Zhao Qianshan to court. Let's discuss the charge of him mortgaging the luxury car privately. Qin Yun was very happy that Xia Feng had a solution to this problem, so she said to Xia Feng, Then Boss Xia, just do as you say. I believe you can handle this matter well. So Xia Feng said to Qin Yun, I just met a young talent not long ago. Although he is very young, he is already a senior executive of a law firm. So I can ask him for help and hand this case over to him. I believe he will be able to give Sister Qin Yun justice. So Xia Feng called the young talent and said to him on the phone, This is what happened. I hope you can use the legal knowledge you have learned to handle it impartially. Give justice to our Sister Qin Yun. So the young talent on the other end of the phone said to Xia Feng, This is no problem. I will definitely be able to help your company get justice. Soon after, the young talent argued in court and helped Qin Yun's company save a lot of face and losses, while also holding Zhao Qianshan accountable. He also made Zhao Qianshan submit the money from the mortgage of the luxury car and the fine, which taught Zhao Qianshan a lesson. After the trial, Zhao Qianshan was very unconvinced, so he said to the young talent, I will remember you. It is you who made me pay so much money. The lawyer said to Zhao Qianshan, It's because you don't do good things. If everything you do is reasonable, who can cheat you of your money? So Xia Feng helped Qin Yun solve the problem of the mortgaged luxury car. Qin Yun once again felt that Xia Feng was very reliable. If she had any problems, she could just go to him. So Xia Feng said to Qin Yun, I also hope that you will encounter fewer problems like this in the future. This way, everyone will feel more relaxed. So Qin Yun said to Xia Feng, I didn't want to do that either, but who knew the problem would come to me on its own? There is one more thing. Qin Yun said to Xia Feng, Do you know the victim of this car accident? I heard that his leg was broken and he is now disabled for life. The victim really hopes that we can bring the perpetrator to court and make them pay the corresponding compensation. Xia Feng was immediately filled with righteous indignation after hearing this, and said to Qin Yun, Sister, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? If you had told me earlier, I would have sued them together in court this time. So Xia Feng asked the young talent to sue the person who caused the accident again, asking him to compensate the victim in full. The person who caused the accident paid the due punishment, and the victim also received corresponding subsidies in money. In this way, the matter was finally settled, and Xia Feng completely took responsibility for Qin Yun's incident, and he did it cleanly and neatly, giving explanations to all parties, punishing evil and promoting good, making the good guys get compensation, and the bad guys get punished. Qin Yun was very happy and thought, I can finally rest assured that the incident involving this luxury car is over. Xia Feng finally had a few days of free time, so in the office, he started playing with the system again. Xia Feng turned on the system and searched for all kinds of strange props in it. The system said to Xia Feng, Why don't you just rummage through your props? These are all good helpers for you to solve the incident. So Xia Feng said to him, System, you are really amazing, but I want to see what's so amazing about you. So Xia Feng began to search the internal environment of the system, and suddenly Xia Feng found a secret private space. So he asked the system, System, what is this private space used for? The system said to Xia Feng, This private space is used to strengthen the host's physical skills. But it is usually not opened. If it is opened, it requires a large amount of gold coins to unlock it. With this secret space, the host can tailor his own body functions so that when he encounters an opponent in the future, he does not need to ask the system for help and can complete it himself. So Xia Feng looked at the number of gold coins required to unlock this secret space. It was indeed necessary to have a very high amount of gold coins to unlock this space. So Xia Feng said to the system, Where can I get so many gold coins? So the system said to Xiaofeng, you can put some of the small props I gave you before into the recycling bin, so that you can exchange them for gold coins to unlock the private space. So Xiaofeng did what he said and put all the strange props he got from completing the tasks into the recycling station, so the recycling station converted all these props into gold coins and subsidized Xiaofeng. So Xiaofeng got a lot of gold coins and finally developed his own private space. When the private space was successfully developed, Xiaofeng seemed to see a halo around him. Because this private space can be equipped with a variety of skills, it can strengthen all aspects of itself, making Xiaofeng truly outstanding and excellent in all aspects. Xiaofeng looked at this private space. How can I transform myself? Xiaofeng saw the full body image of himself from head to toe in the private space, so he said to the system, then I can equip some of the props you gave me before in this private space. In this way, I can have extraordinary abilities at any time. The system said to Xiaofeng without comment, well, since the host wants to do this, then do it this way. I believe that the small props I gave you before are very useful. With these small props, you can definitely strengthen your body beyond ordinary people. So Xiaofeng equipped the nose of the doll in the private space with the unusually sharp sense of smell he had acquired in the manner. This way, Xiaofeng would have an extraordinary sense of smell at ordinary times. This might be able to solve great difficulties and problems. For example, when looking for something, Xiaofeng could easily find something that had been lost before. There is also the beauty pill that Xiaofeng asked for Xian Fei. Xiaofeng also wants to equip himself with it so that he can become more handsome. This will give him an advantage when he encounters social situations. So Xiaofeng happily equipped the beauty pill to his private space. When the system saw this, it smiled at Xiaofeng and said, it seems that the host also wants to become handsome. Xiaofeng said to the system, come on, you are really good at flattering me. But thank you for this beauty pill. It worked well on Concubine Shen last time. Let's see if it works on me this time. So Xiaofeng equipped himself with all kinds of equipment and used small props in various systems to make himself even better. Chapter 128 Seawater becomes freshwater. After Xiaofeng had the private space given by this system, he could strengthen his body as he pleased. Xiaofeng then explored whether he had any other functions in the private space. Then Xiaofeng suddenly found a button, so he pressed it. The interface that popped up showed a piece of land-like area. Xiaofeng was very curious and thought, can I grow vegetables in this private space? So Xiaofeng asked the system, what is this empty space like land used for? Are we going to play a farm game? The system said to Xiaofeng happily, remind the host, this land can indeed be used for planting, but it can only be used to plant various strange and bizarre items. Xiaofeng understood, and found a package on the land, which contained various seeds. Xiaofeng used these strange seeds and sowed them on the land. Soon after, the seeds sprouted. Xiaofeng looked at the lush saplings and said to the system, can all kinds of magical props really grow out of here? The system said to Xiaofeng, believe me, the host will definitely surprise you. So Xiaofeng waited for a while, and saw that the saplings on the open space were growing bigger and bigger. So Xiaofeng used the props provided by the system to produce all kinds of strange things. Xiaofeng took a shovel and collected all the fruits. He saw a glass tank and said to the system, can you grow a fish tank here? The system said to Xiaofeng, host, please take a closer look. This is not an ordinary water tank. This is a glass tank that can purify water. So Xiaofeng said to the system, the water purification function is so powerful, can everything be purified? Then an idea came to Xiaofeng's mind, if I can purify seawater into fresh water, then wouldn't it be possible to solve the problem of fresh water shortage in the world? So Xiaofeng came up with an idea. He wanted to take the glass tank to the beach to see if it could purify seawater into fresh water. So Xiaofeng wanted to ask Qin to go to the island they had been to before. But when Xiaofeng called, Qin said to him, Boss Xia, it's a pity that I'm a little busy with company matters recently. I have to stay in the office to review documents, so I can't go on vacation with you this time. Xiaofeng felt very sorry, but he also wanted to let one of the CEO sisters see how seawater becomes fresh water. So Xiaofeng came to Qin office and said to Qin, what documents do you have? I can help you review them. Qin said to Xiaofeng, okay, then just help me take a look at the documents on the desk. If there are no problems, just review them. So Xiaofeng helped Qin complete various tasks in her office. So Xiaofeng said to Qin, Sister Qin, now you can accompany me to the beach, right? So Xiaofeng took Qin and drove his luxury yacht to an island on the sea. He said to Sister Qin, look, sister, I want to use this water tank to turn seawater into clean water. Xin Yun said to Xiaofeng in disbelief, "Do you know how many steps are needed to distill seawater into fresh water?" Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "Because I have this treasure, Sister Qin Yun, look. I will use this glass tank to turn seawater into fresh water." Qin Yun didn't care and just went on a trip on the island. Xiaofeng thought it was time to show the magic of the glass tank, so he put a tank of seawater on the beach and let Qin Yun see how seawater turned into fresh water. As expected, after the glass tank was put into the seawater, it suddenly changed color. Bubbles appeared magically in it. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "This is how it works. It's so magical." After a while, Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "Sister, look, the seawater has become better." Qin Yun scooped a spoonful of seawater from the glass tank with a cup and put it in her mouth to taste it. Unexpectedly, it really turned into colorless and tasteless fresh water. Qin Yun was very surprised, so she said to Xiaofeng, "How did you do it?" But just as Qin Yun was asking the question, the system suddenly spoke to Xiaofeng. The system said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host, you have a new task." Xiaofeng ignored Qin Yun's question and started chatting with the system. Xiaofeng said, "What new tasks does the system have?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "You have to maintain your good impression with the CEO sisters. Only in this way can the system give you gold coins." So Xiaofeng said to the system, "I know. I will make Sister Qin Yun happy now." But Qin Yun found that Xiaofeng did not answer her question and was in a trance. Qin Yun was very confused. "Boss Xia, who are you talking to in your mind?" So Qin Yun was very confused. Why was Boss Xia always absent-minded? She didn't expect that this was Xiaofeng chatting with the system. At this time on the beach, there were several tourists fighting nearby. Qin Yun noticed these tourists and some of them went up to persuade them to stop fighting. Qin Yun glanced at Xiaofeng and found that Xiaofeng did not see the fight and was still chatting with the system. Qin Yun was even more confused. What was Boss Xia doing in such a trance? He didn't even notice the fight next to him. So Xiaofeng accepted the system's reminder to maintain his good impression with the sisters, and finally came back to his senses. He said to Qin Yun, "Sister, do you think this water tank that turns seawater into fresh water is magical?" Although Sister Qin Yun was puzzled, she did not ask any more questions, so she said to Xiaofeng, "It's really magical. Boss Xia is so capable. He can find so many strange props to solve the difficulties in life." Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "Of course, Sister Qin Yun, if you need any help in the future, you must tell me. I can bring you all kinds of wonderful props to solve the problems in your life." Qin Yun was very happy. Xiaofeng looked at the favorability table given by the system and found that Qin Yun's favorability towards him had increased. This was great, Xiaofeng thought. He could finally complete the system's task and get gold coins. Things would go more smoothly in the future. So, Qin Yun and Xiaofeng's island trip came to an end, and Xiaofeng sent Qin Yun back to the company. On the way, Xiaofeng diligently carried Qin Yun's bag and then said to her, "Sister, you must work hard when you return to the company. If you have any questions, just come to me." Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, "Thank you for your kindness. I really enjoyed this trip to the island. It was not like last time when I didn't have much fun and had to go back to the company. I hope we can have such an opportunity to go out and play again in the future." Chapter 129. If you have something to say, just tell me. After Xiaofeng took Qin Yun for a tour, he sat in the office and checked the system's list of how the various CEO sisters liked him. But Xiaofeng suddenly realized that he hadn't interacted with Lin Xianxian, the boss of the film and television company, recently. Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards him seemed to have dropped a bit. Xiaofeng thought, although Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards me remains stable now, if I don't interact with her anymore, her favorability will drop. So Xiaofeng thought, what kind of surprise should I give Sister Lin Xianxian to make her like me more? So Xiaofeng asked Xuanfei next to him, "What do you think is the best gift for girls?" Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "It's hard to say for sure. Everyone is different. If you give the same gift to different people, their moods will be different." So Xiaofeng thought, if I want to give Lin Xianxian a gift that suits her, I still have to think about it myself. Then Xiaofeng thought of the island again and said to Xianfei, "Don't girls like island vacations?" So Xiaofeng wanted to repeat his old trick. He had just captured Sister Qin Yun's heart on the island, and now on the same island, he believed that he could also make Lin Xianxian happy. So Xiaofeng called Lin Xianxian and asked, "Lin Xianxian, what's going on with you recently? Do you want to go on vacation with me to the island?" Lin Xianxian was on the set of the crew explaining the play to the actors, so Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, how come you have so much free time? I just need to take a break recently." Let's go on vacation to the island tomorrow. I can make time tomorrow. Xiaofeng was very happy to see that the date was successful, and said to Lin Xianxian, you go ahead and get busy. I will definitely prepare a surprise for you on vacation tomorrow. So the next day, Xiaofeng drove a luxury car to pick her up at the door of Lin Xuanxuan's company. When they arrived at the island, Lin Xianxian suddenly found a pink parasol on the beach with lace on it, which was very fashionable and noble. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, look, this is the parasol I prepared for you. Under this parasol, there is your favorite cold drink. Lin Xianxian saw that on the table under the parasol, there were dozens of cute and beautiful cold drinks. It seems that Xiaofeng has put in a lot of effort this time. All the special drinks available on this island were given to Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian was very happy and said to Xiaofeng, how do you know that I like cold drinks, especially in today's weather? Drinking cold drinks under the parasol on the beach is the most comfortable. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, this is a cocktail I specially prepared for you. You can try it first. Lin Xianxian tasted the cocktail and found it very much to her liking, so she said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you are so nice. You know what I like. Then Xiaofeng saw in the system that Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards him had indeed increased, and Xiaofeng was very satisfied with the situation this time. But he didn't expect that Qin Yun found out about this from somewhere and was very unhappy, because when Qin Yun and Xiaofeng went to the island, Xiaofeng did not prepare such a surprise for her. So Xiaofeng suddenly found that Qin Yun's favorability towards him began to decline. So Xiaofeng might know that sister Qin Yun might be jealous, so Xiaofeng thought, I have to take care of every sister, how can I improve Qin Yun's favorability? On this day, Xiaofeng was playing with his mobile phone when he suddenly saw a spectacular waterfall in the suburbs of Tianhai City. So Xiaofeng decided to take Qin Yun to see the waterfall. Xiaofeng personally invited Qin Yun out of the company and went to the waterfall with her. Qin Yun saw the magnificent waterfall, and the gloom in her mood was swept away. She said to Xiaofeng, the waterfall that Boss Xia personally took me to see must be unforgettable for me. So Xiaofeng finally improved Qin Yun's favorability, but on that day, Xiaofeng was watching a variety show. He found out that this variety show was jointly participated by Chen Wanling and Lin Xianxian. Xiaofeng became interested and wanted to see what this variety show was like. Xiaofeng realized that there was something wrong with the program because Chen Wanling was making trouble in the program. She claimed that Lin Xianxian was stealing her boyfriend and that it was Lin Xianxian who made Xiaofeng abandon her. This made Lin Xianxian very embarrassed. Xiaofeng saw this and said to Lin Xianxian, Xianxian, you should quit this variety show. There is something wrong with this variety show. It turned out that this variety show was a wilderness survival program, where the host took the ladies who came to participate in the program to explore the jungle. However, the jungle trip was only halfway through when Xiaofeng called Lin Xianxian to ask her to withdraw. Lin Xianxian didn't know what to say, so she said to Xiaofeng, although Chen Wanling deliberately arranged me, this may also be for the effect of the program, so that people will watch it. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, you are too naive. If you allow Chen Wanling to slander you like this, how will the audience view you? Lin Xianxian also felt that this was a problem, so she decided to withdraw from this jungle adventure. However, when Lin Xianxian participated in the program, she brought a bag of valuables with her. Suddenly, she disappeared during the program. When Xiaofeng learned about this, he said to Lin Xianxian, don't worry about those valuables. I can compensate you for what's in your bag, so you don't have to worry about it. So even though Lin Xianxian lost her valuables, she didn't want to continue looking for them in the jungle, so she quit the show midway. Xiaofeng was very pleased to see this, so he gave Lin Xianxian a huge sum of money to compensate for her valuables. Xiaofeng came to the jungle where Lin Xianxian had left with even more concern. When Xiaofeng found that Lin Xuanxuan's shoes were washed away by the water, he stepped forward and carried Lin Xianxian in his arms like a princess, and personally carried her to the helicopter he had driven. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, if you want to be on any variety show in the future, you'd better let me know. I'll take a look at whether the show is reliable. Especially Chen Wanling, you should stay away from her because she is angry and will definitely take the opportunity to retaliate against us. So, under the jealous gaze of Chen Wanling, Xiaofeng carried Lin Xianxian onto the helicopter, and the two of them left the jungle variety show on the helicopter. Lin Xianxian was very happy to be favored by Xiaofeng. She said to Xiaofeng on the helicopter, thank you very much, Boss Xia. If you hadn't interrupted this program in time, my film and television company might have been affected. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, this is what I should do. If you have any trouble in the future, just come to me and I will help you. Chapter 130, Prosperous Career. Xiaofeng asked Lin Xianxian to quit the variety show. At that time, Lin Xianxian didn't understand why Xiaofeng was so determined to ask her to quit the variety show. Not only because of Chen Wanling, Xiaofeng also learned from the side that there was something fishy about this program. So he personally picked up Lin Xianxian, and Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng gratefully, "Boss Xia is really a master of foresight. And he is well informed and knew so quickly that I couldn't participate in this program." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Of course I care about your affairs, because I will devote some of my attention to taking care of the lives of my sisters, so I am very concerned about your affairs." A few days later, Xiaofeng learned that the show was publicly disclosed online because of the black vote. Xiaofeng sent this news to Lin Xianxian and said to her, "Look, this show is indeed shady. Now that the black vote has been publicly disclosed online, it means that this show will definitely be stopped." After seeing this, Lin Xianxian was very grateful to Xiaofeng and said to him, "Boss Xia is really very predictable. This black vote is for all the female artists who participated in this jungle adventure. It turns out that even voting has a shady plot. This means that I must have fallen into Chen Wanling's trap." So Xiaofeng said to her, "Well, we have to be more careful in the future, not only because of Chen Wanling, but also when we accept programs in the future, we have to be more careful, because the most important thing for a film and television company is its reputation. If we accept some bad programs, it will have a bad impact on the film and television company. Not only that, this jungle adventure variety show has also been leaked with a lot of negative information online. One netizen posted a photo of the producer sitting on a recliner. It turned out that this variety show let the female artists adventure in the jungle, but the producer was lying leisurely on the recliner, not caring about the safety of the female artists at all. Lin Xianxian was very scared because she was staying in such an environment. If they encountered any safety problems, the producers had no way to guarantee their safety. So Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng with some fear, "Look, the producers are just lying on the recliners leisurely. It's really infuriating to let us female artists take risks in the jungle." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Yes, look at these photos. The female artists are in the mud, their hands and feet are all stained black, but the producer is there leisurely reading a newspaper. How can such a program convince people? This is obviously exploiting the female artists." Moreover, Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Do you know that you are adventuring in the wild? There is no mobile phone signal in the jungle, right? This is a very dangerous thing. Without a mobile phone signal, the female artist will have no way to call for help when in distress. In this case, they have to rely on the lifeguards provided by the program group. But I heard that the lifeguard of your variety show is in a relationship with one of the female artists. They are in a relationship, so the lifeguard will definitely be distracted to take care of his girlfriend and ignore the safety of other people. Such a variety show is really too shoddy." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "After hearing this, I became even angrier. It turns out that when we were adventuring in the jungle, the lifeguards were also negligent in not discovering many dangerous places." So Lin Xianxian was very grateful to Xiaofeng and said to him, "Thank you for helping me solve so many problems." "How can I thank you?" Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Actually, there is no need to thank me. These are what I should do. I am very happy to meet you female CEO sisters, so I feel very happy to live with you. There is nothing to be grateful for." But Lin Xianxian insisted and said to Xiaofeng, "Then I will give you my treasured red wine." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Really? That's great. I know that Mr. Lin's collection of red wine must be very valuable. In fact, there is no need to give such an expensive gift. As long as your favor for me increases, I will be very satisfied." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian jokingly, "What I want most is the goodwill of the CEO sisters." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Of course they will like me, but I still have to give them gifts. Come to my villa some other day, and I'll get you the best red wine from the wine cellar." So Xiaofeng came to Lin Xuanxuan's villa as promised. As soon as he entered the gate of the villa, Xiaofeng saw that the villa was decorated very gorgeously. So Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Boss Lin is really thoughtful. He even decorated the villa so well." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "That's right, people should pay attention to their home environment, and only when the home is well decorated can they have a stable living environment." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "You are really romantic. With a boss like you who loves life, I believe your film and television company will surely produce many outstanding artists." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Look, this bench is in my yard. The male and female artists from my company often come to my house for gatherings. This is where we have team building. Here, I can set out some tableware and have Western food with them. Sometimes we also have barbecue, which can increase the cohesion of the employees. Everyone has a great time in my villa. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, when I saw your decoration, I thought you must be someone who likes to invite friends over. Being here can really enhance the relationship between the boss and the employees. I want to learn from you. In the future, I will also invite more female artists from the company to my home as guests, so that everyone can have a better emotional exchange. So Lin Xianxian took Xiaofeng into her wine cellar. In Lin Xuanxuan's own wine cellar, Lin Xianxian picked out a bottle of the most expensive red wine and gave it to Xiaofeng. She said to Xiaofeng, "Thank you for helping me this time. It's like you saved my life. This bottle of red wine is a treasure I collected a few years ago. It is very valuable. I hope this gift can represent my gratitude to you." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Then I will obey your orders. With this red wine, I believe Mr. Lin's career will be prosperous." Lin Xianxian invited Xiaofeng and said, "Come to my house and have dinner with me. Then we can taste red wine together." Xiaofeng happily said to Lin Xianxian, "Okay, I'll show you my cooking skills in the kitchen today. The Western food I cook is delicious. Do you want to try it?" Lin Xianxian was very happy and said to Xiaofeng, "Okay, it goes perfectly with the bottle of red wine I gave you. This way you can enjoy it at the best time." So, Xiaofeng and Lin Xianxian started cooking dinner in her kitchen. Lin Xianxian was very happy to have this wonderful candlelight dinner and this wonderful date with Xiaofeng. Chapter 131 New Drinks. Xiaofeng left Lin Xuanxuan's mansion and felt a little sleepy after drinking red wine, so he thought of going to the company to check the company's projects. This would not only make him more sober, but also allow him to see the progress of the company's recent projects. This is what a boss should do, so I went to the company's office. He picked out a project from the numerous company documents and looked at it like this. But suddenly Xiaofeng found out that the beverage he was selling was always losing money. Xiaofeng immediately called Xianfei and asked, "Xianfei, do you know? Why is the sales volume of this beverage sold by our company always very low and it is losing money?" Xianfei did not expect to receive a call from Boss Xia late at night, so Xianfei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, I don't know either. Maybe I was negligent. I didn't tell Boss Xia about this loss-making project in time." Boss Xia said to Xianfei gently, "I don't mean to blame you, I just want to see why this drink has lost so much money." So Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "Do you know where to buy our drink?" Xianfei said to Xiaofeng, "We have already put this drink into major convenience stores. I believe Boss Xia will be able to buy this drink in the convenience store." So Xiaofeng walked down the stairs of the company and came to a very ordinary convenience store below the company building. In the convenience store, Xiaofeng asked the clerk, "Do you know this drink?" The clerk said to Xiaofeng with some disdain, "It's this drink. Our customers here don't buy this drink very often because it tastes too bad." Xiaofeng heard this and thought it was real feedback from consumers, so he said to the clerk, "Then I'll buy this drink." The clerk pointed to a place and said to Xiaofeng, "Look, it's right there. We put it there but no one buys this drink. It's really too unpalatable." Xiaofeng bought a bottle of this drink and drank it in front of the convenience store clerk. The clerk looked at Xiaofeng with a gloating look and said, "Hey customer, why didn't you listen to my advice? I told you that this drink tasted terrible, but you didn't believe me and insisted on buying it to taste it yourself." The clerk looked at Xiaofeng's distorted face and said to him, "You see, I was right. This drink is really hard to drink." Xiaofeng said to the clerk, "It is true. I can't even swallow it." The clerk then said to Xiaofeng, "Do you know? A customer bought this drink from me and it was so hard to drink that he scratched his chest and got scratches on his chest. How hard is this drink to drink?" So Xiaofeng said to the convenience store clerk, "If I say I am the owner of this drink, will you believe me?" The clerk said to Xiaofeng, "I should believe it, because only the boss would come to buy this bottle of drink so seriously." So the two of them started chatting about what beverages were the most popular in the convenience store recently and what kind of bread people were buying. The clerk then said to Xiaofeng, "This boss is really approachable. He was able to come to the convenience store in person to inspect it and even personally put forward suggestions for improving this bottle of beverage." So Xiaofeng said to the clerk, "Do you believe it? I can make this drink taste good in a short time." The clerk asked Xiaofeng in disbelief, "Boss, you are not bragging, are you? We are just an ordinary store. We don't have the complete equipment and props of a beverage factory. Under such limited conditions, how can you make this drink taste good instantly?" Xiaofeng said to the convenience store clerk, "Because I have magical powers." Then Xiaofeng took out the berries he grew in his own space and put them into the drink. In an instant, the drink became sweet. Xiaofeng took a sip and thought it tasted good. He said to the clerk, "If you don't believe me, try it yourself. I added some secret berries to the drink and it tasted much better than before." The convenience store clerk took the drink that Xiaofeng handed to him with confusion and took a sip. He found that the drink had indeed changed. The taste had changed. The original bitter taste suddenly became very sweet. The clerk said to Xiaofeng, "This boss is amazing. You have such a magical tool. Why don't you use it in your factory and make this drink taste like this? Then people will buy it." So Xiaofeng said to the clerk, "That's what I was thinking. Just wait, I will definitely make this drink a hit and make customers rush to buy it." So the clerk said to Boss Xia, "Boss, you are amazing. I look forward to this effect." So early the next morning, Xiaofeng called a meeting with his employees, especially several executives. Xiaofeng said to them, "I want to plant this berry in my own ecological garden. In this way, under the sunshine, this fruit will grow very luxuriantly. Then we can use this fruit in beverages to increase the sales of beverages." So several executives were very ashamed, because they didn't know that the sales of this drink were so low because it tasted bad. So in order to punish them, Xiaofeng asked each of them to hold a bottle of this drink and drink it in front of him, so that they could taste the feeling of consumers when they got this drink. So several executives frowned and drank the bottle of drink reluctantly. Some even retched. Xiaofeng said to these executives, "You must be more careful in your work in the future. Don't neglect it just because this drink is a small matter. Providing customers with the best consumer products is the purpose of our company. Even a small bottle of drink can reflect the value of our company." So the berry invented by Xiaofeng was planted in his own ecological park. This ecological park was built on the seaside. Xiaofeng also came to the beach to inspect it in person, but on this day, when Xiaofeng was walking on the beach of the ecological park, he suddenly found that the tide had receded. This is very unusual. Xiaofeng thought, "Why did the seawater recede so much suddenly? Is there a tsunami?" Xiaofeng saw that the birds were flying unusually above the sea, so he thought this should be a warning before the tsunami, so he said to the staff of the ecological park, "Everyone, please retreat to high ground quickly. I feel that a tsunami is coming soon." So Xiaofeng organized the staff to evacuate quickly and came to the highest point of the ecological park. Sure enough, not long after, a small tsunami came and covered the berries on the top of the ecological park. The staff of the eco park were very grateful that Boss Xia was able to help them escape to a safe place and avoid this catastrophic disaster. Xiaofeng also said to the staff, "Everyone must pay attention to safety awareness at the seaside. Be familiar with various tsunami warnings, so that you can protect yourself and our eco park." Chapter 132 Investigation Project. So Xiaofeng inspected the eco park after the tsunami and found that the berry seeds he had planted were scattered by the tsunami. So he said to the managers of the eco park, "I will sow you some more berry seeds, so that the berries you produce can be supplied to our beverage manufacturers, and our beverages will become more delicious." So everyone was very happy. Boss Xia was really decisive and quick. Being able to run such a large company was also due to Boss Xia's extraordinary ability. Therefore, the employees were very convinced by Li Feng and felt that following him was the right choice. "We must follow the boss and work hard," the employees said to Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng was also very satisfied with the employees' work. So the inspection ended very happily. Xiaofeng was very satisfied with his visit to the seaside ecological park because he really saw the system of this magical berry being grown in large quantities on the seaside. It will be just around the corner to put this berry into the production line, Xiaofeng thought. So he personally supervised the implementation of this project. Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian, "Concubine Xian, can you also help me keep an eye on the quality of this batch of berries?" Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, don't worry. The relaunch of our beverage this time will definitely satisfy consumers, and we will definitely put the best quality on this beverage." Xiaofeng left work very satisfied. Not long after, Xiaofeng's new drink was put back on the market. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei were both confident about this drink. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "I think customers will notice the difference in this drink. With this magical berry, we can let customers drink a sweet drink." Xian Fei also said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia is really capable. This way, the sales of our beverage will definitely increase significantly." So when Xiaofeng and Xian Fei were waiting for good news from the sales, they did not expect that this beverage would actually receive complaints from consumers. It turned out that the mastermind behind the scenes was Zhao Qianshan. Zhao Qianshan bribed some customers who drank the drink and said to them, "If you say on the internet that this drink is very unpalatable, I will give each of you a small reward." So, in order to save the little money Mr. Zhao had, many customers commented online that the drink was very unpalatable and advised consumers not to buy it. Xiaofeng heard these voices and thought that someone must be behind the scenes instigating the customers to behave like this, so Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "How can we defeat these customers who give bad reviews?" Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, why don't we hold a tasting event? This way, we can drink the drinks in front of everyone, and then let the customers judge whether the drinks are good or bad. By broadcasting it live, we can restore our company's reputation." So Xiaofeng thought this was a very good idea, so he asked Concubine Xian to organize the tasting party. A few days later, Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, the tasting party will be held tonight. You and President Qin can both come to the tasting party in person. This will be more convincing." So that evening, Xiaofeng and Qin Yun came to the tasting event, where a live webcast was being broadcast. Xiaofeng and Qin Yun said to the audience, "Dear audience, this beverage is a new type of beverage that our company has just launched. It has a completely different taste than the previous ones. So I hope that through this tasting, everyone will understand the quality of our beverage, and at the same time, let everyone drink it on the spot to see if this beverage is very delicious." So Xiaofeng invited several customers to come up and let them taste the drink on the spot. Several customers picked up the drinks on the table and started drinking. After drinking the drink, the customers all had very happy expressions on their faces, and said to the camera on the scene, "This drink is really delicious. I don't know why, but some people on the internet commented that it is not delicious. This must be false. I hope that through this tasting event, we can spread the word to everyone that this drink is indeed very delicious." So Xiaofeng used this method to slap Mr. Zhao in the face. Zhao Qianshan was very angry when he saw that his little trick was dealt with by Xiaofeng, so he thought to himself, "Boss Xia, you just wait. You came to this tasting party with Qin Yun today. You obviously want to piss me off, right? You know I have a crush on Boss Qin. And I was so close to her on TV. Boss Xia, our feud is over again. I will make you pay in the future." Xiaofeng certainly didn't care what Zhao Qianshan thought. After this tasting event, Xiaofeng's drink really opened up the market. Sales increased significantly, and this drink received the trust and praise of consumers. So even this drink has fans. They also organized a fan club, where everyone expressed their love for the drink. One male fan said, "I'm getting married, and it was because of this drink that I met my fiancée. This drink is really like a matchmaker for me." Then Xiaofeng saw the message from this male fan in the fan group, and Xiaofeng generously said to the male fan, "Congratulations on your marriage. I will give you a gift." The male fan did not expect that Boss Xia would be so generous, so he happily accepted it. He said to Boss Xia, "Boss Xia is so nice. This is a conscientious company." So the male fan accepted the money Xiaofeng gave him. It turned out that the fiancée he was going to marry was a good woman. However, this good woman did something wrong when she was in love. It turned out that when she was in love with this male fan, she was still thinking about her childhood sweetheart and was a little distracted. Although the girl tried her best to hide her thoughts, the male fan still saw it. In fact, the male fan married her only for her money. There was not much sincerity, but Xiaofeng didn't know that and still gave the male fan a lot of money to get him married. The male fan said to Xiaofeng, "Thank you, Boss Xia. Let me thank you on behalf of my fiancée." But Boss Xia got a different response from his fiancée. She said to Xiaofeng, "Actually, I found that this male fan doesn't like me that much. Didn't he marry me just because he saw that I had some money?" Then Xiaofeng discovered the secret of their marriage. It turned out that the male fan was really just after the girl's money. So Xiaofeng thought, "How can I stop this wedding?" Chapter 133. I'm glad I can help you. So on the day of the male fan's wedding, Xiaofeng showed up and stopped this ridiculous wedding. The bride was very grateful to Xiaofeng and said to him, "Boss Xia really helped me a lot. I really don't want to marry such a hypocritical person." In this way, Xiaofeng did another good thing. He helped the female fan see the scumbag clearly and protected the female fan. But the male fan was very angry and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia really ruined my good thing. Do you know how long I have been preparing to marry her?" Xiaofeng said to the male fan, "But you don't really want to marry her, what's the point of maintaining such a marriage?" So the male fan said to Xiaofeng viciously, "Just wait, Boss Xia, I will definitely drag you down with me." The male fan said to Xiaofeng, "I will definitely bring you down. From now on I will never buy your drink again." Xiaofeng said, I hope that the fans who drink my drink are all upright. Our company does not need fake fans like you. So the male fan had no choice but to leave in shame. It turns out that not everyone can drink Xiaofeng's drinks. Only good people can drink them. Xiaofeng solved the problem and felt very accomplished, so he called Lin Xianxian that day and said, "Mr. Lin, do you have time recently? Let's meet and talk." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng on the phone, "It just so happens that I have to go to the kindergarten to pick up my nephew today. Can you go with me?" Xiaofeng happily agreed to Lin Xianxian and said to her, "No problem. I haven't been to the kindergarten for a long time. I can see the cute children in the kindergarten and I will definitely be able to relax." So that evening Xiaofeng accompanied Lin Xianxian to the kindergarten to pick up her nephew. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that Lin Xuanxuan's nephew was a naughty boy. He got into trouble again in kindergarten today. Lin Xianxian had no idea what to do with her nephew, and she couldn't criticize him. She had to ask the teacher for help and said to her, "Teacher, what did he do wrong today?" The teacher said to Lin Xianxian, "This kid hit a girl in our class again today." Lin Xianxian was very angry and said to her nephew, "How could you do this? Didn't our family teach you to care for the girls around you since you were young? How could you hit these girls?" But the teacher said to Lin Xianxian, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "What's even more ridiculous is that after beating the girls around him, this child gave them candies as a reward, hoping that these girls would be close to him. But these girls got angry because they were beaten, so it was impossible to comfort them." Xiaofeng thought, maybe little boys are like this. When they like someone, they want to get her attention, but their methods are wrong. Sometimes boys bully girls because they actually want to play with them. Xiaofeng understood Lin Xuanxuan's nephew a little, so he said to the teacher, maybe Lin Xuanxuan's nephew wanted to play with these girls, but he didn't know how to do it. He thought of hitting the girls to get their attention, and then he gave these girls candies, which shows that he really wanted to get close to these girls in his heart. So the teacher had no choice but to believe Xiaofeng's words and said to Lin Xuanxuan's nephew, "Little friend, you need to know how to get along with girls. Girls need to be cared for, so don't let the teacher see this kind of thing happen in the future." Lin Xuanxuan's nephew said to the teacher, "Well, actually I just wanted to play with them. I will never hit girls again." Just then, Xiaofeng found the girls who were beaten in the kindergarten class. He still couldn't coax them, so Xiaofeng said, "Then I will perform a magic trick for everyone." So the children in the kindergarten gathered together to watch Xiaofeng perform magic. Xiaofeng took out a magic sponge and said to the children, "Look, I can turn this sponge into a rose." The children all stared with their eyes wide open, a little bit unbelieving. "Uncle, don't lie to us, this is obviously a sponge, how can it turn into a rose?" Xiaofeng said to the children, "This is what makes magic so attractive. Things that seem incredible can actually be performed." So Xiaofeng said to the system, "Fortunately, the system taught me some simple magic techniques, so that I can show off in front of the children." So Xiaofeng used his quick hands to turn the magic sponge into a real rose. The children were all very surprised. Especially Lin Xuanxuan's little nephew, after seeing how Xiaofeng was so good at pleasing girls, Lin Xuanxuan's nephew started to obey Xiaofeng's orders. On the way home from school, Lin Xuanxuan's nephew kept pestering Xiaofeng and said to him, "Can you teach me how to perform magic? I also want to perform magic for the children every day." So Xiaofeng listened to Lin Xuanxuan's nephew and thought that children in kindergarten should learn some simple magic. Then he said to the system, "Do you have any simple magic methods suitable for young children?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host. I can give you some magic tricks for young children, and you can teach them to Lin Xuanxuan's nephew now." So Xiaofeng got the magic tricks from the system and taught them to Lin Xuanxuan's nephew in the car, saying, "Little friend, look carefully, these are simple magic tricks that kindergarten students can learn. With these skills, you will definitely be able to get along well with little girls." Lin Xuanxuan's nephew admired Xiaofeng very much, so he said to him, "You are really awesome. I will have more friends in kindergarten in the future." Xiaofeng was also very happy for him, because this way Lin Xuanxuan's nephew would not have to hit girls to attract their attention. He must be a little Superman among his kindergarten classmates after learning these magic tricks. Xiaofeng was also very happy, so he said to Lin Xuanxuan's nephew, "I'm treating you today, what do you want to eat?" Lin Xuanxuan's nephew said, "I want to eat steak." So Xiaofeng took them to a high-end steakhouse and said to the waiter, "Please serve a children's meal for our kid." Soon after, Lin Xuanxuan's nephew's children's meal was served on the table. It turned out to be a steak with ketchup. Because children may not eat black pepper, the sauce for the children's meal was made into ketchup. Lin Xuanxuan's nephew was very happy to eat it and said to Xiaofeng, "This steak is sour and sweet, it's really delicious." "Thank you, uncle." Lin Xianxian was also very happy and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia really helped me a lot. Sometimes I was busy with work and really didn't know how to educate my children. Thanks to Boss Xia. Now my little nephew has become more obedient and will definitely not have conflicts with the girls in the kindergarten anymore." So Xiaofeng was very happy and said to Lin Xianxian, "It's great to be able to help you." Chapter 134, Team Building. Xiaofeng felt that the employees were in a very good mood recently, so the company had made great progress. The sales of various products were also very good, so Xiaofeng decided to take the employees on a vacation for team building. This can unite the employees and relax their bodies and minds. So Xiaofeng asked the employees to go on vacation to the island where he and Qin Yun had been before. "Let Concubine Xian take them there. On my side, I took Qin Yun, Lin Xianxian and other CEO sisters to vacation in Huayan Mountain." Xian Fei was very reluctant about this, because Boss Xia actually asked her to take the employees with her and not let her go with Boss Xia. Xian Fei was very jealous, so she did not take good care of the employees during the island vacation. Xian Fei thought to herself, "Humph, Boss Xia, you won't let me go to Huayan Mountain. What's the meaning of throwing me on this island?" Xiaofeng had no choice but to comfort Xian Fei on the phone. "Xian Fei, because I trust you very much, I let you lead the employees to do the team building. This will increase your prestige in the company, which will be good for your work." Xian Fei refused to listen to Xiaofeng's words and said to him angrily, "Boss Xia, you are really biased. Why did you take Qin Yun, Lin Xianxian and the others to Huayan Mountain?" Xiaofeng couldn't explain, so he had to hang up the phone. But Xiaofeng and his friend's journey to Huayan Mountain was also hindered. It turned out that Xiaofeng met a shepherd who was blackmailing him at the foot of Huayan Mountain. The shepherd maliciously framed Xiaofeng and said to him, "Your car broke the leg of my sheep, you must pay compensation." Xiaofeng saw that the shepherd was here to scam him, so he said to him, "My car didn't hit your sheep, how can you say that I hit your sheep's leg?" But the shepherd insisted and said to Xiaofeng, "Look, there is only one car like yours in this area of dozens of miles, and my sheep was injured, and it was not your car that hit it." Xiaofeng felt that if the quarrel continued, the shepherd would be more justified, so he had to get off the car and go to see the shepherd's sheep. However, he did not expect that the wound on the sheep's leg was an old one. It was probably because the sheep fell down the mountain while climbing. The injured leg has not healed yet, so Xiaofeng said to the shepherd, "You are obviously trying to scam me. Your sheep fell down by itself, why do you say it was hit by my car?" The shepherd said to Xiaofeng confidently, "I tell you, there are a lot of people in our village. Don't make trouble. If you keep making trouble, people from our village will come." Xiaofeng thought to himself, "It seems that the people in this village are so difficult to talk to." So Xiaofeng had to ask the system for help and said to the system, "System, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly, how should this matter be handled?" The system saw that Xiaofeng was in trouble, so it said to Xiaofeng, "I have some magic coins here. It seems that I can help you." Xiaofeng said to the system, "What's the use of magic coins? What they want is cash." But when the system showed the magic coin to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng was stunned. It turned out that the appearance of the magic coin was exactly the same as cash. The system said to Xiaofeng, "Host, look. My magic coin is exactly the same as cash. Ordinary people can't tell the difference at all." So Xiaofeng thought, "This will solve the problem. I can give these magic coins to the shepherds. This way they won't be able to find it in a short time." So Xiaofeng pretended to be very polite and said to the shepherds, "Okay, I admit that I'm unlucky. How much do you want to compensate for this leg of lamb?" The shepherd also asked Xiaofeng for a high price, saying, "You have to give me at least 10,000 yuan. That's the price of one sheep." So Xiaofeng thought to himself, "You are really bold. I want to give you 10,000 yuan for no reason." So Xiaofeng pretended to take money out of his pocket, but he actually gave the money to the shepherd, which was the magic coin that the system had just given him. So Xiaofeng gave the money to the shepherd and said to him, "Here is 10,000 yuan, count it, and don't bother me again in the future." The shepherd was very happy to see that Xiaofeng really gave him cash, and said to Xiaofeng, "Of course. Since you are so generous, I will definitely not bother you in the future." But Xiaofeng said to the shepherd, "I have already given you the money, so can I take this sheep away? It fell and hurts, and it looks like it needs treatment. I can take this sheep to a veterinary hospital outside and have it treated." The shepherd thought about it and thought, "This sheep won't live long anyway, and we don't have a doctor here to treat it. Let this unjust boss take the sheep away. This will save us trouble." So the shepherd said to Xiaofeng, if you want them, you can take them away. Don't you have a car? You can put the sheep on your car and take them away together. So Xiaofeng got out of the car, drove the sheep onto it, and said to Qin Yun and Lin Xianxian, excuse me, sisters. I'll put the sheep in the trunk of the car and go to Huoyan Mountain with you. Xiaofeng drove away with the sheep. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun and Lin Xianxian, sisters, do you like this sheep? When I heal the sheep's injury, I can keep it in my ecological park. This will also add some vitality to my ecological park. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng, you really gave him money, so you helped to boost his prestige, didn't you? But Xiaofeng just smiled and said to Qin Yun, you saw that I gave him real cash, but in fact I gave him magic coins. After a while, these magic coins will disappear by themselves. Look how proud he is. When Lin Xianxian heard this, she smiled happily and said, it's really Boss Xia. You're amazing. At this moment, the shepherd was walking back with the 10,000 yuan in cash given by Xiaofeng. He thought to himself, I really made a lot of money today. I didn't expect this boss to be so easy to talk to. He just gave me 10,000 yuan in cash. This is enough for me to eat for a while. The shepherd thought, in the future I should scam more wealthy bosses, so that I can make money effortlessly. But at this moment, the shepherd suddenly felt that the cash in his hand began to change, and it became lighter and lighter. After a while, it turned into a halo and disappeared. The shepherd was very surprised. What happened? On the road to the village, the villagers saw the cash in the shepherd's hand disappear. So they said to the shepherd, I heard that you made money, and we are all here waiting for a share. The villagers blocked the door of the shepherd's house and said to him, did you meet a liar? The coins they gave you are like magic coins. The shepherd thought he must have been cheated, so he hid in his house and refused to come out. Chapter 135, Disguise. But what the shepherd didn't expect was that the villagers would not give up on him. They blocked the door of the shepherd's house and said to him, we came up with the idea of using your sheep to scam those big bosses who came to travel. We thought you would give us some of the money after you got it. But why don't you give us a cent? The shepherd said to the villagers, I was cheated. The money was not cash at all, but magic coins that can perform magic tricks. How could I know this? I don't have a penny, how can I give it to you? But the villagers still blocked the door of the shepherd's house and sat at the door to eat and chat, so the shepherd had to escape through the back door. The shepherd thought, the price of this fraud is too high. I can't live in this village anymore. So the shepherd escaped through the back door, driving his sheep to the depths of Huoyan Mountain. Wanting to find a way out somewhere else, Xiaofeng took revenge on the shepherd, because he loved to fraud. Xiaofeng brought the sisters to the tourist attraction Huoyan Mountain and found that the mountain was very majestic and spectacular. And because it was called Huoyan Mountain, the soil here was all red soil. This opened the eyes of Qin Yun and Lin Xianxian. She said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, the scenery here is really spectacular. Thank you for bringing us to see this rare scenery. Xiaofeng said to the sisters happily, as long as you are happy, I will be very satisfied. The Flame Mountain is really worthy of its name. It is a mountain that looks like fire and is very spectacular. Sisters, please have a good time here. I hope this vacation will give you an unforgettable memory. When Xiaofeng and his sisters returned from the Huoyan Mountain, everyone had a happy smile on their face, and the sheep in Xiaofeng's car seemed very happy too, because it was about to be treated by Xiaofeng and would be able to spend a perfect day in the ecological park. But when Xiaofeng returned from Huoyan Mountain, he suddenly received a call from Xian Fei, who said to Xiaofeng anxiously on the phone, Boss Xia, something happened to my employee while he was on vacation. Xiaofeng quickly asked Xian Fei what happened. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, an employee went into deep water while on vacation without listening to advice. He drowned there. What should I do? It's all my fault for not leading the employees well. I was a little distracted. Boss Xia, how do you solve this problem? Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, don't panic. It was this employee who ignored the advice and went into the deep water area. He is also at fault. Don't blame yourself too much. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that the employee's family actually brought the employee's body to Xiaofeng's home to ask for money. The employee's family put the employee's body in a small coffin and carried it to Xiaofeng's doorstep, saying to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, our employee died during your company's team building, you have to give us compensation. Xiaofeng had no choice but to show up and said to the employee's family, I must pay compensation, but I want to follow the formal procedures instead of listening to your exorbitant demands here. However, the employee's family was relentless and refused to give in. They said to Xiaofeng, "Boss, you should give us the compensation we want. After all, the employee's accident happened in your company." Seeing this, Xiaofeng also took a very tough attitude and said to the families of these employees, "I have told you, what I am waiting for is compensation through formal procedures, not just the amount of money you say here." So Xiaofeng returned to the villa and no longer paid attention to these family members outside. Zhao Qianshan learned about this and found an opportunity to punish Xiaofeng. Zhao Qianshan bribed some people to spread the word that Xiaofeng had caused the death of an employee by exploiting him and refused to compensate. Zhao Qianshan thought that by spreading these rumors, he could bring down Xiaofeng. But Xiaofeng was not afraid. Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. I have always done things in an upright manner and have never been afraid of these rumors." Xiaofeng ate in the villa as if nothing had happened. Xinyan cared about Xiaofeng and said, "Boss Xia, you are so magnanimous. People are in such a mess, and you are still in the mood to eat." Xiaofeng said to Qinyun, "Then what can I do? I'm waiting for the formal procedures. This way I can compensate them according to reason." Xiaofeng ate more and became full. Xinyan blamed Xiaofeng a little and said to him, "Look at you. You tend to eat more when you think about something. Look at you eating too much now. Your stomach will feel uncomfortable soon." Xiaofeng said to Qinyun, "I was thinking about this problem, and I ate a little more without noticing. It should be okay, right? Because I have something big to do tonight." Xinyan said to Xiaofeng, "Have you figured out a solution to this problem? And can it be solved tonight?" Xiaofeng smiled and said to Qinyun, "Just wait for my good news. I will be able to get out of this predicament tonight." Just like that, after dinner, Xiaofeng came to the attic on the top of his villa. He stayed there and didn't know what he was doing. Qinyun looked towards the attic with some worry. Xiaofeng said that this matter could be solved tonight. What method did he have? Xiaofeng was in the attic and said to the system, "System, do you have any way to disguise yourself?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host. There is indeed a prop in the system called the disguise technique. You can transmit a photo to the system, and the system will let you disguise yourself as the person in the photo. This disguise technique is convenient and quick to use. As long as you have his photo, you can disguise yourself as him." Xiaofeng said to the system, "Then I want this prop, please prepare it for me quickly." Xiaofeng took out the photo of the employee who drowned from the album and sent it to the system. The system was very surprised and asked Xiaofeng, "Host, what are you doing? Do you want to disguise yourself as the employee who drowned?" Xiaofeng smiled slightly and said to the system, "This is the solution I came up with to solve this problem." "Didn't you come up with it?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "Host, your idea is too terrible. I don't know what to do." Xiaofeng said to the system calmly, "Sometimes, when people are in desperate situations, they will definitely come up with a solution. This is the solution I came up with, which will allow the employees' families to evacuate tonight." After all, leaving the corpse at the door of the villa was a very bad thing to do, so Xiaofeng began to work on his disguise skills. Sure enough, not long after, Xiaofeng disguised himself as a person exactly like the drowned employee and began his action. Chapter 136, Come to Cause Trouble. Xiaofeng then hid in the attic of his house. Not long after, the family members of the drowned employee started making a fuss outside his luxury villa again. The family members of the employees shouted towards Xiaofeng's villa, "Boss Xia, please come out quickly. You must compensate us. Otherwise, we will not leave here." At this time, Xiaofeng's assistant Xianfei, who was already at Xiaofeng's house, called Lin Xianxian and said, "Boss Lin, please come over quickly. Boss Xia is in the attic upstairs and refuses to come out. The family members of the employees outside are making a fuss again. Please come over quickly and see what we should do." So Lin Xianxian drove from home to Xiaofeng's villa. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the family members making trouble outside. Lin Xianxian ignored them and just said to Xianfei, who opened the door, "Let's go in and talk." On the sofa in Xiaofeng's living room, Xianfei explained the cause and effect of the incident to Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian said to Xianfei, "At this time, we must first stabilize the family members of the employees. We can't let them continue to make trouble at the door." Xianfei said to Lin Xianxian, "That's what I said too. We all suggested that Boss Xia give the compensation to the families first so that they can leave first, and then we can sue them. But Boss Xia is unwilling to do so. He has been locking himself in the attic upstairs and refuses to come out. We don't know what to do." Lin Xianxian agreed with Concubine Xian's opinion and said to Concubine Xian, I also think this is feasible. We will first compensate the family members outside the door so that they will no longer block the door. Then we will sue these family members for disturbing the public. In this way, they will get the punishment they deserve. At this moment, Xiaofeng seemed to hear Lin Xianxian coming, so he came down from the attic and said to Lin Xianxian, Don't worry about it. I know what's going on. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you'd better compensate them first. It's not a good idea to keep making trouble like this. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, Believe me, I will definitely be able to resolve this incident tonight, so don't worry. Because Xiaofeng had just learned the art of disguise from the system. Xiaofeng decided to use this art to achieve his goal today. But Xiaofeng didn't dare to show the art of disguise in front of Xian Fei and Lin Xianxian. This would definitely scare them. So Xiaofeng asked Concubine Xian to bring Lin Xianxian to the guest room first, so that they could sleep peacefully first. Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian and Lin Xianxian, who were walking towards the bedroom, Sisters, you can sleep peacefully. I have locked the door well, and the family members outside will not rush in. You don't have to worry, this matter will be resolved tomorrow morning. Concubine Xian asked Xiaofeng anxiously, Is Boss Xia planning to take any action tonight? Xiaofeng smiled and said to Concubine Xian, This is a secret. I can't tell you first. Xiaofeng saw Lin Xianxian and Xuanfei return to their guest rooms. Believing that they would fall asleep soon, Xiaofeng began his actions. Xiaofeng waited until midnight and saw the family members outside the door. Some of them were still staying up late and had not rested. Xiaofeng knew that they might not be able to sleep in the open air. There were no beds or anything. So Xiaofeng started his action. He sent the photo of the drowned employee to the system, and the system used its disguise props to help Xiaofeng transform into the drowned employee. Xiaofeng took a look and found that he was exactly the same as the drowned employee. Xiaofeng came out of the back door of the villa and came to the family members who were blocking the door in front. The family members didn't pay much attention at first, but suddenly one of them saw the drowned employee coming out from the back of the villa. He was shocked and frightened, and he screamed and said to the people around him, Look, isn't this the drowned employee? How did he appear there? The family members who were blocking the door were all terrified. They stared at Xiaofeng, who was pretending to be a drowned employee. They said to each other in fear, Why is he here? Wasn't he clearly drowned? But Xiaofeng calmly walked up to them and said to the family members, How can I feel at ease if you keep making trouble here? The family members of the drowned employee were all frightened and said to each other, Okay, we won't make trouble now, and we will bury you as soon as possible. So Xiaofeng got this result, turned around and walked to the back of the villa. The family members of these employees did not come back to their senses for a long time, and they all thought they saw the drowning employees and were scared to death. Sure enough, several family members discussed with each other and said, Let's evacuate. What if the drowned employee comes back? After discussing it, several family members carried the drowned employee away. On the way, they comforted each other, Don't panic, we will bury the drowned employee now, so he won't appear again. Xiaofeng was very happy to see the family members evacuated. The evildoers finally got their comeuppance, and they were finally scared away. Xiaofeng thought that this also solved a big problem. This also relieved Xian Fei and Lin Xianxian, who were sleeping in the villa's guest room. Tomorrow morning, there is no need to worry about this matter. Sure enough, the next morning, when Lin Xianxian and Xuanfei walked out of the guest room, they saw Xiaofeng drinking coffee leisurely in the living room. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, what are you going to do about those troublemakers? Xian Fei also asked Xiaofeng anxiously, Boss Xia, you should compensate them first. Xiaofeng smiled at them slowly and said, Look, are there any people outside? I just used a little trick yesterday, and they were scared away. They left, and we don't have to worry about them blocking the door and asking for money anymore. Lin Xianxian and Xuanfei looked out the window doubtfully. Indeed, they thought it would be better to bury the drowned employee as soon as possible so that he could rest in peace. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian and the others, maybe they finally have a change of heart. So regarding this drowning incident of a company employee, Xiaofeng had to resort to litigation, and fortunately it was quite fair. Xiaofeng just compensated the families as consolation money, and this resolved the incident. Xian Fei felt a little guilty when she saw this and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, it's all my fault for not keeping an eye on my employees. Xiaofeng shook his head, it's not your fault. Who made this employee ignore the advice and go into deep water? Don't take it too seriously. It's fine as long as this matter is resolved. You should rest peacefully these few days so that you won't be troubled by this matter. Chapter 137 Celebrating his birthday. Xiaofeng finally solved the problem. When he returned to the company, he secretly made up his mind and said, I must do a better job this time to recover the losses caused to the company by this incident. So Xiaofeng worked very diligently in the office. At this time, Xiaofeng noticed a file under his hand. It turned out that this was a suggestion given to Xiaofeng by an employee in the sales department. He said how to increase the company's sales. Xiaofeng read the document and thought the practice described therein was very good. So Xiaofeng appreciated this employee very much. He said to Xianfei, please help me check the information of this employee and see what he did before. I appreciate this employee very much and may give him some important work. Xianfei checked the employee's situation and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, this employee joined our company not long ago. We don't know where he worked before, so we don't know much about his past experience. But Xiaofeng was a little careless. He felt that there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find out. He just really appreciated the suggestions this employee had made on sales. Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, let's transfer him to our headquarters after a while. I want to see if he can achieve good results working under me. So Xianfei started to do this, and soon after, this employee appeared in front of Boss Xia's desk. Xiaofeng said to the employee, I admire you very much and hope you can work well under me. The employee also said to Xiaofeng very respectfully, Boss Xia, rest assured, I will complete my work and ensure high-quality work. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that this employee was actually Zhao Qianshan's spy in Xiaofeng's company. And the suggestion written by this employee was also drafted by Zhao Qianshan himself, hoping to get this employee closer to Xiaofeng. Sure enough, after a meeting held by Xiaofeng, this employee started to act up. Outside the office, this employee said to all the employees of the head office, Xiaofeng's style of doing things is too overbearing and unreasonable. Not only did he not approve his plan, but he also made a lot of criticisms against him. Of course, these are the employee's own words. Xiaofeng did not treat him so badly at all, but this employee's words have affected other employees of the head office, and the employees are talking about it. Some employees are very worried that working under such a boss Xia, will they be implicated? Xiaofeng finally understood that this employee was a spy planted by Zhao Qianshan in his company, so Xiaofeng fired this employee immediately, reducing the influence of this employee. However, what this employee said still made other employees in the head office a little worried. So Xiaofeng personally convened a meeting to clarify the matter. At the meeting, Xiaofeng said to all his employees, everyone should know how I usually act. I am not unreasonable. I respect every employee's opinion on the company. I believe everyone has also felt that the atmosphere in our company is also very good, and there is no exploitation. The employee just now was slandering me behind my back, please believe it. In my company, employees can display their talents and work with peace of mind. After listening to Xiaofeng's words, the employees regained their confidence in him and thought, how could Boss Xia be so arrogant and unreasonable? Boss Xia has always respected them. So the employees felt that Boss Xia was trustworthy. At this time, Xiaofeng asked the family members of the drowned employee to come to the meeting. He used them to clarify Xiaofeng's previous actions. The family members of the employees said to other employees, we made trouble in front of Boss Xia's house before, completely under the instructions of someone behind the scenes. This person is Zhao Qianshan. He has always been jealous of Boss Xia's achievements, so he told us that as long as we make trouble in front of Boss Xia's door, we can get a high amount of compensation. We also fell into his trap, but Boss Xia is really a reasonable person. He gave us a lot of compensation through the lawsuit. We regret that we were used by Zhao Qianshan from the beginning. Xiaofeng heard that the family members of the employees realized their mistakes and were grateful to him. So Xiaofeng said to the family members in front of everyone, I know your family is in a difficult situation, and it's not easy for you, so I will make a large donation to you now. This will alleviate your family's difficulties and provide some financial guarantee for your future life. The family members of the employees were very grateful to Xiaofeng and said to him, Boss Xia is really very kind to people. We are very lucky that our employees can work in Boss Xia's company. The company is really reliable and trustworthy. I hope that other employees can work here with peace of mind and will definitely get corresponding remuneration. Xiaofeng said to the other employees, this meeting ends here. I believe everyone understands that we should not be used by villains to harm our company in the future. The company is like a big family and is always open to all employees. I hope you can all work happily and peacefully here. So Xiaofeng solved this problem again. Xian Fei, as Xia Feng's assistant, felt distressed and thought that Boss Xia was too busy recently. Boss Xia should relax, so Xian Fei did it to please Xia Feng. So she thought about how to make Xia Feng relax. Xian Fei knew that Xia Feng's birthday was coming soon, so Xian Fei wanted to give Xia Feng a special birthday party. Xian Fei contacted her sisters and asked them how to make Boss Xia happy. Xian Fei's sisters said to Xian Fei, "Why don't we all wear dance costumes to celebrate Boss Xia's birthday? This will look very pleasing to the eyes. I believe that Boss Xia will feel happy when he sees so many dances. After all, music is a good medicine to heal all pains." Xian Fei thought this was a good idea, so she said to her sisters, "Let's make it a deal. I think everyone has dance costumes. If not, I can help you prepare some." The sisters said to Xian Fei, "Of course we have dance costumes. Don't you know that we held a dance party before?" So Concubine Xian smiled and said, "Then I will wait for you to come. Xia Feng's villa will definitely be filled with laughter and joy." Sure enough, on Xia Feng's birthday, Xia Feng saw the singing and dancing, and was very moved and relaxed. He said to Xian Fei, "You did a great job." "Thank you, Xian Fei. You can think of such a way to make me happy." Chapter 138 The Mastermind. Xia Feng is very optimistic about the company's recent operations. He sits in the office and thinks, "Should I invest my energy in opening some branches and expanding into some industries?" So Xia Feng said to Xian Fei, who came in, "I think we need to continue to expand our business scale. We need to get involved in more industries." Xian Fei said to Xia Feng, "Boss Xia, how about we try the catering industry? People always say that food is the most important thing for people. The catering industry is an everlasting and popular industry." Xia Feng was also very interested in this and said to Xian Fei, "Your reminder is good. Now I remember that our company has not yet entered the catering industry. So how about we open a shopping mall first and test the waters?" Xian Fei was also very happy. So the two of them searched for the trends of the nearby food industry on Xia Feng's company computer. Xia Feng held the mouse and clicked on the computer again and again, and said to Xian Fei, "You see, these chain stores are all franchise stores. We don't want to franchise other people's products. We want to make our own food." Xian Fei also agreed with Xia Feng and said to him, "Boss Xia is right. We should open our own food mall." But Xia Feng browsed to a web page, which showed a food city near Xia Feng and his friends. There are many small vendors operating in this food city. Xian Fei took a fancy to this food city at first sight and said to Xia Feng, "Boss Xia, why don't we transform this food city into our own food enterprise?" Xia Feng was also very interested in this, so Xia Feng and Xian Fei took a luxury car and came to the outside of the food city. Xia Feng looked up at the sign of the food city and said to Xian Fei, "This food city is really magnificent. If we contract it, it will be our own company." Xian Fei was also very happy, so the two of them collected various opinions from small vendors in the food city, hoping that Xia Feng's company could invest in this food city. However, Xia Feng and Xian Fei's movements were known by Zhao Qianshan, who had been secretly observing them. When Zhao Qianshan learned that Xia Feng was going to acquire the food city, he thought about how to prevent Xia Feng from succeeding. Zhao Qianshan said to the small vendors, "It seems that this big boss wants to buy your food city. Why don't you take the opportunity to raise the price a little bit? This will save you money, right?" The small vendors believed Mr. Zhao's words and talked among themselves, "That's right. Since the big boss wants to buy the food from small vendors like us, he has to pay a high price. We have worked hard to run this business and don't want to give it up. Our whole family depends on it for food." Zhao Qianshan was very satisfied with his agitation, so he said to the small vendors, "Just find all kinds of reasons to prevent this big boss from settling in this food city, and then ask him for a sky-high price. This way your income will increase." The small vendors agreed with Zhao Qianshan's statement, so they united to deal with Xia Feng. Not long after, Xia Feng and Xian Fei came to the food city again. This time they wanted to discuss the purchase issue with the vendors. When Xia Feng walked into the crowd, he suddenly found a figure not far away looking at him. Xia Feng looked over and saw a man wearing a black hat, watching him from a distance. Xia Feng didn't care. In fact, this was Zhao Qianshan who came to watch the game. Zhao Qianshan hid in the dark of the food city, wanting to see if his method of encouraging the small vendors would work. Sure enough, when Xia Feng discussed the purchase with these small vendors, the small vendors offered a high price. Xia Feng said to these small vendors, "I know you value this industry in your shops, but we also have limited capital. We are acquiring these shops in order to make reasonable use of the company's assets and expand into new industries. And your high prices are a bit unreasonable, aren't they? The vendor yelled to Xiaofeng, I don't care what the market conditions are like. If you want to buy this food city, you have to give us this price, and we will agree. Otherwise, don't even think about settling here. Xiaofeng looked at the surprised Concubine Xian next to him. Concubine Xian was very surprised that the small vendors could raise the prices of the shops so high. Concubine Xian whispered to Xiaofeng, I'm afraid this is not the intention of the small vendors themselves. There must be someone behind the scenes instigating it. Concubine Xian's reminder made Xiaofeng suddenly sober up. Xiaofeng thought of the man in the black hat who had been secretly observing him from a distance. Xiaofeng looked in that direction again. The man in the black hat had not left yet and seemed to be sneering. So Xiaofeng walked quickly towards the man, wanting to chase him. Zhao Qianshan watched Xiaofeng walk quickly towards him. Thinking that Xiaofeng must have discovered him, Zhao Qianshan turned around and ran away. Xiaofeng saw the shadow running away, so he ran after it. Just when Xiaofeng was about to catch up with the shadow at the exit of the food city, Zhao Qianshan stepped into a taxi. He immediately asked the taxi driver to take him away. When Xiaofeng saw the black figure taking the taxi and escaping, Xian Fei's guess was confirmed. It turned out that the vendors were asking for such a high price because someone was behind it. Xiaofeng was a little angry and thought, I must catch the mastermind behind this. Just then, Concubine Xian came over from behind and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, the black shadow you were chasing just now looked like Zhao Qianshan to me. Xiaofeng was suddenly awakened by Xian Fei, and he also felt that the figure was very similar to Zhao Qianshan. Could it be that he was really the one who was causing trouble? Xiaofeng thought angrily, this Zhao Qianshan always opposes me in everything. He will be in trouble next time he falls into my hands. So, Xiaofeng and Xian Fei returned to the scene of the discussion with the vendors. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei came prepared this time. Xiaofeng showed the vendors their contracts and the plan for the food city. Xiaofeng said to the vendors, don't worry about having no income after selling the store. Our plan for the food city also has a way out for you. Look, this is the contract we are going to sign. It says that if you sell all these food stalls to me, you vendors can also become shareholders of our company. In this way, you can receive benefits from the food city. The better our food city runs, the more money you will get. This will also save you the risk of losing your job. What do you think of this proposal? Xiaofeng was very confident that this plan would be recognized by the small vendors. Chapter 139 Don't deal with him. The vendors were stunned by Xiaofeng's sudden action. They took out the contract from Xiaofeng's hand, looked at it, and passed it around to discuss it. It is clearly written in the contract that we will become shareholders of this food city, so we can receive dividends without working. Yes, the small vendors are very happy, this way we can also develop along with the food city. If the food city prospers and grows, we will also get more dividends. So the small vendors immediately changed their attitudes and all supported Xiaofeng's acquisition of the food city. The acquisition plan of Xiaofeng Food City went smoothly. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, I believe we will be able to expand our catering industry, so that we will have our own catering hotel in Tianhai City. Xian Fei was also very happy and said to Xiaofeng, thanks to Boss Xia, you have made such a good bonus contract, which made those small vendors willing to sell their shops to us. Boss Xia is really far-sighted. Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian, if Zhao Qianshan heard that our acquisition was successful, would he be very angry? Concubine Xian just smiled and said nothing, who made him always secretly ruin your good deeds. Let him learn a lesson this time. Sure enough, Zhao Qianshan heard from the phone that Xiaofeng's acquisition plan was successful. He was very angry on the other end of the phone, thinking, this time, I failed to stop the expansion of Xiaofeng's business territory. I failed to stop Xiaofeng's good deeds. Zhao Qianshan said to the small vendors on the other end of the phone very angrily, you are really greedy for money. I bought you out with a little share. Don't you want to sell these shops at a high price? The vendors said to Mr. Zhao, rather than selling these shops at a high price all at once, we hope to get long-term dividends, which can solve our food and clothing problems. We don't have to worry about losing our jobs anymore. Zhao Qianshan hung up the phone when he saw that he couldn't win the argument, and could only get angry secretly. He kicked all the trash cans in the room and broke them. But Xiaofeng learned that Zhao Qianshan had been hindering his actions, so Xiaofeng wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Xiaofeng called Lin Xianxian and asked about her recent work. But from Lin Xianxian, Xiaofeng learned an important piece of news. It turned out that Lin Xianxian told Xiaofeng, Zhao Qianshan wants to compete with her for a film and television project. Both parties are actively preparing. But there is no result. Xiaofeng thought this was the best way to strike Zhao Qianshan, so he asked Lin Xianxian about the details of the film and television project. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng on the phone, "We are planning to invest in this film and television project, but Zhao Qianshan, as our competitor, has always wanted this project." But the two sides failed to reach an agreement. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Send me all the details of this project. I will solve this problem." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "What should Boss Xia do? We can't persuade the investors to give us this film and television project." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Don't worry about it for now. Believe me, I will definitely find a way for you to get this project." So Xiaofeng contacted the investor of this film and television project privately and said to him, "Aren't you choosing a film and television company? And I want to buy this project at a high price now." The investor was very surprised and asked Xiaofeng, "Boss, our project hasn't started filming yet, and we don't know what the profit will be in the future. Are you afraid of losing money if you buy this project at a high price now?" Xiaofeng said to the investor, "I believe in my vision. This film and television project will definitely be a success. So I will buy it now at a high price. But please keep this confidential for now. I will announce this at your project discussion meeting." So the investor and Xiaofeng reached an agreement, and Xiaofeng bought the film and television project at a high price and became the investor of the film and television project. At the discussion meeting of the film and television company, Lin Xianxian and Zhao Qianshan both attended the meeting. When Xiaofeng appeared at the conference table, Zhao Qianshan was surprised because he felt guilty. He had targeted Xiaofeng many times before, and now Xiaofeng actually appeared at the film and television company's discussion meeting. He felt that this matter was not simple. As expected, the investor of the film and television company said to Zhao Qianshan and Lin Xianxian, "The investor of our project has changed. Boss Xia has already bought the film and television project. So Boss Xia will make the final decision at this meeting." Xiaofeng looked at Zhao Qianshan with a little contempt, and Zhao Qianshan was obviously panicked. He couldn't even sit still. Zhao Qianshan didn't expect Xiaofeng to do this. This would not only cut off his financial resources, but also prevent him from developing in the film and television industry. So Xiaofeng gave the film and television project to Lin Xianxian in front of Zhao Qianshan, and said to Lin Xianxian, "I know your strength, so I decided to let your film and television company do this film and television project." Lin Xianxian was very surprised and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, your gift is really great. I really didn't expect that you would help me in this way. I would like to thank Boss Xia on behalf of our company." Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian with a little pride, "No need to thank me, this project should have belonged to you, not that Zhao Qianshan." Zhao Qianshan was very angry when he was mentioned, and was furious. But there was no way, because the current investor was Xiaofeng, and he had the final say in everything. So the failure of his film and television company in the competition was a foregone conclusion. Xiaofeng perfectly suppressed Zhao Qianshan and taught him a profound lesson. So Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Mr. Lin, I can drive you back. Is that convenient for you?" Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Of course. It's my honor to be driven back by Mr. Xia." So Xiaofeng and Lin Xianxian left. Zhao Qianshan hated Xiaofeng even more, so he said to Xiaofeng viciously, "Xiaofeng, just wait for me, I will take revenge one day, and I must remember how you hit me." Xiaofeng, who had just won a victory, was not afraid of Zhao Qianshan's revenge at all, because if he did nothing, Zhao Qianshan would still hate him and would secretly ruin his good deeds. So Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "Sometimes, bad people just need to be hit, so that they will learn a lesson and won't dare to bully you." Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you really have to be careful of people like Zhao Qianshan in the future. He always targets you behind your back. It's better to have less contact with people like him." Xiaofeng felt that Lin Xianxian was right, so he said to Lin Xianxian, "Well, I know that too. I hope we will never have to deal with Zhao Qianshan again in the future." Chapter 140, Insightful Eyes. That day, Xiaofeng was playing with his mobile phone in the office when the system suddenly appeared. "Master, have you accepted any missions recently?" Xiaofeng was free and said to the system, "System, do you have any tasks recently? I think it is better to complete the tasks, which can help me save a lot of gold coins, so that I can prepare for emergencies." The system said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host, there is indeed a selection task recently. It is a task that all those who have the system can try." Xiaofeng perked up when he heard this, and said to the system, "Tell me quickly, what kind of task is this?" The system said to Xiaofeng, "In fact, this task is also very simple. but it is suitable for people who are meticulous and have free time. For someone like Boss Xia who is busy with all kinds of things, this task is not easy. After hearing this, Xiaofeng wanted to see what the task was, so he said to the system, "I've accepted this task, please release it to me." The system said to Xiaofeng, "Host, this task is actually very simple. Just sign in to the system every hour for 7 consecutive days. This way you can get a large amount of gold coin rewards. If the host misses a sign-in, the gold coin reward will be halved. So the host needs to remind himself to sign in to the system every hour." Xiaofeng thought, isn't it just a sign-in task? When I worked for someone else, I signed in at the company every day. Isn't that easy? As long as I set an alarm and it goes off every hour, I can remind myself to sign in. Xiaofeng thought it was an easy task, but he didn't expect that he couldn't complete it in the end. Because there were always some people and things interfering with Xiaofeng's sign-in action. In the first few hours, Xiaofeng was alone in the office, so the sign-in task went smoothly. Xiaofeng thought to himself, if I keep this pace in the future, I will definitely complete the sign-in task. At this time, Xian Fei walked into the office and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, please go outside the office and take a look. Our employees are quarreling over some trivial matters." Xiaofeng has always been against internal fighting in the company, so Xiaofeng has always told his employees to be kind and friendly to everyone. Only in this way can our company unite and usher in new development together. But Xiaofeng didn't expect that this kind of internal fighting among employees also happened in his company. So Xiaofeng walked out of the office to see what was going on. It turned out that 2 girls in the office had a conflict. One girl liked handicrafts very much, so she placed a lot of handicrafts on her seat. One of the handicraft alarm clocks made a very loud noise, which caused dissatisfaction from the female employee opposite her. The female employee said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, listen to how loud this craft alarm clock is. It will definitely affect my work." The female employee who loves crafts said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia said that you can dress up your workstation however you want. This is to give employees freedom and to reflect their own personality. I put these crafts at my workstation. What's wrong with that? Even Boss Xia said we can put them however we like. It makes our company feel more intimate. Don't you agree, Boss Xia?" Xiaofeng was speechless. He did say that everyone could decorate their workstations as they pleased, which would make them happier at work and reflect the independence and creativity of the company's employees. But Xiaofeng didn't expect that the female employee's behavior disturbed others. The female employee still said to everyone in front of Xiaofeng, "Even Boss Xia said that if you see the crafts on other people's desks, just pretend you didn't see them, right? What's so difficult about that? You said I disturbed your work, but I actually think that the sound of the alarm clock can remind us to seize the time and work more urgently, which is not without benefits." But the female employee opposite her was still annoyed by the sound of the alarm clock and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, sometimes we need to do some complicated mental work. There is always a clock ringing next to me, which will distract me and I can't do my work well." Xiaofeng had no choice but to appease the 2 female employees and said, "Okay, I understand what you said. Let's put it this way. You see, there are so many artworks on your desk. It doesn't matter if you take 1 or 2 away. Just take away the noisy alarm clock that the female employee mentioned. You can put it at home to enjoy it. There's no need to bring them all to the company." The female employee was so angry that she started to cry. She pestered Xiaofeng and said, "Boss Xia, why do you always speak for her? What's wrong with me setting an alarm?" Xiaofeng said to the female employee, "Sometimes, people still need to compromise. Just take care of the emotions of the female employee opposite you, so that everyone will not quarrel again." So she had no choice but to put the alarm clock in her bag. After Xiaofeng finished all this, she walked back to her office, and suddenly her alarm clock rang. It turned out that it was time to sign in every hour. Xiaofeng wiped the cold sweat from his head and thought, "Fortunately I made it. Otherwise, my 7-day sign-in plan would have been ruined." So Xiaofeng pressed the sign-in button of the system and completed the sign-in task on time. Finally, it was time to get off work. Xiaofeng walked down the stairs and saw that there were some stains on the outside of his luxury car. Xiaofeng thought, "It's time to go wash my car." So Xiaofeng drove his luxury car to a car wash and said to the person in charge, "Please help wash my car." The person in charge said to Xiaofeng, "Don't worry, boss, I will wash your car thoroughly." Just as Xiaofeng was standing by and watching his luxury car being washed, a few pretty girls came over. Seeing that Xiaofeng's car was worth a lot of money, they came over and chatted with Xiaofeng. "Boss, are you here to wash your car? What kind of job do you do? You must be well funded. Xiaofeng saw these beautiful girls chatting him up, and he felt that they had no ill intentions, so he started chatting with them. You are students from around here, right? It's just after school, right? Are you hanging around here? Aren't you going back to do your homework? The beautiful girl said to Xiaofeng, this boss is really a discerning person. He can tell at a glance that we are students from the technical school next door. Our technical school has very few homework assignments, most of which are social practice activities. So we wander around the street to meet all kinds of people and all kinds of jobs. This will also help us find jobs in the future. Xiaofeng said to the young lady, your social practice is also very good. You can also do more public welfare work to enrich your student life. Chapter 141 Special Water Plant. Xiaofeng was very happy and started chatting with a few girls. Students from technical schools like you must have less study pressure than ordinary high school students. This way you have some simple skills. It will be easier to find a job in the future, right? The girl said to Xiaofeng, yes, boss. The jobs we find after graduation are all in the most basic industries. Unlike those high school students who get into college and learn more professional knowledge, they can get jobs in large companies. But boss, I want to apply for a job in your company. Do you think it's okay? Although we don't have a high degree, we have social practice skills. Xiaofeng thought, isn't this just a simple interview outside the office? Xiaofeng said to the young ladies, you should wait until you graduate. This is my business card. After you graduate, you can come to my company to find me. Then maybe I can arrange some work for you. The young ladies were very happy, as they finally got something from the big boss. So they said goodbye to Xiaofeng and said to him, boss, you wash the car. We are leaving first. We will definitely come to the company to find you after graduation. Xiaofeng also looked at his future female employees very happily and said to them, you must study hard now. Just as Xiaofeng happily chatted with these girls, he suddenly realized that his hourly sign-in time had passed. Xiaofeng was very upset. Hey, if I hadn't talked to these girls, I wouldn't have missed the sign-in time. I didn't expect that this seemingly simple sign-in task would still not be completed. Xiaofeng said to the system in annoyance, System, if I sign one less time, will the bonus be halved? The system said to Xiaofeng, that's not the case. Host, I said this task is not that simple. You are so busy, and there are many people and things around you, which will interfere with your signing speed, so you should not do this task. Xiaofeng also admitted that he had failed. It seems that this kind of task is not suitable for a busy person like me. Even if I avoid the affairs in the company, I will be approached by people outside the company. This way the task cannot be completed. After returning home, Xiaofeng continued to browse the system out of boredom. He came to his private space, where, in addition to the sweet berries, Xiaofeng was also developing a special aquatic plant. Xiaofeng said to the system, as long as we have this special aquatic plant, we can attract all kinds of fish, and we can make achievements in the fishing industry. The system said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia is really knowledgeable. I want to explore various industries. Xiaofeng said to the system, look at these special water plants of mine. They are almost ready. I am going to take some of them to the fish farm to fish. Let's see how effective they are and whether they can attract all the fish. The system said to Xiaofeng, Host, it's already late today. Why don't we wait until the weekend to go fishing? Xiaofeng agreed to the system's proposal, so he said to the system, okay, then I will go fishing on the weekend and take Xianfei with me. The system was very happy that he could see sister Xianfei again. This weekend, Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, would you like to go fishing with me? I have a special kind of waterweed that fish love to eat. We will definitely be able to catch a lot of fish. Xianfei said to Xiaofeng in disbelief, Boss Xia, stop joking. I don't know what kind of aquatic plants fish like so much. Fishing also requires skills. Has Boss Xia ever practiced fishing before? Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, this one of mine can allow beginners to catch a lot of fish without practicing any techniques. If you don't believe me, let's go and have a look. Xianfei followed Xiaofeng to a fish farm in the suburbs. Here, many fishing enthusiasts were competing in fishing. It was obvious that Xiaofeng was not a professional and was not good at fishing, so he attracted several fishing enthusiasts. They laughed at Xiaofeng and said, don't do this, the fish will run away. A fishing enthusiast said to Xiaofeng, you are obviously a novice. You will never catch any fish if you fish like this. We just happened to have a fishing competition here. Do you, a novice, want to participate? Xiaofeng said to the fishing enthusiasts, I do want to participate, and I want to win the championship. Several enthusiasts looked at Xiaofeng with mocking eyes and said to him, You are the only one who wants to win the championship. Why don't you ask the owner of the fishery to sell all the fish to you? You can't catch them all by fishing yourself. Seeing this situation, the fish farm owner also acquiesced to the opinions of these enthusiasts. Xiaofeng saw that even the fish farm owner looked down on him, so he thought to himself, I must let you all see my real skills. So Xiaofeng wrapped the special water grass around the bait and put the fishing line into the water. At this time, the water was boiling, and many fish came to eat this special water plant. Xiaofeng caught a big fish with just one fishing line, and the fishing enthusiasts nearby were very surprised. What method did he use to make the fish like his bait so much? The fishing enthusiast had never seen such a scene before, and asked Xiaofeng, My friend, what method did you use? Xiaofeng said to the fishing enthusiasts, I just used a new type of bait, which can attract all fish, so that you can catch a lot of fish, so many that you will have no friends. These fishing enthusiasts gathered around Xiaofeng and looked at the special water plants he took out from the water tank he brought with him. You said this is the water plant that fish love to eat. Yes, if you don't believe me, I'll lend you some. Therefore, fishing enthusiasts came to ask Xiaofeng for this. Xiaofeng thought proudly, just now everyone said that I couldn't catch any fish, and looked at me with mocking eyes. What do you think now? They are slapped in the face, and they are still obediently asking me for water plants. At this time, the owner of the fishery came out to stop their actions. Everyone, don't take the water plants. You have caught so many fish, and we will lose a lot of money. Xiaofeng smiled and said to the owner, Okay, boss, I will take my water plants and leave now. I won't let you do business at a loss. Many fishing enthusiasts did not get Xiaofeng's special water grass. Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, This special water grass is used in industry. So don't ruin the boss's business. Xianfei was also very surprised when she saw it. Boss Xia is really good at everything. He has developed new tools. In this way, we can use this aquatic plant in our fishery production or ocean fishing, so that we can maximize the power of this aquatic plant. Chapter 142, Can't Let Her Suffer. Xiaofeng sat with Xianfei for afternoon tea that day. Because Xianfei was Xiaofeng's assistant, Xiaofeng could often see her. Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, Do you miss other CEO sisters? Xianfei said to Xiaofeng with some concern, As long as I have Boss Xia, it is enough for me. Could it be that Boss Xia misses those CEO sisters? Xinyun seldom came to Xiaofeng's place recently. She was probably busy with her own affairs. I wonder how her company is doing. Xiaofeng also wanted to see what was new in Xinyun's company recently. So Xiaofeng came to Xinyun's company after get-off work that day. Xiaofeng stood downstairs of Qinyun's company and found that the lights in Qinyun's office were still on. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, this sister Qinyun should be working overtime again. She is such a workaholic. Sometimes, when she starts working, she doesn't care about time. So Xiaofeng walked into the building of Qinyun's company. As expected, Qinyun was still working in the office. Seeing Xiaofeng, she was very surprised and happy. She said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, how come you have time to come here today? I was saying that I would come to see you soon. Xiaofeng knew that Sister Qinyun was very busy, so he came to disturb her. However, he hadn't seen his sister for a long time, so he still wanted to come and see how she was doing. Qinyun was a little emotional. I am still the same, but recently I have a friend who said he has severe arthritis. I was thinking about how to help him. So I went to a big hospital in the city to ask for help. The doctor said there is no good specific medicine, so I don't know what to do. Xiaofeng said to Qinyun seriously, This is the situation. Sister Qinyun, you should focus on your work first. I will go outside and think of a solution. Xiaofeng came to the corridor and asked the system if there was any special medicine for arthritis. Xiaofeng thought that the system had given him many magical pills last time, which helped him a lot, and thought that there should be such medicine. The system was awakened by Xiaofeng and said to him, Host, do you really want a special medicine to treat arthritis? You know, arthritis is a chronic disease and generally there is no good treatment. It can only be treated through maintenance. But of course the universal system has everything. Congratulations, host. I have a special medicine for arthritis, but you have to exchange it with gold coins. Xiaofeng used gold coins to exchange the system for arthritis medicine, and confidently prepared to take this magical pill into the office to give it to Sister Qinyun. So Xiaofeng walked into the office and said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, look at what this is. I asked my friend to get this special medicine for arthritis. If you don't believe me, let's go to your friend and let him try it and you'll know how effective it is. Qin Yun was also very happy. She turned off the computer and left the company with Xiaofeng. Qin Yun drove Xiaofeng to the villa area where her friend lived. Her friend was also the boss of a company, but because of severe arthritis, she could only recuperate at home. Qin Yun and Xiaofeng arrived at the gate of the villa, and the maid inside came to greet them. When Xiaofeng saw the owner of the villa, she was also a little surprised. It turned out that the owner of the villa could only sit on the chair and couldn't even stand up. Xiaofeng thought, it seems that his arthritis is really serious, otherwise he would not ask Sister Qin Yun for help to find medicine for him. The owner of the villa is a middle-aged man, but he has been tortured by arthritis and can no longer walk. The middle-aged man was very happy to see Qin Yun. Long time no see, Qin Yun, are you here to visit me with your friends? Qin Yun said to the middle-aged man, didn't you ask me to find a special medicine for arthritis? My brother found this special medicine and wanted to come over and let you try it to see if it works. The man's eyes lit up immediately. Did this boss really get a special medicine? Let me try it. Xiaofeng didn't expect that this middle-aged man was so eager to recover. So he said to him, let's go to the living room. It's not good to talk here. So the middle-aged man asked the maid to make some tea and let Qin Yun and Xiaofeng into his living room. Xiaofeng took out the special medicine from the system and asked the middle-aged man to take it. The three of them were waiting in the living room for the effect of the medicine to see what changes it could bring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the system item. As soon as he took it, he felt his body gradually relax. After a while, he felt a little warm in his joints. It seemed that the cold air inside was driven away. So the middle-aged man said to Xiaofeng happily, Boss Xia's special medicine is really effective. I can clearly feel that my joints are repairing themselves. It should be completely healed in a while. At this time, Xiaofeng advised him, you can stand up and walk around to see if you can walk? The middle-aged man pressed his hands on the seat and lifted up, and stood up. He could actually walk slowly. Qin Yun was very happy to see this scene. He was really getting better soon. With this special medicine, it was really great. Your years of arthritis will be cured. The middle-aged man was also very surprised. So he happily said to Xiaofeng, thank you, Boss Xia, for the special medicine. There are still a few pills here. I will keep taking them. When I am fully recovered, I will come to thank you, Boss Xia. Xiaofeng said politely, you're welcome, as long as I can solve your problem. Xiaofeng didn't take it seriously at first, but a few days later, bad news suddenly came out. It turned out that after taking a few pills, the middle-aged man felt that he was completely healed, so he wanted to go to the second floor of his villa to take a look. However, he accidentally fell while climbing the stairs. He broke his leg. He came to the hospital and told everyone that it was the special medicine Xiaofeng gave him that caused him to break his leg. He spoke ill of Xiaofeng everywhere. Xiaofeng was really troubled when he heard this rumor. He thought, how can this old man slander me like this? I gave you medicine with good intentions, and it cured your arthritis. You just broke your leg accidentally, and you said it was me. Good intentions are really not rewarded. Sure enough, Qin Yun also learned the news, so she called Xiaofeng and said, Xiaofeng, don't worry, it's all my fault. It's okay to make friends with this person. Although we helped him, he slandered you like this. I have decided to break off the relationship with this friend and never associate with him again. Xiaofeng listened to Sister Qin Yun's words on the phone and felt that it was a good thing to help her see the true face of this friend this time. This way, Sister Qin Yun would not suffer any loss in the future because of this middle-aged man. Chapter 143 His True Face. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun on the phone, Sister Qin Yun, if this incident can make you see a person's true colors, it is worth it. You should not associate with such a friend, so as to avoid him ruining your good things in the future. Qin Yun said on the phone, okay, to make amends, I'll pick you up for dinner today. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Xiaofeng did not refuse, so he waited in the company for Qin Yun to pick him up. Just as Xiaofeng was leaving work and walking down the stairs, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. These people were obviously hired by the middle-aged man in the villa. They surrounded Xiaofeng and shouted at him, Boss Xia, you broke our boss's leg. How are you going to compensate? Xiaofeng didn't expect that this group of people would gather around him to talk about this, so Xiaofeng said to them, I really cured your boss's arthritis, your boss shouldn't be so ungrateful. He fell and hurt himself, but he still blames me. Go back and tell your boss that his fall and injury had nothing to do with me. Don't come here to look for me again. But this group of people surrounded Xiaofeng and said to him, Boss Xia, if you don't explain the matter clearly today, we will not let you go. Suddenly, Xiaofeng heard the sound of a car horn nearby. Xiaofeng and the others looked in that direction and saw that it was Qin Yun driving her luxury car. Qin Yun got out of the luxury car domineeringly, rushed into the crowd and said to the group of people, if you want to solve the problem, come to me, Qin Yun. Tell your boss that this matter has nothing to do with Boss Xia. It's all Qin Yun's business. Tell him to come to me if you have any problem. These people also heard that Qin Yun had deep capital and was not easy to mess with, so they discussed leaving. Let's go, I heard that Mr. Qin is the boss of a very powerful financial company, we can't afford to offend him? Yes, the boss also told us not to cause trouble for Mr. Qin. So President Qin domineeringly helped Xiaofeng out of the predicament. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, it's not a good idea to continue like this. I will go to a professional medical institution for identification tomorrow. Don't worry about whether I caused his injury or not. He will never look for you again. Qin Yun said to Xiaofeng with great relief, thank you very much. Boss Xia has been causing you trouble recently. Xiaofeng joked to Qin Yun, as long as the president's favorability towards me continues to increase, all of this is worth it. So the next day, Xiaofeng found a professional medical institution and went to the hospital where the middle-aged man was to identify his injuries. The professionals at the medical institution found that the middle-aged man's severe arthritis had completely healed. This also proved that Xiaofeng's medicine had indeed cured his years of arthritis. It was originally to help him, but his accidental fall was not Xiaofeng's fault. It was his own carelessness. The medical institution showed the middle-aged man their diagnosis certificate. Xiaofeng judged that his words were wrong. He walked out of the hospital satisfied. He thought, I finally got justice this time. Sometimes I have to use professional personnel to judge, so that he won't blame me for everything again. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxian called Xiaofeng to ask him to attend her concert. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, our film and television company is planning a concert. I want to be the lead singer. I'm sure you will come to cheer me on. Xiaofeng said, I've been in trouble lately. Going to your concert and listening to you sing can help me relax. So Xiaofeng came to Lin Xuanxuan's concert and sat in the VIP seat in the audience. Lin Xianxian sang very hard on the stage. There were many fans of Lin Xianxian in the audience, all shouting to support her. Just when Lin Xianxian finished singing and walked off the stage, she was suddenly hugged by a stalker fan. Lin Xianxian didn't react, but she was a little disgusted, thinking that this fan was too enthusiastic. Seeing this, Xiaofeng wanted to protect Lin Xianxian, so he left the VIP seat. He came to the steps of the stage, grabbed the Seiseeing fan's clothes by the back of his neck, and threw him far away. The Seiseeing fans around were very angry and said to Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Are you hitting someone? I just want to hug my idol, what's wrong with that? Xiaofeng said to the Seiseeing fan, you are too paranoid. Chasing stars like this is a nuisance to the idol. But this illegitimate fan did not give up. The next day, the news of the bodyguard beating someone at Lin Xuanxuan's concert was reported in the newspaper. This illegitimate fan accepted an interview with the newspaper and said that he just wanted to hug his idol, but was thrown far away by her bodyguard. He suddenly turned from a fan to a hater. He said that he would never buy any products produced by Lin Xuanxuan's company again. With the news about the black fans, Lin Xianxian was boycotted by fans to varying degrees. Lin Xuanxuan's albums were unsaleable in convenience stores. Some fans believed the black fans and stopped buying Lin Xuanxuan's albums. Xiaofeng felt very troubled. He was clearly trying to stop the Seiseeing fans from doing something inappropriate, but instead, Lin Xianxian lost the support of her fans. But Xiaofeng did not regret doing this. Because he was protecting Lin Xuanxuan's safety. Sometimes, human safety is the most important thing, and everything else comes second. Lin Xianxian may have also felt the impact of this incident on her, so she came to Xiaofeng's office in person and said to him, Boss Xia, you did the right thing. From the beginning to the end, I have supported you. Although this incident has affected my reputation, I believe that the high-quality works produced by our film and television company can still attract the hearts of fans. Anyway, Boss Xia did everything right, so please don't worry about this matter anymore. Xiaofeng also said to Lin Xianxian optimistically, as long as we believe in ourselves and do the right thing, it will be fine. Let the audience judge the rest. So the two of them didn't take it to heart. Lin Xianxian said, "Boss Xia, don't worry about it. I will let our public relations department handle this matter. I believe they have handled many public relations crises. They will definitely be able to handle this matter this time. As for the others, Boss Xia, don't worry." Xiaofeng also said to Lin Xianxian in a very open-minded manner, "Well, as long as I see you are safe, I will be happy. It is my duty to protect the safety of the CEO sisters. It doesn't matter if I am called your bodyguard. I just want to be around the CEO sisters to ensure your safety." Lin Xianxian smiled with relief after hearing this. "Thank you, Boss Xia." Chapter 144. The surveillance is broken. Xiaofeng's meeting with the illegitimate fan did cause Lin Xianxian a lot of losses and troubles. So Xiaofeng wanted to solve the matter himself, which was also a favor to Lin Xianxian, because if the matter continued like this, Lin Xuanxuan's film and television company would suffer a lot of losses. Xiaofeng secretly discovered that there might be other conspiracies. So Xiaofeng came to the home of the illegitimate fan. This illegitimate fan was an unemployed young man who usually stayed at home watching some anime and film and television works. It was his mother who opened the door. She said to Xiaofeng, "Boss, are you here to see us about that thing in the news?" Xiaofeng was very polite to the mother of the illegitimate fan and said to her, "You also know about this matter. It has indeed caused us some trouble. I came here this time to verify with this illegitimate fan what the cause and effect of this matter are." The illegitimate fan's mother said to Xiaofeng, "I don't think it's necessary. Our child stays at home all day, watching some anime and movies, and hasn't offended anyone. He's just a little enthusiastic about your Lin Xianxian. What's wrong with that? It's not worth it for you to throw us out so far." Xiaofeng said to the Saising fan's mother, "First of all, what I did may not be good. I shouldn't have hurt this Saising fan so much, but I want to talk to him." "Why did he do that?" So the mother of the illegitimate fan let Xiaofeng into the house and said to Xiaofeng, "I see that this boss is quite polite, so let's have a chat at home." I saw the Saising fan coming down from the second floor to the living room. He was indeed a otaku. As soon as Xiaofeng saw him, he thought of this word. Xiaofeng thought to himself, "I used to have a prop called Truth. With this prop, everyone will tell the truth." So Xiaofeng turned to the system and asked for the truth prop. He was going to use it on the illegitimate fan. The illegitimate fan was very rude to Xiaofeng and said to him, "What's the point of Boss Xia coming? I have already told the interviewing reporter the whole story. There is no need to ask." At this moment, Xiaofeng used the prop of truth on this illegitimate fan. Suddenly, the illegitimate fan's face changed drastically. He hurriedly sat down and said to Xiaofeng, "You know what? This is not my intention. I received money from Lin Xuanxuan's competitor's company, so they deliberately arranged this incident. They deliberately let me hug Lin Xianxian. This will cause Lin Xuanxuan's company to suffer losses." Xiaofeng said to the illegitimate fan, "Very good, you finally told the truth." Xiaofeng said to the illegitimate fan, "Come, let's shoot a reconciliation video. This will not only serve as evidence to prove that Lin Xianxian did nothing wrong, but also deal a blow to her competitors." So in the video shot by Xiaofeng, the Saising fan told the whole story. As evidence, Xiaofeng helped Lin Xianxian clarify the Saising fan incident. He also reported the competitor's company. They actually paid Saising fans to create topics. Seeing that Xiaofeng had the evidence, the competitor's company publicly apologized to Lin Xuanxuan's company. They shouldn't have competed with Lin Xuanxuan's company like this. The competitor's company's reputation plummeted, and Lin Xianxian was finally able to appear in front of the public. Xiaofeng helped Lin Xianxian solve this problem, and Lin Xianxian was very grateful to Xiaofeng. She said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, I want to treat you to a big dinner tonight to thank you for helping me this time." Xiaofeng was also very happy and said to Lin Xianxian, "Then I will respectfully obey your command." That evening, Lin Xianxian drove to pick up Xiaofeng, and they went to a high-end restaurant. Lin Xianxian was a little anxious. When she went to the hotel with Xiaofeng, she forgot her bag in the car. Unexpectedly, the car window was still open. Lin Xianxian was indeed a little anxious. When Lin Xianxian and Xiaofeng sat down in the restaurant and started to eat, Lin Xianxian realized that she had forgotten to bring her bag. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "Look how careless I am. I forgot my bag in the car. I was surprised that I didn't even get a call after such a long time." Xiaofeng also said to Lin Xianxian with a bit of amusement, "You are a noble person who forgets things easily. And how busy are you? You think it's strange that I didn't answer the phone just now? Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, there's nothing I can do. I have to make many decisions for the company. Who made me the boss of a film and television company? But when Lin Xianxian got into the car, she found that her bag was missing. Someone must have seen the car window open and took the bag from outside. At this time, an old lady came over. The old lady said to Lin Xianxian, Miss, are you looking for something? Lin Xianxian said to the old lady anxiously, Yes, I'm looking for my bag. Someone must have taken it from outside the car. The old lady said to Lin Xianxian in a friendly manner, Is that so? Then you probably won't be able to find it because we don't have any surveillance cameras here. There weren't many people here just now. I think you can't find your bag. Lin Xianxian had no doubts about the old lady, thinking she was just a passerby who was eager to help. After the old lady hid her bag, she saw Lin Xianxian running over to look for it. So she wanted to check it out to see if the owner of the bag was in trouble. Lin Xuanxuan's bag contained not only a cell phone but also some company documents, so she was very anxious. At this time, Xiaofeng also came out of the restaurant and said to Lin Xianxian, I saw that you haven't come back for a long time, and I think something must have happened. Was your bag taken away? Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, Yes, but there is no surveillance on this road, and we can't tell who took it. At this time, Xiaofeng said to the system, System, do you have the props to call up this video surveillance? With this item, the host can use the tablet computer to view surveillance footage from various locations. This way, the person who took the bag can be easily found. Xiaofeng happily asked the system for this item, and said to Lin Xianxian, I have a little gadget for you to see. This can display the surveillance footage of this location, so you can see who took your bag. At this moment, the old lady next to him was shocked when she heard it, and hurriedly said to Xiaofeng, Boss, do you really have that kind of prop? You see, the surveillance in this place is broken, how can it be possible to release surveillance again? Xiaofeng said to the old lady, This is the magic of it. Because I have a universal system. Then Xiaofeng took out his tablet computer. The tablet computer showed the surveillance video of this section of road. Lin Xianxian saw in the surveillance video that this old lady reached into her car and took her bag. Chapter 145 You took my bag? Lin Xianxian was very shocked. She looked at the old lady and said, You looked kind, old lady. I didn't expect you to take my bag. The old lady saw that the evidence was so clear that she didn't make any more excuses. She said to Lin Xianxian apologetically, I also saw that the bag inside was very beautiful, so I took it out to see what was inside. I didn't move anything. I hid the bag, and I'm returning it to you now. Please don't bother me anymore. Lin Xianxian said to the old lady, you are not young anymore. How can you still have such thoughts? We are not the ones who are causing trouble for you this time. If it were someone else, I wonder how you would be able to escape this time. The old lady said to Lin Xianxian repeatedly, I'm sorry, little girl, you were so kind. I was confused for a moment. Now I'm returning the bag to you. I promise that I haven't opened it and the things inside are intact. Please don't bother me anymore. Lin Xianxian saw that her bag was indeed untouched and the things inside were not lost, so she said to the old lady, Other people's things are theirs after all, you can't take them away privately anymore. The old lady felt guilty and said to Lin Xianxian, Our family is poor, so I wonder if there is some money in my bag that can help the family. Hearing this, Lin Xianxian took out some money from her bag, handed it to the old lady, and said to her, Take it. This little money can be considered as my help to you. You may have done this because you are desperate. I hope this little money can help your family. The old lady was very moved. Tears were about to flow, and she said to Lin Xianxian, You are really a good girl. I wish you and this boss good work and a successful career. Lin Xianxian watched the old lady leave and felt that she was also a pitiful person, so she did not pursue the matter any further. So she and Xiaofeng returned to the high-end restaurant and finished their dinner. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, I'd like to trouble you, Boss Xia, to help me. Xiaofeng said, I'm used to it. I solve all kinds of problems every day. I think it's my honor to be able to help the sisters. Lin Xianxian smiled and said to Xiaofeng, Then Boss Xia, we'll see you next time. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian very straightforwardly, Well, I wish you a safe journey. In the following days, Xiaofeng was busy with the company's business. One day, he received a call from a red wine tasting meeting. Because of social events, Xiaofeng would buy some red wine from high-end wine shops and store it at home, appreciating the latest red wine and seeing if anyone would like to buy it. So Xiaofeng happily came to the wine tasting event, but what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that the brand had arranged a beautiful secretary to accompany him. Every boss has one, and this beautiful secretary is to take these bosses to introduce the wine in his wine estate. And she can help the bosses choose red wine in their food, clothing, housing and transportation in the manor. Xiaofeng was also assigned a beautiful secretary. Xiaofeng thought it was nothing. With this beautiful secretary, it would be easier to work in the manor. The beautiful secretary took Xiaofeng to visit the manor and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, these are all the red wine brands in our manor. They are all here. I hope that you can call us when you need them, and we will personally deliver the red wine to your home. Or to the hotel where you are entertaining." Xiaofeng said to the beautiful secretary, "This service is very convenient. It is convenient for us to buy wine in the manor. In addition, your manor is indeed very beautifully decorated, with an antique feel. It makes people feel like they have come to a small European town." The beautiful secretary smiled and said to Xiaofeng, "Yes, our manor was built with reference to the large European manors. The red wine here is also of very good quality. I hope that with the support of bosses like you, our sales will increase significantly." Xiaofeng said to the beautiful secretary, "Of course, as long as the quality of your red wine is good, we bosses will definitely support your business." Just when Xiaofeng was chatting happily with the beautiful secretary, Xiaofeng received a video call from Qin Yun. Xiaofeng turned on the video and connected with Qin Yun without thinking. Qin Yun was a little surprised to see a beautiful secretary next to Xiaofeng on the phone. Said to Xiaofeng, "Hey, are you going to change your secretary? Why isn't Concubine Xin by your side?" Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "I am attending a wine appreciation meeting at someone's wine estate, and they have assigned a temporary secretary to take us around the estate." Qin Yun saw the secretary and said to Xiaofeng a little unhappy, "Boss Xia, it's not enough to have Xin Fei, you also want to hang out with other secretaries." Xiaofeng noticed Qin Yun's unhappy mood. So he was very happy. Could it be that Qin Yun really cared about him? This would increase his favorability in her heart. So Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, "After this red wine tasting is over, I will say goodbye to the secretary. She just introduced this red wine estate to me. Qin Yun, don't take it to heart." Qin Yun did care a little, but she couldn't show it on the surface, so she said, "Okay, after you finish tasting the red wine, we can discuss the company's business issues together. This is why I called you this time. Don't worry, I will definitely attend your meeting." Xiaofeng hung up the phone, looked at the beautiful secretary again, and said to her, "You know, I also have a secretary assistant in the company, named Xin Fei. Usually she is always by my side, but now it's you, I still feel a little uncomfortable." The beautiful secretary smiled and said, "This boss must be very close to his secretary. Whenever you mention your assistant, you look very proud." Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Of course. Concubine Xian has been with me through thick and thin for many years. She is also a veteran employee of our company. She has been my assistant and knows a lot about me. Now that I am in the manor, I still miss her a little bit." The female secretary smiled and said, "Then, Boss Xia, after this wine tasting is over, won't you go back to the company to meet the president's assistant? But now in this manner, I hope Boss Xia can relax and truly experience the charm of the wine manor." Xiaofeng was very happy to hear that. "Of course. I'm glad to meet you. This manor is really well built. I hope your business will get better and better." Chapter 146. Can you play football? After Xiaofeng finished the wine tasting session, he came to Qin Yun's company as promised, because Qin Yun told him on the video call that she had some important matters to discuss with him, so Xiaofeng came to Qin Yun's company to see what kind of meeting Qin Yun had. As soon as Qin Yun saw Xiaofeng, she immediately said to him happily, "Boss Xia, we actually want your film and television company to advertise our products. You know that we are engaged in financial products. Some consumers may not understand how financial products work, so I would like to ask your company's female artist to advertise our financial products." Xiaofeng responded straightforwardly, saying to Qin Yun, "Of course, as long as Sister Qin Yun has something to do, I will definitely help. I will ask Xian Fei to arrange the appointment for this advertisement, and I will definitely be able to promote this advertisement for Sister Qin Yun's financial products." Qin Yun was very happy to hear that. So she said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, after we finish work, can we go downstairs and hang out for a while? I also want to go shopping recently and see if there are any suitable clothes." Xiaofeng happily accepted the invitation and said to Qin Yun, "Sister Qin Yun, of course I will accept your invitation." So Xiaofeng and Qin Yun strolled around the commercial street downstairs from the company, and Qin Yun tried several shops. Xiaofeng felt that Qin Yun was really easy to talk to. It was really different for a female boss and female CEO like her to be able to go shopping on such an affordable and casual street, because female CEOs of her level all bought clothes, shoes, bags, and accessories in luxury stores. It was rare to see someone as down to earth as Sister Qin Yun. At this moment, Xiaofeng saw an open football field not far away. There were 1 or 2 teams playing football there. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, look, there is such a big football field under your company. It can give many people the opportunity to exercise, which is really fun. Qin Yun also said to Xiaofeng very happily, of course, I often see people playing football on the court upstairs in the company. Sometimes, I also look at it from the window of the company. At this moment, the football suddenly flew towards Qin Yun. Seeing this, Xiaofeng quickly pushed Qin Yun and dodged the football. The football almost hit Qin Yun's face. Fortunately, Xiaofeng discovered it in time and Qin Yun was not injured. Xiaofeng said to the 2 teams playing football a little angrily, you are not paying attention when you play football. You kick the ball out of the field, don't you know? The 2 teams playing football were a group of young guys. They looked at Xiaofeng with youthful vigor. They were getting a little impatient, so they yelled at Xiaofeng, we are playing football here, it's normal for the game to end up outside the field. Aren't you just standing there waiting to be kicked? When Xiaofeng saw that these guys didn't even apologize and didn't show any regret, he immediately got angry and said to them, which football team are you from? You are so rude. The young man said to Xiaofeng, you can't control this. You will never be able to join the football team. Xiaofeng then made a bet with the young men, then I will play football to see who is better between the 2 of us. The boys all looked down on Xiaofeng and said to him, we have practiced football for many years. How can a newbie like you compare with us? Xiaofeng said to the boys, if you don't believe me, let's have a dribbling competition to see who has better skills. So Xiaofeng went on the field and started to compete with these players. Xiaofeng nimbly bypassed the players defending him and kicked the ball into the goal. The players next to him were very surprised, so the players of both teams sent their main players to defend Xiaofeng, but they were all broken through by Xiaofeng one by one and kicked the ball into the goal. When the football players saw Xiaofeng's big win, although they were not convinced, they still had to admire Xiaofeng's skills and admit that Xiaofeng's skills were indeed superior to theirs. At this time, a scout who had been watching them play football on the side of the football field discovered Xiaofeng's unique skills. So he ran over from the small square next to him and said to Xiaofeng, my classmate, I just saw that you have very good football skills. Do you want to join our club? I am a scout of this club. I can recommend you to the club. I believe that with your football skills, you will definitely become the main force of the club. Xiaofeng simply said to the scout, I play football as a hobby, and I don't want to be a professional football player. And I have my own main job, which is not related to sports, so I don't want to focus all my energy on football. The scout was still unwilling to give up, and said to Xiaofeng, this classmate's football skills are really amazing, and you look quite young, so you must be able to meet the club's selection criteria. You see, these guys who have practiced football for many years can't beat you, I believe you will definitely shine in the club. Xiaofeng said to him, I've made it very clear. I've already rejected you, so please don't bother me anymore. Although I'm a good football player, I haven't received any systematic professional training after all. So I won't join any club, and I believe no club will hire an amateur athlete like me. The scout saw that Xiaofeng was determined to reject him, so he stopped making excuses. But at this moment, the 2 football players came to Qin Yun and respectfully apologized to her, sorry, sister, our ball almost hit you. Please forgive me. Qin Yun saw these guys apologize to her. Knowing that it was Xiaofeng's football skills that conquered them, Qin Yun also said to these guys generously, it's okay. You should be more careful when playing football in the future, and don't kick the ball out of the field. I believe that you are all very good at football and can control the direction of the ball. Be careful next time, it will be bad if you kick the ball out of the field and hurt someone. The boys from both teams said to Qin Yun, yes, sister, we must pay attention in the future and not kick the ball outside the field. Qin Yun was very satisfied with Xiaofeng's help and said to Xiaofeng, then boss Xia, let's go over there for a while. There's nothing to do here. So Xiaofeng also stepped out of the football field and said to Qin Yun, okay, sister Qin Yun. Let's go shopping here. I still think shopping is more interesting. But just when Xiaofeng and Qin Yun were about to leave the football field, the guys from the 2 teams stopped Xiaofeng and said to him, brother, why don't you join our football team? You are so good at football, you will definitely bring something different to our football team. Chapter 147 He knows everything. Xiaofeng saw that the boys from the two teams also wanted him to join their football team. Isn't this the same as the scout just now? Xiaofeng had already rejected the scout who came from the small square. So he wanted to reject these guys again. But Xiaofeng saw that these guys were very sincere. Although their attitude was not good just now they wanted Xiaofeng to join. Maybe they really wanted to learn some football skills from Xiaofeng, so Xiaofeng couldn't refuse. But Xiaofeng really couldn't be a professional football player, so Xiaofeng said to the boys, if you want to learn football skills from me, I'm happy to do so. When I'm free, I can come to the football field here to teach you football skills, just like an off-field coach. But I won't join your football team because I really don't have much time to play football. The players said to Xiaofeng unwillingly, is this brother busy with work? Xiaofeng said to the young men, yes. I'm busy with a huge job that you can't imagine. Just then, Xin Yun received a call. It turned out that her company had a batch of documents that needed her to process. Xin Yun said to Xiaofeng, it's getting late today. I have something to do at the company, so I can't go shopping. Boss Xia, please go back soon. Xiaofeng then watched Xin Yun go to the company and said to her, Sister Xin Yun, please go to bed early too. Don't be too busy. Xiaofeng walked here because his company was not far from here, so he wanted to walk back to his company slowly. Just when Xiaofeng rejected the two teams of young football players, they were very unwilling and followed Xiaofeng to see what he was busy with. Xiaofeng walked along the path and entered the company's gate. The young men followed him and saw him enter the company, thinking, he must be an employee of this company. At this moment, the company's security guards noticed the young men following Xiaofeng and stopped them, saying, what do you guys do? Why are you following our president? The young men were stunned by this. It turned out that this brother was the president of the company. We thought he was just an ordinary employee. The security guard quickly said to the young men, don't have any bad ideas. This is our president. He has bodyguards. You'd better retreat when you see difficulties. These guys knew that Xiaofeng's real job was to be a CEO, so they didn't expect Xiaofeng to have time to teach them football. So they went back in disappointment. It seemed that they could only figure out and hone their football skills on their own. Xiaofeng returned to the company and met Xian Fei. He said to her, today I played football for a while at the stadium downstairs from Qinyan's building. I didn't expect that my football skills from my student days have not deteriorated. They are still so good. Concubine Xian smiled at Xiaofeng and said, Boss Xia, of course. Boss Xia's skills are unmatched by many people. Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian, Sister Qin Yun is really busy. She just went downstairs to go shopping and will have to go back soon. It seems that I can't make an appointment with her today. Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng with a bit of jealousy, do you want to invite other CEO sisters? Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, now that you mentioned it, I remember that Lin Xianxian has a little nephew. I can invite Lin Xianxian to bring his little nephew to play together. But Xiaofeng forgot that her little nephew was very naughty and Lin Xianxian was no match for him. It was a great honor for Xiaofeng to be able to take her little nephew out to play. But Xiaofeng had nothing to do tonight, so he called Lin Xianxian and said to her, are you busy? Can you take your nephew to the park with us? I heard that the park is very beautiful at night. There is also a grand fireworks show. Today I want to take you and your nephew to watch the show together. Lin Xianxian agreed to Xiaofeng very readily and said to him, I really don't have anything to do tonight. I can go pick up my nephew and we can go to the park together. Xiaofeng was also very happy. Sometimes, when people are busy, they always think that work is the most important thing. But when they think about it carefully, life is actually the foundation of a person. Being able to take a break from busy work to enjoy life is also a compulsory course for being a big CEO. So Xiaofeng drove to Lin Xuanxuan's place, wanting to take them to the park to play together. When Xiaofeng parked the car in front of Lin Xuanxuan's villa, he saw her little nephew rushing out of the villa. He kept saying to Xiaofeng, Uncle Xia, please open the car door and let me get in. Xiaofeng said to him, you little rascal, are you good today? Lin Xuanxuan's nephew said to Xiaofeng, of course, I am the best behaved. The kindergarten teacher said that I am very good. Lin Xianxian, who was following behind, also had a smile on her face and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, thank you for your help. Let's go to the park together today. Xiaofeng happily took Lin Xianxian and her nephew to the entrance of the park. There were many people in the park wearing cartoon clothes, wandering around like dolls. Xiaofeng bought some candies and souvenirs for Lin Xuanxuan's nephew. Seeing his nephew having fun in front of them, Xiaofeng also felt relaxed. Sometimes, people just need to watch the children, experience the fun of children, and recall how innocent they were when they were young. Lin Xianxian smiled and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia is still passionate and youthful. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, but you can't compare with these children. Look how carefree they are. They are having so much fun in the park. They walked towards the castle with colorful lights on. Suddenly, a firework hit the dark sky. It was very dazzling. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xuanxuan's face illuminated by the firework and was very happy. He said to Lin Xianxian, look, the fireworks show here is really great. After seeing the fireworks, my nephew jumped up with excitement. Uncle Xia is so kind to take me to see such a beautiful fireworks show. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, only you can make your nephew so happy. Your nephew admires you very much. I hope that when I grow up, I can become a successful person like Boss Xia, own many companies, and become a big CEO. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xuanxuan's nephew, then you have to work hard. I believe you can do it when you grow up, and you can even be more successful than me. After the fireworks show, Xiaofeng sent Lin Xianxian and her nephew home. Xiaofeng felt that today was very relaxing and happy. He felt the happiness that only children can feel, and felt very happy. Chapter 148. He asked you to set fire, so you set fire? Xiaofeng was watching the fireworks show in the park with Lin Xianxian and her nephew. When he was having a great time, Xiaofeng suddenly received a call from the company. Xiaofeng thought, it's so late, what's the matter with the company calling? It must be very urgent. So Xiaofeng picked up the phone. The security guard inside shouted to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, something bad has happened. There's a fire in our company. When Xiaofeng heard this, he immediately asked the security guard, is the fire big? The security guard said, the fire can be seen from the outside window now. Boss Xia, you should come quickly. So Xiaofeng said goodbye to Lin Xianxian and her nephew, and said to them, the company is on fire, I have to go back immediately. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, do you want me to help you? Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, just take good care of my nephew. I'll take care of this matter. When Xiaofeng drove back to his company at high speed, he found that the fire in his office could be seen from a long distance. Xiaofeng also heard the sound of the fire truck coming. Xiaofeng realized that the fire in the company was already difficult to control at this time. Even if the fire brigade came, it would be difficult to put out the fire, and the company's losses would be very large. So at this time Xiaofeng asked the system, hey, system, do you have a prop to quickly put out the fire? The system had already woken up, and in the face of a crisis, the system was still very reliable. The system said to Xiaofeng, host, I have a water fountain prop here. You can use it on this fire before the fire truck arrives. It can put out a large part of the fire and reduce a lot of losses. So Xiaofeng spent gold coins to exchange for a water fountain prop and threw it into the company's fire. As soon as the water fountain prop entered the fire, it immediately turned into frost. Although these ice crystals were quickly melted by the fire, they also played a role in cooling down the fire, keeping the fire under control within the smallest range. The water fountain props continuously spit out ice crystals. Xiaofeng watched the scene with bated breath, thinking, system, your props must be useful. This is my most beloved office building, I don't want it to be destroyed. At this time, the fire brigade also came and quickly picked up the water gun to put out the fire. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's water fountain props were used in time. The fire was controlled in a small area and did not cause other major losses. Xiaofeng was very grateful to the system and said to it, thanks to your tools, the fire can be controlled. Thank you, system. The system said to Xiaofeng, what is there to thank for? Host, we have accomplished each other. Xiaofeng and other professionals went to the fire scene and investigated the fire. Xiaofeng first asked the security guard, do you feel anything unusual about this fire? Is it caused by the aging of some of our company's electrical appliances? The security guard said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, our company's equipment is inspected and maintained every year, and we also have firefighting equipment. There shouldn't be a problem within the company. But Xiaofeng was not sure, so he brought professionals to inspect the scene. They saw a fallen kerosene lamp next to the desk. How could there be a kerosene lamp in the company? Xiaofeng was very surprised. In a modern office, kerosene lamps were not seen in the old days. Xiaofeng would not allow employees to bring such dangerous things into the office, but the fire was indeed caused by this kerosene lamp. So Xiaofeng thought that an employee of the company had left the old kerosene lamp in the office and knocked it over before leaving. It was an arson. At this time, Xian Fei also rushed to the company from home. Seeing the burnt office, Xian Fei was very sad. He said to Xia Feng, "Boss Xia, I think this matter is very complicated. We must investigate it thoroughly." Xia Feng said to Xian Fei, "Yes. Especially since the fire started in our office, this is where our core employees work every day. There are no hidden dangers allowed here. If it was arson, I will not let the arsonist off easily." Xian Fei took the list of company employees and said to Xia Feng, "Boss Xia, this is the list and contact information of our core office staff. The arsonist should be on it." So with Xian Fei's help, Xia Feng checked the company's surveillance system. Finally, he found that the last person to leave the company today was a young man named Cui Hao. Xia Feng had an impression of Cui Hao, who was a new recruit of the company not long ago. On the surface, he looked a little introverted and didn't like to talk much, but Xia Feng thought he was capable of working well. He was allowed to stay in the company to work. Just after the probation period was over, Xia Feng saw that he worked diligently, so he kept him and made him a core staff member in the office. But Xia Feng didn't expect that it was Cui Hao who almost ruined his company. Xia Feng hurriedly called Cui Hao, but found that his phone was turned off. So Xia Feng asked Xian Fei, "Can you find out his home address?" Xian Fei said to Xia Feng, "Yes, because our new employees will have a home address retained in our company." Xia Feng said to Xian Fei, "Let's go to his house quickly, we will definitely be able to stop him." So Xia Feng drove with Xian Fei to the residence of the employee Cui Hao. Just as they drove to the downstairs of his house, Xia Feng saw Cui Hao sneaking down from the upstairs, carrying a luggage bag, as if he was going to escape. Seeing this, Xia Feng immediately got out of the car, ran and grabbed Cui Hao by the collar. Xia Feng said to Cui Hao, "Did you burn the company when you were leaving the office? Why did you do that?" Cui Hao could not deny it, so he said to Xia Feng, "Boss Xia, I have never been loyal to you. The person I am loyal to is Zhao Qianshan. It was Zhao Qianshan who bribed me to come to your company to complete the arson. Zhao Qianshan hated you for the previous incident, so he asked me to destroy your company." When Xia Feng heard this, he said to him, "I know the grudge between Zhao Qianshan and me. But why do you want to get involved? You are still a young man. Even if Zhao Qianshan asks you to help him set the fire, you can't agree. This will ruin your future." So Cui Hao said to Xia Feng, "Because Zhao Qianshan is my benefactor, I will definitely help him do what he wants to do." It turned out that Cui Hao had encountered a very sad thing when he was a student, and he was isolated by his classmates. He didn't make many friends and his classmates looked down on him, so Cui Hao had a hard time at school. At this time, he met Zhao Qianshan, who had just started working at Qin Yun's company. Chapter 149, Old Love is Useless. When Zhao Qianshan passed by the school, he saw that he was isolated by his classmates and felt very sad, so he went to the street to buy him a lunchbox. He watched him eat and said to him, "If you don't have any friends, you can regard me as your only friend." In this way, Zhao Qianshan would bring some food to Cui Hao every time he passed by his school, and the two of them became close friends who could talk about anything. This was Cui Hao's only friend during his school days. Xia Feng also didn't expect Zhao Qianshan to really care about an isolated classmate. Xia Feng thought, if Zhao Qianshan is really so kind, why can't he let go of his hatred for me? Is it because he has a crush on Qin Yun? It is true that Qin Yun did have a good impression of me, but this cannot be a reason for him to retaliate against me. Also, it is really bad that he used such a young man to do this. Xia Feng said to Cui Hao, "Even if he helped you when you were a student, you are now grown up and have seen the outside world. You can also make a lot of good friends in my company. Why do you help Zhao Qianshan do this? You are also grown up and can distinguish right from wrong. This will ruin your future." Cui Hao said to Xia Feng, "I regard Zhao Qianshan as my only friend, so I am willing to work hard for him. I will help him do whatever he says. So it was me who burned down the company this time. I admit it." Xia Feng had no choice. Because there was solid evidence, Xia Feng couldn't speak for Cui Hao. Especially Zhao Qianshan, Xia Feng thought that this punishment would definitely teach Zhao Qianshan a lesson, so that after he is locked up, he will not cause trouble to me for the time being. As expected, because of this arson incident, Zhao Qianshan and Cui Hao were both detained. For the time being, Zhao Qianshan will not bother Xia Feng again. Xia Feng said, "I didn't expect Zhao Qianshan to hate me so much. Sometimes, hatred will rush into a person's brain and make him stop thinking." Xia Feng said to Xian Fei, "I didn't expect something like this to happen. If I hadn't arrived in time, our company building would have been burned down. Fortunately, there wasn't any major loss this time." When we recruit employees in the future, we must do a thorough investigation and select those who are truly good for the company. Xian Fei said to Xia Feng, Boss Xia, I've remembered this. When I recruit employees in the future, I will definitely find out about their previous experience. This way, we can hire employees with confidence. At this time, Chen Wanling heard about Zhao Qianshan, so she came to Xia Feng's office to complain. As soon as Chen Wanling entered the office, she sobbed and said to Xia Feng, Boss Xia, you know that Zhao Qianshan was wrong in this matter. But he was also blinded by hatred, because he had a crush on Sister Qin Yun, so he thought that Sister Qin Yun had a good impression of you, so he tried to take revenge on you. In fact, he was also confused for a moment. I hope Boss Xia can be magnanimous and forgive him. In fact, Chen Wanling pleaded for Zhao Qianshan so much, but in fact, the two of them were also financially connected behind the scenes. Chen Wanling and Zhao Qianshan had a real estate project, so Chen Wanling didn't want to see Zhao Qianshan locked up at this critical time. So Chen Wanling wanted to beg Xia Feng for mercy, so that he could forgive Zhao Qianshan. But Qin Yun happened to be in Xia Feng's company. After hearing what Chen Wanling said, she exposed her on the spot and said, I heard that Miss Chen and Zhao Qianshan have financial dealings, and Mr. Zhao's real estate project is still in your hands. Are you afraid that this real estate project will lose money? That's why you are here to plead with Boss Xia. Chen Wanling was touched and said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, how can you think of me like this? I also think that Zhao Qianshan was confused for a moment, so I want Boss Xia to forgive him. How can you say that I want to save Zhao Qianshan? Chen Wanling said to Qin Yun a little angrily, Sister Qin Yun, even if you know something, you shouldn't say it out at such a critical time. Aren't you cutting off our retreat? Qin Yun didn't look at her well either. He said to Chen Wanling, I know what you are doing in every move you make. You too have financial dealings, and you are just afraid of losing money. Otherwise, why would you come to Boss Xia to plead for Zhao Qianshan? Xia Feng said to Chen Wanling, I understand what you mean. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Our company does not want to keep guests like you. Chen Wanling's hope was shattered. It seemed that she was really going to lose money this time. Xia Feng told Chen Wanling before she left, I hope you will pay more attention to the character of the person when making friends in the future. I hope you will have your own friends instead of villains like Zhao Qianshan. How could Chen Wanling listen to him? She just said to Xia Feng angrily, Boss Xia, you cut off my retreat today. You made me lose so much money, I don't know how to live in the future. Even if we don't have any contact now, we were boyfriend and girlfriend before, don't you even care about our old feelings? Xia Feng said to Chen Wanling, it's not that I don't remember our old friendship, but you have framed me again and again, and I have seen that you are a little scared. And this time Zhao Qianshan did cause great losses to our company. Look at our burned offices. Employees can't work normally for a long time. This will indeed cause losses to our company. And Zhao Qianshan is the culprit. How can I forgive him? Chen Wanling said to Xia Feng, Boss Xia, you also know that this real estate project is very valuable. I invested a lot of money. If I can't get this money back, I really don't know where to eat. Xia Feng said to Chen Wanling, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Because it was Zhao Qianshan who asked you to cooperate with him. You also know his character. Even if I forgive him today, he will do something out of line in the future. It will also cause losses to your business. So this is also a lesson for you. Stay away from people like Zhao Qianshan. Go and make friends of your own. Seeing that Xia Feng was determined, Chen Wanling did not say anything and left Xia Feng's company. Qin Yun said to Xia Feng, it seems that Chen Wanling has learned a lesson this time. The real estate business they are partnering in will indeed lose money. Xia Feng said, it's good this way. It will keep her away from people like Zhao Qianshan. Maybe she will go further in her business. Xia Feng had been busy all night and felt even more tired now, so he said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, I'm a little tired. I want to get off work early today and go home to relax. Qin Yun said to Xia Feng, okay, Boss Xia, you should go back and rest early. That way you will have the energy to deal with this mess. Chapter 150 Qin Yun is hospitalized. As the CEO of a financial company, Qin Yun has been busy with work recently. Sometimes, she has no time to eat. Her female secretary walked into Qin Yun's office and said to her with concern, Boss Qin, you didn't have lunch. It's almost dinner time now, why don't we order some food? Qin Yun was obviously still immersed in her work. She lowered her head and looked at the report on her desk. Without even raising her head, she replied to the secretary, let's eat later. Because recently, Shin Yun's financial company has also encountered some minor problems. Some of the financing funds she has lent out have yet to be recovered, but the company she runs is not doing well. As a result, the funds Shin Yun had lent out were difficult to recover for a while. Shin Yun was busy with these things. Suddenly, Shin Yun felt a spasm of pain in her stomach. Shin Yun had a cold sweat on her head. Shin Yun thought to herself, I haven't eaten for a long time. Is there something wrong with my stomach? So Shin Yun called the female secretary outside the door and said to her, my stomach hurts. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup. The female secretary was so frightened that she immediately called an ambulance. With the help of medical staff, Shin Yun left the company, got on the ambulance and went to the hospital. The female secretary panicked for a moment, not knowing who to call. The female secretary thought that boss Xia Fengxia should be able to help their CEO Qin. So she called Xia Feng. She told Xia Feng very anxiously that Shin Yun had a stomach disease and had been admitted to the hospital. After receiving the call, Xia Feng immediately got up and went to the hospital where Shin Yun was. When Xia Feng walked into the ward, he saw Shin Yun lying there weakly. The stomach cramps made Shin Yun sweat coldly. Xia Feng hurriedly showed concern for Shin Yun and said, Sister Shin Yun, you really work too hard. Sometimes, no matter how the company's business is, you still have to give yourself a break. Especially since you have been busy with work recently and even your meals are not good. It is harmful to your stomach. Shin Yun thought that she hadn't eaten well for some time recently. It was indeed a great burden on the body. He also knew that he was working too hard, so his body was warning him. So he agreed to Xia Feng's request. Shin Yun said to Xia Feng, then I will stay at home for the time being and let the company's affairs be handed over to the supervisors. Xia Feng was very happy to hear that. Regardless of Shin Yun's objection, he said to her, Sister Shin Yun, let me take care of you at home for the time being. You don't have any relatives here, and I am your good friend. Shin Yun was stunned for a moment, but she still accepted Xia Feng's request. Shin Yun came to Tianhai City alone to work hard. Starting as a small salesperson, Shin Yun made a name for herself in Tianhai City with her own abilities. She opened such a large financial company and became the envied President Qin. The effort she put in was enormous. If it weren't for the stomach problem, Shin Yun would never have stopped working. A few days later, Shin Yun's condition improved. Xia Feng drove Shin Yun out of the hospital and came to Shin Yun's villa. Xia Feng helped Shin Yun walk slowly into the villa. To outsiders, they were just good friends who could talk about anything. Shin Yun was very grateful to Xia Feng. She felt that true friendship was revealed in times of trouble, and it was only at this time that she could see who cared about her the most. After Xia Feng had settled Shin Yun down, Xia Feng asked Shin Yun, Sister Shin Yun, can I keep your phone now? Otherwise, you won't listen to my advice and worry about the company's affairs. If you trust me, I can help you handle all the company's affairs. After hearing this, Shin Yun hesitated for a moment. After all, as the president of a financial company, she would have to make many decisions. She was still a little hesitant about whether she could give the decision-making power she trusted to Xia Feng, because doing so would be equivalent to handing over the command of the company to someone else. This would have a huge impact on the company. Shin Yun hesitated for a moment and said to Xia Feng, well, I believe you can handle my company's affairs. I will give you my cell phone and all my assets. Seeing Shin Yun's understanding, Xia Feng finally decided to take a good rest. So he took Shin Yun's phone and said to her, Sister Shin Yun, you have to believe me. I will definitely run your company well. This way you can have a peaceful vacation. Sure enough, in the following days, Xia Feng, holding Shin Yun's mobile phone, kept receiving calls from the female secretary, asking him about some company matters. Relying on his superb business knowledge and decisive decision-making, Xia Feng gave advice to Shin Yun's sister's financial company and solved many problems. At this time, the female secretary called again. She said to Xia Feng in a panic, Boss Xia, there is indeed something wrong with the company. Xia Feng asked the female secretary on the phone, what is it? You sound quite panicked? The female secretary said to Xia Feng with a guilty conscience, Boss Xia, we are having trouble getting back the money we lent out now, because the company we lent money to has problems with its business model, and we can't get back the money for the time being. And now that we have this cash flow gap, it's not going to work well. Xia Feng instructed the female secretary on the phone, that's it. Go and see how much money this company can recover. Then bring the funds back to fill this gap. I'll take care of the rest. The female secretary hung up the phone happily, thinking that the matter finally had some clues. At this moment, Xiaofeng saw Qin Yun fiddling with flowers and plants in the bedroom. He thought, Sister Qin Yun is really enjoying a peaceful time now, not being bothered by these things in the company. It really allows her body and mind to relax to the fullest. Qin Yun, who was fiddling with flowers and plants in the bedroom, saw Xiaofeng coming in. She asked Xiaofeng a little worriedly, Boss Xia, I haven't taken care of the company's affairs in the past few days, but I think there should be some urgent matters in the company. Are you handling them well? Of course, Xiaofeng did not tell her about the company's funding gap, so he told her a white lie. He said to Qin Yun, Don't worry, sister. I believe I can handle your company's affairs. Besides, there is nothing particularly urgent in the company these days. Everything is under my control. Seeing Xiaofeng's confident look, Qin Yun felt relieved and continued to fiddle with her flowers and plants. After a few days of recuperation, Qin Yun felt that her spirit and body had improved a lot. So she was in the mood to do some leisure activities. Especially since Xiaofeng asked a chef to prepare 3 meals a day for her, this would give her more time to relax herself. Chapter 151 Who to Choose as Your Girlfriend. Xiaofeng invited a senior chef from a French hotel to prepare a romantic candlelight dinner for them. Qin Yun and Xiaofeng sat at the dining table, eating French steak while looking at the gentle candlelight, feeling very happy. At this moment, Qin Yun was very moved by Xiaofeng in front of her. So she said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, I handed over my company to you because you are the person I trust the most. In fact, there is one more thing. I like you a little bit. I wonder what you think of me. Xiaofeng was a little flustered when faced with Sister Qin Yun's sudden confession. Xiaofeng had admired the CEO sister before and felt that he could learn a lot from her, but after getting to know her, he found that Sister Qin Yun also had a very strong personality charm, and Xiaofeng also had a good impression of Qin Yun. But he was still a little surprised when Qin Yun suddenly confessed to him. At this moment, Xiaofeng saw that the environment around Qin Yun was so romantic. In the dim candlelight, Xiaofeng almost accepted Qin Yun's confession. Just as Xiaofeng was about to say something to Qin Yun, suddenly, the system in his body reminded Xiaofeng of something. The system woke up and said to Xiaofeng, Remind the host. The system is restricting you and Sister Qin Yun from having any further development. Xiaofeng was suddenly interrupted by the system and felt very unhappy. He said to the system, What? Is my relationship also restricted by the system? The system replied to Xiaofeng, Host. It is not necessary to restrict you from dating. It is just that you need to use gold coins to exchange for Qin Yun's sister card. Only in this way can Qin Yun develop freely. Otherwise, Qin Yun will lose her previous memories. Xiaofeng heard this. He suddenly felt that the previous romance was gone. He looked at Sister Qin Yun in front of him in a daze, thinking, Sister Qin Yun doesn't know that I have a system yet. Do I really have to exchange Qin Yun's sister card before I can freely date Sister Qin Yun? Qin Yun, who knew nothing, waited for Xiaofeng's answer under the candlelight dinner. Qin Yun was a little excited because this was her first time to confess to a boy. Because of some things that happened before, Qin Yun developed a lot of good feelings towards Xiaofeng. At this time, Qin Yun wanted to wait for Xiaofeng's reply. But Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun, Sister Qin Yun, I also have a good impression of you, but I need some time. Let me think about it. Qin Yun was somewhat satisfied with Xiaofeng's reaction. After all, such a big thing would take Xiaofeng some time to adapt. But Xiaofeng was busy exchanging Qin Yun's sister card. Xiaofeng returned to his bedroom at night and kept communicating with the system. Xiaofeng said to the system, I also told Sister Qin Yun when I was on vacation at the beach before. I want a promise to make her life worry-free, and this will also protect Sister's safety. Xiaofeng asked the system, how many gold coins are needed to exchange for Qin Yun's sister card? The system said, the host doesn't have many gold coins. As long as you exchange all the new props you bought recently for gold coins, you can exchange for the sister card. Xiaofeng thought, this isn't that difficult. Although I recently spent gold coins to buy some new and interesting props, these props are not absolutely necessary. So Xiaofeng exchanged all these props for gold coins. In this way, his gold coins can be exchanged for Qin Yun's sister card, so that he and Qin Yun can be free. Xiaofeng collected all the gold coins and exchanged them for Qin Yun's sister card. He confidently said to the system, this should be fine, right? This way we can interact freely. The system saw the sister card in Xiaofeng's hand and reminded Xiaofeng, host, you can indeed interact freely like this, but how it will develop depends on the host himself, and the system cannot control this. Xiaofeng said to the system, a little unhappy. Humph, this matter is not your business. You are really meddling too much. Just then, Xiaofeng heard the doorbell ring outside the villa and thought, it's so late, who else would come? Xiaofeng walked out of the living room and came to the door of the villa. He found his assistant Xian Fei standing outside in a hurry. It turned out that not long ago, Xin Yun was very uneasy because she confessed to Xiaofeng, so she called Xian Fei and told her about it. Concubine Xian had always liked boss Xiaofeng. When she heard sister Qin Yun confessing to Xiaofeng, she was very shocked, so she rushed over from home. Now Concubine Xian was standing at the door of Qin Yun's house, facing Xiaofeng. Concubine Xian said directly to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, did you accept sister Qin Yun's confession? Xiaofeng didn't know that Concubine Xian had already known about this matter. He said to Concubine Xian in surprise, well, not yet. How did you know? Xian Fei didn't care about anything else. She wanted to stop Xiaofeng from accepting sister Qin Yun's confession. She said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you know I like you too, so please really think about it seriously, because I am also crazy about you. Xiaofeng actually knew that Xian Fei had a crush on him, but he didn't expect Xian Fei to be so bold to confess to him. Xian Fei wanted to rush into the house and explain this to Qin Yun, but was stopped by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, I will seriously consider this matter. Who to choose as my girlfriend is still something I need to choose by myself. Xian Fei asked Xiaofeng, are you determined to date sister Qin Yun? Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, I just redeemed sister Qin Yun's sister card in the system. I must give her back her freedom. As for whether to be her girlfriend or not, I still need to think about it seriously. Xian Fei saw Xiaofeng was still hesitating. She thought that if she continued to make a fuss like this, it would have a bad impact on her. Fortunately, Boss Xia already knew her feelings. So now she could go back and let Boss Xia think carefully about who he should choose as his girlfriend. So Xian Fei left Qin Yun's villa tactfully, and said to Xiaofeng before leaving, Boss Xia, I really like you, and I hope you can seriously consider it. The person who confessed to you is not only sister Qin Yun, but also me. So no matter who you choose as your girlfriend, I will respect your wishes. Xiaofeng was confessed to by two CEO sisters in a row today, and he was indeed a little flustered. So he watched Xian Fei leave, returned to the bedroom, and lay on the bed. Xiaofeng thought, it is really difficult to make a decision at the moment. Xian Fei has been with me for a long time. We spend a lot of time together and have formed a deep friendship. But sister Qin Yun is indeed someone I admire and like. Her personality charm is really heartwarming. Alas, it is such a painful thing to have so many beautiful women like you. Chapter 152 Deep Love. Xiaofeng received confessions from two CEO sisters in one day, and he was a little nervous. He lay in bed thinking all night. He wanted to hear his true feelings and who he should choose as his girlfriend. That morning, Xiaofeng seemed to have the answer. So he sent a message to all the CEO sisters and his good friends. He told them, come to the party I'm hosting tonight and say goodbye to being single. Xiaofeng's friends were all very shocked when they heard the news. They thought that Boss Xia, who owns such a large company, was finally going to say goodbye to being single. Was he going to announce who his girlfriend was? Lin Xianxian was surprised when she received the message. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to find a girlfriend so quickly. Especially Concubine Xian, because she also confessed to Xiaofeng, so Concubine Xian was also very nervous, thinking that Xiaofeng must be announcing the result she expected. That night, everyone gathered together, and Xiaofeng announced the result to all the guests at the party. Xiaofeng walked to Sister Qin Yun's side, took her hand and said to her, Sister Qin Yun, I want you to stand with me to announce this result. Qin Yun seemed to have known the answer in her heart. She followed Xiaofeng to the stage with a little excitement and stood there side by side. Xiaofeng said to all the guests who came to the party, I want to announce that from today on, I am no longer single. And my girlfriend is Qin Yun. I want to go forward hand in hand with her in the days to come. I hope to get everyone's blessing. Qin Yun was very surprised when she heard the news. There were even tears in her eyes. She looked at Xiaofeng and gave him a big hug. Xiaofeng finally chose her to be his girlfriend, and Qin Yun was very happy. She felt that her bold confession yesterday was quite effective. If she hadn't confessed to Xiaofeng, she might have missed this good relationship. But at this moment, Xiaofeng did not notice that Concubine Xian's face was very ugly. Concubine Xian cried and said to Xiaofeng, Boss Xia, you finally made this decision. I have nothing to say. But I hope Boss Xia will not regret it. Lin Xianxian, who was standing by, saw that Concubine Xian had a good impression of Xiaofeng, She felt disheartened and thought that what Xiaofeng did really hurt Concubine Xian's heart. As a result, Concubine Xian and Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards Xiaofeng dropped visibly. The system reminded Xiaofeng, the favorability of these two sister CEOs towards you has dropped a lot. This won't do. You have already bound yourself to these two sister CEOs. If their favorability continues to decline, you will be punished. But Xiaofeng couldn't care less at the moment, and took his new girlfriend Qin Yun to the balcony of the hotel. Xiaofeng said to Qin Yun affectionately, "Qin Yun, from now on you are my girlfriend. I am no longer the silly boy who always needs your care. Now I have to take on the responsibility as a man. Let you live a worry-free life." Qin Yun was very moved after hearing Xiaofeng's words. She snuggled in Xiaofeng's arms and said to him, "Boss Xia, I'm really glad that I confessed to you. This result is really romantic. I hope that as your girlfriend, I can care about you more in the future." So the two of them snuggled up on the balcony and watched the fireworks show over the hotel, which Xiaofeng had specially prepared for Qin Yun. But the more brilliant the fireworks were, the more lonely Lin Xianxian and Xuanfei felt. I feel that Xiaofeng is really biased and gave all the benefits to Sister Qin Yun. After this romantic night, the system urgently said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host, the favorability of your other two sisters has dropped to a very low limit. If it continues to drop, you will really be punished by deducting gold coins. If the gold coins are deducted to a negative number, it will cause great problems for the system in the future." Xiaofeng also realized the importance of this punishment. Then I have to do more tasks to improve the favorability of the CEO sisters, Xiaofeng said to the system. The system also quickly gave Xiaofeng an idea. "Host, you can think about what the CEO sisters like? Go and improve their favorability, this will be more convenient." Xiaofeng then thought of Lin Xuanxuan's love for models. Although Lin Xianxian was the president of a film and television company, she was a bit fond of various mechanical models in her spare time and collected many of them in her villa. Xiaofeng thought, if I can help Lin Xianxian find the precious limited edition model, she will be very happy. Besides, Lin Xuanxuan's feelings for him are not deep yet. She is relatively easy to coax, so Xiaofeng started with Lin Xianxian and started the task of improving her favorability. Xiaofeng asked his company staff to buy a limited edition motorcycle model from abroad. That evening, Xiaofeng brought the motorcycle model to the downstairs of Lin Xuanxuan's film and television company. When Xiaofeng saw Lin Xianxian, he took out the precious motorcycle model from the trunk of the car. As soon as Lin Xianxian saw Xiaofeng and the model, she knew Xiaofeng's intention. Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng, "You usually date so many CEO sisters, and now you choose Sister Qin Yun as your girlfriend. So you are afraid that we will be sad, so you come to please us, right?" Xiaofeng was seen through by Lin Xianxian at a glance. Feeling that it was useless to cover it up, he said to Lin Xianxian, "Yes, so I hope I can do something small to make the president's sister less sad." Lin Xianxian then began to look at the precious motorcycle model that Xiaofeng gave her. She was actually a little happy because this motorcycle model was very precious, something she had always wanted, and it had always been treasured in the hands of a hardcore player abroad. This time Xiaofeng helped her get the motorcycle model, and Lin Xianxian did feel a little happy, so she said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, although I don't agree with your approach, I will accept this motorcycle model. I forgive you for the time being, and I hope you and Sister Qin Yun can be happy. We will still be good friends in the future, and you can come to me if you have any problems." Xiaofeng thought that he had finally won someone over. From the system's perspective, Lin Xuanxuan's favorability towards Xiaofeng had stabilized and was even on the rise. The system and Xiaofeng both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xuanxuan's side was taken care of. The most difficult thing now was Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian was not someone who could be appeased with one or two things she liked. Xiaofeng thought, that night, Concubine Xian came to me in a hurry to confess her love to me. This shows that Concubine Xian is deeply in love with me. What should I do? Xiaofeng was thinking of other ways. Chapter 153 Jealousy Among Women. Xiaofeng knew that Concubine Xian was really hard to coax, unlike Lin Xianxian who had the precious things of her true love. As long as he got something that Lin Xianxian liked, Lin Xianxian would temporarily forgive him. But Concubine Xian is different. During their daily interactions with Xiaofeng, Concubine Xian has developed a deep affection for him. If the most important thing to Concubine Xian is Xiaofeng himself, then that is it. Xiaofeng felt the same way, so he said to the system, "It's really difficult to deal with Concubine Xian. I don't know what method I can use to retain her favorability. And Concubine Xian's favorability has dropped the most. The system counseled Xiaofeng, perhaps Concubine Xian can't forget her old love, and her favorability towards you may increase the fastest. So no matter what, you have to make an effort to win back Concubine Xian's affection. Concubine Xian, who was lying in her home, was indeed very sad. She felt her heart was bleeding. For a moment, Concubine Xian seemed to be in despair. Xian Fei said with tears in her eyes, "This boss Xia should be starting a wonderful day with Sister Qin Yun now. He won't remember us at all. Especially me, as his assistant, I have been with him for such a long time. Could it be that boss Xia really has no feelings at all and must choose Sister Qin Yun?" The more Concubine Xian thought about it, the sadder she became, so she started crying on the bed. Concubine Xian wanted to take a walk by the lake, because by the quiet lake, Concubine Xian might be able to calm down and think about what she should do in the future. So Concubine Xian came to the lake by herself. Sitting by the lake, Concubine Xian thought, "I have had enough. Boss Xia would never choose me, and I foolishly went to confess to him. Now, the result is that boss Xia and Sister Qin Yun are already a couple, and I can only sit by the lake alone and be in a daze." But Concubine Xian didn't expect that Xiaofeng was also very eager to find her at this moment. Xiaofeng called Concubine Xian's home, but no one answered. Xiaofeng was a little worried about Concubine Xian's safety, so Xiaofeng directly called Concubine Xian's cell phone. Xian Fei looked down and saw that it was boss Xia calling. She wondered whether she should answer the call. However, Xian Fei picked up the phone with a glimmer of hope, hoping that boss Xia would say something nice to her. Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei on the phone, "Where are you? I'll come find you now." Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng in a panic, "Shouldn't boss Xia be accompanying his girlfriend right now? Why do you have the time to come find me?" Xiaofeng said to Concubine Xian, "The most important thing for me now is to find you. Wait for me by the lake, I will come right away." So Concubine Xian met Xiaofeng, who came by the lake. Xiaofeng was really disappointed to see Concubine Xian. Seeing her crying, he felt very distressed. He could only comfort Concubine Xian, "Although you confessed to me, and I didn't choose you, this is just my decision at the moment. So you have to eat well and treat yourself well." Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng a little angrily, "Who is boss Xia? You care about me like this now, but you are not sincere at all. Your girlfriend is Sister Qin Yun, why are you coming to my side? Just let me be sad." Xiaofeng could only comfort Xian Fei, "If you are not doing well, I will be very sad. Besides, Sister Qin Yun is only my girlfriend now, not my wife. It doesn't mean that we will be together for the rest of our lives." After hearing what Xiaofeng said, Xian Fei slowly raised her head and thought to herself, "Boss Xia is right. Now Sister Qin Yun is just temporarily his girlfriend, and we haven't officially married yet. Maybe I still have a chance." Xian Fei thought of this. Seeing Xiaofeng caring about her again, hope ignited in her heart. Xiaofeng saw that the favorability in the system had stabilized and was no longer declining. Xiaofeng no longer had to face the penalty of losing gold coins. Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had coaxed Concubine Xian, and said to Concubine Xian, "Yes, maybe we still have a chance. Although I don't know what the direction of my life will be, as long as you are by my side, I can feel your affection for me. Maybe life will go in a different direction." After coaxing Xian Fei, Xiaofeng walked on the way home. On the way, Xiaofeng thought about many problems. Xiaofeng said to the system, "System, you see I am bound to so many CEO sisters. Each of them has a good impression of me, which makes me a little distracted. And the more I rely on the power of the CEO sisters, the more it will cost to unbind them. The more difficult it is to unbind them, sometimes I am really afraid that I can't give the CEO sisters freedom." The system said to Xiaofeng, "This is the benefit of our system. With this system, you can gain many benefits in your business life. This is the meaning of the existence of my system. Now you have these 3 CEO sisters. But we are still far from our goal. There are not enough CEO sisters. Look, I recommend another one to you." As he was talking, the system displayed a photo of a CEO's sister on the system screen for Xiaofeng to see. This CEO's sister is the owner of a dance hall. She is also very powerful in Tianhai City and runs a chain of dance halls. You should get to know this CEO's sister. Improve her favorability and do tasks. This way you can get more rewards through the system." Xiaofeng glanced at the CEO's sister on the screen. He rejected the system's request to find another CEO sister to do the task. Xiaofeng turned off the system screen. He thought, "I already have enough CEO sisters. And I have done something to make them sad. I don't want to get to know more CEO sisters. This will make things more troublesome in the future. The system was disappointed to see that it had not succeeded, and shouted to Xiaofeng, "Host, you have to understand that the system's mission is to let you meet more CEO sisters. And complete the mission to exchange for gold coins to change your life. If you stop like this, it is wrong. Otherwise, what is the use of the system?" Xiaofeng said to the system angrily, "System, can you please let me be quiet for a while? I just finished my work with the CEO's sister, and you are assigning me a new person. How can I accept this?" After listening to Xiaofeng's words, the system also calmed down, thinking that the host should really take a good rest at this time, relax his body and mind, and let things slow down for the time being. The host just got a girlfriend and hasn't enjoyed the fun of love yet, but he's already worried about this matter. The system feels a little sorry for Xiaofeng. Then let's take our time on this matter and introduce him to the new CEO sister when Xiaofeng recovers. Chapter 154 Isolated and Helpless. Xiaofeng and his new girlfriend Qin Yun enjoyed a wonderful time together. Xiaofeng took Qin Yun to the island where they had vacationed before. There, Xiaofeng took many wonderful photos for Qin Yun on the beach, and Qin Yun was very happy and felt that Boss Xia was really a qualified boyfriend. Qin Yun excitedly said to Xiaofeng, "This is really the most enjoyable vacation I have ever had." "Thank you so much." Xiaofeng looked at Qin Yun and said with ease, "If I can make you happy, everything I do is worth it. I hope we can enjoy this world of two people." Just when Xiaofeng was relaxing, he didn't have the leisure to care about the company's affairs, but at this moment, Zhao Qianshan made another move behind the scenes. It had been a long time since the fire in Xiaofeng's company. The person who deliberately set the fire with a kerosene lamp has been imprisoned for a long time. Zhao Qianshan was very anxious and thought, this is not a solution. Although the arsonist was planned by him, he did not want to keep his partner in prison for too long, so Zhao Qianshan tried to find a way to bail the arsonist out. Although Zhao Qianshan was very cold and ruthless in other places, he really wanted to help his companions this time. In this way, Zhao Qianshan wanted to use his acquaintances to release the arsonist. When Xiaofeng returned to the company after his vacation, he also had to deal with some company affairs, including the fire. Xiaofeng wanted to know how the arsonist was doing, so he called the place where he was imprisoned and asked, "Excuse me, how is the person who caused the fire in our film and television company doing now?" The person on the other end replied, "Someone is applying for bail for him now. He may be released soon." Xiaofeng was shocked and immediately said to the manager, "Who wants to bail him out? He has committed such a big crime, how can he be released so easily?" Xiaofeng then discovered that it was Zhao Qianshan who was behind this. So Xiaofeng immediately called Zhao Qianshan and said to him, "I already know about your little tricks behind the scenes. I advise you to give up this matter, because I will definitely investigate the fire in our company to the end." Zhao Qianshan didn't say anything on the phone. He knew Xiaofeng's temper. He knew that he would definitely hold the arsonist accountable. Zhao Qianshan was worried and thought, should I give up on the arsonist and bail him out? It won't do me any good. It's just a gesture of friendship. Now I can't even protect myself. Should I give up on him? So, Mr. Zhao made a decision to give up rescuing the arsonist. Xiaofeng had already expected that Zhao Qianshan would think so. So he thought that the person who was given up by Zhao Qianshan must have something that he could use. So Xiaofeng came to the place where the arsonist was imprisoned to visit him. Although the arsonist had an old relationship with Zhao Qianshan, he had been imprisoned here for so long, and Mr. Zhao still hadn't found a way to get him out. He also knew that Zhao Qianshan didn't care about his life or death. At this time, someone came to visit him. The arsonist thought, if it was Zhao Qianshan, he should be able to rescue me. But he didn't expect that in the reception room, he was waiting for Boss Xiaofeng Xia. The arsonist was too embarrassed to face Xiaofeng, so he lowered his head and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, why are you still here? It was me who set the fire, causing your company to suffer heavy losses. Are you here to seek revenge on me?" Xiaofeng gently said to the arsonist, "Not really. I know Zhao Qianshan has given up on you and you are alone here. I just wanted to come and see if there is anything I can do to help you. After all, our company's losses have been minimized, and I don't want you to be ruined because of this incident." The arsonist thought to himself, this Boss Xia seems very gentle. Maybe the only person who can save me now is this Boss Xia. So the arsonist said to Xiaofeng, "What does Boss Xia want to know? You came to me, so you must have some news for me." Xiaofeng said to the arsonist, "Then tell me about Zhao Qianshan. Do you know what he did before? Why do you work so hard for him? The arsonist felt that Zhao Qianshan had given up on him and that he was a very inhuman person, so he opened his heart to Xiaofeng. Zhao Qianshan actually had a lot of scandals in the past. When he was working at Qin Yun's company, he was intolerant of his colleagues and was always jealous of them. Xiaofeng knew that Mr. Zhao was jealous of his colleagues in Qin Yun's company. He was said to be unkind and participated in the internal fighting in Qin Yun's company, which made Qin Yun very disappointed in him. So he fired Zhao Qianshan. As a result, Mr. Zhao became even more inhuman and tried every means to retaliate against Xiaofeng, who was close to Qin Yun's sister. This led to a series of events. Although these events were very unfavorable to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng also wanted to hear what kind of person Zhao Qianshan was. Xiaofeng said to the arsonist calmly, "You said he was jealous of his colleagues before. I should have expected that. But I didn't expect that Zhao Qianshan would even give up on you this time. You've done so much for him. Is it worth it?" The arsonist felt very regretful when he heard Xiaofeng's words, so he apologized to Xiaofeng and said, "Boss Xia, if you are willing to forgive me, I will definitely reform myself and never accept Mr. Zhao's orders again. I hope Boss Xia can forgive me, so that I won't be locked up here for so long." Xiaofeng felt that his company's losses were still manageable, so he said, "Then I can actually forgive you. But you need to open your eyes in the future to see what kind of people you work with are like, and don't let them boss you around anymore." The arsonist was very grateful to Xiaofeng, because no one cared about him during the time he was imprisoned here. He also experienced the dangers of the world and the warmth and coldness of human nature. He felt that every word Boss Xia said was reasonable. So he promised Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, I promise that after I get out, I will never be instructed by Mr. Zhao or anyone else, and I will never harm Boss Xia's company again. Thank you very much, Boss Xia, for forgiving me." After visiting the arsonist, Xiaofeng left. Xiaofeng thought to himself, sometimes, people really have to choose the right path to take. If they are not careful, they will fall into the abyss. Chapter 155: Chen Wanling's Miserable Life. Chen Wanling has not been having a good time recently because she has financial dealings with Zhao Qianshan. They collaborated on a real estate project, but because Zhao Qianshan ordered someone to set a fire, the project was shelved for a while. Chen Wanling couldn't get her funds back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She called Zhao Qianshan and said, "Look at the good things you did. I've lost a lot of money because of this. What are we going to do in the future?" Zhao Qianshan then gave Chen Wanling some advice. "Think about it, how can we get the money? If we can get Boss Xia's money, we can also hit him. This way, we can kill two birds with one stone. Isn't it great?" After Zhao Qianshan reminded her, Chen Wanling also started to think about it. Because when Chen Wanling and Xiaofeng were dating, Chen Wanling noticed Xiaofeng's handwriting because she loved writing. At that time, she liked to imitate Xiaofeng's handwriting for fun. After a few times, Chen Wanling was able to completely imitate Xiaofeng's signature. At this moment, Chen Wanling suddenly had an idea and said to Zhao Qianshan, "I can imitate Boss Xia's handwriting. In this way, can I sign some transfer contracts on his behalf? This can supplement our cash flow." When Zhao Qianshan heard this idea, he thought it was really great. Not only could it solve their urgent needs, but it could also make Xiaofeng's company suffer a lot of losses. So Zhao Qianshan urged Chen Wanling and said, "Your idea is very good. Let's do it. This way, we can make up for your losses and make Xiaofeng look good." Chen Wanling was inspired by Zhao Qianshan and started to work on this matter. Chen Wanling contacted the residents and merchants under Xiaofeng's company, pretended to be Xiaofeng's secretary, and signed many transfer contracts in Xiaofeng's handwriting. The shops of the merchants were transferred out, and Chen Wanling made a lot of profit from it. Chen Wanling had never seen money so quickly before, but now through Xiaofeng's real estate, she has gained a lot of cash. Chen Wanling is very happy, thinking that her skill has finally been put to good use. Chen Wanling happily reported the good news to Zhao Qianshan, "Boss Zhao, I have already collected a lot of money through these transfer contracts. Is this really okay? Boss Xia hasn't discovered it yet. This feels really great." Zhao Qianshan said to Chen Wanling, "This is also your specialty. People always have to know something to help themselves. Not only does Xiaofeng have so many magical props, we can also imitate his handwriting. Wouldn't it be very convenient to sign the transfer contract this way?" Chen Wanling signed contracts like this for a while. One day, Xiaofeng was working in the office when Xian Fei suddenly walked in and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, some of the real estate under your name has been frozen. I don't know what the situation is." Xiaofeng was immediately alert when he heard this, because he had a lot of real estate properties. These properties usually wouldn't have any problems, so how could they be frozen so easily? Someone must have done something. Xiaofeng asked Concubine Xian with some concern, "Did you know that all my real estate has been frozen?" Concubine Xian answered affirmatively, "Yes, we just received their notice that all the real estate has been frozen." Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei, "I want to find out the reasons for this, and hope to solve this matter as soon as possible." So Xiaofeng came to his real estate for an on-site inspection. Because he did have a lot of real estate, Xiaofeng couldn't find the problem for a while, so he had to slowly search for his real estate projects. At this time, Xiaofeng met a merchant who rented his storefront. The merchant said to Xiaofeng, "This is Boss Xia, your staff. He just processed the transfer contract for us, and we can do business here." Xiaofeng was very surprised. "You are talking about my staff? I haven't signed any transfer contracts recently. What's going on?" The merchant described the appearance of his staff member to Xiaofeng. The more Xiaofeng listened, the more he thought it looked like Chen Wanling, so he asked the merchant, "Is this employee called Chen Wanling?" The merchant answered Xiaofeng affirmatively, "It was this employee who brought your transfer contract to us, Boss Xia, for us to sign." Although Xiaofeng spent a lot of time, he finally dug out what Chen Wanling had done. Xiaofeng was very angry. Chen Wanling was doing something behind his back to make him lose money. Xiaofeng was not only angry at Chen Wanling this time. Because Chen Wanling and Zhao Qianshan hated him, he knew everything. He could understand what Chen Wanling and Zhao Qianshan did to him because they always ruined his good deeds. But this time, the fight between them caused innocent merchants and other good people to suffer. So Xiaofeng felt very embarrassed because he had implicated those who lost their properties. So Xiaofeng went door to door to find those shops and took back the transfer contracts that were forged by Chen Wanling. Xiaofeng said to these merchants, "These contracts are all fake. Someone forged my handwriting to sign contracts with you. All of them must be invalidated. Because as the boss of the company, I have never signed such a contract." The merchants were all very surprised. It turned out that Chen Wanling, who had been looking for them for some time, was not an employee of Xiaofeng, but someone who pretended to be Xiaofeng. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and wanted to find trouble with Chen Wanling. Xiaofeng said to the merchants, "Everyone must stay calm. We will use legitimate means to help you get the property back. We will not let the bad guys take advantage of it." The merchants trusted Xiaofeng very much. They thought that Boss Xia would be able to help them find their lost properties. Xiaofeng asked Xian Fei to draw up a real contract and handed it to the merchants, with Xiaofeng's signature written on it. "This is the real contract of our company." Xiaofeng said to the merchants, "Now that you have signed a formal contract, you don't have to worry about your property being taken away by others in the future." The merchants were very happy. Their losses were finally gone, and Boss Xia also gave each of them some subsidies to compensate them for the losses they suffered due to the transfer of the contract. Xiaofeng was very angry this time, and felt that Chen Wanling's forgery of his signature was indeed a bad thing. Xian Fei also felt the same way as Xiaofeng. Chen Wanling dared to do this just because she was Boss Xia's ex-girlfriend. Just wait for Boss Xia to find trouble with her. Seeing that Concubine Xian was also so angry, Xiaofeng advised her, "You also know that Chen Wanling and the others have been trying to cause trouble for me, so these strategies are also within my consideration. We just need to respond positively. Reducing the losses of merchants is what we should do." Chapter 156, Disclosure of Business Secrets. Although Xiaofeng had Qin Yun as his girlfriend, he didn't have much leisure time because he was too busy with his company affairs. Xiaofeng was so busy recently that he couldn't take care of anything else. Xian Fei saw this and felt a little distressed. She advised Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you should take some time to rest. It's really too tiring to be so busy with company affairs." Xiaofeng had no choice, because it was the peak season for sales recently. Film and television companies also wanted to take advantage of this summer to shoot more costume dramas to boost ratings. Xiaofeng was very busy with all this. On Zhao Qianshan's side, Zhao Qianshan learned that Xiaofeng had already regarded Qin Yun as his girlfriend, and he hated Xiaofeng even more. Zhao Qianshan thought, "These two people are now in the same group, so I don't have any old feelings for Qin Yun. What I have to do now is to make trouble for them as much as possible. This way, I can relieve my hatred." So Zhao Qianshan kept thinking about the loopholes in Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's company. Finally, Zhao Qianshan found a loophole. Zhao Qianshan's company had some of the same businesses as Xiaofeng and Qin Yun. So Zhao Qianshan asked someone to secretly inquire about some of the partners of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's company. Zhao Qianshan wanted to join forces with these partners to cut off Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's business and expand the scale of his own company. That day, Zhao Qianshan invited Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's partners to a tea house to discuss business. Mr. Zhao said to the big partner, "Big brother, please take a look at the situation of our company. We also run this business, and it's no worse than theirs. Moreover, we can give you a lower price. Do you think this is okay?" The big boss of the cooperative partner was drinking tea while looking at the price list Zhao Qianshan gave him. It was indeed lower than the price Xiaofeng and Qin Yun company wanted to give him. So the cooperative partner was a little tempted. He said to Zhao Qianshan, "Then let me think about it. After all, your companies are all engaged in this kind of business. So it doesn't matter who I cooperate with, and the price you offer is indeed lower, which is very attractive to me." Seeing that he was making progress in attracting partners, Zhao Qianshan became even more motivated. He successively attracted several of Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's former partners. It was the joining of these big partners that saved Mr. Zhao's company. Zhao Qianshan laughed loudly in the company and said, "Ha, now the scale of my company is going to grow again. I will negotiate with these partners. This will help my company make great progress." At this time, Zhao Qianshan's secretary walked in from outside and said to Zhao Qianshan, "Mr. Zhao, this is a gift from your new partner. Can you open it and see what it is?" Zhao Qianshan opened the gift very happily. Inside the package was a very delicate rockery wood carving. Zhao Qianshan was even more proud and said to his secretary, "It seems that our relationship with these partners is really close. Look, they have sent gifts. This kind of gift is not something that ordinary people can get." The secretary and Zhao Qianshan were very happy. They felt that their company was really saved, and they dreamed of competing with Xiaofeng and Qin Yun's company. So Zhao Qianshan drafted some more contracts as a return gift, and the prices of the projects given by Zhao Qianshan in these contracts were even lower, which made several partners very satisfied. The successive departures of Qin Yun's partners made her alert. Qin Yun investigated and found that it was Zhao Qianshan who had taken all her partners away, and Zhao Qianshan's company was now more powerful. In some ways, it could be compared with some of their subsidiaries. Qin Yun said to the secretary unhappily, "How do you contact the partners? You even lost such an important client." The secretary looked at Qin Yun's angry face with some fear. He said to Qin Yun, "Boss Qin, we also contact these partners from time to time, but these partners are attracted by Zhao Qianshan's low prices, and we have no choice." Qin Yun also knew that Zhao Qianshan had used a price much lower than that in the industry to obtain these partners. This price was something Qin Yun's company could not afford, so Qin Yun told Xiaofeng about it. After Xiaofeng understood the whole situation, he said to Qin Yun, "These partners are greedy for small profits, and there is nothing we can do. It all depends on Zhao Qianshan's own ability. If he really thinks he can make money at such a low price, then let's see what the result will be." At this time, Qin Yun and Xiaofeng discovered that the real estate project where Chen Wanling was located had also undergone some changes. It turned out that Zhao Qianshan had withdrawn his investment from the real estate project, leaving Chen Wanling alone to support it. Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore. So he called Chen Wanling and said, "You thought Zhao Qianshan treated you as a partner, but now he put you alone in this real estate project. You are being used as a shield by Zhao Qianshan without knowing it." Chen Wanling received Xiaofeng's call. Although she felt wronged, she didn't want to give in to Xiaofeng. So he said to Xiaofeng on the phone, "Boss Xia, it's none of your business what happens to me. You and I have nothing to do with each other now, so why do you care about my real estate project?" Xiaofeng felt that his reminder was enough, so he hung up the phone. He believed that after receiving this call, Chen Wanling would think carefully to see if she had been bullied badly enough by Zhao Qianshan. Although Xiaofeng and Chen Wanling no longer have feelings for each other, they had an unforgettable happy time together before. So Xiaofeng secretly paid attention to the changes in Chen Wanling's assets, wanting to remind her in time to change her strategy. Xiaofeng felt that he had done his best. I believe Chen Wanling will understand Xiaofeng's painstaking efforts. On this day, when Xiaofeng was attending an industry gathering, he accidentally met Chen Wanling, who was also attending the gathering. Chen Wanling wanted to run away when she saw Xiaofeng, but she was stopped by Xiaofeng unexpectedly. "Hey, are you so afraid to face me?" Chen Wanling saw Xiaofeng but could not speak, she just stood there silently. Xiaofeng also understood that Chen Wanling had been having a hard time recently, so he said to her, "When you are looking for a partner, you must be clear about who Mr. Zhao is. I believe you and I both know the bad things he has done before. You should also know why you want to cooperate with him." Chen Wanling also felt wronged, but when facing Xiaofeng, she couldn't say anything and could only cry secretly. When Xiaofeng saw Chen Wanling crying, he was indeed panicked, so he said to Chen Wanling, "Come, let's go sit on the sofa next to us and talk slowly." Chapter 157. Thank you, Boss Xia. Xiaofeng helped Chen Wanling to the sofa and ordered a glass of juice for her. Xiaofeng said to Chen Wanling earnestly, "You also know that Zhao Qianshan is in a high position now and it is easy for him to become the target of public criticism. He asked you to join just to find a shield for him. So I advise you to stay away from him." Chen Wanling wiped the tears from her face and drank a sip of juice. Then he said to Xiaofeng, "I understand Boss Xia's advice. I really need to think carefully about my cooperation with Zhao Qianshan in the future. After all, I have invested so much in this real estate project, and I don't want to give up just like that." It turned out that Chen Wanling wanted to make a comeback, so she actively cooperated with Zhao Qianshan and invested most of her wealth in the real estate project. However, for a while, these funds could not be recovered, which made Chen Wanling feel very aggrieved and felt that she had been fooled by Mr. Zhao. But the stubborn Chen Wanling refused to admit defeat. She just secretly hoped that this real estate project could really make money. But now that Xiaofeng said this, Chen Wanling felt that this project was really going to fail, and she was indeed being used by Zhao Qianshan, so Chen Wanling stopped the loss in time and took back all the funds invested in real estate. This way, he would have the funds to make a comeback. Xiaofeng was very happy when he heard about Chen Wanling's approach. He thought that Chen Wanling finally understood something, and it would be good for her to stop the loss in time, so that most of her assets would not be lost. After solving Chen Wanling's case, Xiaofeng had no time to rest for a while. Xian Fei said that something happened in Lin Xuanxuan's family. When Xiaofeng heard that it was Lin Xuanxuan's matter, he took it seriously. What could have happened in her family? Xiaofeng thought Lin Xuanxuan's family was quite simple. But Xian Fei said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, the old man in Lin Xuanxuan's family died of illness not long ago and left a will. Lin Xianxian encountered trouble with this will. So she wanted to ask Boss Xia for help." After hearing this, Xiaofeng quickly asked Concubine Xian, "Where is Lin Xianxian now?" Concubine Xian replied, "Lin Xianxian hasn't been to the film and television company in the past few days. It seems that she has been at home dealing with this matter." So Xiaofeng drove his luxury car and went straight to Lin Xuanxuan's house. Before he entered the house, Xiaofeng saw many relatives standing outside Lin Xuanxuan's villa. These people might have come for the will. Xiaofeng pushed through the crowd and entered the living room, where he saw Lin Xianxian reading some documents. Xiaofeng asked Lin Xianxian, "What's wrong with the will you're reading?" Lin Xianxian said to Xiaofeng in a serious tone, "This will seems to have been tampered with. It's impossible for the elderly in the family to leave all their assets to my aunt." It turned out that the relatives of Lin Xianxian that Xiaofeng saw at the door were her aunt's family. The aunt had tampered with the will and now brought her family to ask Lin Xianxian for money. Xiaofeng said to Lin Xianxian, "They are really abominable. They dared to tamper with the will to ask you for money. Let me see the document of this will. How did they tamper with it?" Xiaofeng saw that there were indeed some traces of processing on the will. And these traces were obviously put there by her aunt. Xiaofeng then opened his system and asked the system, "System, do you have any method or props to make this will show its original appearance?" The system was awakened by Xiaofeng, so it said to Xiaofeng, "Remind the host, I have a new prop here, called the skill of cleansing up. With this skill, the file can be displayed in its original appearance, and the tampered things on it will be obvious." So Xiaofeng used the gold coins to exchange for the system's small prop. Xiaofeng walked out the door and called Aunt Lin Xuanxuan's family to the living room. He announced to everyone, "Lin Xianxian and I suspect that this will has been tampered with. Now I have a magical prop that can turn this will back to its original appearance and show the truth of the matter." When the aunt saw Xiaofeng's trick, she panicked. She opposed Xiaofeng and said, "You are an outsider, how can you be in charge of our family affairs? Besides, this will is written in black and white, how can you say that we tampered with it? What props are you going to use on this will? Are you going to destroy it?" Xiaofeng said sternly to Lin Xuanxuan's aunt, "You are the ones who tampered with the will. There are traces of modification on it. If you don't believe me, I can find a professional appraiser to identify it. When I use this prop on the will, I can also ask an appraiser to identify whether this is the original appearance of the will." So Xiaofeng ignored the objection of Lin Xuanxuan's aunt and used the cleaned props on the will. Suddenly, the words on the will changed, and the words that were originally inherited by the aunt became inherited by Lin Xianxian. Xiaofeng finally changed the will to its original form. But Lin Xuanxuan's aunt was not to be trifled with. She led everyone in the family to shout at Lin Xianxian. It was obviously this outsider who used some strange magic to change the will. We will never admit that these assets were inherited by Lin Xianxian. These assets were clearly inherited by me, the ant. Xiaofeng saw that the others did not admit it. He thought they were too shameless, but Xiaofeng still had other ways. Xiaofeng would invite a professional appraiser to verify the authenticity of the will, so that he could give Lin Xianxian justice and also shut up his aunt's family. After a whole afternoon of quarreling at Lin Xuanxuan's house, the aunt's family returned to the hotel where they were staying. Because the aunt came from another place, the family is now staying in the hotel. The aunt's family is discussing how to exclude Lin Xianxian from the family. In this way, they can get the assets mentioned in the old man's will. The aunt's son gave her an idea. It was clearly that outsider who changed the will first, and we all believe that the assets written in the will belong to us, so we must publicize this matter and let everyone know that it was Boss Xia who helped Lin Xianxian change the will. The eldest aunt said confidently, yes, the people in our family saw that Lin Xianxian had become rich but didn't help us, so they all excluded her. If we do this, we can also get the support of our relatives. In this way, we can definitely snatch the inheritance from Lin Xianxian. So the family started planning to snatch Lin Xuanxuan's inheritance in the hotel. At Lin Xuanxuan's home, she was very grateful to Xiaofeng. Boss Xia, you used the magical props again to make the incident real. You helped me a lot. No matter what the outcome of this matter is, I have to thank Boss Xia. Chapter 158 Teach them a lesson. Lin Xuanxuan's inheritance dispute has not yet ended. Her aunt often brings her family to Lin Xuanxuan's villa to make trouble. Lin Xianxian is a little troubled. So she calls Boss Xiaofeng Xia. What should we do about this? There must be a solution. Xiaofeng was busy with company documents in the office at this time. When he saw that it was Lin Xianxian calling, he put down his work and said to Lin Xianxian, maybe I have an idea that can help you. In fact, Xiaofeng knew very well that Lin Xianxian, as the president of such a large film and television company, did not care about the inheritance because she was not short of money. But she just wanted to vent the anger for the old man. Because the old man left his inheritance to her, not to those hideous relatives. So Xiaofeng thought of a way. On the one hand, it would allow Lin Xianxian to properly settle the old man's inheritance. On the other hand, it would also teach her poor relatives a lesson. So Xiaofeng drove to Lin Xuanxuan's villa. He and Lin Xianxian walked into the study. Xiaofeng gave Lin Xianxian an idea and said, I can arrange a ceremony for you to give up the inheritance. In this way, on the surface, you will give up the inheritance. This will make your relatives come to fight for the inheritance rights. After they fight each other to the point of bloodshed, you can notarize the inheritance and donate it all. Lin Xianxian was very surprised when she heard Xiaofeng's plan. She thought this plan was really good. Not only could it properly dispose of the old man's inheritance, but it might also do good deeds. So Lin Xianxian agreed with Xiaofeng's approach and said to Xiaofeng happily, Boss Xia, I will listen to you this time. I believe you can accomplish this task. After getting Lin Xuanxuan's approval, Xiaofeng began to arrange this matter. Xiaofeng first asked Xuanfei to set up a scene similar to a press conference at Lin Xuanxuan's home. Xuanfei worked hard to set up this scene. He also asked the flower shop to send some white flowers to decorate the whole arrangement. In the afternoon, Xiaofeng called all of Lin Xuanxuan's relatives, including her aunt and uncle, and said to them solemnly, Ms. Lin Xianxian is going to give up her inheritance rights. We will hold a ceremony here so that everyone can understand clearly that Lin Xianxian has indeed given up her inheritance rights. In this scene, Lin Xianxian stood in the center of the curtain and said to all her relatives, I hereby declare that I have given up the old man's inheritance. The final ownership of these inheritances can now be decided by the relatives. Lin Xuanxuan's aunt and uncle saw the scene and their eyes lit up. They felt that they might finally inherit the inheritance. They thought that Lin Xianxian was really stupid. How could she give up such a large inheritance? So not long after this press conference, Xiaofeng went to Lin Xuanxuan's aunt's house and second uncle's house to lobby them, saying, since Lin Xianxian has given up the right to inherit the estate, then you all have a chance. So whoever wants this inheritance can go and fight for it. Seeing that her competitor was Lin Xuanxuan's second uncle, the aunt became even more excited. So the aunt and the second uncle fought each other until they were bloodied. In their hotel, they had a big fight. Lin Xuanxuan's second uncle saw the aunt and her family and rented a room in the hotel. So he rented a house near Lin Xuanxuan's house, hoping to have a long-term fight with his aunt. Seeing this, the eldest aunt thought that the second uncle was a big competitor. So she asked her son to recruit relevant technicians. This technician could help them fight for the inheritance. Xiaofeng saw that the eldest aunt's family spent a lot of money to hire technicians in order to fight for the inheritance, and thought, this time they have invested a lot of money. I believe that when they lose the inheritance in the future, they should learn a lesson. So Xiaofeng called Lin Xianxian and said, we are going to proceed to the next step. You should go to the notarization now. Donate all the inheritance. This way, your aunt and uncle will have worked for nothing. After hearing what Xiaofeng said, Lin Xianxian notarized her inheritance in her villa early in the morning and donated it to those in need. Lin Xianxian felt that she had done a good deed and was very happy. At this time, Xiaofeng pretended to be kind and informed Lin Xuanxuan's aunt and uncle that Lin Xianxian had donated all her inheritance. The aunt and uncle had originally wanted to fight for the inheritance for a long time, but when they heard the news suddenly, they were stunned for a while. He asked Xiaofeng on the phone, Boss Xia, what's going on? Didn't Lin Xianxian say that she had given up the inheritance? Xiaofeng calmly told the relatives on the phone, Lin Xianxian gave up the inheritance, but she didn't say she didn't care about the fate of the inheritance. She gave up the inheritance, so she donated it all to those in need. This can be considered a good deed. After hearing these words, my aunt, who was having breakfast in the hotel, fainted from anger. She didn't expect that she had worked so hard and invested so much money, and hired relevant technical personnel, but she didn't get a penny. My aunt was so angry that she was admitted to the hospital. When my aunt fainted in the hotel lobby, there were still some celebrity support groups in the hotel. Those female fans happened to see the scene, so they all came to watch the fun and see how the old woman fainted because of her own selfishness. This time, the fight for the inheritance did not benefit my aunt at all. Instead, she lost a lot of money and fell out with her relatives. I believe that my second uncle and the aunts will no longer have any contact with each other. The aunt angrily said to her son, you must remember this clearly. This is a trap set by Lin Xianxian. We must make Lin Xianxian pay in the future. The aunt's son also responded hastily, yes, it was all Lin Xuanxuan's fault. We lost so much. We must make trouble for her in the future. So the aunt returned in failure. From then on, she hated Lin Xianxian. But Lin Xianxian didn't care at all. Because the whole thing was caused by her aunt's selfishness, Lin Xianxian was also very happy with Boss Xia Faixia's solution. He called Xiaofeng to thank him. Thank you, Boss Xia. Your plan is really good. I believe my aunt and uncles will also learn from this lesson. It's a good lesson for them. Chapter 159, Market Development. After Xiaofeng finished Lin Xuanxuan's family affairs, he returned to the company, only to find that his company was in some trouble. Because during his absence, Xian Fei, as his assistant, had been taking over the company's affairs. But recently a new beautiful secretary was hired, which posed a threat to Xian Fei. After work that day, all the employees left, leaving only Xian Fei and Xiaofeng in the office. Xian Fei looked at Xiaofeng and complained, Boss Xia, why did the Human Resources Department hire a beautiful secretary? Isn't this going to take my job? Xiaofeng said to Xian Fei happily, how beautiful is the secretary? Is she as beautiful as you? Xian Fei didn't want to joke with Xiaofeng at this time, so she said to Xiaofeng angrily, Boss Xia, you are really good at joking. Of course the secretary is beautiful, and she is still very young. Aren't you trying to steal my job? Xiaofeng comforted Xian Fei and said, don't worry, no one can replace you. Because in Xiaofeng's eyes, Xian Fei is not only his assistant, but has become his very close comrade in arms and partner. Although he now has sister Qin Yun as his girlfriend, he also has a different feeling for Xian Fei. Because Xian Fei was the girl who spent the most time with him. And he entrusted all the company affairs to Xian Fei, so he trusted her very much. Xiaofeng thought, Xian Fei's position cannot be replaced by anyone, even the most beautiful secretary can't replace Xian Fei's position. Xian Fei felt relieved after hearing this and felt that she should perform better in the company and compete with the beautiful secretary to see who can bring better benefits to the company. After Xiaofeng comforted Xian Fei, he returned home alone. Xiaofeng was lying on the bed, wandering around in the private space of his system. Because Xiaofeng donated the inheritance to Lin Xianxian and did good deeds, he thought that he should have some sense of social responsibility, so Xiaofeng wanted to plant a tenacious tree species in his private space. This tree species can survive in the desert. This is also a good thing for the earth. Xiaofeng was devoted to research in his private space, wanting to find this tenacious tree species. But what Xiaofeng didn't expect was that he spent a whole night researching the formula, but he ended up with a stone that could produce water. Xiaofeng smiled at the system and said, "Is this a pleasant surprise? Although we didn't create that kind of tenacious sapling, isn't this stone a magical prop placed in the desert? It can produce water continuously, just like a spring." The system was also very surprised when it saw this magical stone. "Host, you can really research this stone that can produce water, just like placing a small spring in the desert. It will definitely improve the environment of the desert." Xiaofeng was very happy because he could do something for the desert, so a few days later, Xiaofeng took a helicopter to the desert closest to the company. Xiaofeng personally placed the stone he developed under the sand of the desert. As soon as the stone was put in, water began to flow out like a spring, and Xiaofeng was delighted. He thought, "Wait a minute, this will become a small lake, and life will come and multiply in the desert. This will soon form an oasis." The system saw this and felt that the host had really made some progress. He could even develop new props by himself. The system was very pleased. He said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, you are really smart. You can use the props given by the system to arrange and combine and develop new props. In this way, you can use the system more freely." Xiaofeng was also very happy. He said to the system, "Then let's wait and see if this place can become an oasis in a few months." As Xiaofeng expected, the stone continued to produce springs in the desert, and soon a small lake was formed. Around the lake, the seeds of saplings and some grass seeds blown by the wind took root and sprouted here. Gradually, some wild animals were attracted, such as camels, which came here to drink water and reproduce. A few months later, an oasis was formed here. Xiaofeng took a helicopter to the desert again. He was very happy to see the oasis environment he developed. He said to the system, "I want to build a resort here. This will not only make a lot of money for the company, but also allow more people to experience the desert and do more to improve the desert." The system was very optimistic about Xiaofeng's idea. So it agreed to Xiaofeng's plan to open a resort here. Xiaofeng said to the system, "Next time I will bring Xianfei with me. She is best at setting up the venue. I want her to hold an opening ceremony for our resort here. It would be great if it could be on the news, and it would make our resort famous right from the start." Sure enough, not long after, Xiaofeng brought Xianfei and a team of construction workers to the oasis. Xiaofeng said to the construction workers, "Can you build a small resort here? Then tourists can come and experience the desert." Xianfei also used her unique design skills to design many unique decorations for Xiaofeng Resort, where one can experience the exotic customs of various countries and the different flavors of the desert. Xianfei was very happy designing the decorations and some dishes in the resort. Xiaofeng also felt relieved to hand over many tasks to her. Not long after, the construction team Xiaofeng invited built a very beautiful resort near the oasis. Xiaofeng said, "We will welcome the first batch of guests soon." Xianfei looked at Xiaofeng with some excitement and said, "Boss Xia is really very smart. He can think of opening an oasis resort here. This way, our company will have another branch, and we can have economic income here again." Xiaofeng thought, this is not only a matter of income, but it can also make people pay more attention to the desert environment, which is also a good thing. Just like that, Xiaofeng's oasis resort started operating in full swing. Xianfei also often came to check on the resort's business status and report back to Boss Xia. Sitting in the office, Xiaofeng seemed to be able to see the oasis in the desert. Xiaofeng was very happy because this was the first time he made a magical prop by himself instead of relying entirely on the system. Xiaofeng felt that he could also master the system and make magical props. In this way, one day, Xiaofeng will be able to break away from the help of the system and use his own strength to develop his own market. Chapter 160, Marriage or Something, Take Your Time. After Xiaofeng chose Qin Yun as his girlfriend, he felt that he had made the right choice because he and Qin Yun not only had many similarities in business, but also had many common hobbies in their spare time. Unlike Lin Xianxian, who likes red wine, Sister Qin Yun likes to go to the beach to surf and swim in her spare time, which is very similar to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was free that day, so he called Qin Yun and said, "Do you want to go to my newly opened oasis resort? There is also a constant supply of spring water and very fresh fruits. I would like to invite you to relax there together." Qin Yun was very happy on the phone because this was the first time Xiaofeng asked her to go out of town after they became lovers. Qin Yun agreed without hesitation. So Xiaofeng took Qin Yun by helicopter to the oasis in the desert. There, Xiaofeng's newly opened oasis resort also welcomed many VIPs. Qin Yun happily hugged Xiaofeng's neck and said, "I am really happy to see such a vibrant oasis in the desert. And also for your thoughtfulness, Boss Xia." Xiaofeng was also very proud, because this was a prop he had synthesized himself. With the power generated, Xiaofeng felt that he had the ability to control the system a little bit, so that he would not always be helped by the system, but would make progress together with the system. At this time, Sister Qingyun said to Xiaofeng, "My birthday will be coming soon. Do you want to go back with me to meet my family?" Xiaofeng heard this and thought it was Qingyun's recognition of him, because not all lovers would go to see their families in such a short time. Seeing their families was like Qingyun attaching great importance to their relationship. So Xiaofeng readily agreed and said, "Of course, I will celebrate your birthday well. And I will accompany you to meet your family and prove to everyone that we love each other very much." Not long after, it was Qingyun's birthday. Xiaofeng knew that Qingyun's family had chartered a cruise ship to celebrate Qingyun's unforgettable birthday on the sea, so he took Qingyun's arm and boarded the cruise ship. "This is a very large cruise ship," Xiaofeng said to Qingyun. "It's worthy of being the financial president's birthday. You celebrate it in such a grand manner." Qingyun said to Xiaofeng a little shyly, "It's because I'm taking you to meet my parents, so I made it a little grand." Xiaofeng said to Qingyun happily, "Of course, you deserve such a good birthday." Just as Xiaofeng and Qingyun stepped onto the deck, they saw a girl standing at the bow. The girl was dressed very cutely. Qingyun and Xiaofeng walked over there. Qingyun introduced to Xiaofeng, "This is my cousin. She had been studying abroad before and just returned to our Tianhai city recently. Today is my birthday, so I invited her to come with me." Xiaofeng met Qingyun's sister's cousin. He nodded to her politely and said to her, "Hello, I'm Qingyun's boyfriend Xiaofeng, nice to meet you." Qingyun's cousin saw that Xiaofeng was very handsome, and heard that he was very capable and ran many companies, so she wanted to hook up with Xiaofeng in her heart. Qingyun's cousin thought, what ability does Sister Qingyun have to keep such a good man? She should at least leave some chances for us young girls. So Qingyun's cousin said to Xiaofeng in a somewhat ambiguous way, "Boss Xia is really handsome. And I heard that he is very capable. I wonder if Boss Xia is interested in looking at the scenery at the bow of the ship?" At this time, Qingyun said to Xiaofeng without any defense, "You guys stay here to enjoy the scenery first, I have some things to deal with on the boat." Xiaofeng wanted to go with Sister Qingyun to deal with things, but her cousin held Xiaofeng and said, "Boss Xia, let's chat. It's not easy to meet you for the first time, and I still have a lot of things I want to ask you." Xiaofeng had no choice but to watch the scenery from the bow with Qingyun's cousin. Suddenly, Qingyun's cousin seemed to be tripped by a piece of wood on the deck and deliberately knocked Xiaofeng down. My cousin fell to the ground. She said to Xiaofeng, "Is Boss Xia okay?" "I was too careless and tripped over the wood on the deck." Xiaofeng felt that his cousin did this on purpose. She wanted to cause misunderstandings. His cousin wanted to help Xiaofeng up and brush the dust off his clothes, but Xiaofeng refused. Xiaofeng said, "It's okay. I can do this little thing myself. You must be careful next time. Don't fall again." Xiaofeng ignored his cousin's entanglement and immediately caught up with Qingyun. He said to Qingyun, "I think I'll help you. This way you will have a helper on the boat." Qingyun, who was far away, saw Xiaofeng rejecting her cousin. She felt that Xiaofeng was a reliable boyfriend. Xiaofeng said to Qingyun, "I don't think my cousin is suitable for a cruise. Let her get off the boat and have a vacation on the shore." Because Qingyun had just seen her cousin deliberately knock Xiaofeng down. So she walked over to her cousin and said sternly, "I have arranged a room for you in the resort below. Go there by yourself first. Think about it carefully. I will not take you on this cruise trip." So Qingyun sent her cousin away. Xiaofeng felt relieved. On Qingyun's birthday, Xiaofeng met Qingyun's parents and some of her relatives on the cruise ship. The relatives were all very optimistic about Xiaofeng and said to Qingyun enthusiastically, "You really found a good boyfriend. He is so capable and talented, and he looks so handsome. He really meets our family's requirements." Xiaofeng felt that the relatives' reactions were very enthusiastic. He was also very happy because his relationship with Qingyun finally received the support of his family. Qingyun took Xiaofeng on a tour of the entire cruise ship. On the dance floor of the cruise ship, Qingyun and Xiaofeng danced together. Xiaofeng said to Qingyun in her ear, "You are so beautiful today. I think I made the right choice. You are my only girlfriend." Qingyun also promised Xiaofeng, "Me too, I hope our happy time will pass slowly, I still can't bear to leave you." Xiaofeng comforted Qingyun, "What's there to be reluctant about? We still have a lot of time in the future. We can have many more happy journeys like this." Qingyun snuggled happily in Xiaofeng's arms, feeling that Xiaofeng was her whole world. Xin Yun's family also supported and encouraged them. Xin Yun's family even urged them to get married. Xin Yun said to her family a little embarrassedly, "We still want to enjoy our time together, so let's take our time to get married." Chapter 161 will definitely reach the peak of career. It was Monday again. Xiaofeng's company had been busy all day, and the company's employees had left the office building one after another. At this time, the company's security guards began to get busy. When Xiaofeng was leaving get off work, he did not forget to take care of the security guard and said to them, "Uncle security guard, the safety of the company is in your hands. I will go home first." The uncle security guard assured Xiaofeng, "Don't worry, boss Xia. I will definitely take responsibility and help you take good care of this company." The security guard has to work the night shift. During this night shift, he usually patrols the company once or twice to ensure the safety of the company. Because Xiaofeng's business is currently very large and easily arouses jealousy, the security guard has to prevent those who are jealous of Xiaofeng from coming to cause damage or something. But the next day at work, a colleague in Xiaofeng's office caused trouble. It turned out that she suspected that someone in the office had stolen her cosmetics. The girl said to Xiaofeng who came over, "Boss Xia, my cosmetics are very expensive. My sister brought them from abroad for me. And this cosmetics has a very strong concealing ability. It is incomparable to ordinary cosmetics, and the price is also very expensive." Xiaofeng asked the female employee, "How did you suspect that someone in the office stole your cosmetics?" The girl answered affirmatively, "Because I have always kept this makeup bag in the office. I have never taken it away, so if the things were lost, it must have been stolen by a colleague. She used this kind of makeup to look very beautiful and attract the boss." When the girl said this, everyone looked at one person at the same time. That was Miss Chen Li, who was recently promoted. This female employee had a decent appearance, but recently everyone thought she loved to dress up more. Everyone was a little unconvinced. Why did boss Xia Fengxia only take a fancy to her and promote her? Was it because of her beauty? Xiaofeng solemnly said to all the employees, "No matter how your cosmetics were lost, or whether they were taken by colleagues, I want to tell you that in my company, you can't get my recognition by beauty. The only thing I recognize is your work ability, just like this female employee I promoted because she did a good job, not because of anything else." The girl who was making a fuss just now lowered her head in shame after hearing what Xiaofeng said. She felt that boss Xia was really fair and that she was too rash. She felt that in boss Xia's company, she could not be promoted by her beauty, but by her ability. In order to comfort these female employees, Xiaofeng bought big brand cosmetics from abroad and gave them as gift packages to the female employees in the company, one set for each. Xiaofeng said to them, "This way you won't envy others for having big brand cosmetics, right? When everyone has the same cosmetics, what we want to see is the person's ability." Chen Li, the newly promoted female employee, had just been doubted by her colleagues. She was born in a poor family and had very bad conditions, so she felt a little inferior. She was grateful to Xiaofeng for helping her out, because in the eyes of boss Xia, all employees were treated equally and were ranked according to their work ability. Moreover, this Chen Li also had other work experience. Because this Chen Li had worked in Chen Wanling's company for a period of time before, the female employees in Xiaofeng company were a little wary of her, wondering if she was Chen Wanling's person. Several female employees raised this question to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia. Boss Xia, she used to work in Chen Wanling's company. Aren't you afraid that Chen Wanling sent her to destroy our company?" Xiaofeng said to the female employees who questioned her, "Because I believe in her ability and level, and I believe that no matter which company she works for, she will definitely protect the company's work. And the eyes of bad people are very sneaky, which I can identify. From her eyes, I feel that she is honest and kind, which cannot be deceived. I believe that she will definitely achieve good results in our company." In this way, this female employee Chen Li was promoted by Xiaofeng, and she was very grateful to boss Xia. She felt that it was very good that boss Xia could use her, and he valued her so much in the company. Chen Li felt grateful, so she took her new salary and bought some high-end fruits at the fruit store. "I gave them to Mr. Xia and said to him, 'Thank you for your cultivation. I give you these fruits as a token of my appreciation. I also want to express to you that I will work harder in the future and make achievements in Mr. Xia's company.'" Seeing her sincerity, boss Xia accepted her fruit. Xiaofeng thought, this kind of girl has a strong sense of self-esteem. When she gives something to others, others should happily accept it. This is also a way to respect her. Xiaofeng received the fruits and said to the female employee in a friendly manner, "I accept your fruits, but please don't spend money next time. I also know that your salary is not much. You should spend it on what is needed. Shanley was very touched by what Boss Xia said. Boss Xia is really considerate of his employees. He even personally considers the salary to see if it is enough for the employees' daily expenses. If that is not enough, Boss Xia will find some reasons to give employees bonuses and benefits, so that everyone will be more motivated to work in the company. Xiafeng walked into his office, and Xian Fei followed him in. Xiafeng said to Xian Fei, "When you have time, pay more attention to the psychological activities of the employees and see what opinions and suggestions they have about the company. If so, you can tell me and I will solve them." Seeing how considerate Boss Xia was to his employees, Concubine Xian felt that Xiafeng was very responsible. As a result, Concubine Xian's favorability towards him increased. Xiafeng learned about this from the favorability system. He felt that Concubine Xian was really easily moved. Concubine Xian said to Xiafeng, "Boss Xia, since you take care of your employees so much, our company's employees must be the most loyal, which is very good for the development of our company." Xiafeng said to Xian Fei affirmatively, "Of course. The quality of a company depends on whether its employees can work loyally. As the CEO of a company, I understand this very well." What Xiafeng said was indeed right. With such loyal employees, his company would surely prosper. Moreover, the scale of the company would continue to expand, and one day Xiafeng would reach the peak of his career. Chapter 162 Concubine Xian's background. It is almost the end of the year, and all major film and television companies are competing for the year-end movie market. Xiafeng has devoted more energy to the film production of the film and television companies during this period. Of course, he has not forgotten to promote Lin Xianxian. Because he wanted the two companies to move forward together, Xiafeng called Lin Xianxian and said, "I have designed a love movie for you. I think it will be a hit. I hope I can help you." Lin Xianxian was very happy on the phone because Xiafeng did not forget to help her while making progress in his own film and television company. She was very grateful. So she said to Xiafeng, "Boss Xia, thank you so much. Our film and television company has been thriving recently with your support." In this way, Lin Xianxian took the script of the love movie designed by Xiafeng himself. She studied it at the company's seminar and felt that the design of this love movie was very clever, worthy of being designed by Boss Xiafengxia himself. So Lin Xianxian said to the company's male and female artists, as well as the director and other staff at the meeting, "This is a movie that Boss Xia is very fond of, so we must do our best to make it well. When it is released at the end of the year, we will be able to see the response to this movie." So in the following period, all the staff of Lin Xuanxuan's film and television company stepped up their efforts to contribute to this film. Sure enough, when the film was released at the end of the year, this love movie became a dark horse. As expected, it became a hit, which made Lin Xuanxuan's film and television company earn a lot of money. Of course, Xiafeng knew about this, so he invited Lin Xianxian to the cinema. Xiafeng bought a bucket of popcorn and handed it to Lin Xianxian, saying to her, "Boss Lin, we are here to see how popular the cinema is and to see the sales of your company's movie from the spot." Lin Xianxian took the popcorn from Xiafeng and was very happy. She said to Xiafeng, "Boss Xia is really considerate. It's not enough for him to know that I'm watching the data behind the scenes. He wants to take me to experience the real hot scene in the cinema." So Xiafeng and Lin Xianxian watched the love movie designed by Xiafeng himself in a packed movie theater. Xiafeng felt that Lin Xianxian really had great potential, because their film and television company could make such a good movie designed by him, which was something Xiafeng had not expected. The actors and staff are very dedicated. This movie has achieved a particularly high commercial effect and is a movie with great commercial value. Even the company of Xiafeng's girlfriend Qin Yun's sister wanted to find Lin Xianxian to discuss commercial cooperation for this movie. Of course, Xiafeng also knew about this. When Xiafeng and Qin Yun were dating, Qin Yun sweetly said to Xiafeng, "Lin Xuanxuan's company's movie is very popular. We also want to have some business cooperation with her, do some advertising promotion and derivative products. This is also to maximize the commercial development of your work." Xiafeng gently hugged Qin Yun and said to her tenderly, "Yes. As long as you make a decision, it should be correct. This is the result of our joint efforts, and I cherish it very much." So Qin Yun invited Lin Xianxian and Xiafeng to a bathhouse in the suburbs, where they could stay for a few days, not only to relax their bodies and minds, but also to use it as a meeting place to discuss the commercial cooperation of this film. Lin Xianxian, Xiafeng, and Qin Yun spent a few days happily in this bathhouse in the suburbs. Not only did they relax in the hot springs of the bathhouse, but they also negotiated a large business cooperation. In this way, the three companies became more closely connected. With the success of this movie, Xiaofeng has become a popular company owner in the film and television industry. Many actors and directors have come to visit him. Xiaofeng's office has received many female artists and directors. Xian Fei, as Xiaofeng's assistant, was a little overwhelmed and complained to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, more and more people have come to visit you recently. We can't arrange our schedule. Boss Xia is really very popular." Xiaofeng has met a lot of people recently. He had no choice but to say to Xian Fei, "Please try to arrange my schedule. These people are very helpful to my career. Meaning them can also help me gain more resources and connections in the film and television industry. This will be very good for the development of our film and television company, including other companies." So Xian Fei listened to Xiaofeng and arranged his schedule very tightly. This would not only allow Boss Xia to meet more useful people in the film and television industry, but also allow Xiaofeng to have enough rest and energy to handle work matters. Xiaofeng has been busy with film and television work in the company recently, so he has not taken care of Qin Yun as much. Xiaofeng did not forget to buy a bouquet of roses when he was free tonight. He came to Qin Yun's residence, gave the roses to Qin Yun, and said to her, "I may have been busy with work during this period and ignored your feelings. I hope you can understand me. I still put my girlfriend first." Qin Yun received the beautiful roses and put them in the vase, feeling very touched. She said to Xiaofeng, "Don't be too busy. Take care of your health. Only a combination of work and rest can help you achieve long-term success." In this way, Xiaofeng had a candlelight dinner with Qin Yun at her residence. Xiaofeng also opened a bottle of expensive red wine and drank it with sister Qin Yun. However, Concubine Xian did not receive such a good treatment. Concubine Xian was Xiaofeng's assistant. At this time, she was eating ordinary fast food in the apartment alone. Xian Fei actually had a good impression of Xiaofeng, because she thought Xiaofeng might change his mind. So Xian Fei put all her energy into Boss Xia's work, hoping to help Xiaofeng with his work. This way Xiaofeng would also remember her kindness. But Xiaofeng seemed to have a very deep relationship with sister Qin Yun. In this way, Concubine Xian also saw the growing relationship between the two and felt that she should not be so wishful anymore and it was time to let go. Xian Fei said self-deprecatingly, "Just watching Boss Xia from afar and being able to help him with his work is enough. Being able to stay with the person you love is also a kind of happiness." In this way, Xian Fei slowly let go of Xiaofeng in her heart. She felt that she also had a chance to find her own happiness. But just when Xian Fei's career was getting better and better, something happened. This forced Concubine Xian to consider whether she should continue to stay in Tianhai City. This also made Xiaofeng understand Concubine Xian's life experience better. Chapter 163: A Happy Life. It turned out that on the morning of that weekday, when Xiaofeng and Xian Fei were working in the office, several black luxury cars suddenly drove past the building outside their film and television company, and many staff members got out of the cars. Xiaofeng and Xian Fei didn't know what was going on. They thought it was some kind of boss who wanted to talk to them about business cooperation. So they walked out of the office to see who they were. But when Xian Fei saw the staff getting off the car, she was shocked. Because these staff members were all familiar to her. Her family asked them to find Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian immediately took Xiaofeng and hid in the office. Concubine Xian said to Xiaofeng, "I know these people. They are my family's staff members. They should be looking for me." Xiaofeng asked Xian Fei, "Didn't you tell your family that you came to Tianhai City to work? Did they come all the way to find you? Did they want you to go back?" At this time, a staff member came to Xiaofeng's office and said to him, "This must be our young lady's boss, Mr. Xia. We are the staff of the hidden family Xian family. And our Miss Xuanfei is the eldest daughter of our family. As the staff of the family, we have finally found the whereabouts of the young lady, so we want Mr. Xia to understand that we are here to look for our eldest daughter." Xiaofeng finally knew the background of Concubine Xian. Through the conversation with the staff, Xiaofeng knew that Concubine Xian's family was very remarkable. They were the secluded Xian family, with rich property and strength. Xiaofeng also knew that Concubine Xian was the eldest daughter of the Xian family. She was a very precious daughter. In order to escape the engagement given to her by her family, she ran away from the family and came to Tianhai City as a small assistant, working silently beside Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng thought, "I really underestimated her before. I thought Xian Fei was just an ordinary girl who came from another place to work. I didn't expect that she had such a strong background. But she never told me." Xiaofeng thought about the little things Xian Fei did as his assistant, and felt that this young lady had a hard time. Xiaofeng was very touched that she could overcome so many difficulties to help him with his work. He also felt that it was time for Xianfei to choose her own path in the future. Xiaofeng said to Xianfei, "Since your family has come to find you, you can go back and enjoy superior living conditions and continue to be the daughter of a rich family. However, this also requires your own willingness. Now you can choose whether to continue to stay with me or go home to live that superior life." Concubine Xian heard what Xiaofeng said. Xiaofeng handed the decision-making power to her, and Concubine Xian was very happy. Because Boss Xia did not let her go home directly. Instead, he let her make her own choice. Of course, Concubine Xian readily decided that she would continue to stay in Tianhai City. Being able to work by Boss Xia's side, Concubine Xian felt very happy, so she said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, I have decided to stay in Tianhai City and be your assistant. I will be very happy to see you every day." Xiaofeng was very moved after hearing Xianfei's words, and felt that Xianfei was really a good girl. But Xiaofeng already had sister Qin Yun, so he could only treat Xianfei as a work partner like a comrade in arms, and work side by side with her. This is the best relationship. After hearing what the eldest daughter said, the staff of Xian's family felt that it was useless to force her. Fortunately, they now knew the whereabouts of the eldest daughter, so they could report to the elders of Xian's family. When necessary, they would definitely help the eldest daughter of Xian's family. Xiaofeng found it hard to accept Concubine Xian's life experience. Now when Concubine Xian asks Xiaofeng to handle some trivial matters, Xiaofeng will advise her, "Let your staff do it, and you can do less work yourself." Xianfei felt a little uncomfortable and said to Xiaofeng, "Boss Xia, don't treat me differently because of my background. Just treat me as an assistant from another place like before. I think it's more natural this way." Xiaofeng thought so too. It would not be a good idea to change his attitude towards Xianfei because of her background. So Xiaofeng still treated Xianfei as his most caring assistant as before. They worked together. At this time, Xiaofeng decided to consider his lifelong event. Xiaofeng proposed to Qin Yun in a luxurious hotel. Wrapped in balloons and ribbons, Xiaofeng knelt on one knee in front of Qin Yun and said to Qin Yun, "Will you marry me?" Qin Yun burst into tears when she saw this scene. Qin Yun took the diamond ring from Xiaofeng and said to Xiaofeng, "Of course, I do." So the wedding of Boss Xiaofengxia was put on the agenda, and the matter was fully handed over to Xianfei to handle. Although Xianfei was unwilling, she still wanted to sincerely bless Xiaofeng and sister Qin Yun. Not long after, Xiaofeng and Qin Yun held a grand wedding in Tianhai City. As the president of a financial company, Qin Yun invited many upper-class people in Tianhai City to attend their wedding. Xiaofeng also called all his connections to attend this grand wedding. With everyone's witness, Xiaofeng and Qin Yun entered the marriage hall together. Everyone congratulated Xiaofeng and Qin Yun, hoping that they could be together forever. Lin Xianxian and Xianfei also came to congratulate Xiaofeng and Qin Yun. Xiaofeng's system also said to Xiaofeng, "Congratulations to the host can come this far and have a good ending with sister Qin Yun." The system is also very happy, and hopes that the host will continue to work hard in the future and create new heights in his career. Of course, while Xiaofeng was busy with his own career, he also took care of Lin Xianxian and Xuanfei's careers. Xiaofeng felt that it was time to give Xuanfei a proper company. So Xiaofeng handed over one of his branches to Xuanfei to manage, and let Xuanfei also become the president of the company. With the help of Xiaofeng, Lin Xianxian and Xuanfei's careers also flourished and made great progress. After Qin Yun and Xiaofeng got married, Qin Yun reduced her workload and focused on taking care of Xiaofeng's family. Xiaofeng felt that it was his honor to marry such a beautiful CEO. Along the way, these CEO sisters really helped him a lot. Xiaofeng looked at Qin Yun, as well as Concubine Xian and Lin Xianxian behind her, his eyes full of true love. "Thank you, sisters, for your help. I will work hard for your happiness throughout my life." The book is finished.